On my first day of kindergarten, I said to the school leader. When working, address by job title. I turned the school opening ceremony into a work inspection by the leader. Netizens exclaimed, "How does this child seem like a leader?" Participating in variety shows, I boastfully said, "We must focus on food safety and ensure that the people can eat with peace of mind." Instantly, countless netizens exclaimed, "This is a good cadre of the people," all because I obtained the little cutie system from Crossing Over, allowing me to customize my appearance after growing up by consuming emotional points, and also enhancing physical abilities such as strength and speed. Just as I arrived at the school gate, I saw a commercial vehicle with New Star Youth Class printed on it, and several people carrying cameras were filming nearby. My eyes lit up instantly, as I was just wondering how to get emotional points. With this in mind, I immediately approached a female teacher to inquire about the situation. When the female teacher told me that the TV station was recording the program New Star Youth Class, I heard the system prompt in my mind, favorable emotion +1. I quickly turned my gaze to the photographer next to me, wondering whether it was the emotional contribution of the female teacher or the camera. To confirm my thoughts, I borrowed the teacher's phone to call my grandfather. After the female teacher dialed my grandfather's number and the old phone in my pocket rang, she looked at me in confusion. "Did your grandfather's phone fall to you?" I hung up the phone and said in a childish voice, "I know you have the number. I'll call you when I have time. See you at school." After that, I rushed into the school under the astonished gazes of the female teacher and the photographer. Just now, the emotional value in my mind increased rapidly, and I immediately confirmed that this program was in a live broadcast format. Netizens in the live broadcast room were extremely surprised by my actions. "You're so young and already know how to flirt? Is this an innate flirting talent?" At this moment, I arrived at the classroom and sat in my seat, thinking about how to blend in with the youth class. Just now, the scene at the school gate boosted my emotions by 80,000 points. This opportunity must not be missed. On the other side, in the temporary studio set up by the school, the program director, Lao Mozi, looked at the data on the screen, smiled slightly, and then instructed the assistant to coordinate with the school leaders to arrange for me to join the youth class and bring over the child's information. Upon hearing this, the assistant immediately went to communicate with the school leaders. Meanwhile, Hee Jeong, who was preparing to go on stage, smiled and said, "To know the tricks at such a young age, it shows intelligence. Giving an opportunity is not unreasonable. It's just that this trick seems a bit precocious." Lao Mozi shook his head slightly with a smile, then looked at Hee Jeong and said, "Get ready. You are the homeroom teacher and Chinese teacher." At 8 o'clock, the first class began. Parents stood at the back of the classroom watching their children perform. At this time, the homeroom teacher and the school leaders walked in and asked me if I wanted to join the youth class. Upon hearing this, I immediately agreed. I had originally planned to show off a bit and then have the program team make an exception to include me in the youth class, but I didn't expect to be arranged directly. At this moment, Hee Jeong of the youth class had already finished introducing himself on the platform, and then asked the new students of the youth class to come up one by one to introduce themselves. However, the new students either introduced their fathers as bureau chiefs or their mothers as district heads. Hee Jeong on the side couldn't help but smile bitterly. "I asked you to introduce yourselves, not to show off your parents." Just then, under the guidance of the school leaders, I arrived at the youth class. "Teacher Linley is now under your care. This child is very clever." The cameraman immediately aimed the camera at me. Many viewers in the live broadcast room immediately recognized me as the innate playboy who flirted with girls at the school gate, and the barrage instantly lit up. "Little brother is here." Hee Jeong led me to the front of the stage and said, "Welcome our new classmate to join us." Then he asked me to introduce myself. The parents in the audience were a bit puzzled, wondering if I was the child of some leader. After all, they were all familiar with the youth class, which had only 35 spots, and they had gone to great lengths to secure those spots. But looking at this child's image, they couldn't quite figure it out. He didn't seem like a leader's child at all. After hearing Hee Jeong's words, I cleared my throat and said loudly, "Hello everyone, my name is Linley, the Lin in the forest where the wind gathers, the Lee that stands tall and firm, and I am 8 years old this year." This name was given to me by my grandfather, symbolizing that I should be like the towering trees in the forest, standing tall and upright, and being a person of integrity. Just as I finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Could a child say such a self-introduction? Do children know so many idioms now? While everyone was shocked, I continued loudly, "I am deeply honored to be in the youth class. In the future, I will strive to be a pioneer in learning, an outstanding student in the class, and a standout in the eyes of the teachers." These 3 sentences made everyone's scalp tingle. Is this still a self-introduction? This is like a personal speech report. In the backstage, Lao Mozi's eyes were almost popping out of his sockets. He didn't expect this child to have such a great impact. He quickly picked up the information sent by the school and carefully read it. That's right, He's an orphan. Why does it feel like he speaks like someone with a high-ranking official at home? In the youth class, I still passionately exclaimed, in the end. I always insist on studying with a progressive mindset, shining the light of the youth class, following the culture of the youth class, establishing the style of the youth class, and guarding the door of the youth class. After saying this, I bowed deeply to the parents and cameras below the stage, but after waiting for a long time without hearing any sound, just when I thought I had said something wrong, I looked up and found that everyone was gaping with their mouths wide open. Still, Hee-jung was the first to come to his senses from the shock. He slightly bent down and asked, Lin-Li, who taught you these words? Hee-jung would never believe that these words were spoken by an 8-year-old child on his own. There must be elders teaching and guiding behind it. Lin-Li did not hesitate at all and said crisply, it was taught by Grandpa Shojung. Hee-jung's expression froze on his face, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The applause at the scene paused for a moment, followed by even more enthusiastic applause. The applause at this moment is not for Lin-Li, it's for his leading grandfather. It also says he's not connected, parachuted in, and generally has a big background. But I didn't think that his background would be so big. Who was the grandfather he was talking about? The most beloved leader of all. But with that, they paused in applause. The kid was bragging. If your grandfather was really him, would you still be at this school? You're kidding. The old conspirators backstage heard about it. How can they still sit down? As well as the principal of the school's principal's office who watched the live broadcast, they jumped and ejected from their seats and stood up. What with this kid being an orphan? It's obviously a deliberate attempt to hide it. But I didn't realize that children can't hide secrets in their hearts and just tell them. Thinking that he must go see Lin-Li later, treat him well, and how he had to flatter this kid Lin-Li in front of him. But then thinking about it, I think they misunderstood, or misinterpreted. How can that be? Though the boy spoke with the air of a perennial inculcator, it would never be as he claimed to have a leading grandfather. How could that leader's grandson come to this school, to this program? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. For example, Lao Mozi, assuming he has grandchildren, will definitely give the best education and will never come to this type of public school. Even the principal of that school would never send his grandchildren to his school. In the junior class, he awkward breathed in sharply and immediately thought of this problem as well. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a bit displeased. Little kids like to blow off steam at such a young age? It's not a good habit. Your grandfather was the chief? No, my grandfather isn't. Lin-Li Meng shook his head with an air of superiority in him. I often watch CCTV1, and I can see that grandfather in the news broadcasts that are shown every night at 1900 hours sharp. Parents laughed darkly and bitterly at this statement. Sure enough, it was a misunderstanding. The kid didn't blow awesome either. The veteran muckrakers and principals in the studio and principal's office have sat back in their chairs once again. It turns out that the so-called leading grandfather is just a child's honorific. Harm, look how excited you are. Damn, scared me. I thought it was really that leader's grandson. If he hadn't said that back there, I'd have believed it. I told you, if you really want that leader's grandson, why would he come to this kind of program? Lin Hall is definitely a master. This emotion control, natural leadership material. It's the leader's material. Didn't you hear him say he watches the news every night on time? At an age when kids are still watching Pleasant Goat and Bear, he's concerned about national issues. Just came on the air. Which one is Lin Hall? Live slicing bloggers are still very much in the room. Lin-Li Hallgas self-introduction just finished speaking not long. They were sliced and sent on the jitterbug. It's not. It's just bursting at the seams all of a sudden. These are words that, if spoken by a normal adult, probably wouldn't have a lot of heat. But an 8-year-old, still speaking extemporaneously and off-script? That has to be shocking. At the moment, on Shakeology, the name of Lin Hall is spreading with lightning speed. In the junior class, he awkward had been watching Lin-Li, and with a heart as fine as his own, knowing how to read words and colors, he suddenly noticed a hint of cunning flashing through the depths of Lin-Li's eyes. The heart size, it's unlimited when you grow up. Played myself, an old-timer who has seen the world in the entertainment industry. For a fool, too good at this. Well, you did a great job introducing yourself, and I'm sure everyone remembers you. Lin-Li then stepped down from the stage and walked over to the seat that he awkward had pointed out to him, putting down his book bag. Other students who didn't introduce themselves on stage continued to go on stage under the name of Mr. He. Lin-Li sat in his seat, his hands folded flat on his desk, his expression serious as he looked at the small child on the podium, like a leader sitting on stage listening to scrutinize a report from the stage. Lin-Li felt that he kind of liked this state of affairs. Anyway, this pussy is definitely loaded. As far as the emotional value in his head was concerned, it had already surpassed the 100W mark. Sure enough, harvesting emotional points is still quicker than pretending to be in the public camera. At this moment, The cameraman received an order from La Mosey in the backstage command center, and he recorded a few more close-ups on Linley. Look at that sitting posture. Expression. Properly an old cadre image. At that moment, Linley's arm was suddenly nudged twice by the same table. Linley turned his head to look seriously. He had just been thinking only about how to put the old cadre's pussy down, but he hadn't looked closely at his tablemate. This little girl. She's very watery. Absolutely gorgeous when she grows up. Something? Hello, my name is Xiaoxi. What you just said was very good, Xiaoxi said in a soft and sticky voice. Well thanks, my name is Linley. Ooh, I know. To be honest, Linley hadn't finished messing with a small child for a long time, and besides, he was now trying to maintain his stance as a pushy king and didn't know what to say, so the feeling he gave to Xiaoxi was, this Linley is not a good contact. Hello, little friend Linley. I'm Creek's mom. Xiaoxi's mother and it sighed to see their daughter initiative to greet this haul small child. Perhaps their daughter want to become friends with him, but see this person's small child is a little high and cold. Solely open your mouth to ease the situation and open up the atmosphere. Moreover, she had a little thought that this child, in addition to not dressing like a rich family, but the demeanor and dynamics are all showing the aura of a powerful person. Thought, maybe his family has some background. I can't say that it will be an important network in the future, which will be beneficial to my own family's business. Whether it's from your daughter or your own family situation, there is an interest in favoring a little friendship. Linley tilted his head slightly and looked at her. His eyes suddenly lit up. Auntie, you're really windy. Auntie, you're so beautiful. Linley was about to slap himself, and if it wasn't for his quick brain reaction, he almost spat out, Fong Yun. Chapter 6, Let me be class president. My family has money. Yes, kids are really good at talking. Summer Brooks' mom laughed happily. A woman likes to be told she's pretty, although it was a hairless brat who complimented her. But what's the saying? Kids don't lie, so she's really pretty. Xiaoli, in the future program, Xiaoxi is your tablemate. Oh, you guys have to help each other study in the future. Okay, good. Linley agreed in a single breath. What kind of thing was this? Hearing this, Xiaoxi spread her face and smiled, her small tiger teeth showing up in a cute manner. We're good friends now. Well, good friend. If anyone bullies you in the future, you let me know and I'll help you with justice. Yeah. With a small, soft cry, Xiaoxi reached into the drawer with her right hand, then took out a golden foil-wrapped chocolate ball that Linley had never seen before and handed it to Linley. Here you go. Thanks. Linley didn't refuse, and after receiving the chocolate ball, he didn't eat it straight away, but put it in the drawer, then proceeded to listen to the introductions from the podium with an old-fashioned look of a great leader. Soon after, all the students in the junior class introduced themselves, followed by a short speech from Iyad. The first class ended. The purpose of the first class for new students is to get to know each other, while parents sit in to comb their children who are apprehensive about going to school. See a class of their own children are doing well, and there is no quarrel or showing the expression of pride for their own children. He awkwardly greeted the students' parents as they left and came together outside the classroom. Inside the classroom, without parents and teachers, the children were suddenly active. The children from the rich families took out snacks from their school bags at once and either ate them up themselves or, if they were not good at socializing, shared them with the neighboring children. Might be running for class president. Oh, everyone vote for me then. Nowadays, children are very precocious. Don't look at just 7, 8 years old, but under the impact of the internet, and then increase the data to push the flow of the situation. Their group of children, a lot of brush to the school. It is also clear what positions are available in the class. Besides, these rich and powerful children are influenced by their family education and no more than normal children from ordinary families. Their parents had long ago told them when they arrived that they had to do well in the junior class, and that it would be best to compete for the position of some class officer. Class officers represent outstanding ability, and once you are one, you are undoubtedly showing your own child's friendship to the entire internet audience. Class, if you're running for class president, vote for me and I'll bring you lots and lots of snacks, and my family has money. Wang Tianyu stood up and shouted to the class and opened his luxury book bag. A large bag of snacks poured onto the guest table. The photographer captured the scene into the live feed. It was a laughable moment for a bunch of netizens. Good man, you know how to bribe at a young age. Buying people's hearts with snacks, huh? Grow up no more. Definitely a crook. Engaging in an illicit relationship. Are kids so precocious these days? It's called an earful, and it looks like his old man didn't do this much. Be careful what you say. This Wang Tianyu I remember. The opening broadcast was from a Rolls-Royce. The license plate is still Magic City beautiful number. I didn't think there was much to the kids' variety show, but now it seems to be not what was originally thought. Kids are real, they don't hide, and when given the chance to perform, he's really on, and it is so prominently displayed that it is in line with contemporary social phenomena. The effect of the program can be pulled full circle. In the classroom, you're the only one with snacks? Make it sound like anyone's family doesn't have any. In the back row, a taller, chubby boy similarly opened his book bag and spilled a full load of snacks. Loudly, he said, "Everyone vote for me as class president. And not only are all these snacks yours, but I'll buy you all dinner after school." When Wang Tianyu saw this, his small eyebrows immediately raised. "Unhappy? What are you? You dare to steal the class president from me? My father is the president of a listed company. Che, whose dad isn't a president like." Little fatty skimmed his mouth and said condescendingly. Wang Tianyu said aggressively, "I'll be the class president of this class. No one can stop me." The little fat man simply ignored him and instead greeted his neighboring classmates and came to his table to get snacks. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu immediately pulled people together and distributed snacks. The children in the junior class are all either rich or rich at home and, under the influence of their parents, they all want to compete for class president. So some of them refuse their snacks and make it clear that they want to be class president as well. "You're bribing. Do you know that it's punishable by jail?" Li Jianran refused Wang Tianyu's snack reprimand. "Yuan Hua, that's right. You bribed the son of an official. Bad competition. I'm going to report it to the teacher." Xia Shi, who was leaning against the window, saw that the class was all vying to be class president and asked Linli in a soft and sticky voice, "Linli, aren't you going to argue? You don't want to be class president?" Linli didn't answer directly, but asked rhetorically, "I'd like to be, but I'd rather be the Arts and Culture Committee." Xia Shi said. Linli smiled. "Good. When I become class president, I'll recommend you to be the Literature Committee member." The position of class president was his for the taking, not to mention getting viewer emotional value for the show, but mostly, he doesn't want to be ridden by these brats. Yeah, I'll give you lots and lots of snacks then. Xia Shi smiled sweetly upon hearing this. No need to bribe me. As a future successor, it must never be corrupted by corruption, and it must start with the children. At the moment, there were more and more people competing for class president within the class, and the situation was extremely tense. 36 people, 30 of them want to be class president. This made it so that little Fatty and Wang Tianyu couldn't deliver their snacks at all. Besides, we're all kids from good families. Who's worse off than this snack? Obviously, bribing with snacks. This ploy is wrong. Laughing my ass off. I can't believe how effective the kids' programs are. A little social formality. But then again, why isn't Lin Hall running for office? Yeah, where's Lin Hall? Can the cameraman give Lin Hall more shots? I don't know if we can vote, but if we can, this is my vote for Lin Hall. Lin Hall looks like he's cut out for big things. Class president will definitely run for it. If he doesn't run, his persona collapses. What does one know about persona at such a young age? Void. Kids don't know any less than we do these days. The crew was obviously concerned about the pop-ups and immediately arranged for the cameraman to turn the camera from the small children who were fighting over the red faces to Linley. He was seen talking and laughing with the little girl on the side, and didn't seem to have any intention of competing for class president. This was a bit of a disappointment to many of the viewers who watched the sliced video and came to it famously. Lin Hall's midway collapse before he was halfway through his business venture has already been captivated by the female sex. Chapter 7, when he opens his mouth, he knows who the class president is. 6666. But this little girl does look quite good. She must be a beauty when she grows up. Lin Hall still has a vision. Well, it looks like Lin Hall Matters isn't going to run for class president and is already addicted to women. It's true. The female sex is a great enemy on a man's way to success. Backstage studio. Lao Mozi said to E awkward over the intercom. The second lesson will be delayed for a while. What's wrong, Director Zhang? Lao Mozi looked at the screen and said, the kids program is working well, and you guys will step in when things appear to be out of control. Got it. He awkwardly returned immediately. No one cares if this will affect their studies. We all know that this place is here to learn, don't we? Taking a step back, even if these kids make a mess for the whole semester, they will still catch up with the other kids studying at the beginning of the second semester, given their respective family situations. Granted, it's a little early to be running for class president. And what kind of person picks class president on the first day of school? It's all going to take a few days to see how the students in the class are doing before it's finalized. At the moment, many parents did not leave the school, but came to the specially arranged classroom to watch the images on the projector. 1 minute you'll be bragging about this kid, the next you'll be nagging each other to expand your network. Grown-ups. There's a world of grown-ups. The world of adults is, at best, one of cooperative interest. In the junior classroom, when Lindley saw that the bell for the bright second class had rung and the teacher hadn't arrived yet, his mind gradually became clearer. Want to see how the show works, right? It's just a chance for him to show off, isn't it? To be honest, the normal class. Linley is unable to think of what can attract the audience's emotional program effects. Nothing more than is the people before the saint, show their own last life of their own 9 years of compulsory education knowledge to shock them a little. That's all there is to it. Nothing else really. Linley turned to Shashi and said, "See how I can subdue them." With that, he stood up and came over to the podium. "All be quiet." His voice clearly reached everyone's ears, and at once the noisy class temporarily paused for a moment, and everyone who was either eating snacks or playing with their cell phones looked up at Linley by the podium. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Linley on stage, each one of them showed an expression of having a good look in front of the screen. Currently, Linley is the most popular student to follow in the program. How many people came to see him because he introduced himself in the hall? Now, seeing as he seemed to be running for class president, they all wanted to look forward to it with extreme anticipation, even with Lao Mozi in the background, as well as some of the star teachers such as he awkward. Linley cleared his throat. "I was just sitting there, watching everyone run for class president." Before he could finish, Wang Tianyu disdainfully interrupted. "Why do you want to argue too?" Linley wasn't the least bit offended by his impolite interruption, as he nodded and then shook his head a moment later. "Right. I was going to run for class president, but now that everyone's so good, I don't think I can handle it," Li Jianrun said nonchalantly. "Then what are you doing up here? Since you're not running anymore, vote for me then." The other kids were up in arms. "That's right. Why are you up here if you're not running? Interrupting our canvassing? Boring." Kids have a pet peeve about being in the limelight, especially boys. Linley's opening self-introduction, although they couldn't quite hear or understand it, they could tell a little bit from the expressions on Young's face as well as the parents' faces at that time. Plus they don't get that warm applause when they introduce themselves. Linley has. This meant that the limelight had all been stolen by Linley. They're jealous. She was the apple of her family's eye and grew up enjoying the compliments and flattery of those around her. Always think of yourself as the center, the protagonist. But, now that he had been snatched away by Linley, he was definitely upset with him. Linley smiled without any expression of anger. Speaking faintly, he said, "The students who can come to the junior class must all be excellent. That's for you to say." There was immediate pride at the bottom. So whoever we choose to be class president, everyone else is sure to be displeased, even if it's the teacher's designated class president. At first the viewers of the broadcast were wondering what Linley would campaign with, but seeing him drop out of the race, some people started to wonder. But soon, some quicker-thinking netizens who are good at people skills immediately cried out, "Lin Hall definitely has an unlimited future ahead of it. What a great move to advance by retreating. ******* Now, this is 8 years old? Nima. First you were polite and humble, then you complimented everyone and then you showed the fairness of the class president election. Now start digging a hole for them. Master, absolute master. So small, so many sets. This isn't a routine. This is wisdom. Who the hell is this kid? So good. Lin Hall is definitely the class president now. These kids can't play with him." After some of the webmasters, others who didn't understand instantly understood. "Nice guy." Everyone straight up called a great guy. The eyes of Lao Mozi in the background as well as He Lian and the others kept flickering. This kid is a demon. At a young age, you know to use tactics to get what you want, rather than ganging up on other kids in a crude manner. Don't look at these words as simple and pure, but the wisdom and strategy contained in them were completely beyond the grasp of an 8-year-old like him. It's just innate official sacred body. Such a person grows up to be a fish out of water in absolutely any situation. In the junior class, Linley continued, "So, we're going to run for someone that everyone is convinced is going to be class president." The little kid didn't understand it very well, but it was obvious that he had been brought into the rhythm by Linley. Yuan Hua said, "I think you're right. My father always said that to be a good leader, you have to lead the team well so that everyone is convinced of you. So what do you say? How to run for class president?" Wang Tianyu straightened his back and said, "Right, then you say the way of the contest." Linley let out a light laugh and said aloud, "It's simple. We'll start by discarding our family backgrounds and relying entirely on our own personal abilities. I know, a lot of people have money at home and a good father." As soon as the backstage veteran strategist heard this, he immediately gave a thumbs up to Linley on the screen. He had read Linley's profile and knew that he was an orphan, and this move was undoubtedly a way to weed out the most unfavorable way of campaigning for himself. This kid is awesome. He knows how to build on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. It's unbelievable. At this point Linley continued, "But home is home, and we are ourselves, and we must not let the glory of our parents be a plus in our own campaign. Therefore, we should put everything aside and decide who will be the class president based on our own strength." Linley saw that the little children were beginning to listen to him attentively, and a hidden light flickered in his eyes. Chapter 8, The Numbers Game, Setting Up the Whole Class. We students are naturally focused on academic achievement, and likewise on convincing others of what we have learned. So let's play a numbers game. Linley's words by the podium kept ringing out, not only making the little kids curious about what he was going to use, but the parents and the audience of the live broadcast were all curious, only to hear him say, "The rules of the game are so simple that everyone is guaranteed to know them, and there's no one who has ever gone to kindergarten who doesn't know them," Linley said, moving the stool from one side of the podium, and then grabbing the chalk from the podium. "Climb onto the stool and write up the game on the board. Rules of the game. Write from 1 to 500 in Arabic numerals. Request: 1. You can't scribble, change back, add strokes, or redraw during the writing period. 1 stroke is 1 stroke, and 2 strokes are 2 strokes. 2. Write the numbers in the order before and after. For example, 91, can only write 9 and then 1, not 1 and then 9. 3. Write in the order of numbers. For example, 789, not 7 to 9, in the middle of writing 8. Anyone who makes any of these errors will be immediately eliminated from the class presidential race, and will have only one chance to win, the person who writes the most without errors. If 2, or more, are successful at the same time, 1 extra game is added. The rules of the game are simple enough for a child to understand, not to mention an adult. No one was surprised by the fact that Linley could write so many words, because nowadays, children could basically write 1 word, and besides, there were no those out-of-the-way words here, the more difficult fonts. After Linley finished writing, he got scared off the stool and tilted his head to look at the words on the blackboard. "Well, that's good. It's pretty neatly written." He purposely wrote slowly for the sake of this group of children to be able to read, 1 stroke at a time, without scribbling to carry over the dragonfly. I guess everyone should be okay with it. If you can't even participate in such a simple game, you can just ask your parents to quit the junior class. Junior class. No losers. What little kids can't stand the most is agitation. Especially this group of young masters and young ladies who consider themselves the pride of heaven. No, the children who had been hesitant and frowning, or for why it was Linley who had come up with the question, suddenly went up in anger and cried out, "Looking down on who? I could write 1,000 in kindergarten. My mom is an accountant and is most sensitive to numbers. I inherited her number gene and this is child's play. Me first." Seeing the group of excited brats, Linley's heart was about to burst with laughter. Kids are kids, they're just easily irritated. In order to get them to agree to a game where they come up with their own questions, he purposely used language to irritate them. In this way, the good spirits are aroused. Also, when their emotions are messed up, it's easy to make a mistake playing this game later. It must be known that playing this game is to be calm. The slightest violent fluctuations in emotions, or outsiders interfere, resulting in brain distraction. It is easy to make mistakes. This is one of the reasons why he chose this game. Children, unlike adults, cannot self-soothe and calm, but also rely on outsiders to coax. Besides, this type of numbers game is the most compatible with them, because everyone knows how to do it. And if they come up with other topics, other ways to play, and some people don't know how to do it, they will feel that fairness is lost. No need to guess. Lynn Hall will get the class president position. That's right, Lynn Hall has already won, and all these little kids have fallen into Lynn Hall's trap. Tell me more about it. Big brother, isn't it simple? Say simple, go have some fun yourself. $20 a handful outside the park down the road. I thought it was easy at first too, but then I played a hand behind me and lost without even writing 50. Lynn Hall has gotten these little kids in a hyper state of mind. You have to be calm when you play this stuff. He even broke the back of those little kids' rebuttals. Hi, the game is not new to many online users. There must be a lasso program outside the park. Just like the lasso program, some adults can't always write it down, let alone these little kids. And besides, he's provoked. You know, if the game was really that easy, there wouldn't be people outside the park setting up stalls specializing in this to make money. Who's first? Linley said smilingly from the podium. This smile of his was like a little fox that had succeeded in its plan in the eyes of those adults. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. This kid, he's been raised to play with power. At the moment, the students were excited by Linley, and each of them was eager to try. I'll go first. Wang Tianyu was the first to walk out. Me first. Little Fatty was no better. Me first. My dad is Li Gang. I'll go first. Linley said, don't be in a hurry. Everyone has a chance. You go first. He pointed at Wang Tianyu. You do it, after all. You were the first to interrupt me, so I guess you must be the most powerful. The surrounding students didn't feel anything when they heard it, but the adults in the live broadcast room all sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only does this Linley hold grudges, he also likes to kill people. You know, in anything, the outlier is the one who dies the worst. Being the first to play a game is bound to get you noticed by the whole class, which can be downright stressful for the mentally challenged. Unless one has absolute power, then being the first one up, with all the attention, is a vanity satisfaction like no other. Wang Tianyu's mother in the classroom next door couldn't stop her eyebrows from furrowing as she saw her son being toyed with and foolishly volunteering to cooperate by jumping into the pit. Silly boy. It's going to be a big loss, but that's good. Let the kid suffer. It'll teach him a lesson. No one knew better than her what her own children were like. This Linley is too smart. The parents on the side discussed. Yeah, my kid sure can't fight him. I've always thought that my own child is what others say. Someone else's child. But now it seems that this Linley is someone else's child. Too good. Kenny Lee's mother gave an emotional sigh. Xiaxi's mother looked at Linley in the screen, and was truly speechless with shock. This child. The future development first to go. The future must be unlimited. The future will stand to how high. When we go back from school, we'll talk to our own daughter and make sure to be best friends with Linley, preferably as childhood friends. In just over an hour, Linley's excellence had already penetrated everyone's hearts. At the moment, the classroom, Wang Tianyu was already sitting in his seat, writing furiously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The first 20 he wrote very smooth. The heart proud up. It is not difficult. Che, I thought it was so hard. Lo and behold, now he's the first to write. Everyone is watching him, and he's the class president. Chapter 9. A good leader comforts his subordinates. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. At first, he wrote quickly and smoothly, but as the numbers got bigger, he started to slow down. By the time he reached 50 forward, Linley noticed that a little sweat was starting to appear on his forehead. Are you getting nervous? This little kid is good. Carrying the gaze of so many people, can write to more than 50. The mental capacity is a bit strong. Oh, he misspelled it. But, not much. No. The blunder appeared and Wang Tianyu wrote 77 to 78 with 8 first. You're wrong. You're out. Wang Tianyu, you're short. 100 isn't even written. The students on the sidelines started to get up in arms. Wang Tianyu stared blankly at the paper. How could it be possible that he had written it wrong? He's having a little trouble accepting it. At first, he was extremely confident when he wrote it, but the further he wrote, the more pressure he felt. It's not that he doesn't remember the numbers on the back, it's that he's afraid his classmates will laugh at him if he writes it wrong, and he can't afford to get it wrong. But the more he thought about it, the more nervous he got, which directly led to less than 100, and he was eliminated. Linley saw the dazed and frozen Wang Tianyu and said, "You failed. Give me another chance. I'll make it." Wang Tianyu was unwilling to admit his failure. He felt that it must be because he had just been quick with his hands. He clearly remembered the numbers. So how could he have written them wrong? Just give yourself another chance and we'll definitely slow down and think carefully. The rules of our game are one person at a time. Are you trying to cheat? There was no need for Linley to speak at all, as Jianranli and the other students began to scream. Are you unable to play? Willing to bet? Juggling? Shame on you. These words reached Wang Tianyu's ears, causing his little face to turn a shade of green and red. I'm not. I didn't. Linley stepped forward and reached out to put his hand on Wang Tianyu's shoulder, revealing a warm smile. You're already pretty good at writing so much. He then said to the students who were up in arms and jeering, don't laugh at people. Wang Tianyu was the first to resist the pressure to write. It's very impressive. All of us should give him a round of applause. With that, he led the applause. Come on, don't be discouraged. Listening to Linley's words, as well as feeling his heartfelt applause, Wang Tianyu felt a little moved. It seemed that this Linley wasn't so annoying. Everyone else was laughing at themselves, but he was as encouraging and comforting as his mom and dad. He's a good man. Thank you. I won't feel surprised by any operation in Lin Hall anymore because it's already numbed by shock. Let's call this trick buying people's hearts. While everyone is mocking Wang Tianyu, Linley is supporting him by saying good things. 6 I have a hunch that this Wang Tianyu back there is going to become Lin Hall's #1 horseman. What kind of family does Lin Hall have? It feels like he can even mix it up when he goes to college. When I was a kid I was still playing in the mud and he's already playing with power. For S sake, the audience is to see Linley this move to buy people's hearts operation. Each straight calls 666 Now, after slicing bloggers keep cutting Linley's highlight moments into clips to stream on short videos, the live stream has been watched by more than 5 million people. These more than 5 million people are all real viewers, and there is never the slightest possibility of adulteration. And all of those 5 million or so people were shaken to the core by Linley's maneuver. At this time, in the junior class, the second student's challenge had already begun. The second challenge was a girl. Linley learned from the students on the side that her name was Song Ishue, wearing a pair of glasses and being nearsighted at a young age. Linley knew that this little girl was probably a bit on the level, as evidenced by her glasses. There's no shortage of early remedial learning at home, and the mental toughness was good, all the way from 1 endurance to over 400. Linley let her as the second is to cause pressure on the other people, and sure enough, as he expected, the little girl is very competitive. Writing to more than 400 has not made any mistakes. Awesome. Yeah, it's over 400, so it doesn't really seem that difficult. It's just that Wang Tianyu is too much of a rookie. What did you say? Wang Tianyu heard this and immediately looked at him angrily. Linley frowned, his kingly aura on one side. Be quiet, don't disturb people. You guys don't want chaos on the sidelines when you challenge later. Upon hearing his reprimand, all of them shut up and quieted down. Song Yishua wrote steadily, but in the end it was a pity that when she got to 456, in writing 457, she made a mistake and wrote 466. Awesome. When she failed, Linley immediately complimented her again, this time sincerely. Song Yishua lowered her head and said in a milky voice, "Thank you, you're probably the most likely to be class president." Linley said, Oh. Song Yishua's small face flushed. A third student then began the challenge, followed by a fourth, fifth. 10 students in a row went by and none of them completed the challenge. That's when the students woke up to the fact that this game is pretty difficult, especially the second place Song Yishua's number of 456 made it feel pressurized, because, if they can't get past 456, they're not eligible to win no matter how smoothly they've written in front of them. In other words, the starting point for trying to win becomes higher. Many students have backed off and are no longer as enthusiastic as they were. Although the people who challenged them all failed, Linley would give the most heartfelt encouraging compliments every time. It's a good idea to buy people's hearts and minds. Anyone else coming? Seeing that there were no students who had taken the initiative to request a challenge, Linley immediately shouted. The students looked at me, I looked at you, and no one spoke up. Even Li Jianrun, who initially screamed the most fiercely that his father was Li Gang, unconsciously took a step back. There was also the little fat guy who was just as broad as Wang Tianyu. Having said that, there are a few headstrong ones who want to give it a try. Unfortunately, the end result is all the same. Failure. What's more, writing to 20 is wrong. The successive failures made others who hadn't challenged them want to do so. Besides, there's that one 456 mountain in the air. Anyone else? Linley asked with a smile. Everyone else shook their heads. Since there's no one else, I'll challenge. Linley's final finale begins. He took out a new A4 sheet of paper and sat down, and instead of writing for the time being, he purchased 5 minutes of mental concentration in the system mall with 5W mood points. In other times, Linley naturally didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to write it down completely in one go. If it's at a playground or something, it's fine because it's a lot of times. But, the rule that this site has set itself is that there is only one chance. Chapter 10, Linley is the one who is expected to be the class president. At the same time he knows how difficult this game is. The biggest difficulty is that it is easy to be distracted by people around you, which leads to Shakti distraction and writing mistakes. A word from anyone in the vicinity, whether it's a compliment or a boo, will eventually cause some ripples for the challenger. So, to write it down in its entirety, you have to be mentally focused at all times without any hiccups. Something worth mentioning is that the system can really redeem anything it wants as long as you're in the mood for it, except bills, physical material assets. After purchasing it, Linley began to write it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The students gathered around the edge and watched him carefully as he performed. Meanwhile the camera was giving full close-ups of Linley. The audience had high expectations for Linley, thinking that since he had come up with the rules of the game himself, he must have full confidence that he could accomplish it. Otherwise it would be a joke, wouldn't it? Awesome. He's got to be fast all the time, a student exclaimed. At this moment, Linley had already written to over 400, and really just had a stable breath, writing steadily without haste. Natsuki gave the boy who had opened his mouth a small glare with wide eyes. Don't talk. Write. Don't disturb him. Song Yishua also spoke. She always remembered that Linley had said the same thing when she wrote it. 456. Super. As soon as he writes 457, he'll surpass Song Yishua. Everybody tense, holding their breath. 457. Linley wrote it out. He didn't stop. Continued. 492. 493. When it was written this way, the students in the class could not help but shout out in unison. 494. 495. 500. Yay! It worked She immediately bounced a bit, happy as if she had finished writing it herself. Awesome! Wang Tianyu exclaimed. Those who have written it realize how hard it is. However, at this moment, Linley was successful in writing the challenge. Pa pa pa. Song Ishua took the initiative to clap. A clap of admiration for Linley. Snap. Applause gradually rose through the class. Linley stood up and did not show any expression of pride and complacency. It was quite plain. Any more challenges? At this moment, seeing that Linley had succeeded in his challenge, the people who had initially backed off began to leap forward again. If Linley can, why can't we? It's not like it can't be accomplished. No, someone has succeeded. So, with renewed confidence, they began the challenge. Typical. You're good. I'm good. But it's a shame. Several challenges came down in succession. And again, as usual, no one succeeded. This made everyone completely cut off any thoughts of another challenge. Seeing that it was almost time, Linley spoke. Unfortunately then, according to the rules of the game, the class president is me. Which of you agrees and which of you disagrees? As soon as these words came out, Xiaxi immediately raised her hands high. I agree. Song Ishua, I agree. Many of the students who had failed in the challenge had received relief and encouragement from Linley. So at this point, they all opened their mouths to concur. Linley is the one who deserves it. Be a squad leader. Be a squad leader. Although there are still a few students who are not convinced, such as Kenny Lee, such as Li Jiachi, but they know that they are willing to gamble and lose, and if they sing the opposite tune at this time, they cannot afford to play. Eventually, you will be ostracized by the other students, so they don't support it, they don't oppose it, they choose to be silent. I agree, Wang Tianyu said. The students froze when they saw that Wang Tianyu, who was the most eager for the class president, supported it. What's going on? Is this what they call joining if you can't beat them? Lin Hall is awesome. It's really a crowd pleaser. From the beginning I was sure that Lin Hall would be the class president. He's a descending blow in this junior class. Compared to him, I think I'm just a mere schoolboy. The netizens admired Linley, an 8-year-old child. In their eyes, even if this child does not study well, on this mind in the city, where to grow up can be mixed with the wind and prosperity. No kidding at all. For such a wonderful program, gimmicky enough class president campaign segment. The backstage Lao Mozi is very satisfied, smilingly said, too smart this child, a little like this child, when the time comes to see what need child actor script, high and low to give him a whole time, I'm thinking of bringing him to a variety show. I'd love to see if this kid can lasso the artists in when he plays games. I think the show's effect will definitely be great. He awkwardly looked at Linley in the screen, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Yes, you can. You'll see what kind of intellectual fight programs are available then. This kid can't say he can really play the adults around. When Lao Mozi heard this, he was looking forward to it. Of course, they were not the only ones thinking this way at the moment. Many of some of my fellow directors who heard about the movie and came to watch it thought the same thing. This Linley is simply too eligible for variety to get the effect of the show. And besides, the kid seems to be very popular at the moment. Plus, the kid has no debut and has a cheap price tag. So, they started beating up Linley. Alright, you can go over and preside over the big game. Follow the process, Lao Mozi said to He Awkward. Aha. He awkwardly nodded and turned to go out. Inside the junior class at the moment, the class president election is considered to have completely come to an end. Regardless of some people are still unconvinced, but for the time being, Linley won the class president is the nail in the coffin. Just waiting for the class president to say the word to make the honor official. Linley enjoyed the little children's bragging, especially Wang Tianyu, who directly put a stream of snacks he couldn't give away onto Linley's desktop. Class president. Congratulations. You're welcome. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. Linley smiled faintly. Class president. Since you're the class president, then when the time comes, can I be that vice class president? Wang Tianyu also had many small minds. Since we can't be class president, isn't there a vice president here? It's not the highest position in the class, but at least it's the second highest, right? Linley took a serious look at him. Good boy. Sure enough, there isn't a single oil lamp in this junior class. Bragged about himself and then hoped that through his class president's influence, he would be supported as vice president. This kid knows how to take a back seat. He's a talent. Look at that class president call. Wang Tianyu, as you know, vice class president, this is not up to me. Linley justly refused. Don't, class president. If you support me, you can have all these snacks. Wang Tianyu shoved the snacks on the table. Linley immediately frowned, his voice rising slightly. Are you trying to bribe me? His voice instantly reached the ears of the students who were watching him at all times, turning their heads to look at him. Meanwhile the camera focused on Linley again. Chapter 11, Test a cadre with this? Wang Tianyu immediately felt that he was again being paid attention to by the whole class, and his vanity and satisfaction immediately came up. It's not a bribe. I'll be vice president, we'll run the class together. Not far away. Li Jianran and Yuan Hua heard it and immediately got up from their seats and came over. Meanwhile, the little fat guy, Wu Chang, did the same, and held over his table the same snacks that never went out at that time. Kids are all monkeys these days. Once they heard Wang Tianyu's words, they probably understood what he was looking for Linley for vice squad leader. Although they couldn't be the class president, they immediately became interested when they heard about the vice president. Wang Tianyu, you're actually engaging in the bribery set again, Li Jianran bellowed in accusation. That's right, this kind of bad trend, if it spreads, it will have a great impact on the whole class. Yuan Hua spoke in an adult tone. Little fatty Wu Chang, on the other hand, stuffed the snacks into Linley's arms. Squad leader, let me be the vice squad leader and I'll buy you dinner. Wang Tianyu looked at them angrily. I said it's not a bribe. Then what do you think this is? Li Jianrun said without relenting. Wang Tianyu's small face was suffocatingly red, and after half a day's thought, he explained, this is a snack that I shared with my best friend. He's the class president now, and you're giving him something as a way to gain a position. That's bribery. In the end, Yuan Hua, who is from a family of officials, said with a flourish. A few of them argued again with one word from you and another from me. The live audience watched, exclaiming that the show was back on, laughing my ass off. It feels like this class is just like Legend of Donnie Darko. No, it's like In the Name of the People, with all the power struggles, corruption, and crookedness. It also feels better to stop calling it Rising Star Teen Class and call it In the Name of the Student instead. +1. Let's see how Lin Hall, the freshman class president, resolves this. Looking forward to the Lin Hall show. Seriously, this is the show I'll be watching. Lin Hall. Linley had a bit of a headache. The noise was so close to a fight. Sighing in his heart, originally he was too lazy to care about this kind of thing, but he couldn't help being the class president. If you're in a position, you have to do your job. Besides, he had just taken office and had to regulate, or else he could easily be impeached by many people for his next term. Not everyone in the class was convinced of him now. The danger is still there, he said angrily. Don't even argue. What's it like to argue? This roar instantly silenced them. Linley continued, all comrades in the same class. Classmates, let the other classes see the joke. With those words, he left his seat and came to the podium again, clearing his throat. Classmates, I know that there are still a lot of class officer positions within the class at the moment, and I know that a lot of people want to be that class officer, but you can't get it through this kind of bribery. It's a very bad social climate that we should stamp out. Also, let me tell you that I am a clean class officer and will not accept any bribes. The viewers in the live broadcast room heard his words and all of them sent the word good to the pop-up screen. What does it mean to be an awakening? This is an awakening. Linley's voice continued to reach their ears. If you don't believe me, you can try to corrupt me any way you want, and I'll make you all fall short. This social malaise will be rectified from my side. That means that any of you who come to me for business will have to give a gift, and I can refuse to accept it, but you can't refuse to give it. I'll show you what it means to be a clean official, what it means to resist temptation. Linley's face was resolute, his every word full of power, as if he was declaring his determination and conviction to everyone. I don't share in corruption and bribery. After shouting once more, Linley ignored the crowd of dumbfounded small children and went straight back to his seat, returning the snacks on the table to the frothing Wang Tianyu and Wu Chang. Pointing at the snacks, he said, you take these back and test the cadres with this? Which cadre can't stand such a test? He said and sat back in his seat, glaring at them with plenty of energy. He didn't know if these kids understood what he was saying, but he knew that his word of mouth had been well received by everyone on the air, simply because the system beep in his head sounded uninterruptedly after he finished speaking. Lin Hall, take my knee. Damn, kids these days are so damn aware. This is not the head of the junior class, it's the head of the people. Just these words from Lin Hall. How many officials have been hanged? If Lin Hall goes into politics in the future, he'll definitely be a clean official, and he'll definitely be able to benefit the people in the area. Not only are you highly intelligent and tactful, but you're also so damn rigid. At this moment, the image of Linley, an 8-year-old child, was constantly towering in their hearts. How many people clapped their hands at that comment? The same are cadres, and 8-year-old class cadres are so high awareness. How to make other cadres shame awe. At this time, in the junior class, he awkwardly walked in, holding his cell phone to watch the live streaming attention as he came in. So he had heard Linley's words. He walked into the middle of the class and applauded. Linley made a good point. We should put an end to this kind of crookedness. I saw what you all just did on the program, so I've decided that Linley will officially become the class president of the junior class. I hope he will stay true to his original vision and lead our class to co-create an environment that is positive and erases bad vibes. Seeing he awkward come in, all of a sudden, all the students immediately returned to their seats. Who is the child's greatest fear? One is the parents and the other is the teachers. Hearing he awkward's words, Wang Tianyu and the others' small faces turned red, itching to find a crack in the ground to drill down. As for Xia Shi, Song Yishui and the others, they applauded after he awkward. Lin Li felt surprised that this had been botched. Originally, he was thinking about how to get he awkward to directly recognize himself as the class president, but as a result, now that the position of class president had completely fallen to him, he felt he had to say something. Standing up, "Thank you, Mr. He, for your trust and high expectations. I will definitely not let you down. I accept the supervision of all my classmates, and once anyone discovers that I am corrupt, I will voluntarily step down from my position as class president myself, without you having to say a word." Snap. Applause again. The more he awkwardly looked at Lin Li, the better he looked at him. The kid was really good at talking. Lin Li nodded to his classmates with a smile, then sat down. In his mind, this class president is basically sitting tight. Just what can they come up with to test themselves? Even if it was money, he thought he could resist. How can you say that you are also a hanging wall with a system? Can a mere mortal object touch you? Absolutely not. Chapter 12, Star Teacher? Teacher, I want to get better so badly. But to say there are any weaknesses in yourself. Aha! There is. That's the female color. It was his greatest weakness and the one that corrupted him the most. But, you're only 8 years old yourself. Who corrupts me with female sex? The class president farce is over for good. He awkwardly opened his mouth. Okay, classmates, don't be discouraged if you didn't become the class president. There are still many class cadre positions in the class, so you can enthusiastically sign up for them. But then, for the time being, I'm going to judge the other class officer positions through everyone's performance later on. So everyone must behave themselves. Yes, the students shouted in unison. Well, now I'll introduce you to the teachers for each of your courses for the coming semester. After he awkwardly finished speaking, Lao Mozi backstage called all the arranged star teachers over via walkie-talkie. In no time at all, one of the biggest stars you can only see on screen appeared in the junior class. Looking at all these stars, the live audience called out the luxury. The star teachers stood lined up in front of the podium, and he awkwardly said, "Teachers, introduce yourself to your classmates." The students on stage were excited. It's not a starstruck moment yet, but it doesn't stop them from liking it. An actress wearing a lady's elegant gray professional suit and a bustier skirt underneath, with two long slender legs, wearing black silk, stepping on black high heels, and a pair of black framed glasses on her delicate face, spread her face and smiled as she introduced herself to the students. "Hello class, I'm your math teacher, an ideology teacher, Mimi Young. Yangmi's math skills are also ranked in the entertainment industry. After all, I heard that his eldest uncle is a math professor in Qingbei. Teaching first grade is enough. Wow, it's beautiful. MS, Yangmi, you're beautiful." Both male and female students were shouting out compliments. "Thanks." Yangmi let out a smile. The second teacher began to introduce herself. Again an actress, wearing a white fairy dress. "Hello class, I'm your English teacher, Lu Yifei. I'll be teaching everyone's English next. Oh, and of course I'm also your art teacher." Lu Yifei has been in Hollywood and can normally communicate with foreigners on a daily basis. Besides, her nationality. So it's no problem at all to serve as an English teacher for the junior class. Wow. Heavenly sister. Mommy, I saw the fairy sister. The third teacher, still female, wore blue short sleeves and baggy jeans. "Hello students, my name is Deng Ziki. I'm your music teacher, and I also moonlight as a science teacher." Music teacher. There are so many people in the entertainment industry who could do the job. However, it is currently noticeable that many celebrities are holding two positions. Deng Ziki is a science student. Not quite a high science student, but more than enough to cope with the first grade. "Sister Deng Ziki, I love listening to your songs, little goldfish." Deng Ziki heard someone call her a little goldfish and puffed out her cheeks to match the students. Ha ha. Immediately, the students were greeted with a chorus of laughter. The fourth teacher then introduced herself. This time it's a male star. "Hello everyone, I, Deng Chao, serve as your gym teacher and computer teacher." This gym teacher is much better to find in the realm of entertainment. Just be a man. But in order to have a show that doesn't seem so boring, the latest generation of harmonizers, Deng Chao, is here. At this point, the four teachers have introduced themselves. Lin Li froze as he looked at the few of them, inwardly calling out that the program group had spared no expense. He is a top streamer in domestic entertainment, a RTHK diva, a movie star, and a gold medal host. This program is running to be the #1 variety show in NEIU entertainment, right? You know, they're not on this show for one episode and then it's over. It's the resident guest, 6,666. Good. With the volume of fans these stars have, this emotional value of their own definitely adds up old fast. Damn, why am I only 8 years old? This big power in Louis Fei look seems to be much younger than what he saw on the screen in his last life. No, I have to learn from both teachers. The two of them appeared, instantly igniting the fire in Linley's heart that wanted to learn. He wants to get ahead so badly. Bullish. When it was said to be an all-star lineup, this look is awesome. It's really the first time I've seen Big Power and Lu Tianxian participate in a variety show together. All the teachers looking for are great. It's just that it seems like Chow is looking a bit random and haphazard. It's the gym teacher after all. Chaste. If my elementary school teachers were them, I'd definitely pay attention. Is it too late for me to sign up? He awkwardly spoke. It seems that everyone knows our teacher, so I believe that later on, during the lesson, everyone will also listen carefully, right? Yes. The students were very loud, which showed that they also wanted to progress. Good. Now we'll start handing out textbooks. Saying that, he awkwardly came outside the classroom with Yang Mi. Several people and received the books delivered by the staff. They then handed them out one by one. As Yang Mi held a stack of math textbooks and handed them out to Linley's desk, Kazran's wide eyes surveyed the hallowed child. Mr. Yang, don't look at me like that. I'll be shy, Linley said shamelessly. As the saying goes, opportunity is for the brave. No. The other students received the books they were handed out and either exclaimed wow 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 or no nutritious compliment. The opportunity won't even be taken. Hearing this, Yang Mi's eyes contained a smile. You're still shy. I really didn't see it. I'm actually still shy. Trust me. Linley widened his innocent eyes. Lin Hall, you're so funny. Lin Hall? Linley was surprised. Wasn't his name Linley? The audience saw your performance and gave you your title. Yang Mi smiled and explained that it was rare to see such a funny kid. Oh, how am I only a hall-level cadre? At least a ministerial level. Upon hearing this, Yang Mi burst out laughing and stretched out her scallion white jade finger to point at Linley's little head. Man-child, still at the ministerial level. Who taught you that? Linley squinted his eyes in a very serious manner and said, you have to call me Linbu. Okay, Rinbu. Yang Mi chakra was amused by the seriousness of this budding energy. Study hard. She nudged Linley's head once more, smiling sweetly, before continuing to hand out textbooks to go. Linley looked at the flavorful and seductive Yang Mi, and really hated that he was only 8 years old. Hey, have a heart. Powerless. That's when Louis Fei textbook was sent to his side. Linley said, Teacher Lu, you're so beautiful. I want to learn English from you. Chapter 13. 2 birds fly in the tree. 5 more fly away. Louis Fei smiled gently and reached out to touch Linley's small head. Then you have to listen well in class. Don't desert. Okay, said Linley, lifting his little stylus and drawing an OK sign. Louis Fei smiled sweetly at his budding energy. Too funny. Once the textbooks have been distributed, the second class will officially begin. Technically it's third period, since second period got bumped off by the impromptu campaign for class president. He awkwardly took Louis Fei and Deng Chao a few people to leave the class, leaving only Yang Mi behind. Obviously, this second class was a math class. Linley felt like he was probably going to pretend again. How hard could elementary school math be? Especially in first grade. Isn't it just the multiplication table? Middle school math. With his current memory, he had long forgotten all about it, but he would let everyone know what it meant to be a genius at speed calculations when he got a question in first grade. So, he sat in his seat with his back straight. What's this? It's a sign of confidence. Yang Mi stood on the podium and said in a loud voice, Class, today is the first class. I'll test your math level first. With that she took out her chalk and listed a few topics on the board. 5 plus 5 equals? 9-5 equals? 3 plus 6 plus 8 equals? 10-2 equals? 19-7 equals? 9-3 plus 6 equals? Linley looked at the topics, so simple that it wouldn't be possible to harvest much emotional value. It was better to give this opportunity to someone else. It's just the simplest addition and subtraction, not challenging at all. Okay, which student will know these questions? After Yang Mi finished writing, she turned around and asked smilingly, Raise your hand if you will. Brush. In no time at all of the class, except Linley, raised their hands. The current educational environment is such that the multiplication tables, addition, subtraction, multiplication and division are taught in kindergarten. The numbers won't be very big, but basically any kid who can wiggle his fingers will be able to do it. Besides, this group of teenage students had been receiving home-based early childhood education much earlier. They have that. And who doesn't want to start with a baby? Yang Mi ordered Kenny Lee to get up and answer the question. 5 plus 5 is equal to 10, replied Kenny Lee with a confident face. Okay, classmates sit down. Yang Mi smilingly called up another one to answer the following question. After all the questions were answered and there were no mistakes, Yang Mi laughed. It seems that the past students have a solid foundation. Mr. Yang, make it harder. This is too easy. Yuan Hua shouted despite the classroom discipline. Yeah, on the hard part. The others were up in arms. They remembered the teachings of their parents when they came here to do well in the junior class and strive to be the class president. Now the class president didn't do it. But this answer can never be lost. One is riveted. I didn't think I'd be in my 40s answering first grade questions after elementary school kids. Seeing them in class makes me kind of miss being a kid. Do you guys remember first grade? I forgot anyway. No. Why is this question so easy? My kids' first grade questions weren't like this. It almost drove me crazy. Classes are easy. Homework is hard. Don't you get it? Teach the easy ones to yourself. Let your parents teach the hard ones. And master a save. Brother is right on the money. Junior class next door. Parents are bragging about their kids to each other at the moment. My child is already studying elementary school OU. This topic is too simple. It's not difficult for my child at all. Li Jianrun's mom laughed. Yuan Hua's mom said, my kids are already taking third grade math. You kids are amazing. You should be very proud. Song Yishue's father looked at the two of them and gave a small brag. His own daughter are what strength he is extremely clear. Look at the spectacle lenses. He cannot force his own daughter at all. But his own daughter is very enthusiastic about learning. Xiaxi's mom interjected. I didn't really catch my daughter's academic performance. I mainly cultivated her hobbies. Then you're enlightened. My son holds a cell phone and plays games every day. But fortunately, nowadays, the esports business is also developed. In other words, when we were young, playing games was wrong. You guys, the difficulty of this question has come up, so I guess there aren't many who can do it. Hearing one parent, the others stopped talking and looked at the screen. Only on the screen at the moment. Yang Mi increased the difficulty at the request of the students. Blackboard. 13 equals plus 3. 15 equals -5. Plus 6 is equal to 10. Class, you're so good. So do you know these three questions? Yang Mi smiled warmly. Same numbers, that is to say, the numbers within, should be the same. Anyone who knows how? Raise your hand if you do. At this moment, instead of raising their hands immediately as they had done earlier, the students scrutinized the questions and did the calculations in their heads. Not long after, Song Yishue was the first to raise her hand, followed by Li Jianrun. Swish, 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 and soon half the class had their hands up. Linley still hasn't raised his hand. The question, though, seemed to be a bit beyond the first grade syllabus, but it didn't overwhelm him at all. It's still too easy for him, too lazy to raise your hand. This student, you answer. Yang Mi called out to Song Yishue, who was the first to raise her hand. Song Yishue stood up, reporting to the teacher. The first question is 5, the second question is 10, and the third question is 2. Very good, oh, all correct answers. Yang Mi complimented. This time she didn't just skim over it, but patiently began to explain how to answer the calculation of this topic. Because there were still many students on stage who didn't raise their hands at that time, she had to answer the solution in detail and try to get every one of them. Linley rested his chin in 100 different ways, and his other hand kept turning the pen. The mind size. It's so damn boring. Xiaxi, who was at the same table, was looking at the podium with slightly furrowed brows, studying the calculations carefully. As Yang Mi finished explaining the question, another question began. Title, 2 birds flew in and 5 birds flew out of the tree, leaving 6 birds. Ask how many birds were in the tree. As soon as the question came up, the class began to cringe. Because, this one they have to think about. There is no direct formula for addition or subtraction, but instead they need to calculate their own addition and subtraction substitutions. At the moment, many of the adults in the broadcast room were also calculating up. Sadly, I gave all my math back to my gym teacher. The question looks simple, but it is indeed simple. So, what's the answer, brothers? If we assume that we take several birds as x, then we can set up the equation. Stop at old iron. You use equations for first grade math problems? Chapter 14 Illegal Collection of Funds by Use of Official Position. This topic is common in elementary school, but I'm not an elementary school student right now. Let there be x birds originally in the tree. X plus 2-5 equals 6. X plus 2 equals 6 plus 5. X plus 2 equals 11. X equals 11-2. So, x equals 9. And there are 9 more birds in the tree. You're wasting too much time and complicating the math that way. A simpler calculation would be, get rid of the 2 birds that flew in and catch the 5 that flew out. So 6 minus 2 plus 5 is equal to 9. 666. In the junior class, Linley sighed softly as he saw his classmates begin to calculate on their sketchbooks. It's a question that's still very simple. Thought. Never mind. Let's show a little. otherwise an elementary school math class. How hard can Yang Mi come up with questions? After all, according to normal human thinking, she was bound not to come up with a topic that was too superb. Plus the vast majority of this group of junior class people were small role kings. I guess some kids, at home, have learned the equation. So he was the first to raise his hand before Yang Mi could ask, is there a reunion? Yang Mi looked over. Linley, you can do it? Linley stood up and seriously chided. Teacher, what Linley? Calling positions inside the class. Looking at him like a small adult, Yang Mi snorted and laughed softly. Okay, class president. You got it? Well, the answer is 9. The other students tilted their heads to look at Linley. They had just finished the program and Linley knew the answer. Too soon. There was a small surprise in each clear eye. How did you calculate that? Yang Mi asked with a smile. 6-2 plus 5. Doesn't that calculate it? Not bad. Oh, looks like your math skills are good too, eh? Yang Mi waved her hand to signal him to sit down, then explained to her classmates. Xiaoxi milked her voice in envy. Wow, class president, you're awesome. Well, average to average. Linley didn't have any hint of complacency, and was quite bland. If he's proud of this question, he can just take a block of tofu and run over it. Just as Linley thought, the math class went on for the entire class without any superlative topics at all. A lot of kids in the basic junior class know that when they spend a little time doing the math. Again, he found himself answering that question with few emotional points added to his mind. So, he learned that the method of trying to show his excellence in the classroom by grabbing the answers and thus gaining emotional value would not work. There's also a bit of pre-personal manifestation, showing something beyond your years. After class, Yang Mi left the classroom, and all of a sudden, the class began to buzz. Either you're eating snacks, or you're stringing along and making friends. Linley took advantage of the end of class to go to the restroom, and when he came back, he continued to sit in his seat, his old mind at ease. It's boring, solely sinking his consciousness into his mind. He studied the system. Lamb, how many emotional points do I have right now? System, host, you currently have 390W emotion points. Linley secretly sighed. That much. Another 10W would be enough for 4 modeling attribute points. However, he felt that modeling was not urgent for the time being, and that his primary own task was still to survive and change his living environment. You can't go back from school and continue to collect rags and bottles for a living. Linley thought for a moment in his head about what ways he could make money at his age. Take a song from a previous life and sell the rights? That's a good way to go. But, just those black-hearted companies must be all sorts of oppressive when faced with their own little kid songs with no name. Speculation? There are financial talents to acquire in the system, and speculation is sure to make money fast. But, you have to open an account to speculate. He's underage. Furthermore, he knew, through his original body's memories, that his entire body added up to just a few $100s in assets. It's a struggle to buy a cell phone. At that moment, he suddenly heard his classmates in the back row talking. Han Xin has red and blue. The opening to take 2 kills no problem. If you Han Xin has red and blue, the early stage cannot get up. The development is not good. This game can only steal the tower to play super soldiers. Linley's ears twitched. Games. These days, you can make money playing games. Besides, at his age now, playing games is the best option to come up with money when he has no ID and is underage. Thinking about this, Linley's heart began to fire up to engage in the game. He searched the system for any special effect bonuses or the like that would enhance his gaming skills. Although, in his last life, he also played games, but his skills were just a little above average, not reaching the top. Hand speed increase +1. Exchange points, 50W emotional value. A normal person's hand speed is at 5. The full value is 10. The host's current hand speed is 5. Note, hand speed decreases with age. Reactivity +1. Exchange points, 50W emotion points. Normal human reaction speed is at 4. Full value is 10. The host's current reaction level is 5. Remarks, reactivity decreases with age. Game comprehension +1. Exchange points, 10W emotion points. Normal human game comprehension, 0. Full value, 10. Note, game comprehension depends on the length of time spent playing the game, and each game has a different comprehension level. P.S. Not universal. Anyone who has ever played a game knows that hand speed, reflexes, and an understanding of that game's version are extremely important. Whether it's a handheld game or an endgame, various highlight operations are inseparable from these first two, while improving your win rate is a matter of being able to think about the game. Seeing that the 3 key items were all there, Linley determined in his mind that he would exchange his emotion value for these 3 items for the time being. Make your first bucket of money with the game first. So, now the question is at hand. He looked down and took his senior citizen's cell phone out of his pocket. How to mess with a cell phone. To play games, you must have a smooth phone. He pondered in his mind for a moment, turning his gaze to the surrounding students who were either rich or noble, and his heart gradually began to clear up. For the first bucket of money, he used his position to start with illegal fundraising. Thinking of this, Linley didn't hesitate and immediately stood up and walked up to the podium. A tap on the podium followed. Bang bang, all be quiet, this squad leader has something to say. When the students heard the sound, one by one they stopped talking to the people around them and aimed their heads at Linley on the podium. This guy, what's he up to again? Meanwhile the netizens in the live stream were puzzled. Lin Hall is going to act up again. Damn the boredom of watching in front of me. This program is at least half cooler without Lin Hall. I'm falling asleep watching it. Who says it is not? I, a college student, to watch the elementary school program. The key elementary school questions I calculate slower than the elementary school. The blow. It's still up to Linley to have a program effect. How dare you? Linley is what you call yourself. You have to shout Lin Hall. As the live viewers complained, there was nothing at all to see in a normal class lecture. Chapter 15, Don't Speak Against Unity. They're here to have fun, to see how the show works, and to get emotional value out of it. Not here to follow elementary school kids around. Besides, there was nothing particularly bright about Linley at that time during class. But at this moment, seeing that Linley seemed to be about to make another demonic move, they all came to their senses. It's no secret that Linley holds up 80% of the highlights of the show. Junior class podium. Linley looked earnestly at the students who were filled with doubtful curiosity. Smiling lightly, he said, "Students, although we have only just converged in the junior class today, but we're a collective now." Some of the students couldn't stop nodding. There was nothing wrong with what was being said. Our teachers are big stars, as we all know, and we should honor them for taking time out of their busy schedules to teach us and be there for us. It's going to be Teachers' Day soon, so I think we should prepare gifts for our teachers as a class, he said seriously. Of course, it's not a bribe. It's still a token of our appreciation as students gifted to our teachers. Upon hearing that they were going to prepare Teachers' Day gifts for their teachers, the students' eyes brightened up one by one. Yeah, why didn't they think of that? It's a form of bribery, isn't it? Wrong. It's the presentation. Gift giving. They're too good at it. The squad leader is right. Song Yixue nodded and stood up. I agree then. That's a good suggestion. Even Li Jianran agreed. Other students expressed up one after another. Obviously, this proposal was felt by all to be normal and reliable. Yang Ni and the others in the junior class office looked at Linley's proposal and complimented it. I knew this kid had a big pattern. So understanding at a young age. He awkwardly said, "First semester of school," and he thought of it. Yang Ni's eyes flashed with pleasure frequently. Really knows his stuff. Listening to this heart monster of mine is touched. Deng Chao was moved in relief. It's all kids, and lo and behold, Linley came up with it. Naturally they wouldn't want the so-called gift, but rather this peace of mind. This sentiment has not yet been received, but it has been felt. Similarly, the viewers in the live broadcast room also felt that Linley's proposal was very good. None of them were complimented. In the junior class, Linley continued, as I just said, we're a collective. So the gift is that we're all together as a junior class to give the teachers the same gift. Instead of everyone preparing themselves, Linley began to cut to the chase. Upon hearing this, Li Jianran immediately pouted his mouth. Collective delivery. It's not like we're not going to get a chance to show off, is it? I don't agree with this. We should prepare our own gifts and give them to our teachers to represent ourselves. He immediately opened his mouth to retort. Wang Tianyu also disagreed. Yeah, we'll deliver it ourselves. With the two of them leading the way, there was a flurry of opposition from students with money, power and ideas. How could Linley not be aware of the little plans they were playing with in their hearts? Having expected this, he smiled lightly and said with confidence, "You all have a point, but if each of us gave gifts, the teachers would receive so many and so many different kinds of gifts that they wouldn't be able to use them, and it would be a waste." He paused, swept a glance at the crowd, and continued, "Moreover, our junior class is a collective. We should be united and work together to prepare a special gift for our teachers, so that we can reflect the cohesion and heart of our class. But we..." Li Jianran was about to say something else, but was interrupted by Linley. Linley let out a light eep. Mr. Li Jianran, this time is not only the first group activity since the establishment of our junior class, but it's also a way to show our cohesion to the parents of the netizens. You, don't ever say anything that's not conducive to unity. A statement that shut up all the students who still had something to say. They're not cuties. Each one of them is fine as hell. With these words, isn't Linley saying that if he insists on personal delivery again, he is not allowed to enter the collective and has individual ideology? This will be ostracized by the others. Why is this Linley so good at talking? All the same age. How he's just like his old man. Well, what an unfavorable word for unity. Stop saying it and die laughing. Moral kidnapping straight to death. Lin Hall is Lin Hall. This way of speaking, thinking pattern, proper old cadres. Kenny Lee, as the chief's son, is being held to death. Sooner or later, I'll be laughed to death by Lin Hall, who gave birth to a demon. Viewers knew that Lin Lee would live a whole life and make a lot of golden sentences, but they didn't expect him to make so many golden sentences. One by one, he was amused. Even Deng Chao and the others in the teacher's office. Too showy? No. Stomach ache. Ha ha. Deng Chao exaggeratedly covered his stomach. He's simply too good to be a leader and can squeeze people to death. Tung Ziki laughed. Yang Mi said, I've kind of realized that with this show, we're actually all redundant, and we don't have to think of any show effects. Lin Lee alone has it all. Deng Chao nodded. Yes, I think, if we want to make a program effect, we can call Lin Lee to answer more questions in the back of the class. This guy is simply born for variety. Brother Chao, you're being narrow-minded. With his current performance, he'll be able to do well even if he grows up and enters the official world. Louis Fei corrected him and laughed. Yeah, I'm the one with the small pattern. Ha ha. The students in the junior class who still wanted to retort no longer knew how to retort to Lin Lee. A look of wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say, as if constipated, was awkward. Lin Lee continued, since everyone is fine with it, then I, as the class president, will now announce the establishment of our junior class's first expression of thoughts to teachers program. Xia Shi, as Lin Lee's tablemate, was the first to applaud with approval. Song Yishue followed closely, and the other students didn't dare to have any opinions and agreed. Then what gift are we preparing? Little fatty Wu Chang asked even though he was not happy in his heart. Yuan Hua said, yes, prepare for what? Gifts, whatever they are, we need money. Lin Lee's foxtail showed. So I think that each of us contributes a little bit of money, which, of course, is part of the class fee and belongs to our whole collective. At the end of the word, collective, Lin Lee specially aggravated his tone. How much does it cost? Wang Tianyu asked. When it comes to money, they're not vain at all. Nothing else, the family has money. Besides, children currently have a low concept of money. $100 per person. As a class fee, the gift is deducted from the class fee, and likewise for subsequent activities in the class. Lin Lee laughed. Chapter 16, Leadership Charisma at a Young Age. Only $100? So little. All of us together is only $3,600. What good things can you buy with that money? It's not enough for a bag. Little fatty Wu Chang skimmed his lips. Yeah, only $100 looking down on who? Wang Tianyu said in a wealthy and generous manner. Lin Lee knew that to these rich people, $100 really wasn't money. If he could, he'd like to yell for $1,000. 1,000 each. But, it's a live broadcast, and there are countless viewers watching them. He must set a good image. Mr. Wu Chang, I have to make a correction. Gifts don't matter how expensive they are. It's the thought that counts. Lin Lee looked at him and said seriously, do you think our star teachers are poor? They're no worse off than our families. And the expensive gifts you send, do you think the teachers don't have any? Can't they afford it? So, do you think expensive gifts are necessary? What's important to us is to express our feelings. As long as we have that heart, even if it's just a plain old stone, they'll be happy. Lin Lee's words once again elicited a high level of appreciation from the live broadcast and Yang Mi and the others. This kid, he's got a really positive outlook. I agree. I think the class president is right. The gift is not expensive. What matters is the thought. Song Yishue raised the glasses on the tip of her own nose and said, I agree. Song Mingqi, who had been silent in the class, spoke up on rare occasions. If you all agree, then so do I. At once some of the students indicated up. Not every kid has a president father at home. Same as Wang Tianyu. Wu Chang. Li Jianran glared at Lin Lee, his heart growing more and more irritated. Why did this Lin Lee keep stealing the limelight? My dad is Li Gang. When he gets home he must ask his own dad to find out if there is anything illegal in his family to get him out of junior class. Otherwise, with him around, the junior class won't have a foothold of its own. Since everyone has agreed. Suddenly Lin Lee was dumbfounded. The process has been gone through and the purpose has all been accomplished. The question now is how the money is received. I don't have a microphone myself. The cell phones are all senior citizens. He is not afraid to take out the old phone to lose face. Mainly, the old phone cannot open WeChat. Holy, in cash? How many people use cash in this day and age? Let alone these kids. I'm guessing some people haven't touched cash much. How can I pay you? Xia, she asked with a budding expression as she considered herself currently Lin Lee's best friend. Lin Lee's mind spun rapidly, like a Ferrari engine running at high speed. After school, we'll ask Mr. He to pull a class group, and then we'll uniformly hand out red envelopes in it to turn in our class fees. Lindley decided to use the delaying tactic and talk about it after school. This money, when the time comes, will be kept by me for the time being, and I'll be handing over this class money to the life member after he's judged. Yes, Xia Shi nodded. No one objected because many people had their cell phones taken away by their parents. So far, Lindley's first bucket of money is considered to have fallen. When the time comes, embezzle a bit of public money, buy yourself a cell phone, and then get the money back before Teacher's Day, by playing the game for a single or otherwise. Well, in that case, let me know if you have any good ideas before Teacher's Day, and all are welcome to participate. Lindley waved his hand after he finished, signaling for everyone to disperse, and he got off the podium to return to his seat. The old conspirator backstage saw Lindley's various maneuvers, as well as his words, and became more and more appreciative of the kid. At such a young age, he has such strong leadership skills and expresses himself well on the logical side of the language. The point was that his small frame made the old mogul feel a sense of charisma. In just one day, the idea of wanting to train Lindley as a child star had already crossed his mind. Isn't the purpose of Rising Stars to select the best kids and raise them as child stars? How many highlight clips did Lindley create in one day? The huge popularity of the crew just after the show started was something he caused to bring about. He's simply too good for showbiz. The last morning session of the junior class begins. It was also the fourth class, language class, when he awkwardly entered the classroom. All rise. Lindley was reminded of the old days when he was a student and had to greet the teacher in the opening class. The last class was forgotten. Wobbly. One by one, the students rose from their seats. They know the rules. Hello, teacher, he awkwardly said with a light smile. Hello, classmates. When he was seated, Lindley stared at he awkward, his mind already wandering. Classes are so boring. The good news, however, is that after this class, it's time for lunch. During the school year, morning classes, looking forward to lunch every second. Lunch break, afternoon classes, seconds counted, looking forward to the end of the school day. At the moment he was in that frame of mind. Everyone let go of the first page of your textbook and come, listening to he awkward's words. Lindley numbly moved his hands to flip through the books. Does anyone know how to read the words on it? Does anyone know? He awkwardly asked the question. Song Ishue immediately raised her hand. In math class, she is the first one to raise her hand every time she asks a question, so her attributes as a schoolmaster are undoubtedly on display. Okay, Song Ishue, you answer. Lindley sighed softly in his heart. How come first grade isn't taught from AOEIU anymore? The last math class as well. He clearly remembers all the basic multiplication tables to begin with. Then look at today's books and in looking at what they teach, look at the first page. What's on it? Heaven and earth, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. There's no pinyin on the key yet. To say that these kids in the junior class, I guess they all know each other. And there must have been quite a bit of training early on before they started first grade. But what about the other students? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lindley kept flipping down, and good lord, there was no pinyin until page 20. The mind spat, but was too lazy to show it, because he couldn't be bothered to explain why it used to be that the textbooks just started learning AOEIU. Tilting my head, I listened attentively to the boring elementary school class. Boring as it is, the persona still needs to be established. Time passed unconsciously, and Lindley was also called up by he awkward to answer a few questions. And just as he had thought earlier, answering the questions normally didn't add much to his mood value. It still got to be a whole job. End of morning session. He awkwardly, as the language teacher and class teacher, led them to the corridor. Class, girls stand on the right, boys on the left. Stand in a line, consciously lining up taller and shorter. Lindley's height is not high, just 1 meter 2.5, because of the poverty of the family when he was a child. Often have a meal without a meal, and drink less milk. So in this group of children does not stand out. So, he's in 5th place. The likes of Kenny Lee and Wang Tianyu are higher, all at the end. Especially that little fat guy Wu Chang. Don't look fat, not short. Lindley estimates that there are 1 meter 4. Chapter 17 Actress Solo Failure. When they were lined up, he awkwardly led them to the cafeteria. In order to be equal and not let the netizens have anything to say about it. All the students, no matter if they are in the junior class or regular students, eat the same thing. Likewise, the aunties and aunts of the grocery beater didn't have Parkinson's hands. Hit it up with a spoonful and serve as much as you can to the students. It was Lindley's turn to hit the dishes. What do you want, little friend? Beating Vegetable smiled amiably as he wore his anti-spit and saliva mask. Lindley stood on his tiptoes to look at a dish, and instead of ordering directly, he loudly complimented. Auntie, you're so beautiful. As an adult, Lindley knows exactly what it means to be a human being. You say something nice, and when the other party is happy, the dish will be less. Ha ha, kids are really good at talking. Women love to hear that no matter what age they are. No, the grocery beater aunt immediately raised her eyebrows. Really? I never lie. You're just as pretty as Ms. Yang Mi, Lindley said loudly. Yang Mi and the others, as stars, naturally went to dinner with the school leaders. At the moment, she hadn't gone to the cafeteria yet, and she was still watching the video program. Upon hearing Lindley's loud voice, her bright, large eyes instantly flashed with sultriness. Kid, can you change your analogy? The grocery aunt smiled even more when she heard that. You mean Yang Mi on the TV? Yeah, auntie. Bah. No, sister. You look even better than Ms. Yang Mi when you smile. Inside the teacher's office, Yang Mi wanted to vomit blood. It was the same in the front, but now it was directly beyond. Tang Chao's few people burst out laughing. Mimi, so you're actually just average in Lin Hall's mind. Shut up, Tao. Yang Mi gave him a hard blank look. Mimi, don't be angry. Children can't talk. Lu Yifei smiled lightly and relieved. Kids don't lie. Oops, you held your tongue. Ha ha ha. Lu Yifei couldn't hold it together. She could still maintain a ladylike light smile at Lin Li's words, but Deng Chao's words directly made her break into laughter. Yang Mi similarly sent blank stares to Lu Yifei, but immediately after, the back of Lin Li's words, the roll call, Yang Mi laughed out loud. Lu Yifei stopped laughing, froze on the spot. Lin Li, sister, I see you're the same age as Ms. Lu Yifei, how do you take care of yourself? You feel younger than her. Lin Hall is really offending two top stream flower girls at once for the sake of playing more dishes. Laugh it up. I'd love to see the expressions on both of their faces when they hear this. Big Power and Lu Tianxian. I'm dying of laughter. Look at how Auntie is being coaxed by Lin Hall. A shot at the vegetable growth hall is a whole lot of fun. The viewers are all well versed and know why Lin Li complimented his aunt. It's not just to eat more food. I just didn't expect that he would actually pull Yang Mi and Lu Yifei as a comparison analogy. It was never expected. In the cafeteria, the auntie who beat the food had already been complimented by Lin Li and couldn't find her way out of the cafeteria, and couldn't even close her mouth with a smile. Auntie herself didn't expect that one day someone would actually compare herself to Yang Mi and Lu Yifei and win. Sister, I want to eat that braised pork chop. Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Li's mind droned on and on, more so than in the last class. Sure enough, the whole job is still the most emotionally rewarding. Fine, sister will beat it for you. Auntie smilingly picked up a spoon and gave Lin Li a full spoonful. It's literally the whole spoon plunged into the dish to scoop it up. Sister and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Aha! Auntie hit the dishes which side of the egg more to which side. To Lin Li plate containing not tomatoes scrambled eggs, but scrambled eggs tomatoes, and dry-fried string beans. Well, when he was done with the dishes, Lin Li couldn't help but wave goodbye to the auntie who did the dishes. Auntie, you're a beautiful person with a good heart, and you also have a nice voice. I think the singing is also good. It must be even better than Ms. Tong Ziqi's singing. How could Lin Li, as a one-bowl man, forget about another female teacher? The main one is a rainmaker. The students in the back of the line saw Lin Li leave with a pot full of dishes, and their eyes glazed over. At once, when it was the turn of the boy behind Lin Li to hit the dishes. Sister, you're even better looking than Dilly Hotspur. Wow. Sister, you're even prettier than Zhao Liang. Sister, you're even more beautiful than Anjura Baby. Sister, you should have debuted. At the moment, female celebrities all over the internet are being pulled for comparison by the junior class. And, still, a crushing defeat. The netizens of the live broadcast room have laughed at the cell phone cannot hold steady. This is what elementary school students are. One compliment is fine, but all the others? Take Yang Mi, Lu Yifei also, even if, after all, people are in the school, but also met those actresses who didn't come. You all bring them. Deely Reba and the girls are lying down? You guys are really not afraid to offend. Can't live with a smile. Family. Look guys, that pot is almost at the bottom. Ha ha. Auntie Vegetable Beater lost herself in a cry of solo with a starlet in win. There's not enough of this food. Life's high point for the grocery beater aunt. Lin Hall really did what is called a leading role. There is a head he is really leading. Others are really following. I declare that today's noon is the darkest moment for showbiz actresses. One by one, the value of the ceiling can't compete with a dishwasher aunt. No. I have to go to Dilly Hotspur and the girls and at them under Twitter. At noon today, Lin Li sort of offended the entire entertainment industry actress. Although he only mentioned Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Deng Ziqi, he was the one who started it and the others followed suit. After all, when the masses make trouble, they only punish the leaders. So, all the accounts are actually carried by Lin Li alone. Lin Li carried the dish tray and went to serve the rice before arriving at the table of the Huafan junior class. Boys at a table with boys, eating together, and girls at a table with girls. Lin Li casually found a seat and sat down, and a few of the boys in front of him, who had been ordering food before Linley, drooled with envy when they saw his dinner plate full of food. Why didn't you think of that yourself? Damn it, just because you were the first to fight? Linley didn't care what they were looking at and picked up his chopsticks to feast. At that moment, Hyung also came over with his dinner plate, and sat down next to Linley. As the classroom lead teacher, he was temporarily to manage the students in the junior class, so naturally he couldn't go to dinner with the school leaders. Demonstrate responsibility. He awkwardly just sat down, and Linley picked up a bean curd. Mr. I think this bean curd is a bit old, eh? Is it not fried? He awkwardly stared. Really? It just so happened that he also hit the dry fried bean curd and picked it up and chewed on it. It doesn't age. This bean is fantastic. Chapter 18, Give him a freshman rep. After the joy of the dish, the back of the meal was unusually calm. Linley standard a dry rice man, and did not continue the whole job. He has eyes only for rice. In the meantime, Yang Mi and the others were entertained by the school leaders and entered the special box in the school cafeteria. The stars took their seats one after another, including, naturally, the main leadership team of the program. All the teachers have worked hard. Principal who raised his drink and drank loudly, because all have work in the afternoon. Lao Mozi hereby greeted, not to drink at noon. Naturally, the school authorities did not force the issue, and the drinking party was arranged for the evening. Principal who was polite. Lao Mozi grinned and similarly raised his glass. The others followed. After a cup was drunk, who greeted, eat. After a simple polite greeting, Lao Mozi opened his mouth and asked, Principal who? That Linley from your school, is he really an orphan? Who was not surprised he would ask. He had also watched the morning program in his office, and was simply shocked to see Linley's operation. Similarly, he also had such doubts, so he specially found someone to investigate and verify it properly. Yes, he is indeed an orphan. Hearing the two of them start talking about Linley, Yang Mi's few people slowed down their chopsticks and perked up their ears. They were very curious about Linley's information. He's actually quite pitiful to say the least. Who let out a sigh, seemingly lamenting over Linley's childhood. How? Deng Chao's curiosity tickled. Hu Jiangwo said, Linley has been without parents since he was a child, and has been growing up with his grandfather, relying on his grandfather to pick up garbage and survive. What? Yang Mi was shocked when she heard that. She knew Linley was an orphan, and Deng Chao others had read that one profile during the morning in the studio, but I didn't realize that he was so miserable as a child. More than 2 months ago, his grandfather also left, and his grandfather was still looking for a school for Linley before he left. Hu Jiangwo's eyelids fell slightly, filled with sympathy for Linley. At that time, his grandfather approached our school, and once we understood the situation, we made an exception and admitted Linley to our school. Hearing this, Lao Mozi whispered, so Linley is quite pitiful. Yeah, that's why at that time when you said you wanted him to go to the junior class, I agreed without much thinking. The child suffered too much. Hu Jiangwo sighed. Yang Mi at this time said, no wonder so understanding. Poor family's children early to be a family. Others are still in the tenderness of parents. He will have to face all kinds of suffering in society. No wonder so precocious. At this moment, they already understood why Linley was so precocious. Growing up, she followed her grandfather around and collected bottles to make ends meet. When you saw a lot as a child, you suffered a lot, and naturally you slowly gained a maturity beyond your peers. Other people's children grow up in peace in the arms of their parents, and he has to face the daunting task of surviving. Can you not understand? No wonder there are so many sets at a young age. Having faced more sinister hearts and minds, I naturally learned to be wiser. Growing up in such an environment, one unconsciously keeps a few eyes on oneself and puts on a protective coloring. Who raised his drink to old Mosey and said with a slight plea, I hope you programmers can give him a little more of a chance. Linley is too difficult. Principal who is overstating things. Linley's performance is very good. Even if we don't give him more exposure shots, he'll still be able to stand out from this group of kids just the same. Lao Mozi laughed. But no, the people who are watching the show right now are coming for Linley. Really, just to put it politely, it's all because of Linley that their current show had such a high level of buzz once it started. To say the least, it was still them who had to thank Linley. Deng Chao suddenly said, by the way, isn't the entrance ceremony tomorrow? It was supposed to be the first day of school for new student orientation, but it was delayed a day because of their program. Right. Who nodded? Should we have Linley come up on stage tomorrow as a representative of the freshmen to give a speech or something like that? Deng Chao proposed. When he said that, the old mogul's eyes instantly glistened up. Yeah, why didn't you think of that yourself? Who are the current viewers of the show most interested in seeing? Without a doubt, it was Linley. This kid always delivers an unexpected show. At the same time, they know that there's not much of a programmatic effect to normal classes in general. It's as if there's a stark contrast between the number of people watching online in the morning when classes are in session, and the number of viewers watching after classes. And many viewers wanted more footage of Linley. But, after all, they are a group show, and they have to take into account the other kids as well, not an individual lead play. You can give Linley more shots, but not every time. This will eventually lead to disgruntled parents. Since this is the case and there are no conditions, they have to create the opportunity to give Linley shots, which is not. This proposal from Deng Chao was clearly in line with the situation they had in mind. Hu Jiangwo was secretly happy in his heart, but his face did show a bit of difficulty. Linley is after all a small child. On such a big occasion, in case of a mistake, or if he's nervous, it won't affect your program. Lao Mozi laughed. Our old foxes, how can not understand the meaning? What about our program? The main one is real. Otherwise we wouldn't use live broadcast. Any accident, we are able to withstand, so you can rest assured. Besides, the way Linley acted today, I don't think he'd be nervous. Thinking back to Linley's operation in the morning, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this guy is a social cow attribute. Deng Chao said. Yeah, there's absolutely no need to worry about this Linley kid making mistakes. He's not your average first year. Alright. Hu Jiangwo still looked uneasy and reluctantly agreed, while in his heart, he was smiling. Anymore, Linley was still a student of their school, so giving Linley more exposure wasn't giving their school more exposure? You can use Linley as an example later on when your own school is promoting enrollment or whatever. Then it's a deal. Without poking at his beautiful dream, Lao Mozi said with a smile. Naturally, I also believe in Linley. Hu Jiangwo said. Then I'll have someone write Linley a speech for tomorrow's new student enrollment this afternoon, and have him take a look at it in the evening. Well, don't write too complicated. The child can't read much. Just keep it simple. Understood. Deng Chao looked at the two of them. In fact, his intention was to let Linley go on stage and play freely. There was always a feeling that if the kid was free to play, there might be unexpected results again. Give him a speech. Isn't that limiting him? But he didn't say anything more. He had a feeling that maybe without proposing himself, this Linley kid would have his own ideas and program effects. Chapter 19, There's only one vice class president. Who's going to be it? After the kids in the junior class had their lunch, they returned to the junior class as a whole group under the leadership of He Awkward. The lunch break has officially begun. As soon as Linley returned to his class, he didn't even bother with program effects or mingling with the other kids to make friends. A brain slapped on the desktop to sleep. He just wants to get his spirits up and work the game for money at night. As soon as Xia Shi returned to the classroom, he saw Linley sleeping on his desk and knew better than to bother him, but took out the chocolate from the drawer and went to make friends. Song Yixue, this is for you to eat. It's delicious. Xia Shi came to Song Yixue's desk and saw Song Yixue brushing up on her desk as soon as she came back from the cafeteria. Why are you so serious? Song Yixue tilted her head slightly. Dad said that brushing up more now will lead to less suffering later. Oh. Xia Shi nodded confusedly. For you to eat. My aunt gave it to me. It's especially delicious. Thanks. Song Yixue reciprocated and also took out a box of snacks from her small school bag to share with Xia Shi. Girls make friends faster than little boys when they are young. Conversely, adult men make friends faster than women. Why? Grown men. A glass of wine. A cigarette. Drink in general is a friend. Drink well is a brother. Friendships are growing extremely fast. But at the moment, little boys don't have alcohol or cigarettes, so there's no way they can make friends as quickly as little girls can. Li Jianran drifted towards Linley, who was sleeping on the table, skimmed his lips, and got up to Yuan Hua's side. Yuan Hua, your father is the district governor and my father is the director, so we're on a united front. What's the matter with you? Yuan Hua looked at Li Jianran, who suddenly came over in confusion. How about we overthrow the class president's rule together? Li Jianran still can't get enough of class president. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua glanced at the sleeping Linley out of the corner of his eye, then said, he's now the class president handpicked by the class teacher. How can he push it? Besides, there's only one class president. Who's going to be the one who overthrows the two of us? At the moment it just so happened that the program cameraman's camera was facing them, so naturally their voices were carried into the live broadcast. This kid is thinking clearly. The class teacher's admiration. Whoever is the class president, all want to be so behind. Now the little children are really not easy. It feels like if I were an elementary school student in their class, I feel like I'd be played to death by this guy. Each and every one of them is not a savior. You can see the difference between a poor kid and a rich kid from this. There's really a world of difference in education. Sure enough, it's really hard to produce a noble son from a coal family. Many netizens are nothing but emotion. Leaving Linley aside, look at these two children. With style and clarity of thought, They really just felt that there was a huge gap between the kids and the kids. A normal kid in his place wouldn't even think about it. Li Jianrun said, I know, but isn't there still a vice class president? If you guys elect me as the vice class president then, you'll be in my faction, and we'll directly override him as the class president then. Che, why should you be the vice class president? Why not me? Yuan Hua was unconvinced. It's a vice president, but it's also the highest position in the class. Anyone who can't be class president wants to be vice president. There are still many class officer positions in the class. I'll fulfill whatever position you want when I become vice class president, Li Jianrun said seriously. That one straight line had netizens bragging about how awesome it was. Pie in the sky at a young age. Don't. Yuan Hua refused without hesitation. I want to be the vice class president. It's not the same which one of us is the vice squad leader. Li Jianrun was anxious. It's not the same. Anyway, I'll be the vice class president. Yuan Hua grunted, skimming his head and no longer paying attention to Li Jianrun. Li Jianrun glared at him. We'll see. The small boat of win-win cooperation has sunk to the bottom of the sea before it has even set sail. Wang Tianyu watched the two of them, Li Jianrun and Yuan Hua, in the back row, pondering in his heart. That's when Kenny Li came to him. Wang Tianyu, support me to be the vice class president. Don't. Wang Tianyu also refused without hesitation. Good. You don't regret it when I become vice class president. Li Jianrun didn't say much. After all, he was still a child. Not so many words to buy people's hearts. Leaving a blank stare and turning to leave. For a noon hour, everyone else was resting, or else making friends and talking. Instead, Kenny Li ran all over the classroom, lobbying to try to get support from other students. He is ambitious for class officers. Unfortunately, there were few who were willing to support him in the middle of the day. He felt so defeated. Why it ended like this? And why are they so dismissive of themselves? My own dad always said that if you are in a high enough position and have enough power, people will come forward to kiss your ass. But I clearly told my own father's position. Why they do not kiss my ass even if it is not, but also ignore myself. He himself has obviously been the star of the show since he was a child, always the center of attention. However, after coming to this class, he thought that this class president would be easy to get, and his classmates would still surround themselves like everyone else. But now it seems, these brats are a little uneducated. He thought he'd better go back to his commissioner's father for advice. Let dad help himself to ideas. He sat back in his seat with his arms wrapped around his chest, his eyes full of resentment as he glared at Linley, who was sleeping on his desktop not far away. In his thoughts, the reason why he hadn't successfully become class president today was all because of this Linley. Damn it! During the lunch break, Lao Mozi couldn't stop sighing as he looked at the backstage data. How he wished that Linley would get some program effects out during the lunch break. But I didn't realize that as soon as he got back to the classroom, he fell asleep and couldn't be woken up. With the class buzzing like this, he just switched his head around and went back to sleep, with no intention of trying to make a program effect. This has resulted in, among other things, a steady loss of viewers for the program, although he was prepared for low traffic when he started the show. But since Linley's wave of maneuvering had fired the show beyond his expectations, it had led to, suddenly, a drop in traffic and a feeling of being lost. He picked up the course schedule and glanced at it. There are basically no classes in the afternoon, just a teacher-led tour of the school to familiarize students. Hey, he sighed slightly. He wondered if Linley's little children would engage in program effects again in the afternoon. If not, then he could only count on Yang Mi and the others to do so. After the lunch break, he awkward walked into the classroom and first pacified and straightened out the students who were laughing and joking, or sleeping, then called out, "Class monitor, come out here for a moment." Xia Shi heard it and pushed Linley, who was still lying on his side. "Class president, Mr. He is calling you." Linley climbed up from the desktop full of waking breath and rubbed his eyes. This sleep was really damn noisy, but the moment he lifted his head completely, he immediately changed to a radiant look. Chapter 20. Doesn't Lin Hall have any family? Coming outside the classroom, he awkwardly handed Linley a manuscript. "Here, tomorrow morning the school is going to have an opening ceremony, and you're going to speak on stage as the representative of the new students, and the script is all ready for you." Linley was stunned. "Freshman representative? Yes, given your good behavior this morning, we've decided to give you the task of being the freshman representative," he awkwardly said. "Oh, good." Linley nodded and took the manuscript, looking at it twice above. "When you get back from school, memorize it." "Oh, don't worry, Mr. I won't let you down." Linley was full of confidence. It was true that opportunities were given to those who performed well, and this was not another chance for him to play hard to get. Speeches, he's too good at them. "I believe you." He awkwardly smiled. "You go back first." "Okay." Linley returned to his class, and numerous students wondered what he awkward was looking for him for. but no one asked. Only his deskmate Xiaxi asked dully, Linley, what is Mr. he looking for you for? Linley didn't lower his voice and blandly said, Teacher, he said that he wants me to manage the class properly, and that in the future, if there's anything, you have to report it to me first before giving Teacher he a note. Oh, Xiaxi didn't feel anything yet, but the other students in the neighborhood heard about it, especially those who didn't run for class president like Li Jianrun. All of them revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. What a great right! The corners of He Lian's mouth tugged slightly at the podium. This little kid's bull kung fu was pretty good. Use this incident to fox around and solidify your position in the class. What a little wit! But he didn't poke at it. Instead he clapped his hands and said, Class, gather outside. This afternoon, I'll show you around the school. Well, when the students saw that he awkward hadn't mentioned this, they were even more convinced in their minds of what Linley had said. Afterwards, the students came to the corridor one by one, lined up in a line. Male students and female students held hands, and together they toured their school to familiarize themselves with the environment under the guidance of MS. The afternoon had just wandered by, and Linley's mind was all about making money at night. There was basically nothing going on in the afternoon, and the program didn't have much effect. Very tame compared to the morning. The favorite and most enjoyable part of a student's day, no matter what grade they are in or how old they are, is the school bell. During the dismissal period, he awkwardly also announced that a class group would be created, and when the time came, parents could be allowed to invite all of their classmates into that group chat. The students were then told to put their backpacks on and taken in a full line to the school entrance. He supervises and ensures the safe and smooth handover of children to their parents. The parents of the junior class went back at noon, and at that point it was back to school to pick up their sons and daughters. The scene of luxury cars all over the place in the morning reappeared, in stark contrast to the rest of the normal student pickups and drop-offs. Linley carried his school bag and came to awkward and said, I'll go back by myself, Mr. I'll send you back later. He awkwardly laughed. Knowing that Linley was an orphan and had no parents to pick him up and drop him off, it made love rise in his heart. No, I'm used to it, Linley said carelessly. He did get used to it, not to mention this life, but in his last life he went home by himself during his school days. Unlike today's kids who are picked up and dropped off by their parents' cars. These words were heard in the ears of he awkward, and the heartache was even more intense. What a strong and mature child. It's not safe on the road. It's better if I give you a ride, he awkwardly said. If you're in a hurry to go home, I can find a program driver to give you a ride. It's really not necessary. Linley was helpless, clearly knowing that the other party meant well, but, more or less, he was a bit uncomfortable. It's very familiar. There's really no need to worry. Besides, I have to go to school on my own tomorrow. You can't just pick me up and drop me off like this every day. Linley laughed. Really don't need it? He awkwardly saw his firm eyes, and sighed slightly. That's fine. I'll tell you on the phone. Call me when you encounter anything. Good. After he finished memorizing he awkward's number, Linley greeted the students who were still waiting for their parents, and then left the school with his small backpack on his back. Is the squad leader going back alone? Doesn't he have a mom or dad to pick him up? How can children go home alone? They will meet bad people. A murmur went up from the students waiting for their parents. Li Jianran gazed at Linley's back, and in his tiny head, he didn't know what he was thinking. The live broadcast camera just happened to be projected on Linley's skinny back at the moment. No? What's the situation? Just let Lin Hall go home alone? So irresponsible? A kid going home alone? Who didn't used to go back alone when we were kids? There are so many traffickers now. Make it sound like there used to be fewer traffickers. But my main concern is, Lin Hall's family is also big-hearted. They don't even come to pick it up? The camera shows Linley's figure disappearing completely, and the discussion stops for a moment as he watches the other children being picked up by their parents one by one. When the kids are all picked up, it signals the end of today's Rising Stars junior class. He awkwardly faced the camera and smiled. Viewers, today's program is coming to an end. We have also opened a voting interface for all the children on the official platform, so you can vote for your favorite children. As long as it is a variety show, especially a talent show, there is bound to be no shortage of audience voting items. The goal is to engage and interact with the audience. Pick a favorite star. Don't look for this voting link, but it's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. As he does, a link to the poll appears below the camera, and then below that, the logos of various advertisers sponsoring. We'll see you tomorrow. 88. Linley left the school and quickly took the bus to Digital Street as he remembered. Find a random cell phone store and walk into it. What's the matter with you, little friend? The clerk asked in a hurry when she saw a child walk into the store. Sister, can I use your cell phone? Linley flashed an innocent smile. Yes, what do you want? The clerk crouched down and smiled. I want to log into WeChat, Lindley said bluntly. Sometimes children are privileged in many ways. Unlike adults who keep others on their toes, you need to log on to WeChat. The clerk frowned slightly. Yes, I want to buy a cell phone, but the money is on WeChat and I have to see if it's in place. Upon hearing that he wanted to buy a cell phone, the clerk was overjoyed and immediately took out one of the store's spares and gave it to him. Unlike other things, cell phones have invoices and payment records, so you basically don't have to worry about parents coming over for refunds and causing trouble or anything like that. Lindley took the cell phone and skillfully opened WeChat, then used the SMS of the senior citizen's phone to build a number. In no time he registered his account and then added the WeChat account that he awkwardly told them about. Chapter 21 So he's poor. Click ad. Lindley sat on a couch in the store waiting for the application to go through, and the clerk went back to his place to entertain the customers who had just come in. Ding dong. The application was approved. A group invite was then sent. Lindley clicked to join in. Without saying a word, he changed his group nickname to Class President Lindley. He watched as all the students in the group were currently in the group and were already chatting enthusiastically in voice chat. Lindley instantly tapped the screen and sent a message. Everyone, shift fees are due. 100 per person. As soon as Lindley gave the word, temporarily everyone stopped chatting, and soon one red packet after another was sent out. I don't know if it was operated in person, or if their parents sent it, but no one asked questions to hesitate anyway. Maybe $100 is nothing to these rich people. In no time, Lindley received $500. He then ignored the ensuing chatter in the group and got up from the couch and walked over to the clerk. Sister. What's wrong? The clerk asked with a sideways smile as she talked to a customer. I'm going to buy this cell phone. Lindley pointed at a model phone on the booth with a price tag of over $200 and said, it's good to have money to spend, and as long as you go to spend it, you're greeted with a smile and made sure you're going to buy it. It's absolutely fast and efficient. It doesn't. Lindley soon left the cell phone store with his brand new cell phone and went home full of joy. Only, unbeknownst to him, inside a crown car in the distance, Jianrunli watched Lindley come out of the cell phone store, filled with curiosity. The location of the cell phone store happened to be an intersection, and after being picked up by his own mother, Kenny Lee went to do some shopping and just happened to be waiting for the traffic light at this intersection. Mom, Lindley. Kenny Lee's mom looked sideways at the sound. What's wrong? Going to say hello? Not going. He's stealing my class president. Ha! Li Jianran grunted exasperatedly as he skimmed the cell phone in his hand to the side. Mr. Lee's mother turned her head to look at her son in the back seat, pouting. This kid is doing great. Son, if you don't want to be good friends with him, don't antagonize him. She had seen the day's performance in her eyes, even though her own son was exceptional in every way. But when compared to Lindley, it didn't seem to stand out at all. Your own son can't fight people. Just in case her son was at a disadvantage, she felt the need to warn him. Isn't he just a mouth that can talk? Li Jianran was unconvinced. Mom, you follow him? I want to see his house. Kenny Lee's mom frowned. What are you going to do? I just want to see how rich his family is. How dare he steal the class president from me? Ren, Mom has always taught you not to be careful, and your dad has always taught you to be big-hearted. So it's just that you lost class president once, right? Just get it next time. What does her own son think she still cannot guess? Is not just want to go to see Lindley family situation. If it was worse than his own family, he could be high and mighty and sneer at Lindley in school when the time came. Comparison and vanity are common among kids these days. On the first day of school today, she told Li Jianran not to look down on the other students at school because those who come to the junior class can't help but be from big family backgrounds, not necessarily worse than her own. So that led to Kenny Lee and the other kids being fairly restrained today. But if once time passes, what each other's families do and how much of their backgrounds are known to small children, a chain of discrimination is bound to arise within the class. This has happened in any school, in any class. No, I'm going to take a look. Lindley didn't say what his family does when he introduced himself today. I'm just curious. Li Jianran was dissatisfied and began to launch a childish tantrum. Ren, Mom, come on. Dad always said know your enemy and know yourself. I want to know what the other guy's background is. Li Jianran's mother heard quite a headache. The child is precocious and smart is good, but no too much, but also a burden on parents. Fine, but I'll tell you what, no matter what his family is like, you can't talk about it at school. Aha! At this moment, Jianran Li's mother saw Lindley get on the bus through the front windshield and followed him, going east and west. It wasn't long before, through Lindley's constant transfers, Lindley got off at a bus stop on the outskirts of the countryside, not noticing in the slightest that there was some kind of little tail following behind him, straight towards his scrapyard. Kenny Lee and his mom, both staring at each other with their eyes wide open. Scrapyard? He lives here? So it's a poor guy. I told you why he smells like poverty. It's disgusting. Actually letting such a person come to the junior class. Li Jianran laughed in shame with wide eyes. Li Jianran's mom frowned slightly, ignoring her son's words for the moment, her mind constantly amazed. Look at Lin Li daytime performance. That mouth of standard official words. Must think that the family is a high-ranking official family. But, now the scene in front of her told her that she was overthinking it. Lin Li was just an ordinary person. Not even an ordinary person. The poor. Lin Li returned to his own home, the small schoolbag thrown, jumped to the bed to lie down, took out his cell phone, quickly downloaded The King of Glory. During the download wait time, he opened the webpage to learn about the world, accepting that the current world was different from the last one. No wonder the big power they look so young. Dare to be less than 30 years old. Standard clerical world. Except the timeline is misaligned with the last one. The stars are so young. Is it for themselves? Lin Li muttered. At this time, the game download was completed, and he was almost done with this world. And he didn't bother to care about the comments about him on the internet at the moment, and directly opened the game. The best way to make money in the game is to make a name for yourself first. As long as there is fame, the substitute trainer, the substitute player, the accompanying game is rare. Therefore, after Lin Li registered his game account, he took the only remaining class fee, left $100 for dinner, and rushed all the rest into the game, bought inscriptions, exchanged points for diamonds to draw a Han Xin, and bought the Street Fighter skin in the meantime. A game. The field is the main position to drive the rhythm. Can quickly out of the rhythm, the field is vital. Subsequently redeemed in the system with emotions, hand speed, reflexes, game understanding. It is worth mentioning that through a day's program Effect Whole Living, his emotional value has come to 600W, and it's still growing, because his highlight reel from the show was put up on various platforms by slicing bloggers. These are giving him a constant supply of emotional value. Chapter 22, Want to consider becoming an entertainer? Lin Li spent 250W of emotion on 5 points of hand speed and 250W on reaction, as well as 40W of game comprehension, which fills up the King of Kings game comprehension. King's honor, his initial comprehension is 6. After all, he has the experience of playing the game in his last life. All at once, 540W of emotional value spent ended up with all 3 major factors that are vital to the game, all at full strength. Game ID name, Forest Deep Sea Stand. A game, at the current segment, is unbeatable for Lin Li, who is now full of talent. At a fast 6-minute handful and a slow 10-minute handful, when it hit Starburst 3, Lin Li tossed his phone aside, not tired of fighting, but sanctioned by the system. Force him to get some rest. Exiting the game, Lin Li switched to WeChat. I only saw that at this moment. There were several people applying for friends at the WeChat friend request. Xia Shi, Song Mingqi, Song Ishue, Ho Awkward. Who's this? One by one, he looked down and agreed to add. And when he saw the last one, he did not write who the other party was. Lin Li was lightly suspicious. Which one are you? Lin Li asked politely after adding his friend. Not long afterward the other party sent a message. I'm your teacher Yang. Power? Lin Li asked. How do you call a teacher? Call Mr. Yang and call it a position in the class. 6. It's after school time. Lin Li didn't expect what he had said to Yang Mi in the morning to be returned by her so quickly. After school you're my student now too. Yang Mi returned the message. By the way, this is my private microsignal. Don't tell anyone. Lin Li took a look and understood when he said so, and dared to privately add himself with a large number. Mr. Yang has something going on. Young Mimi, nothing much. What are you doing now? Lin Li, I'm talking to you. Young Mimi, you're home? Lin Li, or what? Inside the 5-star hotel arranged by the program team in Yongchang, Yang Mi had just returned from a drinking party arranged by the school and was sitting at the dressing table removing her makeup. She found Lin Li WeChat through a small number in the group, and used a large number to add it, expecting it to pass quickly. But, from the start of the drinking game to the return of the drinking game, it took all of 1 meal to get the application approved. At the drinking party, both He Lian and Lao Mozi said that Lin Li was very suitable for variety arts, and solemnly indicated to the school leaders that they would vigorously promote Lin Li. This one looks like a good drink. I don't know if they will be able to fulfill, or remember, the old moguls when they sober up, but she's not drunk. It's kind of remembered. It's not. As soon as she saw that Lin Li's application had passed, she immediately sent a message over, trying to shortcut it. In this life, she was the major shareholder of Jiaxing Media, with absolute say, not half a dozen workers, with their own agency. It's natural to need artists with potential. She was very optimistic about Lin Li through the day, not in terms of acting or anything, but simply thought he was suitable for a variety show, simply born to be a variety saint. However, after briefly chatting with Lin Li, she realized that Lin Li off camera and on camera, 2 faces. A brief chat, He seemed a little too high-strung to bother with himself. Yang Mi will remove the eyelashes. The corner of the mouth slightly pulled. How to say that he is also a popular flower girl. Very red good not. What is the meaning of this loving look? She tapped the screen and edited the message. Would you like to sign with my company? The message had just been sent. Not even with her phone on her desktop. When the reply came. No. Yang Mi was dismayed. And the refusal was too decisive. Honestly, all she had to do was shout out and she couldn't tell you how many people wanted to come to her company as artists. You don't think about it anymore? It's easy to be an entertainer and there's a lot of money. Just take a random notice. It's as little as a few tens of thousands, or as much as a few million. This time Linley didn't answer immediately, as if he was really considering it. Half a day later, Linley sent a message. Take the job for me if you have one, and draw you a commission. When Yang Mi saw this, she almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? What you're thinking is beautiful. You trust your sister. Signing my company will definitely not treat you poorly. Linley, thanks but I like the freedom. Yang Mi was furious and her chest rose and fell violently for a moment. Don't you know what you're doing, little kid? However, after this message was sent, she waited for a long time without receiving a reply. This little kid has quite a big rack. Yang Mi raised her eyebrows slightly, getting angry. I do not know that at this moment. The time of the sanction of the king's glory is up. Linley once again killed back. You don't have a contract and you still want to take announcements? How dare you? Do you really think you have a newbie protection period? Yang Mi spat lightly. The kid's heart is still high. Isn't he joining Rising Star Junior class to become a child star? Now he's offering him an olive branch directly himself. And he's not taking it. The gas feels a year older. Suddenly, Yang Mi laughed to herself. What was she so angry with a small child for? Shaking her head slightly, she continued to remove her makeup. When she was done removing her makeup, she went to the bathroom and took a nice soak, then came out into the den in her silk nightgown. Open your laptop to check out the official website for the Rising Stars Junior Class Get Voted website. If I'm not wrong, the brat should have the most votes. Yang Mi thought in her heart. With Linley's performance today, how many viewers came to the show because of him? Think the votes were definitely the highest. However, when she saw the results of the voting interface, she froze. 7th? Linley was actually only 7th. None of the top 3? Yang Mi was surprised. It shouldn't be. First, Wang Tianyu, 32. 5W votes. Second, Wu Chang, 32W votes. Third, Summerhill, 25W votes. Fourth, Zheng Chaoyu, 23W votes. Fifth, 6th, 7th, Linley, 16. 5W votes. What's the situation? Kid number 7? The vote gap is still so big? Yang Mi was full of doubts. Linley's votes were close to more than halfway to first, though Yang Mi is well aware that this type of voting serves no purpose. And likewise, the show has not determined which child it will be promoting at this time, so there is no shady manipulation going on. But as the best performance of the day and providing the most program effects, Linley is not the first, but Wang Tianyu, the president's son? She was a little confused. Even if Linley wasn't number 1, it wouldn't be Wang Tianyu's turn anyways. Have you guys looked at the poll yet? Yang Mi asked in the show's workgroup as she picked up her cell phone on her desktop. Lu Ifei, see, isn't that weird? Deng Ziki, these students' parents can be really rich. The first 6 in the ranking are using the ability to use money. The third Xiaoshi, you have to ask your company's Dilly Hotspur. Yang Mi was stunned. Money power? Also, what's the connection to Dilly Hotspur? She was extremely curious and quickly began to learn more. If you don't see it, you'll laugh and cry. Chapter 23, The Children of the Poor Are Early Starters. Families, thank you for voting for Wang Tianyu's little friend. Claim the little bag of good fortune above. For the benefit of the families. Brothers, all vote for Wu Chang for a random drawing of 999 value gift packs. On the short video live broadcast platform, many netizens participated in the canvassing activities for the new Star Junior class. Yang Mi looked through the companies that these web celebrities had signed up with, and then followed the trail to find them, and understood. These webcams are all webcams from subsidiaries of Daddy Wu Chang. Dare I say, it's to fulfill a work assignment set from above. Some, such as Wang Tianyu, did not find a media company associated with his family's company, but come to think of it, spending a bit of money to let Netflix carry out publicity doesn't seem to be much of a thing to these presidential bosses. Interesting, a voting session that serves no purpose at all is actually so competitive. Yang Mi couldn't help but smile. Is it hard to believe that it's just to make your own child happy? Or to satisfy your own child's vanity? This feels childish to children. And their president's father is well aware that voting is really not useful. But what if it's about coaxing your kids to make your own kids happy? For these rich people, this is really not much money. As long as their children are happy. Yang Mi opened the microblogging. and was surprised to see the canvassing dynamics sent by his own employee, Dilly Hotspur. Dilly Reba, dear fans, have you watched Rising Star Teen Class? I really like Xiaoxi's kids, don't you guys? Thinking back to the first class of the morning when the students introduced themselves, Xiaoxi said she wanted to grow up to be a big star like her aunt. Now that I think about it, the big star is actually Dilly Hotspur. Young Nita did not look for Dilly Reba to ask. The heart cannot help but sigh. Pity Lin Li little kid, after all, lost in the starting line. With the first place vote in itself, he should be in the driver's seat, but I don't think. It's one less good dad after all. The next day, scrapyard, asterisk. Late. Lin Li quickly dressed and quickly went outside to the tap, washing his face. Last night I got carried away playing video games and stayed up until 3 a.m. The segment came to King 16 stars and 1521 points in the summit match. Han Xin has a 96% win rate and Li Bai has a 100% win rate. Aside from a couple handfuls of encounters with swinging teammates and overmatched opponents, it basically says all wins on the scoreboard. Lin Li put on his backpack and ran towards the bus stop at a brisk pace. How to say is also a class president. This class president is late. More or less will let those who are not convinced find a topic to impeach themselves. Although, Lin Li wasn't afraid at all. After a heartfelt rush, he finally made it to the door of his class before the bell rang for the first class of the school year. Lin Li, you were almost late. Taking her seat, Natsuki gave a cheeky grin. You said it was close, but it wasn't late. Lin Li hung his book bag on a hook on the side of his desk. What's the first lesson? There's no class for the first 2 classes this morning. Mr. Ho said so in the group last night. Then what for? Entrance ceremony. Didn't you read the group? Xiaoxi looked at Lin Li dumbfounded. An entrance ceremony? Lin Li froze. He had gotten so caught up in playing the game yesterday that he had forgotten everything. Not to mention reading that script around whatever. Of course I know. I was just testing you to see if you'd been following the group yesterday. Of course I'm paying attention. Xiaoxi was simply brought into Lin Li's rhythm. Very well, keep an eye on the group. Lin Li pretended to nod. At that moment, he awkwardly walked in from outside the classroom. Students, line up outside and let's go to the entrance ceremony. With a crash, a crowd of students went out into the hallway in unison. Lin Li had just walked outside when he awkward called out to him. Stay in the class for now. Wait for Mr. Deng Chao to come back and take you. Okay, Mr. Lin Li was back in the class again under the puzzled gazes of the other students. Mr. Why doesn't the class president come with us? Xiaoxi asked softly. Lin Li has other things on his mind, so you'll see soon. All hands on deck. Let's get going. Without explaining too much, he awkwardly greeted up. Lin Li watched them leave and took his cell phone out of his pocket. I really didn't read any of the WeChat messages last night, and I only answered Yang Mi's message when I was sanctioned by the system. This time he did look carefully to see if there was anything he had missed and needed to pay attention to. In no time at all, a cheerful children's song came from the playground outside the classroom. Lin Li got up and went to the window to look out, only to see each first grade class walking into the playground under the leadership of the sign-raising teacher. Because there is a junior class program playing this time, the school leaders have spent a lot of money to decorate the playground properly. The playground was surrounded by colorful balloons and various cartoon plates. The teacher holding up the sign in the junior class, instead of awkward, was replaced with Yang Mi. At the moment, Yang Mi was dressed plainly, not wearing any sexy black silk, and walked into the middle of the playground with the sign of the junior class held high, and he awkwardly was specially invited to the podium to be the host of the opening ceremony. At that moment, Deng Chao walked in from outside the classroom. Lin Li, how's your memorization going? But you're going to be the one on stage later. Deng Chao affectionately came to Lin Li's side and touched his head. Memorized it long ago. Lin Li smiled. Getting nervous? Deng Chao is quite fond of children. He himself has 2 children and daughters. According to the timeline of this world, the biggest one of his 2 children is only 5 years old. Looking at how intelligent Lin Li was, how I wish that my own son would be like Lin Li in the future. No, what's there to be nervous about? So powerful. Deng Chao quipped. Lin Li, what's so stressful about a small scene? Small scenes? Sounds like you've been through some big scenes. Tong Chao was astonished and looked Lin Li up and down. To say that the other junior class kids have experienced some big scenes, Deng Chao wouldn't be much surprised. But what the hell was that look of commonplace about him? Chao. Lin Li sounded like an adult when he opened his mouth. Deng Chao knocked him on the head. You have to call it a position inside the school. That's what you said yourself. Lin Li rubbed his head and raised his eyes to look at him strangely. Why are they all talking like me? I'm not calling it a bit more intimate. Teachers and students directly have to draw closer together. Who all taught you to talk like that? Deng Chao pinched his face. It's not good for a little kid to be too mature. or else there's a lot less childhood fun. Children of poor families are born early. Lin Li sighed. People like us don't have that much time to play. Chapter 24, Who's the leader? Anyway? Deng Chao looked down at him, listening to this with a heartfelt feeling, gently touched his head. Try harder. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Childhood. The play is play. Don't leave yourself any regrets when you grow up. Looks like you had too good of a childhood. Chao. A hint of playfulness flashed across Lin Li's gaze. I'm talking about you. What me? Deng Chao glared without any good humor. Let's go. I'll take you to the podium. Lin Li bristled and followed Tung Chao towards the outside. At this moment the opening ceremony has begun. Under the auspices of He Lian, the first rite of correction of clothing and crown, and the second rite of honoring the teacher. Now for the third item. Vermilion sand for enlightenment. A group of teachers holding a vermilion pen dotted a small red dot in the center of each child's forehead. When this is over, the fourth item is held. Drumming wisely. On the podium, several seniors stood in front of a large drum and beat it rhythmically. He then hosted. Next, we welcome the fifth item of the opening ceremony, the new student's message. I would like to invite the freshman representative, Mr. Lin Li, to come to the stage and share with you his thoughts on enrollment and future outlook. Li Jianrun and Wang Tianyu and the others in the junior class parade were stunned. How come it's him again? No wonder he was left alone. Dare I say it's for other tasks. It's nice of the program to give Lin Hall a chance to perform alone. I thought freshmen didn't have freshman reps. Special circumstances. I'm not afraid that other children will be nervous. Our Lin Hall is not other children. He's someone else's child. I guessed it long ago. Being left alone by he awkward. There must be other arrangements. TSK. Do you guess that Lin Hall will be at the podium to give a speech about his work? The netizens in the live broadcast room were initially surprised to see Lin Li left alone. All the other students went to the new student entrance ceremony. How come Lin Li, who was the class president, was the only one left behind? Now look at it this way. Good lord, the sky's the limit. Lin Li's small body stood straight, and he walked up the steps step by step to the side of He Awkward. He awkwardly handed the microphone to Lin Li with a smile and whispered encouragingly, "Don't be nervous." Lin Li didn't move and took the microphone. "Good morning, dear students and honorable teachers. There is absolutely no emotional gestation. No deliberate preparation of emotions at all." Listening to his generous tone without the slightest apprehension or nervousness, He Awkward couldn't help but nod at the side. "I'm freshman first year Lin Li, and I'm honored to stand at the podium on behalf of the incoming freshmen." Lin Li pressed and sank his voice thick, and said with a flourish, "In this season of hopes and dreams, I am honored to stand here and witness the opening of a new semester with all of you. First of all, on behalf of all the people, please allow me to pay the highest respect to the teachers who are working hard on the front line of education, and to extend the warmest welcome to the new students who have stepped into the campus with great expectations." At first, He Awkward and the others nodded their heads in satisfaction as they listened, but something wasn't right as they listened on. It seems, not the script they prepared for Lin Li, and when they heard, "on behalf of all the people," one by one, they sighed in their hearts. It's over. Director Lin is on the line. This little drama queen is going to start performing. As expected, education, the future of the country, is the hope of the nation. Today, we are gathered here not only to celebrate the beginning of a semester, but also to collectively shoulder the important responsibility of nurturing the next generation, passing on civilization, and innovating for the future. Lin Li, the little brat, actually prepared his own script, and it is also reporting on inspections in a tone and posture of a senior leader. The group of teachers in the schoolyard. The school leader felt a black line skimming the back of his head. This little kid. He stood on the podium like this and spoke, feeling like a newly enrolled elementary school student. The status hierarchy, from his aura, was completely differentiated. Some of the school leaders and teachers were feeling a little nervous under his aura. Lin Li's official voice was simply taken to death. "Students, a new semester means a new beginning and heralds new challenges and opportunities. I hope you can cherish this precious time, not only to pursue excellence in academics, but also to develop your character, physical and mental health, and social practice in an all-round way. Remember, learning is not just about grades, it's about exploring the unknown and becoming a better version of yourself." Backstage, the veteran mogul calls for his assistant. "You didn't give Lin Li the wrong draft yesterday, did you?" The script was arranged by the school to be written specifically for Lin Li, and they had read it at the time and felt that it was more in line with elementary school students' speeches. However, now once he heard Lin Li's speech from the podium, the old conspirator couldn't help but wonder if he had given the wrong Lin Li the script he had given to the school's leader. Every single one of them doesn't sound like it was spoken as a student representative. No, the assistant assured. Not to mention, the assistant was wondering in her own mind if she had given it to the wrong person. Did he think this up himself? Old Mulan was full of surprise. I suppose so. The assistant was extremely speechless at the moment, now giving him the impression that Linley was not a student representative. Instead, it's school leaders. You've said all the school leaders' words. What will they say later? Besides, this little kid, he's got the exact spot where to pause, where to scan the room. Teachers, you are the lighthouses of children's minds and guides to knowledge. In the new semester, I hope you will continue to carry forward the spirit of dedication and selflessness, constantly innovate teaching methods, stimulate children's enthusiasm for learning, and guide them to establish a correct worldview, outlook on life and values. Linley's mentioned teachers at this moment, and all of a sudden the group of teachers on the stage felt, that's a bit familiar. That's what the leaders always tell them in meetings. Isn't this what the Education Bureau always communicates about their requirements when they issue documents? Nice guy. All moved out by him. At this moment, they feel that they are not carrying out the new student opening ceremony, but attending a routine school meeting. This is the little kid you were pushing yesterday? That's a nasty director. As soon as Lin Hall opens his mouth, as soon as I get to the podium, I know who is the biggest leader in this environment. Lin Hall's voice is slightly out of character, and if he were older and changed his voice, damn, I shudder to think how imposing he'd have to be. Laughing my ass off. Lin Hall, you talk less. When you're done, what's the principal going to talk about later? The netizens in the livestream were sending out funny pop-ups. Linley had not finished speaking, still speaking loudly in the hall. At the same time, I also hope that the school can further strengthen homeschool cooperation, pay joint attention to the children's growth, and create a warm, harmonious and positive learning environment for them. Chapter 25, A man of my generation doesn't eat in contempt. Let's work hand in hand to hold a wide sky for the growth of our children. Linley gave a slight lurch, tilted his head and drank in an airy manner. Finally, I wish every student a fruitful and happy new semester. I wish every teacher good health and success in their work, and I wish our school to get better and better and become a cradle for training future pillars. After saying this, he didn't bow to thank him like a normal elementary school student, but instead nodded his head slightly and returned the microphone in his hand to Awkward. He awkwardly froze and took it. He felt as if he was a little follower beside the leader. Why the illusion? The thought only flashed through his mind. After all, he was an experienced moderator, and he immediately said, "Thank you, Mr. Linley, for your speech. Let's give a round of applause to him and to ourselves, to our better future selves." According to the normal, he awkwardly intends to say thank you to Linley after Linley finished his speech. We can see from his statement that he has a love for learning, for the future of learning life to look forward to, and so on with compliments around learning. First graders carry out. However, these were prepared based on the original draft. Nowadays, hey, snap, he awkwardly took the lead in applauding himself, and then drove the dumbfounded teachers to applaud. Now we have the principal Hu Jangwo, President Hu on stage to deliver the new student blessing. Linley stepped down and Principal Hu took the stage. The two were on the steps. Linley stretched out his hand to politely greet up. His posture was extremely old-fashioned, and at the moment's standing position, Linley was again high. Hu Jangwo's face stagnated and his footsteps lurched. What's the situation? He habitually reached out his hand to lightly shake Linley's. Principal Hu, thank you for your contribution to the school, Linley said, his other hand patting the back of the hand he was holding. Hu was confused at this point, looking at young faces. Who is the principal? Who is the leader? He didn't know what to say for a moment. Linley let out a playful laugh, saw the good in it, immediately drew back his hand, and ran down the podium cheerfully. Hu Jangwo cursed the little brat, then pretended that nothing had happened and came on stage blithely. Linley didn't go back to the junior class team after getting off the stage, but planned to go straight back to the classroom. However, just after getting off the podium, he was caught by Louis Fei on the side. "Come on, I'll give you a vermilion mark." He. Linley struggled in panic. "I don't want to order." He felt particularly naive about ordering this. All the other kids ordered it. Louis Fei said with a smile, "Just because other people order it, doesn't mean I'm going to order it too." Linley was in the end in a child's body. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. "Obey, don't, Louis Fei, I'm telling you, don't grab me again. Watch out, I'll yell." Linley is dead set on not wanting to order this enlightenment sand. He has already enlightened himself. What the hell is it to order it again? And it's ugly as hell. Louis Fei frowned. "Dare to call me by my name. No big deal. Inside the school you have to call me Teacher Lu. Outside the school, you have to call your sister. Yes, Auntie. What? I was wrong. Wife. Bang." Louis Fei's cheeks reddened and fiercely knocked him on the head. Such a poor mouth at a young age. "Stop dragging me. Where's your actress reserve? Dragging a man, shy or not?" Ignoring his words, Louis Fei tugged Linley to the back of the podium. called Deng Chao to control him together, and forcibly put a red dot on his forehead. Linley was helpless. Why do you guys have to make me order it? Enlighten you. Tung Chao laughed. You two are so boring, forcing a minor to do something he doesn't like to do. You're only like a little kid this way. How twisted to be old and old all day. Lu Yifei looks at the vermilion sand on his forehead and is satisfied. The reason why they both must give Linley points, besides following the crowd and being like the rest of their classmates, is that this little kid could have just bluffed a couple of them adults on stage. A condescending, leading look, feeling like a student, makes them seem to go back to their school days. It pissed them off that what was obviously a fart of a kid froze and bluffed the lot of them over and over again. You guys are so childish. Linley grunted out as his nose twitched. Little kid, can you be a little bit more adorable? Obviously a little kid, speaking every day like an old man. Deng Chao pinched both hands on his face. A kid should be like a kid. Che, you guys haven't been through what I've been through, so don't talk about wanting me to change or anything like that and act like you know me. Linley deflated. What he meant to express in this statement was that he was a traveler and not a child per se, so how could he pretend to be a child's cuteness, all past the age of cuteness? But to their ears, it was because his parents had died, and his favorite scavenger grandpa had passed away, so he had to be forced to mature on his own and learn what an adult looks like. So, all of a sudden, Deng Chao and Lu Yifei's expressions softened. Tung Chao secretly sighed in his heart and his eyes were flooded with heartache. Kid, we know you've probably been through a lot of things that adults don't face, but remember that no matter how many burdens life throws at you, you have the right to enjoy the joy and innocence that belongs to your age. We're not lighting this red dot to turn you into a kid in our eyes, but we hope you'll find a touch of lightness and laughter in this special ceremony. Lu Yifei also tenderly touched Linley's head and added, yes, Linley, your experiences have allowed you to see the other side of life earlier than your peers, but that doesn't mean you have to give up that innocence entirely. Linley knew that they had misunderstood. That, you guys don't have to be like that. As for me, I'm just short of money, so as for me, I'm planning to perform well in this program to earn some future tuition. Lack of money? Tung Chao's brows loosened. That's good to know. Little kid, study hard, no matter if you'll be selected by the program or not. I promise you, I'll pay for all your tuition fees up to high school. No need. Eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is soft. My generation's great men don't take food handed out in contempt. Linley straightened his back and said righteously, you are quite ambitious. Tung Chao was very pleased to hear this. Then, if you perform well these days, how about I take you to record the next installment of Running Man and make money on your own? Linley's eyes lit up. How much notice fee? He did take it to heart last night when Young Mi was planning to sign him. Apparently Young Mi has discovered her business value, but he still refused, mainly because he had heard too many artist crush contracts in his last life. What he wants is the freedom to make his money. Chapter 26 Report. The class president will definitely. But these days, as Janmi said yesterday, if you don't sign up and still want to have resources, it's not a dream. Furthermore, after experiencing the goods purchased by System Emotion Points last night, Linley was so cool that he took off. The system produces a good product, so it causes him to have a greater desire to gain emotional value. With the single Rising Star Junior class, he felt that he could no longer satisfy himself. Besides, regular classes in junior college are boring. Anyone who has been to school knows that every second of every class is torture for the underclassmen. Also notice Fi Lu. Lu Yifei gave a glance. Chao is joking with you. Running Man is a program to tear the nameplate. Your small arms and legs. To go there to send a person's head? Deng Chao shook his head and laughed. Yifei, I'm not really joking. It's not like Running Man only has tearing up name tags. There's a special installment in every season. In this life, the Running Man is still the original team. Except for the original female MC, who has changed to Dilly Hotspur. There are no other changes. When Linley heard, his eyes immediately lighted up. The special section is not the internal traitor fighting wisdom. If it was simply a matter of ripping off name tags, he would really be a blank slate. However, if it was a battle of wits between insiders, he didn't see how he could lose, and besides, it definitely gave him a lot more emotional value than in the junior class. An 8-year-old child with an intellect that crushes a bunch of adults. It's like being king of a bunch of kids. Chao, when will you enter the group? Linley said with gusto. Bang! Linley's tiny head was once again struck with violence. The 8 characters haven't even begun. You're thinking of entering the group. You're thinking fast enough. Deng Chao smiled and said, I have preconditions here. Linley glared fiercely at Deng Chao and muttered, stop hitting me on the head. What if I get stupid? I told you to disrespect your elders and call your teacher. Deng Chao laughed and raised his hand to rub his head in passing. It doesn't hurt, does it? If you let me go on Running Man, it doesn't hurt. If you don't let me go on, it's pain. And the kind of pain where you have to go into the hospital for a full body checkup, Linley said in a serious manner, seriousness written all over his face. Put. Ha ha, here we go. Louis Fei was instantly amused, her eyes twinkling with laughter. You want to be on Running Man so badly, little kid, ha ha. Deng Chao couldn't help but laugh too. Just tell me if you'll let me go. Deng Chao replied with a smile. Didn't I just say, perform well in these days, and if you perform well, take you there. Linley let out a cut. He didn't bother to break it up with Deng Chao. There is no standard for so-called performance. Wasn't your performance yesterday amazing enough? What kind of expression is that? Deng Chao glared without a good look. You're painting me a cake. Just tell me straight out, how can you take me on Running Man? Linley said bluntly. Deng Chao didn't expect the little kid to be so attentive after he casually mentioned it. Louis Fei lightly doted on Linley's forehead. You human child. On the variety show those guests do not give you a bad game. At this point the opening ceremony was announced to be officially over after the enthusiastic closing speech of He Lian. Teachers leave the playground with their respective classes. I'm not going to talk to you guys anymore. I'm going to class. Ciao. Bring me on the next Running Man. I'll bring you the ratings for Running Man. After saying that, Linley ran away in a huff. Little brat. Still bringing us ratings, talking as if our Running Man ratings are poor. Deng Chao looked at the background and laughed bitterly. I think you could take him to phase 1 and kind of let him get paid for his labor. Louis Fei considered. Don't look at this child as small. He has a lot of heart. He definitely won't accept our favors for no reason. Well, I'll have a chat with the director later. Deng Chao nodded. The way to help someone is not always to give money directly. It's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. It is far better to let him get it by way of his own efforts than to give help directly. Junior classroom. All students returned to their classrooms buzzing with excitement. Linley didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but it seemed that the male students were ostracizing themselves. As soon as he entered the classroom himself, aside from the female students who gathered around to ask why the teacher had allowed him to go up on stage to be the new student representative, as well as congratulations and compliments and such, the boys just glanced at him, with no intention at all of going up to him to interact with him. Not even hello. However, at this, Linley didn't think much about it. It was just a little kid. After dealing with the girls, he went back to his seat, sighing in his mind that another boring day was about to start today. It's a sin. Classes were a real ordeal for him. A short while later, the class bell rang. It was third period at the moment, and first and second periods had been topped off by the commencement ceremony. The third class is English. Louis Fei walked in with a smile as she held her books. Seeing this, Linley immediately shouted, "All rise." Hello teacher. The standard opening ceremony, which Linley still understood, was also understood by the other students, so they cooperated and stood up to greet Louis Fei. Hello classmates. Louis Fei smiled ear to ear. Classes begin in an orderly fashion. Today, English is a required subject in all elementary school. Some schools will start intervening in English classes in the second grade. Some are in first grade. English is a nightmare for Linley. He used to wonder why he had to learn English. We Chinese, why do we need to learn the language of foreigners? Until sometime in the last life, international jitterbug access to Chinese jitterbug, he began to value, at that time, the importance of the English language. I regret not learning a few more English words as a child. Otherwise you wouldn't be able to look at a big foreign horse or a foreign girl and only be able to pop out a simple greeting, a line of I love you. Walks the world. Now that he was given another chance to learn English, he would have listened carefully and studied with an open mind if he had not had the system. You have to realize how expensive remedial, educational classes are. Unfortunately, today he is in the system. Yesterday he had checked that the system had conversions for languages of all countries, even hieroglyphics, ancient Egyptian, and Mayan. Linley watched the other students listen attentively during class, as well as answer Louis Fei's questions with ease. He lamented that the gap between ordinary and rich families really appears from the dolls. Louis Fei explained the most basic pronunciation of words to teach the students while paying attention to Linley. One look at those confused eyes and she knew that Linley was listening to her lessons like a heavenly book. He didn't receive English initiation like other children. Therefore, she never told Linley to answer. This was to take care of his pride, not wanting him to lose face in the class because of this. Class, does anyone know how to pronounce 1 through 10 in English? She asked the question with a smile. Mr. Liu, the class president will. Chapter 27, Scrap Collecting All Internationalized? Before Louis Fei could name one of the students who raised his hand to answer, Li Jianran immediately shouted and said. Louis Fei immediately froze as she slightly narrowed her eyes to see the treacherous look in Li Jianran's small eyes. The mind was suddenly clear. This Kenny Li is trying to trip up Linley, isn't he? Just resentment because the class president didn't run yesterday and because he was suppressed by Linley in every way yesterday? While it may seem childish, it is not uncommon in this society. She spoke. It seems that our classmate, Jianran Li, is very much looking forward to seeing our class president Lin Li's performance. But, suddenly, before he could finish, Li Jianran immediately interrupted. Teacher, I just want to hear how the class president answered. Don't change the subject. The students were amazed that Li Jianran was so bold as to charge the teacher. You know, elementary school students are more afraid of teachers. Not to mention that Louis Fei is a temporary guest star, but still a teacher. Li bureaus are great. Bumping off teachers at a young age. Who gave him the guts? Was it Chief Li? Bureau Li is clearly tripping up Lin Hall and saying it's not the name of the academy, but Li Bureau so indolent. At least have to be a little harder topic. 1 to 10 is not very simple. As Nova Teen Class became a big hit on the internet, a group of students within the class were unknowingly given various nicknames by netizens. Take Kenny Li, for example. Opening a My Father is Li Gang, is the director of the bureau, and was directly labeled as the Li Bureau. For example, Wang Tianyu, my dad is the president, and Mr. Wang deserves his title. Of course, they have other titles, such as Brother Secretary, Mr. Wang and so on, but there was no doubt that Lin Li's Lin Hall was unique in the entire class, and there was no other name for it. A hint of displeasure flashed through Louis Fei's bright eyes by the podium. No one likes to be interrupted when they're speaking, let alone a fart kid. Mr. Kenny Li, pay attention to classroom discipline. At this point, Lin Li had already returned to his place from his godly wanderings, his small brows gently condensing. Looking over at Li Jianran's look, he was suspicious in his heart. This kid was blatantly tripping over himself? Provocative? Still hung up on yesterday's class presidency? Childish. He stood up from his seat. Teacher Lu, Mr. Li Jianran is trying to test me. Then facing Li Jianran, his small face was grave. As the class president, I have the responsibility and obligation to tell you to respect classroom discipline. You also talk back to the teacher and interrupt her lecture. You're bringing a bad vibe to the rest of the class. I solemnly want you to apologize to Ms. Lu. Kenny Li isn't eating this at all at the moment. He's got Lin Li's big secret and went back last night to pick up some tips from his own chief dad. Know that one should never follow the other person's train of thought words. Besides, the Lin Li family situation is already known. In school, it is divided by academic ability, and as class president, one is not necessarily the best student, but definitely not the worst. So, it can be done with academic performance. Other subjects may be uncertain, but English is bound to be Lin Li's weakness. To promote his strengths and avoid his shortcomings, his old man said that Lin Li has a good mouth, so do not have too many verbal fights with him, and directly poke him in his soft underbelly. I'm sorry, Li Jianran apologized to Louis Fei very vainly. Teacher, it's me who affected the classroom discipline, but I still want to hear the class president's answer. Lin Li looked at Jianran Li strangely. This guy was quite dry. It's a lot more subdued than it was yesterday. Reporting to the teacher, I'd like to hear the class president's answer too. At that moment, a boy with permed hair at Li Jianran's table raised his hand and reported. Lin Li suddenly felt that this Li Jianran had come prepared, and that there were horses attached to him. You want to hear me answer? Yes, Li Jianran said with a smile in his eyes. He expected that Lin Li certainly wouldn't. How could a rag collector know English? First, I'll make you lose face over here, and then I'll impeach you down later in conjunction with your classmates. How can you be class president if you're not even good at school? With that mouth? I want to hear the squad leader answer too. Mr. Lu, you haven't ordered the class president to answer yet. We've all answered. Just the squad leader hasn't. Yuan Hua. The Wuchang boys were suddenly all up in arms. The class was buzzing. The boys who weren't up in arms watched coldly. Lin Li looked around the class, his mind constantly flickering as he pondered their purpose. It's okay for Li Qinan to pick on himself, but what are the others following? You don't want the vice president anymore? Don't you need my full support during the voting session for the other class officers? Moreover, Lin Li noticed that basically the entire class of boys were up in arms, especially when they first entered the classroom, and Jianran Li's small group was up in arms the most violently. Test me? Take this opportunity to impeach yourself? How childish. Louis Fei as a teacher saw her classroom suddenly lost all discipline. Her eyebrows were thick with displeasure. Quiet, class, don't make any noise, all of you. She knocked on the desktop, her tone extremely angry. Lin Li blurted out, Teacher Lu, they want me to answer. I'll just answer. Conflicts within the people should be resolved by the people themselves. He had a clear door in his heart. The reason why Louis Fei hadn't called herself to answer should be because she was taking care of him. Anyone else could think that with their family situation. They must not have simply learned the basic words. The people were so helpful. Plus they had to clean up after themselves as the class president. The brats, by their own hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Lindley didn't bother with more words and reported the correct answer numbly. 1 to 10. Easy. One more and I guess it would really be hard for him. So easy. After saying that, Lindley even shrugged his shoulders. Kenny Lee froze. Why would he? That's not right. He had English speakers buried in his ancestry? So smooth? Mr. Lee Jianrun, is there anything else that you need the class president to answer for you to answer? If not, please sit back in your seat and listen to the teacher quietly, Lindley said blandly, turning his head to face Louis Fei. Ms. Lou, you continue. When he finished, he sat back in his seat, leaving behind a crowd of dumbfounded, uproarious male students. Louis Fei was slightly surprised at Lindley's level of English, and wondered in her heart where he had learned to speak English so smoothly. But instead of asking out loud, he looked at Lee Jianrun. Mr. Kenny Lee, the class president has answered and answered well. Please sit back in your seat. Let's get on with the lesson. When Lee Jianrun sat down, his classmate immediately asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say he was a rag collector? Doesn't he know no English? How was I to know that the rag collectors are still internationalized now?" Lee Jianrun said without a trace of humor. Chapter 28, I'm in charge of the class. Netizens are not aware of Lindley's family situation. The family backgrounds of all the children who participated in the program were not disclosed, as is customary for variety shows. Therefore, in this scene just now, they thought to themselves that it was Lee Jianrun who wanted to make a fool out of Lindley, and subsequently used the opportunity to impeach him. Lin Hall speaks pretty good English. Duro Lee has no city sense at all. Make some difficult questions for Lin Hall to answer. That's why he's just the director and the man is the director. Just wait, after class Lin Hall will definitely get it back. Haven't you guys noticed? The atmosphere inside the class has been a bit different since the start of the broadcast today. Yeah, those little boys are avoiding the camera and whispering. Are they plotting something? Who knows? Kids think a lot nowadays. We didn't have that much heart back then. After this outburst, English class remained organized. However, Lindley wasn't godforsaken at the moment, furrowing his brows and thought, what's the deal with these brats? You've been working together to get to me, haven't you? No wonder there was something wrong when I entered the class. I dare to join forces. Cliques under the eyes of the people. The best way to dismantle small groups is to cut them from within. Lindley quickly had an idea. Regardless of whether or not they were truly cliquish and joining forces against themselves, make the first move all by yourself. When the bell rings for the end of class, after Lindley shouted all rise and goodbye teacher, Louis Fei was planning to leave. Suddenly, Lindley shouted, Teacher Lou, wait. Louis Fei stopped walking and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong, class president? Teacher Lou, the homeroom teacher told me yesterday to decide on the class representatives for each subject. I don't know if you have any suitable candidates, Lindley said with a smile. He awkwardly pressed him for such words, but it doesn't stop him from making it up. You don't have to be taxed for bragging. You don't have to go to the palace for making things up. Solve the internal conflict first, then try to convince Hoang. Lindley's little scheme clanked. Louis Fei was slightly stunned. She remembered that he awkward hadn't said anything about this. Moreover, at that time, in their artist group, it was said that when the time came, it would depend on the situation to select the best students to be class representatives. Why does Lindley look like he's making a fuss? Then she noticed the wry glint in the depths of Lindley's eyes. Mind clear, do you have the right person? She didn't poke at Lindley's lie to his face, and avoided that lie by asking directly about the second half of the contents. Yes, I think let Chang Yushue be the English class representative. Chang Yushue was Yuan Hua's deskmate, and her chubby little face was extremely cute. Participated enthusiastically in answering Ife Lu's questions in just the classroom and answered every question correctly. And, yesterday morning, when the parents were still in the class, Lindley noticed that Chang Yushue often automatically switched to English intercom mode when she spoke to her mother. I think I grew up with both English and Chinese as a child. Chang Yushue? That's fine. Just decide. Lu Yifei nodded, selling Lindley face. Lindley smiled playfully and immediately announced, Class, then the English class representative has been decided to be student Chang Yushue. Congratulations to student Chang Yushue, he said. He led the applause. With such a quick appointment of class officers, a bunch of students are still in a state of confusion. Not in a few short sentences, not in a short minute. The English class rep just showed up? The person in question, Chang Yushue, was even more at a loss. Happiness comes so suddenly. Lu Yifei said, Student Chang Yushue, in the future, you'll have to help the teacher share the English homework and English tutoring for your classmates. Oh. Chang Yushue reacted and hurriedly got up and responded with a small red face. Aha, teacher will leave first. 88, class. Lu Yifei greeted with a light smile and left the classroom, clutching her books. Once Lu Yifei left, Lindley immediately came to the podium. Class, once again, A big round of applause to congratulate Chun Yushue on her appointment as English class representative, so quickly that it gave Jianran Li and the others no time to react. Suddenly, they realized something, and that was that Lin Li could appoint cadres in the class without permission. In other words, they don't get to say who the class president wants to be, because just now, Mr. Louis Fei hadn't refuted him and had readily agreed to Lin Li's proposed English class representative. What it says, it shows that his power in the junior class is very great. Lin Li laughed. Naturally, mister. He gave me this responsibility of selecting class cadres. I can't let the teachers down and quickly establish the leadership in the class. So I decided to take advantage of the current after-school hours to form it immediately. He didn't give the other students time to react at all. Now in my capacity as class president, I appoint Wang Tianyu as the vice class president of the junior class, with duties to assist the class president and supervise the other class cadres. Appoint Song Yishue as a study committee member. Duty class study affairs. Supervise other class representatives to complete the teacher study homework. Appoint Xia Shi as the literature and art committee member. Duty to organize the class's literature and art activities to enrich the after-school life of students. Appoint Xing Chunyu as a hygiene committee member. Duty class hygiene work, including arranging duty students, checking the hygiene situation, etc., to ensure that the class environment is neat and clean. Appoint Stone Forest as the sports committee member to organize the class's sports activities, such as recess and games, to help students exercise and improve their physical fitness, while protecting the class president's safety. Appointment. Lin Li announced the list of all the class cadres at once. Li Jianran and the others' faces instantly darkened. They had just formed a united group in the morning, and none of them were class officers. Wang Tianyu was the main person they were pulling together, and before they could dawn on them and pull them together properly, he was now directly placed by Lin Li as the vice squad leader. Well, he's building up his power. The students who were chosen to be class officers reacted from their surprise at this point and stood up at once and tilted their heads. Some of them want to compete for positions in the class, but know that they don't have much ability to run at all. The accident came so suddenly, inexplicably. I became a class officer and it was the same position I wanted to run for. Lin Li said, between many students are temporarily appointed, in order to have sufficient preparation. So, this class president to give a week of inspection period. This week, if you do not do a good job, sorry, I have the right to replace you all. Don't worry, class president. I'll be the vice class president. You'll see how I perform in these 10 days. Wang Tianyu shouted excitedly. He was pleasantly surprised and inexplicably became vice president. Squad leader, I won't let you down. Sure. Lin, who was taller in the back row, swore with conviction. Yay, I'm the literature committee member, eh? He. Xia Shi clapped her hands happily. Chapter 29, Classes in 3 Divisions. Inside the teacher's office, he awkwardly looked at Lin Li's maneuvering in confusion. He was overstepping his bounds. When did he say that he would let Lin Li appoint all the class cadres himself? It doesn't seem to have been said. Looking at his fuss look, he awkward was slightly angry. Kids are learning to lie? Yang Mi laughed on the side. Don't be angry, mister. Look, how effective this program is. Just a little while ago, the ratings went up another 0.1. The child is lying, which is not a good habit, and must be criticized to correct him. He awkwardly doesn't care about the ratings at the moment. He thinks it's wrong to lie, especially to such a young child. Not only does this bring down other kids watching the program, but it also creates a bad vibe on the internet. What is the most basic purpose for which they run this program? Which is to build up the children's correct outlook on the 3 things. Don't be anxious, mister. I think the little brat must have a purpose for doing this and will come over to you to explain. Tong Chao hurriedly persuaded. Yes, Lin Li will come to explain, and we'll criticize him then. Tang Ziki also said at this time. Lying is indeed wrong, but what if there's a reason for it? At this time, Lu Yifei pushed the door back and saw the different expressions of each of them. What's going on? What's going on in class again? See for yourself. Ha, you lead a good lead. Deng Chao laughingly said. What did I bring? Lu Yifei was puzzled. In the junior class, the inside of the class has long been rendered into a frenzy. Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua and the others have already led a rebellion. On what grounds? Mister, he didn't give a direct briefing. You don't have the right to replace him. Besides, we're not sure if this is true. Li Jianran shouted. Who gave you the right? I'm going to ask Mr. He for clarification. Yuan Hua and the others were up in arms. It's not even if you can't be class president, but now you don't have a vice president either. Not even a single class officer. They were very upset. Lin Li smiled disdainfully. The duty of the class president is to manage the class in place of the class teacher. Besides, you guys gave me my rights, and none of you could finish the numbers game yesterday, so willing to bet on it, know what I mean? Wang Tianyu became vice class president is exactly the time to be proud. At this moment there is a performance opportunity immediately came to Lin Li's side. You guys don't obey? I tell you, this is an order from the squad leader, and you have the right to remain silent, but you cannot question the squad leader. After returning home last night, Wang Tianyu's parents also analyzed a wave with their own son in a serious manner. Tell him, class president, you are not to think about it. Can't fight Lin Li, but vice class president you can fight for. And make sure you get on good terms with Lin Li. A successful person must understand clearly the animerecap and the most capable people around him. There is no doubt that Lin Li is the most cerebral person in the junior class. As long as you follow him, even if you can't be the vice class president, there is definitely a place for you in the other class cadres. But if you become a vice squad leader, don't ever think of going against the squad leader. You must embrace him. As long as he is class president, you have absolute power within the class. Wang Tianyu kept his parents' words in mind, so when he came in the morning, Li Jianrun had approached him and said that Lin Li's family was a scrap collector without any family background. How do such poor bees, the bottom feeders, stand with them on their heads? At that time, Li Jianrun had solicited him to join his rebel brigade, but Wang Tianyu nonchalantly refused. Although he was surprised to learn about Lin Li's family background, he was not compelled by Kenny Li. Yesterday, his parents had specifically reminded him that regardless of whether Lin Li's family was prosperous or not, as long as he was still in the position of class president, you couldn't sing against him. Unless he's deposed, he's still the pinnacle of power in the class as things stand. All in all, his parents ended up with 4 words, see the situation. Now that Wang Tianyu was suddenly the vice class president again, he finally understood what his parents meant when they said, but if he had been as rowdy as Kenny Li's group last class, he wouldn't have been vice class president. We should listen to the class president and follow him. There is nothing wrong with the class president's resolution. It's all for the good of the class. Wang Tianyu said to Li Jianrun with a small serious face. Lin Li listened to Wang Tianyu's words with great satisfaction. It's true that the family is in business and knows how to recognize the situation. That's a nice little ass-kissing. Chang Junyu, who had been appointed as a health commissioner, also came to Lin Li's side at this time. All of you are students in the junior class, and the class president is the class teacher's incarnation in the class. If you don't listen to the class president, you don't listen to the class teacher. Lin Li's eyes lit up and he looked at Chang Junyu a few more times. Good, another talent. Foxing at a young age, and with a kind of moral abduction. This young man has a future. Lin Li felt more and more that there was a lot of talent in this class. What's going on in Lin Hall? Isn't this high class division? I'm a bit disappointed with this Lin Hall operation. Shouldn't there be a balance of power? How must also give Li Jianrun a position? Talent appeasement or not, no. Beware of Li Jianrun revolt. You guys don't get it. Right. Li Bureau looks like he wants to impeach Lin Hall. He was pulling the strings as soon as he arrived in the morning. Lin Hall must have thought of it, so he directly set up his own leadership team. Right. A class full of people with hearts and minds. And if Lin Hall doesn't get down to setting up his own leadership team at this point, he's really isolated. Now all of a sudden it becomes a 3-part situation. With a wave from Lin Hall, a wave from Bureau Li, and a neutral wave. Originally, there was only a wave of Li Bureau. Lin Hall is weak. Now a set of combinations, changed into a 3-part world. 6. This advanced realization of Lin Hall is really hanging. Aren't you guys overinterpreting it? A first grade class. Where's the complexity in that? The audience in the live broadcast room made various guesses and comments. And under their interpretations, Lin Li's purpose was explained by them one by one. As the live streamers speculated, Lin Li was clear that if he didn't build up the manpower to pull himself together, sooner or later he would be ridden by them. He wasn't really interested in running the class, being class president or anything like that. This is mainly for the so-called program effect, harvesting emotional value. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't even want to go to school. When this world's 9-year compulsory education slipped through the cracks. Furthermore, he was too lazy to hook up with this group of brats every day without any sense of accomplishment. So he might as well find some people to checkmate Li Jianrun. You'll feel a little more at ease yourself. Class officers, the management of the class in the future will require your attention. Now I will report the list to the homeroom teacher to go. You first get used to your positions. Lin Li lazily ignored Jianrun Li's protests and theirs, and became a shirker. Chapter 30, Competition in a group leads to progress. Inside the teacher's office, Lin Li stood in front of the awkward few and said with a smile, Teacher I've finished forming the leadership of the junior class. Do you have any additions or replacements that you need to make? He awkwardly looked at him with an angry and serious face. Where did you learn to make decisions before you make them? When did I ever say that class officers were up to you? Yang Mi and a few others sat on the side looking at them in amusement, all wondering what Lin Li would answer. Don't be angry, Teacher Lin Li continued to smile. completely unaware of how angry he awkward was. It's not preemptive, but I'll share the work for you. You're good at that. Sharing the work? I can't do this much work on my own, can I? He awkward was exasperated and laughed. Teacher, he, as well as all the teachers, have a lot of work to do day in and day out. So as the class president, I have a reason, and a responsibility, to help you guys share the load. And even though taking part in the variety show is your task, I don't want to see you guys work so hard, Linley said fervently, kinda understanding. Ha ha, little brat, how come you're so understanding? Yangmi stood up from her seat and came to Linley, lifting her white hands and squeezing his little face vigorously. Mr. Yang, stop pinching, or I'll sue you for child molestation. Linley couldn't figure out how this group of people liked to pinch their faces so much. Deng Chao was like that, and so was Louis Fei. What's the matter? You don't have a face? Ha ha, child molestation. I'm so scared. Oh. Yang Mi looked like she was scared, and her hands used even more force. You haven't answered my question? When did I give you full authority to appoint? Undisturbed, he awkward stayed on topic. You're lying, know that? Kids are not allowed to lie. His tone was extremely serious. Linley disdained in his heart. Children cannot lie, but adults can. I am an adult in a child's skin. However, this is something that should never be said, and no one would believe it even if they did. Mr. I know you're angry right now, but don't get angry yet. Listen to my sophistry. Nay, explanation. Linley hastily changed his words, but it was still heard by Yang Mi and the others, and there was another laugh in the office. Even he awkward, who was broken his serious expression even by such a sophomoric remark, couldn't help but let out a laugh. But soon enough, it was all bored again. Linley said, a class needs to be united. It can't be hooking up all day long. Mr. Your progress is too slow. According to your progress, it must be a slow process to see who performs well and who becomes a class cadre. It's probably not going to be selected without 10 days and half a month. In these 10 days or so, the class is bound to be a mess, and those who want to be class cadres will all start ganging up. And by then, when there are more parties, there will be more points of conflict and contradiction. This will not only destroy the unity within the class, but it will also cause trouble for you at the same time. Deng Chao couldn't help but nod on the side. There's nothing wrong with the kid's analytical statement. Ganging up is extremely common no matter what circle you're in. The young age analysis is well reasoned. TSK, it's overly mature. Linley continued, so we have to nip it in the bud. It's clear now that the class has been divided into 3 waves of power. The first wave is the leadership team headed by me. The second wave, those who are cadres who don't work. The third wave is the students who simply come to the junior class with no desire to be there. Aren't these 3 waves far more partisan than when it comes down to it? The more parties there are, the more conflicts there are. And you teachers should all understand such a simple truth. And now, I'm stepping in ahead of time to contain the many troubles that lie ahead to a point where none of you will have to think much about it. So it's not really a lie. If anything, it's just a well-intentioned lie. Upon hearing these words, he awkward and the others all looked at him in astonishment and froze. I knew that Linley was a great talker, but I didn't expect to be so good at it. And this little brain is a clear thinker. Not only is he witty and articulate, but he is also forward-thinking and a leader. It was even more so that they could not find any room for rebuttal. Furthermore, and in the name of solving their problems, what else can be said about him? For the first time, he awkward felt powerless against a person. Deng Ziki said, then doesn't the problem still exist? Won't those who resent your appointment as class president still be tossing around the class? Linley laughed. MS. Deng Ziki, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, insufficient dower, just a few of them can't make much of a wave. No matter what, as long as it's a group, he'll have conflicts. I'm just laying out the points of conflict directly now, so that no matter what happens in the future, I can be direct with people. Besides, competition and controversy in a group is what makes the whole group improve, isn't it? Yang Mi and Tang Chao, at this moment, finally realized how terrifying this little brat was. At a young age, the trade-offs are already played out clearly. However, the next thing that happened was Linley's words, and their hearts were even more startled. What does it mean when it's a solid group with no infighting and their ambitions magnify and their guts grow? It means that when they think they're good and invincible, they'll disobey you and go after you, and they won't be able to find trouble with the other classes. A group of second-generation rich, second-generation officials, if they are arrogant and domineering, do you think it's possible for the students of other classes to resist? When that happens, it's not only going to cause problems for you and the school, but it's going to spill over to the parents. He awkward's pupils kept dilating. Good lord, is this still an 8-year-old? Seeing that through? Linley's words were definitely not empty words. They were based on history and real events. Which of the kings in history did not invade and expand their territories after eliminating internal problems? Deng Chao and Yang Mi suddenly felt a chill in their hearts at this moment. That 8-year-old kid in front of me. Is he really only 8 years old? What does one have to go through to be so mature and savvy? You're thinking really far ahead. Louis Fei took a deep breath and said in a daze, I'm doing this for the sake of the teachers? Linley's mature and serious expression immediately turned childish. Teachers, you guys don't want the program to have any news about rich kids or government officials getting into trouble. Right. Now all you have to do is give me full authority over the class. And I promise that there will be absolutely no mistakes in managing these people. And I get to give you the whole show of facts. How nice. Chapter 31, Before you destroy a man, you must inflate him. 5 minutes later, Linley left the teacher's office. He awkward. Yang Mi and Deng Chao were wide-eyed. Is this kid really only 8 years old? Deng Chao froze. If the file is correct, it should be. Yang Mi's scalp tingled a bit as she was surprised by a child for the first time. If it weren't for the archives, as well as the year of Linley's birth, there would be a report to prove it. They all suspect that the child is not actually a child, but an adult with dwarfism. After all, there are related types of movies abroad that have to give them these types of ideas. Linley in their class couldn't be described as knowing what he was doing. He was practically a demon. In a few words, what was meant to be a reprimand for lying is carried over in a few words. Analyzing the situation, guarding against the future, and finding rational justification for whatever you do, and it still makes sense to them. They couldn't find a single thing to accuse him of, to nitpick, and that's what's so scary. While some of the words that follow are a bit alarmist, it's not impossible for this to happen. Linley the brat took it all into consideration, the pattern of a little kid. TSK, you guys, if this kid really goes to participate in a variety show, he mustn't play those adults up, Tung Chao said. I'm afraid he'll play the show along. The corner of Yang Mi's eye danced. He's supposed to be a genius. Right, one of those child geniuses? Tang Ziki said uncertainly. She had to think in that direction. An 8-year-old who talks the group of them into a corner and can't find a point to refute him can prove it, can't he? I can't even dare to imagine what this child will be like if he grows up. Louis Fei couldn't help but say, we'll be very successful. He awkwardly said without thinking, then added, as long as he doesn't take a crooked path. It's not likely that we'll be able to see him in major financial or official news in the future. If he takes a crooked path, I guess he won't be seen at all. Why? Didn't walking the crooked road see him on the wanted list exposure news? Duncan wondered. Tung Chao laughed, because people like him look like they are the ones who do behind-the-scenes manipulation of the whole situation. And with such a smart head, going the evil way, they definitely won't put themselves in the open. Deng Ziki was stunned. So saying she understood, at a young age, tactics, strategies, patterns, etc. Scare them, but what about when they grow up? Unsurprisingly, it's bound to be a big shot on one side. At the moment when Linley went to report to the faculty office, Li Jianran dragged Yuan Hua and a few other students who hadn't been chosen by Linley to be class cadres to the restroom. He really thinks he's the president of the junior class. He consults with us on everything. Dictatorial. Yuan Hua kicked the bathroom door hard and said angrily, Li Jianran, is he really a scrap collector? Li Zheqi looked at the grim-faced Li Jianran skeptically. Sure, didn't I say it this morning? He's just a poor bee. I followed him when he came home from school yesterday. Li Jianran nodded his head seriously and definitely, and I went to the cell phone store he passed yesterday, and asked, and he bought a cell phone for $3,200. What does that mean? Yuan Hua wondered. It means that this poor bee is probably buying it with the class fee we turned in yesterday. Grass, Li Jianran said. Originally, he wouldn't have thought of this at all. Nay, he had a director father. After briefly explaining Linley's matter, his director father immediately analyzed it. Linley embezzled public funds to buy a cell phone. What? This statement stunned the little ones. He used our class money to buy cell phones? Li Zheqi exclaimed. Right, denounce him. Tell the teachers and classmates. You had this news, why don't you say it earlier? If he just said it, he can't keep his class president. Yuan Hua's eyes gleamed. This is a heavenly news. Misappropriation of public funds. It is forbidden to say that he can't even stay in the junior class. Yeah, why didn't you say so earlier? Go now. Let's go prosecute him and tell him to get out of the junior class. Li Zheqi got excited. They were all well aware that this news would inevitably pull Linley down from his position as class president, unable to raise his head, and that everything he had done in the past few days would be for nothing. They know deep down that by doing 10,000 things right, no one will say anything and think that's the way it should be. But once you do one thing wrong, then you will suffer the dirt. Li Jianran didn't move as he said in a deep voice, Don't The reason I didn't prosecute him directly was that I wanted to see what gifts he could come up with on Teacher's Day. If we prosecute him now, we'll simply get him out of the junior class. But on Teacher's Day, if he can't come up with a gift, not only will he be out of the junior class, but he'll also make the teacher completely disappointed in him. After all, it's only $3, 200, and if we report him, the teachers can't say they'll make a big deal out of it and call us into the office to hide it and help him pay the $3, 200. But if, on Teacher's Day, the teacher's gift is not received and he learns that he has misappropriated public funds, he will certainly be extremely disappointed, and then we will prepare our own gifts to comfort the teacher, and then our status in the teacher's mind will become higher. Manhwa nodded approvingly upon hearing this. Hey, before destroying a person, one must inflate them first. Let him fool around for a few more days. Little fatty Wu Chang asked. I agree with your idea. So what are we going to do for a while? Let's all be quiet these days, listen to the lessons well, and not give him any trouble. Li Jianrun put on an expression of sophistication, his eyes narrowing slightly. No trouble with her? Yes, and we have to keep complimenting him. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua understood. You're trying to hold him up, aren't you? Well, there are still 8 days left until the 10th. Brothers, all hold back for now. Once the 10th passes, the junior class will be our world. Li Jianrun confident. A rag picker. What is the basis for entering the junior class? With this group of them? Match? Okay, it's settled. Let's keep a low profile for a few days and look for him again on the 10th. Little fatty Wu Chang said hatefully. The 4th quarter bell rang in the morning. The small group of rebels plotting in the restroom and the debriefing of Linley are both back in the classroom. The 4th class was a language class, and the lecturer, He-on, walked in holding his books. As soon as he entered the classroom, he couldn't help his first glance at Linley, who was leaning against the window. Then, without moving, he came to the podium table. Put the book down. Linley immediately shouted, All rise. Hello, teacher. With a crash, the students all stood up and bent over to greet each other. Hello, classmates. Sit. He awkwardly said with a smile. When the students are seated, he awkwardly spoke. The class president has already reported to me for the posting of class officers. Chapter 32, Chow, I'm actually being bullied by elementary school students? I am more satisfied. The words fell. The eyes of the group of students at the bottom who had been selected as class cadres burst with joy. The class teacher has acknowledged it, so he is considered to be in a stable position as a class cadre. Immediately, he awkwardly continued. But then, the class president also said that this is tentative, which means that there is a period of investigation, and during this period of time, the class cadres should perform well. Now we begin the lesson, said greeting the students as they opened their books. Wang Tianyu and others are extremely hot in their hearts at the moment. As long as they can be working cadres, they will never go down again. Behave yourself? I'm sure you're doing well. One by one, the spirit of fighting, waist straight, do enough to study well, every day upward spirit. During class, as soon as he awkwardly asked a question, the group of them were immediately the first to raise their hands. A flash of time passes quickly. End of morning session. After saying goodbye to the teacher, he awkwardly leaves the class. Instead, it was Deng Chao who came in and led the students in a line to the cafeteria to eat. Cafeteria service. The first student to hit the groceries remembered the scene yesterday and couldn't help but compliment the groceries aunt. Auntie Grocery smiles and loses herself again in a compliment. It is worth noting that the school cafeteria is equipped with fruit at lunch. Today's fruit is grapefruit. Each student gets 2 slices of grapefruit pulp. Linley sat down in his seat in the junior class after hitting the grocery store and was eating his food with gusto. At that moment Deng Chao came and sat down beside him with his dinner tray. Eating that flavorfully? Deng Chao said with a smiling face. Mr. Deng, why don't you go eat small pot dishes? Accompany us elementary school students to eat the children's set meal? Linley asked, tilting his head as he chewed his rice. Came to eat with you guys. What? Not welcome? Welcome? Why not? Before Linley could speak, the students at the same table immediately jumped the gun and shouted, Mr. Deng, do you eat chicken fillets? Teacher, do you eat grapefruit? One student asked attentively. For example, Limlin even handed over the grapefruit on his dinner plate and put it on the side of Deng Chao's dinner plate. I don't eat it. You guys just eat it. I have it myself. Ha! The enthusiasm of his classmates Deng Chao was very happy. Mr. Deng Chao, you don't eat chicken fillets? At this moment, a hint of cunning flashed in Linley's eyes. Yes, you just eat, Deng Chao said. Then I'm welcome. Linley reached out with his chopsticks and took Deng Chao's chicken cutlet from his plate to his own. Thank you, Mr. Deng Chao. Deng Chao froze, and the students at the table were dumbfounded. The audience in the live room was dumbfounded. What kind of operation is this? Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Deng Chao was just being polite and telling the students that he has his own chicken fillets, so you can eat your own. But, did Linley's little friend misinterpret the meaning? Everyone thought that Linley was trying to court Deng Chao with the chicken fillet from his dinner plate just like the other kids. However, it's a setup. What's going on in Lin Hall? Chao is obviously just being polite. It's still the familiar Lin Hall. The routine is still as deep as ever. Thought it was polite, but I didn't realize he was really rude. Looking at Chao's expression, he's probably already doubting life. Pass it on. Chao is being bullied by a first-grade elementary school student for his only meat dish. That's a good move, mainlining a shattering of false politeness. After the students at the same table froze, all of them had two words bubbling up in their minds towards Linley: bullish. Anymore, Deng Chao is a teacher. What kind of student does this to a teacher? Taking food from the teacher's plate. They can't even think about that. After Deng Chao's head swooned for a moment, he stared at Linley, who was eating with gusto, and thought that he was all about digging holes for other people and screwing them over in variety shows again. I didn't think it would be in the hands of a little kid. Suddenly, a plan came to him, and he planned to follow the cat's example and get the field back. Of course, it wasn't that he was small-minded, but he thought it would be a bit of a showstopper. Even if he did cheat food from Linley's dinner plate at the end of the day, he would return it. So how could he talk to a child? It's just pure entertainment. Squad leader, do you eat grapefruit? Deng Chao said with a smile on his face, with a look of sophistication. Kid, go your way and get out of your way. However, I'll eat it. Thank you, Mr. Deng Chao. When Linley heard that there was this good thing, he immediately reached out and took the pomelo from Deng Chao's dinner plate to the side of his own dinner plate. Mr. Deng Chao, why are you so polite? I know. You must be caring for my nutritional balance and healthy growth. What a thoughtful teacher. Linley ends with a good guy card that he can't help but send out. Ha ha, I can't live laughing. It's still Lin Hall. Chao, just tell me why you have nothing to learn from Lin Hall. Lin Hall is so easy to take advantage of? Chao didn't think he would fall into the hands of a small child after so many years of dominating variety arts. Lin Hall, thank you Chao for sending your love. This thing tells us that it's better not to be polite in the future. What if people are really not polite? You guys, look at the way Chao moves. Ha ha, it scared him so much that he moved his dinner plate to the side. Lin Hall has given old Deng Tu a whole nursing diet. As the netizens saw, Deng Chao had a defeated look on his face and moved the only remaining food plate to the side of the room. Eyes full of caution, he looked at Linley and then at his dinner plate. He felt like he'd have to eat white rice if he said anything more. This little kid. It's over. His on-screen image has been poked and prodded by this little kid. Don't even think about it. It must be laughed at by the netizens at the moment. I can't say that my best friend, my wife and they are laughing at me. A grown man was set up by an 8-year-old. And, for the second time, he sent it up on his own accord. No face. At this time, Linley swallowed the chicken fillet in his mouth and said to the photographer with a serious face, this incident shows us that when we eat, we talk less and eat more, because maybe if you talk more, you can't help but eat so much less. Similarly, no matter where, work or life, just self-concerned buried head down to do not think to flatter others. It is not allowed to the end of the loss of a wife and soldiers. What can not get? Tung Chao's mouth, which was chewing on his food, gave a start, and he turned his head over sluggishly to look at Linley. Good man, you've got the advantage and you're educating us. Kid, you're really cheeky. However, there is some truth to that. Wait, I'm being bullied by him and I actually think he has a point? Am I sick? Is bullying justified? Can anyone do the math on my current psyche? Chapter 33, just a bunch of clowns. After lunch, Tung Chao lifelessly brought the students back to their classes, and then immediately turned back to the cafeteria to go inside the private room specially entertained by the principal. He didn't get enough to eat. Yo, Chao, what's your problem? Chao, are you being bullied? Speak up and we'll do you justice. Super ha 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 ha. Yang Ni several people mercilessly ridiculed up that scene in the cafeteria. They also saw it, never imagined that the newest variety harmonizer was being set up and educated by this little brat Linley. Stop talking and eat properly. Tung Chao glared and deadpanned the rice in his bowl. Louis Fei couldn't help but laugh when she saw him eating with a big mouthful. This incident tells us one thing, you have to talk less when you eat, otherwise you can only eat the leftovers. Deng Chao felt a needle in his heart stabbing him with a vague pain. The pace of picking up the food increased even more. Ha ha, Ifei, you're killing the heart. Yang Mi laughed out loud. Eat more, look at how hungry the child is. Listening to their merciless mockery, Tung Chao couldn't help but raise his head and say, it will be your turn in the future as well. I'm only the first, but definitely not the last. He awkwardly felt that this was unjustifiable, but joked, but we won't be the first to be laughed at. Deng Chao, in the junior class, Linley had wanted to continue sleeping on the table like yesterday, but Wang Tian knew they were extremely excited. As soon as they returned to the classroom, this group of class cadres gathered around him. Class president, let's go for a walk on the playground, Wang Tianyu said with gusto. No. Linley refused. Wang Tianyu came to his ear and lowered his voice to whisper, I have something to report to you. Linley frowned. Is it important? It's a bit important. Wang Tianyu had a fervent look on his face. Okay. Linley nodded his head and said to the others, you guys stay in class, I'm going to talk to the vice class president. Good. Song Ishue's few people answered, although there was some doubt as to why the squad leader had asked the vice squad leader to go out alone. They didn't dare to refute Linley's words too much right now, and would just do as they were told. Now that I'm sort of on the squad leader front, it should be a party of one. Not long after walking out of the classroom. What is it? Seeing that no one was around, Linley inquired. Squad leader, Li Jianran and the others want to impeach you, Wang Tianyu immediately said, subsequently informing Linley all about how Kenny Li found him this morning and about seeing him as a rag collector's family. When Linley heard about it, he thought it was something big. And that's it? What are you worried about? Linley thought it was a bit funny. I'm afraid that they'll use this matter to make an article and impeach you. Class president, I'm worried for you. Wang Tianyu immediately became anxious when he saw him looking unrelated. He thinks like Kenny Li and the others. Linley, who came from a poor family, surely did not like others to mention his family's poor and clear and informed all of them. It feels humiliating. He also felt a little offended at first by a rag collector stepping on his head, but now that he's the vice squad leader, he's in a different position, and his thoughts are different. Tianyu Linley patted Wang Tianyu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, I'm very happy that you're able to speak to the class president about this matter, but I don't like your idea. Class president, Wang Tianyu froze. I told you the secret. Why don't you like it? The little head was filled with question marks. Remember, in this class, I'm the only one who doesn't want to be class president. And where is anyone else to impeach me for stepping down? What's wrong with being poor? Isn't it also a good descendant of Yan Huan? If you think this identity of mine will affect me, and my position, then you are narrow-minded. Wang Tianyu was so confused that he couldn't understand his words at all. After all, there are different status classes, and educational environments. Squad leader, you. Alright, Tianyu, don't talk too much, it's fine. Li Jianran and the others are just clowns. They won't affect us. Linley waved his hand in an old-fashioned manner. I'm afraid you'll be affected. Class president, I'm not as fragile as you think. Tianyu, don't worry about it. Linley whispered in relief. Wang Tianyu was a person he had to cultivate into his number one horseman. The class always needs to have its own beloved in it, and Wang Tianyu is one of the best candidates. Mainly, his family has money. In today's materialistic society, everyone from the elderly to the youngest child knows the importance of money. Classes are a small group, and some days, it's all about the money. Furthermore, during English class today, Li Jianran and the others were all up in arms, but Wang Tianyu didn't say much. For various reasons, he chose Wang Tianyu. Go back, Tianyu. The class president and vice president aren't in the class, so hell knows what they'll get up to. After the lunch break, the first afternoon class begins. Music lessons. Deng Ziki walked in from outside the classroom in her skimpy outfit. After the teacher and the students performed the teacher-student salute to each other, Duncan then started the lesson. Nowadays, classrooms are known as multi-purpose classrooms, with projectors, speakers, etc. So you don't have to run to the music room for a separate lesson at all. The first music lesson of the day was just a very simple teaching of the school song. It's also the children's song on the first page of the language book. The sun shines in the sky. The flowers smile at me. Birdie says early. Why are you carrying a small backpack? Great for kids. Too childish for Linley. His table-mate, Xia Shi, sang with gusto, and as a member of the Arts and Culture Committee, he was also named by Deng Ziki to go on stage and lead the group in singing. Deng Ziki then briefly explained scales, and a music lesson ended without any gimmicks to watch. Second class of the afternoon. Art class. Ife Lu takes classes. Third class of the afternoon. Physical education. Linley, who had been sitting all afternoon, felt like his but was going to have hemorrhoids, and hurriedly walked out of the class at the first opportunity and headed to the playground under the leadership of Deng Chao. After stretching to warm up, Deng Chao had the decency to teach the daily morning recess to jump. Radio gymnastics. After delivering a few 8 beats, Linley lay on the playground, his eyes lightless. So, I still hate school so much even though I've lived a new life. He couldn't imagine what to do with the semester behind him. Originally, it wouldn't have seemed so boring if there had been Li Jianrun and the others provoking themselves and finding trouble. Have more fun in your academic life as a spice. But, ever since English class, Li Jianran and the others somehow seem to have changed their personalities. Just listen to the class honestly in their respective seats without making any noise. The standard 3 good students. The perversity made him think they had been taken. Chapter 34, Lin Shan establishes explosive game circle. It's that time of day again, when students have the most fun. Moment of dismissal. Don't look at the teachers in the junior class as stars, but, still, they can't resist the temptation to go home. Linley, as he did yesterday, greeted himself and took the bus back. As soon as I got home, my little book bag was skimmed, my cell phone was panned, my crib was laid down, and I merrily started hitting the peak race rankings. As Linley's peak race scores got higher and higher, the difficulty factor got progressively higher. In the front, he was able to take the game in 15 minutes by relying on his own godly maneuvering. But now, any hint of error from the rest of his teammates could result in a 20-minute fight. 1900 points for the pinnacle race. Red side, Li Bai, Marco Polo, Shi Shi, Yao Mei, Bai Qi. Blue, Na Kululu, Gong Sun Li, Wang Zhaojun, Zhang Fei, Lu Bu. Li Bai is undoubtedly Linley. What Linley didn't know was that between 1800 to 2000, it was easy to bump into a certain king anchor who was based in that segment. That's right. This inning, he was lucky to crash. Opposite LV Bu was a popular anchor of a certain tooth, LV Dahua, who was vaguely a king's first brother. So, this matchup is currently being watched online by a large number of viewers. Rookie Edward, don't give it away. The whole team died 4 heads and you contributed 2. That's a crappy maneuver. Better hold it in the tower and don't go out. Economy is lower than even the auxiliary. It's really 4 spiteful teammates and 5 lucky ones. Didn't you guys notice? There's something about Li Bai on the opposite side. Yeah, it's not going to crash Little Comer. It's not Little Jeaner. I just came from his live broadcast. Besides, Little Jeaner doesn't use the Millennium Fox skin. That should be Yo-Yo. The operation is so nifty and silky. Deva is going to lose. The pop-ups were flirting with the match battle. And soon the broadcast of Li Bai's overdrive rang out. Lu Dewa's face was becoming increasingly ugly as Li Bai's path to super godhood had seen him contribute 5 heads alone. Your grandma. Li Bai came down and didn't know to send a message. Daily routine. Start blaming your teammates. Without any surprise, this one felt particularly easy for Linley. Lu Bu was a breakthrough point, taking the victory in 12 minutes. He decided to take a break and got up to get a glass of water. Yet at the moment, after Lu Dewa's game ended, he immediately opened Li Bai's personal main interface. When he saw the 100% win rate, he went numb, and even the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. And look at his Han Xin win rate, 96%, as well as an overall win rate of 98.6% in platoon. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this? Whose trumpet? So hanging, the highest win rate in the whole network. Right, Edward Louis exclaimed as he looked again at the skins, the number of heroes, and so on, and at first glance, it was a new number. Holy, so Han? No. 1 win rate in the entire network, right? 106 games of 100% win Li Bai. Are you kidding? Opened up, right. Winning streak up here. King 1 star, directly rushing the peak race. Nigga, definitely a substitute trainer. Definitely a Tonto substitute. Ordinary small substitutes definitely don't have this win rate. This canyon of the kings, there is never a lack of masters. Dahua continues to match. Let's see if we can crash. This itemized win rate really stunned the crowd of aquatic friends in the live broadcast room. LV Dahua took a look at the pop-up screen, woke up, and hurriedly clicked on the match before his reputation points were deducted and settled. Match successful. Floor 1, give me the field. Then posted a little bit about the battle. Li Bai, 100% win rate in 106 games. Han Xin. One look at that win percentage and the pop-ups instantly boiled over. Good lord. I'm sure I bumped into it again. I've got a plan. Should Deva break his winning streak? Deva pick a secondary and follow Li Bai. I'll see how he plays and see if he's open. Let's see if this great god can drive Deva. At this point, the game interface. 3rd floor, together again. I'm on the board Yo-Yo Girl. 4th floor, holy, really, such a high win rate. 5th floor, post it again. I'll screenshot the load. 2nd floor, confront me with the road. Linley would smile when he saw that the 3rd floor was up. Put Yao Mei. Yogi is a girl. She had her voice on and spoke during the last game. Listen to the sound. Linley isn't good at judging. It's the internet after all. It's a woman after all. The heroes were quickly chosen. Blue, Li Bai, Yao Mei, Yu Ji, Zhang Liang, Lu Bu. Red side, Mirror, Dong Huang, Yalian, Derenji, Wolverine. The game starts soon. Linley maneuvered Li Bai and entered the blue zone. Around 30 seconds, Dong Huang invaded. However, perhaps Li Bai was too stunning last time. This console crashed. Yao Mei opened the game and followed Li Bai, the middle of the road to look at, and immediately ran to the blue zone to help Li Bai to guard the wild area. Slightly interfered with by the East King and lost a bit more blood, but still got the blue without any problems. Lin Li had the advanced sense to know that his opponent had an Eastern Emperor, and purposely didn't use punishment in the first place. After hitting the blue zone, and then dabbing a line in the middle, the beauty headed for the red zone. At this time, through the netizens, it has already spread out that LV Dehua's live broadcast has surprised the ultra-high winning rate of the Wild King, and it has spread out to all the major anchors' live broadcasts. The number of people watching LV Dehua's live broadcast directly skyrocketed. The monstrous traffic is just inexplicably drawn to it. Even some of the anchors finished their games, heard about it, and went to watch the event. 80% plus win rate, which many anchors can hit, especially the anchor of the native heroes. 90%, and some of the hero ceilings are fine, not excluding cases where Sniper Boy loses on purpose, but a 100% win rate is really a rare thing, especially with 1900 points at the pinnacle. This is the type of segmentation where any hint of error can cause the game to fail. After all, it's a 5-player game. As strong as a person is, he or she can still carry the whole game at the lower levels, but at the high end, no one can guarantee it. At the moment, the game is on. The entire situation has been completely controlled by Li Bai, leading the second place economy. Over 2,600. Yao Mei kind of knows who the real Fi is. The shooter doesn't care, and follows Li Bai all the way. Overall headcount, 18-7. Li Bai's record, 10/0/6. This Li Bai is really 6. I doubt he's open. His awareness is too good. 1,900 split innings. Straight up messy kills. It's even more 6 than Kinko's. Simply, coming from fame. This is Li Bai with a 100% win rate? The donkey was taken flying? I can't believe someone can take a donkey flying. At this time, in the game, the Yao sisters were all happy to turn on their voices. Soft, sticky voices filled the broadcast room. Brother Li Bai is awesome. Wow. 3 kills. Awesome. Is little brother single? There's a troop line up the road. These days, a good game really attracts little girls. It's not. When the game is over, Lin Li's game interface popped up with a friend message from the upturned Yao Mei, and an invitation to double team. Chapter 35, a man with a lower head, who doesn't even want a cool photo. Lin Li nonchalantly refused. Of course, just refused the double row. While there was still time, he wanted to score more points and shine his own sign, so that he could pick up customers. His goal was simple, a peak first. At this moment, in the live rooms of the major anchors, the rhythm is all over the place. All of them are discussing the 100% win rate Li Bai that has appeared surprisingly in Lu Dehua's live room. At the same time, the slicing anchor who had been paying attention to Edward Louis was working overtime, immediately editing out the 2 gameplay clips of Louis crashing and being abused, and then being taken flying. Meanwhile, the anchors in the 1900 to 2000 segment, I don't know if it's luck, or coincidence, but they have been crashing with this Li Bai for a night. Invariably, those on the same team were taken flying, and those on the opposite side were bloodied. In the game, many players heard about this and all of them applied to add friends. They kept an eye on the peak score of ID, Lin Shermanli. A night of back-to-back wins and highs all the way to the closing of the pinnacle match. At the closing moments, it came to 2,120 points. Definitely a substitute. Which pros trumpet? It's not scientific at all. Crashing so many anchors, all chopped up by him. It's really just a 1-2 punch. How you target him and get up. It's a feast for the eyes. 2 dropped. Awareness. Hand speed. 6 to the floor. You guys are not aware of how many anchors in the back drove this segment to snipe him. And the ones who crashed all cooled off. Looking at this momentum, we should be able to see him in the top 10 at the summit tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. It's hard to say. Is the top 10 at the top that good? The King's Glory Circle, everywhere, is discussing this, Lin Shim and Sealy, and it really wowed everyone. Peak match. Winning streaks are already difficult, not to mention Li Bai, a vulnerable hero in the high end of the game. Time 2400 hours 15. Lin Li washed his face, casually dealt with a few bites, returned to bed, and continued to turn on the star mode. Kids have a lot of energy. They're not sleepy. Once in the game, friend requests are 99 plus. That's bumping into the anchor. Being live. He muttered. Good thing. Visibility is expanding. Traffic is increasing and rep revenue will go up. That's when the invitation for a double row came again. When Lin Li saw it, it was still the same Yao Mei. ID name, Milk Fierce Star. This time he did not refuse again, but joined in. As soon as she entered the room, the young lady's voice rang out. Little brother, people have been waiting for you for a long time. Haven't slept all this time. Lin Li laughed. Right now he wasn't in a position to send out a voice, and he was too lazy to mess with a voice changer. So he directly typed back Little brother, you're on fire, eh? The circle is full of your highlights, eh? Oh. Linley was bashful, having expected it when he saw 99 plus friend requests. He asked directly. Score, package win, $10 a star. Milk Murderer. Today's segment in the King 26 stars. This offer is relatively expensive, but there is something called the branding effect. Look at that Mercedes. It's not much better than any other car in terms of configuration, but it's just more expensive than a regular car. Linley was like that at the moment. With his strength secured and his reputation, it was reasonable to charge more expensive. Ah, little brother's substitute trainer? How come you talk about money as soon as you come up? Milkfierce's sultry voice rang out. It can't be helped. I'm short of money. Otherwise who would play the game? Linley typed. Are you on the star? Add WeChat to pay if you're on. Little brother, can I send you some cool pictures to offset? I'm not going to Google it. Refuse to whore myself out. Linley was nonchalant. It's just a woman in the district. He has the idea, but he can't afford it now. Moreover, every day to young me, Lu Yifei such high-color actresses, looking at other women, ultimately almost meaning, how unemotional. No fight. Milkfierce was angry. Bye. Linley exited the double room without hesitation, muttering under his breath. Underhead girl. Still wanting to whore for nothing, not even willing to pay $10. What kind of feelings are we talking about? After spitting a few times, he immediately opened the platoon. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory within the Magic City Drama Academy, downhead man, full of money, a youthful and beautiful girl inserted her hands into her small waist, viciously looking at the cell phone interface placed on the bed. What? The girl who was brushing up on her drama under the next bunk tilted her head inquiringly. Met a downhead guy playing a game. Didn't even want to send a picture. Just money. What? Upon hearing this, the other two girls in the dormitory who hadn't slept yet immediately poked their heads out as if they were gossiping. You look like you're not using your own picture as your avatar, or else you wouldn't have squinted that guy into a little puppy? The girl on the other side of the bed smirked. That's it. The girls brushing up on their drama had an expression that said just that. That can. It's my own avatar. The girl said, picking up her cell phone and bending down to show them. Yoo-hoo. It's really, is this man blind, or has he fallen into money? The girl on the window bunk inquired. King of Gloria. By the way, I just swiped Jitterbug, and I swiped a big god, Milkfierce did not have a good temper. That's him. I still want a whore for nothing. It's not easy to meet a wild king. Want to get on a King of Glory this season. As a result, I come up to $10 a star. Ha 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 ha. Laugh your ass off. If he knew what you realistically look like, he'd probably regret his gut. Sisters, see, you just can't swallow this breath. This way, a few of us on the line, pull him together, the four of us give him $40. Window girl smilingly said. Why are you guys giving away money? Milkfierce was puzzled to hear. Hey, how can you call it giving away money? When the time comes to get acquainted, you can just ask for it back. There is no boy who can refuse your beauty yet, the girl by the window said. The rest of the dormitory immediately understood the meaning. With Milkfierce looks, as long as the other party added WeChat friends, and then in the chat so many sentences, can directly fish each other into the warble. And then, a little bit of pampering, call a few times brother, not to charm the man to find the north. The latter naturally became a backup lickspittle and offered to send money over. It's a trick that the girl by the window has tried time and time again and is very experienced at. After all, relying on it, the next semester's tuition and this semester's living expenses have been no worries. Good. When he finished this fight, I pull him, not just $10. You remember to transfer the money to me. Milkfierce exasperated. No problem. I'd like to see if the Wild King is stronger than my spare tire. The girl leaning against the window was slightly expectant. The other three girls in the dorm turned on their phones and logged into the game. Milkfierce pulled him into a room and waited for Linley's game to end. 10 minutes later, Linley's game ended, and as soon as he went out, he immediately received a ranked invitation. Seeing that it was this Yao Mei again, Linley gladly clicked in. Probably figured it out. Chapter 36, not about feelings, just about money. $10 of your own money is definitely worth it. Once he entered the room, Linley was delighted. Dared to pull pliants for me to go. Just said you down the head. But I said the wrong thing. This is not a stingy ghost. It's clearly the god of fortune. Looking at the four avatars again. Well, for young ladies, I don't know if it's a webcam or not, but at least it looks a little fanciful, doesn't it? Brother Wild King, $10 to take me to the stars. The ID name is Concubine Don't. Opened her mouth and said, real name, Chen Yuqian. Brother Wild King is here. Take us flying. ID name, Kitten. Real name, Tong Rennan. ID Half Sugar said, can you drive the four of us, little brother? And Half Sugar's real name, Autumn Lee. Milkmaid's real name is Ginger Rue. Inside the ranked room, there was so much chatter that Linley could only hear these 3 words. He hurriedly tapped the screen to send the caption. WeChat XXXX. 1 star for 1 person $10. Total $40. Looking at Linley's line of business-like subtitles, the 4 people in the dormitory were confused. The 4 of them used their own avatars. Art school students, there is no ugly. Besides, their avatars are retouched, so it's a sure thing. However, this Lin Shenmulai seemed as if he hadn't seen it and wasn't excited at all. If you were a normal boy, seeing their avatars and listening to their voices, you would have been thrilled to death. And promise with conviction, don't kick me. The king of the wild takes flight. In the dormitory, the girl by the window, also known as Li Qiuling, asked Jiang Rui a bit skeptically. This wild king wouldn't be a girl, right? With that she added, and say no to having quit drugs. Don't think blindly. I added WeChat and transferred money. After Jiang Rui added WeChat, she did not transfer money at the first time, but clicked on the circle of friends. It's so white, whiter than his own face. Not a single dynamic. If it did not show 3 days visible, or 6 months visible, thought it was hidden. It's the first time I've met a guy like that. Today's WeChat universal society, as long as the people who use WeChat, the circle of friends is more or less dynamic. Jiang Rui let out a deep breath, put aside the thoughts in her head, entered the amount and sent the red packet. The red packet was quickly claimed, and then a sentence was sent, and Jiang Rui's towering breasts immediately rose and fell violently. Next time transfer the money directly and make a note of it. Dog man ah. Ginger Rui Kazran's big eyes glazed over. How could there be such a man? So down. Game. Linley received the money and immediately sent 2 words. Start. Ignoring the other factors, Jiang Rui clicked on the platoon. Pick a hero session. The 4 women were chattering and screaming. One would have to choose this and the other would have to choose that. Eventually, Han Xin, Daji, Yao, Mi Yu, Ug. As soon as the game started, Linley countered the field and entered the opponent's field. In the girls' dormitory, other than Jiang Rui, the other 3 clearly felt what it meant to be a true Wild King at this moment. The Wild King who decimated all the crash anchors. A game of less than 10 minutes. Under Han Xion's various support invasion, the other side could not hold 10 minutes, and initiated a surrender. Little brother is so handsome. Does little brother have a virgin CP? Ginger Rui's roommates shrieked, but their seductive voices were only exchanged for a sentence. Go ahead and just transfer the money. It's so unsettling. At the moment such a phrase surfaced in all their minds. Li Qiuling tugged at the corner of her mouth. He should be a woman. What's my voice clipped into during the game? No, I think it's super straight. Girls shouldn't be as good at playing games, Tong Runnan said. Besides, if it was a girl, she would have already mingled with us. Tell him to turn on the mic and listen to the sound. I don't want a proposal. Game. Little brother open mic and communicate? Linley, is it still going on? We'll continue if you open the mic. Lin Shamsili exits the room. The 4 of them, Jiang Rui, were wide-eyed in the dormitory. Straight, right? Is it because we don't sound sweet enough? I thought I said that in a sappy tone. Scare him? The 4 looked at each other suspiciously, and one of them spat out a muttered sentence. The 4 fairies had never seen such a straightforward, matter-of-fact man. Their fleet of girls, as far as they were concerned, was very popular. Anyone who comes in, whether they fight well or not, says, "Don't kick me." What kind of person quits a room voluntarily? Jiang Rui was so angry that she wanted to pull Linley back again and read to him properly. May look at the list. Opening 1 minute. People are decisively open, which means there's no desire to tackle or anything like that. It's just so straight and decisive. It just ignores them. Damn scum. As soon as Jiang Rui got angry, she fiercely threw her cell phone on the bed. This is the first time I've seen such a man. He must have been a drug addict before, Li Qiuling exasperatedly said, her delicate little face full of surprise. In her book, shouldn't a man be on his knees when he hears himself pampered, as well as his avatar? I'm going to send him a little essay. Li Qiuling was upset and hurriedly cut out of the King's Honor interface and opened little red book. Don't, sister. I was counting on letting him take me to the top. Hearing this, Jiang Rui hurriedly stopped it. Ha, are you nuts? With that you want him to take you to the top? Li Qiuling froze, not daring to believe that she was actually thinking about scoring points. Yeah, sister, it's not easy to find a wild king who puts up carry, but there are wild kings all over the place who don't charge, so there's no need to let go of your Mordor Drama Academy schoolgirls reserve. That's right a man only, to your beauty, not all hook hand. There are a large number of people to take you on the next class. The National Service Lawn is not in pursuit of you. People are national service, eh? Jiang Rui heard, skimmed his mouth. Just him that time the Diamond Bureau with me are overturned a few bar. If you put it that way, This national costume of his is more or less watered down. Li Qiuling said. Indeed. Think about just that hand. The level of the four of them absolutely belongs to the kind of rookie chicken can be on the king, all rely on holding the thigh. With such a pitiful technique, and still four people. That, Lin Shim and Siri, one person gave a flying lead. Properly a dozen nines. It also took less than 10 minutes. The difference in levels is readily apparent. So such a powerful wild king. Cannot let go. You can first write a small essay. When I do not want him, you write again. Jiang Rui exasperatedly said. Well, and then put up with him for a while. Li Qiuling said. Suddenly she thought of something, and is open, if he next time to take you. Put me also pull on. I collect a little bit of his head down evidence. No problem. Jiang Rui immediately agreed. After promising to do so, she looked down at her cell phone screen, secretly furious. It was the first time in my life that I had met a man who rejected me. Chapter 37, The Class President's Care for Teachers. Ever since she was a little girl, she has been held in the palm of everyone's hand, and wherever she is the center of attention. Growing up there is even less to say. They are beautiful, good figure in good family, properly the goddess in the eyes of others. When have you ever been treated like this? She was upset. As the old saying goes, the less you get, the more you want. That was her mindset at the moment. The less Linley flattered around her, the more she wanted to make the other party her skirt. Everyone flatters me. Why don't you be my lickspittle? The next day. Another meta day. September 3rd. Damn. It's time to go to school again. Linley spat as he nibbled on a meat bun at the bus stop. When I was a kid, I always looked forward to growing up because I didn't feel like I had to go to school when I did. But when I grew up, I realized that it was easier to go to school and not have to worry about this and that. Linley felt that if he didn't have a system, he must have read well, or else he would grow up and regret not having read well. But now the situation is different. There are plugins. What knowledge you want? Spend mood points to buy it. After all, it was born in the wrong era. Linley was at the moment like so many elementary school students, his eyes gazing at the azure-colored sky without light. After a bus ride and a few turns, I was finally in the middle of the school. Instead of going into his class first, he headed to the teacher's office with a bunch of meat buns. The stars who participate in this variety show are actually quite sad. They are just like office workers, normal teachers. What time the students arrive at school? They have to arrive early. No, a couple of big stars were sleepy-eyed and listless in their offices, making coffee. Report. Linley knocked on the door and shouted politely. He awkwardly turned his head to look. Linley? What's the matter? Yangni, a few people have to fight the spirit. This child is not an unusual child. Ghosts know what will come over the whole month. If I don't get my head out of my ass, I'm really afraid I'll be taken into the pit by this little kid. Good morning, teachers. Wow, mister. You're so energetic in the morning. You look like a professional. Wow. MS. Yang. MS. Lu. MS. Dang Ziki. You are extraordinarily beautiful in the morning. And seeing you now, you are truly worthy of the face of the sinking fish and falling geese, and the appearance of the closed moon and shy flowers, and the four great beauties of the ancient times have to be slightly inferior in front of you. I didn't say anything, but first I gave a pompous compliment. What's the matter with you? I think it's better for you to just say things. Yang Ni wasn't the slightest bit pleased by his compliments, but instead was a bit wary. If he was going to praise someone like that, it certainly wasn't a mere compliment. There was bound to be a purpose behind it. If it was any other kid, well, they were naturally very happy. Although that was the case, what kind of bad thoughts do kids have? Kids don't lie. They tell the truth. May. Right in front of me is Linley, a bear of a man who doesn't follow the rules and has a lot of setups. Without waiting for Linley to speak, Deng Chao pointed at himself and said suspiciously, "What about me? Everyone else praises them. Why not yourself?" Linley looked up and down for a moment, and after a long while, "Not bad. What do you mean? What's okay?" Deng Chao was surprised. When you compliment others, it's a bunch of words, but when it comes to yourself, you just pop out one that's okay? What kind of attitude is that? He was instantly offended. I'll give you a chance to restate it, or else I won't help you no matter what happens later. Why do you bother with a child? Are all adults as childish as you? Linley cocked his head in question. Ha ha. He awkwardly laughed out loud as the tiredness from waking up early in the morning dissipated. The brat's words had stood on the moral high ground, tying Deng Chao to death. Deng Chao's face darkened as he picked up the coffee on the tabletop and muffled it in one gulp. It turns out that coffee without sugar is not bitter. Mr. Deng Chao, don't just focus on drinking coffee. I'm thinking that you guys shouldn't have had breakfast yet. Here, I've brought it for you. A combination of Chinese and Western. It's more nutritious. Linley went forward and placed the large bag of buns on the table. Deng Chao said in a bad mood, "You have something to say." Don't do this bribery thing. Look at you making a big deal out of it. It's not a bribe. It's from a student caring for his teacher. He awkwardly couldn't help but laugh again. Come on. Good words, bad words, all for him to finish alone. No merit. You'd better tell us what's going on here first. Lindley revealed an innocent expression. Teachers, you're all famous big stars in the entertainment industry. Seeing that Lindley was about to praise again, Louis Fei hurriedly interrupted. This can be omitted. You just say what's going on. Who doesn't love a compliment? But often people will not praise you for no reason. The higher the praise, the worse the fall. This truth they still understand. Ahem. Lindley cleared his throat. I'd like to ask all of you showbiz flower girls, movie stars, divas, and gold medal hosts to be able to take me on other variety shows. He awkwardly heard. Just this thing? 2 days ago. Lindley's series of performances. So that Lao Mosey and he awkwardly saw his potential, and did think about whether or not to focus on cultivation, give resources on the variety show. At the same time, other variety directors had also applied to Lao Mosey to get Lindley to participate in their respective variety shows. It was only a matter of time before he was taken to Variety. He awkwardly thought it was something, buying them breakfast again and blowing them mindlessly. Why do you want to be in a variety show? Yang Mi asked with a smirk. Because I want to progress, Lindley said in a serious manner, a look of eagerness to learn and progress written in his eyes. This program isn't enough for you to learn and improve? He awkwardly snickered. Lindley wanted to roll his eyes, but thought better of it. Will you come if you don't get paid? Teachers, would you reject a student who wants to get ahead? Lindley once again began to kidnap up. I don't think you guys would reject it. I'm smart, understanding, kind, loved by everyone, blossomed by flowers, and have always harbored a sizzling heart that honors my teachers. Bang! Lindley's head was instantly knocked on the head by Louis Fei. Don't be a poor talker. Didn't Chow promise to take you on Running Man yesterday? You prepare for it. I don't know who took the lead, but they have actually contracted this bad habit of bullying elementary school students. Lindley spat viciously in his heart. This habit had to be made to change for them. Spoiled rotten. Running Man is something you have to participate in, but after that, you have to pick it up, don't you? How to say I am quite popular now. You are greedy. He awkwardly cracked down. Have you been paying attention to the program's platform voting? You're in the top 10. What the hell? Chapter 38, Wake Up Call Service. Little brother wakes up. Lindley sniffed and hurriedly took out his cell phone, opening the platform's voting interface. Voting was something that Lindley knew about, but had never paid any deliberate attention to, because he knew that this so-called voting platform was just a decoration without any actual function. But I didn't realize that I was not even in the top 10. According to his thoughts, he was definitely a top 3 existence even if he wasn't number 1. May. After Lindley read it, his little face was slightly angry. Fine, fine, I'll play like that, right? Teachers, is it true that if I get the first place in the voting, you'll put me on the back of the variety show? He was surprised. Did we say that? There doesn't seem to be one, does there? He was about to open his mouth to speak when Yang Mi immediately stopped him. Looking at Lindley wryly, yes, you just have to get first place by your own means, and I'll take you on variety. Good, it's a deal. Lindley looked at Yang Mi in a serious and earnest manner. Don't ever cheat children. You can't set a bad example for them. After speaking, Lindley bowed slightly. Enjoy your breakfast. Teachers, I'll be leaving first. 88. With a zip, he quickly left the office. It seems like we've been put on the spot by him again. He awkwardly shook his head and laughed. I'm getting used to it. This little brat has a lot of sets. Yang Mi let out a bitter laugh. The moral supremacy point he was standing firm. Children were harder to deal with than adults once they could stand moral point, and at the moment she knew it well. He awkwardly said, why did you just stop me? There was no need to promise him at all. Hey, I'm just trying to see what he'll use to get first place in this poll. Yang Mi's face was flooded with interest. Those students, basically, are supported through their family backgrounds to get such a high number of votes. She was curious to know how Lindley, a small child with no support, could gain the support of the netizens through his own skills. Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing, and if Mimi hadn't been quick to stop me, I would have wanted to stop you, Deng Chao said. When you guys say that, I would like to see it. Tong Ziki agreed. We'll see. He awkward also became interested, then greeted a few people. Come on, have a bite of the buns that Lindley's class president sent. I have to get ready to go to class afterward. As soon as Lindley entered the classroom, Wang Tianyu and the other class cadres immediately surrounded him. Class president, you play king of honor? As soon as he came up, Sher Limlin asked with great interest. What? Have you watched yesterday's Jitterbug? There is a super powerful fielding. Too powerful. Wang Tianyu's eyes were full of reverence. In the last few days, no homework has been assigned because school just started. So, as soon as they get home, they hold their cell phones, or tablets and swipe up Jitterbug, or play a game. Parents are especially spoiled with them again, and for the time being, there is no formal homework or anything like that, so they are left to play. MMOs often say that as soon as the vacation. This game is particularly difficult to score, not because of anything else. Elementary school students are beginning to play the game on a large scale, and last night, after Linley was exposed by Edward Louis' live broadcast, all of a sudden, he became the center of attention in the King's Glory circle. Basically last night Shakeology, all the anchors, or Shakeology bloggers were slicing and dicing discussing this pop-up. Lin Shamsili, that hand enjoys silky smooth, out of the ordinary playingly by fire the whole game circle. How great is it? Linley laughed in his heart, wondering what your expressions would be if he let you guys know that the worshipful battering ram was right in front of you. Fu Lai, could yeah these big anchors, hero ceiling are defeated by him. You say the cow is not powerful. Wang Tianyu said excitedly. That's pretty awesome. Stone Forest, if I had that skill, I'd go pro. It's awesome. Linley laughed darkly, but in his heart, he couldn't help but sigh. When the game becomes a career, they know how exhausting it is. To be honest, he's been hitting the vomit a little bit for the past 2 days. He really didn't want to work so hard if it wasn't for the few dollars he was making. Timmy as soon as school is out to make those few dollars for nest egg. So, that's why he went up to he awkward's side early in the morning, proposing to participate in the variety show. In the variety show, move your lips, millions and millions of dollars to hand, play the game. How many sheets have to play? Everyone wants to take the easy way out and get their feet wet, to be honest. You don't make much money at all in this society. The school bell rang. First language class. He awkwardly walked in, clutching his books. All rise, good teacher. Hello class. The first class officially begins. Phonics tutorial. At this point, far away in the theater academy in the Magic City, Zhang Rui and other dormitory friends absent-mindedly listened to the acting teacher lecturing, looking down at the King's Honor interface from time to time. The Wild King isn't online yet? She was a little puzzled. When I went to bed last night, I kept thinking that this hitter should be someone who lives off the game. Otherwise it wouldn't have opened its mouth about money. By that logic, shouldn't you be buried in games all day? I guess he's still sleeping. Look at his last hand. Last night at 4 in the morning. It's only a few hours now. Sleeping. Li Qiuling on the side said. You send him a WeChat over. Tong Runnan on the right suggested at this time. Tweets? Ginger Rue wondered. Wake up call service? Aren't you going to attack this Wild King? Just slightly lower your stance at first. Tong Runnan had an experienced look. With my understanding of this man, the big straight man is definitely right. It just belongs to the type that won't chat. If you ignore him, he definitely won't pay attention to you. Saying that you have to take the initiative a little bit. That's right, Li Qiuling agreed. So many beautiful photos of your friend's circle didn't attract him. It can be seen that he's not an ordinary man. Take a little initiative. First draw the relationship closer. Zhang Rui froze as she listened to their advice. Was this the legendary military advisor? White whoring also has to have white whoring posture. Right, can't pretend to be high and cold. He has not become your licking dog for the time being. Still need to give him a little bit of sweetness. Experience your milk fragrance, Li Qiuling quietly said. In passing, also hands on Zhang Rui plump pinch a little. Stop it. Ginger Rui's cheeks reddened. Good point, I'll message him now. It's best to use your voice. Pinch a little, and pout a little, Li Qiuling said. Ginger Rui nodded and looked up at the lecturer. Seeing that he wasn't paying attention to his side of the story, her head quickly lowered and she sent a voice into her cell phone. Little brother, have you gotten up yet? When she said that, she felt goosebumps all over her body. Is this something I can say? It's so whiny. Milk sister, this voice. Hiss. Li Qiuling lightly trembled. I don't believe there are men who can resist this voice of yours. Time passes by. It's been over half an hour since the message was sent. Chapter 39, I am deeply saddened by irregular canvassing. Seeing that their class was almost over, little brother Wild King was slow to return the message. Should still be sleeping, after all, playing games so much last night. Li Qiuling gave a comforting cry. Yes, definitely still sleeping. It's not that your voice isn't clipped enough. Tong Runnan nodded with incomparable seriousness. Zhang Rui's beautiful eyes changed from the initial ambition to anticipation as time passed, to the current loss. Seeing the change in her mood, Li Qiuling kept comforting her. This is the first time they have seen men in this type of situation as military advisors. We'll see at noon. This type of man with unstable work and rest is either a dead fat house or a hobo. Li Qiuling comforted and at the same time disparaged. Zhang Rui looked down at her phone again, feeling that her heart was still unhappy. A woman's sixth sense told her that this Wild King was already up. He just didn't want to pay attention to her. To verify her sixth sense, she sent a transfer red packet for $100, with a note to take me to the score tonight. Are you stupid? He's sleeping. What's the point of sending it over? Tong Rennan exclaimed in a small voice. However, once again, a scene that surprised her appeared. Received. Dog man ah. He's online. Tong Rennan exclaimed at once. Bang, bang, bang. What's your problem, student? The tutor at the front podium frowned and tapped the board. At this point, the junior rising stars class. End of the first class. Lindley opened his cell phone and didn't bother to listen to the voice sent by the other party. Directly collecting the money. 10 stars. About 2.5 hours is about right at your own level. Make $100 in 2.5 hours. What a wimpy fee. The mind spat softly, stuffing the phone back into his pocket again. You also have to participate in variety shows to earn money for announcements. He got up from his seat and went to the back camera boy. The camera guy is a little confused as to what this is doing here. Camera on me, please. Because of his height, Lindley had to tilt his head to speak, and the camera boy was more than 180, so this camera on his shoulder couldn't shoot Lindley at all. Good. The camera boy nodded. I don't know what he's going to do, but after being a variety show cameraman for so long, I naturally know who has the best show. There's no doubt that Lindley is just the best at getting the whole job done on the whole show. Then, at the moment, he wants a close-up shot, and is obviously planning to live the whole thing again. The camera boy adjusted his position and lowered the lens, and all of a sudden, a close-up of Lindley alone entered the eyes of the entire audience. Lindley cleared his throat. The expression was that of an old cadre. Greetings, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, grandparents who are watching the program. I'm the class president of the junior class, Lindley. When he opened his mouth on his side of the room, the class fell silent all of a sudden, turning their heads and turning their eyes to him. In fact, many people noticed when Lindley got up and left from his seat. Doubts flashed through their minds. What is he up to again? Only to hear Lindley continue. This time, I asked the program alone to give me footage because, well, I'm disappointed in everyone. His expression was full of hatred and his tone was full of pain. The minds of the students in the class and the viewers of the live broadcast were all of a sudden covered with question marks. What did we do? Are you disappointed in us? In the meantime, Yang Mi from the teacher's office greets them at awkward. Lindley is going to be a demon again. Come and see. I'm disappointed in everyone? Ha ha, little kid, you really dare to say anything. Tung Chao was surprised. He awkwardly walked over with his teacup and looked down. TSK, I guess it's about the vote. Watch the show. That said, he shouldn't have watched many official dramas with that expression. If he were older, he could really bluff people. Ha ha. Louis Fei let out a light laugh, her beautiful eyes flickering with a thoughtful light. The little kid's acting seems to be pretty good too. That's a little expression that people don't normally make. Listen to what he has to say. The day before yesterday, the program group opened the junior class online voting channel. Lindley raised his eyes and said with a heavy brow, do you know what kind of senses I have right now? He raised his pitch slightly in the disappointment of his voice. When the surrounding students heard this, they looked at Lindley with a strange expression. Dare I say it's about the vote? Wang Tianyu and some others who had canvassed for votes through special means suddenly flashed a bad feeling in their hearts. Squad leader, you're not going to take them up on this, are you? Lindley's gaze suddenly became extremely sharp as he raised his voice and spoke loudly. I may be young, but as far as the eye can see and as far as the heart can feel, it's all about deep love and responsibility for the class. The network. I have witnessed some unethical behavior in this voting process, using contacts to canvass for votes and luring voters with money as a bait, which is a serious violation of the original purpose and principles of voting and a great blasphemy to the spirit of fair competition. Wang Tianyu and the others were mortified, and they were really talking about this matter. When he first approached his own family to ask for a canvass, he was running to become vice class president and a class officer, and let the teachers know who the most popular kid is. But I didn't think that the next day I would somehow become vice class president and class officer. This matter was also left behind. And indeed Lindley did not mention it yesterday. Now that the squad leader has mentioned it, is he going to lose his position as vice squad leader? On the first day of school, Lindley's upright and righteous words of rejecting corruption were still fresh in his mind. He can't afford to have a grain of sand in his eyes. Could it be that he was about to be double-crossed as a class officer after just one day in office? Each of them was unusually apprehensive. This voting platform is supposed to be a wonderful stage to showcase yourself, discover new stars and deliver positive energy. It should be an opportunity for kids to earn audience love and recognition for their hard work and talent. However, when unethical practices prevail, and when money and connections become the key to deciding winners and losers, the platform loses its proper luster and significance. Lindley spoke vehemently, poking Wang Tianyu and the others in the heart with each sentence. Xia, she even bowed her head in shame, her big eyes covered in tears of shame, just about crying out. Lin Hall still has enough aura to speak with style. Why do I get the feeling that Lin Hall is saying this because he doesn't have enough votes? Bold. How dare you doubt Lin Hall? That's right. You can doubt whether Lin Hall will still wet the bed at this age, but you definitely can't doubt that Lin Hall deplores bad practices. Lin Hall has a high level of awareness. Have you forgotten what you said on the first day of school? At the moment, the live stream is a little short on pop-ups, simply because many people couldn't stand the temptation of money from families like Wang Tianyu at the time and abandoned their votes for Lin Li and switched to the son of the Goldmaster's father. They were now ashamed in their hearts that their awareness was not as high as that of a small child. Chapter 40, Election Manifesto, Podiatry and Medicare. In the past, when I encountered this kind of improper canvassing in my own organization, or in other occasions, I was always resistant to it, as well as angry. As a result, when one is a voter, one actually becomes what one hated the most in the first place. Shame on you. Here, I call on all of you. Let's work together to resist this unethical trend. Use our actions to defend the purity of voting, and use our voices to convey a firm pursuit of fairness and justice. Let's work together to build a clearer and fairer competitive environment. After Lin Li said this, he slightly turned sideways to look at Jianran Li. This time, I would like to specially commend students Li Jianran, Yuan Hua, who did not utilize their connections to participate in this vote, and I hope everyone learns from them. Li Jianran stared at this. Is that a compliment? He was a little twisted in his mind, but he was going to target you. You praise me so much, I have to be compassionate. Besides, he had asked his parents for canvassing help in the first place, but his own dad had said that it was not a good idea for him to step in on this matter. Lin Li again turned his head to face Wang Tianyu and the others, speaking in a serious tone. Vice Class President, this time I want to criticize you guys. You used your family's authority and connections to vote unfairly, which pains me. Wang Tianyu lowered his head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, squad leader. Other class officers who used their family connections to canvass for votes began apologizing. Lin Li nodded, sort of accepting their apology, mindful of the fact that you are first-time offenders and that you made your mistakes before you became class officers. I will not give you a disciplinary action this time, but only a criticism, and you will take this as a warning. Aha, squad leader. We know we're wrong, Wang Tianyu and the others said in a hurry. Not only were they there because Lin Li was the class president, but they likewise realized their mistake. And furthermore, at the moment, Lin Li's aura was extremely powerful. Therefore, they, the young masters and princesses from well-off families, could not afford to retort at all. Knowing a mistake and being able to change it is a good thing. Vice Squad Leader, you guys are able to recognize wrong mistakes. I'm very pleased, Lin Li said with a flourish. This scene really gave Yang Mi and the rest of them as well as the live audience a kind of. The old man lectures his son. Nope, it's the feeling of a leader disciplining his subordinates. Can't say it's exactly the same, but extremely close. Lin Li continued. Our junior class, nowadays, is broadcasting to the whole network. Any bad trend may bring down other children. We have to set an example. We must not do anything to guide the incorrect 3 views. Once this statement was made, all the netizens called Lin Li's 3 views positive. Lin Hall is not only highly aware, but also has a very positive outlook. In the end, whose family raised the child? I like it too much. Smart and understanding. A small age 3 views than adults nowadays are more correct. No, I have to discuss this with my wife. Make a baby tonight. According to the calculation, if I conceive today and born after October, I will be 9 years younger than Lin Hall. I hope Lin Hall keeps it up, but don't be corrupted by the social climate. No, I have to go canvass for Lin Hall. He's not number 1. I always feel like we owe him. Makes sense. Too bad my own vote already went to Xiaoxi. Blame it on Dilly Hotspur. Although Lin Li this pass of 3 extremely positive views, impassioned speech, gained the support of many viewers, but these veteran audience members have already turned in their tickets in advance. Number 1 vote. They have no more votes for Lin Li. The result is that many viewers want to vote for Lin Li, but they have the heart but not the votes. Lin Li said at this time, everyone must keep in mind that no matter what, we ourselves must be fair and impartial. We can canvass, but we must do so through our own abilities, not with the help of outside forces. Squad leader, we know we're wrong. Wang Tianyu and the others were very sincere and apologized again. Lin Li nodded, then faced the camera again. He knew clearly that if he wanted to pull the votes back now, he couldn't do it without some tough stuff, because the people watching the program who should have voted basically did. Those who hadn't voted were obviously few in number, and even if they had voted for themselves, they wouldn't be able to make up for the gap in votes with Wang Tianyu and the others. That comment just now was nothing more than a twisting of their 3 views, as well as a rebuke of what they have done, said specifically so as not to keep paying for tickets. Without putting that aside, Lin Li didn't think he had any certainty of finishing first in the voting. Today is the money society. There are milk his mother. He, even if his mouth is worn out, cannot fight the assets of people's families for canvassing. What do you mean by valid? Canvassing on your own ability. I'm going to give a demonstration now. Lindley took a deep breath and looked at the camera with seriousness. Folks, my canvassing manifesto is that if you all support me as you always have, when I grow up and become someone who is truly capable of making a difference in society, the first thing I'll do is to include podiatry and health insurance. That's my canvassing manifesto. Thanks for the support. After speaking, Lindley bowed deeply to the camera. The students in the class didn't know what Lindley's words represented. Their cognition hadn't reached such a high point, and the knowledge they had been subjected to was nothing more than cupping and acupuncture. Not sure what the point is about Lindley's canvassing proclamation, but the many male viewers of the live broadcast were abuzz. Well, pattern it out, Lynn Hall. Just for that, I'll send you my brotherhood group to vote for you. Without further ado, here's a toast to Lynn Hall, and these words will ensure you rise all the way to the top. I'll be sure to vote for you in any future voting session that has you in it. Whoever doesn't vote for Lynn Hall is not giving face to us young men in general. Brothers charge. I got a little teary-eyed when I heard that. Damn, Lynn Hall, when you grow up, I don't think I'll be able to wash my feet. The male audience's emotions were at the moment piqued by this statement, and the female audience invariably covered their faces. If it weren't for the fact that the pop-ups were now dominated by a completely frenzied male audience, they'd have to do a whole lot of talking high and low. Yang Mi, Louis Fei and the others in the teacher's office. Their faces were darker than one another. They thought of a million possibilities. It had occurred to me that Lindley would speak all sorts of canvassing words, but the only thing that didn't come to mind was this. Absolutely, positively unexpected. At his age, how does he know about pedicures? Yang Mi had just been confused for a moment by Lindley's rather positive emotions that had been folded in front of him. What did this bastard kid say? He awkwardly had an extremely twisted expression. Say Lindley is triple positive, currently showing, as well as saying, words that are full of positive energy. But what the hell is a pedicure covered under Medicare? Is that something a child could say? No. What do kids know about this? For a moment he couldn't tell if he should praise Lindley or call over and reprimand him. Chapter 41, Shengshi for enjoyment. First in the dark room, they looked at the pop-up again, clearing the air in favor of Lindley and making all their male counterparts hyperactive. Deng Chao suddenly felt that with this mobilizing emotions thing, he was like an elementary school student in front of Lindley. Does he count this as a pie in the face for the audience? Deng Chao asked frostily. Being confident and removing the counting is painting the audience into a corner. He awkwardly sighed longingly. If it wasn't for Deng Chao saying it, he wouldn't have realized that Lindley was actually painting the audience with a pie. Waiting to grow up? Waiting to be the one who actually holds the power in his hands? This pie is more distant than a boss giving you a raise. Not to mention the timing, but the hand-to-hand combat, which is fraught with all sorts of uncertainty. Deng Ziki was holding her cell phone in her hand at this point and said dully, but the effect is surprisingly good. Look. She turned the screen to Yang Mi and the others. He awkwardly looked over, only to see, the screen clip is the voting screen. Lindley's votes are growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. At 1,000 for a moment's work and 2,000 for a moment's time. Soon he surged into the top 10 in the vote rankings. Inclusion of podiatry and health insurance, this sentence, publicized by live viewers one after another, flooded major social media platforms, and private chat groups. What? I can't believe someone has such a big picture idea. I'll vote for him. Where's the vote? Lynn Hall speaking out? Who is Lynn Hall? A small child? I go. Nowadays little children actually have this high awareness. Well, the future is promising. As elders, must support him. A wave. Brothers, I strongly support this proposal. I hope that the relevant leaders will implement it quickly. Look at people's 8-year-old children have the idea of working for the welfare of the people. What about you? I'm not kidding. As long as this kid can keep that in mind, he has an unlimited future career ahead of him. And I'm saying that because he's gained the favor of the people. This one sentence is superb for the general male population. Why didn't they think of that? Podiatry is also a form of medical treatment. Why is podiatry not covered when everything else is covered by Medicare? What a relief. So forward-thinking was the suggestion that, for a moment, Lindley broke the circle. He's no longer just a firebrand on the show. No longer within the realm of showbiz. He is on fire across the entire male population. For this proposal, Lynn Hall is worthy of the Imperial Temple. I used to have foot odor, went to the hospital several times not cured, spent a lot of money, and then a good brother took me to wash my feet a few times. My foot odor is good. This shows what? Explained that he really beneficial to the physical and mental health of podiatry. I'm not kidding. I hope the authorities will implement it immediately. It's the only long-cherished wish of our male compatriots. A man can have no girlfriend, but he can't not wash his feet. Spending hundreds of dollars on a girlfriend who treats you with disdain and maybe gets mad at you leads to trauma. But you take those hundreds of dollars and wash your feet. Not only do you get a bottom massage, but it's even more pleasurable for the mind and body. When people are happy, nothing is wrong with them. The internet was set off and exploded like a nuclear bomb because of Lin Lee's words. Lin Lee didn't know anything about it, only because not long after he said that, he awkwardly came in from outside the classroom with a stern face. Class president, come with me to the office. Before he could enjoy the wonders of this blooming world, he was sanctioned by his homeroom teacher to be pulled into a small dark room. Inside the teacher's office, several of the awkward people had a stern face. They felt the need to properly educate Lin Lee. Look at this. What's going on here? Lin Lee, how do you know about pedicures? He awkwardly asked in a gruff voice. That's what they're all wondering. That said, it wouldn't be surprising if the other kids knew about the pedicure thing. After all, they're rich kids. Some parents usually bring their children with them when they go to the foot wash. But Lin Lee, an orphan, even when his grandfather was alive, with his family's condition, he certainly wouldn't have dabbled in this place, Foot Bath City. So how did he learn about foot baths and still make these suggestions? It must be realized that the mere mention of foot baths is not really much of a matter of how he associates foot baths with medical care, and the audacity to propose that foot baths be included in health insurance? Lin Lee, seeing their unsmiling expressions, also looked serious and slammed his little face. Reporting to the teacher, my bus home often passes by a couple of foot baths, and as long as I'm not blind, I can see them all. You've been there? Reporting teacher, when you ask this question, you should first think about whether it's appropriate to ask this. What is my age? What is my family? And what is that place that I can afford to spend my money on? Lin Lee looked at them as if they were little cuties, like looking at them. He awkward and the others were a bit embarrassed by the look he gave them. Indeed, that question, it's a bit brain dead. So the teacher asks you, how did you come up with the idea of including podiatry in health insurance? Teacher, because there's a word for healing, medical treatment. Shouldn't that be connected? Lin Lee revealed innocent eyes and said in a clueless manner. There was no way he was going to tell them the truth. It doesn't explain it at all. Deng Chao looked at him suspiciously, trying to see something in his clear eyes. That was a bit of a stretch, but it barely held together. After all, the one in front of him was the unorthodox Lin Lee. He awkwardly did the same. Seeing that he couldn't see any traces of lying, he said in a serious tone, Lin Lee, don't say such advice in the future. You're too young now. You'll easily be carried away. This is true, and while it pleases fellow men, it equally offends most women. Some extreme points of the netizens even sent this proposal to the official platform of the relevant units to leave a message. Too much tempo also tends to attract people from above. Okay, teacher. Lin Lee nodded his head obediently. In his heart, he was unimpressed. He had more offers like that. Why don't you say so? Just that one sentence just now had given him as many emotional points as a whole day's worth of living. I'll be sure to say more in the future. He's not afraid to offend. Who would bother with a child? Just be obedient. He awkwardly nodded in relief. Lin Lee looked at Yang Mi at this time. Teacher Yang, what variety show are you planning to take me on? Yang Mi was stunned. What was going on with this kid's brain circuits? I thought we were still talking about the pedicure. Why are you turning on yourself all of a sudden? I thought you hadn't gotten first place in the vote yet? Lin Lee hemmed and hawed. Teacher Yang, it's already ironclad that I'm number one in votes, so you might as well just tell me what variety show to participate in, so I can prepare. Wait until you come first. Yang Mi gave him a blank look. As long as you come first, you'll definitely honor your promise. Che, I knew you'd say that. Chapter 42, where did this kid learn the tea ceremony? Lin Lee skimmed his mouth and muttered. Women really can't be relied on. And it's still Brother Chow who can be relied on. When he says he'll take me to Running Man, he'll take me to Running Man. Deng Chao's two eyes stared blankly, searching for when he had determined to take him on Running Man? And what do you mean by stepping on one? What's the point of this, kid? What are you pulling me for? Lin Lee raised her eyes to Deng Chao and revealed an innocent smile. Chao is the best. In my mind you've already taken me on Running Man. I'm very grateful to you. Louis Fei covered her mouth and laughed softly. Quirky little kid, too talkative. Directly racking up and roasting Deng Chao. It was clear that he didn't want Deng Chao to refuse. It was imperative that he take him on the runner. If he didn't bring him, then Deng Chao would have a reputation for cheating children and not fulfilling his promises. Teacher Yang, learn more. Lin Lee turned his eyes to Yang Mi, the corner of his mouth hooked. Just shut up. Yang Mi grunted faintly. They all understand Lin Lee's purpose, and they have been friends for many years, so this stepping on a cup is not useful at all in their case. Besides, what's the point of bothering with a little kid? At this moment, Lin Lee was again turning his head to look at he awkward. Teacher Yang and Chao are planning to take me on the variety show. So you, as the class teacher, should be taking me on as well. Upon hearing this, Deng Ziki and Lu Yifei took a slight step back. At the rate he was going, he should be looking for both of them next. Fruity, unable to be awkward to speak, Linley's voice rose again. Teacher Lu, you're so beautiful. I don't think you'll not take me to the variety show. Mr. Deng, is it okay if I want to go to your concert to sing a song together? Linley had already taken shamelessness to the extreme, counting all the benefits that these few people could bring to himself. Flo, isn't it too big on these guys? A top-ranking flower girl of the inner entertainment. A flower girl who has been to Hollywood. A gold medal host in the hosting world. A movie star. And a diva. If you don't have resources, create them yourself. He himself is a hexagonal warrior with a systematic hangdog. And they are stars with huge exposure. Deng Chao and the others are the resources for Linley to gain emotional value and fire up the whole network. Ah, little brat, you're good at calculating. You've counted us all in. Yang Mi looked at him without a good mood. You were asked to sign for your own company the night before last, and you refused to do so without understanding that you didn't like being a star. Dare I say that I want to whore myself out on my side of the fence. What a monkey wrench. Linley simply ignored Yang Mi's words and said in a serious and cluelessly juvenile manner, you guys shouldn't be able to reject a weak and unsupported child. Nice guy. Once again, Deng Chao and the others felt as if they had been kidnapped by some kind of morality. Does this kid have morals under his feet? Why is it always possible to claim the moral high ground? Cough. He awkwardly coughed lightly. Class president, class is about to start. You go back first. It's all been racked up to this point, and it's not good enough to refuse. Surely, even if you were to refuse, you couldn't do it to your face. So, let's hold off for a while and procrastinate. I know you want to reject me, but you don't know how to reject me. I get it. Linley's eyes lowered slightly, revealing a disappointed and sad expression. Teacher, then I won't disturb you. Please forgive me for my offense. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you. The tone was extremely low, and he couldn't stop sniffling as he said it, as if he looked like he was going to cry. Teacher, I'll go first. You must not have any burdens. Be happy. I'll just carry the herd alone. Bye. Sensei. After saying this, Linley left the teacher's office. Deng Chao's few people stared at the empty doorway in a daze. Who taught him to act? After a long time, Yang Mi froze. If it weren't for the fact that she had gotten to know Linley's character a little bit over the past 2 days, and his intelligence, she would have almost been fooled by this appearance. He's still a drama queen. Deng Chao had just almost blamed himself for this look of weakness and helplessness, and he felt that he had done something wrong. Even though he didn't do anything, he just felt like it was his fault for not helping Linley and letting the others take him on the variety show. So young and teary, how can you grow up? Lu Yifei's mind was filled with Linley's sad, lost, hurt expression. They didn't even feel that Linley's words had moved their hearts. Only a cold sweat all over my head. If you were a normal kid and said that, maybe you didn't want to bother the adults and thought you were being naughty to give them the feeling that kids know what they're doing. But, who are they facing? An extremely tactful 8-year-old. First day of school. Identity triple jump Grinch. First jump. From an ordinary first-grade elementary school student, he jumped into the junior class where young masters and young ladies were everywhere. Second jump. With his thunderous tactics and clever brain, he jumped to become the president of the junior class. Third jump. Toss in a day and become the most popular child star on the internet. They'd be damned if they'd be moved when faced with such a quirky kid. It must be known that in the past 3 days, one or the other of them had been set up by this little brat. Inverted Tian Gang. The situation now is that if we don't bring him on the variety show, it's our fault. He awkwardly felt a bit of a brain ache. The thought used to be to give this kid a chance to do well. Now it's, people claim it for themselves and still act like if you don't give it to me, you're doing me a disservice. Active and passive switched over. What do you say? Deng Chao asked. Staring. Running Man. He's been saying it for a long time. It's just that the time hasn't been set yet, so he's the least burdened. After all, that's what he said himself in the first place. Mainly Lu Yifei, Deng Ziqi and he awkward. These three are not promising anything. Deng Ziqi shrugged. And aside from being a bit flabbergasted by Linley's display of theatrical possession, she didn't really have much of a burden. Concerts. Well, I don't have a problem with that. Lu Yifei was a bit silent because she rarely participated in variety shows. And even if she went to participate in variety shows, she went to promote her new drama for its opening. He awkwardly laughed bitterly. I had this idea in front of me, but it's a bit unwilling to agree to him so directly. Let's put it off for a while. Hearing his words, the others sighed a wave of sighs to each other. Who's willing to do that? Having been spoken to by him, refusal was definitely out of the question. I can only promise him. It's upsetting to say yes so easily, in terms of how awkward it is. So, let's put it on hold for a while and talk about it in a while. For the first time, I feel that facing a child is so heartfelt. Yang Mi sighed. Chapter 43, Singing Competition. Genie is too beautiful. Lindley returned to the class and saw that he didn't know who first took the lead after he left, and one by one, they were all giving themselves a bright canvas in front of the camera boy's lens. Hello uncles and aunts, I'm Xia Shi, I can sing and dance. I'd love for you to vote for me. Thank you. Thank you. Lindley returned to his seat and turned his head to listen to Xia Shi's regular canvassing words, secretly shaking his head. Who's going to vote for you if you canvass normally? One must bring a bit of words that intrigue the netizens and ignite their adrenaline, just like yourself. But he didn't bother to teach them. Keep to yourself and wait for class. Soon, the second class began. Math teacher Mimi Young walked in. Teachers and students greeted each other and went through the lesson in order. Yang Mi the level of knowledge of these teachers. A little training to learn. Teaching first grade students is very easy. The classroom discipline was also extremely harmonious, and she often gave examples and interacted with the students from time to time. Rather, it makes it less boring for the live audience to listen to. Lindley was tempted to act like he was a good listener and a third-grade student. Maybe it was the late game last night, but now both eyes are constantly wanting to be fur-to-fur. He had the illusion that he didn't know if it was because of that incident in the office, but Yang Mi always felt like she was avoiding him. Even if you don't interact, you rarely even cast a glance. When this class was over, the morning recess arrived. He awkwardly came to the class entrance in advance when the bell didn't ring. When the bell rings, greet the students out the door and form up, then lead the way to the playground. Yesterday gym class taught radio gymnastics, but one lesson is obviously not enough to learn it all. So, at recess, a bunch of first graders loosely and lazily followed the drill leader with one movement or the other. As the 1 2 3 4 beat keeps ringing out, Lindley stood in the line stretching himself. Move your muscles. No one said anything about him, at least he was serious about working out compared to the others. At the end of recess, the homeroom teacher of each class takes the students back to the classroom in turn. The morning sessions were lively though the class instructors were making their lectures less boring. But for Lindley, every sentence was a lullaby. During lunch, the teacher who brought the team over this time changed to Lui Fei. However, perhaps because of the matter of Lindley pitting Deng Chao yesterday, she didn't sit next to Lindley, but rather, she went in to eat and dine with her female classmates. Afternoon, first class, music class. This music lesson was not held within the classroom, but went to the music room. One by one, the students were quietly situated on small benches. Duncan was standing by the piano. Children, good news for everyone. The school will hold a Mid-Autumn Festival party next week, on Mid-Autumn Day, and our class is going to come up with a program where we can all go up on stage and do a choral performance. Upon hearing this news, the other students were ecstatic, except for Lindley. Teacher, are we on together? There's no separate performance? Cheng Yishue raised her hand in a milky voice and asked. These days, little girls take up dancing, piano, and other hobbies that develop their so-called temperament. This is not possible without the enlightenment of today's parents. Unlike the old days, the only way to get ahead was to study hard. Hobbies are also very important. This is true not only for students in the junior class, but for other students as well. Various interest classes as a child. In order to have one more path to choose when you grow up, Summer Stream's eyes were glowing, and she often fantasized about shining on stage just like her celebrity aunt, Dilly Hotspur. Duncan laughed. Solo performances 2-0. The class was thrilled with a host of students. Solo performance A, one man alone on stage. But, Tang Ziki's words turned to a smile. A small sellout. Teacher, but what? The students asked anxiously. However, there are a limited number of spots for solo performances, so you need to campaign to get a chance to perform. How's the campaign? Natsuki asked seriously as she danced her little fists around. Before the Mid-Autumn Gala, there will be a singing contest, when everyone can sign up. The top winners will get the chance to perform at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Oh, Deng Ziki smiled and said, of course, it's for all class students, seniors 2-0. Ah, teacher, I want to sign up. I want to participate. Xia Shi immediately raised her hand. Chang Yishue followed closely behind. Other students have raised their little palms in the air to show that they want to sign up. In a sea of students, Lindley was the only one who didn't raise his hand. It's not that he's not interested, he's just thinking long term. How should he wow the crowd on stage? As for the matter of qualifying for the race campaign, it wasn't something that Lindley should consider. Being a hanging dog yourself, you don't have to worry at all about not being able to get on stage and get the opportunity. Well, everyone gets a chance, so let's see who performs the best in this class today, Duncan said as he clapped his hands together. The qualifications for the Mid-Autumn Gala stage show say that everyone has a chance to be on stage, but they don't. Just about everyone has a chance to sign up. But this enrollment opportunity is also dependent on the internal conditions of the class. If there are a lot of applicants in the class, then the music teacher and homeroom teacher will campaign for the class and pick the best ones to go to the whole school competition. Otherwise, if everyone really went, a school of thousands would be too big. Do you still go to class? Do you still study? Teacher, I'll go first. Xiaxi participated enthusiastically. Good, good, good. Classmate Xiaxi, what song are you going to perform? Teacher will accompany you. Deng Ziki called to Xiaxi and asked warmly. Xiaxi quickly reported the more recent internet popularity of the mouthful of songs. Deng Ziki heard this and smiled, letting it come to the forefront to face his classmates. Then, after making sure the other was ready, she recalled the tune's melody in her head and simply played it. Live audience netizens. This little girl sings well, eh? She has singer potential. Cute looking, too, and you can't tell if she'll really be in show business when she grows up. This is Lin Hall's tablemate, isn't it? That said, Lin Hall didn't raise his hand just now. Not interested? It's shallow, isn't it? Leaders sit down and watch others perform. Positive solution. After Xiaxi finished singing, there was a round of applause led by Deng Ziki. At that moment, a Kaichin fan whose looks were only slightly inferior to Linley stood up and came directly to the very front. Teacher, I'll sing. Instead of chastising him for his classroom discipline, Duncan asked, what are you going to sing? It was good that the students performed enthusiastically, and besides, after Xiaxi's performance, many students who had just been excited and wanted to perform withdrew their hands somewhat unconfidently. Teacher, I want to sing Genie Too Beautiful. Chapter 44. What? Lin Hall can also write songs? Deng Ziki showed a puzzled expression. Is there a song for that? In today's music scene, although she couldn't guarantee that she knew all the songs, she must have heard the ones that were popular recently. As in the case of Xiaxi, the roll call was for the most recent popular song on the internet. I think that at his age he should also be internet popular songs, and definitely not picking the more raw, ancient songs. Blackie? I remember this Kaichin fan. He's been singing rap by himself in the back of the classroom these days. Showing your chicken feet at a young age? No. Join our Ikuan family at a young age? Beware of lawyers' letter warnings. Deng Ziki froze and was confused, but the live viewers could see right through it. This song is the Kunmun theme song, and any Lovekun fan can basically sing so many lines. Deng Ziki pondered for a moment, and eventually, her eyes burst into laughter, but the expression on her face was well stopped. You're talking about just because you're so beautiful, aren't you? In the end, they are in the same circle, which if you laugh out loud, more or less will be black powder to bring a little rhythm. Yes, 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 that's the one that's too beautiful. Kaichin fan nodded his head in a hurry. Good. Which side are you singing from? The chorus, or the main song? Deng Ziki's face was serious. She didn't dare to have any other expression because her mind was now full of those segments on the internet. It's easy to laugh without a stern face. What's that? Kaichin fan was puzzled, apparently not having the concept of main and chorus songs in his mind yet. The main song is, Deng Ziki patiently explained, not knowing if he could understand. Oh, so that's how it is. Then teacher, feel free to play and I'll just sing along. Kaichin fan revealed an expression of sudden realization. Deng Ziki sighed in his heart, as if he hadn't understood. But come to think of it, I don't know that people who have been raised professionally in music do have a bit of a blind spot in this area. And without further thought, she placed her fingertips on the piano and began to play to a memorized piece of the melody. Kaichin fan got up as soon as he heard the music. Without saying a word, the frame was directly set up. Just because the chickens are so beautiful. Puppy. Who doesn't say what the singing is like, but those dance moves are pretty decent. Real singing and dancing contestants. Linley watched him perform in a daze, and had to lament a word about the power of the clan. Deng Ziki was actually having a hard time holding in her laughter. And anyone who's never held it in knows how hard it is to hold it in. She was playing and holding back a laugh, which really worried her. The point is that the other person hasn't sung in tune yet. It's purely, she plays her, he sings his. I can't say how good the singing was, only that it didn't jive with good. End of song. Kaichin fan's small face was a bit flushed. Singing and dancing at the same time was still a bit of a struggle for him. Thank you all. Well, this little kid is honestly a pretty good dancer. Very godlike. Yes. It's really worth praising, dancing like this at such a young age. You can imagine that you haven't practiced a lot in private. It looks like a true fan. The little kid is quite handsome and will grow up to be a love beam material. It's no fun. Let's have some normal song performances. Xiaxi did just fine. After Kaichin fan went down, Deng Ziki was again calling the students who wanted to perform to the stage one by one. With his performance, a group of students who had retrieved their hands felt that they could do it again. Linley squinted his eyes, having already determined what song he was going to perform. Yes, it's original. Songs from his last life that are not available in this world are his originals. Halfway through the music class, Deng Ziki had a rough idea of who to report up in her mind. Xia Shi, Chang Ishue. Some of the other performances were pretty good too, but these two, obviously, were learning from a young age, and there was a big gap. Any other students want to perform? When Li Jiaqi finished his performance, Teng Ziki looked at them and asked. There were only about 7 or 8 people who weren't performing now, and everyone else was on stage whether they were good or bad singers. For example, Kenny Lee. His voice is not in good condition, and he has never learned to sing properly. He has enrolled in interest classes, but he didn't learn much. He sang a song called I Give Oil to the Motherland, politically correct and full of positive energy. If it wasn't a class campaign, if it was any other race, high or low for a first place finish. Seeing that no more students raised their hands, Deng Ziki looked over at Linley, who had been sitting still, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. You said you were coming to my concert. Didn't we say we'd sing a song together? I guess the level of singing is a little bit better to be able to suggest ideas like that. Then let me measure you. Thinking about it, she smiled and asked, Class President, would you like to perform as well? Brush. The gazes of the crowd of students converged on Linley. Basically, everyone performed. Wouldn't it be a shame for the class president not to perform? The squad leader goes up and shows a bit. Bandmaster, we want to hear you sing. A group of people immediately began to raise a ruckus. Linley hadn't expected to be named, and he looked over at Deng Ziki, and from the look in his eyes, he immediately understood the meaning. Por also stood up bashfully. The class president naturally has to participate in class activities. He grinned, extremely old-fashioned, walked to the front. Deng Ziki smiled and asked, what song are you going to sing? What's the title of the song? The song I'm going to sing is called Chinese People, Linley said aloud. Duncan frowned, thinking quickly about the known songs in his head. There's this song? She pondered for half a day and looked at Linley suspiciously. Could it be another harmonic sound like Kai Chunfan? But what's the harmonic of Hua Xia? What's Lin Hall going to sing? Didn't I hear you? The Chinese. Whose song is that? I googled it and it's not there. It's those 3 words that don't show up online. Misheard it. It's supposed to harmonize with Chicken Too Beautiful? The viewers of the live broadcast, hearing the song title Linley had reported, first searched their minds just like Deng Ziki, but the end result was the same as Deng Ziki. Nothing came to mind. However, they are convenient in that they can still go searching. However, if you heard it right and typed the words correctly, the end result is that there is no such song. In the music classroom, Linley laughed softly when he saw Deng Ziki's confused eyes. Teacher, there's no need for an accompanist because there isn't one. I wrote this song myself. The words fell, and in an instant, the entire internet was stunned. What did he just say? Write it yourself? Original? You're kidding. He's only a few years old and he's writing his own songs, and with such iconic names. You wrote the song yourself? The pupils of Teng Ziki's eyes continued to dilate, deadly staring into Linley's eyes, trying to want to make sure he hadn't heard wrong. But, Chapter 45, 8-year-old writes his own national spiritual songs. The end result is that one is not wrong. Uncertain, she asked again. Did you just say, original? Teacher, I'm talking about writing it myself, Linley said innocently, his eyes clear as day. Original is a word that, at his age, he doesn't reasonably understand well enough to play dumb. That's not important. What's important is, you wrote your own song? Deng Ziki gradually went from puzzled to interested. Yeah, what's up? Linley continued to look at her with very innocent eyes. Show first. Duncan took a deep breath. In any case, listen to how he writes, and in determining the expression of your own mind behind it. Linley nodded. There is no melodic intervention, no rhythmic progression. He just opened his mouth and cleared his voice. 5,000 years of wind and rain have hidden many dreams. Yellow face, black eyes, the same smile. Early on, while the other students were performing, Linley had redeemed his emotion points in the system to sing. He didn't point it to the top level, heavenly voice, 2 levels down. A little bit of it was held back for the sake of making others think he had room for improvement later in the day. Little abacus strikes early. Singing throat is thick and powerful, biting words clearly, although the voice is young, but all those who hear, has felt a national bear fire burning in the heart. 5,000 years of Chinese history. The yellow character, only 2 lines. The lyrics are simple and clear. Netizens are very intuitive to feel full of national sentiment. 8,000 miles of mountains and rivers. Like a song. Wherever you come from, wherever you're going. There were very few pop-ups left in the live broadcast room at the moment, and all the viewers had been stunned. No, it's the scalp that's gone numb. That's the song that Lin Hall wrote himself, isn't it? One by one, they were breathing a little hard, incredulous, unable to believe what they were hearing. All that was happening. Backstage, the old mogul had his eyes glazed over. What's this? You're telling me this is 8 years old? If it weren't for the childish voice, and looking at the expression on his face when he sang, and the surging vocals, he would have suspected an old artist. Same tears, same pain. The suffering we have had, we keep in our hearts. Same blood, same seed. The future is still a dream, and we'll explore it together. Holding hands, 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 holding hands. Let the world know that we are all Chinese. After one verse, Lin stopped, because enough is enough. The lyrics that follow, they're no different than the ones that precede them. To keep repeating it is to emphasize the idea of the unity of the Chinese nation. That said, the system is a real gem. You remember that you're supposed to be pentatonic, and you've just had a small taste of it, and you're not sure how many times better than you were originally. I wonder what it would be like, upgrading to the very top. Teacher, I'm done singing. Quiet. The entire music classroom dropped a pin at the end of Linley's sentence. Deng Ziqi's eyes were constantly flashing with horror, thinking that it was an ordinary children's song. But he didn't think that it was a song with a strong national sentiment. At the moment, she didn't even consider Linley's singing skills, breath, and other aspects. Because of this song, she had completely overlooked the rest of his good qualities. She stood up from the piano chair and came to crouch in front of Linley, placing her hands on his shoulders. Word for word, he asked, "Tell your teacher that you are sure you wrote this song yourself?" Aha! Linley couldn't stop nodding. What is not in this world? If it is sung and spoken through oneself, it is one's own. That's the perk of being a traveler, which, even in front of the original singer, remains its own. You know melodies? Duncan asked again. Don't look at just only clear singing, but the rhythm in it is also distinct. And those who have not learned the melody of the sound spectrum, how can they not sing it by themselves? But Linley was just different. Don't get it, but I can hum. Linley made it up at random. Sometimes you can't act too genius. The main thing is, the sound score is something that, given his present-day family circumstances, he certainly didn't receive any educational learning in that area. Hearing this, Deng Ziqi looked at Linley with her eyes constantly flowing. A bold idea arose in the brain. He can't say that Linley is absolutely tone-deaf. People who were born for music. He's already writing songs before the average kid can even recognize all the words he's practicing. And it's not even one of those mouth-watering songs. Furthermore, many songwriters create a melodic score first, and then work on the lyrics. Rarely are the lyrics paired with the melody in sequence. But while Linley appeared to be singing in a clear voice, the melodic scales were actually raised in the same voice. Doesn't that tell you anything? You go back to your seat first and go to the office with the teacher after class. Deng Ziqi stabilized her inner restlessness like a treasure. Good. With a bewildered look on his face, Linley returned to his seat, seemingly completely unaware of what shockwaves he would cause by singing this song. Class president, you sing beautifully. Xia, she asked with little starry eyes of adoration. Chang Ishue, class president, you're deep in the world. Have you learned it before? It's awesome. Wang Tianyu, class president, it seems I still have less knowledge about you. No wonder you can be the class president. I serve you. Calm down and have a good class. Linley reminded without a smile. Not far away, Li Jianrun's brain was buzzing at the moment. Now the junk collectors are good at music? Linley's series of performances had gradually made him a little skeptical of everything he had seen in the first place. Is it really a scrap collector? Doesn't look like it. How is it better than me? At this very moment, the live feed has exploded. The entire screen was filled with pop-ups. Holy, and so on. The nationalist. They weren't cursing. They were expressing their inner shock in the most concise of terms. No, he's 8. Did he really write it? Lin Hall's series of performances make me feel like I'm just a loser. What kind of family raised me? Patterns, awareness, leadership. It's enough to amaze me that an 8-year-old has all that. And now you're telling me he can write songs. My third sense is about to be shattered. People are really numb. The same blood, the same tears, yellow face, black eyes. The lyrics are simple but speak of the spirit of our Chinese nation. I wouldn't be so surprised if even Lin Hall sang a mouthful of a song. Such a meaningful song. Really a child can understand? While the netizens of the live broadcast were scrambling to be shocked, the major onlookers, the bloggers, the journalists, had already started to act. Come alive. Lin Hall is literally a traffic generator for them. 8-year-old writes his own national spiritual song. The title name is all figured out. Chapter 46. Linley is really on fire this time. Same tears, same pain. The suffering we have had, we keep in our hearts. On the Shake Shack short video, Linley's childish singing voice constantly impacts the netizens who are brushing Shake Shack. Simple lyrics that go straight to their souls and stir the red blood that flows inside them. For a moment, Linley's singing of Chinese people washed up on the hot search. That's right, it's the hot search. No3, Rising Star Junior Class Kid Brother composed Wasia Man at the age of 8. No6, The Same Blood, The Same Kind. A song about Chinese people was actually written by an 8-year-old child. No7, Wang Feng releases new album. The heat was momentary, and it suppressed all the artists who paid for the hot search to go up. There is even a hidden trend of official support, simply because the meaning of the song itself is in it. How can ordinary entertainment news have such a high level of heat all of a sudden? In the meantime, on the set of a movie filmed in Yinjing, Hua is taking a break when he suddenly hears his assistant swiping on Jitterbug. I was going to say something about not playing with cell phones during work hours or something like that, but hear the song coming out of it. He felt a surge of energy, as if the bloodline in his body had awakened. What are you looking at? He asked in a gruff voice. Brother, this, a kid wrote a song by himself. The assistant pointed the cell phone screen at Hua. Hua took his cell phone and looked at a young, green and boyish boy singing a song. Junior class? Forest Hall? None of that matters. What matters is this one song. He wrote this song himself? Hua was shocked out of his mind. Yes, recently this little kid is very hot. It's the new Star Teen class directed by director Zhang. The pattern awareness is very big. Brother, are you interested? Assistant said. Hua nodded faintly. You contact director Zhang for me and ask about this kid. It's me who wants to buy the rights to this song. Hua is very patriotic. That's something all of China knows. The song, Chinese people, instantly hit that spot in his heart. Ha! The assistant froze. Don't tell the people from the company to get in touch. In the meantime, I kinda want to meet this kid. Hua didn't explain anything more, just simply instructed. Oh, of course, at this moment, not only Hua, many singers have this idea. The song, not to mention just a few words, contained energy and meaning that they could all hear. If there were no surprises, this song would become a classic that would be passed down in China once it was officially released. Director, it's exploded. It's really exploded. The heat is too high. The number of online viewers is almost 1,000 W. Backstage at the show's studio, the network supervisor delivers good news. Lao Mozi was trembling with excitement, but managed to stabilize the supreme leader's mind. Make a fuss and keep a good lookout. Yes. After briefly training the network supervisor, he looked at Linley in the screen and felt more and more like he had picked up a treasure. Simply will make the show effect. Hold up a harmonic star. But now he also writes songs. Realize that this child has not gone through systematic learning to write songs and hum tunes. What does that mean? Genius. He picked up the phone and dialed Ho, who was in his office. Hey, see? Well, see, he awkwardly was also very bored in the office. Apart from bull ****** ting, he was watching the students recording. They knew all about Linley's performance in the music classroom. You can bring him over here for a moment when school is over, Lao Mozi said. Okay, got it, he awkwardly answered. And although he wasn't sure what he was going to call Linley over for, he thought that it definitely wasn't a bad thing. You guys, what else does this kid have that we don't know? Yangni's beautiful face was currently covered in shock. Writing songs, self-pen songs, and especially singing them, really gave them a shock. They're the ones who mix with the entertainment industry and have the best intuition of what can be a big hit. Of course, what makes a hit is not necessarily a good creation, but a good creation must make a hit. It doesn't. Linley's self-pen song, Huaxia Man, they thought would explode in the inner circle. Louis Fei blinked, searching and marveling. The festival catalog is precious. That's not true. Deng Chao shook his cell phone. Look, just for a moment, the hot searches are on. More than a hot search. He awkwardly looked down at his cell phone at the moment. My friends in the circle are asking Linley for contact information. I guess they fancy the copyright of this song. Hearing this, Yangni's few people understood that Linley's boy was completely on fire. These days, there are so many stars who can do the whole job. But what if it's a talented, capable entertainer? Capital will tilt towards talent this. There is no doubt that the capital looks at Linley's talent. At the thought of this, Yangni's heart got a little hot. Variety must bring Linley on, and soon, and must play nice with Linley, bound to get the little brat to sign for his own company. There is nothing wrong with the statement that adults seek profit. Originally several people were still slowly thinking about what program to bring Linley on, or delaying it, but at the moment there are no thoughts of that. Music class, soon over. Duncan took the students back to the classroom. Class president, you can still write songs. After returning to the classroom, Deng Ziki took a deep look at Linley and hurried back to the office. She immediately pulled on Linley's small hand when she saw her teacher leave and marveled. Though she had marveled at it more than once during class, she couldn't hold back the surprise in her mind. Is it hard? Linley was a bit impatient and bristled. This was from the end of the class to his return. All the students except Xiaoxi were gathered around him. He's a grown man, and being praised by a bunch of kids doesn't give him any sense of accomplishment, of vanity in the slightest. Super rare. Natsuki froze and nodded. Why are you so good? If you'll be quiet, I'll give you a song next time too. Linley suddenly had a brainwave. There were some very childish songs that he didn't think it was appropriate for him to sing, nor did it fit his persona in the establishment today. But Xiaoxi can. For example, Courage to Explode, TSK, TSK, TSK. It's a very uptempo song, and it was the last one that rolled through the jitterbugs. Kids think it's childish, but college students hear it's a big hit. Linley himself would never sing this song. If he did, where would this face go? Really? Xiaoxi's eyes instantly filled with light. Really? Okay, I'll be quiet, Xiaoxi said, raising her hand over her mouth, her eyes glaring earnestly at the boss in an attempt to tell Linley, I'm quiet. Seeing her lovely appearance, Linley joked, well, that's what makes you a good girl. If you're always this good in the future, I'll take you as my wife. Chapter 47, I'll grow up and go into the broadcasting bureau to put shoes on you. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi's eyes widened. No way. I treat you as the class president and you want to take me as your wife? My father will beat you to death. She covered her mouth, but obviously didn't cover it solidly, and across a hand. Linley heard her clearly. Is your dad that mean? Natsuki nodded fiercely, but felt as if it wasn't right and shook her head violently again. My dad isn't mean, Lou. He keeps telling me that if I get married by someone else in the future, then he's going to beat him to death. Linley understood what that meant. The father is not always afraid of his own sweet little coat by yellow hair moist well. Xiaoxi's looks, at first glance, is a beauty embryo, as long as the later does not grow crooked, properly a big beauty. Currently looking at this character aspect is also sweet and lovely. The old father is bound to be unable to give up his precious daughter. I'm a person who likes to do nothing more than pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth. So go back after school and tell your dad that after you turn 18, I'll dye my hair yellow and come pick you up on my scooter. Linley laughed. Ha? Why did you dye your hair yellow? Doesn't black look good? Xiaoxi was puzzled. No need to ask. Just tell your father what I said originally. Well, it has to be the original. Linley was eager to see what kind of mindset his old father would be in once he knew that his family's cabbages had been missed by yellow hair since he was a child. Oh, Xiaoxi nodded her head as if she understood. But my dad has been on a business trip lately. It will take a long time before he can come back. It's fine. It's not too late to talk about it when we get back. Linley hemmed and hawed. Chatting over here, the bell rang for the second afternoon class. Art class. This class was pretty normal. Linley didn't have much of a chance to perform well, and to be honest, was too lazy to do so. He felt that the explosion in the music class should not have been digested by the internet at the moment, and that it would not give him much emotional value if he were to have another one. Similarly, the third class, physical education, was the same. Turning to the end of the school day. This time, Deng Chao led the students to the entrance of the school, while he awkward led Linley to the studio. In the studio, Lao Mozi, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Deng Ziki, and the five of them, he awkward, quietly looked up and down at Linley, who was sitting in a chair in front of them, eating fruit. This little kid doesn't know how to spell formal, does he? Generally speaking, small children will eventually be a bit apprehensive and formal when they come to an unfamiliar environment. But this guy, after coming, the other people did not greet. Just sit on the chair next to Lao Mozi by himself, eating the fruit prepared for Lao Mozi. No sense of boundaries at all? Don't look. All you big stars? Look no further and I won't tell you I'm a genius. Linley spat out the kernel of the fruit and picked up a bottle of Coke to gulp down a mouthful. Little brat. Solemnize. He awkwardly glared at him gently. Teacher, if you have something to say, just ask. If you have something to say, don't engage in the air pressure thing. It doesn't work on me. Linley spoke in an old-fashioned manner. Lao Mozi coughed lightly. No wonder in the past 2 days often heard he awkwardly they said. This small child is smart as a matter of fact. The old 3 old 4. Look at this posture. If not for the fact that he was sitting in the director's seat, looking at his appearance, he was the leader of this program. Little friend, this time it's me who wants to see you. I see that you usually perform well. Are you interested in moving into the entertainment industry? Linley raised his eyes to look at him and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Director, I'm not in the entertainment industry right now. Isn't participating in this program preparing to enter the entertainment industry? Ahem. Lao Mozi coughed uncontrollably, which sounded as if to say that what he said was nonsense. It's been a long time since anyone spoke to him like this. Even those movie stars and actresses. Aren't they all respectful when they see themselves? If he hadn't been a little kid, the highs and lows would have to be a whole 2 sentences. Do not be rude. Linley, he awkward lightly reprimanded. Out of the way. Out of the way. Lao Mozi waved his hand. Get to the point. Lindley, this song of yours, there are a lot of people who want you to buy the rights. What do you think? Originally, he had planned to seek out Lindley for a good chat and familiarize himself with the little child. But then, while they were in class, his phone was ringing off the hook with peers. Either this entertainment company comes in and asks, or that singer wants the rights. The song was written by Lindley, but now that he's a little kid and is on their show, the first contact is still the old mastermind. If you go to Lindley privately, you are obviously overstepping your bounds and not putting Lao Mozi, the great director of internal entertainment, in your eyes. Who wants it? How much is the offer? Lindley was delighted to hear this, his eyes immediately glowing with money. Don't bully me into being a little kid and just lower the price for me. If and when I find out later, then don't blame me for growing up, taking the public exam to go to the broadcasting bureau, and giving you guys the boot. Cough cough. A light coughing sound once again resounded in the studio, and at the moment it wasn't just Lao Mozi, it was everyone, including Yang Mi and the others as well as the rest of the staff. Threatening words, they'd heard a lot of them growing up. What kind of threats have been heard? Being threatened by children has happened, but it never occurred to me that I would be so threatened by a small child. Examining the public broadcaster? What kind of threat is that? Besides, if any other kid had made such a threat, they would have laughed it off. However, this little brat's hallowed appearance over the past 2 days, as well as the means displayed at a young age. If you grow up and really go for the public exam, you will definitely mix it up. Hypothetically, if he does get into the BA, ahem, now they are teachers and program directors. From now on, you'll have to call him leader when you see him. It's pinching the aorta. Yang Mi blinked her eyes, and sighed in her heart. If this little kid really grows up and goes to the broadcasting bureau, just now he dares to call out to himself to set himself up, and after he grows up, when he goes there, he shall not ride on himself? So, she hastened to say, I think it's better for you not to take the public examination and become an actor. Mr. Yang, you have this little thought written all over your face. Are you afraid that the day I get to the top is the day you lose your job? Yang Mi's cheeks reddened as she was caught off guard. It's very embarrassing to have your little mind blown, especially if it's a small child. It made Yang Mi feel pure and small and cute. Don't be afraid. As long as you guys are honest and don't go down those crooked paths. What about me? I can't burn you with the first fire when I'm on top. Lindley said fussily, crossing his legs and leisurely picking up the coke and taking another sip. Lao Mozi smiled at the corner of his mouth, truly amused by this little kid. Look at this situation. This is not even the director of broadcasting and television yet, and already started to educate them. Be serious. Wait until you're really on top later. Now let's talk about your song. Old Mozi collected his laughter and said in a serious manner. Chapter 48. Do you know about investing? I'm a hexagonal warrior. You said, be honest. Lindley was similarly serious. Lao Mozi simply said a few artists and did not mention the company, so he thought that Lindley's child did not know about these companies. He emphasized, do you know King Lao of Hong Kong? Wah, I know. Lindley nodded. Wah, in the last life it was the 4 heavenly kings, and it is still the same in this life. But because of the timeline, many of the stars in this life are much younger than the last. Today, Wah is just under 50, but the status is the same as in the last life. Well, he didn't say how much he was offering and wanted to meet with you alone for a bit. Old Mauser said truthfully. That being said, other companies, or other artists, he could really help Lindley with his gatekeeping, or knocking on the door. But this heavenly King Lu, even though he was an actor, his level in the entertainment industry was not in any way lower than his. It's fine. I'm sure heavenly King Lu can take me on a good program and give me resources. Lindley sighed slightly. Unlike some people, I begged for half a day, and even bought them breakfast. I just couldn't impress their iron heart, and every day they just know how to bully my little kid. Yang Mi, he awkward and a few others raised their eyebrows. Says who? Who's this Inyan talking about? They just couldn't figure out where this little kid was getting all the bull asterisk and the setups. Lao Mozi was slightly sweating when he heard he awkward and the others talking about it. You'd be wrong about them on that point, mainly because there aren't many variety shows about kids, or for you, these days. As soon as he finished speaking, he couldn't help but mutter in his mind. How did he even get to explain himself? In his position, he doesn't even need to make a point of explaining something, or someone, for that matter. What's wrong with you? Lindley looked at Lao Mozi. Director Zhang, there's nothing going on, I'll leave first. I have to go home and pack up. I can't help it. I have a bunch of scraps at home to categorize. Yang Mi sniffed and immediately said, I'll send you back. That's fine. Thank you, Mr. Yang. Lindley didn't outright refuse this time. With a smart mind, he had actually thought of a lot of things when Lao Mozi interviewed him. He himself is now a meat and potatoes guy. no longer a harmonizer who only does gimmicks to get the whole job done. There are so many artists who can do the whole job, but there aren't a lot of talented entertainers out there. In the past, he himself held up to be a whole living harmonic star. The reason why he has today's hotness, or rely on the young age, do some adult things, the main play a sense of contrast. But now, after they see their natural talents, they are in a different situation. Yang Mi wanted to give herself a ride, and not surprisingly, she wanted to talk to herself again about signing Nanny's car. Linley is still the first time to sit in this high-grade car. The last life of their own mixed not so good. A handful of years every day to drive an electric convertible car, rain or shine. Sister Honey. Linley changed his name. In school he called the teacher. After school, well, naturally there is a name after school. Yang Mi's beautiful eyes looked at him and cut straight to the chase. Linley, do you want to stop considering my company? No consideration. Sister Honey, you won't have to consider signing me. I won't be signing with any agency. Linley said, I'm going to take the public examination in the future. It's impossible for me to be an entertainer for long. The reason I want to be on variety shows now is to improve my life. Linley said matter-of-factly. Examining the public or not, he also simply sent Yang Mi them. He certainly won't be moving into the artist side of things in the future anyway, all with a system, and a hexagonal warrior system at that. Who's a star? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Perhaps, the stars are high in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of those capital, the top power, they are just like ordinary people. He holds the system. Even if he does not go to the public examination into the government units, relying on the system can also become a party capital. What? You really want to get into the broadcasting bureau and be my leader? Yang Mi frowned. What? No? Yes, of course, everyone has dreams. You have to flatter me now. When I get into the broadcasting bureau, I'll cover you in the future. Linley raised his hand in an old-fashioned manner and patted Yang Mi's fragrant shoulder. Pull back. You'll get your exams first. People aren't even grown up yet. Yang Mi gave a blank look without a good reason. She stopped talking about signing, having been unceremoniously rejected twice already, knowing in her heart that the matter was out of the question. The kid, too much of a mind of his own, unless something comes up that might bring it on board. But, now, she knew she wouldn't join even if she talked her way out of it. One good thing, though, is that, from what he's saying, he won't be joining any other media companies either. Sister Honey, do you know what is called investment? You invest in me, and in the future when I become the director of the Broadcasting Bureau, I'll guarantee that you'll be top stream for the rest of your life. Linley opened his mouth to speak. Drawing pies? Ha! I've eaten more pie than you've eaten salt. Yang Mi scoffed. That's not necessarily true. It's not certain. You'll know when you grow up later. Yang Mi didn't understand the meaning of Linley's words. How much salt could an 8-year-old brat eat? At this moment, the nanny car arrived at Linley's residence. Yang Mi looked through the car window at this surrounding house full of garbage, and a different emotion surged up. Look at the few pieces of canopy randomly built house, as if a little bad weather can directly blow apart. Is that what kids grow up in? She turned her head to look at Linley on the side, her eyes slowing a bit. Here we are. Aha! Linley answered, opened the car door, and crossed over. Bye Sister Honey, see you tomorrow. You're not inviting me in to sit down? Forget it, our little shabby house. There's nothing to visit. You're a big star. Linley smiled coyly. The corner of Yang Mi's mouth rose slightly. Understanding his thoughts in her heart, she pretended to be angry and said, what? Dislike me? I don't dare to. Sister Honey's status is honorable. Linley scratched his head, his eyes fluttering as if looking for a suitable excuse. I was going to start Timmy as soon as I entered the house myself, and here you are coming in. I have to take the time to entertain you. Besides, the most valuable thing in the house, the one who could take the most out of it, was herself, and there was nothing to entertain her. Alright, less poor talk. Yang Mi let out a light laugh, opened the car door and elegantly walked down. I'm not a pretentious person. Let's go. Visit your little shabby house. Linley froze for a moment, not realizing that Yang Mi really wanted to go in, so he had to lead the way with a stiff upper lip. Through the narrow alleyway, the air smelled faintly of mold and grease, out of place with the scent of Yang Mi's perfume. She frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, just silently following Linley. Push open the simple wooden door. Into the eyes of the cramped room. Furniture is old, wall-skin mottled, a small wooden table, 2 worn chairs, a plank bed. This is Linley's home. At a glance, the words, Family Guy, came to her mind. Chapter 49, 4 questions? Why is being with the people a crime? Quite cozy. Yang Mi sighed slightly as she couldn't find the words. Linley skimmed his lips. I think you'd better not speak. Sister Honey, you know you can't find the right words to say. You have to insist on saying it. Embarrassing. Ha! Yang Mi gave a dry laugh. Although she knew about Linley's family in the school's archives, after seeing it live, she completely understood the reason for Linley's precocity. Although Yang Mi loved cleanliness, at this moment, she also smoothed out her skirt without a care in the world and sat down on the stool full of dirt and dust. She didn't dare to show too many different looks for fear of hurting Linley's pride. What do you usually do at home? Young Mimi searched for a topic of conversation. Eat and sleep. Linley perfunctorily this answered her. Big sister, why don't you leave? Look and sit. Don't interfere with your own game. No other hobbies? Linley heard this and looked at her as if she were a little cutie. Like looking at her. In my situation, do I dare to have other hobbies? Yang Mi was stunned. Knowing that she had asked the wrong question, she hurriedly said, you're alone at home. Why don't you move to my place for a while? You have a house in Nuno? No. I'm staying in a hotel now. In a suite with 2 rooms. No go. It's not good to be alone. You're a big star. It's easy to spread gossip. Ha ha. Yang Mi instantly laughed. I really don't know what this little head is thinking all day long. What kind of gossip am I spreading with you? Don't go. I'm afraid you'll submarine me. Bah. Your hair is not even grown. I'm subterfuge you? Yang Mi spat lightly and suddenly thought. No. How do you know about subterfuge? Linley shook his cell phone. I'm online too. So do you know what subterfuge does? Yang Mi asked. Isn't it just accompanying a sleeper? Linley cut out. You still know a lot. I know a lot. But there's always one thing I haven't figured out. Can you answer my questions, sister honey? A hint of cunning flashed in Linley's eyes, playfulness rising. What? Yang Mi asked curiously, slightly straightening his back. It was finally time to catch up with Linley's little brat who was vainly begging for questions. However, this straightening of her waist caused her breasts to stand up as well. 2 words flashed in Linley's mind, really big. Where are you looking? Yang Mi was slightly shy when he stared at her like that. Why does this little kid have the same eyes as those old SPs? Ahem. This time it was Linley who was a little embarrassed instead. And he steadied himself. Why do you think? Why did you get promoted after sleeping with your leader? Ha? Yang Mi was staggered. What a question. Why did you graduate after sleeping with your professor? Why is it that sleeping with a director makes you famous? Why is it illegal to sleep with the people? Linley asked 4 questions with a grim gaze. As question after question came up, Yang Mi knew in her heart that she was being set up again by this little brat digging a hole. Look at all the questions being asked. How does that make her answer? She was too shy to answer even if she wanted to. Little, why do you have so many questions? Yang Mi's eyes huffed and she raised her hand to knock her hard on the head. Ouch. Linley's head hurt. Did you not know? Or don't you want to say? I don't know. Yang Mi said with aggravated hatred. Che, you're still an adult. You don't even know this. Linley glanced at it with contempt. You know? Tell me? Linley said indifferently. Because the people don't have any interests in their hands. It's so simple you don't even understand. Yang Mi was silent. The reasoning was this. But, her reserve, and her status. She couldn't say it. All at once, silence fell upon the little ragged house. Yang Mi was dumbfounded by Linley's, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. Nor did she dare to say anything. She was afraid that the little brat was digging himself in with a ruse. You're still not leaving? Linley was a bit impatient, affecting his ability to earn nest egg fees. You kicked me out? Yang Mi was dumbfounded. That being said, since she grew up and became an adult, going to someone's house was the first time she was kicked out, especially when you go to a guy's house. You can't wait to stay by yourself. Big sister, if you don't leave you're going to have dinner. I don't have the money to treat you here. Why don't you get on board at all? Linley covered his forehead without a face and said, look at how petty you are. Dinner is on me. Yang Mi took out her cell phone. What do you want to eat? Why don't we go out to eat? You go. I don't want to go. Linley didn't know if she really didn't hear it or if she was pretending not to. Wasn't it clear enough that you were kicking people out? You don't know what's good for you. Yang Mi's resentment was thick. The people who want me to treat them to dinner can be lined up from this side to Mordor, you believe it or not. I'm taking the initiative to invite you now, and you're still not going. Linley was helpless and thought it would be better to say it explicitly. I'm going to make money, and you're interfering with that by being on my side. Make money? What kind of money do you make? How do you earn? Yang Mi was suddenly curious. I'm going out to pick up bottles. You want to follow me? You went out to pick up bottles? Thinking she'd misheard, Yang Mi repeated. Yeah, how else are you going to pay for next semester's tuition and how are you going to live? It's not like you're giving me resource announcements. Yang Mi thought he was right. I'll transfer some money to you on WeChat later. Take a good rest and don't go out. There are many traffickers now. It's not safe for you to be a child. Human traffickers would have to have a headache seeing me. Linley bristled. No credit. No private transfers. All your special transfers, I'll consider them bribes. Hearing the previous sentence, Yang Mi couldn't help but smile. The traffickers love smart kids like you. They can sell them for a good price. Che, it's hard to say who sold who. Not that I look down on them, but if they can sell me, count them out. Linley's statement is by no means a wild boast. Traffickers abduct young children who are not in tune with the world, because it's good to cheat. He is? He's a grown man in his body. You're that good? Still trying to sell the traffickers? No more bull **** with you. I'm going to work. Linley saw that she wouldn't leave no matter what he said, so he had no choice but to sleep with her. To himself, he turned on his cell phone and started Timmy, only because, during the day, the milk-fierce gold master was urging him on. As soon as Yang Mi heard this familiar voice, she hurriedly moved over the small bench and sat beside him. The work he's talking about is playing games? Games for money? How does he make it? It's not like you're using a voice changer to fool the boys, is it? But immediately afterward, at the sight of the cell phone interface, she froze. The forest is deep and sea standing. Isn't this the wild king that was making a lot of noise in the king's circle last night? It's actually him. Yang Mi couldn't stop the horror in her eyes. Chapter 50, he's a genius. Yang Mi likes to play king, as fans and netizens know. The recent Battle to the Top variety show, on which Yang Mi had a good performance. It is clear to the whole network that Yang Mi's gaming level is good, and she often pays attention to the circle of King of Glory. It doesn't. Last night, Lin Shinmianli made a big kill, but Yang Mi was pulled over by her best friend to watch. That's the same operation as Dove. It's indulgently silky. Their Star King 5 Rose group was also chatting about this Lin Shinsealy. There was some speculation as to which pro's trumpet it was. Others speculate that it is the return of some ancient god. There is a wide range of opinions, but never in a million years did I expect it to be an 8-year-old child. How can you imagine that? Not to mention the others. Yang Mi herself had never thought about it, though the ID struck her as a bit odd yesterday. The forest is deep and sees the stand. Linley, but it also just felt like I was overthinking it. However, now that she saw Linley open this ID account, she was dumbfounded. You're Hayashi Fukamatachi? Right. Linley didn't bother to bury it. People had seen it, so he just admitted it boldly. Isn't that what it says? Lin Shinsealy. Yang Mi shifted her gaze from the screen to Linley's face. Understanding. Strong leadership skills. The pattern is big. Can write songs. You still play games now? At this moment, Linley's boyish little face seemed to be covered in a thick mist in Yang Mi's eyes. What else does he know that I don't? Kid, you operate one. I'll see if it's really you. She still didn't dare to be sure. She had to see to believe. She had to have Linley operate one. Right away. Linley didn't refuse. Pull up Milk Fierce and start a direct double team. As soon as Milk Fierce entered the room, he turned on the double voice. You and how so play people waiting for you for a long time. The petulant tone made the Yang Mi on the side tingle. What a riot. Linley ignored it and went into the hero selection screen, routinely going through the usual routine of sending his battle results. 100% win rate as soon as Li Bai comes out. The three teammates were very sensible to get out of the way and let out a cry. Big brother, take me to fly. I will shout 6666. Who is this woman? Yang Mi asked. Gold Master, your job is to take people to the top? Yeah, if it wasn't for you being deadbeat and not leaving, I would have called it a day and rushed to peak number 1. Linley skimmed his lips. Yang Mi was slightly embarrassed and did not continue to speak, quietly watching him perform. Soon the game opens. Linley opened the game against the field and used Li Bai's displacement skills to successfully grab the opposite side's blue buff. Then brush your own wilderness as you should. Watching Linley operate, Yang Mi deeply realized what it meant to be a square hitter at the moment. In the middle of the play, there is a chance to go for a support wave. And when there is no chance, you eat the troop line. And every second is calculated just right. There will not be nothing to do because of time and there are always resources to eat. First game, 10 minutes over. This is the end? Yang Mi simply hadn't seen enough. Feeling that his operation didn't lose to those professional players at all. And even, he felt more powerful than the professional players. Linley nodded faintly and hurriedly opened the second one. In the girls' dormitory, Zhang Rui felt like she had never been so low in her life. For one game, she pulled out all the stops, pouting and whining. Even she herself felt goosebumps as she listened. Little brother, you're so high and mighty, she trailed off and said daintily. Little brother, help, she called out in a pretense of weakness. Little brother, why are you ignoring me? Is there something I did wrong? She asked aggressively. She swore that this was definitely the first time she had ever done this to a man. Listening to this exaggerated performance of the girlfriends, Tong Runnan in the same dormitory could not help but purse her lips. Rui, pay attention to sometimes it's better to be a little bit high and cold. You feel too backwards. Yes? Ginger Rui raised her eyes in confusion and innocence. Either there is, or, simply, Li Qiuling got up to pour water and interjected with a smile as she passed by. Be subtle. The ones that are upside down are worthless. Don't leave that impression on people. Tong Rennan chimed in. Yes, be a little more reserved. Play a few more games with him. Doesn't he want money? Give it to him. A few $100 is still there. Take your time. Okay, high-strung, right? I'm good at this one. Zhang Rui nodded and began to play the game seriously, trying to talk as little as possible. Without realizing it, 10 games were over. People are gone. Playing the summit match. Zhang Rui stretched her waist, her beautiful curves hidden under the loose t-shirt. Never felt so easy to score. Really, money is everything. No extra clock? Li Qiuling asked with a smile. Added and gave another 100. But he said he's going to go for peak number 1 and play later. Number 1 at the peak? Yo, quite ambitious. Li Qiuling raised her eyebrows and said meaningfully. Come on, let's watch the battle. Hey, I want to see how this little brother will get to peak number 1. Tong Runnan said with gusto. Hurry up and open your friends for a spectator battle. Nothing is boring. What's there to see? Li Qiuling wondered. Tong Runnan said. You don't understand. Peak 2100 and above. They are all godly fights, and every handful of them can be included in the material. I've been doing short video part-time work lately, and I'm worried about finding a direction. Now isn't this coming? High-end game material, eh? Look at how excited you are. Li Qiuling snickered. That said, I kind of want to see a godly fight in the high end of the board as well. Okay, look. Ginger Rue clicked on her friends list and clicked on the battle watching mode again. Go to the loading screen. Peak score 2215. It's worth noting that the season just started a while ago and the peak first just got to about 2270. Red side, Li Bai, Lao Fu Zi, Wang Zhaojun, Zhang Fei, Marco Polo. Blue side, Mirror, Sun Su, Shi Shi, Tai Yijin, Sun Shangxiang. At this point in the game, it's been 4 minutes since the game started. Linli has a record of 1/0/1 in the battlefield. Total score 03/02. Red is temporarily ahead by 1 head. The dragon is out. Grab the dragon. Yang Mi said excitedly. Although she is considered very powerful among a group of celebrities who love to play King's Honor, she has never played such a high-end game. Peaking at the end of last season, she barely made it to 2,000 points. Watching the 4-minute tyrant refresh. In the mini-map, 10 people rushed towards the dragon pit in unison as if they had an appointment. Basically no one talks. Just basic mastery awareness. Quiet. Linli frowned. This hand he felt is not simple. His own this segment match to more than 2,200 points. Belonged to pull points. Easily the most quality innings of the season so far. He's a little stressed. The opening screen, except for him, shows single digits on the peak rankings for all 4 GBs. You know, if you can put a hero on the national standard, then the understanding of this hero and its operation, according to the value given by the system, 8 to 10, a top-notch master. Oh, Yang Mi obediently closed her mouth, her eyes surging with divine color. Chapter 51, he's grown up and I don't think I'm old enough yet. Both sides were testing each other, and no one opened up first. Suddenly at this point, Sun Tzu's voice of opening the big one rang out. Linli knew that the other party was the first to open the group. Looking at the map, Wang Zhaojun exposed the vision. It should be open him. Sun Tzu is sailing. Wang Zhaojun, be careful. In the team, someone opened the mic and said, I have flash alright, no more mirror vision. Wang Zhaojun's trumpet lit up. The group battle is imminent. The other 3 of the opponents, except for Mirror, took the initiative to press on after Sun Tzu opened his ship. Zhang Fei add shield. Backhand open big. Rushed Sun Shangxiang. Li Bai. Find a chance. The Marco Polo trumpet went off in the voice. Lin Li, after Zhang Fei opened his big, found the right opportunity and directly rushed over with a skill to cut to Sun Shangxiang, brushing his big at light speed. Combine this with Wang Zhaojun's big move that was put down early to collect Sun Shangxiang's head. Why don't you go back? Yang Mi saw Lin Li collect the shooter's head. According to her logic, she should have gone back with 1 skill. After all, she was now in the vicinity of a group battle, and was easily set on fire by the other side. The mirror hasn't shown its vision, so I guess it's crouching my position. Hearing this, Yang Mi carefully looked at the battlefield, and suddenly, in the original Li Bai position, she saw the mirror's avatar. The eyes widened instantly. That's a good prediction? Awesome, she praised from the bottom of her heart. At this moment, Lin Li was near the group battle, saw a gap and directly left the edge of the group battle, quickly going to the little juggernaut's dragon pit. You're not robbing tyrants anymore? I can't grab it. Wang Zhaojun is bloodied. Zhang Fei is dead. Lao Fu Zi has withdrawn. Marco Polo will die soon. Just now the position is bad. Lin Li simply analyzed the situation for her. As soon as his words fell, Yang Mi saw that what happened in the follow-up was exactly as he had said. Where did you learn all this? How long have you been playing? Yang Mi couldn't help but wonder. Lindley paused for a moment, then turned and said, more than 20 hours. He was going to say that he had been playing for years, but then he thought no, he was a traveler and an 8-year-old, so forget it, he should just lie. Of course, that's not a lie, in this world. He's really only been playing for 20 hours or so. Yang Mi was shocked at hearing this. What? You say you've only been playing for 20 hours or so? Lindley nodded shamelessly. Hoo, let me slow down. Another piece of news that shocked her even more than Lindley being, Lin shamelessly. 20 hours? Finish this look? In her current perception, Lindley's level should be about the same as those first-tier technical anchors. No, be better than them, not in any way inferior to those pros. A game player, to become a top god, in becoming a professional player, which is not talent plus hard work, and even more important in this is the time factor. In the King's Glory pyramid, that wave of experts, which is not by time to slowly figure out the study. Where's Lindley? 20 hours? To be able to follow in such a high-end situation and not fall behind and have a back and forth with your opponent. What does that mean? He's a super talented gamer. It's not technically a gift anymore. He's a genius. Giftedness is when a person has a talent in a field that is far superior to others. A genius, on the other hand, is someone who shines in more than one area. Lindley falls into this category. Yang Mi Kazran's big eyes had moved from the cell phone screen to his face, and the more she looked at him, the more alarmed she became. This kid, the future is really unlimited. There are many sets. They are articulate. They are talented. They are gifted. A normal person, taking one of these, has a prosperous future, and he's taken them all. Furthermore, from Yang Mi's years of seeing handsome men in the entertainment industry, this little kid would probably grow up to be a handsome man. The meat and potatoes. Suddenly she had a craving for a young grass. This year he is 8 years old and he himself is 27. He is 18 and he himself is 37. It's still raw. In ancient times, there were child brides. Nowadays it's not too much for her to want a child husband, right? Little brat, move to my house. All your expenses in the future sis will come. Sis will support you. Yang Mi's heart was moved and her mouth was honest. At this point, the situation in the game is currently in the calm before the final storm. Lindley took the time to say back to her, I don't eat soft food. Again, the embarrassment of being told what's on my mind. What, eating soft rice? My sister doesn't want to see you work so hard to earn money by playing sheets. You are still young. You should focus on your studies. Yang Mi said with far-fetched reasons. Then you should take me on more variety shows to make money so I don't have to work so hard. Don't you think? As if he could read her little mind. Lindley took the time to look at her and winked at her. It's tiring to be on a variety show. Besides, didn't I just say that you should focus on your studies? Don't you want to take the public examination? It's not that simple. Alright then, how about this? You directly transfer me $100 million as a future support for me, and I don't have to go on variety. Hit the sheets and study hard. How about that? Lindley said as he maneuvered by to fight the group. 100 million. Yang Mi pulled the corner of her mouth. Do you know what $1 billion is? It really comes out of your mouth. You don't even want to give me $100 million to spend, and you still want to support me. Am I so cheap? Go. What are you talking about? Yang Mi glared at him without any good humor, then said in a very serious tone, I'm serious. Sis is supporting you. First you arrange the variety show I was promised and we'll bring up the rest. Lindley at the moment did not gag, refused. The game is now, victory is in sight. The other side is now just lingering. Three-way high and low are broken. Losing is a matter of time. The head has been distracted to think of other things. Being adopted by Yang Mi. No, it's fostering, but it's also a good choice. The other is not guaranteed. But you can be sure of one thing. The follow-up exposure is absolutely rare. With his idea of not signing to any company, he will only end up being a flash in the pan in front of the showbiz cameras. Capital has to make money too, so why should it give you its resources? You're not one of his? Okay, I'll take you on a variety show. Feeling him loosen up a bit, Yang Mi immediately said. At this point, the game is declared over and the red team wins. Hearing the sound of her opponent's crystal shattering, Yang Mi came back to her senses. 1. So soon? She looked at the length of the game. 18 minutes. And the Storm Dragon King wasn't even out yet. Aren't high-end games supposed to take a long time to play? Shouldn't they be burning each other? The opposite side's rhythm is messed up, and after dropping points 3 times, the situation is out of control, Lindley said as he opened the next hand. Yang Mi nodded, seeing that he was going to keep fighting, with no intention of stopping, and quietly stood up, walked outside the cabin and called his assistant to get some dinner. Chapter 52, The Circle of Fire. I don't run now. Around 2000 hours in the evening. Inside the little shabby house, Lindley swiped the jitterbug as he sandwiched his dinner from Yang Mi's assistant. Don't look at your cell phone while eating, eat seriously you know. Yang Mi substituted herself as a guardian and began to educate. You eat your food, I'll watch mine, out of the way. Lindley returned without lifting his head. Yang Mi felt that she didn't seem to have any authority in front of him and sighed in her heart. You're going to continue when you're done eating later? Well, rushing a peak number 1, making a sign, and taking more orders. Lindley stated his purpose. Okay. Yang Mi took a sip of water. Then after we finish eating, I'll go back first. Be safe at home alone. Call me anytime if anything happens. Aha. Lindley nodded. After dinner, the assistant came over to clean up the mess, and then followed Yang Mi out of the small shabby house. After taking out the trash, they got into the nanny van together. Yang Mi looked deeply out the car window, then took her cell phone out of her purse and dialed her agent. Is Jia busy? Within moments the call was answered and Yang Mi greeted with a soft smile. Not busy. Why? Don't I have to participate in the All-Star tournament officially organized by King of Glory next week? Yeah. What's up? You talked to the organizers? I'm going to bring someone with me on the show then. Who is it? Jia on the other end of the line asked suspiciously. It's not a big name. Just give the program a word, and give a nominal amount of notice fee. Mimi, you should at least give me an idea of how many lines it is. Or if it's a newcomer, there has to be a concept. Sister Jia was slightly speechless. How much is a symbol? Give more. People don't want it, and it's itself a matter of bringing people over outside the program yourself. Give less, in case it's an artist with a bit of curiosity. And Les says no. Well, you tell them to count by newcomers. Yang Mi said. Okay, I got it. Send me the program flow when you get there and I'll read it. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Yang Mi breathed a long sigh of relief. She was still struggling with what program to put on for him at school, but after a trip home with him, she had a solution in mind. Today's variety shows are either break-up lovers or we're in love and other love-hate entanglements between men and women. Can these adult variety shows take Lindley on? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. No. And those outdoor competition variety shows or whatever, where a bunch of adults compete with little kids? Obviously not for him again. Now that I know he plays King's Honor and is so good at it, the promise has been kept. 24 p.m. The capstone race is closed. Forrest deeply seeing stand, topped the peak top 10 and is currently in the 9th position. The entire King's Honor circle was abuzz. Mysterious Masters, all the way to the top, only 2 days to ascend to the top 10. The netizens wouldn't be so shocked if it was a strange ID that suddenly appeared in the top 10 of the summit. But, how many people were staring at Lin Shenmulai after he was exposed by LV Dehua's live broadcast? And how many people were staring at him to fight up step by step? The netizens who have been watching him score from the beginning have calculated that he has lost 3 games so far this way, and those are the 3 that lost today. The higher the score, the more masters there are, the more anchors there are, the more pros crash and burn, and the same number of netizens want to snipe him and act him out. But even then, he still puts up the MVP, high-end game. As we all know, Li Bai, Han Xin are weak heroes, but he just relied on these 2 heroes to navigate the high end of the game, putting up carry and flying the whole game by himself. His pinnacle 9th, so to speak, was played up on the net. King's Honor blew up within the major chat groups. Who is Lin Shenmulai? Hitting the top 10 at the summit in 2 days? Really? I'll testify. I've watched him play up from 1,800 points. His Li Bai and Han Xin are so strong. Really? Li Bai Han Xin on the high score? It can't be an actor, right? Actor? Edward Louis, Bei Mu, and Lishan have all bumped into him. All were killed through by him. You're saying it's an actor? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seriously? That fierce? Really? I've been watching the whole game from the Great Spirit. Han's Tiger was killed by his Li Bai. Bei Mu's Luna was taken away by his Han Xin. Lishan's Lao Fu Zi was killed by his Li Bai. For a time, Lin Shenmulai's name resounded throughout the King's Honor circle. Countless anchors, professional players have begun to study his match videos. His maneuvering, awareness, and positioning are all textbook level. In particular, his understanding of the 2 heroes, Li Bai and Han Xin, had reached a level that had never been seen before. It's as if he's completely broken the limitations of these 2 heroes and raised their ceilings infinitely. Wow, you're 9th at the top. Won't you be able to get to 1st if you play again tomorrow? As soon as the peak match ended, Zhang Rui, who was always waiting to be brought up to the score by Lindley, couldn't wait to send a message. They were watching the night live from their dormitory. Lindley sends a message. Well, it's over. Get on the horn. Alright, right away. Zhang Rui switched into the game interface with gusto and invited Lindley to join the room. Lindley accepted the invitation, entered the room, the game opened, and after banning the heroes, Zhang Rui chose Yao in seconds and turned on the microphone to sweetly say, Brother, take me flying. Linley didn't say anything and chose the payoff tiger. Zhang Rui was slightly stunned and puzzled. You're not playing Li Bai Han Xin today? Linley remained silent. Instead of sleeping, the other three in the dorm watched her play the game from her side. I'm just wondering, why is he always silent? Li Qiuling was puzzled. Tong Rennan nodded. Having played so many games, it's reasonable to say that the relationship is progressing gradually, not even opening a mic. It's strange, very strange. Li Qiuling touched her head. Is it because of the bad sound? Not good to hear. Can voice changer do not speak is what the hell, Chen Yuqian said. Tong Rennan looked at Zhang Rui. Rui, what do you think? How should I know? Ginger Rui's nose wrinkled. Ask him where he's from. Li Qiuling suddenly said. Why do you ask? I guess he has a local accent, and it's a particularly thick one. Too embarrassed to talk. Ask, Li Qiuling explained, followed by a rush. When Zhang Rui heard this, she felt that it was a possibility, and that it was nonsensical, but she still opened her mouth to ask, little brother, where are you from? Finally, Lin Shenyan stood on the game interface and sent out subtitles. No Ben now. Ginger Rui's fingertips operating the game paused for a moment. You're not going to run now? Did he seem to have misunderstood something? Li Qiuling looked at these three words and her head went a little down. It seemed that this man was more associative than herself. Chapter 53, An Unexpected Incident. Lin Hall is late for school. Lin Hall, the plot is a bit of a groove. Do not spray, but is the follow-up into the young pioneers of the predecessor of the necessary plot. Lazy have, if you are not satisfied with this plot, not interested in, you can jump to the 62 chapters. A million thanks to you all along the way to the support. 2 o'clock in the morning. The lights in the small shabby house had not yet gone out. Linley finished Zhang Rui's list, looked at the time, turned off his cell phone and prepared to sleep. Suddenly, he heard movement outside the door. The house itself was built of broken bricks and tiles, and the soundproofing was extremely poor. Could it be a thief? Or maybe a fellow traveler came to the door? Linley's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of alarm surged in his heart. He got out of bed gingerly and approached the doorway silently, squinting one eye and peering out through the narrow crack, before he could get a good look. Knock, knock. But just as he was endeavoring to discern what was going on outside the door, a sharp knock on the door suddenly interrupted his observation. Knock, knock, knock. Accompanied by a knock on the door, a slightly anxious voice sounded outside the door. Shaoli, are you asleep? Linley's brain spun rapidly, trying to search his memory for the owner of this voice. A few moments later, he recognized it as the voice of his next-door neighbor, Auntie Li. Auntie Li is a single mother with a little girl named Tingting, who takes care of Linley on weekdays, especially when his grandfather goes out to pick up scraps, but also from time to time entrusts Linley to her care. Linley remembers that when he was a child he was often in the company of Tingting, either playing at Auntie Li's house or helping out at the scrapyard. Auntie Li, I'm still awake. What can I do for you? Although Linley was wary in his heart, his tone still carried a few hints of cordiality and concern. He asked through the thin, wood-paneled door. Outside the door, Auntie Li's voice became even more anxious. Shelly, Tingting has disappeared. What can we do? Linley's heart tightened as he sniffed. He opened the door, only to see Auntie Li's face panicked, eyes red, tears in the corners of the eyes, anxious and helpless intertwined. Shaoli, Ting is gone. Oops. Ha? Linley was startled. Gone? Oops. I'm in a hurry. Where did she go? Has Shaoli seen her after school? Linley stabilized his mind. Auntie Li, what's the situation? Did you scold her? Or what? I didn't say anything about her. I was working late tonight. I told her ahead of time not to run around, but as soon as I got home, she was gone. She just disappeared. Auntie Li huffed, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeve, her voice trembling as she said, Have you looked around? Linley asked hurriedly upon hearing this. Looked for it? None of it. How long has it been missing? Linley was an adult soul in the end, immediately stabilizing his mind. I got home at 2400 hours a.m. and went looking around the park, where she usually plays, and couldn't find it. 2 hours gone? Linley's brows furrowed. It didn't sound like he was lost. If lost, common sense would dictate that the child would probably stay at a nearby park, street, or familiar neighbor's house. But Auntie Li had already said that she had already been to those places to look for them and still hadn't found Ting. That's a bit unusual. Linley quickly analyzed the possibilities in his mind. First, he ruled out the possibility of Ting running far away on her own. After all, she was still a child, and it was at night, so it was unlikely that she would go too far alone. Then, there are few possibilities left. Auntie Li, have you ever thought that Ting might have been taken away by someone? Linley asked tentatively. Did any relatives come over to visit or anything like that during the family's time? Did a relative take her away? Auntie Lee's face changed as she sniffed, clearly not having thought in this direction. Taken away? Impossible. Ting is so well behaved and doesn't run around. Who would take her away? I'm talking about a relative. Did you call a relative and ask? Apparently, Auntie Lee was in six minds at the moment and didn't understand what Lin Lee meant. I called and they all said they hadn't been here. Lin Lee sucked in a breath of cold air. If that was the case, there were even fewer possibilities to think of. Auntie, have you called the police yet? Go call the police. I haven't. Go to the police. The child is lost, hurry up and call the police. Okay, I'll call the police now. Auntie Lee immediately took out her cell phone from her pocket and quickly dialed the police. After reporting to the police, Auntie Lee apologized. Xiao Li has disturbed you. You can sleep first. Sorry. With that she hurried back home. Looking at her departing figure, Lin Lee's eyelids fluttered uncontrollably, his heart surging with unease. I don't see anyone for 2 hours. Have any relatives taken them? And I'm sure they won't wander off without a reason. Is it? After this mess, Lin Lee knew he definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Although the matter is not about oneself, but Ting is considered to be the original body's childhood playmate, counted as a childhood friend. And besides, Auntie Lee used to be very good to the original body. What's the point of caring, isn't it? Besides, now that Auntie Lee was already confused in her thinking because of her worrying emotions, there had to be a clear-headed one to explain the details to the police. After thinking about it, he went back to the house, put on his shoes, grabbed his cell phone and headed out to Auntie Lee's house. The next day, September 4th, another meta day. Students in the junior class were escorted by their parents to the classroom. One by one, they put their book bags down and turned to blow awesome with their best friends who had built friendships over the past 2 days. Swiped it on Shakeology last night. That wild king topped the top 10. Brush it in and skate away. Yesterday the class president was actually on the hot search. I went and cried with envy. My dad said that the class president sings well and has the level of a KTV mic. Why isn't the class president here yet? It's going to be late. As class time approached, all the students came into the classroom. Only Xiaoxi's seat at the same table remained empty. Jingle. The bell rings. The first class language teacher. He awkwardly entered the classroom holding a book. The routine customary, all rise, didn't ring out. He awkwardly froze slightly, and was about to call Lin Lee to ask what the situation was, when his eyes looked over. Where are the people? Where's the squad leader? He inquired. Report, the squad leader hasn't come yet. Vice squad leader Wang Tianyu raised his hand and reported. He was stunned. Late? The heart is secretly angry. The junior class is live on the whole network. It is a role model for the whole network of children. Late for school, and class president. He awkwardly said, let's start the lesson. Can't hold up the others because one student hasn't arrived. He awkwardly sighed in his heart. Wait, when Lin Lee comes to school, this time he has to teach him a good lesson. You're late for class president? Lawlessness. Lin Hall is late. Ha, looks like we're in for another good show. Today's broadcast starts with a Lin Hall highlight reel, and I want to hear how Lin Hall weasels his way out of it. If he's late today, he's not branding the Lee Bureau as an embarrassment. Chapter 54, Big Brother. Take it easy. I'm a good boy. The leader of the class is not guaranteed. This is only a few days of the leader of the class, and was made a mistake. Don't underestimate Lin Hall. Just a few of them from Bureau Lee can't bring down Lin Hall, depending on who he awkward supports. In short, Lin Hall is in trouble this time. After Lin Lee song Huaxia people yesterday, the number of people online has now gone straight to 10 million as soon as the program started in the morning. Countless people came to see the rumored junior children's forest hall in real life. As a result, as soon as they entered the broadcast room, they sensed that there was another Lin Hall highlight. Everyone was expecting Lin Hall to come to school soon, wanting to see how he was going to weasel his way out of this tardiness. However, when the first language class ended, Lin Lee's figure never appeared in the classroom. The bell rang for the end of class. He awkwardly said goodbye to the students and left the classroom absent-mindedly. Back inside the classroom office, did you guys see that? He awkward asked Yang Mi's few people in a deep voice. Well, Deng Chao nodded. I've at him in the junior class group and friend him individually, but there's no response so far. It's too much. As the class president actually dared to be late for school, the past 2 days were too good to him. He awkwardly got a bit angry. What did this make the netizens think? Yang Mi couldn't stop frowning. Did he miss the bus? I've been to his house yesterday. It's quite far from the school. A class is over. How can I not catch the bus? Lu Yifei said. Could something have happened? The message does not return anything. I call his reserved remarks phone. Also did not answer. Deng Chao could not help but say with worry. I'll go to his house and check it out. It just so happens that the next class isn't mine either. Yang Ni's brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and a trace of unconcealable worry flashed in her eyes. her hands unconsciously folded together, her fingertips gently rubbing together, revealing her inner anxiety and unease. He awkwardly came back from his anger at the moment and began to worry. It's hard for someone not to worry when they don't answer their phone, don't return messages, and live alone. Linley wasn't an unusual child. He was very understanding and certainly wouldn't be late on purpose or anything. Well, if it wasn't an intentional tardiness, it was an unexpected event. Okay, keep us posted, he instructed nervously. Aha. Yang Mi nodded, casually grabbing her own bag and heading out the door, reaching for her cell phone to contact her driver as she went. After Yang Mi left, the others were worried, but the program still had to be recorded, so they pressed down the tension in their hearts and went to class in order. In the blink of an eye, the second class ended. During recess, Deng Chao waited anxiously in his office. Suddenly the phone rang. Looking at the fact that it was Yang Mi's phone, he immediately picked it up. Something's wrong. Linley's not home. I'm at the police station. It's a serious situation. The phone had been connected and Yang Mi's heavy voice came through. What's the situation? At the police station? Deng Chao frowned when he heard it. Missing, human traffickers appeared near Linley's house. He and another little girl were abducted. Yang Mi said succinctly. What? Somewhere inside a dimly lit room, only a few rays of light revealed themselves through a crack in the door. In the corner, lying on the ground, Linley's head was groggy, and his eyes were heavy as he slowly opened them. Damn! Sneak attack! The first thing he did when he came to his senses. Without any regard for image, he pulled his nose out hard in an attempt to get rid of any remaining ecstasy. Lee, why are you here too? Suddenly, a soft and timid little girl's voice with a sobbing accent sounded in Linley's ear. Linley squinted his eyes and looked away, the familiar little face from his memories coming into view. Ting Ting, ah, you're really over here. Auntie Lee's daughter, Tina Lee. After Auntie Lee's divorce, Ting Ting took her last name. At this moment, Ting Ting's eyes were red, 2 tear tracks were clearly visible on her cheeks, and there was a scarlet, well-defined fingerprint on her small, white face. Seeing this, Linley's head cleared a little and he stood up. He had noticed at this point that within this room, there were 4 other small children, 2 of which seemed to be just 3 or 4 years old. Abducted a total of 5 besides him? Ting Ting, are you guys alright? Linley asked with concern as he came to Ting Ting's side, looking her and the other small children up and down, especially at the waist to see if there were any bloodstains. It must be realized that there are not only human traffickers but also scumbags who sell organs. Many small children are abducted and their organs are directly cut up and sold, which is simply unconscionable. It's okay, brother Linley. Oh, Ting Ting cried out with a wow, zipping into Linley's arms. It was a night that no one knew how she had spent it in fear. Children's tolerance is limited, and at this moment, when they see the ones they know, they can't help it. When she cried this, the other children also cried out, and in an instant, the small room was filled with crying. Linley gently patted Ting Ting's back. It's fine. I'm here. Brother, I'll take you out, he whispered softly in reassurance. At this point he didn't bother to ask Tina how she was abducted, because it doesn't matter to him. What's the point of asking how he was abducted when he's been abducted? Oh, Ting Ting cried. Brother Linley, we're going to be sold. Oh, we'll never see Mom again. Linley let out a deep breath. Stop crying, Ting Ting. Brother promises to take you back. And you, don't cry. Brother will take you out together and send you home. However, it was clear that his reassurances lacked conviction. After all, he was also an 8-year-old child. There is no hope to be seen in the eyes of these children. Just then, there was a loud bang dash and the door to the small room was kicked open hard. What's all the crying about? Shut the up. A middle-aged man with a tiger's back rushed in, his voice as deafening as thunder, his face filled with a fierce expression. With an icy gaze around the children in the hut, he raised his palm and without hesitation slapped it at one of the children who was crying. All you do is cry all day long. It's noisy. The boy was slapped so hard that he fell to the ground unconscious. Several other children stopped crying at once, trembling with fear and despair in their eyes. Linley's eyes flared with icy coldness, but his face squeezed out a compensatory smile in an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. Big brother, take it easy. They're all very well behaved. If you hit them again, they'll only cry harder. Humph. The newcomer is quite knowledgeable. The trafficker raised his eyes to Linley, a hint of surprise and disdain flashing through his eyes. It's okay, poor family child? Ha! Linley compensated with a smile, his mind quickly thinking of countermeasures. He was caught on purpose. He stayed at Aunt Lee's house last night until 4 o'clock, and when the police filed back, he took his leave to go back. Chapter 55, Child Star Abduction? The whole network is abuzz. On the way back, his sixth sense told him that someone was following him, and while at Auntie Lee's house, the police launched a bold hypothesis that Ting Ting had been abducted by human traffickers, because, recently, several children have inexplicably disappeared. The The point in time before and after it happens is also within those 2 or 3 days. Therefore, Linley kept an eye in his mind, and feeling that he was being followed, he planned to take the trick. He had just turned an alleyway when he was pinned down by 2 big men and dragged inside a small lane, and dragged, while bearing his clothes. At first, Linley thought he had met a pervert, not a trafficker, but a pedophile. At the time he was genuinely panicked. I wanted to get inside the crime den with my body, and I'm going to get stabbed in the ass. Do the nucleic acid now. However, it was he who thought too much of himself. The 2 big men covered his mouth and nose with a piece of cloth with ecstasy, and the other big man searched his body and pulled out his cell phone and threw it to the side in the corner. So it's a body search. Then it's alright. After that he was unconscious and passed out. Some people say that in such a situation, perceived danger should be the first thing to call the police. But at that time, Linley didn't have time to call the police, and even if the police rushed over, it was too late. It would just be one more person to add to the list of missing children. Besides, Linley's idea at the time was to use his body to get into the game, get inside, and then work with the police inside and out. After all, he's not an unusual child. He's a hungover kid with an adult soul. Moreover, he was confident that if he had been abducted by traffickers, the internet would have exploded. His own hotness in the junior class is there for all to see. And besides, stars like Yang Mi and the show's crew will never sit back and do nothing, and will surely do everything in their power to get to him. If a normal child is abducted, only the police will be mobilized and the scope of the matter will not spread too far. How cunning are the traffickers? When the wind dies down, it's time to take out the kids and keep taking out the kids. But when one enters into it, the scope of involvement becomes wider, the public opinion becomes louder, and under the pressure from all sides, one will find them out even if one digs up the ground. Stop crying, okay? Whoever cries again, beware I'll slap you again, the burly big man warned viciously. Then he flung the door open without looking squarely at it. One by one, the children were shaking and terrified and letting out a big breath. Don't even cry. Brother promises to take you guys out. Okay, trust brother. Linley touched Tingting's head like an adult, then came to the side of the fainting child, helped him up, saw his face red and swollen a big block. The heart cannot help but curse. The hand is not light and heavy. The children were silent, huddled in the corners with their heads buried in low sobs. Linley sighed softly and sat down on the ground. Consciousness sinks into the mind. Unico, can you send a signal to the police? System, dear host, this system is not a cell phone. You're a system, a higher dimensional being. You can't do this little thing? System, dear host, this system can't help you. Are you just going to stand by and watch us weak and helpless children being trafficked? How can you live with that? System, this system has no conscience. Besides, my lovely host, I have no morals. You don't have to kidnap me. Linley sighed once again. It's true that he still has to rely on himself, he thought in his heart. System, redeem 5 million emotional values and buy physical strength values. System, redeem 20 million emotional values and buy. At this moment, no one in the dimly lit corner noticed that Linley's body was undergoing a heavenly change. Iron sharpens iron, and to rescue others, you must first ensure your own safety. This is not short-sleeved underneath. The original rounded little belly 8-pack abs emerged. A small body gradually turned into a well-defined lines of the lean and strong body. At the same time the head is gradually clearing. At this point, the outside world had exploded. Abominable human traffickers. Lin Hall was abducted and is currently missing. 6 children have disappeared from the Yongchang area, suspected to have been abducted by human traffickers. Yongchang issued a reward order, just as Linley had expected. His disappearance had instantly lit up the internet, continuously hitting the hot searches. Traffickers are an abomination in themselves, and in this case, they were abducting children and teenagers who have recently exploded on the internet. Things are completely out of control. Yang Mi immediately negotiated with the program's Lao Mozi and the others after learning about this. Old Muchbao and others didn't hesitate to publicize the matter, because it's impossible to hide it, and besides, you wouldn't dare to hide such a thing. Linley can be said to be the pillar of the Nova junior class soul. A day does not go to school. Netizens are bound to all kinds of speculation. Besides, this time it involves human traffickers again and is not a scandalous scandal. Holy, Lin Hall got caught by human traffickers? Are you kidding me? It's so sudden. Asterisk 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 in human traffickers. Doing all the crazy. Lousy Hang Chang, not to say I am now driving to Yongchang. I am willing to assist the police. Digging the ground 3 feet also want to pull out this group of. Count me in. I'm already off. Yesterday it was fine. Today it's being abducted by traffickers. WOJ. Just kidding. You only care about Lin Hall. And there are 5 other little kids. Poor things. How anxious their parents must be. Human traffickers should just be shot. Damn. How many families have been ruined? At this moment, the entire internet, various social platforms, various social chat groups, all of them are talking about this matter. It's even more widespread than yesterday, when Lin Li created the Chinese, which attracted even more attention. None other, because of the traffickers. What is the most hated criminal in the country? Nationwide? It's the traffickers. At the same time, the Yongchang police even issued a reward order to publish the information of the missing children's photos, informing the people of Yongchang that if they see the children in the photos, they must contact them at the first time. At this point, in the police department, according to Li Mei's statement, at that time Lin Li went back from this trail. One of the officers pointed to the security footage. Last night at 4 o'clock. This is the corner, the last place Lin Li was seen, and then turned into the side alley. There's no surveillance there. The figure of Lin Li appeared on the screen, then paused briefly, wondering what was going on, before turning into a path. About 3 minutes later, the video was again two men with duck-tongued hats and masks and sunglasses, with burly figures, followed Lin Li into the alley. Yang Mi and Deng Chao were both on the sidelines, while Li Awkward and Louis Fei they continued to stay in the school. It should be these two who took Lin Li. Deng Chao was filled with anger. He had a child, and knew how important his child was to himself, and his family. Comrade policeman, wasn't there any surveillance captured elsewhere? The exit where they left or something? Chapter 56, Traffickers. Honestly, I'm pretty stressed out. The officer shook his head. That area was scheduled to be monitored this year. The implication is that that piece of land is the dead center of the Eye of Heaven. The police chief also came to the monitoring room at this time. Don't worry guys, we've already sent someone to the scene. We've also located Lin Li's cell phone through the Cyberman, and he's located it just inside this alley. Yang Mi and Deng Chao nodded worriedly. You guys go back and rest first. Our police will definitely pursue this to the end. The director said seriously. We will definitely not condone human traffickers doing whatever they want in the areas under our jurisdiction. Yang Mi smiled bitterly. How can we go back and have the heart to rest? Lin Li, this child's life is quite bitter. If I had known last night I would have been tougher and brought him to where I live. At this time, her heart was full of regret. Last night if she had insisted and been a little tougher, Lin Li would not have been abducted by the traffickers. It was as if a boulder was weighing on her heart, so heavy that she could barely breathe. A deep sense of self-loathing and remorse surged like a tidal wave, drowning her sanity and composure. Deng Chao couldn't stop sighing, understanding Yang Mi's mood at this moment. Relieved, who didn't know that this would happen? No, there's no need to blame yourself too much. It's all because of this group of sons of ES. Even as an entertainer, he couldn't help but burst out. At that moment a police officer named Chao Dahua squinted his eyes as he carefully replayed the corner footage of Lin Li's final disappearance, frowning as he spoke in a shocking manner. I think Lin Li was caught by them on purpose. The people in the monitoring room were shocked at the words. Officer Chao, what do you mean? The director said in a deep voice. Chao Dahua maneuvered the mouse and zoomed in on the screen. You guys, Lin Li's initial pace route doesn't seem to be towards the corner. With that, he pulled up another computer with a road plan of the area. Li Mei's house and Lin Li's house aren't far apart, and this road is clearly not heading home. He paused briefly and said in a daze. Besides, have you noticed that Lin Li paused for a moment on the road? Did he notice that someone was following him? How is it possible? Tung Chao was surprised to hear that. Chao Dawa's speculation and analysis struck him as outrageous. What kind of person would intentionally let a trafficker catch them? That's bull ********. And a child at that? Furthermore, if Lin Li sensed that he was being followed, shouldn't he have run up the avenue and called for help? That's a normal person's emergency response. Where else would anyone go down the trail? I'm just assuming. Chao Dahua knew that his speculation would be too much for others to accept, and even he felt that it was outrageous. He hastened to add, but I think the hypothesis is quite probable. How? The director asked. Puzzled, Chao Dahua said, this kid Lin Li, although I haven't come into contact with him, he's all over the internet lately. He's very smart. How could a kid that smart and precocious head down an alley for no reason? Don't you guys think it's strange? Many small children, under the education of their parents, also know to run toward crowded places in danger and yell for help. But Lin Li shouldn't be unaware of that. Hearing his analysis, the doubts on the faces of Yang Mi's few people became even more intense. Lin Li is recognized for being smart and understanding. And what other kids know, he must know. What the other kids don't know, he certainly knows. Then why did he perversely head into the alley? In a flash, they felt that Chao Dawa's guess just now seemed a bit of a possibility. But why did he? If he found out, why did he get caught by the traffickers? It's not scientific. Deng Chao's brain was a bit messy. That is unknown. Chao Dahua shook his head. The director frowned and spoke. We'll now wait for the people from the crime scene to return and see what clues we've examined over there. He then turned to Yang Mi and Deng Chao. and said with sincerity and seriousness, "You too, we will definitely bring the children safely, and we have zero tolerance for criminals, and will definitely bring them to justice." To be honest, this case, his pressure is also very great. After all, the network public opinion orientation, all of the above are aware of this, and pressure is being exerted at all levels to solve the case as soon as possible. The entire police department, all the officers involved in the case are under pressure. Of course, at this moment, not only the police department officers, the traffickers are also the same. Inside a house in the city of Ningbo, you guys it, catch who is not good, catch a child star, head into the water fever, or eat too much. A man with gold-rimmed glasses and a svelte-looking face looked angrily at the two men in front of him. One of them, a man with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, is the man who entered the house to terrorize and beat the children, named Zhang Debiao. Big brother, we don't know who knew that a child star was caught in the dark? Zhang Debiao, just like not just that fierce face, lowered his head and whispered, "Yes, big brother, at that time we thought, there is a fallen one. We didn't take a closer look, besides it's not our fault." Another trafficker, Zhao Yizhu, said, "Facts aside, is there nothing wrong with this child star? What is he doing out in the middle of the night? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't you guys use jitterbug? Why don't you look at the people before tying up such a famous child star?" The man with the gold glasses was furious with the two idiots. Originally, stealing some ordinary people's children, things would never spread so fast, but now it's good. Kidnapping a child star, the whole network knows about it. Since you're in this business, your brain is bound to be there. Kidnapping ordinary children will only make them wanted by the police for a while, and they can retreat safely once the wind is out of their sails. But what is it now? The entire city of Ningbo is on alert because of the internet outcry. At this moment, the hands of this child star is not a gold nugget, is a hot potato. However, things have come to this point. Release is impossible. Will be released, the danger will only be greater. Besides abducted things, how can there be a reason to return? There's only one way to go. With that thought, he said in a deep voice, "Stay well over here for the next few days. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to go outside and snoop around. Got it?" "Yes, yes, big brother. Yes, big brother." Zhang Debiao and Zhao Yizhu hurriedly nodded their heads. "None of you are to go out during the time we are traveling to the Hedong region." The man with the gold glasses glared at the two of them fiercely, then opened the door to the house and immediately returned to his bland and self-conscious demeanor and left. Inside the small room, Lindley had been pressing himself against the wall at this point, listening to the sounds outside. On the system side, hearing enhancements were purchased, and you could barely hear some sounds. What they were talking about was not really audible, but it was heard. As expected, because of his arrest, it set off a public outcry all over the internet, forcing the higher-ups to put pressure on him, leading to a citywide manhunt. Now, it's all about how one delivers the message to the police. Lin Hall, there are still in the afternoon. All the Hikari Yithi people point and click to urge more. Send some free small gifts. I Lin Hall to kill the big four sides. Chapter 57, $10 million. A lifetime of spending. Nightfall. Inside the trafficker's stronghold, the small children were all curled up on the floor, one by one, asleep. The mind and spirit had long been exhausted from the night's fears. Lindley leaned against the corner of the wall, closing his eyes and faking sleep, when suddenly, his ears twitched and he heard a subtle sound coming from outside, and hastily, he climbed up and pressed his ears to the wall. "I've brought you rice. Eat some of it, brother." "No wine? Are you missing a bone? And now you have the heart to drink?" "Big brother, what's the situation outside now? There are cops everywhere." "Just wait." Lindley heard it truly, and suddenly he immediately returned to his original position, pretending to sleep, simply because. Ziga. The door of the room opened. Zhang Debiao carried a bag of food and directly dumped it on the floor, and did not say anything, glanced at the sleeping meat ticket, and was planning to leave the moment. Lindley opened his eyes and shouted, "Big brother, are you guys especially regretting arresting me now?" Hearing this, Zhang Debiao looked at him angrily, and seeing his face, he raised his hand with the intention of slapping him over. "Wait, big brother, I know you want to slap me, but don't do it yet." Lindley raised his hand to hold his head. "Many people must be looking for me right now. I have a way to get you all out safely." Fart. Zhang Debiao let out a scornful cry and raised his hand to slap it down. "Egu, big brother, if you break me, you won't be able to sell me for a few good prices." Lindley's face clearly showed a red slap mark, his heart cursing, but his face still looked pleasing. "Bring him out." Seeing that Zhang Debiao wanted to land another slap, suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. Zhang Debiao didn't dare to have any objections, and immediately lifted Lindley with one hand and carried him out like a dog. As soon as he stepped out of the house, Lindley saw a man dressed in a gentlemanly manner. jerking a skewer with another man. Zhang Debiao carried him to the golden glasses, sat down on his butt, picked up the skewer on the table and ate it. You say you have a way to get us out safely? The blonde glasses smiled playfully. Lin Li nodded, his face showing no fear whatsoever, and smiled. It's not easy to leave. He paused briefly. Can I have something to eat? I haven't eaten all day. The golden glasses tapped his chin, signaling him to take it himself, and Lin Li nonchalantly picked up a skewer of beef and wolfed it down. As he ate, he said, let me guess, because of who I am, it must be pretty busy out there. There are only two outcomes for you now. One is waiting to go door to door to have your water meter checked, your demographic information accessed, and to be arrested and sentenced. And the other one is to release us and leave lightly. After all, it's not convenient to try to leave with a few of us. The man with the gold glasses had a sneer in his eyes. The child star in front of him was indeed as smart as the internet said. Not only did he not panic or get scared after being caught, but he was also able to analyze with himself so calmly and clear-headedly. Finished? Nope. Lin Li was picking up another skewer of grilled sausages. It's definitely impossible for you guys to let us go. How can you easily give back a fat sheep that's come to you? What the hell are you trying to say? The man with the gold spectacles clearly lacked patience, and because he had been guessed by Lin Li's mind, it made him feel that he couldn't keep his face up. Simple. We all seek money. Isn't that what you sell your children for? But now that the risk is clearly higher than the profit, it's a losing deal. I mean, you guys let a couple of them go and I'll stay. Ha! Upon hearing this, the golden glasses and Zhang Debiao couldn't help but scoff. Big brother, I'm not done yet. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Li. You guys should have all swiped on Jitterbug. Then you shouldn't be clear about my background. My father's name is Lin Sledgehammer, and he's in the coal shovel business in the eastern part of the river. Lin Li made up his identity and spoke in a fervent manner. During the day, he overheard something about the Hedong region, and in his mind, he searched whether he was going to sell them within the Hedong villages, so he planned to take the trick. You guys should also be aware of the nature of this variety show in the junior class. My old man just wanted to promote me as a child star and mix with the entertainment industry, so he specially sent me here. The blonde glasses eyes clouded over, but nodded slightly. After tying up Lin Li, he specifically went online to watch a video related to the junior class, and it was clear that the kids inside the junior class were either rich or wealthy. Basically, everyone in the family owned some kind of asset or they wouldn't be eligible to get in. Lin Li continued, don't you sell your children to make money. My family has money. Send me back to Hedong and I'll have my dad give you $10 million. Isn't that more than you make selling your kids? When he said $10 million, Lin Li could clearly feel the sizzling look that flashed through the eyes of the two traffickers on the side. He laughed in his heart and added his compulsion. $10 million? For you guys? You can't spend it all in one lifetime. The same heavy ripples rose in the eyes of the golden glasses, but he raised his hand and slapped Lin Li hard across the face, sneering, kid, I've been told online that you're smart and articulate, and it sure seems to be true now. He bullied himself slightly, his eyes glaring straight at Lin Li. The snubs are snubbing me. After saying that, he copied a barbecue bamboo stick and forcefully stabbed it into Lin Li's arm. Pust. The bamboo stick stood on Lin Li's arm, blood bubbling out. Ah! Lin Li let out a wow and cried out in pain. It was real pain. Pa! There was a slap to Lin Li's face. Damn you! Snubbing old me. Little brat. You're still tender. After the golden glasses finished speaking, he raised his leg and leaped a foot again, then said to Zhang Debiao, drag him back, seal his mouth and beat him up. Zhang Debiao collected the order, and without saying a word his oil-stained hands directly lifted Lin Li, ready to greet him in the small house. Lin Li couldn't care less about the pain at the moment and shouted, and a human trafficker, with a head like a load of, cripple me and my dad will lie down on your ancestral grave. Asterisk 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 stuff. You can't eat 4 dishes in a lifetime. The man with the gold wire glasses laughed instead of being angry when he heard the curses, waved his hand to make Zhang Debiao stop for the time being, took 2 steps forward, bent his head and sneered, kid, do you think I'm stupid? It's called extortion. Ha! Get in touch with your father and I'll still be alive? Lin Li held his head and peered through his fingers, looking at him as if he were a little cutie. Like looking at him. Make it sound like human trafficking is not a crime. I can take you guys out of Yong City, and when you go to Hedong province, I'll make sure you eat and drink well. Drag away. The man with the gold glasses gave a cold shout. Zhang Debiao dragged the bruised Lin Li towards the small house, and as he was about to disappear from the sight of the man with the gold glasses, 2000 W. Chapter 58, What Abduction? It's rescuing. It's bravery. The door to the room slammed shut. Ah! Straw horse. Lin Li's screams and the other children's cries successively reached outside through the door of the house. The man with the gold glasses sat back in his seat and opened a bottle of Coke and drank it on his back. Big brother. Zhao Yizhu spoke at this time with a pinch of charm. I think this kid has a bit of a point. 2000 WA. A greedy look was revealed in his eyes. Any ordinary person faced with $20 million would not be indifferent. Not to mention the fact that it's a ING knife edge trafficker. The man with the gold glasses didn't say anything. His brow furrowed as he ate the barbecue to himself. He listened to Lin Li's words. As he said, it was now extremely difficult for them to get out safely. It would have been safe to go alone, but it was obviously impossible to take all these children. Currently on the internet, on the major billboards in Yongchang, and on the LED giant screens in shopping malls, are the photos of these children. I can't say that everyone will remember the photo, but by no means are they in the minority. The streets are full of police eyes, so to speak, but if they were to send these children back, they were obviously also impossible, because their true colors had been seen by these children, and besides, there was no reason to let go of the fat sheep that came to hand. Kill them all? The man with the gold glasses thought he had the ruthlessness, but he didn't dare to take the risk. It must be known that, according to Chinese law, human traffickers will only go to jail, but murder is to get peanuts. He listened to Lin Li's advice and was a bit impressed. The reason why he had to continue to beat up Lin Li and refute him was naturally to make the other party afraid of himself. The kid's smart as hell. Gotta keep him honest. At that moment, Zhang Debiao walked out of the hut, his hands covered in blood. After heading to the restroom to clean himself up, he sat back in his seat. Big brother, Hit begged for mercy. Aha! The man with the gold glasses nodded and took a packet of powdered medicine out of his pocket. Give them a drink of water on the morrow's day, and at 4 o'clock tomorrow night early in the morning, we'll leave with that child star. Zhao Yizhu heard. Still going to Hadong province? Aha! The man with the gold glasses answered, picked up the cell phone on one side and opened the map. Lao Zhao, you will pack up later and go directly to the place where we originally hid the car. Go to that mountain road behind Mingjia village and wait for us. We will rendezvous over there tomorrow night. Good, Zhang Debiao said. Big brother, do we really want to extort money? What do you mean by extortion? The man with the golden glasses smiled playfully. We were just on our way back to Hadong province when we came across the little child star being kidnapped by human traffickers. So we specially rescued him and escorted him home. Hiss. Zhang Debiao and Zhao Yizhu sucked in a breath of cool air. No wonder people are boss. Brains just aren't like theirs. Lo and behold, human trafficking turned into kidnapping for ransom and then into bravery. TSK. Tonight and into tomorrow, we'll treat the child star well. Jia. The man with the golden glasses spoke sinisterly. Beat him into submission. Beat him to listen. Beat him honestly. Okay, I'm the best at training people. Make sure he's as obedient as a dog. Zhang Debiao clasped his hands together and cracked his knuckles, making a crisp bone sound. In the small dark room, Lin Li had been listening against the wall after Zhang Debiao left while forcing the pain in his body. The greatest weakness of human nature is greed. In their line of work, they have their heads on their pants and they'll take any risk. It's clear to anyone who understands which has a better price/performance ratio. Selling kids or 2000 W. How many kids would they have to abduct for $20 million? Lin Li was secretly pleased in his heart. This leader-like person had a bit of brains, but not much. He heard during the day that they were going to sell him to the province of Hadong, and deliberately said that he was the son of a coal owner in Hadong. Therefore, in the eyes of the man with the gold glasses, anyway, it is all going to Hadong. Regardless of whether the back is extorting 2000 W, the destination is a place, and then you can also sell Lin Li alone. Less than the original 6 children were paid, but not for nothing. Furthermore, Lin Li specifically used a so-called information gap, that is, currently across the entire internet, only those close to him, as well as those people from the Yang Mi program know what kind of family he is. The others didn't know about it, and it just so happened that the junior class was another place where young masters and young ladies gathered. This gives the traffickers the illusion that Lin Li's family is well off. He wasn't the least bit worried about the man with the gold glasses going online and searching for the fictitious Hadong coal boss Lin Sledgehammer. How many coal bosses are in front of the stage? After all, accidents often happen in the coal mining business, and the people in front of the stage are ultimately the ones who take the fall. The blonde glasses guy is definitely thinking in that direction. Retreat tomorrow night? Lin Li thought darkly in his head as he turned to face the crying Ting Ting and the others. In a small, relieved voice, Tina, you'll be safe soon. Really? Ting Ting asked pitifully as she tearfully looked at Lin Li, whose mouth was covered in blood. Really? Lin Li didn't explain too much to her, because children, once intimidated, will immediately tell what they hear and know. Just to be sure, he opened his mouth and didn't mention that he had fallen into the net and been caught on his own accord. Lifting his eyes to look at the weak and helpless little children, Lin Li had a deep hatred for human traffickers. He patted Ting Ting's shoulder as a gesture of comfort, pondering in his mind how he could make the traffickers feel that he had become good and honest. Thinking about it, flesh and skin suffering is definitely inevitable. The saying that filial piety comes out from under the stick is not only applied to fathers and sons, but can equally be applied to any adults and children. Lindley looked down at this body of his and sighed in his heart. I don't know if I can top that. Time passed by, and Lindley had no concept of time at all within this small room. One by one, the other children drifted off to sleep, and he was the only one who dared not let up, still in high spirits. This is completely dependent on the system's mental stamina value is picking up. Out of the blue, the door to the hut opened and Zhang Debiao walked in with a sardonic smile. Without saying a word he directly slapped at Lindley. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'll get you killed. Lindley was angry and wasn't even pretending. The tiny body rubbed up and leapt up, waving its little fist towards Zhang Debiao. He has to show how unruly he is, and the more fiercely he resists at first, the more he will wimp out later on, mainlining an illusion that gives the trafficker a gradual beating of honesty. The little Thane is still quite cross. When Zhang Debiao saw Lindley's expression and movements, he became even more convinced of Lindley's identity as a second-generation rich man. The second generation of rich people, from a young age, pampered and spoiled, no one in sight. In front of ordinary people is a big man. Compare this to a few other kids who terrorize themselves a few times. Hit them twice and then they are honest and can't afford to put up much of a fight. Bang. Chapter 59, Big Brother, you're such a good person. You carry your own injuries. Zhang Debiao lifted his foot and directly kicked Lindley off, and then he stepped forward again, not knowing what was important, completely disregarding whether he was a child or not, whether he could withstand his fists or not. It was an output. The other children heard the angry scolding and immediately woke up from their sleep. One by one, the small eyes immediately surfaced a look of fear, and some directly cried out with a wow. What are you crying about? Zhang Debiao glared. Want me to beat you up? The little children hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to make any sound. They were so scared. Lindley's heart is really angry. Painful father. I want my father to buy you a good coffin. Dry. How dare you talk tough? Zhang Debiao sneered and slapped his face again. A beating that lasted all of 2.5 minutes. Big brother, I was wrong. Lindley begged for mercy with a sniffle and a tear. Eventually, Zhang Debiao saw Lindley beg for mercy and stop being overbearing before stopping, letting out a sardonic laugh and leaving the small room. As a matter of routine, Ting Ting asked with a small voice of concern, Brother Lindley, are you alright? Why does he keep hitting you? The other children also gave puzzled looks. It seemed that they hadn't gotten much of a beating since this guy had arrived. It was all about him. What's going on? You guys are still young. Someone has to carry the weight for you. I'm older than you. I'll carry it all. Goo. Hiss. Lindley said, tugging at his wound and grimacing in pain. Big brother, you're such a good person. A little girl, probably 3 or 4 years old, was moved to say, you just listen to me and be good, and I'll carry the hurt. Lindley himself had his body strengthened by the system, but these little kids hadn't. Look at this trafficker. He's not gentle with his hands. What if they get sick from the beating? A persistent disease could ruin them for life. Little kids, they're still fragile. It's not like college students, who look brittle but can't be killed. Big brother, you're so great. If we get out, I'll recognize you as my big brother. I'm good, big brother. 1 o'clock in the morning. Inside the suite of a 5-star hotel in Yongchang. Downstairs the guns are firing. Upstairs the clouds of worry are filling the air. Yang Mi, He Awkward, and Lao Mozi are all in a suite, with this strong worry floating on their faces. It's been a day and there's still no news. Yang Mi's eyes were slightly red, not knowing if she had cried or because of her exertion. The police have put in extra manpower to investigate, one house at a time, and are checking the population. The old Mysterian kept in touch with the police throughout the day, informing them of the current operation. A day, with the internet public opinion fermentation, the police dare not slacken off. In all aspects of the pressure, the annual fight against black and evil are not as strong as this time. Louis Fei was flustered in her heart. Although she hadn't been in contact with Lindley for a few days, this child was quite likable. Of course, she not only cares about Lindley, but other abducted children as well. After such a long time and still no investigation, could it be that it's no longer in Yongchang? It shouldn't be possible. The roads have been sealed and controlled for investigation. The traffic police department has come out. It shouldn't have left yet. He awkwardly relieved. In fact, in his heart he himself do not dare to guarantee whether it has left Yongchang. Human traffickers should really be shot. Deng Chao let out an exasperated cry. Deng Ziqi's eyes have been pounding since Lindley was abducted in the morning, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. If it's just human traffickers, I can still rest assured about the safety of the brats. But I'm afraid. Her expression was filled with apprehension. Fear. I'm afraid it's the organ traffickers. Hiss. When Yang Mi's few people heard this, they felt a wave of coolness come over them in an instant. Ziki, stop it. It shouldn't be. Louis Fei hurriedly interrupted Tung Ziki, a hint of pleading in her voice. They hadn't thought about the possibility because they were afraid to think about it. Organ dumping can be even more unconscionable than just selling a child. On the cluttered and dirty makeshift operating table, Linley is strapped down, a scalpel slicing into his tiny body. Then, when the time comes, even if we find it, it'll probably just be a cold corpse. They all had such a scene floating in their minds because of Tang Ziki's words. In a flash, Yang Mi shook her head fiercely, shaking the image out of her mind. It won't be. The little kid is so smart and lucky. Lao Mozi let out a deep breath, picked up his cell phone and read the message, then said, "You guys take an early rest, and by the way, appeal to your fans on your own microblogging site to fight against evil. We as public figures must set an example." For a day, they were in such a light hurry that they forgot they could actually help the police out. Stars have a wide range of fan base. The incident at the moment, no matter whether it is a true fan, or passers-by, even Black Powder, will do their own share of Wei Shao ability. Human traffickers, human and divine. Lao Mozi also just received the news that many artists have posted on their microblogs to boycott human traffickers, calling on fans in Yongcheng to vigorously assist the police. He was relieved that, whether these artists were rubbing it in or not, in any case, their intentions were good. Basically, all the artists in the entertainment industry sent messages, and Hong Kong's King Lao even sent several messages in a row. Yang Mi, a few people heard, immediately picked up the phone to open the microblogging to send boycott traffickers dynamic, and pleaded with the majority of fans to provide relevant clues. Ding dong. At that moment, the old mogul's cell phone rang. He looked at the caller and answered it instantly. "Hello, Heavenly King Lu." The caller was none other than one of the 4 Heavenly Kings of Shangjiang, King Lu, an artist who has an extremely large fan base, no matter whether he is a teenager or an older generation. 70, 80, 90 years later, Director Zhang called late at night and disturbed you. Heavenly King Lu apologized warmly. "I didn't sleep either, so I can't say I'm disturbed." Ha! Old Mauser let out a light laugh. "Any news so far?" "I'm concerned." Heavenly King Lu inquired in a concise and direct cut to the chase. "No." Lu Tianwang heard. The same as also a deep sigh a little. "What news, trouble Zhang director? First time to tell me. If there is any need place, despite the opening, this child I quite like. Really dare not imagine." He paused in his tone and didn't say anything further. Linley's information was not clear to netizens, but many artists, especially those thinking of purchasing the rights to Linley's Chinese people, had already inquired about it here at the program. Lu Tianwan knew that Linley was too bitter. Growing up, her parents died and she followed her elderly grandfather to collect garbage. It's so hard to be busted into the junior class, and I'm just glowing, but then I run into this kind of thing. Does God have eyes or not? Why would he let such a child suffer so much? Chapter 60, Does your father have any secrets? Lao Mozi and Heavenly King Lu exchanged a few more brief pleasantries before each hung up the phone, looking towards Yang Mi and the others, who were full of fatigue. He sighed, "Take an early rest, and tomorrow morning talk to all the parents about suspending classes for a few days. The show can't be taped for a while, until this is over. Not to mention that if the recording of the program continues at this time, it will surely be blindly brought up by some netizens. Besides, looking at Yang Mi and the others, I guess they don't have much heart to go to class." Louis Fei lightly nodded her forehead and left the suite after a brief greeting of good night. Everyone else left one by one. At midnight, the internet is still unusually busy. Now, after Yang Mi and their artists released their microblogs, this child abduction incident has just become the highest topic of concern on the whole network. Traffickers themselves are extremely reviled, and now that they are linked to child stars and celebrities, the heat is on. And this heat, the official did not limit the flow, and it is not gossip and ethical news. It is about the positive heat of the fight against criminals. ****** in human traffickers. A future officer of Lin Hall who was so good was strangled in the cradle. I'm thinking that I guess the criminals are afraid that when Lin Hall grows up and becomes an adult, they'll launch a devastating strike against them, so they plan to destroy it from an early age. Lin Hall will definitely be a good official in the future. Look at that face of integrity. I can't imagine that at a young age. Let criminals target. Don't you guys just focus on Forest Hall. There are other kids. I can't imagine these children being abducted and sold in that ravine. I'd go crazy if my child was abducted. I believe that the state will step in. 10,000 people write in blood, hoping that human traffickers will be shot directly in the future. To you guys, I used to see a lot of roadside, handicapped children reselling flowers and whatnot. At first I thought it was the family poor, out to make a living. Later I realized that these children were abducted by traffickers, and then break their arms and legs, so they go out to earn money by boasting our sympathy. Damn, really not human. Child trafficking, women trafficking, All ing. Anyone who catches a trafficker. Beat them to death for me. The netizens are extremely hostile towards human traffickers. They can forgive some small mistakes, but they will never condone human traffickers, no matter what the reason is. The internet was never quiet from start to finish for the rest of the night. The major social forums, the major posters, the chatting masses, all of them are spitting and abusing the traffickers. Similarly, many netizens, under the appeal of their idols or spontaneously, are praying for the early arrest of the traffickers and the early recovery of the missing children in their respective circles of friends. Return the children to their familiar homes and pray for their safety. The following day, September 5th, inside the trafficker's house, Linley had so many more bruises compared to last night. This group of 1,000 knives. It is really a cloudy day raining big children. Idle. Not a moment. Come in to beat a meal. Not an hour to come in to slap Linley awake. They were trying to make Linley fear them both mentally and physically. This trick, they often use. Abducted how many children? How many at first untamed and unruly not afraid of death? In the end is not the same as the sheep. It's been tried and tested 100 times. Even once when they met their own relatives on the street, the children were too scared to recognize them. Human trafficker Zhao Yizhu packed up and left as early as last night, and went ahead to prepare the car for the run. At the moment there are only 2 traffickers left in the house. One night, that little brat is much more obedient. Zhang Debiao grinned. This night, although he didn't sleep much, after all, he had to take care of Linley all the time. His spirit was still full. Beating people up? There's always a different kind of coolness to it. Well, go ahead and give him 2 more beatings to psychologically create the idea that he won't dare disobey us. The man with the gold glasses spoke. We'll evacuate tonight. I figure that according to the police progress, we'll be investigating this place tomorrow. We must leave quickly. Okay, big brother. Drag out the child star. Hi dash. Not long after, Linley, whose skin was bruised and swollen and beaten into a pig's head, was dragged out from within the hut by Zhang Debiao. Big brother, stop fighting. My mom barely recognizes me. Linley cried out in tears. He wasn't scared of being beaten. He was annoyed by him. However, begging for forgiveness is simply useless. Gold Glasses men iron-heartedly want to Linley lecture honestly. Attack his psychological defense. A photo is a slap. Big brother. Woo woo, I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? I'm wrong everywhere. Ugh, kid, I'll take you to Hadong province tomorrow. Ooh, I miss mommy. Know what to do. Do you want me to teach you? The man with the gold spectacles raised his palm, as if he intended to slap Linley down the moment he said the word no. I know. 2000 W. Cash. I understand. Linley nodded his head in a hurry. Hearing this, the man with the gold glasses lowered his hand in slight appreciation. Not bad, kid, quite knowledgeable. Suddenly, he moved, smiling grimly, asked, Kid, your father has what not seen the light of day, or what did he do that he couldn't see? Come and tell me about it. Since we are going to extort money, naturally, we have to make all the preparations. He argues that one Linley is not enough, subject to the knowledge, in the eyes of their traffickers, children. If you abduct it, you abduct it. If you sell it, you sell it. Their parents can have more. What if the man's old man wants 2000 W and not his son? After all, he had heard of such things. Some parents are profit-oriented and want money over their children. But of course these are the minority after all. So, just to be on the safe side, he felt it was better to ask Linley about his old man's secret, an extra layer of insurance. Seeing as how Linley had just said cash, it was clear that his old man had used cash quite a bit and had been seen by Linley. Who uses cash these days? Aren't they all internet transfers? What does cash represent? Especially such a rich coal owner. Ha! Linley was confused. Why are you asking me this all of a sudden? The mind spins fast. Seeing that the man with the gold glasses was going to call down with a slap, Linley's expression was very much in place, full of awe, fear, and his body even shrank, and he hurriedly shouted, Big brother, wait, I'll give you. Say, for the moment, I wonder why he's asking that, but alright, if you ask, I'll make it up for you. The man with the golden glasses droned. Say, wait. For the first time, Linley felt like it was so difficult to make up a lie. Big brother, can you give me something to eat? Or give me some Coke? He pointed to the can of Pepsi on the tabletop. Chapter 61, Gambling Dad. Sick Mom. Hard-working me. The man with the gold glasses smiled with a frown. You want to eat? Oh, just tell me and I'll give it to you. At the moment, his expression was as compelling as a wolf grandmother's. Big brother, my father won't let me say. Linley's small face was a-squirming, cautious and subtle as he said, Come on. Without waiting for the man with the golden glasses to speak, Zhang Debiao immediately bellowed, attempting to use his kingly aura to shock Linley. Oh, you're bad, bullying me again. Oh, Tears came as soon as they were said to come, and small pearls in the eyes flowed down like they didn't need money. The man with the gold glasses saw this and smiled in his heart. The effects were beginning to appear. In the end, he was still just a child. What's the point of being smart? Kids are smart, but they can't fight them as adults. It's not for nothing that the saying ginger is still hot has been around since the beginning of time. Don't scare the little child star. He began to sing a white face, picking up the Coke on the tabletop and handing it to Linley. Little child star, moisturize your mouth. Your dad won't let you talk about it. But, now that your dad isn't over here, who knows if you don't talk about it and I don't talk about it. You're right. Linley quickly took the Coke, pulled open the opening, and instantly drank it painfully. Soothing. Coke is really good. Really too good. I'll have another drink later. Drink until you're 80. A rare and ordinary can of Coke. At this moment in his heart is the manna from heaven. The taste is too wonderful. Now you can say it. The man with the golden glasses laughed lightly, trying his best to give himself a harmless, gentle expression. But Linley shrank back, hugging the Coke fiercely in his arms, and said apprehensively, "But, can't say. If I say it, my dad will have to go in and step on the sewing machine." After saying that, he cried out with a wow of resignation. The harder he cried, the brighter the gleam in the man with the gold glasses eyes became. To step on a sewing machine? How serious of an illegal operation does that have to be? If this information gets to him, then it's not impossible to get more, not to mention 2000 W? Maybe even a long-term meal ticket. The greed in his heart was gradually encroaching on his sanity. I won't let your father know. Look, you tell me and I can send you home and you can go back to being your big boy. Or, Jia. What if I send you to the land of sirens, where there are lots of people who love little kids like you? Just think, every day those ugly, disgusting men make you serve them, and when they fight, they can be heavier than we are. Linley's goosebumps rose as he listened to this, not pretending, but really a normal physiological reaction. So sick, brother, please, don't send me there. I said. Linley begged loudly for mercy, and although his heart was disgusted, he had stalled and dragged enough. The evidence of his own old man's guilt has been concocted. Say it. The man with the gold glasses was about to run out of patience. Linley's eyes were filled with fear, followed by endless helplessness and dread. The little expression bluffed them out. My father went to play on the Australian island some time ago, owed a buttload of debt. The back of the money chain cannot come up, so he sneaked into a batch of low-cost hazardous substances of coal mines to sell to other people. Made over $40 million in the middle spread, I think, with cash. You mustn't say anything about this, or my father will go in there, and my mother is not well and has been bedridden. If you guys tell, my dad will definitely go in there, and then when my mom gets anxious, she'll be gone and I'll be an orphan. Woo-woo, Linley cried out in aggravation and helplessness, the last of his stubbornness completely unloading after this sentence. At this moment, he was truly like a weak and helpless child. The man with the gold spectacles did not show any excitement from obtaining the information he wanted. The mind kept mulling over his words, pondering the level of credibility. Rich people like to spend their days drinking and dying gambling. This kind of thing often appear, not to mention the ones he himself knows. There are quite a few that have broken out on the internet alone, so the news is highly probable. Similarly, rumors of low-cost harmful coal mines had reached him. Why low-cost? Why are the harmful ones still being sold? Because the profits are big enough. As the saying goes, you don't always make money when you're down to earth, but you're bound to get rich when you're crooked. So it's plausible that low-cost harmful coal mines are being utilized to fill the loophole. As for the sick wife, his dad was a pure love warrior, too. The man with the gold glasses sighed in his heart. In order not to let his wife worry, he actually took the risk. This friendship is rare and precious. He had no intention of asking any further questions. That piece of information alone was enough to blackmail him properly, not to mention the fact that his son was still in his hands. With both lifelines taken care of, the money should be fine. Good gambling dad. Sick mom. Hard working you. Boy, you're pretty tough. The man with the gold glasses gave a sympathetic look. Ooh-hoo, big brother, you guys won't tell. Ooh-hoo. Linley choked out a sob, but his heart was blossoming with joy. Seeing as how he still comforted himself, he obviously believed it. Are you that stupid? We won't tell. As long as you listen to us, I'll definitely listen. You'll be my big brother from now on, Linley said in a hurry. The man with the gold glasses laughed, looked up and said to Zhang Debiao, send it back. Don't fight today. So obedient. It's unreasonable to fight again. Aha. Zhang Debiao nodded and grabbed Linley as he prepared to carry him back to the small room. However, Linley suddenly struggled up and quickly made his way to the table in front of the gingham-faced table, grabbing a handful of their leftover barbecue from yesterday with one large hand, and with his other hand, picking up a razor blade from underneath the tabletop when they hadn't noticed. Big brother, let me have some. The man with the gold glasses smiled. You're so obedient. How can I not give you food? Take it back and eat it. Ha! They hadn't noticed Linley's small movements. After being carried back to the small room by Zhang Debiao, the moment the door was closed, he quickly distributed half of the coke still left in his hand to the other children. And by the way, he distributed the barbecue to them. One person takes a sip to replenish some sugar. Wow! Thank you, brother. The small children quickly gathered around. The kids were obedient and really just took a bite out of each one. After the coke was drained, as they scrambled to eat the barbecue, Linley took out the razor blade and carefully disassembled it. After removing one of the blades, gently hold one corner with a plastic bag. Then raising his hand to his mouth he made a silencing gesture to the children, informing them not to make strange noises. LAM Hall, human trafficking drama is about to wrap up. About to report on this work in front of a nationwide audience. Famous quote, I'm not done with sin. LAM Hall, comrades, the people need your support. A little prodding, a little bookmarking. Chapter 62, My brother is with you. I'll wait for him to come back and marry me. The kids didn't understand what he was up to, but were obedient. After all that they were eating now was from the beatings this big brother had gotten. He's good people. Linley gripped the small blade and began to cut the coke cans with two minds. His ears always perked up, listening for anyone approaching outside the door. Tina finished the barbecue and raised her hand to wipe her greasy little hands on her body, looking at him curiously. I wonder what kind of stuff he's up to, and not daring to ask. He could only stare blankly at him as he maneuvered. Linley patiently scratched the can. He was going to make an improvised whistle to make sure that if he was taken away by the traffickers, the group of them kids would be able to attract the attention of people outside through the whistle. Linley wasn't sure when the police would line up this way, in case it took days. Will these kids starve to death? He thought to himself that the traffickers wouldn't be so kind as to leave them food without killing them. Making whistles is easy. First, use a razor blade to puncture a small opening at the top and bottom of the can. Then, cut along the marks with a razor blade and try to keep the cut as flat as possible. After that, remove the head and tail of the can, leaving the flat aluminum section in the middle. End of cutting can step. Go to the next step. First, cut two rectangular pieces of aluminum from the sheet, one long and one short, about 2 centimeters wide. Then, make a strong effort to smooth the cut edges on the ground to prevent scratching your fingers. After that, bend a long piece of aluminum into the shape of a whistle, making sure one end is narrower and the other wider. Then again, wrap the short strip of aluminum around the unbent end of the long strip and hold it in place. Next, fold down the excess of the long aluminum piece to further secure the short aluminum piece. The simple whistle shape was finished, and then Linley propped the gap between the long and short pieces of aluminum hard with his fingernail to allow airflow to pass through. After doing so, Linley said to Ting Ting, Ting Ting, take this thing and I'll teach you how to use it. What's this? Tina saw it, kind of like the whistles that gym teachers always wear around their necks, but not like it, and asked suspiciously, it's a whistle, and when it's time for you to blow it, remember to jam your fingers on the ends of the whistle cylinder. We'll see how it goes then, and if the sound is low, you'll take one of the little pearl plastic clasps off the hairpin on your head and put it in there yourself. Ting Ting was half understanding. Her head and eyes were filled with questions. Brother Linley, what's the point of blowing this? My brother may have to go with them, and when he does, you will rely on it to get the attention of the neighboring ants around you, and remember to blow it an hour after I leave. And don't forget it, Linley said solemnly, not daring to be the slightest bit sloppy. This is a matter of human life. Brother, where are you going? Why are you going with them? Ting Ting's heart panicked at the sound of this, her little pearls looking like they were about to fall again. Nowadays, Linley was her only reliance, and in this dark place, she didn't want Linley to leave. Good boy, brother is with you. Gone. Linley softly comforted. I must go with them. You will be safe when I am gone. Mark my words. But I don't want brother to go. Ting Ting choked and pulled Linley's small hand. Why do we have to have you go with them for us to be safe? Because brother, I'm not afraid of them. Don't worry, brother has a way to run away. Linley couldn't stop comforting. If he was alone, he really wasn't afraid of these traffickers. Even if he was sold into a remote mountainous area, he had the means to escape. But not these kids. To put it badly, once they leave the city, it's basically impossible for them to come back. Alright, don't cry. Hide this. And be sure to remember my words. Linley raised his hand and grabbed Ting Ting's arm, speaking seriously and earnestly. Today is September 5th and the 5th day of junior class, and on the 5th day, the junior class program team made an announcement early in the morning that they were suspending the recording. All the parents of the students received a message from the program in the early morning hours. At this moment, Xiaxi's home. She is wearing a small white dress, combing a small ponytail. Her small face is fair and red, very cute and good-looking, as if it is someone else's daughter. She sat good-naturedly at the piano, looking absent-mindedly out the window and listening to the sparrows twittering outside the house. Creak. What's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to play the piano? Why don't you play anymore? Xiaxi's mom, Shin Yutong, was wearing a sky-blue home long dress. Her pretty figure was even more concave and convex under the fit of this long dress. Mom! Xiaxi retracted her gaze from the window and looked at her mom, softly saying, the class president should be fine. Shin Yutong sighed softly in her heart. This kind of thing really can't be said. The abducted child. The chances of getting back are not high, and that's just simple trafficking, not involving organ dumping. If it's organ dumping, maybe. Now Linley was just born. Looking at the worried nervousness in her daughter's eyes, she slowly spoke. Don't worry, your class president is so smart, he will be safe. In the first half of the sentence, she was sincere. In her entire life, she had seen many children, but never one as smart as Linley. But that latter sentence, her tone was full of heart. What's the point of being smart? Still just a kid after all. Xiaoxi is so worried about the class president. Xiaoxi's large eyes were slightly reddened. Don't cry. Don't cry. Creak. Listen to your mommy. Your squad leader will be fine. Shin Yutong rushed forward and took her daughter into her arms, unable to stop stroking her little head to soothe her. Wow. He promised he'd write me a song. Oh. Listening to her daughter's crying, Shin Yutong's heart was also very difficult. When parents, their children are everything to them. She didn't dare to imagine what it would be like for her to tear her heart out if her daughter had been abducted. Creak. Linley will come back. He doesn't want to write you a song. I think he'll fulfill that promise. He also promised to take me as his wife. Shin Yutong, who had originally intended to comfort her daughter, stiffened when she heard this. He said he wants to take you as his wife? Apricot eyes rounded and asked again with certainty. Xiaxi raised her head from her arms and nodded seriously. Aha! He said he'd come to marry me when I turned 18 on a motorcycle and dyed flowing yellow hair. Shin Yutong was completely silent. What's that? Xiaxi didn't understand. After all, she was still a child. But as an adult, would she not understand? Listening to Xiaxi's words, an image came to mind. A coolly modified motorcycle pulls up to the bottom of his house with a handsome swerve, removing his helmet to reveal a gangly, spiritual young man with dyed yellow hair, shouting at them, Hey dang, is it safe for me to ghost park under your house tonight? Chapter 63 You are in serious dereliction of duty. Leave your job voluntarily. Hiss. At the thought of this, Shin Yutong couldn't stop her teeth from aching. A man should be married when he is old enough and a woman should be married when she is old enough. This point has always been the same, and they as parents also know that their daughters have to get married sooner or later. But, this yellow hair? She really didn't dare to imagine her well-behaved daughter sitting behind a yellow-haired ghost fire. It's too woozy. This Linley, thinking this at a young age, has really seen too many terriers on the internet. Why does a nice young man have to dye his hair yellow to come to his house? To be honest, she was still particularly enamored with this Linley brat at the moment. From all aspects of the performance out of the view, the future must be a man among the Phoenix. Is not a high-ranking officials are not sure, at least a big star. There is no pressure on the financial side. She wouldn't object if he grew up and dated her daughter in a serious way. But, who can say for sure about the future? Maybe he's so precocious that he'll learn something bad in the future? Shin Yutong always feel that there is a share of the meaning, especially remember. When he first saw himself, the eyes let it have a share of déjà vu. It's like the greedy, insolent scowl of a child's classmates when they come to the house for tutoring in some small country flick. Is it an illusion? Xiaoxi, you guys are still young. If he wants to marry you home so easily, not to mention your father's disapproval, even me, I have to test him. Shin Yutong laughed softly. No one can say what will happen in the future. But in the future, we must get to know him better to know whether he is reliable or not. Mom, why are you talking so far away? We haven't grown up yet. Xiaoxi's delicate little face was flushed, already feeling shy. Turning to her, her eyes were filled with despondency. Besides, the squad leader doesn't know if he can come back safely this time. We'll definitely come back. Shin Yutong gently stroked her little head. Your class president is a ghost, so I can't say that the traffickers are a headache right now. Oh, aha, I bet it is too. The class president is smart. Xiaoxi, under the relief of her own mother, surged with confidence in Linley, waving this small fist as if to give a boost to her own confidence, but also as if to give a boost to Linley, who was suffering in some unknown place, praying. At this moment, all the students of the junior class are home from school, no matter whether it is Li Jianrun, who has always wanted to seek and usurp the throne, or Wang Tianyu, who has temporarily become Lin Li's little follower, are all at home paying attention to this case of child abduction and sale. Meanwhile the junior class group was chatting away. Ishimori, I'm so worried about the squad leader. Wang Tianyu at Sure Lin Lin, you'd better worry about yourself. The class president appointed you as the sports committee member in the first place, and one of your duties was to protect the class president. But now that the class president is in an accident, it's hard for you to absolve yourself of the blame. Kaki Lee at Stoneforest, clearly you've been remiss in your duties. W.U. Chang, after school in a couple of days, you'll be leaving on your own accord. It's hard for you to ignore the safety of the class president, so I think it's more appropriate for me to be the P.E. member. Li Jianrun, if you can't take care of the class president's safety, how can you take care of your classmates? The people entrusted you with their safety, but you couldn't fulfill it, and left with Mr. Deng Chao yourself after school. Ishimori at Li Jianrun, my position was appointed by the squad leader, and even if I'm guilty, I'm waiting for the squad leader to come back before I'm finalized. She Forest, besides, how do you expect me to protect the situation at that time? You don't want to stand around talking. If the squad leader thinks I'm at fault, I'll voluntarily resign from the job. Okay? Kenny Lee, yeah. Song Ishua, stop arguing. The class president is now safe and not yet returned. You still have the heart to compete for class cadres. If the class president knows, he will be chilled. Shun Yushua, that's it. We should pray for the safe return of the squad leader. Wang Tianyu at Li Jianrun, don't pick a fight. What you're doing now? The classmates are all watching. When the class president comes back, there's something in store for you. Kenny Lee, humph. I'll wait for the squad leader to come back. Song Mingqi, you guys might as well read more now. What's the point of bickering over class officers all day long? Song Ishua, all quiet. Our task as students is to study well. As for the class president, we have to trust Uncle Hat. They will be able to bring the class president safely. Wu Cheng, do not say. The King of Glory has not come. Together with the Pitt College students to go. Kenny Lee, I'll do it. Kaki Lee, +1. Yuan Hua at Xiaxi, in or out. Going to the amusement park together this afternoon? Yangmi. Several people also saw the message in the group, but they didn't even have the heart to insert themselves into it right now. One mind was on Linley's, but, looking at the bickering in the group, they recalled what Linley had said at first. The class is divided into 3 parts, and without him alone to suppress it, it really is a constant civil unrest. See, Linley had only been absent for a day, and the class had become so noisy, from which it could be imagined that if Linley hadn't been so quick to calm the class down, if he'd had more time, the whole class would have been in a mess. Partisanship, that's a given. At this point, they miss Linley even more. This kid, forward-looking, wrist, pattern all have, only he can hold down this class full of rich second generation, official second generation. Poor Linley, where the hell are you? A day is passing in an instant. All the duty hat uncle full of fatigue overtime. Do not dare to have the slightest slack. If this wave of traffickers is not brought to justice and given an explanation to the whole network, not to mention their own hearts, the people will not forgive them. How hot is the internet? This day the hot search list, still high up, not the slightest intention to come down. Time, September 6th at 3 o'clock. M.O., give me a break. Sit down and have a drink. At the entrance to the village of Shimo, 2 of the village's on-duty inspectors sat panting on a stone cairn by the side of the road. The inspector named Laosher took out a cigarette case from his pocket and took out one and handed it to Lao Mo across the street. Have a smoke and take a break. Old Mo took the cigarette and skillfully lit it. Smoke it and hurry to inspect it. Recently the human traffickers thing is making people panic. Don't be seen by the leaders that we are lazy. Laosher sucked a mouthful of cigarettes. Complained. The village cadres. So many years do not know in the village to install a few cameras. I see other villages are sitting in the monitoring room, blowing air conditioning. A night also go out 2 times. Old Mo sighed. The money, it's all in their pockets. AI Oldsher spat out a mouthful of smoke. The upper eats fragrant and drinks spicy. We common people get up early and work hard every day. This world. Stop complaining and go. Old Mo cannot listen to these. The more you listen to the more heart-wrenching, and very helpless. Throw the butt to the ground and stomp it out hard. Laosher stood up and the 2 of them continued their patrol towards the village. Come to a path at the edge of the village. Out of the blue. Shu SHHHSHHH. Chapter 64, 5 Children Safe. Brother Linley saved us. The voice was soft, but extraordinarily clear in the stillness of the night. What's that noise? Old Mo frowned. Crickets. Old History let out a faint laugh. Not quite. Old Mo shook his head, not caring too much, and continued to walk forward. But within a few steps, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Old Sure. It really doesn't sound like crickets. I feel a bit like a whistle. Old Sure heard this and laughed. Don't joke. Who blows the whistle at night? No. Listen carefully. Old Mo's ears perked up, feeling that the voice was a bit urgent. Go check it out. Suspicious in the middle of the night. Lao Shi sighed softly, but didn't say anything more, following him to the source of the sound. The sound came from this house, didn't it? Old Mo looked at the small, slightly dilapidated two-story house in front of him. When he came this way, the voice he heard with more real urgency. This house is not that who, Lao Shi recalled in his mind. As a person of this village, not dare to say that every household is recognized, but basically have an impression, but for a moment cannot think of, empty for many years to come, as if to say that this family got rich, all moved to the magic city to live. An empty house? And what's with the noise? I guess people came back to live, or rented it out. Who knows? Old Shi gave him a ride on the shoulder. Let's go. Go around the other places. Go back to the pavilion to rest after a stroll. Old Mo thought about it and guessed that it was the same. So I can't say it was a kid whistling in the middle of the night. Save life. Just as they were about to leave, a sound of help, if any, reached both of their ears. In a flash, the two of them were staring at each other. The pair looked at each other. Both were seen in the eyes of the other and were not a hallucination of their own. It's coming from the house, Old History said gruffly. Right. Old Mo sank his voice. The sound of whistles in the middle of the night, plus the sound of help. How can I think of it as not unusual? At that moment, he went up to the front door and tapped on it. Anyone? Shoo 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 shoo. The whistles became more urgent, accompanied by the sound of help, if any, and a slight cry, making Old Mo instantly feel that things were not simple. Anyone home? Shi shouted into the darkened house. Shhhh. A bad premonition rose in Old Mo's heart, and he said impatiently, don't knock on the door, just scurry in. No, kick, people's houses. Couldn't care less. Can't you hear someone shouting inside? Old Mo finished in a low voice and directly thumped the door, trying to kick it open with brute force. I'll call. Lao Shi took out his cell phone and dialed 110. No matter what, the sound of help they really heard. Bang! The door of the house was kicked in by Old Mo, and when it was opened they could already clearly hear the sharp whistles and sounds of help. Kids! Suddenly, the Old Mo looked shocked. Remembering the recent human traffickers' abduction cases, his heart condensed, did not dare to have the slightest delay, rushed into the house towards the source of the sound. As he opened a small room within the house, his eyes fluttered. 5 tiny figures huddled in the shadowy room, their eyes empty and numb, their faces wreathed in fear and exhaustion that was highly inappropriate for their age. Tears and bruises were all over his face, and he was miserable. When Old Mo saw this, instead of the excitement of finding a child, he cursed one word in vicious anger at the evil behavior of the traffickers. Old Stripes, boy, found it, he shouted away. In the police station duty room. What? You found the missing children? An operator heard the voice on the phone and immediately cried out in shock. The officers around him all turned their attention to him. Where's the location? You keep them safe. We'll be right out. The operator shouted anxiously, quickly taking a pen to record the location. After hanging up the phone, he ignored the inquiries of his colleagues around him and hurriedly picked up the internal phone to report the matter. Not a moment too soon. Oola la, loanward. A line of uniformed officers hooted and hollered as they ran out of the police station and into the parking lot to start their vehicles. 3:45. Outside the remote house in the village of Shmo, inside the cordon, Ting Ting and a host of other children were completely rescued. According to our correspondent, 5 of the 6 missing children have now been rescued, with one child, whose whereabouts are still unknown. Our correspondent will continue to follow the story for you. Media reporters were also the first to be notified and rushed to the scene. This child abduction case, which is on the minds of thousands of netizens, is finally a breakthrough. The police, for this incident, publicized the matter as soon as they got the first clue that they were successful. Where's Lin Hall? Lin Hall was the only one of the 6 children not rescued? The children are safe and sound. Fantastic. Didn't we say 6? What about the other one? Wasn't there a gang? 2 more groups of traffickers? Didn't you read the report? The traffickers haven't been caught and are still on the run. So I guess they're using Lin Hall as a hostage security. Then why Forest Hall? That's a good question. Because he's Lin Hall. Luckily, all the other children are safe except for Lin Hall. And luckily it wasn't an organ dump. No, I just watched the live footage. There's a lot of bloodstains. Nigga, these scumbags, how could they do that to such a small child? Early in the morning, the internet was still awake except for a few candidates who stayed up late to battle it out. But, there aren't just 1 or 2 candidates for this. And the internet is very keen on the title of Stay Up All Night Champion. Those who are staying up late today can raise their hands. Inside the police station, the parents of the missing child received the news at the first opportunity and immediately came to the police station overnight. As soon as they saw their children, each of them went up with a sniffle and a tear and embraced them. Ting Ting. Li Mei held her child tightly, then couldn't stop checking Ting Ting's body for wounds. Looking at the scarlet handprints on her face, her heart was like a knife. I'm sorry, Ting Ting. What kind of sin is this? Those damn human traffickers, how could they do this to you? Li Mei's heart was breaking, her mouth cursing as her hands continued to soothe Ting Ting, who was also crying into tears. Mom, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, at this time, Yang Mi and other program staff who had heard the news also arrived at the police station. Police notification. Where's Linley? Yeah, isn't Linley with them? Deng Chao anxiously inquired. Tina and the other children, who were crying in the hall, heard the name and Tina immediately cried out. Save brother Linley. He's the one who saved us from this. It's all because Big Brother helped us, trading beatings for food and giving us coke to drink. Chapter 65, Comrades, here's a first-class merit for you. Hearing the cries of the children, everyone in the hall was stunned. Linley saved them? What's going on here? Linley takes a beating in exchange for food for them? Police officer Chao Dehua heard, and rushed forward to inquire with concern. Ting Ting told the police exactly what she had seen after Linley's arrival, and then pulled the improvised whistle out of her pocket. The officers, the parents, and the show's crew were stumped in unison. I'll get you out of here. I'll make you a whistle. You'll be safe when I leave. A key sentence was extracted from them and reflected in their minds. Chao Dehua. They were adults and he was a veteran police officer who had been handling cases for many years. He looked down at the whistle he had received from Ting Ting with a frown on his face. Although Ting Ting didn't say it in detail, his brain had already analyzed a lot of meanings from these few words, combined with his initial speculation that Linley was intentionally caught by the traffickers. Bold ideas continue to form in the mind. That is to say, Linley took the risk of entering the traffickers' lair. Then to protect other children from harm, they provoke the traffickers themselves and attract their fists and feet to themselves. And, by some ploy, the traffickers were allowed to take themselves off alone, preserving these small children. Finally, a rescued item was made for them. Hiss. At this moment, this idea was not only flickering in Chao Dahua's mind, but Deng Chao and the others as well. The expression on his face was colorful and various emotions flickered constantly, not waiting for them to be shocked and emotional. Suddenly a 3-4-year-old child said in a milky voice. Big Brother also said that someone has to carry the weight. I'm older than you guys. I'll take the beating for you. Big Brother is a good man. He was still young and couldn't remember all of the words, but the meaning expressed was basically much the same as what Linley had said at the time. Nice guy. These words brought 4 words to the minds of all the adults present: awareness, commitment. He's burning himself to light up these little kids. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, etc., as well as a group of women, including female police officers, wept at once. He really knows too much. He went into the tiger's den alone, stood up for the children, resisted all by himself, and comforted the children by enduring the pain under the bruises. Everyone present asked themselves that if it were them, they might not have done as well as Linley. The bottom line is that this kid was so calm in this situation that he branched out from the traffickers, made survival tools, and helped the kids get out of the situation. Without the whistle, they shuddered to think what it would have been like for the boys when they were found. At this moment, the chief of the police station spoke seriously and earnestly to all the officers. I don't care what methods you use. I don't care how many forces are deployed. You must catch this gang of criminals for me. You must bring Linley back safely. The police chief had been thoroughly moved by what Linley had done, and he was there to bring people over with him. The various bloodstains at the scene were vivid in his mind. This kid, it's so heartbreaking. Yes, all the police officers had tears in their eyes. They were all touched by what Linley had done. How could they drag their feet when such a brave child was fighting the traffickers? The police chief continued in a deep voice. The things the children have said, for the time being, refuse to spread them out. The internet spreads extremely quickly, unless when Linley is safely out of trouble. I will personally publicize everything Linley's classmates have done for him. Understood. Understood. The people in the room weren't cuties, knew what he meant when he said that. Although he didn't know what method Linley had used to take the trafficker away, ultimately his safety was still in the hands of the trafficker. If the traffickers knew that Linley had deliberately entered the tiger's den to free the child, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Wang, follow me to the village to investigate the surveillance. Chao Dehua shouted by name. The village was backward and didn't have much surveillance, but it was important to check it out eventually, in case there were any clues. Yes, police officers Xiao Zhang and Xiao Wang responded, hurriedly putting on their police caps and following Chao Dehua to the parking lot. At this moment, they took all the heartache they felt for Linley and instilled it into the traffickers, turning it into hatred. The child must be rescued as quickly as possible. He awkward. A few people did not see Linley, although the heart is difficult, but still with the rescued children shushed. Out of the blue, an ear-splitting sound of brakes exploded and rang outside the police station. The sound of tires scraping the ground, punching the eardrums of everyone inside the station. What's the situation? The crowd inside the police station was puzzled, when a voice familiar to Yang Mi and the rest of the program team rang out heatedly from outside. Comrade policeman, I've come to give you first-class honors. It's Linley's voice. Yang Mi Kazran's large eyes bugged out. The voice had kept her awake for 2 days. It's the voice of a brat. Louis Fei let out a cry of joy and hurriedly ran outside. The other officers followed. As soon as they stepped out of the gate, they saw a small war-damaged class sedan straddling the entrance of the police station. It was no longer possible to tell what make and model it was. It was in any case very broken. The door creaked open and Linley, covered in blood, got out of the driver's seat, remembering it was the driver's seat. Yo, Mr. Yang, Mr. You're all here. Linley seemed happy to see them and greeted them with a grin. I'm the return of the king. Before he could finish his sentence, his head was pressed into 2 taipans with a thud. Where the hell have you been, kid? Don't you know how worried we were about you? Yang Mi, indeed, this is a small child who has been thinking about it for 2 days, and immediately rushed to Linley with the speed of a sprint and hugged him fiercely into his arms. Oh, ooh-hoo. Linley felt a bit suffocated. Is this what they call a tender spot? Very intoxicating indeed. He awkward at this time is also over. Quickly said, Mimi, you do not get excited. First look at Linley body. There are no injuries. So much blood. Oh yeah. Yang Mi let go of Linley, up and down, watching and checking Linley's body, asking with concern, where are you hurt? The traffickers didn't do anything to you, did they? Linley took a big gulp of fresh air. He almost suffocated in the ravine when he didn't fold at the hands of the traffickers. The feeling, if he were to do it again, he thought, he wouldn't say no. Mr. Yang, my head hurts. Ouch. A little dizzy. Linley covered his head and cried out with a wow. Teacher Yang, it hurts. They hit me. Oh, really Juan, it hurts. Crying out, he took it upon himself to explore the ravine. Chapter 66. It is honorable to shed blood and tears for the people. Don't cry. Don't cry. Yang Mi heartbreakingly patted his back, softly comforting, class president, don't cry. I learned from Ting Ting, you're very brave. At that moment, the police chief came over, and the first thing he did was look into the car and his eyes froze. 3 men in quintuplets, equally covered in blood, lay limp and unconscious in the seat of the car. What's this, little friend? To be honest, he was pretty clueless right now. It should be said that everyone had the same expression as him for this scene. Oh, honey, it hurts. Linley didn't even pay attention to the police chief's question and just squeezed harder. It was Yang Mi who tilted her head and opened her mouth. Leader, the little child is in shock. Should we wait for him to stabilize before asking anything? The police chief was understanding at hearing this. Well, in that case, you guys take him back to clean his mouth first, and I'll come back another day to question him in detail. Thank you, leader. Yang Mi thanked, then whispered to Linley. Linley, let's go to the hospital first for a proper checkup. Listen. Hearing this, Linley reluctantly got up from Yang Mi's arms and looked up at the director. Director Tong. Uncle, the 3 people in the car are the criminal gang in this case. I've brought the people. Please make sure to interrogate them severely. His dirt-filled little face looked solemn. Their modus operandi is extremely meticulous. Obviously not their first time. Perhaps you can get clues from this and get back the children lost in the past and give the people a satisfactory answer. Look at the serious, meticulous demeanor, and then look at the tiny body, covered in blood. The police chief was so surprised that if there was a grown man in front of him at the moment, he would have mistaken this one for a comrade who had struggled on the front lines, penetrated the enemy and returned from a successful mission. So, he blurted out, you have worked hard, comrade, and the people will remember you for all you have done. Linley waved his hand in an old-fashioned manner. The director is polite. It's all about serving the people. Okay, you don't play around. Yang Mi pulled the corner of her mouth, a bit unable to look at it. Just now it was the uncle of the director. Now it's directly the director. Eyes full of heartache, he said, mind your own business first. I'm fine, as long as the children are safe. What's the point of me getting this injury? It's honorable to shed blood and tears for the people, Linley said in a pleasant manner, his tired eyes filled with pride. The police chief touched Linley's head. You're right, son, it's our honor to shed blood and tears for the people. He was really amused by Linley. Netflix this child haul gas, just like an old cadre. He seldom pays attention to entertainment news, and at this moment, when he saw it, he could only say that it is better to be known than to be seen. And this child has the qualifications of a ministerial leader in the future, and his awareness is high since he was a child. Okay, you go back first and get well. Then we'll have to ask you to cooperate with the investigation to record a statement or something like that. Linley nodded. I will certainly cooperate fully with the police to assist in the investigation. At this time, Louis Fei couldn't look on, amused and flooded with heartache, and hurriedly said, "Alright, Linley, let's go to the hospital first. We won't disturb the police uncles working on the case. Teacher Lu, hug, it hurts." Yang Mi looked at the original child at the side, and the police chief Hall gas exchange Linley. Louis Fei came immediately transformed into a soft child to pounce on her. The contrast between before and after really confused her. 1 second. It is a cadre that everyone loves and is concerned about the well-being of the people. The second after that, it's the aggrieved brat seeking comfort. What a drama queen. At this moment, the car has woken up, but cannot move all over the body, and even the mouth is a pair of children's socks blocked tightly. The man with gold glasses, listening to the movement of the outside. There is a sentence in his heart, do not know whether to speak. I'm a little dizzy. Can you take care of the sick guy? Call an ambulance. Stop the bleeding? Good. Then you guys go back to rest first and get well, the police chief said to Yang Mi and the others. After a chilling greeting, he turned to the trafficker in the car. Bring it in. Trial. The surrounding officers responded. Yes, in September, the sun always goes to work earlier than the moon, and it's dawn in the first hospital in Yongchang. Linley was brought in by He Lian and the others, and without saying a word, he was directly admitted into a single luxury ward that he had never stayed in before in his last life, or in this life. Inside, it has all the same amenities as a bachelor pad and is extremely spacious. At this moment, Linley was wearing a blue and white striped hospital gown, with a thick ring of gauze wrapped around his forehead, and the same on his face. Beside the hospital bed, the beautiful nurse lady was rolling up Linley's sleeve. Intending to hang up his needle, she took out a yellow rubber band and tied it toward his arm. Sister nurse, is this a pulse pressure band? Right. The nurse lady smiled sweetly. A hint of cunning flashed in Linley's eyes as he turned his head to Yang Mi on the other side of the sofa and said, "Ms. Yang, can you say the pulse pressure band 10 times? Yang Mi froze, suddenly to her, a bit puzzled. What do you mean? Although there were doubts in her mind, she did not respond to Linley's request at first. In the end, he was the one who had been set up by Linley, and as the saying goes, one learns from one's mistakes, and it wasn't the first day he had known Linley. For his sudden inexplicable words, keep thinking, pondering, and analyzing them as if you were listening to the words of a leader's predecessor. She mumbled the pulse pressing band a few times ahead of time in her mind, pondering the meaning of his question. Pressure pulse band, pressure pulse band, pressure pulse band. Yeah, no. Not only was Yang Mi pondering and meditating in her heart, but Louis Fei, Deng Ziki, and the nurse lady were all like this in their hearts. In a flash, all the women in the ward, red warmed up, all adults, male or female. Who hasn't seen a love education movie? Louis Fei's ears were slightly red, and she raised her eyes to glare at Linley in shame and anger. You're all injured like this, and you still want to have some skin. Looking for a fight? Linley laughed in his heart as he looked at their expressions, his face innocent. Why are you guys blushing? Are you hot? Shut up and heal properly. Tang Ziki gave a white look without any good reason. Miss Nurse giggled, and after tying up the pressure pulse band, she took out the needle and finished giving Linley the needle. Gently smiling, Lin Hall, little friend, if there's any discomfort promptly press the red button above. Got it? Linley nodded. Next time kids can be omitted. Alright, Lin Hall. Haha, the little nurse laughed out loud, then instructed Hyong and the others before leaving the ward. When the nurse left, Helian carried a stool to the side of the hospital bed and asked curiously, Linley, how did you escape from the traffickers? Linley, preview of the next chapter. Linley, will win over the half-son of heaven. Chapter 67. Linley, will be better than half a son of heaven? How did Linley escape from his traffickers and still torture them like this and send them to the police station? Truthfully, this was something that had been swirling around in their minds after bringing Linley to the hospital. It's unbelievable. One could say that it was outrageous, his mom who opened the door to outrageousness. Outrageousness to the core. Linley leaned against the back of the bed, knowing that they would have to ask sooner or later, and he didn't sell anything short. It's a long story. Take your time. Suddenly, the old mogul spoke up. Wait. The others looked at him in disbelief. I'll videotape you, tell you what went on and everything, and then I'll send it to my police comrades to save them an extra trip. Hearing this, Yang Mi sighed in her heart. Also yes, by the time the police department people will definitely come to find Linley to record a statement. Instead of letting Linley say it twice, affecting his rest, it would be better for him to finish his speech this time, and then record it himself for him and send it to them. With that in mind, she took her cell phone out of her purse and acted as a photographer. Well, go ahead and tell us everything that happened. Exactly as it happened. Linley nodded and cleared his throat. A few days ago Auntie Li Mei came over in the middle of the night to say that Ting Ting had disappeared. Louis Fei, several people, either propped up their chins, or leaned against the back of the seat, listened carefully and quietly, nodding from time to time during the period. The beginning of the passage. At that time in the police station, Li Mei and Chao Dehua, who took over the case, said, "When I went back later, I realized that someone was following me, and I thought, I guess it's the traffickers, so I willed them to go back with them." Hearing this, several people were greatly surprised, although at first in the police station, Chao Dehua speculated about this possibility, but there is no substantial basis for evidence. But now that he had heard Lin Li admit it himself, his heart couldn't help but be appalled. "You're so reckless, you know that? How worried you've made us," he awkwardly reprimanded immediately. If he had been an adult, he would have been pleased to praise him for his bravery, but he's only 8 years old. He's still just a kid. Even if the kid is smart, it's full of danger in the face of adults who eat more salt than he does rice. Exactly. Yang Mi agreed with the awkward's words, glaring at Lin Li in exasperation. "How many people are you making worry like this?" Lin Li grinned. "All I want is for you guys to worry." He then gave his thoughts on why he was abducted in the first place. "If I hadn't gone in there in the first place, I can't say that Tingting and the others would have been abducted and sold to an unknown village by now." Tang Chao and Louis Fei's few people felt a little cold behind their backs at the moment. This kid actually went into the game with his body, counting himself, and their fan traffic, etc. All in. Holy, what kind of mind? Moreover, it was an impromptu idea at a time of great danger. How long was that period of time? It's amazing how much has come to mind in just such a short period of time. He is using himself as a pawn, playing chess with danger, fate, at the cost of his life. Is it because you don't believe you'll fold at the hands of traffickers? With regard to this boldness, Tang Chao dares to say that at his age, he absolutely does not have it, and uncritically speaking, in the whole world, basically no small child dares either. Lin Li said at this point, "I know what I'll be facing, and maybe it may never come back, but I've always had a belief in my heart." His eyes glowed with a regal essence. "Life must be a gamble. It must be fought. If I miss it this time, or do nothing about it, then I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. My upbringing taught me not to stand idly by, but to rise to the occasion in the face of danger. Marxism-Leninism used to say, in the face of danger, we must be firm in our confidence, remain calm, have the courage to face the contradictions head-on, and dare to fight." Yang Mi's hand holding the cell phone shifted slightly in surprise. What's he talking about? Marxism-Leninism? You were 8 years old when you embraced this kind of thinking? Before she could think much about it, Lin Li's next sentence told her that he had studied not only Marx and Lenin, but also, Chairman Mao's thought tells us that when confronted with wrongdoers we should strike firmly and punish them severely. He Lian and the others' mouths were half open, and at the moment, they didn't know what to say. In principle, Lin Li at this point is off the mark. Let him dictate all the passage of the case. He is indeed to give them ideological and political education class. It was only right that he should be interrupted to get back on topic. But he's talking about principles now. How dare you interrupt? What's with this kid? Is the director's template possessing him again? Isn't it time to talk about Dunn's theory? As expected, after Lin Li finished the previous paragraph, he began. Dunn's theory. No one knows what kind of mindset Yang Mi and the others have at this moment. This. What did his grandfather do, anyway? Is it really a regular garbage collection? At a young age, he is full of Marxism-Leninism and Dengism. Have you been feeding him red thoughts since he was a kid? So, I didn't think much about it at the time. I knew that the time had come for the people to test me. Lin Li's voice tone rose, his eyes were full of firm righteousness and courage, and his body radiated the light of justice. Tingting is my good companion. Auntie Li usually even takes good care of me. When I was a child, because I was poor, I wore all the clothes that other people threw away and didn't wear. I suffered from other people's blank stares, and ate other people's leftovers. Only Tingting and Auntie Li, they don't have it, buy me new clothes, and take me to eat delicious food. For this reason, I could not sit back and watch even more, and I knew full well that my line of work would cause you all concern, but I had no choice at the time, and I couldn't run away from it. To be honest, the old mobile and the others really wanted to interrupt him. However, listening to his impassioned, righteous, heroic, and even death-defying tone, they were a bit moved. Perhaps it was Lin Li's strong aura of righteousness that had infected them. Now they had absolutely no desire in their hearts to blame Lin Li. What a brave boy he is. Aren't you afraid of death? Aren't you afraid of them? Louis Fei froze and said. Yet before she could finish, Lin Li immediately interrupted. Afraid? Of course, but as I just said, I had no choice. When I set out on this path I knew I had to fight fate. I don't care what tactics they use, and I don't care about myself, even if I have to take my own life. I, Lin Li, will win over half of heaven, to fight against fate, to fight evil to the end. The children must be saved and the criminals must not be allowed to go unpunished. Lindley said to the excitement. Chest high. Freshly stitched and bandaged wounds cracked. White gauze blood stains oozing out in spots. It was as if the rich red color in Lindley's heart was coming through his body. So bright and admirable. Everyone in the hospital room had the surprise dissipate from their faces at the moment and their brains buzzed. The words, Shangtian half-son, kept hitting their minds. Chapter 68, La Mosey. I've never heard of such an outrage in my life. How could they dare to overflow a look of blame in their eyes? There was only that endless heartache and admiration. This kid, his vigor, guts, and awareness are already completely on par with any adult. He doesn't have to be a receiver at all because, well, he already is. What a winning half-son. Lindley collected himself full of red energy and took a deep breath. He didn't know what Yang Mi and the others were thinking at the moment. Anyway, he was talking himself into hyperactivity. He returned to the topic. In the hands of human traffickers, I know very well that if you want the children to leave safely, it's not enough to rely on your public opinion, MS, Yang, and the heat of the netizens. I can't say. Perhaps under all kinds of pressure, they will be so enraged and evil that they will kill us on the spot. So, Lindley suddenly paused, revealing a look of shame and apology as he faced Yang Mi and the others. I'm sorry, I know children can't lie, but I had no other choice in the first place. I made up a lie. Lindley explained what had happened at that time, starting with his snubbing of the traffickers. Originally, he awkward wanted to be relieved and tell him that it was not undesirable to lie in the face of danger and to preserve himself. But when he heard about his battle of wits with the traffickers behind him, Lindley was almost shocked out of his mind. Making up lies about being the son of a coal owner. Exploit human greed. As the saying goes, those in authority are the onlookers. And as soon as they heard it, they knew what Lindley had utilized. The 8-year-old exploits the greed of the trafficker and fools the trafficker for a second. That's a lot of nerve. But if there is a single mistake in it, or if the trafficker investigates something, won't he be finished? While they listened in fascination, they couldn't help but break into a cold sweat on Lindley's behalf. Flip-flopping sets them up as teacher stars even. After all, it's not like they can do anything to him. But the traffickers are worse than animals. They are really capable of doing such things as breaking the pot and dying together. Lindley then began to talk about the process after he was taken by his traffickers. The menace in the midst of it all kept the hearts of the old mobiles and others hanging high as if they were on a playground elevator. After being taken away, inside the car, Lindley what with fighting with the traffickers and grabbing the steering wheel and all, it was simply heartbreaking to hear them. It's almost like listening to a sci-fi movie. You're a kid fighting with 3 adults. Does he think this is a movie? Isn't this all in the movies? But when you think about it, yes, many movie plots come from life. Ahem. A remake was on the mind of the old mobile. There was a crash right behind it, and they were both knocked unconscious. Because I had a human cushion and the impact was cushioned, so I didn't pass out, and that's more or less what happened. Lindley said roughly that it sounded menacing, but in reality there was no at all. The space in the car was tight enough for them adults to exert themselves, but he was just right. After listening to all that had happened, Yang Mi and the others had nothing but heartburn and goosebumps for a long time before they came back to their senses. They opened their mouths to say something, but they didn't know what to say. So all of a sudden, after Lindley finished speaking, the entire ward was silent. Reprimand him. People are fighting the forces of evil. Blame him. Man is wrestling with his destiny. Yang Mi took a deep breath, saw that he had nothing more to say, recorded the screen on his cell phone and put it away. No wonder that car is in such a state of disrepair. I bet it was caused by bumping around on the road. No wonder those 3 traffickers were covered in blood at that time. Dare I say they were in a car accident. No wonder he got out of the main driver's seat. He's the only one who didn't get dizzy. Ding! Suddenly all of their brains went blank for a few seconds again. He got out of the lead driver's seat. He drove the trafficker to the police station. One by one, their eyes were all focused on Lindley, who was eating a banana at the moment. He awkwardly and ace host stuttered. You drove. Sent it here? Hearing that there was finally a sound, Lindley thought that he should have digested it about as well as he could, nodding casually. Yeah, or what? If they were driving, I'd be in Mordor by now. No, you drive. Yang Mi asked repeatedly. Yeah, I wouldn't have run 2 red lights if I wasn't afraid they'd bleed to death. Louis Fei, their CPUs have been severely loaded with overheating. Her head buzzing, she froze without reasoning. And you ran a red light. Aren't you afraid of demerit points? I don't have a license. Lindley's eyes were as if he was looking at a little cutie. Like looking at her. What kind of question was asked? If it wasn't for the fact that you're Louis Fei. For this kind of douchebag question, he wouldn't even bother answering. Ahem. Louis Fei felt a glance at the eyes looking at a retard and realized how stupid her question was. No, it wasn't that she asked stupidly, it was that the person asking was the wrong age. but whenever this question is asked of adults, there is no problem. Slightly embarrassed, she hastily corrected herself. No, I meant to ask, how do you know how to drive? Grandpa used to take me over to the game hall to play 2 racing games. Lindley made it up. Driving is easy. Gears, gas brake, steering wheel. If it weren't for the fear of death from human traffickers, I'd really like to go drive on the highway and experience speed and passion. His voice suddenly lowered and he muttered, I should have known to have the trafficker drive farther away then. Asterisk. Deng Chao spat out a word foolishly upon hearing it. Look at that. Is that a human thing to say? Driving is easy? Yes, that's right. People who can drive do find it easy. But do you want to see how old you are? You're 8 years old. And what do you mean by the last sentence? You want to get on the freeway when you're 8 years old? Deng Chao let out a big breath, stood up, walked to the bedside, listened to the sparrows chirping in the early morning, smelled the scent of potted flowers on the balcony, and asked which place can I add more memory sticks to my brain. Lao Mozi only had 2 words floating in his mind at the moment, and that was, demon. This little kid is simply a demon. After being in contact with him for a while, is there anything he doesn't know how to do? It feels like he knows everything and everything. He was surprised, but slightly better than Tung Chao and the others. Being a director in the end and regularly reading scripts that were more outrageous than reality, he was much more accepting than they were. He opened his mouth and asked, my little friend, the question I would like to ask is, how did you manage to fight 3 adults by yourself? Lindley straightened his back, revealing a wistful look, and babbled, my grandfather was afraid that I would be bullied by bad people, so he taught me self-defense skills since I was a kid, and I often helped my grandfather with his work, so I have a lot of strength. Ah, Lao Mozi nodded in bewilderment. It sounded somewhat logical, but again, something doesn't feel right. Chapter 69 Establishment of the Imperial Forestry Army, the People's Good Squad Leader. Meanwhile, the police station interrogation center. The 3 traffickers were briefly bandaged and taken to an interrogation room each for questioning. Comrade policeman, what I said is true. It's really true that he moved first and that's why the accident happened. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses could not cry, and had long since lost the sinister and venomous look he had during the kidnapping. Who are you fooling? People 8 years old actively attacking you in a car? Chao Dahua in the interrogation is 10,000 disbelief. This is not bull ********. It's true. It's true. For the first time, the man with the gold glasses felt how aggravating it was to be so distrusted. He wiggled his arms. He's the one who removed both of my arms. Really? I'm telling the truth. Bull **********. The more you say, the more outrageous it gets. A person is 8 years old and will still split his tendons and bones? Chao Dahua immediately said angrily, really do not see the Yellow River. Into the police station still dare to fool. He heavily slapped the table and drank. Honestly explain the truth. Confess from leniency, resist from severity. Suddenly, a tear, not sure if it was a tear of remorse or aggravation, flowed from the corner of the eye of the golden glasses. Anyway, he cried. Such a scene. His state of mind at the moment, played out as it did in the other 2 interrogation rooms. Again, the interrogation room is a stark contrast to the one in Lindley's hospital room. One side is full of and the other side is word for word true. In the hearts of He Ong and the others, Lindley shouldn't be able to lie about this. And besides, with his face flushed with Chinese red, he didn't dare to suspect that he was lying at all. And in Chao Dawa's and their hearts, criminal traffickers are cunning, especially human traffickers. How many ignorant children have they deceived with lies? Geez jerk, real doo-doo. Solved the case? Traffickers caught? It's cool to see such mood-boosting news early in the morning. It feels like a smooth poop. What are the details like? Report it quickly. And human traffickers don't mosaic me. It's great that Lin Hall is fine. Almost our people lost a fair and clean future people's official. I haven't seen Lin Hall for a few days. I really miss it. Is Lin Hall's waist still complete? I'm asking on behalf of my daughter, so the show can start normally. Lindley and the other children returned safely. The traffickers were successfully arrested, and the police department announced it at the first opportunity. There is too much public pressure to give the entire internet an explanation. Perhaps because the traffickers were caught in the net and the children were returned unharmed. The netizens were in a pleasant mood and the jokes were all over the place. The entire network is filled with laughter. Many netizens have gone to the official website of the Yongcheng Police Department to leave messages, hoping that they can directly shoot the traffickers and eradicate the social tumor. However, in the mid-afternoon, the Yonkers police posted a video under their own Shake Shack certified account. In an instant, all the netizens who saw it had the same expression of mind as Young Mi and the others in Lindley's hospital room in the morning were stunned and shocked. This video is what happened in the morning when Young Mini filmed it. After they were done being horrified, The old Mauser forwarded it from Yang Mi to the police department leaders. The first reaction to seeing it was just as much of a head-scratcher. Leaving aside Linley's red-hot, hair-right-winning half-son remarks, what he explained was generally the same as what the traffickers explained. So, the second thought is, what the traffickers say is true. There are a few discrepancies above many details, but it's pretty much the same process. No one knows what the faces of the police leaders look like at first. They felt that, with these remarks, plus his boldness and carefulness, it was not too much to say that Linley was the reincarnation of an insider player. The ideology feels higher than they are. How high? 3. For stories high, I think. Therefore, the leaders unanimously decided to publish this video with the aim of publicizing positive energy and showing netizens how aware children are nowadays. I'll be damned if I'm going to hammer the hammer. Show and tell. Lin Hall is awesome. When you really enter the game with your body, you win half a sun in heaven. Awareness in advance. Breaking into the trafficker's den alone. Fooling the traffickers. Fighting with the traffickers. Driving to the police station. Nima, are you sure this is an 8-year-old? TV dramas don't even dare to shoot like this. Then the old then cannot be compared. And now then the small cannot be compared. I feel that I came to the Blue Star to make up the numbers. I broke the defense. I can drive after playing a few racing games at the age of 8. Don't show off. Lin Hall. I admit that I'm a loser, okay? Deng Theory, Marx and Lenin. How did you learn more than me? Now that the kids are curled up like this? I'm a Deng member and I feel like a pioneer in front of him. He just opens his mouth. That's what it feels like. Especially his tone of voice. Just like the secretary of my unit doing the thinking work. It's outrageous. When my mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the video, I said I was kneeling on principle. This one video was considered to have completely opened up Linley's popularity. It was so esoteric that it had completely broken through many people's perceptions. A series of operations. Many people asked themselves, even if they were in their shoes at the time, there was no way to calmly defuse them like Linley. Besides, he's only a few years old. The whole internet is kind of completely down. Especially, in this video, hearing about Linley's family. Netizens initially thought that Linley's so hall gas, the family is not allowed to say is also the children of senior officials, but now heard. It seems, Linley is also from an ordinary family. No, he doesn't even have a normal family. This instantly brought them closer to each other, and goodwill was born. There is a sense of intimacy. How can they not love the emergence of a noble son among the common, poor, people, and a child who is dedicated to the welfare of the people and has the potential to lead in the future? In an instant, Linley's fans rapidly increased, and the fan circle was born at this moment. Although Linley does not have a microblogging account, fans have organized themselves to open Super Talk for him and register circles in the posting bar. Synopsis: Guardian of the Best Forest Hall. Growing up with Forest Hall. Some lezzies have even renamed the fan base with a lofty title, the Imperial Guard. Fan response slogan: Not a penny to spare, a heart for the people, a half-son of the victorious sky, the rise of justice, the people's good squad leader. On the internet, the heat is festering, and the hot searches haven't fallen off in the last few days. In the evening hours, something that shocked the netizens once again appeared. The Central Mom's Rule of Law channel program actually broadcast this case, and also praised Linley greatly a wave. However, at the end, the host faced the audience with a very solemn warning to all parents and children. Linley deserves encouragement and praise for his words and actions. However, we do not advocate the Linley approach. Netizen Spice, our mom still thinks too highly of me. Lin Hall, thank you, Vita Lemonade, for your strong support. Good comrade, I've remembered you. I'll add an extra chapter in the afternoon. Lin Hall, thank you all Hikari Yiffy for your support. As long as the urges and gifts are strong, I'll play hard to get yards. Chapter 70, Wang Tianyu, attention. Please call me Vice Class President Wang. The time flickered to September 8th. The junior classes began recording again, with the 5th being closed due to Linley, and the 6th and 7th being double breaks. In the morning, in the junior class, the students arrived one after another. The squad leader is awesome. Song Yishui and Shang Yishui, who arrived at the school first, and other small groups of close friends gathered together. My mom and dad have been bragging about him for the past 2 days. So brave. Aha, the class president will be my idol from now on. I'm not going to powder my family's giggles, a little girl said in a milky voice, her eyes blinking brin in her big eyes. Being in a class with the class president is really so happy, yo. There is a sense of security, Cheng Yushue said with a smile. My mom said that the most showy thing about boys is that they must feel safe. My mom said the same thing, Song Yishui hurriedly agreed. At this time, Xia, she sweetly tied a high ponytail carrying a small school bag, bounced into the classroom. Long gone were the gentle demeanor of the previous 2 days, and at this time was full of smiles. Hello, good morning everyone. She pleasantly greeted Song Yishui and the girls. Good morning Creek. Song Yishui and the girls greeted each other. Natsuki put her book bag on her seat, then quietly opened it and put the candy box labeled with some countries writing into Linley's drawer. Would the class president be happy to receive it? She thought darkly in her mind, her little mouth rising involuntarily. She should be happy. Definitely. She then cheerfully walked over to Song Yishui's and joined the chat. Classes are getting more and more students arriving at school. Many people from other classes, other grades, hooted and hollered as they all ran to the junior class while class was still in session. Currently, Linley is considered a national idol, and all the major media, short videos, and official broadcasts are always praising Linley's unadvocated heroic deeds. Therefore, Linley is now also exceptionally hot in the children's circle. It's not like the students from the same school are admiring it. Where's your squad leader? Where's my idol? Where's Lin Hall? The children asked, chattering. Wang Tianyu had also arrived in the school at this time, and seeing so many people, he knew that the time for him to perform had come. In the absence of the squad leader, the vice squad leader is the biggest responsibility to help the class president with diplomatic relations. Hello everyone, I'm the vice class president of the junior class, Wang Tianyu. He raised his neck and shouted, thank you for your love for our class president. However, our class president is not in school yet, so you can tell me anything and I will truthfully convey it to my class president. Wang Tianyu had been repeatedly watching the replay videos of the junior class for some time. On the first day of school, he was dismissive of Linley, but after becoming vice president, and especially after his own mom and dad educated him, he began to learn frame by frame, figuring out Linley's mannerisms, thinking about Linley, suppressing them with his own power. What kind of ability was this? He felt that he had to strengthen his mind. After all, he was the vice president of the class now, and he's still not secure as the vice class president. How many students below him are eyeing him? In order to keep up with Linley and not be impeached by Kenny Lee, it's important to get ahead. That's why his current look is a bit Linley-esque in its aura. Mr. Wang, I'm from class 5, too. Your class president is here. Tell him to come and sit in our class sometime. A taller boy with glasses and a red scarf around his neck shouted. Wang always has a nickname for Wang Tianyu from netizens, who told him to open by saying he has a president father, so they are calling after the netizens. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu's expression was serious and slightly dissatisfied. This student, don't call me Mr. Wang. In school and in class you have to refer to your position. The student froze. What's going on? What's with this class? Why do they all look like this? Another student spoke up. Okay, Vice President Wang. I'm the study committee member of class 3, 4, so pass on a message to Lin Hall, and say that our class would love to have him visit and give guidance. Okay, I know. I'll keep it in mind. Wang Tianyu nodded his head in a serious manner. The live feed was on as early as 7 o'clock. At this moment, when they saw Wang Tianyu's look that resembled Lin Hall, they all laughed and laughed. Mr. Wang is also making progress, abandoning business for politics, right? Well, it's getting more and more interesting to watch. No amount of money can resist the temptation of power. Now Lin Hall is really the idol of all the people. This school of theirs is sort of being brought on fire by Linley, isn't it? My kid goes to this school, and after the Lin Hall incident, he was so proud to say that he went to the same school as Lin Hall. It amused me. Wang Tianyu is also getting better, with a vice class look. You guys, look, dear Oli, his face is all black. Ha ha, just as the netizens saw. Li Jianrun came to the class at this time carrying a small school bag, and his face was particularly ugly when he saw Wang Tianyu representing the junior class to speak to the leadership of the other classes. He coldly mocked a sentence. Humph, pretending. Wang Tianyu, your inspection period hasn't passed yet. Tomorrow is your expiration point. I don't know if you'll still be able to be so majestic. His voice was not purposely lowered, so Wang Tianyu, who was greeting the other classes, heard him clearly. At that moment, he raised his small eyebrows and said unhappily, Mr. Li Jianrun, call the position in the class. Che, Li Jianrun didn't even care about him, skimmed his lips and walked straight to his seat. Wang Tianyu saw the way he ignored him and felt that his dignity as vice class president was trampled on the ground by him. After all, there were so many people from other classes watching right now. It was humiliating. Why do I smell a sour odor? He lightly laughed as he raised his hand and fanned the tip of his nose, then moved over to Li Jianrun's side and lowered his head to sniff. So it's emanating from you. Li Jianrun laughed coldly, unfazed. In his eyes, only Linley could be counted as his opponent in the junior class. The others, deign to fool around a little longer. The vice class experience card expires tomorrow. Wang Tianyu laughed. Tomorrow? Don't you know that a double break doesn't count as a working day? The squad leader said it was a week in the first place. It's a 7-day period. Li Jianrun was dumbfounded. Wang Tianyu's meaning, he could understand it too well. After all, he was the director's son. Judicial units, all of which count time according to workdays, on Saturdays and Sundays. It's all closed. Wang Tianyu was satisfied with his expression. Student Li Jianrun, you're still young. No matter what, I can still fool around for 2 more days than you expected. As he said that, he narrowed his eyes to show a face that looked villainous and playful in Li Jianrun's eyes. I'll keep an eye on you for the next 2 days. Don't ever do anything you shouldn't. Mr. Wang is standing up. I'll go. What Mr. Wang? Call him Vice Wang. The junior class really doesn't have a single idle person. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other. And Wang Tianyu has grown up like this? Could it be that positions can really make people smarter? When I think about it, Vice Wang was still disliked sharply by Li Jianrun, but now he's able to fight back. Did Vice Wang go to Dang School for further study in the past 2 days? Lin Hall, this hall will soon be in the Great Pioneer Corps, so ask for a little hyping, a little gift. When the time comes, I'll bring my ponies with me to control the young pioneers and make it great. Chapter 71, Another Talent. Life Committee Member Guan Qian. Wang Tianyu's change really stunned the netizens in the live broadcast. Previously, viewers were given the impression that the landlord's stupid son, who bribed others with snacks, was running for class president. Now, why does it feel like a different person? A lot smarter. In him, it was as if he saw Lin Li's figure. In the junior class, Li Jianrun immediately burst into a rage. He could tolerate Lin Li insulting him and overpowering him, but he wouldn't allow Wang Tianyu to step on it as well. Wang Tianyu, don't go too far. He gritted his teeth and glared angrily. Calm down, Li Jianrun. At this time, Yuan Hua, who had just come to the class not long ago, went forward and pulled Li Jianrun. He had just arrived in the class, and although he didn't know what was going on, Kenny Li was now on a united front with him, and Wang Tianyu was Lin Li's man. Simple as that. Yuan Hua stared with a small frown. Wang Tianyu, what are you doing? Wang Tianyu said, not doing anything, just letting fellow student Li Jianrun be a little more peaceful these 2 days. Peaceful? It's you who's at peace, too. You're due tomorrow. You should have your tail between your legs now. Yuan Hua looked at him with contempt. When Sher Forest, who was in the last row, saw the two of them, he immediately stopped being silent and stood up to come to Wang Tianyu's side. What tomorrow? A 1-week inspection period. Less than a week now. What won't it be here tomorrow? Yuan Hua narrowed his eyes and gave a doubtful cry. Li Jianrun, who was beside him, had regained a little bit of his composure at the moment and whispered in his ear about what had just happened during the workday. Immediately, Yuan Hua's narrowed eyes widened. Is this what Wang Tianyu's brain can come up with? He knows that it's a bit of a non-starter to continue the conversation at this point, and in the absence of a clear rule, it's anyone's call. So, with a twist of his little head, he aimed his gun at Stone Forest, who had just walked over to him. Sure, Lin, you still have the nerve to stand up. You can't even care about the safety of your squad leader. Sure, Forest froze. Why did you suddenly dislike me? I hadn't even said anything yet. Obviously did not go to the same progress as Wang Tianyu, and in the face of Yuan Hua's reversal of the gun, he did not know what to say for a moment. Mostly, it's still a little weak inside. His problem will naturally be decided by the class president. It's not your turn to say anything. A voice rang out from the doorway of the classroom, and Yuan Hua, Li Jianrun, Wang Tianyu, and the others cast their gazes over in unison, only to see, Life Committee member Guan Qian came in with a small school bag. He was also a class cadre hand-picked by Lin Li at the time, belonging to Lin Li's faction. Instead of going directly to his seat to put his book bag, Guan Qian came to the edge of the stone forest. The other students in the class saw the situation, such as Chang Junyu, and these forest parties got up and came behind Wang Tianyu. As for Li Jiaqi, Wu Chang and these, they came behind Li Jianrun. The two groups were separated by an aisle, swords drawn and glaring. The students of the other classes who were sniffing around outside saw this and were stunned. Is the junior class so fast-paced? We're going to fight at the drop of a hat? A student whispered to the person on the side. This junior class, it's really not a place for people to stay. I have a feeling as 5th graders are going to have to sit on the bench even if we go in there. Slipping away. Let's go to class, or we'll be criticized if there's a fight. Xia Shi, Chun Yushui and their little girl group couldn't help but look at Wang Tianyu and the others. Boys are so childish. They don't have the maturity and stability of a class president at all. A little girl skimmed her lips. Aha. Xia Shi nodded with extreme approval. Should we sue the teacher? They seem to be fighting, eh? The little girl gently tugged on the corner of study committee member Song Yishue's school uniform. The teachers should be watching the live broadcast as well. Song Yishue pushed the glasses on her nose and looked at the cameraman in the back row. They should be the first ones to come over if there's something going on. Also, That's when the boys that. Seeing that he had so much backing, Li Jianran calmed down and his bottom was full of energy. He didn't even look at Wang Tianyu, but teasingly looked at the life member Guan Qian. Worry about yourself too. Li Jianran sneered. Do the class fees know where they went? Ha! Pipe money froze. Unsure. The duties of the life committee member are to manage the class expenses, and the usual affairs of the students lives in the class, which he is well aware of after taking office. He remembered that when the class president collected the class fees, he said that when the life member was selected to come, he would hand over the class fees to him for safekeeping. But, Linley didn't mention this later. He also didn't dare to take the initiative to ask Linley for it. But why would Kenny Lee say this? He was puzzled. The class fees are with the class president. As the life committee member, shouldn't you have the class fee? Li Jianran said with a smirk. The squad leader didn't give it to you? Then you've been derelict in your duties and overstepped your authority with him. Yuan Hua immediately chimed in, having read Li Jianran's meaning immediately. In the end, they are all families of officials, and the tacit understanding is barely that much. Guan Qian didn't answer the first time, thinking continuously in his head. None of the ones who made it into the junior class were simple, and apparently, he had a certain amount of wisdom as well, while not figuring out why Kenny Lee would bring up shift fees. But, at this point, he knew that he couldn't panic. There was no overstepping of authority, and I was not derelict in my duties. The class president told me privately at first that we were now on probation, and that once the probationary period was over, I would be given custody of the class fees. He's lying. How can you tell when he's lying? Old iron. He hesitated, and was clearly in a state of dangling when Lee asked for shift fees earlier. No, man. You can tell that? I'm a second-level counselor. I can't read adults, but I can still read a child. 666. If it's a lie, this Guan Qian isn't an oil lamp either, making up a reasonable reason so quickly. If I was in junior high, I feel like I'd have been dropped out. Be confident, take the feeling out of it. With the analytical speculation of the greats on the air, well, another talent has been discovered. That line was said seamlessly, both to show his firm stance in defense of the squad leader, and to refute Li Jianran's accusations. The high level of emotional intelligence is on display. Kenny Lee obviously hadn't thought about it, and he was even less capable of live-streaming the gods. Unable to tell whether Guan Qian was lying or not, he gruffly said, "When did I tell you that?" Guan Qian rolled his eyes at him in a none-of-your-business kind of way. "Do we need to report to you about what happens between our class officers?" When Wang Tianyu heard this, he immediately wrapped his arms around Guan Qian's shoulders. He was very satisfied with this sentence. The dislike was too good. That's right. What's your status? What's our status? What does it matter? Chapter 72, still hospitalized? We're going to visit the class president. Wang Tianyu's arrogant appearance was clearly transmitted into Li Jianran's eyes. Miso, the nameless fire in his heart bubbled up again. There was a nuisance sound as his teeth clenched. Yuan Hua was also furious. And it could be said that a group of people from their party were all like that. Outside the school, their status was no lower than Wang Tianyu's. But in the school, this sentence was a mockery pulled full circle. Li Jianran's small fists could not stop clenching, his heart trying to comfort himself. It's okay, they can't fool around for 2 days. When the day after tomorrow, on Teacher's Day, he himself will impeach Linley, and then all of them will have to fall. He glared hard at Guan Qian. Linley has misappropriated public funds, and you, a life member, are still in the dark, right? Wait for the good stuff. Li Jianran put down his harsh words, then ignoring Wang Tianyu and the others, he patted Yuan Hua. Don't be general with them. Aha. Yuan Hua nodded and greeted his fellow officers as well. Seeing this, Wang Tianyu's little expression grew more and more complacent. They wimped out. They were scared. They won. It was so comfortable. The taste of power intoxicated him a little. No fun. A mouthful. Let's go. He waved his hand and took the lead in turning around to leave. Guan Qian, Cheng Junyu, and the others followed behind him, consciously pulling back a body position. Apparently, in just a few minutes, they've improved a bit. The furor leading up to the start of classes is sort of over for now, but the internet is unusually clear that this is just the beginning. The two parties inside the class are thoroughly bonded. As for the third party, the neutrals, there aren't really that many of them, and they are currently a minor transparency in the eyes of the netizens. So far, there are no highlights. There are even some people that the internet has forgotten what their names are. In the hearts of netizens, they have only one name, ordinary classmates. As soon as the bell rang for the start of class, the students quickly returned to their seats. First class, language class. He awkwardly hugged his books and went into the classroom. In the absence of the squad leader, the vice squad leader takes up the beam. And so, all rise. Wang Tianyu's posture was straight and his voice was loud. Shake. The sound of desks and chairs crashing resounded through the classroom in moments. "Hello, teacher. Hello, classmates." He awkwardly smiled. "Sit." What just happened was something that their teacher had seen all over the office. Was expecting a fight. Also be ready to come to the classroom at any time. Luckily it was all restrained in the end. Something that was extremely gratifying to him. To be honest, he was quite optimistic about Li Jianrun's performance just now, although it was the first provocation in the first place. But in the face of Wang Tianyu's ridicule, but also able to restrain himself from making a move. This age has this kind of stoicism, to be honest, especially remarkable. Which youngsters nowadays don't move their hands at the drop of a hat? As for this Wang Tianyu, well, starting to put on airs and brains running. What surprised him the most was Guan Qian. Last week it was a little transparent among the class officers, and today's words really amazed him. Looking at these students, he was in a bit of a trance. It really answered the old saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Of course, the person who breaks this old saying is currently the most prominent representative of Linli. This little brat, not only does he know how to punch holes, he specializes in dragons and phoenixes. In the position of a commoner, he was comparable to the pride of heaven. He let out a dark chuckle, shook the thoughts from his mind, and began to take the lesson seriously. "Class, remember where we learned last week?" As soon as he awkwardly finished speaking, Wang Tianyu immediately raised his hand. "Report." Watching him raise his hand, he was stunned. Was he that eager to show off now? According to Yi Lian's idea, the first one to raise his hand should be Song Ishue or a few other students who excelled in their studies last week. But he didn't think. "Stand up, Mr. Wang Tianyu." Wang Tianyu stood up. Although he wanted to replicate class president Lin Li and make he awkward call him vice class president Wang as well, he didn't have the guts to do so. Students were still more afraid of their teachers. Except for Lin Li, who was an alternative. "Report, I'd like to ask why the class president didn't come to school. Is he still injured? We students missed the class president." Upon hearing this, Xia Shi and the others all looked at he awkward with puzzled curiosity. Obviously this issue concerns them as well. At that time, after Lin Li was rescued, Hyung also sent a message to the group at the first opportunity, telling them that the squad leader was safe. They also knew that Lin Li was hospitalized with an injury, and he awkwardly said that it was a minor injury that didn't bother him, and that he would be able to meet everyone soon. So they thought they were going to see the class president today. "I'm hospitalized now, but I'll be discharged soon," he awkwardly replied with a smile. "Ah, still hospitalized?" Xia Shi couldn't help but furrow her small brows. A clamor resounded inside the class. "Is it that serious? It's been so many days." "Yeah, I thought it was a minor injury. Will I ever see the class president again?" Discipline member Su Gajie immediately stood up and bellowed. "Quiet, pay attention to classroom discipline. What positions? What things to do? What situations? What positions to step up to?" These class officers have learned by heart. After all, they always remember that they are currently on probation. Poor performance can lead to replacement at any time. As soon as he gave the word, there were still a few whisperers. Although the students' voices did start to diminish, Su Gaojie looked fiercely at those few, and the same few also glared at him without showing any weakness. "One of them is Yuan Hua. What are you looking at?" Yuan Hua said fiercely. "We're concerned about the class president." "Quiet." He awkwardly knew that looking at the situation, it was impossible to say that the two factions were going to quarrel again at the drop of a hat. The teacher's words could be much more effective than anyone else's, and instantly there was silence in the class. He said, "Don't worry students. The class president has been discharged from the hospital in just the past 2 days and will be back in the class soon." He then waved his hand, signaling Wang Tianyu to sit down. "Let's get on with the lesson." Wang Tianyu didn't sit down but looked at him and said, "Teacher, we're going to see the class president. The class president is hospitalized, and we as classmates deserve to visit him." As soon as this statement was made, Sher Forest, Xia Shi, Guan Qian and a group of other class cadres agreed. "Yes, we're going to see the class president." Song Ishue also raised her hand and said, he awkwardly said, "I know you guys are concerned about the class president, but right now the class president is in retreat." He mused for a moment. "How about this? You guys send a representative over then, so as not to disturb the class president's rest, but also to let the class president feel the unity and concern of the junior class." As a fellow classmate, visiting a hospitalized classmate was the right starting point, so he didn't outright refuse. "Okay, thank you Mr. Wang Tianyu nodded his head before sitting down. In his heart, he said that he had to fight for this spot. With that in mind had drifted up. What should I carry to visit the squad leader? It's not a bribe to visit a hospitalized squad leader and give him something. Chapter 73. Your grandfather taught you a lot. Junior class is in session in the luxurious single room of the first hospital in Yongchang. Lin Li ate fruit and watched TV. His little life shouldn't be too cozy. In fact, he's been better for a long time. If it wasn't for the truancy, I'd have been out of the hospital a long time ago. At this point, the junior nurse had just finished his daily rounds. Lin Hall, what time is it and you're still yawning? Didn't you sleep well again last night? The little nurse asked with a smile. She was actually puzzled by the fact that every time she had come to examine Linley in the morning for the past 2 days, he had been in this slightly depressed state of mind. Sort of like the patients who stay up all night in the small country slice hospital next door. Sleeping quite well. How Linley said perfunctorily and yawned openly again. Since that day after he awkwardly finished their questioning, Yang Mi returned the cell phone that was thrown into the alley by the traffickers at that time. Chao Dahua went to the accident site, where he found the cell phone and brought it back to Yang Mi. And after the phone was returned to Linley, he stayed up all night punching lists in order to fill the hole in his shift fee. It would have been perfectly timed to peak first in the morning, according to his plan, and then take orders and hit some GBs, minis, golds and the like. Even if you don't take on the upscored single, just take on a small national standard. The current market price of normal Hero Small 2000 it. However, being tied up by traffickers for a few days all of a sudden gave him little time. Of course, he could have asked Yang Mi and the others to borrow money, and I'm sure they would have borrowed it. After all, $1,000 is a sprinkle to them. But he didn't want to, because to lend money is to lend favors. He didn't want them to come looking for him to say that later on when he grew up to be powerful. Do you remember that I lent you money when you were a kid? In order to prevent this kind of situation, he is poor and noble for the time being. I hope it's for the best. You're growing up now. You can't stay up all night, you know? If you don't grow taller in the future, you'll regret it when you grow up. The little nurse spoke with concern. Linley nodded. Thank you, Missy. I know. For height, Linley has long since added up to 5 feet 8 inches. That being said, some of the stuff in this system is really cheap and some of it is expensive as hell. For example, for this height profile, it's not a little bit of modeling points that increase by 1 centimeter. It's a little bit of modeling points that incrementally double for every centimeter. His initial height, on the other hand, is based on the average height of Chinese males. If it weren't for the fact that the mood value has skyrocketed like crazy in the past few days, I guess I'm afraid to move the future shape modeling now, and face value wise he's already settling in for the time being. I can't say it's amazing, it's just mediocre. He did not deliberately mold to pursue the face value, because he knew clearly that no matter how handsome he was, he could not be as handsome as his comrades readers who were urging for more and praising and brushing gifts for him. Get some rest then, and remember to call me if you need anything, the little nurse said. Yes. After the little nurse left, Linley didn't open King's Honor to continue playing the list, because the money is earned and the holes can be filled. Of that, Milk Fierce contributed $500 as the big moneymaker. With a higher number of stars, the back charges are naturally higher. At the same time, she also placed an order for a Luna Gold label, Chang a Gold label. Others have taken a bit of a gold standard order. Although he didn't hit the peak number 1 because of the human trafficking thing, his reputation had spread and the list was naturally small. One of the gold owners placed a large order with a 2W price tag, but Linley saw the content requirements and rejected them outright. National Service Yao. The National Service itself wastes time, let alone Yao. Anyone who has played King's Honor knows the amount of gold in the National Service Yao. Ding dong. The cell phone message came through. Milkfist, when are you free today? Linley saw simply lazy to shake her. Do not give money day and night chat what? The people's cadre is very busy. Especially since she was the one who had been in the most WeChat messages during the few days he had disappeared. Good morning. Still sleeping? Busy this afternoon? Score. Did you eat? Good night. Are you asleep? Linley skimmed his cell phone off the table. The game pooking. Any hobby that turns into a living profession can be extraordinarily painful. Noon. The little nurse brought in a light lunch, and Linley was eating it when, knock, knock. A polite knock sounded on the door, and Linley raised his eyes to see 2 men wearing masks appear in the doorway. Linley quickly recognized one of them. Wasn't it old Mauser? After all, they are public figures, traveling. In order to facilitate, masks are necessary supplies. Another man, whom Linley did not recognize for the moment, only knowing that he must also be from the entertainment industry, was carrying a fruit basket in his hand. Where's dinner? Lao Mosey walked in and took off his mask smilingly. Well, what else? The slightly indifferent tone as well as Linley's expression of didn't you see it all, made old Mosey slightly embarrassed. It was as if he was telling himself that he had asked a nonsense question. Ahem, little friend, let me introduce you. This is Lu Tianwang. He immediately avoided the awkward point and laughed. At the same time, the man beside him was also removing his mask, and it was clearly one of the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang, Lu Tianwang. Hi, little friend, how are you? Heavenly King Lu waved his hand in greeting with an amiable smile. Lin Li's eyes lit up. Heavenly King Lu. Hello, little friend. Ha, Lao Mozi said. As I told you last time, Heavenly King Lu intends to want to buy the rights to that song of yours. I know. I remember. Lin Li nodded. I also know that during the time I was kidnapped, Heavenly King Lu appealed for me online. He solemnly thanked. Thank you, Heavenly King Lu. It should be. Heavenly King Lu smiled and waved his hand, then asked with concern. Feeling better? Almost ready to be discharged. Lin Li said. That's good. Heavenly King Lu placed the fruit in his hand on the bed cabinet. Brought you some fruit. You're too polite. Heavenly King Lu. Just come and bring something. Lin Li's token polite words. Heavenly King Lu laughed. Man-child, who did you learn all these polite words from? My grandfather. The old plotter on the side in his heart. Your grandfather has taught you a lot. Your grandfather is an honorable man. Heavenly King Lu said from the bottom of his heart. He had seen the video of Lin Li's victory over the half-son of heaven, and when he saw Lin Li, who was full of Marx and Lenin, Maoism, and Deng theory, and was full of red energy, he really admired Grandpa Lin Li, who was able to teach such an excellent and upright child. That's right. A small pride appeared on Lin Li's face. Uncle Lu, can I call you that? The best way to bring a relationship closer is to start by addressing it. Yes. Heavenly King Lu nodded his head readily. He wouldn't feel rude for being called uncle. His age was too different from Lin Li's to call him brother. What about the copyright thing? I don't know much about it, Lin Li said, but I know that song copyrights are divided into adaptation rights, rental rights, broadcast rights. Lao Mozi and Lu Tianwan were only half listening, and then looked at each other. Heavenly King Lu's eyes were puzzled. You taught him? Lao Mozi, I think his grandfather taught him. Lin Hall, thanks to horse running. Great support. Good comrade. I'll remember you. And add an extra chapter in the afternoon. Chapter 74, Fosters? I'm still picking. So which of my copyrights are you going to buy? Lin Li asked with wide, clear eyes. Wait a minute. Lu Tianwan's brain was a bit messy. Answer me first. How do you know all this? The old mobile added. Your grandfather taught you that? Lin Li shook his head. Director Zhang. What are you kidding? My grandfather is just an ordinary senior citizen. How could he understand this? When he finished, he picked up the cell phone on the mattress and waved it in front of their eyes. I googled it. Old Mauser was embarrassed. The internet? What a great thing. Cell phones, how convenient. To have such an 8-year-old know so much. This sentence, Lin Li really didn't make it up. He really googled it. After learning that someone was going to buy the rights in the first place, I made a point of finding out more about it. After all, it's not like the song rights will be sold only once. There will be more in the future. Heavenly King Lu eased his breath slightly. So that's how it is. Uncle, I won't take advantage of you. You still have the copyright. I'll only buy your singing rights. He was afraid that Lin Li wouldn't understand, and explained in very understandable words. That means I buy your song. You have the copyright, and you get a cut of whatever the song makes later, no matter how much money it makes or how hot it is. Can you understand the meaning? Heavenly King Lu smiled. Lin Li nodded. Understood. Lu Tianwan really did not intend to pit himself. Many singers and companies buy songs to buy all the copyrights. At the end of the day, fire or no fire, it has nothing to do with the original creator. It's kind of heaven and earth for people like him to just buy the singing rights and split the money. Uncle Lu, then how much are you going to offer? I read on the internet that a lot of people sell songs for thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, a lot of money. He wore a look of unseen ignorance. It is clear in his mind that Lu Tianwang will not give himself a low price. After all, this song is considered to have been successful, with a certain amount of playback data to support it. If it were a different song that had just been written, the company side, the singer would have no idea what the potential of the song was, and the price would generally be low. And some companies will buy out the rights to the byline outright. That is, you write it, and when the time comes, the song's creator's name field won't be yours. This is the biggest loss, assuming the song catches fire. Even though you only made a few $1,000s selling the song, at least the creative name is yours, which is a sign for the creator. It's good for raising your profile and adding weight in subsequent song sales. Heavenly King Lu laughed. It's definitely more than that. How much is how much? Lin Li asked expectantly. 50W. P.S. Don't take the price seriously. After all, I didn't sell the song. I just priced it according to the plot follow-up. How much? $500,000. Heavenly King Lu repeated with a smile. Seeing Lin Li's surprised expression, he explained, the price is even higher if it's bought out. The reason why it's this price is because the song is currently verified online. The old conspirator finally saw Lin Li's expression other than this little kid's ghostly one, and was satisfied with his surprise. He spoke up and added, the song follows up with more than that. You have a cut. Yes, don't worry, Every amount will not be less. You can trust me on that. Heavenly King Lu's eyes were serious. Of course I believe you. Linley still had more trust in his reputation, and there was naturally some reason why he could be on fire for so long. Heavenly King Lu continued, between you are still a minor. According to the law, your guardian will sign on your behalf. So who will sign? Under the relevant laws and regulations, minors under the age of 8 are considered to be persons without civil capacity, and are required to be represented by a legal agent for the execution of civil legal acts, including the signing of contracts. A contract for the sale of copyrights involves complex legal relationships and changes in rights and interests, which are beyond the understanding and ability to handle of a person without civil capacity. Upon hearing this, Linley was a bit stumped for a moment. He is now an orphan without any guardian. The street office and the Civil Affairs Bureau in which he is located are looking for a support person for him, and if there is no one to support him within a certain period of time, he is supposed to be sent to a children's welfare institution. Of course, what Linley does not know is that many people are already applying to the local Civil Affairs Bureau for Linley's custody after learning about his family situation. This kid looks like he's going to be a future success story. Haven't you ever heard of raising a child to prevent old age? They all want to adopt Linley so that they will be the rich generation in the future. Did you hear that the father is the son? I don't have any dependents for the time being. Linley shook his head. That's when the old mogul spoke up. Isn't Yang Mi going to raise you? Linley pursed his lips. She's, on the waiting list. You have other people to raise you? The old conspirator queried. Not yet. I have to pick it out. You know, there are so many child abuse cases now. Who knows that the moment I come home and act all glamorous, I'll be put in a small dark room. Hearing this, Lao Mozi raised his hand and touched his forehead as if he was wiping away sweat. Who dares to abuse you? Anyone who can put 3 traffickers in the police station has to weigh himself. Linley raised his eyes to look at Lu Tianwang. Tell you what, Uncle Lu, let's sign the contract when I've picked out a guardian. As well. Heavenly King Lu nodded with a smile. After school in the afternoon, a convoy of cars traveled in an orderly fashion on the elevated road on the way from the school to the first hospital. The headliner, the flying little gold Rolls-Royce, a couple of cars in the back, nanny vans. Wang Tianyu was leisurely shivering a fruit drink in the backstage seat of the Rolls-Royce. Cool, too cool. Uncle Zhang, did you see today's program? Wang Tianyu was in an extremely happy mood and asked the driver who was driving. See, young master. You did well today. Uncle Zhang wore white gloves, held the steering wheel, and smiled. Look at Li Jianrun's suffocating behavior today. Wang Tianyu's small face was filled with complacency. Suddenly he asked Uncle Zhang, by the way, is Uncle Zhang's gift for the class president ready? As soon as he awkwardly walked out of the classroom after the morning language class, they immediately discussed who to send as a representative to visit the class president. With the authority of the vice class, he grossly and forcefully secured the spot. It's bought, young master. In the trunk. Bought what? Fruits and 2 cartons of milk. Uncle Zhang said. Why did you just buy so little? Wang Tianyu was instantly dissatisfied. Giving away so little stuff, and it was so ordinary. People who didn't know thought that his family was bankrupt. Will the class president be happy? It's what the lady said. Wang Tianyu had nothing to say. His own mother said it. What else could he say? What milk? It's what you always drink. Young master, just flown in from New Zealand today. Vice Squad Leader Wang, I want to buy a car for the squad leader. What is suitable for the squad leader's status to sit in with a row? Chapter 75, Solicitation? Just go through the process. In the first hospital of the city of Ningbo, after chatting with Lao Mozi about the song's copyright, Lu Tianwang accompanied Linley until 1500 hours PM and left. When he left, he didn't forget to invite him to play in Shangjiang sometime. Squad leader, I've come to see you. Linley was downloading the red software on his cell phone when Wang Tianyu's voice came from the doorway. He raised his eyes and saw Wang Tianyu walking and wearing his school uniform and carrying a basket of many fruits he had once not seen, with both hands gasping for air. Behind him was a man in a suit, carrying 2 boxes of something with foreign writing all over it, and just by looking at the packaging, all he could tell was that it was something to drink. Pardon his ignorance as to what exactly it was. Ah, Tianyu, you're here. Squad leader, are you feeling better? Wang Tianyu asked with concern. The driver behind Wang Tianyu nodded with a smile at Linley, then placed the 2 cartons of milk on the sofa coffee table, before receiving his young master's fruits and putting them down together. Then he went to the door and acted as the door god. Much better. Linley nodded and pointed to the stool on the side. Sit. Wang Tianyu could be described as a good boy in front of Linley right now. The arrogance of a rich kid. Sorry, he doesn't have it anymore. The brashness of the opening days of the school year. He had reined in. Now he regarded Linley as his idol. In addition to Linley making him vice class president, and his own parents' advice, There was also the sense of accomplishment he had gained from studying Linley's hallowed air today. Class president, I'm here to see you on behalf of the whole class. Oh, and thank everyone for me tomorrow. Squad leader, you know, today, Li Jianran and the others were pissed off by me. Ha ha, Wang Tianyu character is quite cheerful, plus today's mood is particularly pleasant. The box immediately opened, gushing with Linley about how to dislike Li Jianran today. It didn't matter if Linley loved it or not, wanted to hear it or not. At that moment, Yang Mi and the others walked in. In itself, they didn't have any other announcements for the recording of this program at the moment, plus they were afraid that Linley would be alone and lonely in the hospital, so they came to visit him every day. Teachers, you're here, Linley greeted. Well, are you feeling better? I'll be out of the hospital tomorrow. Originally, Linley had planned to lie in the hospital for a few more days, but having just heard what Wang Tianyu had said, he thought about the fact that the day after tomorrow seemed to be Teacher's Day. Teacher's Day gifts still need to be given. After all, you organized it yourself in the first place. Squad leader, you're getting out of the hospital the day after tomorrow. Before Yang Mi and the others could speak, Wang Tianyu took the lead and shouted, yes, it's Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow. Even if I'm not feeling well, I'll return to the class and bring the whole class to give the teachers my sincerest wishes. Linley tilted his chin up, his eyes revealing a look full of love and respect for his teacher. When Wang Tianyu saw it, he hurriedly observed it carefully, and silently memorized it in his heart. This gesture, this look, this tone, all details. Hold it. Yang Mi immediately organized him to continue to play. After this period of time together, they knew all too well what Linley with this demeanor was going to do behind the scenes. Demonizing. Either they are full of pleadings or they open their mouths to moralizing. It wasn't so much that they were afraid of him, but they didn't want him to educate them as if he were a leader. Louis Fei, if that's what you're after, the thought is received. You'd better get your body well. Linley ignored it. Teacher, despite the delay of a few days, I've kept your gifts in my heart. Don't worry, I'll give you an extraordinarily big surprise the day after tomorrow. Big surprise? These 4 words, Yang Mi, several people's hearts had no ripples, but if Wang Tianyu said it, they would still go and imagine it. After all, they were existences that had seen a corner of the heavenly palace, while Wang Tianyu was someone who lived in the heavenly palace. Is the class president going to prepare a gift? Wang Tianyu immediately interjected upon hearing this. Right, but it's not ready yet. What do you need me to do? Wang Tianyu was extremely attentive. Linley smiled faintly and didn't say anything, instead sitting up from the hospital bed and then putting on his slippers. Teachers, take a seat while I show the vice squad around the hospital. A hospital visit? The awkward corner of the eye twitching a bit. Heard of shopping malls, shopping parks, but also the first time to hear the hospital. It's fresh. Go on. He understood Linley's meaning. Wasn't it just that he wanted to talk to Wang Tianyu alone? And as for what? It wasn't about the Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow. Don't want them to know what gifts to prepare and keep a sense of mystery for them. Well, you guys sit down. Hungry this side of the fruit. Downstairs there is a cafeteria. You feel free. Make yourselves at home. Don't be polite. Linley said as he led Wang Tianyu out of the hospital room. Why does that sound so familiar? In the garden below the hospital, the two of them sat on a bench, and Wang Tianyu curiously looked at Linley, who was greedily breathing in the air mixed with sterilized water. What's the matter, squad leader? Linley let out a long breath and turned his head to look at him and said, when you get home in the evening, solicit ideas for gifts for teachers on Teacher's Day from everyone in your class group, and see if there are any good proposals you solicit, and put them together then. After all, the promise was made to take the opinions of the students, but the incident of human trafficking has been delayed. Luckily, though, there was still a day left and it was perfectly timed. Since it's a class-organized event, it's only natural that everyone should be a little bit involved, isn't it? Oh, I see. I'll message you when I've summarized it then. Wang Tianyu answered. This is a simple matter, and it can also reflect his vice-class official authority. A good thing. No need. Linley shook his head. No need to send it to me. It's just a formality process. Going pro forma? Wang Tianyu was puzzled. And suddenly, some images flashed through his mind. When I'm home by myself, my mom and dad sometimes talk about what's going on at the company. About how the company is currently conducting an employee opinion gathering. He would be very clueless inquiring why it is important to gather opinions. His dad said, it's just a process. Just letting the employees know that the chairman cares about them too. In an instant, he realized. I see. Their opinion doesn't matter. We decide the gift ourselves, right? Right. Linley clapped him on the shoulder and looked at him with a "you're good" look. In his heart, he sighed. The president's son really deserves to be the president's son. His enlightenment is really high. Wang Tianyu understood Linley's appreciative eyes, as if he were an innocent little child who had received praise. The corners of his mouth immediately lifted up and his tone was filled with excitement. How can I help you with the class president's gift? No, I'll prepare the gift. Just pick me up the day after tomorrow. No problem, Wang Tianyu assured. Suddenly he seemed to remember something, and there was no one at the side. In short, he just lowered his voice and whispered, "Squad leader, when I came to the hospital, Guanxian told me that Li Jianrun might want to impeach us with the squad fee thing, eh?" Lin Li frowned slightly, because you didn't give Tub Chen the class fee at the time. Chapter 76, Good News, you're going to take over in the Young Pioneers. Meanwhile, in the school principal's office, the students had all gone back from school, and Hu was still in his office, with the police chief sitting on the couch across from him. The two of them sipped their tea and chatted freely. Headmaster Hu, this kid Lin Li has given our police department a great deal of credit this time, the police chief said with a smile. The trafficker Lin Li brought back to them, under interrogation, as he said at the time, was skillful in his modus operandi and was not a first-time offender. All the way to interrogation, all the way to investigation. 8 children were recovered. It really made him ecstatic, and with this credit, he can't say he'll be able to move up a bit next year. So his current visit to the school was to discuss with the school administration about giving Lin Li a banner as well as a bonus. Hu Jiangwo picked up the teapot to give him a cup of tea refill after. The day after tomorrow, Teacher's Day, I summoned the whole school teachers and students. In the playground you personally give him how to award? Yes, but I don't think that's enough. The director laughed. Let the boy be in the Pioneer Corps on the day you present the banner. Hu chimed softly, the Young Pioneers ah. The police chief picked up a cup of tea sip, then said well, the child awareness aspects are very good. Must be into the Young Pioneers to take over ah. Yes, I agree. Hu Jiangwo nodded. The pioneers, in general, are joined in 2 groups. The first cohort is around the second semester of first grade, June 1st Children's Day, and students in this cohort are usually the ones who excel in their character performance, and the second batch is until around the second semester of the second year, June 1st Children's Day. It's safe to say that every child in elementary school will be in the pioneers. It's just a matter of time. With Lin Li's current display of awareness, the school would surely have arranged the first batch for him even without the human trafficking incident, so he didn't even refuse. This is to give Lin Li a line of fire to join the organization. Then it's a deal? The police chief smiled and said, how about I present him with a banner and you tie a red scarf on him then? Of course. Ha! Hu was in a happy mood. You know there is a live taping of the show right now. So, this time, the chief of police is personally presenting the banner and medals as an advertisement for their school. Even if the police chief didn't say anything, he would have personally given it to the Lin Li department. At the end of the day, Lin Li is a real student of their school, and I, a principal, personally honored the students, which does not appear to be affinity. Let other parents of students see that the principal of the school does not have any stance and is so approachable, so that they will feel free to give their children to their school ah. But then again, the police chief suddenly said, I'd still prefer not to give Lin Li a chance to speak much that day. Just a simple thank you, don't you think? Hu hurriedly nodded. I understand. He knows too much. He remembers a scene from the opening day of the school ceremony vividly, especially remembering Lin Li patting him on the back of the hand before he stepped off the stage. What's the police chief afraid of? It's just that I'm afraid that Director Lin will come online and won't be able to tell who the real leader is at that time. The boy is good at everything, except, Hu Jiangwo stopped for a moment. He wanted to say too much nonsense, but on second thought, this is not to say that they are not. After all, Lin Li had robbed him of many words at that time. Do you think it's nonsense yourself? And if you tell it to yourself instead, do other people think it's a lot of nonsense too? So, he switched to, a little too official, and I don't know who I learned it from. Ha ha, the police chief laughed out loud. So yeah, I'd like to speak first, and have Lin Li deliver a thank you speech later. Before he could finish, Hu nodded again. I understand. You get it again. The police chief smiled in his heart. The experience of that day seemed to have a particularly deep impression on him. Look at him. He seems to have developed a mental image. Alright then, it's a deal, and I won't continue to bother. With his purpose accomplished and his mission over, he rose and prepared to say goodbye and leave. Hu Jiangwo got up to welcome him. I'll have someone line up a process out later and send it to you then. Okay. I'll see you in the morning the day after tomorrow. Remember the order must not be mistaken. The police chief repeated seriously and gravely as he left. I get it. The view is back in the hospital. At this moment, Lin Li and Wang Tianyu had already left from the small garden and were walking in the corridor of the meeting ward. Li Jianrun is not to be feared, but Guan Xian is a good classmate who will look out for the class president. I'll have a good chat with him later at school to see if he can be officially absorbed into our team. Linley learned from Wang Tianyu about all the events of the morning, and at the same time, he also went online to watch a replay of the program. He had to say that Guan Xian's emotional intelligence and resilience was awesome. At that time, he was appointed as a life committee member, or because the guy did well in math class, making Linley slightly impressed. Also one of the ones who didn't get up in arms when Li Kenjin targeted him in English class. Squad leader, I think it's better to be careful. Wang Tianyu's small frown tightened as he kindly reminded. Don't worry, the sky won't fall on the junior class. As long as I'm here, he, Li Jianrun, won't be able to turn the sky over. Linley said proudly. A bunch of little kids in the district only dare to fight against him in hook and crook? Do you know that in his last life, he was the man who watched the entire legend of Xinhuan by himself? Hearing such domineering words from Linley, little stars continued to twinkle in Wang Tianyu's eyes, worshipping Linley more and more. Keeping that in mind, he'll have to move out and use it in the future as well. By this time they had made their way to the door of the ward. Just walked in the door. Linley then saw the likes of He Awkward and Yang Mi turn their gazes towards themselves for the first time and reveal mysterious smiles. It seemed to have been waiting for him. Squad leader, I have good news for you. Do you want to hear it? Louis Fei smiled brightly, but the smile gave Linley the feeling that he was somewhat trying to calculate himself. Don't want to hear it. Linley's decisive, non-thinking reply immediately froze them in their tracks. That's not the answer they want to hear. Deng Chao said in a daze. Aren't you curious? If this matter has a lot to do with me, if I don't ask, sooner or later you guys will tell. Linley said with a beaming smile. Yang Mi sighed and covered her forehead. This little kid is too resourceful. Kids nowadays are really hard to fool. She shook her head. The person had seen through it, and she lost interest in continuing to flirt, and said bluntly, just now, Director Zhang called and said that he's going to hang a red scarf for you on Teacher's Day the day after tomorrow. The expected surprise did not appear on Linley's face, only a look of awed calmness. Oh, but then, a dazzling light erupted from Linley's eyes. Do I get to go to the podium? The whole school is going to be there, isn't it? Chapter 77, you're asking me to write an application report? Crazy. LAM Hall, starting from the back. The pioneers are unified to change their alias to the young timers, so I hope it's understood. The meaning is the same. In school, Linley knew exactly what situations had the most emotional value. Normal classes. No gimmicks at all to keep yourself whole alive. The first grade questions, not to mention that he had a system, even if he didn't have a system, couldn't be difficult for him. After all, it's an adult, first through third grade, properly genius-like. As for after third grade, the downhill slide begins, the fall of genius, the end. Therefore, he was extremely eager to go to the podium. Young Honey and other people look at him. This look is very puzzled. Last time team members you are not excited, but for the podium so excited. The kid's way of thinking really eluded them a bit. Shouldn't kids be proud to wear a red scarf? He awkwardly said. It's definitely going to be on the podium. After all, it's an initiation ceremony dedicated to you. He then briefly explained why he was suddenly being asked to join the junior team. Linley couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart after hearing this. How stingy. After giving them so much credit for what they've done, they'll give themselves a spot on the junior varsity team? Do the Little League need them to carry it for themselves? Doesn't it just have to be a schoolboy to get in? But come to think of it, at his age, what else could they put him in but the Little League? Party members are required to be 18 years old to apply. If he was already 18 years old, he could really join the party in the line of fire for this one credit. Oh, so do I go up on stage and read the application to join the team? He awkwardly heard, nodded and shook again. The process has not been worked out yet, but I think about the normal situation. It is necessary to read. After all, this time it is an initiation ceremony specifically for you. If you follow the school's self-organized initiation ceremony for junior members, not everyone will read and only one representative will be sent. Linley smiled. Just get on stage and be able to speak. So, he said to E Awkward, Teacher then please help me write an application for joining the team. Remember to be more profound, and write it before tomorrow night. What? He awkwardly stared at what he meant. Why does that sound so familiar? Before he could continue to be confused, Linley's addition came. The content should ideally show my sizzling feelings for the Little League, my resolute will to join it, and my determination to serve faithfully to the students and faculty. Tang Chao on the side. They felt like they had cracked their brains. Are you in the junior varsity? You are planning to enter the party. In addition to this state of mind, Yang Mi and Louis Fei and a few others had a funny feeling just because of He Awkward's expression. The corners of He Awkward's mouth continued to twitch, and his eyes continued to flutter with a stunned expression. Is Linley directing himself? Does he think he's the Secretary General? Let yourself write report material for him? At this moment he had a sentence in his mind that he didn't know whether to speak or not. Holy, Ever since that day of unauthorized appointment of class cadres, he always felt that Linley seemed to have hollowed out his homeroom teacher, but now it seems that he is more than just hollowing out his power. He is treating himself like a subordinate. Immediately, he was so furious that he stood up from the sofa, came to Linley, and viciously gave him a sugary chestnut head. Gutsy huh, are you the teacher or am I the teacher? He awkwardly reprimanded. Egu ouch. Linley clutched his head, his leadership aura breaking in an instant. He write it yourself. I'll give you the application materials tomorrow. Write it properly. If you can't write it well you'll write it 100 times for me. He pulled out the teacher's stance out of the blue, and it finally felt like he was a teacher now. Teacher I'm going to sue you for corporal punishment of a child. It's against the law. Linley glared at him with a tigerish little face. This vice, how they can't change it. It seems to be addictive. I'm not physically punishing you or hitting you. It's a teacher's caring rebuke to a student. He awkwardly looked at his suffocated appearance and his mood was suddenly pleasant. That's what a child should normally look like. What a look for the old Miles. I'll give it to you tomorrow. I'll have to check it when it's done. Don't write me anything too outrageous, got it? He awkwardly glared and threatened. Otherwise, I'll have to exercise my rights as a homeroom teacher. Words should be standardized. No scribbles, no typos, and the core idea should be centered around joining the team. Got it? As Linley listened, his face stiffened slightly. No, why are you asking for more than me? Teacher, I'm in first grade. I just started school. I can't read. He awkwardly sneered. You just started school. When you wrote the topic on the blackboard, didn't you write it quite well? That's the ones I know. Then write one out for me in those words. Linley, Yang Mi went up at this time to round off the scene and smiled. You still know you're in first grade. First grade should do first grade things. Study hard. Okay, Mr. Yang, I'll study hard. Linley wasn't someone who couldn't take a good thing when he saw it, and as far as the threat in the second half of the awkward sentence was concerned, the effect was still SOSO. Man was the class teacher after all. He was really capable of directly dismissing himself as the class president. If he is removed from office, the people he offended before will ride up to his neck. Kenny Lee is bound to bear the brunt. If he lost his position as class president, would Wang Tianyu, who was right behind himself, still be able to treat himself with the same respect as he did now? Linley can't guarantee that. Right to be surrounded by people who will turn out to be good friends. Once lost, which one of you? It would be nice not to fall on my sword. Teacher don't worry. I'll definitely give you a proper application for joining the team tomorrow. He turned to look at Wang Tianyu, who had been in a daze, and went forward to pat his shoulder. Tianyu, why don't I go into the junior team? You do well and I'll recommend you to join the great team then. Wang Tianyu's entire body was in a daze after entering the hospital room. The squad leader is so good. I can't believe I made the junior varsity team early. The squad leader is awesome. I can't believe the classroom teacher was asked to write a report. And, it's amazing that he's so bendable. His own father often educated to say a sentence, know how to bend and stretch the man, in order to be called a great man, all the way to rely on reckless, destined to go not long. Therefore, after he was confused, the color of worship in his eyes became even more intense, but when he heard Linley's words, he froze and returned. Squad leader, doesn't everyone get to join the junior team? He's a little confused. Does this even need a recommendation? Linley said seriously, you don't understand. I'll go in first. And when I become the chief captain of the junior team, I'll appoint you as the vice chief captain, and then you'll be one man under 10,000 among all the children. Whoever you want to expel from the team is at your word. All the students have to respectfully call out to you as vice chief when they see you. You hold the rights to their team membership in your hands. The principal has to give us a point when he sees us. Every time the school conducts an assembly from now on, we will attend that important meeting. The podium, all speaking is our man. As Wang Tianyu listened, his eyes continued to widen, and the light of power continued to flash in his eyes. What power? Isn't this the king of children? Squad leader, if there's anything you want to do, just order me. I'll go through fire and water. Chapter 78 Driving an Audi to and from Lin Hall every day. Yang Mi, he awkward, and the others looked at Wang Tianyu's expression, and as they looked at Linley, who was constantly speaking about his future ambitions, their heads once again went into a state of downtime. A thought came to their minds. Was it right or wrong to put this kid on the Little League team? If it had been anyone else who had said they wanted to be the chief captain of the Little League, they would have held on to their skepticism and thought they were bragging, but it was Linley who said that. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Because this kid, there's a real possibility that it could be for him. Think about the risks since the beginning of the school year. The first day to the families focused on cultivating the rich second generation, the official second generation to clean up the obedience. You're saying he's daydreaming? No, it's his life plan. Taking another look at Wang Tianyu, The light that erupted in the eyes of this rich second generation gave them a familiar feeling. Yes, it's the same demeanor they had back then when they were new to the scene, wanting to be popular, wanting to get ahead. Exactly the same. Clearly, Wang Tianyu had begun to be gradually brainwashed and controlled by Linli. Originally, in their thoughts, for example, Wang Tianyu, such rich second generation, when the program was over, was to return to their respective noble schools, study for a few years, then study abroad and inherit the family business. But at the moment, it seemed likely that Wang Tianyu would follow Linli to graduate from college in China. I guess, they didn't dare to imagine how high Linli's future starting point would be if that was the case and he had such a rich second generation horseman in Wang Tianyu. Tensil. Suddenly, their brains went cold, thinking about Linli's original sentence. I'm going to take the public broadcasting service when I grow up. Success rate +1. It's over. I can't say I'll really have to call him Lin Bureaus from now on, and a respectful one at that. Deng Chao looked at Linli, who was still describing his future ambitions with Wang Tianyu. Lin Bureau. Riku, take care of your health. It hasn't been long since you were injured. The rich neighborhood of Minghu, Yongchang, at night, inside the European-style decorated living room. A cozy family was enjoying dinner at the moment. The man in the main seat, dressed in home short sleeves, lifted his highball glass to take a light sip of red wine and looked over at the child seated opposite him. Tianyu, what all happened to Bitis today when you went to see your class president? This family is Wang Tianyu's family. They are the people of Magic City. This one place is just an ordinary property under their name, or specially for this son to participate in the junior class purchased. Having your son attend a youth class as a child actor is naturally not the main objective. The family is not short of money. Why be a star? Not to the point of going broke and needing kids to make money to support the family. The main purpose is to exercise your kids. Dad, the class president is going to school the day after tomorrow. He's going to be in the junior varsity team. Wang Tianyu put down his chopsticks and raised his head to inform him of the things that happened to know after meeting Linli today. Linli's words were particularly voluminous, and he hadn't memorized them all, but the main points were clearly expressed. After hearing this, Wang Mingcheng let out a faint smile. It's kind of an exception, just starting the school year and entering the young time team. He again picked up his wine glass and drank the red wine in it in one go, then spoke. In the junior class, just follow him well and learn more. Being the president and managing a huge industry, there were countless things going on every day, but about what was happening in the junior class, he knew exactly what was going on through the people who specialized in taking care of it, as well as his son. Linli gave him the impression that he had both promise and money. At the age of 8, he had a lot of means and a quick mind, which might seem ordinary in the eyes of an adult, but at his age, he was truly a genius, born to play the power game. Such a person, when he grows up, as long as he is not physically sanctioned, is basically a giant on one side. I know, I've been watching the class president's replay recordings. He's really great. Wang Tianyu's clear eyes were flooded with reverence. Zhou watching on the side of the dining table said at this time, since he asked you to pick him up the day after tomorrow, you'll pick him up every day from now on, okay? Every day? Wang Tianyu froze. Zhou watching nodded. The best way to bring a relationship closer is to give a gift, but that class president of yours probably won't accept it after what he said at the beginning of the school year. So come up with a different method. Wang Tianyu's small eyebrows stared up complaining. Then I don't have to get up early every day. Zhou Ruocheng looked at him favorably and smiled. It's only an hour early. No, when the time comes we'll go to where Linli lives to see if there's a good house. It's okay to buy a set and live over there. Right. When Wang Tianyu heard it, he was excited. Buy a house near the class president to go. It's close. The life of the rich is so simple and unassuming that they can buy whatever they want for convenience's sake. It's a solution. Tomorrow I'll ask someone to look into it. Wang Mingcheng agreed, and after a slight pause, continued. Tomorrow I'll ask someone to go buy an Audi. This semester you'll commit to going to school in this car. Why? Wang Tianyu was puzzled. This car of mine isn't broken. Wang Mingcheng didn't say anything. Zhou Ruocheng looked at her husband and immediately understood what he meant, and with a smile, she explained, pitching in, you've got a class president who looks like a leader all day long, and while I don't know who influenced him, it's clear that he likes the feeling of leadership. Leaders, naturally have the cars that leaders should ride in. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu gave a sound that he seemed to understand. Isn't the Audi too cheap? Zhou Ruocheng laughed. Leaders are low-key. Don't worry, that kid will love it. They are successful businessmen. The vision of a successful person is extremely important. It's not just about the situation. It's also about the people. Taking a step back, even if Linli didn't like Audi, so what? It was just a few $100,000 in their eyes. Not much to lose. There are plenty of ways to make up for it. After finishing dinner, Wang Tianyu returned to his room and hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the junior class group chat. Follow Linley's instructions to collect students' ideas for Teacher's Day gifts, and he added a particularly witty comment. Think about it, tell me tomorrow at school. The teachers in the group are there. We're going to surprise them. At the same time it was informing the class that the class president would be back the day after tomorrow. He then didn't care if his classmates saw him or not. He just switched interfaces and played the game. Whether he sees it or not is none of his business. He's been informed anyway. In the meantime, Summerbrook home. Ding dong. The cell phone beeped suggestively, and Natsuki stopped playing the piano and put her little head together to look at it. Seeing the message on it, she was pleasantly surprised as she picked up her phone and jogged towards Shin Yuton, who was watching a variety show in the living room. Mommy, Daddy's coming home. Shin Yuton lazily sat up from the sofa, jokingly eating up her daughter's jealousy and said, "It's still the most important thing for your baby girl to come back and not talk to me, and greet you first. Daddy loves me the most." Xia, she smiled sweetly. Daddy said his flight tomorrow night will take 14 hours to fly over. So do you want to take the day after tomorrow off and go pick up your dad together? I kind of want to go, but the day after tomorrow is the class president's school day. Shin Yuton was dumbfounded. If his husband knew that his precious daughter, whom he loved with all his heart, had given up picking him up for a man, he would have been very upset. Lin Hall, there's more in the afternoon. So please comrades, click to urge more. Send some small gifts. Click to pay attention. Thank you. Chapter 79 Teacher's Day Gift. Can I not? The following day at noon, September 9th. Clear. In the hospital. Linley checked out of the hospital accompanied by the show's staff. Inside the car. Little friend, are you going to school? Or are you going home? The staff member drove and asked through the rearview mirror. Linley's little face was tigerish, and he raised the corners of his mouth as he asked rhetorically, "If you were at school age, what would you choose?" The staff member stiffened. "Going home." "You know the answer and you still need to ask me. Are all adults so childish?" Linley let out a playful laugh. "Who?" The staff member exhaled heavily, and now he could completely understand Yangmi, the old muchabag, and their feelings in the beginning. So, he never said another word on the way back to Linley's, and after dropping him off at home, he was handed a registration form labeled this Little League enrollment form, followed by a simple message, "Call immediately if anything happens and be safe." Then in a hurry, he kicked the gas and stomped a 200,000 plus car out of the air of a sports car. Linley skimmed his mouth when he saw it. In the end, it was young people. They really couldn't say a bit. Pushing open the door of his home, which hadn't been visited for a few days, and placing the application form for joining the team on the small table, Linley simply cleaned up and didn't stay long, wearing a mask and heading to the supermarket to buy the gifts he would need for tomorrow's Teacher's Day. Currently How to Say is also a celebrity. In order not to cause unnecessary trouble, simply like the stars to wear a mask. Today, he has nearly $4,000 in his hands, 3,600 class fee, and a little money from the original's estate. He entered the nearby mini-mart with a clear purpose and made his way to the cleaning supplies section, looking twice to find what he wanted to buy, carried it right to the checkout and spent a total of $15. After that he ran to the florist and purchased wrapping paper to wrap the sheet bouquet, spend $10. Then he went to the small goods market and purchased a beautiful box of jewelry, spend $25. Eventually, he went to the hardware processing store. By the time everything was done, the time came to a little after 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Linley set aside the gifts he had prepared, then went to the stove and ordered a bowl of veggie noodles. Ding dong! The cell phone Microsoft alert beeped. Linley came to the small table with plain noodles that were not garnished with greenery. When he sat down, he first picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It's a message from the homeroom teacher. He awkward. "Ho lost, be safe at home alone, and be sure to call me if anything happens." He awkward, fill out the registration for the team at night. Don't forget, hand it in tomorrow morning. Remember to ask if you don't understand anything. Don't scribble. He awkward, tomorrow is the time of recess in the playground to organize your initiation ceremony. You will go on stage, when the police chief will personally give you recognition. Ho odd, see back a word. As Linley lowered his head to eat the noodles, his other hand sent a 1 on the screen. It's so nice to be able to speak again tomorrow. He pondered in his mind how he should perform well on stage tomorrow. So, he sent another message to He awkward. Linley, Mr. He, you can rest assured that I will seriously write into the team registration He application form. Tomorrow will also be on the podium to perform well. Will not let you down. He felt that his sentence was very much in line with the standard reply of a contemporary teenage boy. And it wasn't demonic. It was a very decent remark. He awkwardly should be relieved to see that. At this time has finished sending off the children from school. In the office with Deng Chao, a few people chatting, he awkwardly saw the reply letter. He looked up at Deng Chao with a slightly raised eyebrow. Why is it that with very normal words, I always feel like something is going to happen? Deng Chao sniffed and said suspiciously, "What did he say?" He awkwardly turned his cell phone screen towards Deng Chao and the others. This one won't let you guys down. Deng Chao pondered for a while, then spat out 4 words, "Be careful," mostly because the kid never ceases to amaze us. Yang Ni paused slightly, feeling that the wrong word had been used, and corrected herself. "It's shock." Louis Fei shook her head and laughed bitterly. One by one, they were truly being played by Linley. The simple reply, the sparse words, the answer of a normal child. But it emboldened them. Who'd believe it? But what happened at commencement shouldn't happen tomorrow. That's when Tang Ziki spoke. The principal and the others were even more scared than we were. And the process that was set up didn't even arrange for Linley to make his induction speech as a new member of the team. Instead, they let the new second-year members speak. He awkwardly laughed. The principal and the others are defending themselves against Linley as well. It's not. After the police chief finished discussing with Hu yesterday, he immediately called a meeting to discuss the process of joining the new team members. Originally, in accordance with the formal procedures of the induction ceremony of the junior team, there must be a new member to make a declaration and read out the application for joining the team. Now that's a complete process for joining the team. However, the police chief repeatedly urged that Linley should not be allowed to speak. And although he could have allowed Linley to simply say a couple of words of thanks, he read from the other party's words of 3 orders that if he could keep him from speaking, he should not let him have the opportunity to open his mouth. Maybe the necessary process of the initiation ceremony must have the new member of the team to give a speech. This was worrying him. After all, this is a Little League initiation ceremony and the process is clearly defined. The lack of process is bound to make some people quite vocal. He categorically could not afford to make this mistake as the principal of that school. So, he listened to some of the teachers' brainstorming ideas and finally decided that the second graders who had not yet joined the Little League would do so together this time. The process cannot be broken, but the timing of the ceremony, there is no clear rule that it has to be held around Juneteenth. Having a representative of the second-year inductees give a speech at that time solves all the problems perfectly. Yang Mi sighed softly, to be honest, in fact, although my heart is a little afraid of Linley on the stage of the whole thing, but still a little look forward to his whole life. Looking forward to it? Don't you forget, tomorrow is Teacher's Day, he awkwardly said with a solemn expression. With his unconventional nature, Teacher's Day will definitely give us a particularly big surprise. He put a special emphasis on the word surprise in his voice. So, we still have something to look forward to tomorrow. Yang Mi was silent. It's Teacher's Day tomorrow. He's got a present for us. The heart is a little hairy. On the first day of school, Linley organized the class to be given a Teacher's Day gift, and to be honest, it was very touching. But with this period of time together to understand Linley's nature, it's not clear if the gift was expensive or not. After all, the class fee totaled only $3,600. What you can tell is that the gift must have been very special. For the first time, I wish that the gift I received was as ordinary as the one Li Chen gave me. Tang Chao's mouth hung a bitter smile, and his eyes were filled with helplessness. Even receiving a rock is so much better than any other fancy scare gift. What kind of gift it is I don't know, but tomorrow we'll definitely be embarrassed. He awkwardly sighed with a complicated expression. Louis Fei, is it too late for me to ask your director Zhang for a vacation? Linley went on the stage to speak. The whole school was embarrassed together. But the gift, it was the 4 of them who were in a mess. The range is reduced and the power remains the same. Chapter 80, all the attention on the internet. The king's future. The sun shines in the sky and the flowers smile at me. The bird said, good morning, why are you holding a present? I went to deliver care and surprise delivery to the school. Love your teachers and classmates, and grow up to work for the good of the people. Wednesday, September 10th, Teacher's Day. Linley got up early in the morning without any bedwetting behavior. As a qualified class president, he had to arrive at school at the right time. Brush your teeth and wash your face, all in one go. Look at yourself in the mirror, quite a cadre. The corner of your mouth, really handsome. I don't know which little girl will be cheap when you grow up. After a little narcissism, he put on his backpack, grabbed the nuclear bomb that was about to bombard the minds of Yang Mi and the others, and pushed out the door. Looking out at the sunny weather, he sighed softly. Another meta day. He had just finished sighing when he looked up and saw a brand new black Audi parked outside his front door. Squad leader, I'm coming to get you. The driver saw Linley come out and hurriedly got out to open the backseat door, and Wang Tianyu immediately got out and ran over. Upon arriving at Linley's heels, he was seen holding a quick, flat object wrapped in red cloth on the side of his arm, and holding a bouquet of flowers covered in galactic grey gauze in his hand. He didn't show a different look because Linley lived in this environment. When Wang Daoxiao made friends, he never looked at the assets of the other's family. Class president, this is a gift for the teacher? Wang Tianyu asked. Yes. Linley nodded. let's go. Go to school and warm up the teachers. Okay. Wang Tianyu answered and asked curiously, what's that, class president? Still a kid after all, not that enlightened yet. Still do not understand that you should not feel free to ask the leader. Do not ask what you should not ask. The leader wants to say will naturally give him the reasoning. You'll know when we get to school. Linley laughed. Oh, Wang Tianyu nodded his head in understanding as he heard, and did not continue to pursue the matter. The two got into the back of the car while the flowers were handed to the driver to be placed on the passenger side and fastened with their seatbelts. When the driver handed over the flowers in Linley's hand, his heart was slightly stunned. Drink. Why is this bouquet so heavy? Is it filled with gold nuggets? However, as an exclusive rich driver, naturally much more mature than a child, there were no inquiries. The Audi drove slowly to the school. Linley sat in the back row, looking sideways slightly at Wang Tianyu, unable to stop sighing darkly within his heart. Wang Dashao is also considered to be experiencing human suffering with himself. You don't sit in a nice Rolls Royce. You sit in an Audi S6 with yourself. At the first sight of the moment he saw the car that came to pick him up, he roughly guessed a little meaning in his mind. Wang Tianyu's parents want his son to improve. A signal to himself to take good care of his son. Audi S6 has a special meaning in China. Driving a BMW Benz can only mean rich, but sitting behind an Audi S6 means unfathomable. Linley sighed in his heart. His parents. What an accurate judge of people. No wonder you have such big assets. This eye for people. TSK. If, say, Wang Tianyu still came to pick him up in that little golden man, he wouldn't say anything. Even if Wang Tianyu changed his car to some other luxury car, he wouldn't bother to think much about it. What's wrong with getting a new car when your family has money? The Audi A6, however, means something different. Assuming one is correct, this Audi A6 will be one's go-to car for some time to come. Your parents are kind. I love this car. Linley smiled at him. Yes? Wang Tianyu was overjoyed. My mom said that you would like it. As expected. Thank your aunt and uncle for me. He turned to the driver who was driving and apologized. Rather, I've wronged the driver master. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang hurriedly lifted a hand from the steering wheel and waved it. You're too kind. Young Lin, it's my duty, as long as the young master is happy. See, that's what comes with having rich classmates. Identity adds one more. Wang Tianyu mooed at this time. Not to mention how happy. Their parents can be really powerful. Originally last night when they went to bed was still apprehensive. When this Audi S6 was delivered, he was worried that the squad leader would be unhappy. After all, this broken car is only a few $100,000, although it is a high level, but in his eyes, his family nanny to buy groceries do not drive this car. But as it turned out, to my surprise, the class president, instead of saying anything, looked quite pleasant and thanked his parents. What it says, it shows that it's no wonder their parents and their sons. School, junior class live is on as normal as scheduled. As soon as this one kicked off, the number of online viewers peaked for Linley's last appearance in the junior class footage. Simply because, today is Teacher's Day. Today is the day Linley escapes from his traffickers and returns as king. Today is the day he was honored by the police. Viewers who have been catching up from the first day of Novatine class know that today is the day that Linley sends his teacher care. Also after the human trafficking revelations, Linley's online outcry was at an all-time high. Many people who don't follow this variety show and don't watch it have heard about Linley. My name is Linley, and like the big trees in the forest, I want to stand up to the sky and be honorable. I'm not married to corruption and bribery. I'm going to put podiatry on Medicare when I grow up. Innate music's sacred body, self-created Chinese man, racing dozens of kilometers to send the bleeding traffickers to surrender, entering the game with his body, winning half a sun in heaven, full of red positive energy, 8 years old on the Central Mom's Rule of Law program. Which one isn't a hit all over the internet? So, in the show's official announcement last night, it was revealed that Linley would be attending school as normal today, causing countless viewers who had heard rumors about Linley to flock in. Lau Mosey, as a veteran director, knows profoundly what to expect, what to flow, and how to build momentum. He announced it in advance and also informed that Linley would be honored at the podium today. All at once, the audience erupted with emotion. A podium award? Linley again? Good lord. Director Lin is going to make a firm political statement. So far, the triple expectation pulls full circle. One weight is higher than the other. The live broadcast pop-ups have long been like snowflakes flying. Full. If you don't block out the pop-ups, you can't see the camera screen at all. You know why I don't like watching it live? Because it can't fast forward through some boring opening episode and fast forward to the lip-smacking climax. Welcome back to Lin Hall. Did you send someone to pick up Lin Hall? I'm more anxious to wait for Lin Hall to show up than I am to pick up my wife. Where's the little Lin Hall baby? Auntie wants to adopt you. There must be a lot of joy today, and an important speech from Lin Hall. I don't even want to go to my tutor's politics class later. So many people touting a little kid? I'd like to take a good look. Where are the Imperial Guard? Chapter 81. When he appeared, I felt the red energy. In the junior class. As the minutes ticked by, the students arrived one by one. The squad leader is coming today. There were little girls with anticipation shining in their big, budding eyes. Creak, can I switch seats with you? I want to sit with the class president. A woman with crocheted hair and a cute round face gently tugged on the hem of Xiaxi's coat. Milky said. Don't. Xiaxi shook her head decisively. Why yes. The crocheted little girl's big bright eyes dimmed instantly. Because I'm the class president's future wife. Xiaxi's delicate little face revealed a little bit of pride in its blush. Ah, the crocheted girl was momentarily staggered. Is this how far you've come? On the other side of the classroom, a small group of students, including Jianran Li, Yuan Hua, and Wu Chang, coldly watched a group of students who were expecting Lin Li to return. Today, they a pin that can easily burst the bubble. Looking at the joyful female students, and the forest of parties, the corners of their mouths flooded with the slightest jia laughter. How much you push Lin Li now? How much you will be disappointed when the time comes. Today is the day of his destruction. Yuan Hua gave a vicious cry. Li Jianran nodded his head and said with slight sophistication, let him fool around a bit more. Embezzlement is a felony. Today is the time for us to raise our eyebrows. Wu Chang wrapped his hands around his chest and raised an eyebrow. My father has also been asking me to study under him, telling me not to rebel, and saying that rebelling is not quite appropriate or something. His father had also told him some words just like Wang Tianyu's father, but he couldn't listen to them at all. So much less likely to remember. I'm going to make sure he's impressed with me today. He huffed. That's right. Yuan Hua agreed. At that moment, Li Juqi spoke in a small voice. What if we fail? Kenny Li hadn't thought about it because, well, he didn't think he would fail. Still, he replied, if we fail, it only means we didn't try hard enough. Time to think about ourselves. Yuan Hua patted Li Juqi's shoulder. Failure is the mother of success. If we fail this time, let's summarize our experience and go through it again next time. What are you afraid of? Li Jianran said. Right. Unless he doesn't make a single mistake in the junior class. As long as he makes any slightest mistake, we'll magnify him indefinitely. The two of them could be considered the leaders of this little gang. And the think tank. The two were educated very differently from other children themselves. Another official family under the ear. Certain aspects than normal children know more. It is not true that no one in the junior class is idle. Never underestimate kids these days, especially those growing up in these types of environments. For example, rich kids like Wu Chang and Wang Tianyu. By the time the average kid is cheering over a new Ultraman purchase, their room is filled with toys they've long since gotten tired of playing with. Once they get tired of playing, they'll want something else. This leads to the fact that they receive a much greater variety of things in the same amount of time than the average person. With more exposure, it is natural to know more than the average person. At that moment, he lost and the others walked in from outside the classroom, and all 5 teachers appeared on camera. As soon as the teacher came, although the class was not yet in session, the students returned to their seats, one by one, with eyes wide open and full of greetings. The 5 of them walked to the podium, and he awkward smiled as he addressed the students. The squad leader will be here soon, so let's all welcome our little hero later. Lin Li the brat had set them all up, but there was no denying that what he had done this time around, aside from being outrageous, was a great and positive event. They, as teachers, deserve to drive the class welcome in front of all the spectators. Don't promote it, but praise it. Likewise, they had received a message from Lin Li in advance, informing them that they were invited to go to their classes, and that they were to personally deliver their thoughts in the presence of everyone. To be honest, they were always apprehensive in their minds from the time they received the information, and from the time they came to the junior class. So far, the kid, I don't think, would be particularly embarrassing for them. Should save yourself some face. Hopefully. The audience in the live broadcast room boiled over after hearing he awkward's words. Here it comes. Lin Hall is coming. He comes bearing gifts. I've got my notes ready to study. The Imperial Guard is in position to escort. I can smell the red already. Finally, with much anticipation, 2 tiny figures in the classroom doorway appear in the plus shot. Lin Li, Wang Tianyu. The latter was a little behind, holding what looked like a bouquet of flowers in his hands. Technically, it's flowers, I just don't know what they are. Lin Li, on the other hand, is holding a piece of red cloth wrapped in a flat object with both hands. The same cannot see what exactly is. Honorable teachers, dear students, great internet viewers, long time no see. As soon as he entered, he greeted each of the 3 directions with a smile and a nod. Ho awkward. Teachers a direction. Students a direction. Photographer one direction. The first thing he awkward did when he saw people coming was to scan the items in their hands. Flowers. Nothing wrong with it. This is normal, acceptable, and won't embarrass people like yourself. The red parcel in Linley's hand should be a plaque or something like that, judging from his years of experience in receiving gifts. If it's a plaque, there's nothing questionable about it. I'm afraid. Hidden mysteries, but thought I shouldn't embarrass myself too much. Welcome back class president to junior class. The heart secretly let go of the heart, and immediately shouted greetings to the students to welcome. Welcome squad leader, Chang Junyu, Sher Lin, and others from the Linley party shouted the loudest. Squad leader, voice breaking. Xia, she shouted at the top of her voice, her small hands involuntarily clapping with extreme excitement. Song Yishue, Chang Yushue and the other little girls were the same. Small hands clapped extremely vigorously, a face through the redness of excitement. Linley held the object in his arms with one hand and swung his other hand high. Comrades, hard work, squad leader. The students responded with fierce shouts, and the viewers of the live stream were sending pop-ups with their own playful emotions at the moment. No hard work, for the people. Lin Hall actually addressed our great netizens. I feel like I'm being honored. To say nothing of Lin Hall, he holds us high, and in his heart we are the most important. For that, I volunteer to join the Imperial Guard. Guard our people's squad leader. At this point in the shot, Wang Tianyu felt that his vanity was bursting. Everyone was looking at them. Everyone was welcoming them. The mood was unusually surcharged, and to be with the squad leader was an honor. Chapter 82, Bad. This wave is coming at me. Linley waved his hand slightly, signaling them to quiet down, but the effect was not obvious. Not in the way, though, he shouted, Su Gaojie, organizational discipline. Hearing the squad leader call out to him, Su Gaojie, who was heaving and cheering, suddenly said solemnly, all be quiet, the squad leader has something to say. Similarly, other class cadres, such as Sher Lin, Song Ishue, and Guan Qian, have helped him organize his discipline. Nobody talk. The squad leader wants to talk. Quiet. Let the squad leader talk. As they stepped in to organize, the class quickly quieted down. On her flushed face, a pair of bright eyes stared excitedly at Linley. Linley was extremely satisfied with the performance of the class cadres, nodding his head slightly and praising them. All of a sudden, Su Gaojie was as satisfied as Wang Tianyu in their hearts. The squad leader praised them. Linley brought Wang Tianyu to Eawkward and the others and began to enter the Teacher's Day Thanksgiving session. He cleared his throat without much prefacing and cut right to the chase. And at that moment, the photographer also very knowingly trotted over and stood behind Eawkward and the others, just enough to get Linley as well as all of the class into the shot. Mr. He, Mr. Yang, Mr. Lu, Mr. Deng Chao, Mr. Deng Ziki. Eawkward and the others had amiable and doting smiles on their faces, though in his heart, he was afraid of his shocking words or gifts. But, the surface work must be done. In the end, they were all people who had acted before. Even Deng Ziki, a singer, was in the movie at this moment. Today, September 10th, Teacher's Day. This holiday is your holiday. It's normal. There's nothing wrong with it. Yang Mi and the others thought in their minds that the opening was quite normal. No superlatives, in line with an elementary school student's speech. However, with the next sentence, the smiles on their faces began to freeze. On behalf of the junior class, elementary school students, high school students, college students, graduates, master's students, doctoral students, senior college students and all the people, to you, the majority of teachers, teaching staff and retired staff across the country, I extend my blessings and high respect for the holiday and wish you all a happy Teacher's Day. As soon as the word people came out, they knew, Director Lin is on the line. What makes you, a schoolboy, stand for so much? Who gave you the right? And how do you know so much as a schoolboy? Contrary to their mood were the netizens, who were even more exuberant upon hearing those two words. Well, I, the president of the student council of the University of XX, say that I agree with his representation. I've been retired for years, and I'm actually moved to tears by the mention again of actually being an elementary school student. Happy holidays to all the teachers. IXX University wish all teachers Happy Teacher's Day. IXX University. At the moment, a coaster is traveling on an elevated road in the city, heading to one of the city's schools for a teacher's sympathy visit. Inside the car, a middle-aged man in an executive jacket, now looking behind him, frowned slightly. What are you looking at? In the seat behind him, the man with the gold-rimmed glasses Sven replied immediately. Chief, I'm watching a variety show that's organizing a Teacher's Day blessing session right now. What program? Junior class. Chief, the middle-aged man heard, immediately spread his eyebrows open. This program is not unfamiliar. in the current internet can be said to be all the rage, and they had their consent for this program approval session in the first place. But, as he listened to the voices coming from the program, his loosely spread brow furrowed again. Who is this talking? Chief, it's that talented child star Linley who recently burst into flames. Oh, he trailed off slightly. Speaking of Linley in a much less unfamiliar way. Little heroes all over the net. It's just that he felt the word. Secretary Chen. This word. Why does it sound so familiar? Secretary Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and timidly replied. Secretary. This seems to be the words I wrote for you. The middle-aged man froze, recalling the opening ceremony of the junior class at that time. It's bad. This wave is coming at me. Bump the word. Don't you look at it. Change a copy out for me quickly. Secretary Chen heard, sweat oozing out more. Looking ahead off the elevated is the destination school. Now change? Just kidding. Meanwhile in the administration building next door to the junior class, the police chief had long since arrived and was drinking tea with Hu. At this moment, he was extremely fortunate that he had realized it in advance. Otherwise, if he were to come to such a scene during the initiation ceremony later on. Ahem. Fortunately, he exhaled slowly. This child has a promising future. Hu Jiangmo did not say anything. At the moment he was brainstorming in his mind what his leader's expression would be when he saw the scene. I don't know what it would be. There's a teammate. Junior class. Linley was still speaking in a loud and elegant voice. His tone was upright and selfless and great. The more he awkwardly listened to them, the more wrong they became. What? Teachers are the foundation of education and the source of. What? To be a good teacher, we must promote and practice the spirit of educators, and be Mr. Big for students for learning, for doing, and for being. Are you thanking your teachers, or educating them? Listen to the words that are. That's right, but you're in the wrong identity. But that said, they really wanted to clap their hands. That kid, that's a great point. Positive energy pulled right through. If they were in the audience at the moment, they would be screaming for the kid. Linley exhaled slightly, the official words in front of him having been spoken, and at the moment, his eyes looked at Awkward and the others with gratitude. Teacher He, Teacher Yang, Teacher Lu, Teacher Deng Chao, Teacher Deng Ziki, in the past few days, you have sown the seeds of knowledge in our young hearts. You are not only purveyors of knowledge, but also guides to our hearts. As soon as they heard that, they started to get relieved and normalized. Just now, Linley's hall-length aura had really crushed them. At the time, they were tempted to say, we're just guest teachers, not real teachers. In fact, our real identity is that of actors and actresses. Now hearing that, it's not stressful at all, and it's oddly touching. I want to give a special thanks to the teachers for your love and wisdom and for holding us up. You are not only our academic mentors, but also our role models in life. With a change of identity, the pressure was all but eliminated, and Linley's use of us instead of them instantly made he awkward and the others feel that he was still a child. At that moment, Linley nodded at Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu immediately understood the meaning and hurriedly stepped forward, handing over the heavy bouquet of flowers with both hands with all his strength. I now, as class president, on behalf of all the students of the junior class, gift the teachers with the warmest care. Looking at such a serious Linley, coupled with the words he had just spoken, he awkward was touched and had long since thrown the idea that Linley could potentially fix and frighten them out of his mind, and reached out to pick it up. The moment he received the bouquet, the expression froze. Chapter 83 Flower Language. Love is stronger than gold. Love is like silver threads. The first thing I felt when I took over was heavy. The second sensation, a little cool. Wang Tianyu was still a child in the end, and didn't just scatter his hands, or else he awkward would inevitably not be able to hold it steady when he was unprepared. Teacher is a bit heavy, he added a kindly reminder. He awkwardly gave him a slightly grateful look. You're such a good boy. If it weren't for him, the first one to suffer and make a fool of himself would have appeared in the face of the entire internet. At the same time, also in such a moment, his head cleared, and whatever touched him dissipated in this moment. Okay, teacher, catch it steady. He awkwardly kind of wanted to find a crack in the ground. Really, he was thinking a lot at this second. For example, other people will think he's vain. It's just a bouquet of flowers. Why do you have to be nice and say you caught it steady? How much can a bouquet of flowers weigh? Wang Tianyu nodded his head, then let go of his hand and took another step back, giving the seat to his beloved class president. Teacher, this bouquet of flowers represents the gratitude of all of us in the junior class to you. Linley revealed a look of gratitude. Don't look at this as an ordinary bouquet, but it's quite expensive. Heavy. When you say the word precious is softened and the word heavy is increased in volume. Yang a few people's hearts slightly relieved up. Fortunately it was just an ordinary bouquet of flowers. Okay. And only he awkward had a bitter feeling at the moment. It's really quite heavy. How could he not hear those two words? However, to avoid embarrassment, he didn't lift the tool on top to catch a glimpse of the flower's true colors, but instead held the bouquet in his arms, for which he had no sense of anticipation. He felt that once it was lifted, it was bound to leave them all in a state of petrification. Thank you, class president. Thank you to all the students in the junior class. The teacher is very happy. He awkwardly revealed a professional fake smile, thinking, this part should be able to be dodged, as long as Lindley doesn't open his mouth to set himself off. Even if he let himself lift, he had several words to circumvent it. Never underestimate the sense of control of a gold medalist showbiz host. Mr. He, lift it up a bit and take a look. Suddenly, Deng Chao, who was at the side of He awkward, spoke. Right, Tang Ziki said it this time. They see as a bouquet of ordinary flowers. High-hanging heart has long been put down. At this moment is to think is their own overthinking. It is you who are measuring a child's heart with a small man's heart. So, they were full of anticipation to see what kind of flowers they were. I think it's lily, symbolizing purity, happiness and good fortune. Lilies are suitable for expressing blessings and appreciation to teachers. Or maybe it's a carnation. Carnations represent love, charm and respect and are suitable for teachers to express their respect and gratitude. Maybe. How odd. You're mature adults. It's also an old man who has been in the entertainment industry for so long. What? Don't you have any eyesight at all? Can't you see the cold sweat on the back of my neck? It's a bomb. What kind of person pulls their own ring? Just as his mind was rapidly organizing his language to see what words to use to wake up Deng Chao and the others, as well as to avoid this embarrassment, teacher lifted up and see. We're so excited to see the flowers the class president is giving you on our behalf. It must be beautiful. The sound of a life-threatening voice rang through the teenage class. Instantly, one person took the lead, and the other students were up in arms. Yeah, Mr. He, I want to see it so bad. Oh, Hannah must be pretty. Mr. He, open it and take a look. What does it feel like to ride a tiger? Has anyone experienced this? That's what's happening now with He awkward. Facing Deng Chao, facing Lindley, he had a million words to lift this matter over. But, looking at these children with eyes as clear as a college student's, he couldn't bear to disappoint them. He awkward was still kind-hearted and resolved in his heart that awkwardness would be awkward. Can't hurt a piece of the kids. So, organize your mindset in your home and try to get yourself to the highest level of being unchanged. He smiled. I'd love to see the flowers the class president gave us too. I'm sure they're very pretty. Having said that, swish dash. As soon as he ripped away the starry gray muslin cover cloth that covered it, a silvery patch of flower gardens came into everyone's eyes. And on this silver flower garden, there were 5 flowers of various colors blooming magnificently. At a cursory glance, it doesn't look like anything. It even feels like a normal, fun gift. But, looking closer, the photographer knew how to focus the camera on the bouquet of flowers in He awkward's hand. All of a sudden, the whole broadcast room laughed. Blind me. What the hell is this wire ball? The point is it's not even a wire ball. It's a pile. Lindley wants to be stoic and rich too? Guys, I'm a little tense. Those 5 flowers. It's a ING dish towel. 666. I don't usually laugh at anything that isn't particularly outrageous, but this outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Rather forgetting that Lin Hall is still a brat who can do the whole job. Only a brat can come up with something like this to send to a teacher. You guys with their faces. It feels like the embarrassment cancer is don't come out. I'd be embarrassed in my place. As the netizens said, at this moment, He awkwardly their faces were already the same color as pig liver. Lindley is very understanding, and he is a small child who knows his place very well. Won't let anyone get off the hook. Besides, now that he was on camera again on the show, he had his own persona to set up, and he definitely couldn't skin it. Again, to prevent being called to the chamber's office behind him and preventing them from abusing their power to remove him as class president, he raised his voice. Teachers, this bouquet is the flowers I made all night last night, using 36 steel wire balls, which represent the 36 students in our junior class, and on top is a flower folded in 5 dish towels, which, as I think you know well, represents you. Yang Mi tugged at her frozen fake smile and looked at the bouquet, then at Lindley. I can't stop screaming in my heart. Do you know the language of the wire ball flower? Is it appropriate for you to give this? Although you look at this bouquet of flowers is beautifully crafted, you can still feel the hidden, rich colors revealed everywhere. Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, Deng Ziki, and the others' eyes still look like they were wearing smiles to outsiders. But Lindley had already felt a cold, piercing chill. He got to the point in a hurry. You guys don't look at it as just an insignificant detergent in your life. But, yet it removes stains and restores the true nature and polish of the object as it is rubbed day in and day out. Just as you have educated us on the path, with endless patience and wisdom, you have time and again brushed away the dirt from our hearts and led us to see the light of knowledge. to find ourselves, and to move on to a brighter path of life. Does the object itself have other meanings? No. I'll take precedence now. Love is stronger than gold. Love is like silver. That's the floral message I gave for this bouquet. I hope the teachers like it. Chapter 84. A good kiss. A higher level of success. The value of a gift is not measured in money. Even if it's the simplest, cheapest gift, as long as you can make it up, hold it up, talk about it, and relate its meaning to what you're trying to say, it's priceless. For the simplest example, are diamonds worth anything? It is just an ordinary transparent stone, but nay, the price has gone up when it is linked to love. A variety of beautiful slogans out, so that how many couples parted ways and became the most familiar strangers. Linley knew exactly what the steel wire balls represented, and he also knew that it was inappropriate to give them away. Flowers are kind of the most basic gift, no matter what the Thanksgiving program is. But think about how expensive flowers are in florists these days. Cheap ones are $100 or so. Expensive ones are in the thousands. If you buy expensive, someone is bound to say something. If you buy cheap, it's 1,000 times the same and lacks emotional points. So, he decided to make his own bunch. He had purchased a skill in the system during a period of kidnapping by human traffickers. Mindfulness. You can turn any unremarkable thing into a useful item after crafting it. The whistle in Ting Ting's hand in the first place was also made through the purchase of this skill. Otherwise, who's going to study this stuff if not someone who specializes in the art? Linley continued. This bouquet of flowers likewise represents that the teacher-student bond between us will never wither. His large, soulful eyes were full of sincerity, revealing truthfulness and kindness. After he awkward and the others heard this forced explanation, the color of embarrassment was fading away. I don't think children understand stoicism and riches yet. If that's the analogy, that's the explanation. They're sort of okay with it. Looking down at the bouquet made by the convergence of wire balls in his hands, well, it looks slightly smoother. Only, why is it a little heavy? There's not a lot of weight on the wire ball. With normal bouquets, the base usually has a floral arrangement of clay to supply moisture to the flowers, so the whole bouquet will be slightly heavy. But this wire ball doesn't seem to need moisture to nourish it. He didn't think much about it for the moment, and looked up at Linley. Did you make this yourself? Linley hurriedly nodded. Yes, mister. I made it myself. I went to see it yesterday. Normal flowers are too expensive. We students give teachers a heartfelt message. The main one is a gift. Listening to his words, Yang Mi's few people stared carefully into Linley's eyes. There was no other look of dissimilarity seen other than sincerity. Guess he really meant it this time. Have a heart, Lu Yifei said softly. Yang Mi also said it this time. It's hard for you. You were just discharged from the hospital yesterday, and you also had to make this bouquet of steel at night. Flowers that never wither. When Linley heard this, his little face slumped. Talk about hard work. It's my duty to serve the class and the teacher as class president. As long as you guys are happy, what's all this worth? No matter how hard I work? The viewers in the live broadcast room went from flirting with Linley's gift of symbolic steel wire balls at the beginning, to after he gave a new flower language. The pop-up picture shifted instantly. How come Lin Hall is so good at talking? Convinced. This brain circuit of Lin Hall is really something. Wire balls involved with teachers. Linley's emotional intelligence is really high. Low emotional intelligence, stoicism and riches. High emotional intelligence, brushing away the dirt on the mind. 6. I don't remember teaching similes in first grade. Don't have any doubts about Lin Hall. People are geniuses. Can't you tell after so many days? Yes. Don't measure genius with ordinary people's thinking. In the junior class, he awkward and the others didn't have any curious doubts about this. During his hospitalization, they visited him often, and when they were bored, they would ask him where he learned all the things he could do. Without a doubt, the answer every time is, his grandfather taught him. So they were only curious about the grandfather who scavenged and raised Linley alone. That mysterious and honorable old man. What kind of wise old man could have taught such a patterned and thoughtful child? They were very curious, but they didn't make a point of investigating. After all, the dead man was a big. As for Linley, it's seen better days. He awkwardly said at this time, what did you add to this? Why is it so heavy? Linley replied, I added a few layers of iron plates underneath. I think expensive gifts. The word expensive didn't touch it. At least add a heavy one. At the same time, it signifies that the teachers carry a very high weight in our hearts. Listening to his explanation, honestly, no teacher, I should say no one, would not like to hear it. People love to hear good things. Look at this kid. He's a good talker. He's got a sweet little mouth. Wang Tianyu, who was on the side, hadn't taken his eyes off of Linley from the very beginning, his two ears constantly picking up Linley's words. The little notebook in his mind secretly memorized every few words Linley said, and when he got home, he would analyze them word by word. At the same time, many viewers were invariably giving Linley a thumbs up for these words in front of the screen. As the saying goes, 1,000 wears a horse's ass, and a good horse's ass goes a long way. Dang chow, several people at this moment had all but lost the embarrassment of just seeing the wire ball. The heart is glad that the child still understands. He didn't intentionally put them down. Handmade, a flurry of smarmy horse, soothing. I love this bouquet, he said from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, class president, and thank you, classmates, for your thoughts. Yang Mi and a few others also thanked them. Song Yi Shui, Xia Shi, and the girls were all smiling broadly, and they couldn't help but praise Linley in their hearts. The squad leader is really something. If they were in their place, they would not have been able to think of such nice things to say, much less make such a gift. Good sense plus 10,086. On the other hand, Li Jianran and the others had envy and jealousy filling their eyes. Without Linley, it is they who will be the ones to receive praise for this gift delivery. Hate value plus 10,010. At that moment, Linley continued to speak. Of course, our class has not only prepared flowers. With that he dragged what he had been dragging in his hand and slowly unwrapped the red cloth with one hand. And this equally special gift. Once Louis Fei and the other teachers looked at what he was gradually unraveling in his hands, there was no longer any apprehension in their hearts. Embarrassed at having wire ball embarrassment? All of them had a look of anticipation on their faces. However, the moment a golden stainless steel plaque was seen to appear, they froze again. This kid, why does he give gifts that are so unexpected? The plaque reads, first line, stainless steel teacher-student relationship. The sky is the limit, black font. Second line, he lost. Deng Chao, Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, Deng Ziki, black font. Line 3, Happy Teacher's Day, red font. Underneath Teacher's Day is today's time, and in the bottom right corner is, from all the students in the junior class. Chapter 85, Gifts are light and love is heavy, and this is the moment to visualize it. The faded embarrassment seems to have surfaced a bit again. Tang Ziki's eyes were glazed over. Her expression in the awkward position of wanting to laugh but not wanting to after seeing this plaque. She didn't need to turn her head to look at he awkward and the others to know that they must have the same expression on their faces. The mind kept sighing. Was he eliminating his sense of anticipation for the gift, and the excitement of opening the delivery? Duncan felt that after this, she wouldn't hold her breath for any future holiday gifts from friends, from fans. Isn't that the plaque that hangs in front of our unit? This brain of Lin Hall is different from normal people. He's giving a very original gift. Needless to say, I know the moral of this gift. Like stainless steel, it never fades, does it? It's indestructible. Ha ha ha, it's killing me laughing. Don't you understand the meaning of sending a plaque? The netizens of the livestream are simply going crazy with laughter. There are not too many show gifts on the internet these days, but never have I seen anyone give a gift like this. Novelty. It's so damn original. Some sharp-eyed businessman netizens seemed to sense the business opportunity and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast and held an emergency meeting. In the junior class, Yang Mi let out a long breath and froze. It can't be that you made it yourself too. At the moment, she really didn't know what to say. Say surprise, a little, but not much. Call it a shock. So much better than the last wire ball flowers. After all, these kinds of plaques, given down by the emperor in ancient times, were a symbol of honor. Of course, this is also true in modern times, and is usually used when leaders or higher-ups are being recognized. Wait, Emperor, leader. Her chest continued to rise and fall violently. Good lord, the wire ball bouquet wasn't the surprise that embarrassed us. This was. He awkward and the others had obviously thought of this as well. Some of them had done costume dynasty dramas, so they naturally knew exactly what this meant. Of course not. I had this one customized by a master. Linley's crisp voice rang out. My grandfather told me that in ancient times plaques were given to contributors with meritorious deeds. Although you are big stars and not a regular educational establishment, your current status is that of our teachers. Teachers are just the greatest in the minds of our students, so I think it's appropriate to give a plaque. You guys deserve it. Gotta. After these 3 sentences, he awkward and the others knew that they couldn't blame him for not understanding. My grandpa says you're worth it. He didn't realize the other layer of meaning in sending the plaque. He said we were contributors. He said we deserved the honor. He awkward couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This child, with his little words one after the other, simply made it impossible to pick a fault. Thank you, class president, and thank you to all the students. Think the gift session should be over by now. The thought crossed their minds, so the time has come for them to say thank you. Students, this is the most special and precious Teacher's Day gift I have ever received. When he awkward said the word, special, he glanced at Linley and gently glared at him. This was followed by facing the rest of the class. We're not really teachers, and I'm incredibly happy and proud to see that you've taken such care to prepare gifts for us. Honestly, if it were a normal gift without what just happened, he'd be high and low enough to get a little red-eyed and genuinely thankful. However, the special gift of experiencing Lin Li's 2 waves of tawdry operations, he is only a host, not a professional actor, and he can't even act it out. Not only is he like this, even professional actors Yang Mi, Deng Chao, Louis Fei can't act a bit. Thank you for making me the happiest teacher in the world. He stepped back slightly as he finished, and it was only right that each teacher should make a statement of thanks at this point. Classmates. Yang Mi had just stepped forward and was about to speak when suddenly Lin Li spoke. Teachers, hold your horses. I still have one more gift to give. The 5 teachers' bodies stiffened. And, it's over, isn't it? Only to see Lin Li quickly pull out a small, delicately wrapped gift box from his jacket pocket. He stepped forward, holding it in his right hand and opening the gift box with his left. The moment he opened the box, a sense of familiarity surged through Deng Chao. A mediocre stone sits in a gift box that doesn't belong to its price tag. The stone has no features, not heart-shaped, not any collectible stone. It's not even a pebble. It's plain as if it was just picked up off the side of the road. Li Chen at least sent one with some shape. It's too casual. Lin Li showed a slightly regretful look and said, originally, I wanted to find a rock, so that it would signify that our teacher-student friendship is as solid as a rock. But, his small face was extremely aggrieved. I didn't find it, so I could only find an ordinary stone instead. I hope the teachers enjoy it. The aggrieved expression was gone, and her eyes gleamed expectantly at them. Well, the gift of a rock reminds me of someone. Brother, just give your name directly. You can't find the second person in the entire entertainment industry. No, correction, it's a successor, and Lin Hall is the second. I'm going to cry to death. Obviously there are $3,600 class fee, but he is the cheapest gift. Clean and honest, carved in the bones. That's right, handmade bouquets, stainless steel plaques, rocks. I'll roughly give him an estimate of what it cost, and it wasn't even over $200. Gift boxes cost more than gifts. For crying out loud. Lin Hall, this style is simply, to be honest, even if you spend all $3,600 to buy a gift to send, I will not say a word about him. Really, after all, $3,600 of gifts in the eyes of these stars is the ground. Clean and honest director Lin Li's 3 gifts were cheap, and to be honest, it was a bit of a reach to give all these star teachers, but he was the one who won all the compliments from the netizens. The gift was bull ********, but with his words and his various expressions, it was all revealing the 5 words, gift is light, love is important. In the junior class, he awkward and the others also felt this. Obviously there is a $3,600 class fee, and handmade, and stainless steel plaques, and now rocks. Each and every one of them is a reflection of the deep friendship between teachers and students. Usually no decent behavior, but what was done was on point in every way. And in the back row of the class, Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others had a constant gleam of victory in their eyes. He didn't buy something so cheap because he bought a cell phone for his class fee. What handmade, rock solid. Every gift that shows up in their eyes is a solid indication that he is really embezzling. Rin Hall, thank you for the great support of Underwater Springs who likes Wacken. Good comrade. On behalf of all of the junior class, I thank you. An extra chapter in the afternoon. Previewed, not a penny spent. Director Lin. Chapter 86, Report. I want to report Class President Lin Li. At this moment, Deng Chao stepped forward and took the ordinary stone in Lin Li's hand that signified being as solid as a rock. In my heart, I can't help but sigh. Big black bull, your fine tradition has spread out. And look, 8-year-olds are starting to give away rocks. Thank you, Class President. We love this gift too. Deng Chao thanked. As you said, the gift is not expensive. It's the thought that counts. And this thought of yours, I think we've all felt it. After finishing this sentence aloud, his lips quirked and his voice was like a mosquito fly as he asked to Lin Li, who was close at hand. No more gifts, right? Lin Li heard it and shook his head slightly without moving. He awkward and the rest of them were all watching Lin Li, seeing his shaking head. Finally, the gift session was over. For a moment, they smiled from the bottom of their hearts. This smiled with a hijacked sincerity, enough to make them in the inclusion of the acting smile textbook. Tong Chao continued to whisper, stop talking and be quiet for a while. Your Chao brother is going to be played to death by you. Lin Li nodded his head good-naturedly, and he really didn't bother to say anything. The mission is accomplished, and the work behind is theirs. Class, listen to me. Thank you. Seeing him nod his head, he awkward's hanging heart was completely relieved and he began to deliver a sincere thank you to his classmates. After he delivered his speech, a few people from Youngmi were thanked for their speeches in turn. Thank you for this kind of words. For them, these artists, it is simply a commonplace award ceremony on the stage to receive the award of the regular process. Do not need to go through any brain. Open mouth Students, you have prepared gifts for us. We love them so much. Every single one of them, we can feel how much everyone honors us. Thankful. As you can see, the class president is very attentive. And as the class president just said, the teacher-student relationship between us is as solid as a rock, as long as the heavens, and as long as a flower that never withers. It was the best day of the year for us. At this point, on the occasion of their thanks, Li Jianrun in the back row had his brain spinning at high speed like a motor, constantly organizing his words on how to get him out of the junior class as a result. Looking at the smug look of Lin Li on the teacher's side at the very front, he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Your time to die has come. He couldn't help but think of a phrase he'd once heard while swiping a jitterbug. Something about the sky is dead. The yellow sky is standing. The year is in the first year. Something. I can't remember the rest. At the time, he had understood the phrase, which seemed to mean uprising and impeachment to overthrow the rule of a tyrant. Today, he's going to shout it out loud. He now waited for the teacher to finish delivering his words of thanks. He now wanted to establish himself before the teacher as a good student who knew what he was doing and was well behaved and disciplined, to make a good impression on them. After about 2.5 minutes, the awkward sprawling thank yous mixed with right values testimonials from them ended. It was at this point that Kenny Lee felt it was the best time. He instantly raised his right hand high in the air and shouted, "Report! I'm going to report Class President Lin Li." Li Jianrun's shout was like a signal, and all of a sudden, swish swish swish, there was a steady stream of people from their party raising their hands. Yuan Hua, report. I'm reporting Class President Lin Li by name. Wu Chang, report. Li Jiaqi. The entire class, who were originally still rejoicing over the teacher's words of thanks, quieted down in an instant, and consternation hung on one small face. Likewise with the live stream. What the hell? What else is going on? It's a rebellion. They've got a pit in their head, don't they? Picking a bad time. Picking the time now when Lin Hall is highly praised. Holy, it's exciting. Kenny Lee has been hibernating for so long, he's finally going to make his move. What are they going to report? What did Lin Hall do? They have Lin Hall's secret? That's not right. Isn't Lin Hall in the hospital these days? Who knows? These kids are all spooky, but I know the fun is about to begin. Li Kenjin's vocal cries and their party's vocalizations instantly ignited the netizens. This is much more exciting than the TV show. Everyone knows that Li Kenyan has always had a desire to rebel. It was clear to netizens that sooner or later, Li Kenren would engage in a head-to-head confrontation with Lin Li on the show, but they just didn't expect it to be so soon. And it's still a highlight moment uprising like today when Lin Li just came back. They had thought that Yuan Hua and the others had carefully watched Lin Li after his return, looking for mistakes he had made and subsequently taking the opportunity to impeach him, but it turned out that they had already grasped it by the sound of the meaning. Many people's curiosity was piqued. At the same time, he was secretly marveling at the fact that these kids were not to be trifled with. The current situation tells us that Kenny Lee has long been given evidence of one of Lin Li's crimes, but they've kept it quiet and hunkered down, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. I can't believe they picked this moment to expose the rebellion. Typically in these types of situations, tens of thousands of tons of mental damage can be inflicted on a person. Heaven falls from hell emo. Many of the netizens read it, and one of them called out, "What a great guy. Junior class. Really don't take losers." In the junior class, Wang Tianyu, Forest and the others had long been enraged when Li Jianrun shouted out that sentence. You can prosecute the squad leader, too. What are you? They were the ones who least wanted Lin Li to fall. After all, once Lin Li fell, all of them would have to follow. It's been a while, and they've come to appreciate the rights that come with being a class officer. It's not much, but with the class president's classic words, everyone calls their position. It's all about superiority. Guan Qian, how dare you? Who gave you the guts to report the squad leader? Lin, how dare you? The class president is not someone you can provoke. Wang Tianyu looked at Li Jianrun angrily, following Lin Li's stance in the past, and did not impulse them, looking at them with cold eyes. We naturally have evidence. Yuan Hua revealed an extremely confident expression. Now they could really stand up for themselves. After enduring for so many days, it's finally time to turn over the landlord and sing. Immediately, the sky changed for the junior class. This day will be surnamed Yuan. Now, Li Jianrun heart is also this idea. Today is the day of the change of dynasty. The future junior class surname, Li. Wu Chang and the others looked at Forest and returned their words, and immediately retorted back. The whole classroom was so lively. At this point the teachers on the podium watched the class just about copy the bench and fight. The awkward heart flashed a trace of displeasure. It is not easy for the gift session to end. It is not easy for Lin Li to stop acting like a demon. He can take the opportunity to go back to the office to drink a mouthful of water to suppress the shock. You guys are now jumping up instead. It's a revolt. However, he didn't show it on his face, but instead wore a puzzled smile. What did you just say? Mr. Kenny Lee, you're going to prosecute the class president? Yes, Lee Jianran shouted. He awkwardly frowned. You come up and say what's going on. He then faced the rest of the class and bellowed softly. Quiet, all of you. Chapter 87 Embezzlement of Public Funds. Collapse of Personality. Wang Tianyu, as Lin Li's most loyal supporter, was hastily anxious when he heard these words. Mr. Lee Jianran is definitely slandering the class president. Don't say anything first, whether it's a slander or not should be asked clearly. He awkwardly displeased, gently glared at Wang Tianyu. Deng Chao stepped forward and said, let's all be quiet until things are clear. He then looked towards He Awkward, his head nodding towards the outside of the classroom with a questioning look in his eyes. Meaning, should the two of them be taken out for confrontation and questioning? He awkwardly shook his head slightly. Now is definitely not pull out. After all, the whole network, so many people watching it. If Kenny Lee had come to the office alone to report the incident, it would have been fine and the situation would have been under control. However, at this moment, under the watchful eyes of so many people, they, as teachers and classroom teachers, naturally cannot take sides with anyone, and need to enforce the law impartially. Lee Jianran walked over to the podium and looked coldly at Lin Li, unable to tell what mood he was in right now, but his mind automatically brainstormed. He must be panicking inside right now. Boy, do you know my father is Li Gang? Teacher I'm reporting class president Lin Li for embezzling class fees, he shouted under his breath. The whole network was surprised by this statement. Misappropriation of class fees. Isn't that misappropriation of public assets? The class whispered. The neutral part of the classmates on Yuan Hua's side asked in a low voice. Is it true? Aha! Subtle sounds, once spoken by a large number of people, blend together to become unusually noisy. In an instant, the whole classroom was clamoring. Netflix. No way. Real doo-doo. Fake doo-doo. Lin Hall misappropriating class fees. The persona is collapsing. $3,600. No. $3,500. Not so much. What not to? Lin Li's family is not very poor. More than $3,000 for him. This child should be a huge amount of money. Surely the heart to move a crooked mind. At the beginning of the school year, he said good things, refused to be corrupt, to be a clean and honest good class president. Dare I say that in private, he did not bear the temptation. People, once they have power, money goes bad. This kid if you dare to embezzle public funds at such a young age, how can you grow up? Must be severely punished. Lin Li, I used to like you so much. Now you've disappointed us too much. At a young age, bah. Disgusting. I'll go. You guys are turning the wind direction really fast. In front of you there was a mouthful of Lin Hall. Now you're directly calling it by its name. Don't take the rhythm. The internet is not a place outside the law. Don't talk nonsense before the actual hammer. The internet is a mixed bag. A second ago was embraced by the entire network of the People's Good Squad leader Lin Li. Just so a few minutes. Has not yet been a definite real hammer evidence of the situation. The rhythm of the bad reviews like a tidal wave of influx. Yeah, he's not rich. Not in the same league as these rich, official kids. $3,500 is a lot of money for this 8-year-old. Although I do not know the whole picture, but does not affect some good people to bring the rhythm. Just like a trend of the wall down. Instantly, the live broadcast saw a severe polarization. 1 minute it's the future good cadre of the people who is loved, cared for and expected to grow up and treat the people well, Lin Hall. The next moment it's the unorthodox, law-breaking bad boy who grew up crooked and bold, Lin Li. In the junior class, He Awkward, Yang Mi, and the others had a convergence of grave colors on their faces. Listening to Li Jianrun's words, they realized the seriousness of this matter. Misappropriation is an offense in itself, and their show promotes positivity. If this matter was not handled securely, or if Lin Li had indeed done this as Jianrun Li had said, then Lin Li, the child, would be considered finished in this life, leaving a black spot for the rest of his life. It must be known that any little mistake in the program will be infinitely magnified by the netizens. And besides, the internet has a memory these days. What Lin Li is usually like in front of the internet. A good cadre who is upright, smart with wisdom, and has a big future to benefit the people. But this act was enough to etch it into all hearts. No matter where Lin Li went to school later on, or where he went to work when he grew up and graduated, it would be mentioned. Isn't this the child star who embezzled public funds at the age of 8? Yo, if it isn't Director Lin, we wouldn't dare use you. Young man, you've got priors. This incident is no longer a matter of a crumbling persona, but a matter of a child's future for the rest of his or her life. This Lee Kenin is really, whether it's true or not, it shouldn't be said in front of so many people. They kept brooding in their minds on how to minimize the impact of this incident, while raising their eyes to keep scanning over the two men's faces, looking at the bashful and confident Li Jianrun, and then looking at Lin Li, who was frowning slightly. his eyes slightly downcast. The expressions on the two men's faces made their hearts keep sinking. It seemed to be telling them that what Jianrunli said was true, while Linli was too weak to look directly at them. In the meantime, the veteran strategist in the backstage studio center thought of that as well. The biggest show mishap since the start of Rising Stars Junior has occurred. Variety shows in the name of children are more gimmicky than your average variety show, which likewise means high stakes. Children's minds are not mature enough for them to consider many factors and think about some of the consequences. This leads to the fact that they don't really know how what they are currently doing will affect them, or others in the future. During the program, details will be magnified and netizens will set off opinions. Perform well and you might be on fire for a while. There are serious mistakes that directly cut off the future. As it were, this is the type of situation at the moment. Notify PR and go ahead with the contingency plan. Lao Mozi said in a hushed voice to his assistant. Make a few extra copies in case of various situations. Understood. The assistant nodded and hurriedly walked out of the studio to call the company. Old Mozi stared at Linli, Li Jianrun, and he awkward in the big screen. His eyebrows already congealed into the shape of a chuan, murmuring, Lao He, the time to test you has come. Let's see how you guys can suppress this state of affairs to the lowest point. In the principal's office, Hu Jiangwo sighed in his heart. Finished, Linli is a student of their school. If they really do this thing, success will affect the school's reputation. He looked at Linli's expression in the live broadcast room and thought the same as Yang and the others. Isn't this the expression of a child who was weak after making a mistake? If Linli hadn't done this, with his eloquence and intelligence, he would have rebutted Li Jianrun long ago. Where would he still be standing there? Not like him at all. The police chief watched the program together without speaking. In his mind, he sighed. Why is this kid so confused? So it looks like he won't be making the junior varsity team today either. They had tried to do everything they could to keep Linli from speaking on stage some time ago, but now it seemed that he couldn't even make it to the podium. Chapter 88. Does not saying anything mean that you have acquiesced? Junior class. Mr. Kenny Lee, what do you know? Or do you have any proof? He awkward's face was grave as he added in a serious tone. A child is not capable of lying. Yes. Li Jianrun puffed out his chest triumphantly. Teacher I won't lie. I saw it with my own eyes back then. He then stated, in front of the entire network, what he saw happen after school on the first day of school. This paragraph, he had organized in his mind countless times during these 10 days, waiting for this moment. Afterwards, I specifically went to the cell phone store and asked the clerk, the head of the class. No, the cell phone Linli purchased was $200, and our class fee is only $3,600. No, not counting his own it's $500. After that, he informed them of what his chief father had analyzed in the first place through his own words. How could Linli have so much money on him? A garbage collector whose tuition was still scraped together by his grandfather collecting bottles? Even if you buy a cell phone, isn't it too much of a coincidence and too much of a luxury to buy a 3000 plus cell phone all at once? There are so many cell phone styles out there. Isn't it suspicious that he just bought the 3200? As soon as the poor have money, their first thought is to spend it. And it's still revenge spending. That's one. Secondly, after school on the second day, he appointed Quan Chin as a life member. But he did not give Quan Chin the class fee which should have been kept by the life member. Is it because he simply can't get it? At this moment, Li Jianrun raised his third finger, revealing a look of victory in sight, and the big picture settled, and exclaimed, Point 3, the gifts prepared today. Handmade? Stones? Gifts are so cheap. What a token of appreciation. Must be fooling the teachers because there's no classroom money left. The eyes of the whole room were focused on Li Qinyan, making him feel especially honored. He raised his volume and withdrew two of his three fingers, pointing them at Linli and glaring at him. With so much evidence, there is only one truth. That would be you embezzling money. After saying this sentence, Yuan Hua and the others at the bottom immediately clapped their hands in their hearts. The suffocation that had been suppressed for 10 days was finally vented at this moment, and out of the blue, the whole person was much more comfortable. He angrily shouted, Our junior class fee of $3,500 is not enough for you to buy a gift? Giving such a cheap gift, you make our junior class lose face. What a gift! He can't even afford to pay for a gift. Wu Cheng said as he took a few steps forward from the back row to the side of Li Jianrun, his eyes full of contempt. You admit your mistake now. I'll give you 35,000 and a trifold cell phone. Then get the hell out of the junior class. We don't want people like you in the junior class. Zhang Chaoyu, who was in the same camp as them, sneered and shouted. His family also has money, but it cannot be compared to Wang Tianyu and Wu Chang. The size of the teenage class is the top of the existence, and it is also very strong. Looking at Linli, who didn't say a word and whose head was hanging down to his chest, he couldn't mention how happy he was in his heart. Wang Tianyu, Guan Qian and other class cadres were in shock at the moment, listening to Li Jianrun's reasoned words. The anger they had in their eyes towards Li Jianrun gradually dissipated, and they looked at the bowed head of Lin Li in a daze. Some of the class cadres even took a slight step back, as if they wanted to keep their distance from Lin Li. The live feed has exploded. Is Bureau Li thinking so clearly? I'm kind of convinced by what I'm hearing that Lin Li is in great shape. I told you, the gift is so cheap it's a bit sloppy. Dare I say it's out of money. I figured it out when Li did that. The stainless steel plaque, the stone box, the steel wire ball iron plate, and his cell phone 3200. That's pretty much all the shift costs. It's true what they say about walls coming down. It doesn't. With Li Qian's powerful words, the netizens brought up the tempo into a lopsided form. Forest Hall? No, it's only the Li Bureau now. No one likes a kid with bad character. The Li Jianrun faction in the junior class is either pointing accusing fingers at Lin Li or coldly mocking him. Wang Tianyu and the other class cadres were astonished, while the neutral faction was whispering and eating melons online. He awkward's brain hurt a bit as he raised his volume. The usual and lame good old boy smile on his face had disappeared and was full of seriousness. Lin Li, raise your head and look at me. Is it true what Mr. Kenny Li said? In his heart, he actually didn't want to believe that Lin Li would do something to misappropriate public funds. His rigid words on the first day of school still echoed in his mind. This is a very bad social trend that we should eliminate. I am a clean class officer, having known Lin Li for some time now. Although he was very official, what he said and what he did were all revealing the correct three views, and he was also very precocious and knew a lot, and his grandfather educated him well. May I ask how a child of such good character could embezzle public funds? However, looking at Lin Li, who was usually as skillful as a tongue, at this moment, he was as dumb as a mute, and there was only one thought in his mind. He really embezzled. Even though he argued with Li Jianrun and defended himself, he chose to remain silent. Doesn't silence in this situation mean you're weak? Besides, it's still in his nature. Disappointment filled the hearts of several of their teachers. Yang Mi sighed softly and crouched down, placing her hands on Lin Li's arms and raising her eyebrows. Although he was angry in his heart, he still spoke in this softer voice. Lin Li, tell teacher, what is going on here? We know you're a smart kid and the little role model you've always been in junior class, but it's not scary to do something wrong. It's important to admit it and then correct it. Do you understand? The eyes of the class converged on Lin Li's head at the moment, only to see him slowly raise his head. There was no look of weakness or fearful alarm as they thought, and the little pearls did not flow out a bit. He only raised a hand and touched the area between his nostrils, revealing a smile that shouldn't be on his face at this time. He's still laughing? Doesn't he realize the seriousness of this? Countless people in the live stream were astonished. I didn't embezzle public funds. Lin Li's voice was bland. Then you. He awkward was just about to say. Why didn't you defend yourself when Li Jianrun identified you and chose to remain silent instead? But he was interrupted by Lin Li, who seemed to guess what he was going to say. I was just wondering if I should cry a little at this time. Lin Li grinned. Being slandered. That's kinda worth crying over. Chapter 89 Not a penny spent. Completely chilled Lin director. He turned his head to look at Kenny Li, gaze clear and upright. Li Jianrun, I know you've always coveted my position as class president, but you can't compete by slandering me. Class fees are a collective asset that no one has the right to use individually, and I am no exception. Before Li Jianrun could react, Lin Li's words turned and his eyes widened angrily. Do you have direct evidence that I have misappropriated public funds? There was no weakness or panic in this gesture. Your father is a director and works in a judicial unit, so you should have been deeply indoctrinated to know a little bit about the law as well. What kind of behavior is it to slander and disinform an innocent class officer? Do you know? Lin Li's tone carried a hint of sarcasm and questioning. With a few words in a row, all of a sudden, Wang Tianyu, he awkward and the others, as well as everyone in the live broadcast room, felt Lin Hall's intimidating pressure. That familiar aura of official pressure was back again. He awkwardly several people looked slightly stunned. Obviously it was a child's face, still only 8 years old, but this aura made them all a bit weak, not to mention the kids of the same age like Kenny Li. Li Jianrun, who had just been eloquent, narrating the things Lin Li had committed and listing the evidence, suddenly turned into a stutter. He dared to feel that it wasn't Lin Li he was facing at the moment, it was his dear daddy. For a moment he couldn't hold back a second word other than, I. Wang Tianyu and the others were thrilled. It's back. All back. The familiar squad leader is back. Likewise, that surge of confidence in their beloved class president broke through the skeptical disappointment and flooded the sea of their hearts once again. When the netizens in the live broadcast room saw this scene, their wavering hearts tilted towards Lin Li once again. Good lord, this aura of Lin Hall is not small. Gotta call the Hall of Forests again. I go. Lin Hall to make half a day is a fake hard on his aura. I have directly suspected that Li Jianrun is slandering him. This kid is really something. At a young age he has the aura of a king. I told you. How could Lin Hall embezzle public funds? He's our future good cadre. Li bureaus take out the evidence and fling it in his face. I won't allow a child to be so arrogant. In the junior class, because Lin Li's imposing return had given enough courage and confidence to Wang Tianyu and the others, they were bickering. That's right, Li Jianrun. Do you have any direct evidence? I'm telling you, slandering the class cadres. It's useless even if your father is Li Gang. Stone Forest's back was up and he took the lead in questioning loudly. You slandered the class president in front of so many people, damaging his right to honor. And let me tell you, my father is a lawyer. I know the law. Zhang Yida, who had been appointed computer class representative by Lin Li in the first place in the junior class, shouted at this point. Wang Tianyu was even the first to stand behind Lin Li, glaring angrily at Zhang Chaoyu. Who did you just tell to get the hell out of junior class? Just insulting the class president with 35,000? I'll give you 350,000. Get the hell out of here. In the end, young Wang was rich and generous, and in one breath, he directly doubled it tenfold. Zhang Chaoyu was named by him and immediately turned green. If it was Lin Li, he would have disliked him back, but the one who disliked him was Wang Tianyu. Back at the end of the first day of school, his dad had told him which people within his class were not to be messed with. Wang Tianyu is one of them. Yuan Hua rushed forward at this moment. Wang Tianyu, right now we're talking about Lin Li's embezzlement. Don't change the subject. How dare you? Lin Li is the one you call class president and vice squad leader. Guanshan immediately pushed his way out of the crowd and shouted. Seeing the two groups inside the class arguing, he awkward shouted angrily. All quiet. What's it like? Tang Chao was also tinged with anger. All keep quiet. Quiet. Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Tang Ziqi's three women frowned lightly and followed Tang Chao to stop them. With them stopping it, a bit of quiet was restored to the class for the time being. He awkwardly glanced at Lin Li, then turned his gaze to Li Jianrun. Mr. Li Jianrun, come on, do you have any direct evidence to prove that Lin Li has misappropriated public funds? No. Li Jianrun glared fiercely at Lin Li, his dead duck's mouth hard. The brain had already recovered after being shocked by Lin Li's king's bastard chi. Teacher, I don't have proof, but you can just make him come up with $3,600 for the class. He was certain that Lin Li couldn't take it. Hearing this, he awkward looked straight at Lin Li, inquiring with his eyes. Lin Li understood. Without saying a word, took out his cell phone, opened the lock screen, and did not give them a look. Directly as the transfer to the Pipe Qian friend $3,600. I've turned around. Jianran Li, let me tell you, meals can be eaten indiscriminately. Words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. The reason why I have not been transferred to the life member, Guan Qian, is because he is still in the period of investigation, not officially. Lin Li was in the hospital when Wang Tianyu came to visit him, and he heard that he had seen a replay of that day's program. Knowing how Guan Qian helped him speak at that time, this time is considered to help its original back. Guan Qian took out his cell phone at this time, looked at the WeChat transfer, and hurriedly turned the screen to Li Jianrun. He awkward them and all the students in the class. After a quick turnaround, $3,600 in shift fees are over here, which means the shift leader didn't embezzle. Looking at the orange transfer record information, Li Jianrun's eyes instantly widened. How is that possible? Didn't he buy a cell phone? How can you still have money? Where did he get the money? Did my dad analyze it wrong? Damn it! I can't believe I'm pitting my son. Along with him were Yuan Hua and the others with the same expression. But what they were thinking about was not their old man, but Li Jianrun. This idiot, he's finished. Didn't he say he embezzled money? Now their heavenly lids are about to explode. Where did you get this money? At this moment, Lin Li simply didn't give them much time to be surprised, and rode the wave of victory. The education I received as a child told me not to embezzle, not to pervert the law, not to commit crimes, and to serve the people wholeheartedly. I know, you guys have always looked down on me because I'm poor. I may be poor, but I'm poor, not so poor that I don't even have ambition. Class fee, I did not spend a penny, all on this side, do not dare to spend, and even today's gift to the teacher or my own first advance money, intend to wait for the end of the day, with everyone to explain the discussion. Lin Li spoke without blushing. I thought that if you guys aren't satisfied with the gift you gave your teacher, then I'll take care of this money myself. But, to my surprise, you slandered me for buying a cheap gift. You guys are giving me chills. After Lin Li finished saying this, he immediately looked at the frothing he awkward and the other teachers. He bowed deeply to them, then got up and patted Wang Tianyu's shoulder. Afterwards, he faced all his classmates and swept his eyes over their faces one by one. LAM Hall, thanks to the full support of Comrade, dictator of the ancient world supreme strongest Yen Emperor. An additional chapter will be added in the afternoon. The voice of Berlin will come, and the king and his vassals would rather have seeds. Chapter 90, relinquishing the position of class president and leaving the junior class. Linley let out a deep breath and looked at them with a heavy weight of aggravation in his solemn eyes. The fact that a qualified cadre cannot gain the trust of the people means that he has not done enough. I admit to myself that during my reign, I have not done anything wrong to my fellow students. I have not infringed on your interests, but there are still students who are not happy with me. I guess I wasn't a good class president. Therefore, I now announce that I am voluntarily stepping down as president of the junior class. The education I received as a child told me not to take a single needle or thread from the masses, but you guys actually falsely accused me. Linley said, his voice lowered and paused with a slight choke. This statement came out all over the hall in shock, and the atmosphere instantly froze. A look of disbelief appeared unanimously on the faces of all the students and teachers in the class, and their eyes glazed over as he awkwardly opened his mouth slightly. It was really a wave that hadn't subsided yet. What's with this Teacher's Day? Shouldn't we be happy? Even people like the Yuan Birch Party who have been trying to get Linley to step down, they should have been happy. Isn't this message what they fought to unite for? But they had no such emotions at all at this time. At the same time, I announce my withdrawal from the junior class. Linley organized himself a little and looked at Xiaoxi and the girls reluctantly. I've been very happy during this time with you guys. Don't keep me. I think I really don't deserve to stay over here. We're not from the same world. I'd better leave on my own. After saying this, Linley bent deeply to them and saluted. That one sentence was like dropping a small boy into a calm lake, and in an instant the whole class was abuzz. Linley, you don't have to leave. Just clear up the misunderstanding. He awkwardly quickly came back to his senses and stepped forward to hastily say, Linley, there's no need to leave. I know you've been wronged, Yangni said as she glared at the frozen Li Jianrun. Looking at Linley, who was aggrieved in his strength, and softly said, but we have no intention of driving you away. At this point they had been slightly short-circuited in their heads by the succession of amazements, and they seemed to have forgotten that Linley was a master of the tea ceremony. Teachers, thank you, it's just that I'm not worthy in my position. Linley sighed with a sigh, his head hanging slightly. I'd better go back to my regular class. Goodbye, don't miss me. He raised his head at this point to look at Yangmi, and then again. He turned to a group of students in the class who were staring blankly. Students, you don't want to miss me either. If you really miss me, come see me in that building across the street, in the first, second, class on the second floor. You're always welcome, if you'd still like to recognize me as class president. After saying this, breaking away from Yangmi's hand resting on her arm, she turned around without any lingering, not even taking the books within her desk. The walk was so determined. Gone softly, as he came softly. Linley's series of words left the group of students in a continuous state of confusion. Stepping down as class president and leaving the junior class? No one's kicking you out. Seeing Linley, who was about to disappear into the doorway, Wang Tianyu immediately reacted and immediately pulled him back. You can't leave. Squad leader, you still have to lead me honorably. Guan Qian also sort of reacted and hurriedly said, class president, stay, the junior class can't live without you. Sure Linlin, squad leader, I still have to keep you safe. You're too far away for me to protect. Xia Shi, Chang Yu Shui, and Song Yi Shui were already red-eyed, little strings of pearls rolling down their cheeks. Oh, squad leader, you can't leave. What would I do without you? The many class officers of the Linley party have shouted out as if they were living and dying. When a child cries, he cries for real, and it's still the one with the butterfly effect. Lin Hall is gone? It doesn't look like a fake. Lin Hall must be very aggrieved. I understand this feeling. When I was a child I was also slandered for stealing money. At that time no one believed me at all, and my mouth was stupid. I simply didn't know how to explain. That feeling of no one trusting me was very painful. You really think our Lin Hall is easy to bully, don't you? Where is the Imperial Forest Army? Chicken Hair Imperial Guard. You guys didn't come out just now when Lin Hall was netted, and you're only here now that it's over. Out to wash your hands? I shudder to think how sad Lin Hall is at this moment. Where is the man who just said Lin Hall? This program can't be without Forest Hall. Just like the West can't be without Jerusalem. Lin Hall's ideological awareness is so high, not taking a single needle or thread from the masses. How long has it been since I've heard that? Is there anyone who still remembers this saying now? Linley's tea ceremony was only experienced by Yangmi and the others. In the eyes of netizens, Linley is just a slightly leathery and upright, like to open official tone, bent on working for the welfare of the people of the good class. So at the moment, they truly believed that Linley had been greatly aggrieved and didn't want to be in the junior class. That's no way for anyone to stay. Wang Tianyu pulled Lin Li's arm to death, turning his head and shouting angrily at Li Jianrun, hurry up and apologize to the class president, or I'm not done with you. Apologize and get yourselves out of junior class. You're the ones who want to get the hell out of junior class. He's our good class president, good officer. Stone Forest jerk. Rising his sleeves, he now really wanted to slap Kenny Lee and the others. At the moment, the situation is kind of lopsided. What do you mean, General? That's it. Lin Li pretended to be determined to leave, but in reality, his feet were in place, and Wang Tianyu didn't understand and tugged at him to death. Li Jianran and the others were feeling the targeting of their classmates at the moment, and their hearts were unusually confused. You apologize, Li Kenin. You guys are letting us down so much. The class president is so nice. The female classmates also started to make loud accusations at this moment. The class president is a hero. Is this how you treat heroes? Xia was tigerish with her small face, her bright big eyes full of anger. Deng Chao stepped forward and pulled Lin Li. Don't go. Like they say, the junior class can't live without you. You still have to lead the group to learn and progress together. He then bent down and approached Lin Li's ear. In a low voice, he said, Kid, enough drama. Don't let us all get off the stage. I'll give you my word. You'll be the class president from now on in the junior class. No one will be able to shake your position. After a brief moment of stupefaction, how could Tang Chao and the others not know Lin Li's purpose? This little kid is a high-end tea performer, a proper drama queen. One step backward to advance, one step to inspire conflict. A situation that was not in his favor turned around in a flash. But play him to understand. Needless to say, the originally disparaging forest of public opinion was bound to be lopsided in form. If we really let Lin Li go and they don't move, our show is considered completely cool. The netizens are drowning the show with a mouthful of spit each. Lin Li heard this and showed crushing eyes. Chapter 91, Your disrespect for your teacher is the biggest mistake of all. In the same whisper, what decision do you a gym teacher have? Upon hearing this, Deng Chao really wanted to give him an 80 at this time. What are you talking about? Who are you looking down on? Mister. He and the others feel the same way. My word of honor. Alright, seeing as you guys are so sincere in persuading me to stay, I'll grudgingly help you guys deal with this mess. The aggression in Lin Li's eyes vanished in an instant. Afterwards, he patted Wang Tianyu whose head was turned towards Li Jianran and whose hands were pulling himself in a dead heat. Deputy Wang, the clothes are ripped. Benji, don't go. I'm not leaving for a while. Hearing this, Wang Tianyu half-heartedly let go of his hand. Only that hand didn't completely drop, seemingly raising his hand to tug at him as soon as he saw the situation was wrong. Lin Li walked back into the class again. Seeing that Lin Li was back again, the students hurriedly cried loudly to retain him. A teenage class, first grade, at the moment as if kindergarten had just started. Deng Chao walked back to the side of He Awkward and whispered a few words at his side. He awkwardly showed a faintly bitter smile and got. The homeroom teacher no longer has the right to replace the class president. The position was completely hollowed out. Lin Li waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. I know you all want to cry, but don't you cry yet. I'm not leaving just yet. Upon hearing this, the students stopped crying slightly and looked at him with tear-stained eyes. I know you are sad to see me go, the same way I am sad to see everyone else go. But what happened today has left me drained. With an exasperated look on his face, he said, Today is Teacher's Day, a day to make teachers happy. Originally they should have a cheerful memory. However, some people have made a mess of this festival by scampering for my position as class president for personal gain. It's just lawless. Do you still have our dearest teacher in your eyes? Lin Li looked sharply at Yuan Hua, Zheng Chaoyu, Wu Chang, and the others. Wherever they passed, a few of their rebels bowed their heads. Seeing them bow their heads in shame, Lin Li coldly snorted in his heart. Little brats still fighting me. I can't stop playing with you. If you say something else, they may not understand, but they are well educated. Respect for teachers and elders should be accepted from childhood. Against me? No. You are now targeting teachers. I am a class cadre, and as a cadre, I must always accept people, criticism and supervision from classmates. But I will not tolerate your disrespect for the division. This is what chills me the most. The high ground is stepped on, and people are convinced by virtue. Lin Li was playing morality to understand, directly targeting them against himself by pointing the finger at He Awkward and the others. In a few words, the rebels surrendered, skillfully avoiding their problems and berating them for ruining the holiday spirit. The same goes for getting the students to put pressure on Kenny Lee and the others. If you don't apologize, I'll leave. So, do you guys apologize or not? You have to apologize for this. He awkwardly, if it wasn't for Deng Chao whispering to them, as well as understanding Lin Li's nature, honestly, they were quite moved by this statement. And don't apologize to the teachers. Lin Li seriously chided. It was like an elder educating his children and grandchildren. Li Jianran since Lin Li transferred $3,600, and then suddenly Lin Li left the class, so far still in a state of confusion. The brain has gone blank. Yuan Hua can no longer afford a bit of resistance in his heart. Mom, Lin Li. No, class president is so scary. I can't fight him. I want to go home. Kenny Lee, that asshole, screwed me over. Facing the exasperated eyes of his classmates, he knew that today was a total loss. Teacher, I'm sorry. Oh, I was wrong. He cried, partly because he couldn't withstand Lin Li's pressure, partly because he felt the condemnation of the moral Heavenly Father, and partly because he cried because he was pitched by his stupid B teammates. Hard to bear. With Yuan Hua taking the lead, the others bowed their heads and began to admit their mistakes. I'm sorry, teacher. Wu Chang, Zhang Chaoyu wanted to burrow into the ground at this point. Hearing the mosquito-like apologies, Lin Li raised his small eyebrows. Louder. I'm sorry, teacher. With Lin Li's angry rebuke, Yuan Hua and the others immediately shouted an apology at the top of their voices, and after doing so, they burst into tears with a wow. Wang Tianyu and the others looked not too happy. No wonder he is the class president and he is the other class cadres. Look at this momentum. Enough to study for a lifetime. Children are the age when they are most likely to worship others. Lin Li today this look has penetrated into their hearts. Perhaps a number of years later, he will still surface 8 years old, in the juvenile class, the positively hairy evil class president adult. Xiaoxi and Song Yishui, who were standing on their seats, looked at the kingly Lin Li, little stars flashing frequently in their big eyes. If there was a segment for boys in their eyes, there was no doubt that Lin Li was at the T0 level and was a breakaway distant second. Although you don't know what love means at this age, you know what liking means, he awkward spoke up. Alright, they've admitted their mistakes and we've forgiven them. Go back to your seats and sit back down. It's Teacher's Day. Let's all have a good time. Yeah, you guys are still good kids if you admit you're wrong. Yang Mi and the others also came up to round up the class and enliven the atmosphere. But Lin Li felt that this was not enough. This kid has such a small mind at such a young age. It's not just robbing a squad leader. It's all played up with tracking. And go ahead and ask the clerk how much you paid for your own cell phone. Luckily, at that time, they collected the class fee and then paid. A set of processes did not give the clerk to see, or the consequences are unimaginable. If he doesn't fill the loophole this time, once it's exposed, his life will be half ruined, and he won't be able to take the public examination. Doing 100 things right is not worth doing one thing wrong. Besides, he did it at such a young age. Although it is not considered misappropriation as long as the loopholes of public funds are filled within 3 months, it involves professional ethics. Who will dare to use him after he grows up? But it's live. How many people are watching? Just thinking about this made Lin Li angry. He had to teach him a good lesson today. So, he continued to speak. Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, Zhang Chaoyu. Lin Li named them one by one, and all those who were named looked up at him in shock. No, the teacher has forgiven us, and you're still here? It's over. They looked up at Lin Li before looking for help and then back at the teachers like He Awkward and Yang Mi, trying to get He Awkward and the others to help by telling Lin Li to shut up and stop talking. However, He Awkward did not pay attention. He is clear. This thing Lin Li heart must have anger. This child is too precocious, cannot be judged according to the normal 8-year-old child. Smears and rumors, but any other normal small child. Buy them in front of the face of the live broadcast rumors and slander. This child can really be wasted. Physically and mentally it is branded to follow for the rest of your life. Chapter 92. He knows exactly who's been working against him. A cheerful child can become self-absorbed. A child with low self-esteem can become autistic. Wait, and they were confident that Lin Li would handle it, in his own way. So they stood by for the time being. Some of the viewers in the live broadcast room wondered if Lin Li hadn't gone a little too far. Almost got it. It's all misrecognized. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Your kid is being rumored and falsely accused in front of the entire internet and you're ing happy? They should have considered the consequences when they did this. This is Lin Hall. What if it was a child? Can you imagine? Anyway, I'm in favor of Lin Hall. What? Only the officials are allowed to set fire to the people? They're just kids. Damn. Make it sound like Lin Hall isn't a child. In the junior class, Lin Li points out one of the bullies who bullied him at the time. One by one, he named them all. Who supports him? He doesn't know, but he knows exactly who has been working against him. You owe me an apology. And you owe all the parents in the world an apology. Lin Li said righteously. What kind of behavior is this? Without sufficient evidence. Do you know what serious consequences will be caused to others if you slander them arbitrarily? Children are the future flowers of the motherland. Parents take care of them carefully. Teachers work hard to cultivate them. And you. The comment prompted an outcry from parents with children all over the internet. School bullying is commonplace these days. Many parents are afraid of their children being bullied at school. They don't have big, rich families, but which one of them doesn't treat their children like a treasure in the palm of their hand? They can't even spare a scolding at home. and if they knew that their children had suffered so much at school, they would go to the kitchen. Linley finished saying this and scrutinized the weak and helpless Lee Jianrun and the others at the moment. Kid, it's useless for your dad to come here today. Besides, Linley was certain that their parents would not be involved in the intervention. The good thing about teenage classes is that many of the parents' identities can be picked up by the internet. Never underestimate the ability of today's netizens to pick on people. There are unorthodox practices. They are really daring to pickpocket. In the case of Lee Kinyan and their father and mother, they are either directors or district governors. Can they stand up to scrutiny? Apologize to me and all the parents. Yuan Hua and the others were numb at the moment. All the bones in my body turned soft. Now they really couldn't bring up any resistance, and only wanted to escape this place quickly. Squad leader sorry. The audience is sorry. One closed his eyes and shouted out loud. Li Jianren hung on to 2 lines of tears and shouted even louder. Class president, I was wrong. Oh, Li Jiechi cried especially loudly, repeating her apologies one sentence at a time. His mindset had been completely messed up by Linley. Squad leader, ugh. Wu Chang, the little fatty, was also like that, with a snotty nose and tears. At the end of the day, it's still an 8-year-old. Li Jianrun and Yuan Hua's eyes were even more lifeless at the moment. Just like an empty shell, Linley carefully swept past their faces one by one. Although he couldn't see their inner thoughts, he could roughly guess from the cries and from their appearance. Now they were 3 parts regret, 3 parts remorse, 3 parts fear, and 1 part resentment. And like Wang Tianyu and Guanxian, it was much simpler. 2 words revealed from the inside out. Loyalty. He knew that Kenny Lee couldn't stay in the junior class anymore. And besides, his parents wouldn't let him stay this way after this incident. What did he just name? It's the discouragement list. It is an entry list for expulsion from the junior class. They pretty much don't have a leg to stand on in the junior class, coupled with the fact that they have themselves left the junior class as a reason to force them to stay in the junior class. It will not be easy for them to live in the future. I accept your apology. The corner of Linley's mouth grinned. Making a mistake isn't scary. What's scary is knowing that you're wrong and not changing, or not recognizing that you've made a mistake and subsequently committing it again. I hope that you'll keep today in mind. He then faced the teacher and apologized in a sincere manner. I'm sorry, teacher, for causing you trouble today. After saying this, he turned to look at the camera again and apologized in the same way. Sorry for the delay in your precious time, viewers and friends. The netizens all sent complimentary pop-ups when they saw that Linley had set an example by apologizing 10,000 times more sincerely than Li Jianrun and the others. Linley came to Jianrun Li at that moment. I know you've always wanted to be class president, and if you're running for it the right way, I have nothing to say about losing, which would prove that you're above me. But, alas, you took a wrong turn. He turned the tables, but I'm a generous man. I won't hold a grudge against you. I hope you'll set your mind right in the future. After saying that, Linley patted his shoulder in a slightly relieved manner, and then turned to such as Yuan Hua and Zhang Xiaoyu. Students must focus on their studies, and I hope that you will learn a lesson from this and study hard in the future, in order to give a satisfactory answer to your teachers and your parents. Instead of fighting all day inside the class, I won't blame you this time, but next time, I'll advise you to rat-tail juice. Wu Chang and the others all buried their heads deeply, not daring to look directly at Linley at all. Their hearts were already thinking of leaving the junior class at the moment. Their minds were far beyond some of their peers, and they clearly knew that this time they had rebelled and lost their faces. Not to mention that the rest of the junior class laughed at them, so did the students in the TV set. The moment. Inside a city bureau. The director of the bureau, Lee, had just returned to his office from inside the conference room after the morning meeting. It hadn't been long since his but had sat down when his own phone rang. Hey wife. What's up? I just got out of a meeting. On the other end of the phone was none other than Kenny Lee's mom, Li Gang's wife. Li Jianrun's mom's voice came. I'll give Renren the transfer paperwork this afternoon. What's wrong? Li Gang frowned. Junior class can't stay. Kenny Lee's mom then succinctly and simply recounted what she had just seen on the air. Li Gang sneered after hearing this. I told you not to send your kid to the youth class in the first place, but now it's good. My old man's face has been disgraced by him. As soon as he said that, he got mad. Look at that. First day of school. My dad is Li Gang. It's the chief. How much attention does that get him? And now, to give himself such a big disgrace. Didn't you tell Renren at the time that Linley had misappropriated public funds? And didn't you teach him? You didn't teach him well yourself, and now you're blaming me? Li Jianrun's mom was immediately furious. Well, don't argue. Once you say it, it's urgent. Let's do it this way. Apply for a transfer for Renren and send him to Jinling City. What? Sending it this far? Chapter 93, terrifying as it is. Class rights stabilization. Kenny Lee's mom was shocked. Well, when the time comes, you go over there and rent a house to take care of it. The junior class definitely can't stay. That Linley, Renren can't fight it. Li Gang let out a small sigh. His own son's participation in the junior class was something he was against at first. He had always wanted his son to follow in his footsteps, or into military service. There really isn't much interest in child stars. Showbiz? Really? That's why at home they've also been cultivating all kinds of related knowledge in Lee Ken-en so that he can quickly integrate when he grows up. But his wife argued that the children were still young, and that it was better to have an extra road ready, just in case. Yo couldn't resist her and ended up in the junior class. When I watched the replay on the first day, I almost choked on the scene where he introduced himself. The opening was pitiful, knowing how many people would be staring at him with that one statement. For fear that the boy would continue to talk about himself later on. He actually tried to get Lee Ken-in to quit the program that day. However, after seeing Linley behind him, he stopped his inner thoughts. This Linley was, in his eyes, properly a millstone to train his son. It's just a good way to exercise your son at such a young age. So, he usually calls and often points out to his own son how he should be in class. Well, without further ado, after school, you go talk to the program. Lee just hung up the phone, turning on Shake Shack. I would like to see how my son lost in the morning. The more he read on, the more his brows furrowed. Remarkable. Remarkable. One's own son indeed didn't lose unjustly. Lee Gang sighed. The fart kid is very good at using human nature to build himself up and likes to take the high ground. Talking a set of words. He didn't focus on how Linley paid his class fees, but only secretly sighed that his son's tolerance wasn't strong enough. But whereas at that time, if they could have just let he awkward and the others check Linley's collection records, they might not have been able to turn the tables. But it doesn't matter now. His own son is considered a complete failure. His ability to resist pressure is too much worse than this Linley. As soon as he pulled out his shift fee he was shocked and confused. At this moment, the junior class live screen was broadcasting he awkward announcing that Linley had officially become this semester's class president. Lee Gang put down his cell phone, picked up the teacup on the desktop, and took a light sip. In his heart, he thought that this Linley was simply terrifying as hell. He was so clever that he laid a trap step by step, starting with his own son's prosecution for misappropriation of class fees. Kill two birds with one stone, completely solidify the class empire and hollow out the immediate leadership. Lee Gang was sort of getting more and more interested in Linley. TSK. Ren didn't lose unfairly. This kid is simply official material, knows how to take advantage of a situation, and in just a few minutes has come up with the idea of using the class fee thing to pressure the homeroom teacher, thus gaining absolute power over the junior class. If this child keeps going with the original intention of serving the people, the future will be remarkable. He has already captured the favor of the people at a young age. The thought crossed his mind that it was time to give his son a boost of intensity. After thinking about it, he turned off the live video, switched his cell phone contacts, and dialed a phone number over. He's already determined which school he's going to send Kenny Lee to. Go there and grind it out. At this time, in the junior class, the students had been calmed down by he awkward, and Linley had also been announced as the class president of the junior class for the entire semester. After the announcement, he glared slightly helplessly at Linley, meaning to say, is this satisfactory? If you dare to mention leaving the junior class, don't blame yourself for bullying the young. He truly loved and hated Linley. What I like about it is that the kid knows what he's doing and what he's saying, and is bursting with positive energy. Hate that it's too skinny, too much of a bureaucrat, too much of a tosser. Linley nodded with a playful smile as he felt the look in he awkward's eyes. Go. Are you kidding? Can't you see that you left without your textbooks at that time? Lee Jianrun, you come with me to the office. He awkwardly retracted his gaze and shouted at Lee Jianrun. This child is considered to be wasted by Linley today, and he has to be properly enlightened, so as not to give him any shadows. Lee Jianrun's essence was all gone. Did not shout to, silently followed him out of the classroom. Yang Mi said at this time, everyone take a break. Linley, you come out with me. Linley was slightly stunned when he was called, and then he realized. Okay, Mr. Young. He nodded and said to Wang Tianyu at the side, Deputy Wang, I'll go out for a while, you keep an eye on the class. Okay, squad leader. Wang Tianyu should not be too excited at this time. The squad leader doesn't go away and affectionately calls him Deputy Wang. In a flash, the little crybaby who had just cried himself to death to retain the class president was gone. Straightening his back and coughing lightly, quiet down class, all sit back in your seats. The class president isn't going anywhere. Outside the classroom, Yang Ni brought Linley to the stairway entrance. She looked around to see that no one was around, and immediately knocked Linley on the head with a sugared chestnut head. With a stern face, she said with a light frown on her willow brows, little brat, you're quite good at this. Hey, honey, don't get angry. It's easy to get wrinkles when you're angry. I'm not going to talk about you today, but But you're not going to explain to me about the class fee cell phone? Yang Mi glared at him. She was the only person who had ever seen Linley make money by playing a list, and after thinking about it carefully, something quickly came to mind. Honey, don't brainstorm. No such thing. My grandpa even left me money. Linley would never admit it to death. His life would not allow a stain. He knew that the only way to prove that he had misappropriated the class fees was to access his grandfather's payment collection flow records. But this is something that needs to be filed with the police department. Who would be so bored to investigate an 8-year-old child for such a trivial matter? And a deceased one at that? It is worth mentioning that a cell phone card is automatically cancelled when it is in arrears and has not been paid for a long time, or an immediate family member goes to the business office with a death certificate to cancel the card. Linley's then vintage phone, with a working cell phone card and a bit of subsequent charging. Just wait until he finds a guardian to help him register a new cell phone number. Then he can cancel it and this will never be found out again. He. Yang Mi sneered. Little brat, it's fine to fool others, but you're still fooling me. It's really not. Well, no. Seeing as he's a dead duck. Kid, I'll keep your secret. It's really not. Okay. No. Yang Mi didn't bother to overthink with him on this topic. Just reminded, don't do things like this in the future. If you have difficulties, just come to me directly for what you need. Really no. Linley was slightly touched in his heart when he heard that, but he still didn't admit it with his mouth. Teacher Yang is fine, I'll go back first. Chapter 94, Xiaoxi, my father is coming back to invite you for dinner. Kid, I'm taking you to Variety this Saturday night. Yang Mi spoke up at that moment. After having been to his house last week and seeing his gaming skills, in order to get custody of him and likewise fulfill the promise of taking him to Variety when he promised him to get the first place in the vote. So, after leaving his house, he spoke to the company agent. She, Yang Mi, is at least the top stream of the inner entertainment, thinking of a person going to the show, hand in hand with what's going on. Soon the organizers agreed. Once Linley heard that it was finally here, he was suddenly energized, and his eyes no longer looked at Yang Mi with impatience. Sis, just for you being the first to get me a variety show, from now on we'll be on our own. You'll call me class president and I'll call you sis. Yang Mi laughed softly. Kid, not bad, counting you have a bit of conscience. She felt that this cry of sister directly brought her relationship with Linley closer once again. It's no longer simply a teacher-student relationship. That's a must. We're a person who knows how to return the favor. You take care of me. Naturally I won't let you down. What variety show? I'll get the heat up for you. King's Honor All-Star Game. No problem. I'm good at playing games. I'll make sure you guys win. Who's your opponent? There are anchors and stars and pros. Minor thing, just a pro. Who's my teammate? Me, Shen Tang, Edward Louis. You, and a pro. Hearing this, Linley pondered for a long time, then frowned and looked at her. Sis, is the commentator's booth short? At this moment, inside the classroom, Deng Chao and Louis Fei, they were leading the class to play some small games. Because of the Teacher's Day gift giving, and the follow-up, there was a longer delay, resulting in time coming to the second class, and it's been over 10 minutes since the second class, and in the extra class the students aren't all together, so they're not in class. Linley turned the corner of the doorway outside the classroom and rubbed his head, then walked in as if nothing had happened. Yell, report. Linley, come in. Deng Chao saw him and answered. Linley walked into the classroom and headed towards his position, every student exercising attention wherever he passed. Sitting down in his long-awaited seat, Linley looked at Deng Chao and waved his hand. Go on. Looking at his appearance, Deng Chao really wanted to go up and hit him hard on the head. What kind of gesture is this? You're making it look like the leader came to inspect the work. A helpless sigh in his heart. Hey, come on, class, let's continue. However, it was clear that most of the students' attention was on Linley at the moment. For example, Wang Vice Wang Tianyu, Sports Commissioner Shi Linlin and others. Linley did not care. Classroom discipline. Before there was no disciplinary committee, himself the class president to say a little, but now there is a disciplinary committee. He placed his own hands on the guest table and crossed himself, assuming the posture of a cat who was listening attentively to the meeting. Squad leader, Xia Shi, his classmate, was suddenly under the desk, and her small hand gently grabbed the corner of his coat. Linley turned his head in confusion. My dad came home today. Xia Shi's eyes were still a little red. She had just cried too much. She said in a small voice, Oh, Linley was wondering what your dad was doing coming back to talk to me. It's not like it's my dad. He had long forgotten what he had told Xiaoxi in the first place. To him, what he had said in the first place was just a casual remark to tease the little girl. Xiaoxi was very simple, didn't notice anything, and softly said, Didn't you say that you would ride a motorcycle to marry me? When Linley heard this, his mind instantly recalled what had been said, and he instantly raised an eyebrow. Oh, and did you tell your father what I said then? I told my mom. And my mom said that you're invited to the house on Sunday. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. A guest. Linli mused slightly. I'm afraid this isn't a honk. He knew very well what kind of a shock his initial remark would have been to his father with his little cotton-padded coat. It's no less than taking a wife. The daughter is the father's mistress. And now that the mistress is being missed by yellow hair, this mustn't be tortured properly? Linli felt that if he was a family like Wang Tianyu, then Xiaoxi's parents shouldn't be able to do anything to himself, and his daughter booked the mansion in advance. What does your dad do? Traveling for so long? Linli inquired carefully. I'm not afraid that his father is a businessman, but I'm afraid that his father is the Dragon King. My dad is a pianist and plays the piano really well. He went abroad to hold an exchange meeting. Xiaoxi replied without hiding anything, and explained what her dad was doing outside. An artist. Dare I say that Xiaoxi is still an artistic family? Linli nodded. You tell your father that I'll be here on Sunday. If a person is invited, there is no reason not to go. Yeah, I'll tell mom when I get back. Summer Brook's bright eyes were instantly pleasant. At this time, Linli remembered that he hadn't given the application for joining the team to Eon. He thought, and from the hook on the side of his desk, he picked up his school bag and took the application for joining the team out from inside. This was followed by hanging the book bag back in its original position, so when he went to the playground after class, he would give the application for joining the team to Awkward. He put his application to join the team in a drawer. Out of the blue, fingers touched an object that didn't belong in his drawer. He knew quite well what was in his own drawer. Remember, there was nothing else but books. He looked down and took the object out, freezing at the box full of foreign language. I'll go. Who is testing me? His mind raced with thoughts of who this was from. Xiaoxi noticed that Linli realized what he had sent and covered her mouth with a light smile. The class president saw it. Wasn't he very happy? I think so. This box of candy. It's delicious. Xiaoxi, do you know who put this inside the drawer for me? Linli thought for half a day, but couldn't figure out who was trying to harm him. From me. Xiaoxi said happily. Linli was confused. He hadn't counted on it being a gift from his deskmate in all his calculations. You're not happy, class president? Looking at Linli, who didn't seem to show up with the expected surprise, Xiaoxi was slightly frustrated. Does the class president not like candy? Happy? How could I not be happy? Linli's heart melted when he saw his little expression that was so cute even when he was aggrieved. Don't cry. I really like it. Really? I'll take you to an amusement park someday when I have money. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately spread her face and smiled, her frustration vanishing. Yeah, when? When depends on how your father treats me. Why? Linli sighed softly. You don't understand. You'll know when you grow up. Oh, Xiaoxi felt strange. Why did the class president say things she didn't understand every time? Her own father is very gentle and has never scolded her. So why does she feel a little scared of the class president? Chapter 95, Damn. I'm actually blocked. At this time, he awkward brought Li Jianrun and the others back into the classroom. Linli raised his eyes and looked. Li Jianrun and the others still had that drooping look. Their essence was all gone. Even they didn't dare to look at the other students in the class when they entered it. When you get back to your seat, you just plop down on it. Linli saw this look on their faces and guessed in his heart that he probably wouldn't be able to see Jianrunli and the others tomorrow or next week. Poor thing. What's the point of going against me? But if you were as smart as Wang Tianyu and followed me, you wouldn't be so humiliated now. Squad leader, come out with me for a moment, he called out as he looked over at him. Okay. Linli answered and took out the application for joining the team from his desk drawer, then quickly followed him out of the classroom. He awkwardly didn't take him to the middle of the classroom either, just in the hallway. Today's matter is over, so don't bully Li Jianrun and the others anymore. He glared at Linli, really feeling a bit helpless towards this brat. What bullying? They bullied me first. Linli was immediately unhappy. Okay. He awkwardly didn't bother to talk to him more on this topic. No matter who bullied who first, you don't even talk about them today. They're quitting the program. Quit? So soon? Linli wasn't surprised, but still feigned surprise. With such a big deal, do you think their parents would still let him stay on the show? He awkwardly explained. Their parents have already called Director Zhang. Okay, I promise not to bully them as long as they don't come after me again. With a word of reassurance, Linli was finally sidelining those who disobeyed him. In ancient times, it was considered exile. Aha, exile. He awkwardly looked at the paper in his hand. Application for joining the team? Yes, I wrote it last night and I'm giving it to you now. Linli handed the application form in his hand to Awkward. He awkwardly took a cursory glance upwards. Linli wrote a moderate, and did not engage in any moffs on it. Okay, I'll turn it in for you later, so go back, get ready, and I'll take you to the playground for the initiation ceremony later. Alright, mister. Don't worry. I'm always ready. Linley patted his chest and said, I will definitely make our junior class famous on stage at that time. I won't let you down. He awkwardly nodded, his expression bland, while in his heart, he secretly laughed. Still want to show off? Get up on the stage and stand there. Your biggest point of exposure was the moment you were given the award and the red scarf. Linley didn't know what was going through his mind, let alone the fact that the principal and the police chief had organized a group initiation ceremony in order to sanction him. Completely eliminated any chance for him to speak. If there was going to be one, it would be the police chief saying thank you to him individually when he presented him with a banner award and a bonus. It's also just 2 words, or without a microphone. The second class of the morning was soon over, and according to the weekdays, it was time for the recess period. Students of all grades in the school came out of their classrooms one after another, lined up in the corridor, and went to the playground under the guidance of their teachers. In the hallway outside the junior classroom, students lined up one after another to find their classmates before and after them. Ishimori played the role of sports commissioner and shouted, all hurry up and line up. Linley, for his part, was currently following the school's teachers as they traveled to the new team members. Teacher, you look familiar. Have I seen you before? Linley asked, tilting his head in confusion as he followed her. You forgot about me? That teacher paused in her steps, turned slightly, and said with a smile, the phone hasn't called me until now. Linley immediately recalled, this is not the teacher who was teased by himself on the first day of school. Teacher, look at you. How could I forget you? I'm just testing you. Do you remember me? You're a kid with a real mouth and a quick brain to react. How could she not see that Linley had actually forgotten about her a long time ago? Only that her brain was quick to turn and she immediately thought of something to say? Linley heatedly smiled. Teacher, what's your fancy name? Fangirl? LOL. As soon as that teacher heard those 2 words popping out of his mouth, she immediately couldn't help but smile. My surname is Zhou. My name is Zhou Shi. Just call me Teacher Zhou. Oh. Linley nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Honestly, I followed her to the playground for pre-stage preparation. Arriving at the back of the playground, though, he looked at the crowd of schoolchildren in a slight daze. Isn't today my initiation and award ceremony? What? So many people? You're Lin Hall. My mom really likes you. The second-year students shouted loudly when they saw Linley. Linley, you're joining the team with us. Linley was considered a celebrity in the end, and being from a school, those students saw him arrive and went up to greet him. Hello, comrades. Linley smiled and waved. Hello Lin Hall. The children responded with instant smiles and giggles. What are you guys doing over here? Why don't you go to the playground? Linley inquired. He took a cursory glance. There were quite a few students over here. Not 100 but 80. It's a little strange to have so many people converging on this side. We're joining the team today, an elementary school student said. Join the team? Linley was stunned. You're all joining the team? Aha! The Major Time team? Yes. Linley's head is big. Not that today is specially organized for him to join the team ceremony and recognition ceremony. What? He rushed towards Chelsea's. Mr. Zhou, what's the situation? Didn't you say I was alone? He gives full play to the spirit of asking questions when he doesn't understand. Joshi, who told you that you are the only one to join the team? Today is also the second grade did not join the team classmates to join the team together. When Linley heard this, he immediately shook his head. Collectively joining the team, wouldn't he not be able to enjoy that share of glory alone? You don't know? Chelsea wondered. I didn't get the notice. Linley's brain was a bit numb, but it was acceptable. Collective is collective. It was an honor to participate with the people, but when he hears a voice, today, I stand here. My heart is full of immense excitement and pride, because I have the honor to serve as a representative of the junior team members into the team. In this solemn and sacred moment, to express to you the voice of our new team members. Damn it! Isn't that my word? His eyes flicked over to see one of the little girls with a nervous expression reading down into the paper. Good lord, he's not even a new entry rep himself. That's how the principal treats himself? Even if it was a group initiation, he thought, at least he would be an initiation representative. After all, he had made a mark for himself, and besides, this time, the initiation ceremony was held because of him. But every glance at the situation today was telling him, he's blocked. Chapter 96, Hu Jiangwo, it's over. He's holding a grudge against me. Linley was never expecting that he would actually be sanctioned by justice. Is your own word worse than your principal's? Or what? Don't you say that I'm speaking to the students and teachers of the school? What's the difference? You don't get the glory all to yourself. You're not allowed to speak, and you're just standing on the stage? He was angry, and the consequences were dire. But if you tell yourself in advance that you're going to talk less, I myself am in the way of your school leader's face, so I will speak less, but you are very unkind to do so. There is no communication with the people, and the people are not listened to, which will make the people have a problem with it. Linley squinted his eyes, his mind spinning rapidly. In the meantime, on the playground, one class came to their respective divided areas in an orderly manner under the leadership of the teacher. A red flag was waving in the wind in the hands of several students. On the right-hand side of the track, a sixth grader held the Little League flag in his energetic hands, and on each side stood a student wearing a red scarf. They are the flag guards of the school's Little League team, junior class position. Sure, Lin as the leader stood in the front row of the hand was also divided into a red flag. He stood there with a lofty expression, only that I glanced now and then at the flag guard. The heart is full of envy. I wonder if I have the chance to be the one holding the big flag. It's so handsome. In his eyes, that flag guard was as handsome as the soldiers on TV who greet foreign guests or raise the flag early. He opened his mouth and asked in a small voice to the awkward, who was standing together at the side at the front of the team to lead the group. Mr. I also want to be that. Do I have a chance? He awkwardly looked at him. Then his gaze went in the direction his eyes flicked to. Flag bearer. Yes, there's a chance, but you'll have to join the Little League first. Oh, sure, Lin answered. Isn't the squad leader going in soon? Can I just get the squad leader as this? The class, as well as the live stream viewers, had been informed that Linley was going to be joining the team today when he awkward led the team to the playground at the end of the second class. So he thought that if the squad leader went in, he should be able to mix up the position according to his status as his little follower. He awkwardly looked at him strangely. Are you overconfident in your class president? Not to say that he just entered the team is not qualified. Even if a little qualification can be appointed, you have to enter the junior team yourself. Plus, at the rate their batch is progressing into the junior team, it's going to be the second half of the semester, around June 1st, Children's Day. By then, the program is over, and you each go back to your own schools, and Linley, even if he rockets up to become the junior team captain, has no right to appoint you across the school, unless, of course, Stone Forest can stay in this school forever. He awkwardly didn't answer his words directly, but smiled and encouraged. You just need to perform well, and you'll definitely become one. Even if you don't need to be your class president, you'll be able to do it. Oh, but I want to be a quickie, and it's just so cool to walk with a flag on the program for a national audience. He muttered in a small voice. I wonder if I can get a shortcut from the squad leader. Although the voice was small, he awkward still heard it. Kid, this is a very wrong idea. Time passes by. After all the classes in the school had all entered the playground, who came down from the complex in his executive jacket and the police chief, who was dressed in a police uniform with a large brimmed hat. They were followed by a full lineup of school leaders and police officers. It's about to start. Hu Jiangwo laughed. Aha. The police chief nodded. Looking at the children with a straight posture, he heartily praised. Principal who has done well in education. The children are all in high spirits. These are the future pillars of the country. I'm flattered. Chief, who waved his hand politely, his face beaming with pride and humility. I didn't do much. It's a result of the whole school working together. And it's only because I'm standing on their shoulders that I can see these kids thrive. The daily banter between the two carried on. At that moment, as they passed a square, the two of them felt a sharp gaze in unison. They both looked toward the gaze in unison. Only Linley stood dead center in a group of taller second years. Looks like he already knows. Principal who smiled sarcastically. The boy is smart, and by the looks of it he must have guessed. The police chief was unimpressed. Principal who? You'll have a headache back there. Hu Jiangwo froze and immediately understood his words. Bad. Dare I say this is holding a grudge. After all, the order of organization of the school assembly was decided by myself. The police chief finished his speech and patted himself on the back. He's still in the middle of the school. Besides, it's your own school. You can't leave by yourself. Look at Linley's stance this morning, tossing those big stars around. This, with his character as a demon, this beam today, the back should start tossing his own school. No, be confident. It must be a toss-up to get rid of the should, whose brain hurts a little. Chief, look at what you're saying. Can't I control a child? It's not in the way. He forced a calm smile. The police chief looked at his heartfelt eyes and didn't point it out. Indeed, he's just a kid too. I'm sure principal who will be able to keep it under control. Hu Jiangwo, this matter can only break teeth to swallow inside. After all, the person is the director of a bureau, and he is in the end just a principal, and there is still a bit of a gap in status. It's starting, Hu said with a light sigh in his heart as he looked toward the distant podium. At that moment, a 6th grade female student on the podium held the microphone in her hand, with a 3-bar armband on her arm, showing a sunny smile and shouting, "Hello, dear students. We are here today to induct new members of the Little League. She was the publicity committee member of the school's junior brigade, made the brigade committee in 5th grade. The presiding officer of the induction ceremony for new members of the junior varsity team is usually the first or second captain. Nay, the 2 top leaders have already graduated and advanced to junior high school. Both positions are currently vacant. She had to be the host this time. Present at today's initiation ceremony were the secretary of the school's Dang branch, the principal, the chief of the Yongchun Police Department, the head of the Youth Work Committee, the vice principal, and so on. She smiled energetically and vibrantly. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. As soon as the words fell, the playground was led by the teachers who began to clap pa 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 pa, followed closely by the students, and in an instant the warm applause broke through the campus. Junior team, the initiation ceremony for new members of the team is now officially underway. Chapter 97, the Youngster Squad Induction Ceremony, Becoming a Glorious Successor. Proceed with the first item, flag out. Junior team members, junior team counselors, salute. Brush. All the students on the playground, except the first graders, quickly raise their right hands as high as their heads. The drums and gongs are sounding. The atmosphere of the room became solemn and enthusiastic. Junior class Wang Tianyu and the others stood in place with wide eyes glancing around one by one, filled with curiosity. Meanwhile, the squad of color guards kicked up their feet and walked solemnly head-on from the side of the playground. As they walked to the side of the podium, they turned in an orderly and neat manner to face their classmates and raised the flag high in the air. The music stops. From the podium, the team presiding officer said, "Let's proceed to the second item of the ceremony, the singing of the team song." A team member, also with 3 bars on his arm, came up from under the podium, then faced the playground students and posed with one hand in a musical conducting motion. The student is a member of the Brigade Recreation Committee and is likewise a young girl. In a flash, the music started again. We are successor, inheriting the glorious tradition of our revolutionary forefathers. The audience in the live broadcast room at this moment also has a lot less flirting and joking pop-ups, and the most is all emotion. You remember how honorable it was to make the junior varsity team when I was in 1st grade. Rush past more than 10 years. When I was a child, I never knew who I was going to take over, and now that I've grown up, I'm finally taking over from my dad and becoming a qualified factory manager. Every time I see this kind of scene, it's quite nostalgic. When I was a kid I looked forward to growing up. When I grew up I wished to go back to being a kid. Would you believe me when I say I never made the Little League in the first place? The teacher wouldn't let me in. I can still sing this song now. It's like it's etched into my DNA. Guys, raise your hand if you can still sing it. This scene, at the moment, is broadcast all over the internet, through the show's crew. Many people missed the ceremony of joining the junior team, evoking the memories of countless people in their student days, as if they saw their own childhood standing under the flag of the team, when they were also carrying the same unlimited vision of the future and full of love for the motherland, love of country, love of people, bright red scarf fluttering on chest. After the team song is sung, the publicity committee moderator lifted the microphone and continued aloud. Proceed to the third item, read out the decision to form the organization of the Great Junior Squadron. This is the ceremony to announce the new squadron, which is now being organized after the graduation of the last 6th grade and the promotion of a large number of its members. When this announcement is complete, the moderator proceeded to the fourth item, announcing the new team members. There are 108 new members joining the Wasia Little League in the school today. Please ask the first team committee to announce the new members. Another student with 3 bars on his arm stepped up to the podium and gave a salute to the entire student body and faculty. The microphone was then raised for a solemn announcement. According to the criteria for joining the team and the decision of the Junior Workers Committee, Zhang Zihan, Li Zihan, Chen Zishuan, Lu Zishuan, Fong Zishuan, Zhang Zishuan, Jin Haoran, Chang Haoran, Yu Haoran. On the importance of parental naming, a class of over a dozen renames. Call out to the pile of students, without a last name, and there will be a dozen or more giving a response. The audience in front of the screen, which was still looking a bit solemn, burst out laughing at the renaming rate. Are names so random now? If it weren't for the different last name, I thought he repeated it several times all by himself. Set template is not so set but where to change a tone also can Come on, so many multiple names. I have to change my son's name. How come I didn't hear the name Forest Hall? Lin Hall is inside the wait. Sure enough, as the netizen said, when the team member roughly pronounced more than 10 names, the rest of the unified plan to call up aliases, and so on. In the new player's squad, Lin Li's eyes widened. Was his name so hard to remember? Why did you tell me to wait? At least he's a teenage hero who has saved 5 kids. So what's the point of not taking himself seriously? It's not good to be the first to read your name at the beginning. At least it's outside of the wait. It must have been arranged by that old Deng again. He looked at Hu Jiangmo's back and added a few more points of coldness. And in the front of the school leaders, Hu Jiangmo feel how suddenly cooled down, slightly raised his head to look at the sun above, but also clouds, but also no wind. At this point, proceed to team committee number 5, present the new team members with red scarves. In the new team members squad, she straightened her ranks. Follow me. She then led the parade of new team members to the front of the podium. Meanwhile, on the other side, a squad of veteran members, holding a bright red scarf in their hands, went together to the front of the podium under the leadership of the squad's teacher. Please ask the old members to put on the red scarves for the new members. The two squads intermingle so that there is one column of new players and one column of veterans. Originally, Hu Jiangmo was going to personally wear the red scarf to him, but because of the change of plan later on, it became a collective team, and it would be extremely abrupt for him to wear it to Lin Li alone. Lin Li was also worn by the veteran members just like the other new members of the team. The one who put it on him was a 5th grade student who, on his way to put it on, whispered, "Class President Lin, come and sit with us in 5-2, when you have time." Lin Li smiled and said, "No problem, I'll go sit down sometime." "Well, be sure to come. It will come, don't worry." After all students have hung up their red scarves, they salute each other on both sides. The 6th item of the initiation ceremony begins. The new members of the team will come up to the stage to make the declaration of joining the team and lead the students to lead the Pledge of Allegiance. Here it comes Lin Hall to start the show. The audience in the live broadcast room was looking forward to it with great anticipation. In their eyes, wherever there was a representative for this type of occasion, it had to be Lin Li. Who else, may I ask? However, when a little 2nd grade girl walked up to the podium in a restrained manner, the netizens went numb. Is it a mistake? How come it's not Lin Hall? You don't give face to me. Lin Hall? Guys, what else is there to think about? Must be afraid of being robbed of words. You got it when you said that. Well, the principal is afraid of Lin Hall, but I don't think I remember the initiation ceremony having a speech from the principal. It seems so. Then what is he afraid of? Strange. I guess it's not enough academic credentials. After all, Lin Hall is only in 1st grade. Lin Li did not speak on stage as the representative of the new team members, which really disappointed many netizens. What's the biggest thing to look forward to as the show kicks off today? Teacher's Day? Naturally, it was Lin Li who went up to the podium to deliver his speech. But, a netizen, the program group False Propaganda, refund traffic. After the new team members delivered their words, the initiation ceremony was about to come to an end with all the new team members taking the oath. Let's go. Chief, it's your turn on stage soon, Hu said to the police chief with a smile. Well, go. A group of school leaders followed him towards the podium. Lin Li turned his head and watched them approach, staring viciously at them in his heart. You'd better not give me any chance to hold the microphone. Chapter 98, Lin Li, then I'll say a few brief words. The initiation ceremony for new members of the junior team ended in a solemn and cozy atmosphere. The bright red scarves glistened in the rising sun, reflecting the innocent but determined faces of the children. Now we warmly welcome the principal to the stage. The publicity member of the team committee shouted out after presiding over the induction ceremony of the junior team, who then straightened his attire and walked up to the podium with a frank smile on his face. Take the microphone from the host. Good morning, teachers and students. He cleared his throat slightly and his voice rang out gently and forcefully. The room quickly quieted down and looked in unison at the glowing top leader of the school on the podium. Today, we are not only witnessing the joining of a new batch of pioneers, but also want to recognize a good student who has interpreted bravery and commitment with practical actions at this special moment. The moment these words came out, the group of students in the junior class, led by Wang Tianyu, got excited. The sun of their hearts is about to rise on the podium. Who swept the room and continued with a smile. I think we all know who it is already. He paused slightly, his tone rising. Last week, we had a horrific incident of child abduction by human traffickers in the Yongchang area. I think the students, the teachers have heard. One of them, a student from our school, was one of the abducted. Basically the whole school teachers and students know. After all, at that time this matter is quite big, and also in the Central Mon Rule of Law program broadcast. At this point, all of the students' eyes flicked to the new team members who were still standing dry under the podium, looking for the young 1st grader among them who was driving without a license. At the same time, among the new team members, they were also either turning their heads or twisting their heads to look at Lin Li. Ahem, don't look around. Listen to the principal properly. Under the gaze of the people, Lin Li did not dare to have the slightest bit of listless spirit. His little face was set straight. He tilted his head up, puffed out his chest, coughed lightly, and said in a small voice. Hu Jiangmo noticed the student's line of sight and smiled lightly. That's right, this student you all know is our school's Lin Li. In this unexpected incident, facing the vicious traffickers, he did not hesitate for a moment. stepped forward, and with wisdom and courage, successfully rescued 5 children. He continued impassionedly. Unconsciously 5 minutes have passed. Hu Jiangwo face extremely red. I do not know whether it is the sun or speak too excited. In short, all his speeches invariably revealed one thing: thanks to Linley for having a good principal. The live feed is losing viewers. Guys, I can't carry it anymore. Wait for Lin Hall to come on stage at me. I came to see the show, not to hear him report on his work. Don't worry, the way things are going down, there's a chief behind us. Takes me back to when I was a kid in the middle of the school playground is endlessly. No, it's taking away from the other kids' time, isn't it? At the rate he's going on, and with a police chief behind him, the morning class is gone, isn't it? Please show the program camera to Lin Hall. Pretty much the same thing. In Linley's place, it would be a gimmick, but in whose place, or an adult's, the netizens feel uninspired. So, that led to a lot of people getting impatient and leaving the livestream because they just didn't want to listen. Linley was on the stage, his face of a boarded-up senior cadre already floating with displeasure. Why is Hu talking so much? Is he trying to make up for that one time at the opening ceremony? On the playground, the teachers are still smiling and listening with an open mind, and a bunch of upperclassmen were already starting to look offended. It also says that school is our second home, the one that allows us to learn. But you take away our time to study seriously and swim in the sea of knowledge. How many words can we memorize and how many more math formulas can we learn in one class? Let's take Linley as an example. Not only to pursue excellence in academics, but also to continue self-improvement in character cultivation, to become useful talents in the society, and to contribute to the building of a more harmonious and better society. With this statement, the teachers on stage who knew Hu well, or who often held assemblies, knew that he was done speaking. So, immediately clap your hands in an exemplary manner. Snap. Instantly, applause rang throughout the playground. No matter how impatient some of the students were, they all applauded. Who made the man the principal? Similarly, some teachers are impatient. But, after all, they are employees. People are leaders, and superficiality is still the way to go. Amidst the warm applause, Hu continued to raise the microphone. Let's welcome our esteemed chief of police to the stage with the warmest of applause to personally present our teenage hero Linley with a banner of honor. After these few words, the vice principals under the podium have poked out their polite hands to signal the police chief to come to the stage. Meanwhile, Zhou Shi was in the new team members' square and gently called Linley to join him on the stage. When the students in the junior class saw that Linley had finally gotten on stage, their essence all came back at once, their hands snapping and clapping vigorously. The same is true for Yang Mi, Ho Ong and others. To be honest, they, the stars, were really annoyed just now, and they even wondered for a while if they were getting less notice money for participating in this program. When the police chief came on stage, Hu immediately extended his hand and politely shook it. Tough job, coming here in the middle of a busy day. You're welcome. After the two shook each other's hands politely, Linley skimmed his lips. What a fake politeness. I'll leave the following to you. Hu let go of his hand before handing the microphone over to the police chief. The latter nodded and then faced the students on the playground. Good morning, children. The teachers again led the applause. I'm very grateful to Principal Hu for nurturing the future flower bones of China for us, the people. Linley's deeds, he just said them in great detail, so I won't say much more than a few brief words. Sin, no matter how big or small, is a serious challenge to the social order. Several omitted. Starting from that one sentence, briefly speaking a couple sentences, the live broadcast lost a large portion of its audience once again. Anyone who has been in a meeting knows that these two sentences, not really just two sentences. In its one sentence, there are several large dots, and in one large dot there are several small dots. But fortunately, this time he said not much, praised Linley, and is to the majority of students to popularize some emergency danger measures, how to prevent, publicize the positive energy. After his speech, a police officer came up from the stage with a banner. Certainly didn't take the prize money, but rather a private gift from the back. The police chief took the banner from the officer and looked at Linley with a smile. Little friend, thank you for your bravery. Linley's expression was a bit numb at the moment. Currently up until now, he seemed to sense that these two were intensely jealous of him. There was no intention of giving him the mic. After he took the microphone, he said with a wooden expression and a fake smile, "Thank you, comrade director." The police chief laughed. "Here's the mic. It's all set up. You know." "Okay, I'll be brief too." Chapter 99 speech. "It's not supposed to look like this," Linley said blandly. Could he not understand what the police chief meant? It means that all the arrangements for this meeting are led by Hu and have nothing to do with him. There is a head for the grievances and a head for the debts, and if he or she takes revenge, he or she will go to Hu Jiangwo, and he microphoned to himself. It is nothing more than that their words have been spoken. What should be said? The words are finished, and not afraid of their own robbing the words in front of their own to leave a good karma. See, your principal won't give you a talking to, but I'll give you a talking to. Moved? Be thankful. In response, Linley couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Believe it or not, you two bad old men. You're bad. It must have been planned by two people together. Now it's just you dumping the pot on who? At this moment, on the side, Hu Jiangwo looked at the police chief with his eyes wide open. No, boss, we can't be so unkind. I've completely eliminated the opportunity for Linley to speak. What do you mean you're taking the initiative to give it to him now? Well, just a couple brief remarks. Although he couldn't stop spitting in his heart, he had a doting and proud look on his face. I'll be brief in 2 sentences. Linley made a point of emphasizing on the 2 sentences. He took the microphone and then faced the students on the playground, shouting, "Students, let's start by welcoming the 2 leaders off the stage with a big round of applause." Hu Jiangwo and the police chief's expressions lurched. There's nothing wrong with this statement at first glance, but on reflection, it seems to have a certain depth of meaning. Doesn't stepping down mean collapsing? Who taught you to use words like that? Does it fit? The 2 men looked at each other, are from each other's eyes to see a sentence. This revenge is also too fast, right? And Hu Jiangwo eyes in addition to this, but also one more sentence, asked you to give him a speech. This is not to find uncomfortable. The heart sighed in unison, but at this point there was no intention of going to get the microphone back. How do I get it? Snap. The applause at the scene was unusually intense, far more surging than when the 2 of them were on stage. This made the duo's faces look a little worse again. I'm the principal. I'm the head of the police department. Applause represents a lot of meanings, and there is a before and after. Just like this moment, the 2 of them realize who is the most popular, who is really the people in the hearts of the people. In the meantime, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was also growing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. The netizens who had left in front of them received notifications from their friends and rushed back. Lin Hall is finally on stage. Ha ha, downfall is a good word to use. Laugh your ass off. Would it be better to say downfall? Lin Hall is still speaking in a subtle way. I told you, how could the school not give Lin Hall a separate arrangement for such an important occasion? I'm drowsy for other people's lecture reports, but I keep my ears open for the lecture reports from Forest Hall. The increase in the number of people in the live room was as full of meaning as the live applause. Luckily, Hu and the police chief couldn't see the live feed data. Otherwise, it should be more of a breakdown of the mind. The podium. Linley's right-hand microphone. His left hand raised and waved slightly, signaling for silence. The 2 leaders just spoke well, so I won't add anything. He awkward. Yang Mi, and the others under the stage closed their eyes, having a thought that they couldn't bear to look at them. What's wrong with these 2 leaders? Why are they giving him the microphone? They're not making themselves uncomfortable. A phrase that shows what it means to be a true leader and a false leader. The 2 Hu Jiangwo, who had already walked off the stage, were unusually bitter in their hearts. To summarize, it's dash. Linley let out a deep breath and began to get into his stride, shouting in a neutral tone, "We shall not share in sin." Yes, great speech by the class president. For popping sound. As soon as the words fell, Wang Tianyu and the others from the Linley party were the first to applaud and shout it out. None of them needed to be led by teachers or upperclassmen, and were unusually self-conscious. After being driven by them, the whole room applauded again. A high-scale speech conference, kinda waste of hands. Linley shouted amidst the rousing applause. Students, do you feel pressured by comparing yourselves to others all the time? Do you have endless homework and tutorials on holidays? Have you ever been bullied? The students who were still applauding immediately froze when they heard these 2 words. 3 questions that really quieted the entire playground. They all had some relevant images floating in their minds. A teacher, look at the class next door. Whoever, how much do people test? How come you can't get in? A parent, have you finished your homework yet? I'll drop you off at 1800 hours for a remedial math class, and on Sundays I'll drop you off at a classmate. Kid, wait for me after school. Teachers and school leaders are equally confused. What's the situation? How does he say this thing? Is there a bullying situation at school? Before they could think anything more, Linley's next words were slightly emotional, and helpless among them. Students, this is not how our childhood should be. We're under pressure at our young age that we shouldn't be. Linley's voice grew high. Childhood should be carefree. Childhood should be colorful. And childhood is the best moment that should be preserved in our memories throughout our lives. After saying these words, Linley's left hand was instantly half raised, his index and middle fingers pointing to the heavens side by side as he spoke in an agitated tone. But with endless oppression and comparisons, our childhood becomes a memory of nothing but studying and doing problems. One by one, the students began to react. Yeah, it seems that of the few memories they have available, all of them seem to be learning related since they went to school. And it was at this moment that a group of students still shouted, "That's right, I have to go to school during the day, and tutorials at night, and on my days off, which is busier than my parents at work. Oh, I haven't had a good time in a long time. With a spitting sound, the whole playground was so noisy that the teacher couldn't control it at all, because many teachers also recall their childhood in their memories. It seemed that, just as Linley had said, their childhood consisted only of memories of constantly brushing up on problems. Hu Jiangmo stared blankly at the scene and Linley on the stage. Didn't I ask you to be brief? That's a big headline right out of the gate. Also, are you off topic? I asked you to give a speech about fighting human traffickers, and you talk about studying? The police chief laughed softly. Quite interesting. I'd like to hear what he can tell us. He looked at Linley with interest. This kid always managed to bring different sensations to him. Of course, as long as he doesn't add to his speech, it's fine to speak about anything else. Learning, a shortcut to success, but not the only way. LAM, and in the afternoon. Chapter 100. You're leading a rebellion. What are the topics that evoke emotions in students? What topics that can be supported by students? Without a doubt, that's the thing that's so relevant to their age: academic performance. At this moment on the playground, apart from the teachers and school leaders, all the students were looking at Linley on the stage with exuberant looks on their faces. These few words spoke perfectly to their hearts. In my eyes, what is really needed on the road to success? Persistence and perseverance. Linley gradually became agitated, his voice through the ground forcefully. Each of us had a different childhood, but one of the most similar things is the lack of joy. At this moment, even in the junior class, the calm state of mind of Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others who had always had opinions about Linley rippled because of this impassioned sentence of Linley's. Their families, in contrast to other families, are more demanding and learn more extensively. The eyes that had originally been defeated by Linley, causing them to be lifeless, flickered with gleams of light. Looking up at Linley, who was struggling with his speech on stage, they had the feeling that they were attracted to Linley. You are pressurized every day in every way and lack the innocence of a childhood that is uniquely yours. Linley shouted. Now tell me, are you happy? In an instant, a multitude of students cried out, unhappy. Some were genuinely unhappy, some were totally up in arms, and all in all, the entire playground was covered in student voices. When Hu Jiangmo saw this, sweat slowly seeped out of his head. What's this asshole up to? And you students, doesn't school give you joy? Aren't you happy at school? He muttered. I should have let him talk. Speaking my words normally is much less stressful than speaking this. The police chief looked at him sympathetically and patted Hu's shoulder. Look, the students in your school are so energetic, standing for so long and still so energetic. Hu Jiangmo laughed dryly twice. It's hard to say what's in your heart. At the same time, he cursed the director in his heart. What's the point of giving him a microphone for nothing? In the junior class, Wang Tianyu and the others shouted especially loudly, no matter how or what Linley said. In short, brainless shouting was the right thing to do. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei, who were standing at the end of them watching, looked at each other. This little kid is a master at tuning his emotions. Yang Mi said, why do I get the impression that he's going to lead a student revolt? Lu Yifei stared blankly at Linley, who was speaking fervently on the podium. So you're not the only one who feels this way. Deng Chao came up and said, this guy has a grudge, he is really and it is the most direct and fastest way. Come on, it's better to offend him less in the future. This little kid's brain is different from others. Yang Mi gave a sarcastic dry laugh. Several others nodded solemnly. They don't want to offend someone who has an axe to grind on the spot and can be their leader in the future. At this point, the podium, Linley let out a deep breath. I heard you guys, so tell me, do you want to be satisfied and happy while you learn? Let your childhood be filled with joy, so that when you grow up and remember, oh, so I had some good memories in my childhood. A few words that hit the students right in the gut. Classes are boring and every day you open your eyes to study. Endless books to memorize, endless lectures to receive, endless questions to brush up. The higher the grade level, the closer to finals, the worse the gym teacher's health gets. Think, elementary school students are always the easiest age group to stir up emotions, and they will completely show it if it is said in their heart. The mood was instantly infectious, especially with the other students. Even the most academically gifted students in the class. Geniuses are, after all, a minority, and excellence is basically accumulated over time. Linley was satisfied with their answer. He continued to agitate the students. We're at a school where we only have 10 minutes of break time between each class, and yet, it's still being diverted. Linley opened his left hand to the students. We have a 40-minute class and a 10-minute break between classes. 50 minutes, class after class after class, so that we don't even have time for a little bathroom break. The pressure doesn't get released. It's not learning, it's crushing. Those few words directly caused the seniors to holler beyond the underclassmen. The substitute teachers for each of the upper-level classes, as well as the homeroom teachers froze as they listened to the shouts of their own students and began to wonder. That's the way our teacher is. The teacher likes to drag the class out. 2 sentences, and the bell rings for the next class. Words of wanting the same kept ringing out among the seniors. Some teachers have noticed that even those students with better grades and at the top of the class are complaining. It's not just teachers and school leaders at the moment. The audience in the live broadcast room were all reminded of their own student days by Linley's words. But whenever there are high school students, or junior high students if there are any at the moment, they're high and low and they're going to be on the pop-ups for the whole 2 sentences. They can be more emotionally resentful than elementary school kids. However, unfortunately, they were in school at the moment and couldn't see it at all. School playground. Hu Jiangwo looked at the group of excited students and could not stop sighing in his heart. Chaotic. It's okay for the 6th graders to yell, but why are you 1st and 2nd graders up in arms? He raised his eyes to Linley on the podium. Son, I'm just trying to keep you from stealing my words. Why are you making such a fuss? You're still only in 1st grade. Besides, you're getting seriously off topic here. I told you to talk about sin and to establish 3 views, but I didn't tell you to lead a rebellion. On the podium, at this moment, Linley did not end this topic, but instead turned to another topic that resonated most with some of the students. Class, how many of you have been on the receiving end of bullying? With those words, the high spirits lowered a little. Some of the students bowed their heads darkly. Clearly, they were students who were being bullied, or had been bullied. Linley continued, bullying exists in any school, anywhere, even in adult society. In the world of grown-ups, it still does. Bullying is one of the evils that not only violates our own rights, but also casts an indelible shadow on our childhood. It may stay with us for the rest of our lives. Hu Jiangwo sweating like a pig at the moment. What kind of stuff did this bastard kid say? The word bullying is more or less sensitive. Would it be misleading for you to suddenly speak about this now in front of the entire student body? And moreover in a live broadcast? It's not. Just don't let you talk. You're going straight to me on such a high intensity. There were so many people in the student body with bitterness in the corners of their eyes. Bullying. Oh, how could there not be? Linley's tone was serious at the moment, his voice gradually rising, his fingers pointing at the students in a pistol-like position. Chapter 101, You Need a Leader. The fact that you have not answered me means that you do not have the courage to face me on this. You're afraid to tell your parents. You're afraid to tell your teachers. Because you're afraid the bully will exact even more insane revenge on you. Those students' heads hung even lower. Sue the teacher and you're dead. The words were unfamiliar to the others, but to them it was like a nightmare. This is a cowardly act on your part, and it will only make the abuser more and more aggressive. Linley's spittle spiked out as he said these words, his boyish face filled with anger. You don't have to live in dark cowardice. The turning point in your lives is the need for someone who can give you justice. Linley spoke excitedly from the podium, and the bullying students below the stage seemed to be touched inwardly, raising their heads slightly and looking at him timidly. You need a leader, Linley said as he clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it forcefully at his chest. A visionary leader. Someone who can both facilitate your learning and bring you joy, as well as listen to your injustices and dispense justice. Thereupon he again compared his left hand to a pistol position, raised it again halfway to the sky, and spat. Now he's here, and he's in this school now. Upon hearing this, even the slowest teacher, even the slowest school leader, reacted. This little kid is talking so much and pulling so many topics for the purpose of being the head student. You're a 1st grader, a brat who's just been in school for 10 days, and you're going to be the ruler of the entire school? Had it not been happening right in front of their eyes, they would never have believed it if they had heard about it. Lo. Lin Hall this momentum, this words, the whole of my an adult blood surging. Give him a chance to give a speech and he can turn it into a campaign meeting. 666. Lin Hall is simply a born commander-in-chief. That's a bit middle of the road, but it sure is up there to listen to. That voice of Lin Hall is a bit out of character for me. I can't imagine. If he grows up and speaks again, I guess I'll swear to follow him. Brothers, before and after. Did you find out that false leaders are a bunch of crap and real leaders are for the people? Good job finding the emotional points in Lin Hall. Learning, bullying, I'll be damned. All the kid's biggest concerns. Only I think Lin Hall's ambition is expanding a bit too fast. This is to establish his own power directly in the school. Let's just say that people like this, who speak for you and serve you, support you or not. The netizens of the live broadcast room, although they have been out of the student period, after all, now at this point in watching the live broadcast of either the cattle and horses, or home squatting enterprise, Linley's speech couldn't resonate with them much, but it couldn't hold up to Linley's impassioned emotional speech. No one said he was 8 again and how it was, because they're starting to get a little used to his behavior. It always surprises them. If Linley had really just gone on stage and simply said a couple sentences, then they would have found it counterintuitive. Likewise, no one asked him on the air how an 8-year-old knew so much and could talk like that. In short, he had a grandfather who was filled with red political energy. On the podium, Lindley continued to speak, with the intention of forming a party today, setting up a team, and then entering the principal's office to sit on the principal's throne. In the junior class, Wang Tianyu, Guan Qian, Shi Linlin, and others had their voices muffled from shouting how his own class president was so good. Is this what our class president looks like when he's on fire? The admiration for Lindley in their hearts was like a torrential river, unceasing. The squad leader is awesome. Voice breaking, squad leader. Xiaxi's eyes were filled with little stars, although she didn't quite understand the ones Lindley was talking about. After all, she hadn't experienced them, but it didn't stop her from being impressed by Lindley's fervent speech. Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others had been completely bowled over by Lindley's imposing speech, eyes wide open, feeling the whole place boil. A thought kept flashing in their minds. I can't believe I'm fighting against someone like that. Ask yourself, if it were up to them, they would never be able to do what Lindley did. Seriously, they kind of want to get better, but a little pride in themselves, or a reluctance to admit it. The very back of the junior class line, several of the star teachers' scalps went numb. Deng Ziki froze and spoke. Do you guys still remember what he said to us after he was appointed class officer? Hearing this, Deng Chao, several people's minds immediately popped up at that time Lindley appointed class cadres to come to the office to say, what does it mean if it's a solid group with no infighting? Their ambitions magnify and their guts grow? These few people froze, looking in unison at Lindley on the podium. Dare I say it, he was the most ambitious one in the whole class. The junior class is currently set to disappear into the junior class tomorrow after the group of voices against him will be sent to the frontier after Kenny Lee fails to overthrow him as class president in the morning. That is to say, the entire junior class has been counted as free of internal trouble, except for the Lindley party, and those who are neutral. A situation of great unity has been reached. According to successive dynasties, when internal troubles are removed, it is time for territorial expansion. Now Lindley was expanding directly across grade levels and directly into the entire school. After talking so nicely in the beginning, helping us to check and balance the whole class and control the junior class, it turns out that he himself is the most dangerous. Deng Chao quickly figured out that this little kid is ambitious. If this kid was placed in ancient times, with this mouth, and the brain to mobilize emotions, one of the main heads of the uprising, Lu Yifei was stunned. Look at the way he's fooling these kids. Yang Mi raised her hand and rubbed her mid-brow. Honestly, I'm excited by what he said. Suddenly, a vibration came from the cell phone in Yang Mi's pocket, and she looked down and took it out. WeChat messages. Li Dan, sister honey, can you talk to Director Zhang and let this kid come to a talk show together? The pay is not a problem. On the podium, Lindley had already spoken about poor students, honors students, rich families, ordinary families. In short, how to stir up emotions. Hu Jiangwo on the side of the stage had his face completely blackened. The director of instruction behind him stepped forward and whispered, Principal Hu, should we pull him down? Pull? Hu Jiangwo turned his head with a look of a little cutie, like looking at him. What about the live broadcast? How do you pull it? Don't you know what effect it will have on our school if it gets out? The head instructor hastily apologized. It was my lack of consideration. Now pull Lindley down. The rhythm on the network must rise in all directions. Saying that what students speak, the teacher deliberately interrupts. Do not allow students to voice and so on. Why don't we go turn off the speaker center? The director of instruction rose to another plan. Look at the face of the principal. That face, as a subordinate who wants to progress, must be for the leadership to solve problems. The horse's ass to always pat. Then you go, Hu said with an expressionless face. Chapter 102, come sit in my office. The chief should come too. The head instructor snapped and laughed a little, knowing it was a joke as soon as he heard it, and he didn't want to be the one to take the fall. If it wasn't live at the moment and there was no police chief around, I can't say I would have actually gone and unplugged the center speaker cable, but it's never to be done now. The police chief said at this point, let him talk. In fact, what he just said about bullying behavior is quite positive. Hu Jiangwo's skin smiled and his heart was currently cursing the nth generation of his ancestors. It's a sin. The podium. Lindley raised his arm and shouted, all poor students, please raise your hands. You should not receive discrimination from others. You should not look down on yourself. By heaven's command, both life and eternity, kings and lords would rather have their seed. When this statement was made, the whole audience of teachers and school leaders unconsciously bent their bodies. Good man, the slogan of uprising is shouted out. And you still say it's not an uprising? But they thought that elementary school kids wouldn't understand it. This appears to be middle school textbook content. But then they saw the enthusiastic schoolchildren who were tearing up and yelling everywhere. It seems that they don't even need to hear it. Shouting is the right thing to do. We shouldn't be discriminated against. We shouldn't be oppressed. We shouldn't be bullied. We are responsible for our own childhood, and we have to say to all injustice, no. Linley's right hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, a tremor of excitement. He talked himself into excitement. The left hand was again in a pistol stance, swinging hard. We are the future successors. The future belongs to us. After saying those words, Linley withdrew all his gestural postures, his expression returning to its original state, his eyes bursting with determination. The real speech. Do not need too much padding. As long as the actual interests of the masses from the start can drive their emotions, which is effective speech. Linley knew that it was almost time, and if he said any more, Hu Laodang was going to give himself a refund for his tuition. Rarely established forces can't afford to be hit by high latitude. Thank you, students, for listening to me so much, and I apologize for taking up so much of your time. I will be running for the position of junior varsity captain in the future, and I am running to listen to my classmates in order to bring a fun and harmonious school environment to them. Everyone vote for me then. Thank you all. Linley gave a deep bow to his dear classmates, and then frankly and calmly walked off the podium. The corners of the many teachers' mouths involuntarily twitched. This kid dares to play this one idea in the end. Do you know you just joined the team today? You've just joined the team. You haven't shown any concrete performance in the junior team yet, and you're thinking of becoming a first sergeant? It also crosses over directly into the 2 stages of junior captain and midshipman. If we didn't have a 5-bar chief at our school, would you be running straight for this? Really just straight up surprised by this little kid's ambition. Hu Jiangwo saw that Linley was finally stepping down and gave a wink to the director of instruction. The latter immediately understood and hurriedly went up to the podium to maintain order. Although this task was a bit tough at the moment, but Hu called him a subordinate. Linley had just stepped off the stage, and before he could walk into the squad of newly inducted members, he was called by Hu Jiangwo. He stepped forward and stroked Linley's head affectionately. Linley, well spoken. Don't look at the mildness of his smile and the extremely doting tone of his voice, but the murderous aura in those eyes was clearly felt by Linley. It's not bad. It's only good when you tell it. Principal, I'm merely standing on the shoulders of giants. Linley humbly rubbed the back of his head. On the shoulders of giants? You're not standing on your shoulders? It's riding on my head. Hu Jiangwo cursed lightly in his heart. Come on, go sit in my office for a while. Linley froze in his tracks. This went without being lectured behind closed doors. Headmaster, I still have to go to class. There's no rush for class. It won't take more than a few minutes. The main thing is to give you your bonus. At the mention of the bonus, Linley knew that he had to go, whether it was his inner desire for money or whatever. Look to the money. At this moment, the police chief spoke. Principal Hu, then I won't continue to bother you. There are still things going on inside the bureau. I'll leave first. Chief, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let's go sit together. It's not that bad. How could Hu not understand what he had in mind? You made the sins. Why should I be the one to take the blame? Trying to run after dumping. You're amazing. You're so noble. I've got quite a lot going on at my station. I'll come back next time I'm free. The police chief waved his hand in rejection. The office is definitely off limits. It's hard to shake off the hate. However, he knew that Hu Jiangwo would not let himself leave so easily, and must have retained him again and again. Gotta figure out a way to get out of this. Suddenly, a police officer behind him stepped forward and said, Director, I didn't bother you just now. There's a tricky case inside the bureau that needs your presence for a bit. When the police chief heard this, he was happy. This comrade is very good. There is room for upward mobility. Yes? His expression frowned, showing slight displeasure as he reprimanded. Why didn't you say so? He then faced Hu Jiangwo. Principal Hu, I'm really sorry. I have to go do justice to the people. I'll definitely come next time I'm free. After saying that, he revealed an apologetic smile to the other school leaders, and then without even waiting for Hu Jiangwo to continue retaining him, he hurriedly walked towards the entrance of the school. Hu Jiangwo stared blankly at his departing back. You subordinates, you're well trained. He looked down at Linley and said, Linley, aren't you going to say goodbye to the director? How could Linley not hear what he meant? And hurriedly nodded. I understand. He tilted his head and shouted at the police chief who was gradually moving away. Comrade Chief, I'll personally come to the station some other day to find you to thank you. The police chief in the distance suddenly stumbled in his steps. The classes on the playground began to leave the playground in an orderly fashion to return to their classrooms under the auspices of the director of instruction. After the catharsis they had just experienced, the students were only now feeling a touch of exhaustion, especially the voice. Though tired, though a little hoarse, he kept talking in the line. First graders are so good these days. Just kidding, it's Lin Hall, as he's called in school for his position. When do we start voting for the first captain? I want to vote for him. At this time, the junior class team. Sure, Linlin held up the flag and followed behind he awkward, raising his eyes to look at Linley following Hu Jiangwo away not far away. He innocently opened his mouth to ask, Mr. Ho, the class president left with the principal is he going to be appointed as the first captain? He awkwardly kept his feet and didn't answer him. Appointed? Be punished? Hey, it's been a rich morning. What would happen to Linley in the principal's office? He didn't bother to think about it because there was no need to think about it. Chapter 103, Hu Jiangwo, I'm so hard. Principal's office. Linley was mortared in front of his desk, holding $20,000 in cash in his hand. Hu Jiangwo sat in his chair, slowly sipping his tea. It's been 5 minutes since they entered the office. As soon as he came in, Hu Jiangwo didn't say any other superfluous words, and directly gave the bonus to Linley, followed by just sitting down on the chair, and didn't open his mouth to speak, nor did he reprimand Linley, and just drank his tea. Silence always depresses. Linley felt that if he didn't open his mouth, this old dang would probably have to finish brewing that slab of tea before he would speak. Headmaster, if there's nothing else, I'll go first, he said tentatively, who put down his teacup and his eyes focused on his face this time. Linley, I've always thought you were a very understanding and obedient child. Hearing him finally speak, Linley instantly had a relieved expression on his face. Principal, just as you thought, I'm very understanding and obedient. Hu Jiangwo smiled at this shameless remark and blew his beard and eyes out. You know a thing or two. The last word he instantly paused, degrading and humiliating to the great rector. Do you have any idea what kind of pressure you're going to put on the teachers today? Do you have any idea what you're going to do to the network today? Linley couldn't stop nodding. I know. You know what? Hu Jiangwo, a little broken defense. This little calf, how so will be angry people? Headmaster. Steady, don't swear. It brings me down. Linley's expression of fervor really made Hu Jiangwo's blood pressure spike a bit, who tried to calm himself down, picked up the teacup, and without savoring the mellow aroma of the tea, he fiercely smothered a mouthful. Putting down his teacup, he took a deep breath and said, Linley, you should be receiving knowledge at your age now, not fighting for power. Principal, I didn't. I'm an adult. Would I not be able to see your little mind? Hu Jiangwo glared. You're too hasty. You're a student at our school, and the way you're acting, you'll be a senior captain sooner or later. At the moment, he was saying nothing about not allowing Linley to speak. It was clear in his mind that the situation was perhaps caused by the fact that he had incited the students because he had not given him the opportunity to make a speech. When it comes down to it, they actually caused all this. But, how can a great leader go wrong? Headmaster, actually, to be honest, I'm sure I'll be a first sergeant or even a 5-bar chief in the future, but not necessarily at your school. Linley hemmed and hawed and winked. As you know, I'm high and low on being a child star and an orphan now, and there are plenty of people who want to raise me. There's no shortage of rich people among them. Do you think I'd still be in public school if I was being raised by them? Study abroad is uncertain. At least it's an aristocratic school. His dependents have not yet been confirmed, but Linley wasn't in the least bit of a hurry right now, whereas other orphans are picked. He picks others. Nothing else. Those people saw in him the opportunity to become a rich generation. Hu Jiangwo's complexion gave a start. These words sounded as if they were a little threatening? Indeed, just as Linley had said. As far as he and old Mauser had received some recent news, many rich people wanted to raise Linley. It's just that the kid is so smart and tactful. It's a bright future for money. Not the future, but the present. Nowadays he's high and low as a child star. Let him go to some variety shows, shoot some kind of jingles, and the money can be made in abundance. Hu Jiangwo exhaled a breath, his slightly sunken face immediately becoming pleasant. Linley, tired of standing. Sit. In the world of adults, profit always comes before everything else. As long as there is interest in you, then you will face any situation with a smile. No, this is a perfect example. Principal, I won't sit down. I have to go to class, Linley said with a smile. Just as well, so get back to class and behave yourself. Hu Jiangwo didn't mean to reprimand at the moment. Linley's meaning was clearly expressed. It's hard to say in the future, but for now at least it's still in the junior class and still in their school. If he is overly chastised today, there is no way he can just find a good provider and just leave the junior class. I'll leave you then. Goodbye, principal. Linley finished speaking and flew away from the principal's office. Hu Jiangwo is a deep headache for him, and it is too difficult to take advantage of this child. He didn't just gamble with himself and say something like a little kid, it's that you guys won't let me talk first or something like that. Instead, they use all aspects of their strengths to get him to recognize the form straight away. That's outrageous. Hu Jiangwo sighed in his heart. I hope this kid doesn't take a detour in the future. Or else. In the morning time, Because of the young squad initiation ceremony, plus the nonsense of the two leaders, plus Linley's impassioned speech, it has come to the time period of just ringing the bell for the fourth class of the morning. In the junior class, the fourth class was math. Young Mi was methodically listing basic topics on the board. Wang Tianyu and the others didn't even have the heart to listen at the moment, staring at the teacher's entrance with lustful eyes. Expect that great, radiant figure to walk in. Yang Mi listed the topics at the moment and turned to look at the students in the class. Seeing that every one of them was distracted, mentally, she sighed, and truthfully, she didn't have much of a mind for class right now. Still, as a teacher, you must fulfill your duties as a teacher. Wang Tianyu, come on, tell us what the answer to this question is. She didn't bother asking questions for them to raise their hands, but instead directly named them. Wang Tianyu froze. Immediately responding, he got up in a hurry. Look at the math question above. 9 equals, plus. Require the numbers in parentheses to be the same. This question type of topic, naturally difficult to Wang Tianyu. Look at a glance. The heart has the answer. He was just about to speak when suddenly his throat felt a dry pain. Hiss. Shouting was too intense when I was in the playground. I didn't feel much when I was hyper, but now that my emotions have cooled down a bit, it hurts so much. What's wrong? Yang Mi inquired, seeing the pained expression on his face. Ouch. Hearing this, she hurriedly walked down from the podium and came to Wang Tianyu's side to ask with concern, where does it hurt? Wang Tianyu gulped slightly, lubricating his throat so that it wasn't so fiery. Voice dry. Yang Mi instantly understood and gently blanked out, but she remembered very clearly that when they were in the playground, Wang Tianyu and the others were the ones who shouted the loudest. Sighing in my heart, I deserved it. Sit down, she said helplessly. Anyone with a dry throat answer? Chapter 104, Logic Geeks. You'll only raise your wages after you've had enough to eat. Adults have topics of interest to adults. Young people have content of interest to young people. The same is true for students. Other schools across the country have some sneaky students with cell phones during break time periods. Take advantage of the free time to get your cell phone out, either to tweet back to your early love interest or otherwise. But none of them are seeing the hot news that is currently exploding on the internet. Lin Hall, childhood shouldn't be like this. Roar from the students. We want to be happy. How can you imagine that an 8-year-old child is a speech genius? What's that? The students revolted? When? Don't think of yourself as a student? Uprising doesn't call itself? One by one, they rushed to click in to watch some clips and replays. This is not what our childhood should be like. 50 minutes a class. You need a leader. Bully. In various schools, the mouths of the students who saw the scene gradually fell open. It speaks to the heart. Middle school, high school students, their hearts were on fire. Which is a good class president for the junior class. Simply a great leader for all students. Speak what we are afraid to speak. Said what we were afraid to say. Mentioned what we were afraid to mention. Some students were so excited that they got carried away and even sent Lin Li's words out in the class group repeating them. But immediately after. Hint, you have been banned by the group owner. Group leader, class teacher, the student, please come to the office with your cell phone. Death. In the junior class, Lin Li returned to his class to pretend to stare at the blackboard and listen to Yang Mi's lecture. As for the other students, such as Wang Tianyu and the others, that line of sight hadn't moved away at all since Lin Li had returned. Even Li Jianrun, Yuan Hua, and the others who were about to leave for the frontier were glancing at Lin Li from time to time. Class, focus, Yang Mi said rather helplessly. Lin Li also came back to his senses from being bellowed at by her like that, twisting his head to look at his surrounding classmates, and immediately understood. Immediately, he said, students, listen carefully, don't look at me, look at the teacher. Look at the blackboard. I know I have a great figure in your minds, but as great as I am, I'm not as great as the teacher who taught us. As soon as the horse's ass was kissed, the helplessness on Yang Mi's face dissipated and she glared at him lightly. It's still the little kid who knows what he's doing. All listen carefully to the lesson. She clapped her hands, greeting the students and drawing attention. End of morning session. Instead of leaving, Yang Mi took the students to the cafeteria to eat. Once in the cafeteria, a crowd of students, freshly arrived, or in the process of getting their food, turned their attention to the junior class. Lin Hall. Good. When's the vote? I'm definitely voting for you. When are you going to be first sergeant? Lin Li showed a conciliatory smile, his hands behind his back, in an extremely old-fashioned state, and gently raised his hand to greet them. Hello comrades. Comrades, how was the meal today? It's great that the grocery beater auntie doesn't have shaky hands when you're here, an elementary school student yelled. Lin Li heard and frowned at the ants inside the grocery window. Sisters, don't let your hands shake, but keep your classmates fed. When students are well fed, they have the strength to learn, and when their academic performance improves, so does their school's reputation. With increased fame comes more grants from above and higher salaries for you, so don't let your hands shake. Yang Mi was listening to the remarks from the back, and in her heart she called out to the good guys. Going around and around ends up being about a little more food. The logic really does make sense to you. It sounds as if that's what it's all about. She stepped forward and poked Linley in the back of the head. Cut the crap and hurry up with the dishes. Alright. Linley immediately got honest and started lining up with his dinner plate. The other class students didn't quite understand the meaning of Linley's words, but they always felt that what he said was for their benefit. No, Auntie, whose hands were shaking just now, isn't shaking anymore. Steady hands can even lift a dumbbell with one arm. Suddenly, Linley heard a sentence that made his heart cry out for the end. Just listen. Next door to the long line of students in the next door line to get food, one of the elementary school students who was getting food said to the aunt who was getting food, "Sister, you're even prettier than Yang Mi." When these words came out, any elementary school students in the room who heard them looked sideways at Yang Mi, who was the leader of the junior class. Awkwardness just comes when you're caught off guard. Yang Mi responded to the surrounding elementary school students with a nonchalant smile, and in her heart, she had long since cursed Linley to death. What's that if not a faceplant? Glaring fiercely at Linley, "It's all because you led the way." Linley felt Yang Mi's death stare. His face didn't turn red, and he couldn't help cursing in his heart. This stunt has been over for so many days, and you guys are still using it. Can't you think of something new to say? He winked at, meaning to tell her that childish talk was not to be listened to. He then immediately turned back and it was his turn to hit the dishes. The grocery aunt is still the same one who gave them groceries on the first day of school and has not been fired. "Little friend, it's you. It's been a long time. Have you recovered from your injuries yet?" Auntie Porker was the first to ask with concern when she saw Linley. "Sister, it's already fine. Thank you for caring. I want to eat braised lion head." Linley revealed a smile that belonged to his age. It was adorable. The grocery beater aunt grinned under her transparent mask. "Here's the biggest two for you. Just got out of the hospital to make up for it." The smiling one knocked 2 braised lion heads into Linley's bowl. Linley looked at the lion's head on the plate that was indeed so much larger than the others, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. "Sister, listen to me. You will always be the kindest and most beautiful in my heart. Someday I'll find Principal who to mention my opinion and give you guys a raise." The grocery beater's aunt laughed at the news. Well, you pie. Sister, eat it." Linley's mouth was known to basically everyone at their school, not to mention the whole country. That's quite a mouthful, and the best thing about it is that it's a pie in the face. Sister, you're looking down on me. What do you mean by painting a cake? Linley's little face pouted in dissatisfaction. He or she is sincerely trying to help the working people. Alright, what else do you want to eat? Auntie Punching Dishes wasn't coaxed into finding her way by Linley like she had been on the first day of school. "Sister, I want this, that." Linley reached out and pointed. More food. When he was done with the dishes, Linley carried his plate and laughed. "Sister, when I become the first captain, I'll definitely help you guys with your advice." Well. Beating Dishes' aunt was really amused by Linley, and said that it is not a cake. When the first captain? The captain can't control the cafeteria either. Not to mention a wage increase. Chapter 105 Meeting at the Table. "I'll be back." Linley finished his meal and went to his seat. Not long after, Wang Tianyu and the others all finished playing dishes and came to Linley's table in unison. Linley ate the food while turning to Guanqian. "Later you keep an account. All of the teacher's gifts combined cost a total of $210. I have all the tickets. I'll give them to you later." Okay, class president. Guanqian nodded. This table was currently made to be considered Linley's most loyal junior class backbone. Are they eating? No. Is conducting table meetings. Linley added at this time. "Zhang Yida, your father is a lawyer?" Zhang Yida, who was in the middle of a large mouthful of dazzling rice, heard Linley call out to him and hurriedly looked up, immediately swallowing a large mouthful of the still unchewed vegetables in his mouth. Yeah, my dad has a law firm in Mordor. My dad is famous." "Aha," Linley responded, then turned to Wang Tianyu. "I said so much this morning, among other things about the topic of bullying. When the time comes, I can't say that there really is a student who's been bullied who will secretly come to find me, so if I'm not there at that time, you'll pick it up." Upon hearing this, Wang Tianyu came to life and said with a dry voice, "Weed, you will go with Zhang Yida to deal with it at that time. He should know more or less about the law. If you don't know, you can still find his father to ask. In short, anyone who comes to you, you must deal with this matter properly." Linley was by no means someone who just talked about it and forgot about it. Since it was said on such a big occasion this morning, it will naturally be implemented. Besides, he is a future cadre serving the people, and what he has said must be honored. Before he was incapable, But now, see, the junior class is full of people with families. Wang Tianyu wanted to say a lot of words at the moment, but his voice didn't allow it, so he just waited for a vigorous nod. Zhang Yida said, "Class president, this bullying thing, I've heard my dad say that many students don't dare to say anything because they can't handle it if they say anything. After all, they're still in the same school, and it's not like the teachers and parents can keep an eye on them all the time." Lin Li smiled. "So yeah, this is the time to test your abilities. Package True Million Program Mission." Wang Tianyu tone cannot even say. "If you feel tricky, you can consult your parents. If you really encounter a hard opponent," Lin Li said with a chilly gaze, "you guys use the next your family background. In short, there will be no bullying issues in my jurisdiction. Lin Li will never condone bullying, especially remembering the school bullying that was reported in the last life. How can some kids be so bad? No problem. I'll take care of it." Zhang Yida swore. "Aha aha aha." Wang Tianyu continued to nod his head in reply. Lin Li felt that there was nothing more he could say for the time being, so he said, "Well, let's eat." Guan Xian had just picked up a mouthful of rice when he suddenly thought, "Squad leader, Li Jianran and the others are leaving. Should we return their portion of this class fee to them? Refund, you subtract the money you spent on today's gift, and when it's leveled out, give them back the rest." Oh, their little dinner table meeting was not captured by the photographer. This time, the photographer did not photograph Lin Li's table alone, but photographed the entire cafeteria meal. After lunch, Nini Young took the juniors back to her classroom for a lunch break. As soon as they arrived at the class, He Lian had already waited for a moment again. Seeing them coming back, he said to Li Jianrun, "Yuan Hua and them, your mom and dad are coming to pick you up. Pack up and go with me." During the last class in the morning, all 10 people could tell that Li Jianrun and the others didn't want to stay in the junior class for a single minute. As a parent, you know your son's character even better. So they didn't wait for the next day, and came over to pick them up in droves at noon. Li Jianrun let out a long breath when he heard that. It's finally time to leave. This classroom, this class, he really didn't want to stay anymore. The same was true for several people from Yuanhua. Hurriedly, he began to pack his book bag. Put your stationery box, your own belongings in your book bag. Then he looked faintly at the surrounding students who had gathered around them, his proud little face slightly sad. It's not about getting attached to your classmates. 10 days, what classmates can come out of that? It's just a little humiliating and aggravating. In all my life, I've never suffered such a stifling defeat. Li Jianrun put on his backpack, slightly stunned, and came before Lin Li. The students were watching their every move, and the classroom was extremely quiet with no loud noises other than the sounds of them walking and packing up their things. Seeing this, Sher Forest immediately came to the front of Lin Li, looking intently at Jianran Li. Deeply implement the responsibility of protecting the safety of shift supervisors. Something wrong? Lin Li asked as he patted Sher Linlin's shoulder, signaling him to step back, and looked at Jianran Li. Li Jianrun said expressionlessly, "I'll be leaving soon." "I know. You're great. Thanks. I'll be back." Once again, a hint of the small pride that belonged to him appeared in Li Jianrun's eyes. Any time, Lin Li adhered to Awkward's instructions not to bully him or dislike him. Besides, Awkward is still in the classroom right now. Again, not bothering to say anything more. To him, Kenny Lee was nothing more than an NPC in this life. There's no telling if we'll see it again. Kenny Lee didn't put up any hard feelings either, and with a small pout on his face, he turned around and left, walking out of the classroom. Yuan Hua glared at Lin Li from afar with the same little proud face. "I'll be back," also following the same words as Li Kenin. As for the others, such as Zhang Chaoyu, they did not dare to raise their heads. He is a real clown. More than money was snapped by Wang Tianyu, more than brains and was snubbed by Li Jianrun. Live stream. In the end, Bureau Li didn't fight Lin Hall. Isn't this nonsense? One chief and one director. How can you fight? After all is said and done, it's still Lin Hall that's more capable, and Li Bureau is still short of fire. I wonder if the two of them will run into each other later on in their careers. Hiss, it's exciting to think about it. Li Bureau has his father to pick. Career should be much more stable. Lin Hall, well, it's hard to say, but also depends on his own ability. Numerous users sent sentiments, but the bout of emotion was only for a moment. After all, losers are quickly forgotten. The conversation comes back to Lin Li again, and it's the successful ones who deserve more attention. Li Jianrun and his group gradually disappeared from Lin Li's sight under the leadership of Awkward. With 8 gone, is this going to be 8 again? He couldn't stop thinking about it in his head. Suddenly, Guan Qian said, I haven't paid them yet. It's fine. You do the math. When the time comes to transfer it inside WeChat, you can't transfer it to Mr. He and the others. Let them transfer it on your behalf. Lin Li said indifferently, "Can you not give away money these days?" Got it. Squad leader. Once these 8 people left, the others instantly felt the classroom was a bit empty. Chapter 106 Arranging for the forestry department to visit the countryside to inspect the agricultural situation. Outside the school, Lao Mozi and some other executives of the program, as well as he awkward, watched Li Jianran and the others leave. After all, these kids have backgrounds, so a personal delivery would be a good karma. It's really hard to make programs nowadays. In 10 days, 8 have gone. Old Mozi sighed lightly and shook his head. Oh, an elementary school student-themed program? Hard to be made into an idle talent show by us. And there's even an elimination system, he awkwardly said with a bitter smile on the side. The planning team leader opened his mouth and asked Lao Mozi, 8 are gone. Should we find 8 more to enter the program? There are just 28 people in the class now. Looking is definitely the way to go. I just don't know what other parent would dare to send their child here now. The old mobile tilted his head slightly to look at the parent's vehicle that had disappeared into the intersection. He awkwardly said, also, Li Jianran, they are considered to have a strong heart capacity. If they were ordinary children, they might give Lin Li a whole heart shadow. The head of the planning team immediately disapproved when he heard this. If Jianran Li and the others hadn't taken the initiative to trouble Lin Li, how could this have happened? General children, you see Wang Tianyu them, not just mixed well, and those little girls, serious classes, step-by-step study, which would have so many things. He awkwardly laughed. That's true, but didn't this also appear to be a very good program? You should know better than me what the ratings are like for normal classes and intra-class conflicts. The head of the planning team didn't say anything, and indeed, that was the case. Lao Mozi listened to their conversation and was quite helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that, in addition to Lin Li, the demon, he liked to live the whole job. If they followed normal classes, their program would never have reached the heights it did now. The simplest example is the comparison of Lin Li's time during his hospitalization and his time on the show. The polarization is particularly severe. Although Wang Tianyu and Li Jianran and the others fought during Lin Li's hospitalization, the effect was still no better than when Lin Li was there. His mind raced. After a long time, he turned to Awkward and said, let's do it this way. We'll link up with other programs. Hasn't your longing for life suffered a decline in word of mouth in recent times? He awkwardly nodded. More than declining. It's been off the air for over a year. The program can't go on. The brunt of the Huang lay that do. Let the netizens all kinds of flirtation. What kind of no? Kind of loose. What determines the treatment depending on the status of the guest? What Life Aspire could be renamed the Acting Training Center. In short, the Wayward Life has now become a program for netizens to have fun and flirt with. Lao Mozi laughed and said, Life Toward is a farmland variety show that conveys hard labor positive energy program. It just so happens that normal schools also have programs that arrange for students to go to farmland for extracurricular practice. Let the kids experience it. And by the way, save the popularity of A Life to Live and salvage some word of mouth. Show-to-show collaborations are rare and usually involve guests from other shows parachuting in and linking up slightly. The head of the planning team immediately clapped his hands when he heard this. Could be. He thought the offer was very good. Look at what the junior class in school is now getting screwed over by Lin Li. It has become an official environment of power struggle. Instead of spreading the positive energy, it publicized how to rebel and hook up in the workplace. He awkwardly fell silent. It wasn't that he didn't agree, but there was the uncertainty of Lin Li in it. The school organizes elementary school students to work in the farmland, aiming to cultivate their respect for labor, reverence for nature and practical skills through hands-on experience. It's positive energy. It's something to be publicized and learned from, and it would fit right in with Life Aspire. But, Lin Li, doesn't he know what Huang Lei is doing? After all, with Huang Lei recorded so many installments, usually everyone holds him, in the way of face as well as showbiz follow-up. But Lin Li, this little brat, he doubted that he'd be able to get on Huang Lei's bad side. There's a real chance that this little kid could put the last nail in the coffin of their program. Besides, Lin Li, with that old cadre demeanor, was sure that he was going to experience the hard work of the working people. Instead, Director Lin went to the countryside to inspect the agricultural situation. A picture gradually emerged in Awkward's mind. With a hand on his back, Lin Li directed Huang Lei to work in the field and pointed. He shook the image off with a quick shake of his head. The image was too beautiful for him to even continue to imagine. Alright, I'll go and communicate with the program team of the aspiring program. He awkwardly didn't refuse. To be honest, the Wayward Life is kind of what he has watched grow up step by step. And as a resident, he doesn't want the show to completely fall into the past tense. Now there is a rare opportunity to improve the reputation and share the traffic. How to try? Take a step back. Even if you do not find him, Lao Mozi directly go to the director of the program to the future Wang. People must directly agree. It's a splash of riches. At present, the internal entertainment, New Star Teen Class is considered to be the sole existence of the variety show. In 10 days, the ratings have already surpassed many variety shows. The number of people online, the number of broadcasts, those who are in their line of work are all envious. Aha! Old Mosey could guess what he awkward was worried about, smiled and said in relief, "This Linley kid has a sense of propriety. As long as you talk to Huang Lei about it when the time comes. Besides, didn't you promise Linley that you'd bring him to the variety show? And if this doesn't come, it's a promise fulfilled." "I know." He awkwardly nodded his head and thought about it. "I'll have to go talk to Mr. Huang about practicing my cooking skills for a while. These kids don't have much acting skills." Halfway through his sentence, he paused. "No, Linley has acting skills, but it's unknown if he can act. Don't worry about it. The program can be operated when it can't arrange a chef to go over and support the children. As long as the camera is not on the chef on the line." Lao Mosey laughed. "The program, the script way more than one. As long as the mind does not slip, there are always more ways than difficulties." Truthfully, he was also afraid that Linley would make a whole mess of things in the program. The images that Lost Ho thought of in his head, Lao Mosey also thought of them, and even thought of them more. Lao Mosey faced the head of the planning team and said, "When Mr. He sighed is done talking, you'll plan the show with yearnings planners and make a proposal out of it." "Understood," the planning team leader responded. "What about the time?" "About what time? Is there a definite one?" Lao Mosey looked up slightly at the sky. "In a couple days when it's not so hot." He awkward was always still worried in his heart. "Things still have to give," Linley said first. "Let him do not make a mess. Do not come to the time when the word of mouth did not get up. The program completely yellow." Chapter 107, I'll eat every grain of rice in the bowl. There were about 10 minutes left before the lunch break ended. He awkwardly has already called with the director of The Wayward Life, Wang. When Wang Guan heard that there was this good thing, he hurriedly agreed. What kind of person sends a fortune and doesn't take it? When you think of the yearning domestic unique program, this sunset, as the main director of his heart, do not mention how hard it is. Granted, a lot of money was made during the first few seasons of the show. But, who the hell cares about money? He briefly discusses with Hoang that there isn't necessarily enough time to start a new season. And besides, as a resident, Hoang now has a residency on Rising Stars Junior Class. It's a show that he's really resident on. So, it was decided to go ahead and have a special episode of Aspirations. Only one installment will be broadcast and we'll see what the response is. If it's well received, then when Rising Stars Junior Class ends, he awkward returns, reboots, and a whole other season comes out. At the moment, he awkwardly traveled to the junior class in his mind, kept recalling the last words he said when he hung up the phone with Director Wang. Linley from the junior class must come. I like this kid too much. Our program's survival depends on him. He awkwardly was slightly speechless at this. In the eyes of others, Linley is a kid who knows what he's doing, can do the whole job, and is the flavor of the month on variety shows. However, only those who had come into contact with Linley knew how much this little brat tossed people around. Since it's confirmed, he awkwardly thinks it's better to say hello to Linley alone in advance. Besides, Lao Mosey also gave him a task. Let Linley think of a sentence junior class enrollment slogan out. Why make Linley think? No other way, he's now the bully of the boys class. If the program group wants to slogan, or enrollment, according to Li Jianrun and their previous experience, at present, there is not much parents or children will come to participate. Of course, regular students would definitely come, being child stars and having exposure, but ordinary kids, like those neutrals in the current junior class, are completely ineffective. I can't say that in time. I'll become Linley's pony. There has to be some hard-hitting, show-stopping action that can fight Linley a little bit. So, they decided it was better for Linley to enroll directly in front of the program cameras, in a provocative way. Stir up those child kings with temper tantrums. The program is bound to not be able to invite enrollment in an overly aggressive way, but Linley can. Kids, it's natural to let small children step in. When he arrived at the junior class, he saw that basically no one was taking a lunch break, more or less in a circle, chatting away. Squad leader, come out here with me for a minute, he awkwardly shouted at Linley, who didn't know what he was talking about, from the classroom door. Coming. When Linley heard this, he immediately left Wang Tianyu and the others behind and walked towards the classroom door. Mr. What is it that you want to see me about? Before he awkwardly opened his mouth, Linley said with a slight reproach, Teacher pay attention next time. It's lunch break time, not working time. In the future, if you have something to do during working hours, come and find me. Are you trying to get knocked in the head? He awkwardly pretended to raise his hand and glared at him fiercely. See, now that he's in power, he's all ridden up. Before, there would have been a little respect. Now, it's a direct demand on myself. Hey, Mr. Don't bother with a kid, and you know you're a child. Do you even look like a child now? He awkwardly said without a good mood, gently shaking his head. I'm not going to bull you. I'll tell you something. You say, I'm going to take you on a variety show. Oh, Linley's eyes lit up at that. What's the situation today? In the morning Yang Mi said she wanted to take herself to the variety show. This noon he awkward wants to take herself. So, in the afternoon, are the others going to take themselves on? He awkwardly nodded his head. Well, aspiring life. You've heard of it. Isn't that cool? Linley looked at him suspiciously. Since he had a cell phone, he was also continuing to learn about the entertainment industry in this world as well as paying attention to it. The wayward journey. Cooler than the last one. What cool? Can you talk? He awkwardly heard this description and immediately became unhappy. An artist's favorite word to hear, you're on fire. Least favorite word to hear, you're cool. Variety ditto. I'm sorry mister. It's my poor choice of words. It's not cooled. It's puffed. Linley hastily corrected himself. Looks like you really want to taste my chestnut head. He awkwardly gritted his teeth in hatred, using words that were harder than one another. Take it easy, mister. Mostly, my language teacher didn't teach me well. As soon as Linley's words fell, he awkward's hand fell together. But, it missed. Linley had the sense of advancement to immediately dodge out of the way as he finished speaking. He's kind of gotten the hang of this whole thing about teachers hitting themselves in the head. What's the saying? If you eat a move for a long time, you will naturally develop a conditioned reflex to avoid it. Seeing that he awkward was about to make up a second strike, Linley immediately shouted with a straight face. Teacher when will you participate? What do I need to prepare? And how do I need to perform? Don't worry, I will never disgrace you and will definitely pass on the spirit of our junior class. He awkwardly felt that his blood pressure was a bit high, getting more and more subdued since joining this program. Technically speaking, after contacting Linley, think about how much he's been through in the hosting world, how many hard-to-reach, barbed people he's encountered, and he's been able to navigate them all. But, he's now frequently angry at someone with no hair on his head, trying to regulate his emotions. He mentally recited the self-mastery of the facilitator. A few moments later, he awkwardly revealed an affable smile. Linley, teacher told you that the program isn't confirmed right now, but it's definitely going to be on, and it's the whole class going together, so when the time comes, you're going to play your role as class president and manage the class, okay? At the moment, he was very calm and answered seriously. He had to finish this quickly and get out of there, afraid that if he stayed a second longer, he wouldn't be able to restrain his temper. The whole class? So many people? Linley was slightly startled. Yes. He awkwardly nodded calmly. Is Huang Lei attending too? I heard he's a terrible cook. He awkwardly grinned. So that's what I'm going to say to you. When the time comes, no matter how well Mr. Huang cooks, you can't say it's not good, okay? Oh, I understand. Take care of Mr. Huang's face, right? Linley nodded in understanding. Right. Don't worry about this, teacher. Linley patted his chest and assured. No matter how Mr. Huang's cooking is, as long as it's in my bowl I'll definitely eat it all. I was raised not to waste food, and I will eat every grain of rice in the bowl. Chapter 108. What? You guys are making me offend people? Listening to the words that were still quite educational, he awkward finally revealed a hint of a genuine smile. That's a good idea. Every grain is hard. You can remember what I say now when you get to the show. I remember. Don't worry about it. It's not just about not causing trouble for Mr. Huang. I understand. How could Linley not hear he awkward's meaning? But he awkward felt that Linley didn't understand. After all, in his eyes Linley was only an 8-year-old child even if he understood and was smart. So, he restated it carefully and thoughtfully. Tell him not to get into any funny business at that show and be a little more honest. Understood, Mr. I promise I won't mess around and add to the chaos of Aspire, and that I'll give the show a second spring. Trust me, Linley said with conviction. You better be telling the truth. Just put your mind at ease. He awkwardly looked at him carefully, seeing that he didn't have any intention of lying and fooling his expression. He nodded and said, then this topic is over for now. And there's a second thing. Mr. Ho, you say, aren't there only 28 people in the junior class now? Aha! Linley responded. Are there still too many people? Do you want me to help you eliminate a few more? The smile that had just surfaced in he awkward immediately froze. What's in this kid's head? No. He thought it would be better to talk to him directly about things, and after he finished hurrying away, his blood pressure seemed to rise a little more. What I'm saying, and again it's the show's intention, is that it's going to be enrollment, and I need you to step in and come up with an enrollment slogan out of it. After being messed up by you like this, junior class enrollment. He awkwardly paused and sighed slightly. It's become difficult. Ordinary kids definitely don't dare to come, whether it's provocation or not. In any case, this mission is yours. Understand? He awkwardly expressed Lao Mozi's meaning roughly, then turned to him and asked seriously, is it clear? Linley tugged at the corner of his mouth. You all want me to control enrollment, and you're asking me to be provocative? I'm a good boy. I can't say anything provocative. I always adhere to the principle that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them, and you guys are asking me to be the bad guy, but I can't do that. He thought about it for a moment and realized what was going on. Let yourself attract a few kids who can fight with you and give them a whole lot of showmanship. With Kenny Lee in this case, the average parent is bound to keep their kids out of it. But if one were to taunt and provoke with a condescending demeanor, one could not help but attract some heaven's pride who looked at him with displeasure. And when the kids get rowdy, the parents can't resist, so they can't say no to sending them in. No, you're not letting me offend people. It wasn't that Linley was afraid of those heaven's pride children. To get one thing straight, he's the protagonist template. What do you mean by protagonist template? It's just invincible in the same realm. It was to crush any heavenly pride. It's just that you can wave as much as you want and die any way you want, and you can't die in the end anyway. It's just that any close call, there's a big guy who comes to his rescue, so he's not afraid at all. Just don't want to help for nothing. He awkwardly said, I won't let you work for nothing. Director Zhang said that our program group just doesn't have any good slogans. Advertising slogans? If you can come up with one, I'll give you a commission. A good jingle, a good tagline, is worth a lot of money. A tagline can accurately communicate the core values and characteristics of a brand, resonating with consumers and getting their attention. So many companies, or programs, are very selective about their jingles. Some go to great lengths to have them written. Deal. 2 words that made he awkward wonder if he had heard wrong. Why are you suddenly so forthcoming? What did you just say? He awkwardly suspected that he had misheard. Linley, who had just been dead set against it, would actually agree so painfully. Mister, just watch. Soon your enrollment phone will be ringing off the hook. Get ready, Linley said confidently. Provoking wasn't easy. Stimulating wasn't easy. He could make people like he awkward gnash their teeth in anger, and it would be even easier to deal with small children. He awkwardly nodded slightly after making sure he hadn't heard wrong. Okay, just say it directly to the photographer when you've thought of it. Well, you guys really don't want to share the pot at all. After all, I'm the one who carries it all. Linley sighed and shook his head. He awkwardly completely ignored his expression and ignored it. Alright, go back to class. Wait, what was the commission again? Minimum $10 and we'll see how it works out in the end. Okay, Linley is not really familiar with the advertising slogan, and how to price it is not too clear. But think about it, they should not cheat me as a child. Back in the classroom, when Wang Tianyu and the others saw Linley return, they hurriedly surrounded him. Xia, she asked in a milky voice. Class president, what is Mr. He looking for you for? You guys wait first. Linley dealt with them, then called Guanxian and Lin and the other male students to the side, whispering a few words to them. As for why he didn't call Wang Tianyu Wang vice squad leader, it was because he had a muffled voice. Do you hear me? Squad leader, I hear you. Forrest said. Fine, follow me. Linley nodded in satisfaction. Afterwards, he walked towards the photographer in the last row to the puzzled stares of the others. Uncle, can you turn the camera on me for a moment? Linley said politely. Yes, the photographer was cool with it. After the first experience, he knew that Linley was going to mess up again. Soon, the live broadcast camera signal uniquely revealed the image of Linley. Hello everyone on the air. Once the words finished, the live broadcast of many netizens immediately sent pop-ups to give Linley response. Although I know that all Linley cannot see, but does not prevent them from unilateral interaction. Good day, Director Lin. Hello leader, Lin Hall. But transferring Linley's words caused the netizens who had just sent their pop-ups to freeze for a moment. I don't know if you guys are watching the show right now, but I'm sure you'll see it. I know a lot of you are actually disdainful of me and think I'm doing too much on the high road or a lot of things wrong. As soon as the netizens heard this, one by one, they understood. I'm sure it's not greeting us, so-called buddies. They're the same age. Harm. Does this make you feel like you've just been a little too enthusiastic and self-absorbed? But this emotion was immediately washed away by Linley's later words. There are now 8 enrollment slots in my junior class, so feel free to monitor and correct me, or overthrow me. At this time, Forrest spoke up. Don't say that, squad leader. Who has the ability to overthrow you? Yeah, you're the best and most capable class president in our hearts. Guanxian also spoke with his mouth open. Chapter 109, Teenage Stage. Come if you dare. Old Muji, who was following the movements of the junior class in the background, heard this and the corners of his mouth instantly tugged. Good boy. he awkwardly informed Lao Mozi after explaining to Linley. So he initially thought Linley would just say enrollment ads. But as things stand, this guy seems like they got Stone Forest to top the pot. We're not willing to go overboard with it. And he's cocky enough to just give the offense to his own minions? Use sure Linlin and Guanqian and the others as guns. Just looking at the current tempo, they had thought of that. Isn't this a double act? As expected, the picture of the situation behind them is just as they thought. In the junior class, Linley hurriedly stopped Sure Linlin and Guanqian. Don't say that. You too. Our great China is blessed with great people. Everyone is like a dragon, and geniuses are like cushions in a river. Surely there is someone who can surpass me as the class leader. I don't believe it. Guanqian immediately retorted. I don't believe it either. Zhang Yida echoed. Me too. Su Gaojie shouted. You guys shouldn't be so adoring of me. In fact, I have a lot of shortcomings. I believe that many of my little friends in Huaxia are capable of holding the position of junior class president, Linley said with feigned modesty. Sure Forest hastily shook his head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Although Wang Tianyu didn't know what the squad leader had told them, he came up. His voice was muffled and he couldn't speak well, but that didn't stop him from nodding his head in approval, nodding uncontrollably like a faceted bird off to the side. Xiaoxi and Song Yishui and the others likewise didn't know the specifics of the situation. Why the class president suddenly had to say this to the camera. But, it's okay. None of this matters. All they know is that it's all right to support the class president. Class president, don't be so modest. You are the best class president in our hearts. Xiaoxi said sweetly. Class president is the best. Song Yishui and Chang Yushui agreed in unison. Linley frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. You guys are like this. It will make the live feeds see the little ones afraid to come. The opportunity is for those who have the ability to perform. Sure Forest shouted. Don't say that, class president. You will always be our good class president. After saying this, he turned to look at the live camera. There must be someone who doesn't like our class president. Just come. There are 8 spots. He was very middle of the road and arrogantly uttered a sentence. That day my squad leader had his hands in his pockets and didn't know what it meant to be a rival. If you dare to come, you'll surely run away with your head just like Li Jianrun and the others. It was abrupt, middle of the road, and unlike anything a child could say. That's right, this was the sentence Linley had just taught him. With Linley's currently established persona, he couldn't be too arrogant and bossy. A good leader must be kind and approachable, humble and courteous, accepting criticism and correction from the masses. How can you do something that offends the people? So there was this. Offensive words. Linley had more than enough, but he couldn't say them, couldn't be this outlier. But your own subordinates can. This is the reason why the class leader enjoys the benefits and the subordinates carry the pot. Forest, don't say that. It'll make the little ones misunderstand. Forest raised an eyebrow and gently reprimanded. Sure Forest showed a look of knowing his mistake, but his mouth still bragged. Squad leader, I'm telling the truth. That's right, the sports commissioner is right. Tubqian also faced the camera at this time, shouting, there are still 8 spots left. Come on, let's see what you're really capable of. Junior stage, come if you dare. By the time he took the lead, Su Gaojie, Chang Junyu, and Zhang Yida all faced the camera and shouted in unison in an extremely arrogant manner. Junior grand stage, come if you dare. Said a few even danced their fists at the camera. Provocative look, too beat up. Lao Mozi in the backstage studio. He awkward in Deng Chao in the teacher's office. Although they are not in the same place, their movements are exactly the same. Raising his hand to cover his head helplessly, he was convinced that Linley was a brat. What a bit of pot calling the kettle black. Let him provoke to say over the top things and end up putting other students on. Pre-verbal. It's kid style. This little kid is just too refined. Tung Chao said extremely speechless. He awkwardly didn't say anything, just pursed his lips and laughed dryly. Linley, he's not willing to suffer at all. This group of kids from Stone Forest, really fooled by him. Yang Ni held her forehead and laughed bitterly. Just this little tactic, and let's not hold out for a kid who can show up to arm wrestle with him. There's no way there's one. Louis Fei slightly exaggerated said. These can be adult means. He is an 8-year-old child is used with ease. How could the other kids, who had to break a few plus a few on their fingers, beat him? But this junior class enrollment phrase is good. Junior big stage. Come if you dare. Ha ha. Deng Ziki laughed. A few others nodded. That's undeniable. Live in the booth. Are kids so arrogant nowadays? Who dares to come to this enrollment of yours? If you come you won't be bullied to death? Stone Forest the athletic commissioner I see is trying too hard to get ahead and blowing it out of proportion. Ha ha ha. If you guys said it normally, I wouldn't necessarily come, but if you guys say it like that, I can't even stand it at the senior college. Are all the junior class people this crazy? I don't know if my 252-month-old kid can participate. The arrogance of each and every one of the teenage class really made a group of netizens laugh and grit their teeth. I'm not afraid of children trick-or-treating, but I'm afraid of children who have no one in their sights. Though they were well aware that it wasn't addressed to them as adults, they couldn't help the arrogant little look that was so beaten up in each one of them. In the junior class, Lindley continued to be disgruntled. Lay low, don't scare the other little ones. He felt that it was almost time, although it was not his own provocation, but the task assigned by his superiors was considered to be accomplished. Uncle, well, go ahead and shoot the panorama. Trouble you, he said politely to the photographer. He then turned to Sher Lin and the others. All go back to the top of your seats. I'll give you all some good news. Oh, well, when Sher Forrest and the others heard this, they immediately put away their wild little expressions and hurriedly returned to their seats. Sitting quietly, Lindley walked to the podium, clearing his throat and then looking over at one of his well-behaved classmates. He spoke aloud. Between my extremely good performance and managing the class well, Mr. Ho is planning to take me on a solo vacation for fun. But then, I feel that the reason why the class is so harmonious and united is due to the support and joint efforts of every student here. And I, as class president, must not be the sole recipient of this honor. That's why I suggested to Mr. Ho that he take us all on a tour. Chapter 110 Xiaoxi, Dad, that one is my future husband then. He awkward in the office let out a deep breath and closed his eyes. He felt completely speechless by this little brat. Use things or objects that you give, say they are his, and use them in his name to gain favor and support from your classmates. Yang Mi's few people had been stunned by this series of Lindley's operations. These are tactics that they have used in secret and have been set up in the same way. But I didn't think that a little kid would actually use it on. Deng Chao raised his hand, gestured a 6, and swung, 666. Then he said, Mr. He, I think, in the future, if there's anything, let's just announce it inside the class. What do you think? Definitely, in the future, no matter what, announce it directly in class. Unless you look for Lindley alone. Lu Yifei nodded in agreement. Agreed. Tang Ziki gently raised his hand. I can kind of see. He eats everything, just not a little loss. Anything he wants to put the benefits to maximize. I have to say, this little kid, he plays a real 6. Tang Chao shook his head and laughed. He awkward, who was slowing down, looked at them with lifeless eyes and said, I'm already starting to worry about aspirations. I don't know what's going on. In the junior class, when the students heard Lindley's words, they immediately became excited one by one, their eyes of varying sizes glowing with starlight. Thank you, squad leader. Wow, you're great, squad leader. People are naturally playful, adults and children alike. When they heard that this was a good thing, they rejoiced. So touched, class president actually had to bring himself along. Obviously he could have left it out. Su Gaojie said cheerfully. When and where is the class president going? Chung Yushui asked excitedly. Lindley looked at the jubilant children who were revealing their gratitude to him and said indifferently, the exact place hasn't been determined yet, but everyone can rest assured that I'll make sure that no one will be left behind. Thank you, class president. Class president, you're so nice. Xiaoxi sweetly thanked. Okay, announcements are over. Class is about to start. So listen well, don't desert, and if anyone misbehaves, I have the same right not to take them. Lindley said fervently, his rights held in place. Be sure to listen carefully. The students assured one another. What kid doesn't love to play? As soon as he says he'll take him to play later, he's absolutely dying to be honest and obedient before he does. Lindley left the podium and returned to his seat after he finished speaking. Afternoon classes were one art class, one computer class, and one gym class. In art class, Lu Yifei led her classmates to draw the simplest flowers, sun, grass. In computer class, Deng Chao teaches power on, power off, mouse, keyboard. That being said, some of the students have played 6 more of these basic operations than Deng Chao. Gym class. It's still radio calisthenics. Time passes in an instant. Come to the end of the school day. The first grade is dismissed earlier than the upper grades, and at the entrance of the school gate the first grade pupils are delivered to their parents in turn under the leadership of the teachers of each class. Lindley stood in line and was in no hurry to leave. Nowadays he is also transported and treated as a leader, and he doesn't have to squeeze the bus every day. Creak. Did you miss Daddy? Dad. Xiaoxi saw her dad, whom she hadn't seen in a while, come to pick her up and hurriedly jogged over. Baby girl. Xia Lisheng opened his hands to embrace Xiaoxi, lifting him up high, and then propped him up in his arms, his left hand unable to stop dotingly stroking Xiaoxi's small head. The creek is getting prettier and prettier. The more my father looked at his little cotton jacket, the more he liked it. Daddy, I miss you so much. Oh, Xiaoxi's head snuggled into Xia Lisheng's shoulder, softly saying, Daddy misses you too. Xia Lisheng smiled and said softly, I watched the replay of your performance in the program. Xiao Shi, my baby did really well. He, that's for sure. I'm very smart. Xia Shi showed her proud little tiger teeth with a tigerish little face. Seeing his daughter's adorable strength, Xia Lixing gently pinched her little face. See how proud you are. Then he tilted his head and looked towards the school entrance to go. That's Linley, your class president. Right. The tone was no longer as doting and gentle as when he spoke to Xia Shi, and it slightly carried a hint of raw coldness. His eyes had changed from being kind and friendly to glowing with a cold light. Xia Shi didn't notice the change in her dad and twisted her head to look at the school entrance. Yes, that's him. He said he wants to marry you when he grows up? Charleston's eyes gradually narrowed. His wife, Shin Yutong, had already told him. Said a little kid named Linley in the junior class has set his sights on his baby girl. This hearing, every day. I look forward to returning home. No, as soon as I got off the plane, I didn't even reverse the jet lag, didn't rest, and immediately came to pick up my daughter from school. Aha. Natsuki nodded. At this time, the Audi A6 that had come to pick up director Lin and Dasha Wang had already arrived. The driver, Uncle Zhang, opened the car door and bowed to greet him. Linley and Wang Tianyu walked towards the Audi one after the other, and suddenly, he felt a murderous spirit. It's thick. Linley was slightly startled, raising his eyes to look at the source of the killing aura. Seeing a quite handsome and tall-looking man holding Xia Shi was staring at him. Old Den? Linley frowned slightly. This killing aura. It wasn't like hearing Xia Shi say that his father was in the arts and didn't feel a bit artistic. Instead, it's kind of like being a sniper. He didn't think much of it, just as long as it wasn't an assassin. Then he smiled and waved at Xia Shi. Xiaoxi, 88, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, class president. Xia Shi heard Linley greet him and hurriedly shouted with a pleasant wave of his little hand as well. Xia Lishang's brows kept knitting up. This kid, it seemed like he was provoking himself? Mother-in-law is looking at her son-in-law more and more favorably. The old man sees his son-in-law as a problem everywhere. No, a very simple greeting turned into a provocation in his eyes. Linley's figure drilled into the car and disappeared into Xia Lishang's eyes, and he withdrew his gaze. Immediately it was replaced with a doting smile again. Xiao Shi, what do you want to eat? Daddy will take you to a big meal. Instead of answering that, Xia Shi asked, Daddy, did you bring me a present? Yes, your mom went home first and brought it home. How many are there? And are there any particularly fun ones I'd like to give to the class president? Xia Lishang's smile froze. Would you be unhappy if Dad said, don't give it to him? Xia Shi looked at her dad with wide eyes and said crisply, it will. Okay. An old father's heart, gently broken. Xia Lishang couldn't stop sighing in his heart. His own little cotton jacket. It seems to be leaking. For this Linley, when he learned that he was going to abduct his daughter, he read all the Linley reports. To summarize in 5 words, not a nice guy. Chapter 111, King's All-Star Game. Red political energy. He awkwardly watched Linley follow Wang Tianyu away in the Audi at the school entrance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He saw at once the purpose of that Audi's role. In the end, it's the president who has been paving the way for his son since he was a kid, and has started to please an 8-year-old brat for the sake of his son's future. Linley, the little brat, had also gotten better, and with his broken mouth, he had climbed hard into the Wang Tianyu family. When the children were all safely picked up by their parents, the awkward's task for the day was officially completed. Lift your feet and head for the studio to carry out the follow-up program team meeting. Time turns. Come Saturday, September 13th, the second week of the school year arrived on a double holiday. Linley woke up at home and tidied up a little, then got into the nanny car sent by Yang Mi and traveled with him to Magic City to participate in the King's Glory All-Star Tournament. It's your first time in Mordor, isn't it? Inside the car Yang Mi was wearing white loose short sleeves and a simple long skirt, elegantly sitting on the car seat with a sideways smile and asked Linley. Pretty much. Linley replied indifferently. What do you mean almost? If you've been there, you've been there. If you haven't been there, you haven't been there. How can you say almost? I often go to Magic City in my dreams, so I've sort of been there, but I've never been there in real life, so I can't really answer whether I've been there or not, Linley said with unusual sincerity. Yang Mi rolled her eyes at him. Just such a simple question. He can also mess with his brain. Is it so difficult to communicate? The process is generally understood tonight. Leaving aside the topic of earlier, Yang Mi said seriously, after school on Friday yesterday, she gave Linley the process of the event and briefly explained it so that he could be prepared. I know, isn't it just a 2 out of 3, BO3, system? I'm just going to go on stage and take you guys to win too, and there's nothing for me to do behind me? Good to know. Win prettier, and my sister will treat you to a big dinner tonight. There were no outsiders at the moment, and under that first cry of sis, Yang Mi had already substituted herself into Linley's sister mode. Sister, to be honest, it's quite difficult. After you told me about the opposite lineup, I can only say that losing isn't that ugly. Linley is not at all confident in his lineup picks. Don't look at the fact that he has all of King's Honor's talents in the system point full. But King's Pride is not a one-man game. It's a group game where 5 people fight as a team. How do you play 2 vegetables on one team? Shintang not to mention, purely to make up the numbers. Edward Louis, who used to be quite a bit stronger, has become abstract. As for Yang Mi, barely. It's one of the better types of play among players. And the only one on the team that's a pro is still a pro support player. The opposing lineup is 1 star, 2 anchors, and 2 pros. Hu Xia, Bei Mu, Zhang Dexian in 2 careers. The 2 careers are still the leading singles and leading top singles of each team. Putting aside Zhang Daxian and Hu Xia, with 2 professional lineups and a peak number 1 regular, Linley felt that their lineup was just hilarious to say the least. You wimped out? Yang Mi was dissatisfied with this answer. Even though it's a recreational competition, she's still a strong character and doesn't want to lose. If you replace Shintang and Lu Dehua with one that's slightly more powerful, I guarantee I'll be able to take it flying. Linley's small brows furrowed lightly. It was supposed to be 2 pros on my side. Yeah, no, it's good that you know that, so that means you have to play well, and you can at least win me 1 game out of 3. Yang Mi actually believed in Linley's gaming level. After all, she had seen him play the game with her own eyes. That little finger. A thief. Awareness is also fantastic, and in her eyes no less than a pro. Suddenly, she continued, do you know anything else besides Li Bai and Han Xin? I'm afraid they're targeting you. Cut. My hero pool, the bottom of the deep. Let's put it this way, the King's Honor currently any hero, in addition to Yao and a small number of hybrid heroes, other than the single role I can play on the national service. Linley said proudly, isn't the game the easiest for a hung dog? Blow at you. In Yang Mi's ears, it was obvious that the bragging component was relatively large. You'd better worrying about Shintang. Have you practiced any other heroes? I'm afraid that if his Angela is being banned, he'll really become a poser. Yang Mi said, don't worry about that. The officials have gotten someone to say it privately, and the competition won't purposely try to ban his anchor. And Lubu won't be banned. The version of the vulnerable heroes, and besides, Lu Dehua will be quite a lot. That'll do. Even though neither Angela nor Lubu were forbidden, Linley still didn't have a bottom in his heart. The character lineup is just like that. A normal King's game, a tow of 3, a fight of 5, and those who have the strength to do so basically don't have any problems. But once there are professional players, famous anchors to participate in the battle, it is not so easy to say. Linley and Yang Mi arrived at Mordor in the morning. After all, Yongchang and Mordor were close to each other, and it would not take more than a few hours once the cross-sea bridge was up. As soon as they arrived in Magic City, Yang Mi first took Linley back to her mansion in Magic City. Once they entered the house, Linley's first reaction at the time was that being a star was really lucrative, and that he had to fix the entertainment industry in the future. After lunch and a short nap at Young Mi's house, her exclusive makeup team came to her house. Honey, boss. Upon entering, the makeup artist and assistant, among others, called out cordially, come in. The group changed their shoes and walked into the living room, and the first thing they saw was Linley, who was on the sofa in his school uniform, holding his cell phone and seriously not knowing what he was reading. Hello Lin Hall, Assistant Xiaoting greeted enthusiastically. Linley took his gaze away from his cell phone and looked at the pile of people at the door. Hello comrades, make yourselves comfortable. I'm entertaining you when I'm done with this. Xiaoting and the group of makeup artists froze. How did that sound? How did it feel? As if they had come to not Yang Mi's house? Yang Mi guffawed. Don't mind him, that's just the way he is. Famous as you are, you can indeed pretend. Xiaoting's eyes curved into a crescent moon-shaped smile. Sister honey, what is the little cadre looking at? Looking so mesmerized? Makeup artist Ling Ling asked curiously. Ideological education. Red Pulpit, Huaxia Youth Daily. Yang Mi exhaled a breath and reported the software apps in Linley's cell phone in rapid succession. She also unintentionally saw a bunch of apps in Linley's phone today. 1 page of apps, clear red software. She was really stunned at the time. At that time, she also asked, you're downloading so much software, can you read it? Linley said, understanding is secondary. The main thing is to absorb the political energy inside. Chapter 112, Showbiz Before Adulthood, Benefiting the People After Adulthood. Late afternoon. Yang Mi and Linley had arrived at the site where the event was being held, and were currently in the restroom that the officials had specially arranged for her. Yang Mi was wearing a black dull lace-trimmed dress at the moment, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, a world away from the plainly dressed female teacher she was at school. Linley had also changed into a fashionable children's outfit, a white printed t-shirt and black casual pants, wearing the AJs that had been specially bought for him. as arranged by Yang Mi. Her hair was also well groomed by her makeup artist, with slightly curled bangs in front of her forehead. Yang Mi elegantly sat on the sofa, looking at Linley, who was brushing Jae-in at the side, and the more she looked at him, the more she found this little brat easy on the eyes. With this simple dress-up face value, when he grows up, he will definitely be a little fresh meat. It's a pity that he doesn't enter the entertainment industry. Linley, what's wrong? Linley looked sideways at her, revealing a puzzled expression. How's the decision on your provider coming along? When Linley heard it, it was this problem again, and the phone was also locked screen placed aside. These days he's already determined where his future belongs. The street office had also approached Linley individually the day before Thursday, informing him that there were many families willing to raise him, but Linley rejected it outright. They raised themselves because of what? He doesn't know? You want to retire them yourself. Linley could only politely decline this. Sis, forget about raising. I have no intention of letting anyone raise me. Yang Mi frowned. So you're going into an orphanage? No, I'm going to get a guardian. I can make my own money. I don't need to be supported. Linley had also been learning about the relevant laws over the past 2 days. It was eventually decided to go to a guardian rather than a custodian. There is quite a difference between the two. One of the articles, the guardianship relationship may be terminated when the person under guardianship reaches the legal age or regains his/her civil capacity. Linley felt that this one was the most suitable for him. Guardian? Yang Mi's lips flicked up to repeat those 3 words. Right. Linley nodded. Yang Mi understood Linley's thought concerns after a slight pondering. You're thinking ahead. Linley smiled. It's also for your own future consideration. Okay, so has the guardian been determined yet? And who is he looking for? There. Linley lightly spat out 2 words. To him, it's just guardianship anyway. It's the same for whoever guards it. When something happens, the guardian steps in for a bit. When it's fine, each goes his own way. You also don't have to move into someone's home or deal with an unfamiliar home environment. Who? Yang Mi asked. Whether it was a provider or a guardian, it didn't matter to her. Just get in touch with this little brat Linley more often and get closer. You, right. Linley paused slightly. Who let you be the first to take me on a variety show? Yang Mi did not rejoice. Her eyes narrowed slightly. This attitude of yours, it feels a bit far-fetched? You heard me? Linley grinned, a look of indebtedness. I really want to slap you now, Yang Mi said in an uncharacteristic manner, feigning the motion of raising her hand to look at his head. If you're really going to slap me, then I'm going to have to think about changing. After all, I'm not short of guardians at all. Linley's words caused Yang Mi's movements to stop in midair, and she glared at Linley, pretending to be angry as she withdrew her hand. But the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise in an arc. You little slicker, you've even learned to threaten me? Yang Mi laughed and scolded, but there was no real dissatisfaction in her tone. Since it's confirmed, I'll go through the formalities on a weekday. Well, it can be At that time remember to go to Lu Tianwang's side to help me to sign the contract on behalf of me. $500,000 it. I know. I'll get you a bank card in the back. Linley nodded as he heard. One of the reasons why he had chosen Yang Mi was because she was from the entertainment industry. Celebrities are too lucrative and likewise have some exposure. Whether it's harvesting emotional value or making money, Yang Mi is the most compatible candidate. After all, she was the gatekeeper of some film contracts that would not be harsh on him and deliberately bully him into being a child. Until he was 18, he was still mainly in the entertainment industry, but as an adult, he started taking public examinations to benefit the people inside the arena at this time. Invited guests, as well as the audience, entered one by one. At the entrance to the check-in lane, a couple of the girls really caught the eye of most of the male audience. If Linley were here, he could barely recognize a few of them. The 4 girls were one of the gold masters that Linley's King's Honor had gotten. Zhang Rui, Tong Rannan, Li Qiuling, and Chen Yuqian of the Magic City Drama Academy. The faces of the 4 are basically the same as their avatars in general. The internet has pics, reality has fine makeup, all looking at us. Li Qiuling whispered and proudly said to Zhang Rui, it should be looking at you. After all, you're wearing the least. Chen Yuqian teased. Li Qiuling straightened her waist, revealing her proud curves. If you have a good figure, you naturally have to show it. Don't be a stinker. It's our turn. Zhang Rui smiled lightly. Yang Mi is here today too, hoping to see us and sign us into the company. It's for this that I came, Tong Rannan said. I've heard that Sister Honey and her company have a rule that female artists who don't go to a company alcohol are guaranteed entry into her company. Inside, sisters. Once the 4 of them entered the interior of the arena together, they found their seats by following the seat numbers on their tickets. They were in the 3rd row. After taking their seats, several people coincidentally turned on their cell phones and started taking selfies, or taking pictures of the arena and sending them to their friends. At this time, Tong Rennan asked Zhang Rui. By the way, do you still have contact with that wild king? As soon as she heard this, Zhang Rui immediately puffed up her face and said angrily, "Scummy, what's the connection? I haven't played a game with him for a few days, and he hasn't even been on his game. Yo, why are you so resentful? It's just a netizen." Li Qiuling joked. "He cheated me out of money." Rui, I have to correct that. He didn't cheat you out of your money. After all, you had a good time, didn't you? Zhang Rui sniffed in shame and wrung Li Qiuling's thigh lightly. "What kind of car are you driving? Gu, you're the one who got it wrong. I'm talking about the fun of scoring points in the game. Look at you now, you're provincial Luna and Chang'e too." Tong Rennan nodded. "It's your own poor choice of words. You should have said cheating on your feelings." "Ha ha, Che." Zhang Rui bristled. "Where are the feelings?" Chen Yuqian said. "Alright, don't talk about that wild king. There will be so many professional players on the scene later. It's not enough for you to see. Which one is not better than you? Wild king? By the way, yesterday when I approached my senior brother who works at the program and asked for a shot for us, I heard something." At this time, Li Qiuling said. "What?" "He said that Honey hired an expert to play an exhibition match today and squeezed out a pro." Chapter 113 Donkey's Shock. 8-year-old master? An expert? Tong Rennan's few people froze. What kind of expert? There are more than professional players? Zhang Rui was puzzled. Li Qiuling shook her head. "I don't know. Anyway, at that time I heard that it was strongly recommended by Sister Honey." "Hey, it can't be an artist from Sister Honey's company, pulling in to increase exposure?" Chen Yuqian couldn't help but speculate. There is still a larger group of King's Honor, with the largest percentage of young fans. New artists. Young artists are naturally the first to break into these types of circles to suck up fans as a result. Ginger Rui and the others nodded. Thinking about it that way, if it's an entertainer, squeezing out the pros is obviously intended to be a program effect. Tong Rennan said. Definitely if for the sake of winning, surely kick out LV De Hua. A rookie. Shintang is a rookie but an entertainer. And Yang Mi doesn't have so much energy to squeeze people. Chen Yuqian analyzed a small wave. Then I instantly don't have much interest in tonight's exhibition match. Ginger Rui was slightly disappointed. I still like watching normal competition. It's exciting. Hey, I didn't have anything to do with the competition in the first place, and I came over here to show my face to attract the entertainment company's attention. Li Qiuling said. It starts in about 10 minutes. Ginger Rui mumbled as she looked down at her cell phone. Backstage artist lounge. Several people from Yang Mi's team had arrived. At this moment, apart from Shintang, LV De Hua and the professional players froze for the rest of their lives as they looked at Linley, who was drinking milk tea and eating snacks. MS. Yang Mi, is this the master you were talking about? Edward Louis stared in disbelief. As soon as a few of them came in, Yang Mi introduced Linley to them. Of course, now Linley doesn't need to be introduced by Yang Mi. The popularity is still a little bit. Anyone who has brushed Shake It basically knows him. Yeah, Yang Mi smiled gently. He's great. How powerful can a little kid be? Lu Dehua looked at Linley who was simply ignoring him. There really were elementary school students within the ranks. He had heard a lot about Lin Hall's great name lately, but he just didn't expect to actually see it in person today, or in the form of a teammate. Linley raised his eyes slightly and glanced at Edward Liu, saying in dissatisfaction, "Comrade, watch your wording." After saying this, he then shivered down his milk tea and held his phone to absorb the political energy. "Mimi, you're not kidding." Shintang couldn't help but shake his head. "Even though we're just here to make up the numbers, but you're pulling a better mixer than me." Yisheng didn't say anything, but his eye expression was exactly the same as Edward Liu's. Performance match? It's really becoming an exhibition match. Yang Mi didn't directly tell them Linley's game ID. Instead she sold the story. Don't underestimate him. He's powerful. Shintang pulled the corner of his mouth and joked. "I don't see whether it's awesome or not, but I can feel the Hall chi. Ha ha, that's the way he is." Yang Mi let out a light laugh, thinking in her heart, should she tell Shintang that this kid is going to take the public examination in the future and is aiming for the radio and television? I wonder what his reaction will be. Mr. Young Mi, does he position play the field? Professional player Yisheng had already accepted Linley on the same team as them, so what could they do if they didn't? Well, he just plays the field. So what does he know? I'll see what subs I pick to go with him then. Yisheng had just finished his question, and before Young Mi could speak, Linley raised his head again. I'm good at any kind of fielding, so feel free to take whatever you want, and when the time comes, you can just main protect the shooter. They didn't listen to the latter part of the sentence, but the first part of the sentence. Bragging? You don't pay taxes for bragging, do you? You're a little kid who can field anything. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Kid, didn't your adults teach you that kids shouldn't brag? Lu Dehua snickered. Linley looked at him and said seriously, You take care of yourself later. There's no sniper boy today. When Edward Louis heard this, his eyebrows instantly raised. Hey kid, aren't you sniper boy? No more nonsense with you. Linley didn't bother with him, and was again looking down and shivering milk tea to himself. Yang Mi laughed. Don't get on his bad side. But I'm serious. He's really good. Edward Louis bristled. I really don't see it. Yisho chimed in. Neither did I. Shintang said. Whether it's powerful or not. Anyway, with me, Angela, I can basically win. But without, even if it's powerful, it'll still lose. Ha ha. He was ready to lay down, and didn't really have any hope at all of winning. Of course, even the original Double Pro had just as little hope of winning as he did, because he was self-aware of himself, and he wasn't particularly attached to winning or losing. The main one is heavy on participation. Yang Mi is not going to sell the story at this moment, otherwise I feel that it is a bit demoralizing. So, she smiled and said, his game ID, I guess you two must have heard of it besides Tang. She used the word sure, not likely. This ID, although the heat has dropped during this period of time, is still due to the fact that Linley has not been online to fight at all. At the time, it was unknown in the Circle of Kings. A few days to rush to the top 10 at the top, and top 10 with 2 weak heroes. Although there were also those in the circle who had used these 2 heroes in the top 10 and were number 1. In terms of individual win rates, they were definitely not as high as Linley's. What's his ID name? Ludwig and Ishin got curious instead. Lin Shensealy. Yang Mi gently spat out 4 words. What is it? Ha, a few of them, except for Shintang. Lu Dehua and Yixing immediately stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths agape. They looked carefully at Yang Mi, and after making sure they hadn't misheard, they again looked at Linley, who was shivering milk tea. Forest Deep Sea Re? Is that the super high win rate by Han Xian from a few days ago? Is it this little kid? Are you kidding? The two of them couldn't stop talking to themselves in disbelief. The news certainly sent shockwaves through their hearts for both of them. In their anchor circle, in their professional player circle, in the beginning for Lin Shenmulai but excessive discussion and research. The anchor circle thought that this person must be a trumpet of some profession, or a distinguished master within the youth training team. The pro circles, on the other hand, thought it was some up-and-comer that their team's head coach was interested in trying to sucker into his team. Their two circles share the point of view that at least it's a 15-plus-year-old gifted kid. But, today Yang Mi told them that this supermaster is a small child, or an 8-year-old in elementary school. Yang Mi was extremely satisfied with the expressions of the two of them, just as she had been when she had first met Linley as Lin Shen Metli. Exactly the same. Of course, one has to be a little more steady and reserved than they are. When Shintang saw the two of them, he asked blankly, Lin Shensealy? Is it very powerful? Chapter 114, I'm not here to give a speech. I'm here to save the day. His expression was in stark contrast to the two Ludwigs. At this time, Linley raised his head slightly and said to Yang Mi's dissatisfaction, Sister Mi, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. Yang Mi couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Linley's serious demeanor. The little brat could indeed pretend. She also ignored the fact that Linley was facing LV Dehua and the others, nodding her head in affirmation. He is indeed Lin Shenmianli, as fake as he is. So, do you all still have any doubts about his strength now? Ludwig and Yixing were in continuous shock. Truly this news is amazing. But they wouldn't have been so if they had said that the Linley in front of them was a king of glory, or a peak top 100, or, for that matter, that Lin Shenweili was a 15 to 16-year-old teenager. But, an 8-year-old peak top 10? They gradually became convinced in their hearts, because Yang Mi could not have lied to him. Shintang looked at their expressions but his curiosity was hooked. Mimi, Lin Shenmulai is he? What do you mean? Is it great? Tang, you don't know the game, but you can tell by looking at their faces. Ha, we'll play well tonight and win. Yang Mi did not explain too much to him because, after explaining it to Shintang, he might not be able to fully understand the gold content of Lin Shenmulai. Let's just say it's a must-win tonight. After a long time, Lu Dehua absorbed the news thoroughly and hurriedly went up to Linley. Kid, how old were you when you started playing the game? Linley didn't ignore him, and his gaze lifted. It started on September 1st, I think. As soon as he heard this, Edward Lu's eyes began to dilate again. What year? This year. Donkey NN. He verbalized offhandedly. Linley immediately frowned and reprimanded. This little comrade of yours, full of foul language, will bring me down. To change no. Edward Louis didn't even listen to the words, and his mind continued to be pounded by the words, September 1st of this year. What a genius. That's ing genius. Kazushige's head had gone numb as well. He was eager to be the first to tell the news to his team members and coaches. The painstakingly searched for fielder is just around the corner, and a ing 8-year-old kid. Yang Mi spoke up at this time. Okay, don't be surprised. It's starting. At the moment a live scene began to play on a screen in the middle of the lounge. The all-star game process is simple. In addition to the exhibition matches, there are also the awards for the pros and the entertainers' singing performances. There is no doubt that the singer for this program is Huxia. After all, of the 3 artists, he was the only one who was a serious singer. Scene. The host and commentator, Li Jiao, came on stage and hosted with great enthusiasm. Good evening, summoners, and welcome to King's Honor's annual All-Star Award ceremony. The summer season is over. The program is still live. Currently competitions and awards like those in the gaming world are basically done via live streaming. Likewise, many King anchors are linking the program to put it in their live rooms. Pop-ups were flying in all the live streams. With an award, and a stage show over, go to the showdown. We have a lot of artists in the King's Circle who also play, as you may know. As soon as these words came out, Yang Mi's fans at the scene started chanting her name in unison. So today our entertainers will each lead their teams in a unique exhibition match, providing a feast for both the eyes and the action. Li Jiao's voice was full of passion, as if it could ignite the entire venue. The atmosphere at the scene instantly boiled over, and the fluorescent sticks in their hands waved into a sea of brilliance. First we invite the team led by Huxia to take the stage. Under his presidency, Huxia led Beimu, Zhang Dexian and the others onto the stage in turn. Miss Manners handed a microphone to Huxia. Li Jiao asked, "We can see that Huxia is prepared today." Invited Beimu, Zhang Daxian #1 player to help. "Huxia, I often 5-row with Mimi, and I know she plays very well and puts a lot of pressure on me. So I specifically invited a few gods to pressure me." Brief player introductions, and commercial blow-by-blow afterward. Li Jiao started to invite the Yang Mi team to the stage. Under the intersection of spotlights, Yang Mi entered the stage with Lin Li and Shin Tang, Honey, Tug, Donkey, as they appeared one by one. Fans from all over the scene chanted their names in unison and affectionately. But, upon seeing Lin Li, who was several heads shorter than the others in the group, appear, there was a pause in the crowd's clamor, followed by Lin Hall, good squad leader of the people. I actually saw a living forest hall. They didn't wonder why Lin Li had appeared over here first, but instead called out his name first. As I said, the King's group is generally young, and the most players are college students, high school students. Like Lin Li's impassioned speech on the podium at the beginning, which sentence is not speaking into their hearts. Therefore, Lin Li's popularity was currently much higher than Yang Mi's and theirs. After all, he was beloved by his students. In the major live broadcasts, it is also the first wave of Lin Hall-related pop-ups, but immediately after the question mark began to rise in all directions. Lin Hall plays games too? What's Lin Hall doing on stage? To be the mascot? Raise the political morale of the young honey team? No. Morale? Isn't this a loss? A situation where it's 4 against 5? The matchup appears elementary. Real elementary. The audience also began to gradually talk to each other and ask each other about their doubts, feeling surprised and confused by Lin Li's appearance. Stage. Li Jiao first interacted briefly with Yang Mi and Shin Tang. He then changed the subject and joked at Lin Li. "Yeah, I was never expecting to see little friend Lin Li on an esports stage. You're here to give a speech today too, huh?" Oh, Yang Mi had wanted to pass the microphone to Lin Li, but once she heard this sentence after Li Jiao, she gave a slight start. What's the point of bringing up speeches when there's nothing to bring up? Don't you know this kid's favorite thing is to give speeches? Should I give him the mic or not? But while she was hesitating, Shin Tang had already passed the microphone to Lin Li. Lin Li's face was unsmiling and calm, and he said without the slightest bit of stage fright, "Good evening, comrades who will be taking over soon, and those who have already taken over." He didn't open his mouth to educate and speak at length, as Yang Mi had thought, and greeted him very simply. This made Yang Mi slightly as relaxed. She was genuinely afraid that the kid would get the microphone and open up to represent first the organizers and then all the people of. Luckily, the boy still pays attention to the occasion. "I'm not here to give a speech today. I'm here to save the day." Chapter 115, Bragging? Isn't this just a matter of having hands? 2 words, save the day. It was a moment that made Yang Mi's heart begin to clench. I wasn't planning on coming, but as you all know, Yang Mi is my teacher and she needs me to help her win this tournament. You all know what kind of person I am. She is not only a teacher, but also the people, and the people need me, so how can I stand by and do nothing? After Lin Li finished saying this, he put down the microphone and looked at the audience on stage with a rigid, impartial face. Yang Mi couldn't feel the black lines skimming down the back of her head. It feels like this string of black lines is turning into a barcode, and the audience burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Laughter abounds in the arena. The same was true for Zhang Rui and the others in the third row of the audience. Ha ha. Lin Hall is too funny. Sister Honey is probably embarrassed. Zhang Rui laughed. Li Qiuling said, Lin Hall is still adorable. He's literally able to make me laugh out loud at any occasion with a goose. Goose goose goose. That said, Lin Hall without a school uniform is still quite handsome. Tong Renan's beautiful eyes frequently flashed with appreciative approval. Sister Honey dressed him up well. A team of professional makeup artists. Zhang Ruwei said. But I think Sister Honey clothes for him arranged wrong. Should give him an executive jacket. Yeah, that makes a great image. Chen Yuqian automatically switched Linley's clothes out in her mind. At first they thought the person Yang Mi brought was a newly signed artist, but seeing Linley immediately removed all thoughts from his brain. It didn't matter anymore. Not even how good Linley was at playing the game. Stage. The crowd of contestants and Shintang and the hosts were all amused by Linley. Shintang couldn't help but look at Linley a few more times. This kid was perfect for the big screen. No stage fright. Open mouth and fun. The host opened his mouth and said in mock surprise, "Oh, did I hear you right? Sister Honey asked you to save the day?" Linley said, "Yes, you know how much of a novice Ms. Yang is at playing games. How can she win if I don't step in when facing such a strong opponent?" He sighed in a more old-fashioned manner, then swept his gaze over Shintang and Lu Dehua. The eyes were extremely thoughtful. Shim Tung. He took back what he'd just thought. This kid was so not cute. Lu Dehua smiled sarcastically. If he hadn't already known Linley's identity, now he would have to dislike him back in the end. What do you mean by that look? What are you looking at me for? Mizuna Yang? Ha ha. Lin Hall's taunting attribute is pulled full. One word, one look, and a direct statement about the other three on their team. Thought it was an esports game, but it turned into a funny variety show. Laughed me to death. Not Lin Hall. You taunted Yang Mi and Shintang even if it's not enough. You also taunted the donkey. The donkey at least used to be a national service Lubu, although the level has slipped lately, but then again, it's still more powerful than Shintang. Lin Hall, I hope you'll be able to play a bright operation later, or else this comment will now slap yourself in the face like a boomerang. Say, when did donkeys get so good-tempered that they shouldn't dislike them? The occasion isn't right. Besides it's the person Yang Mi brought. We have to give Yang Mi face. The pop-ups flew up in the live stream, and it wasn't even the start of the game yet, and the laughs were coming one after the other. It's just not the exciting intense interest of esports. On stage, young Mimi felt she had to speak up to stop the host. Otherwise, at this pace, one's face will have no place to put it at all And so, she gave Li Jiao a look as she lifted the microphone. Linley does play the game very well. He's but a secret weapon I've specially hired. Li Jiao noticed and nodded without moving. Although he still wanted to continue to pull some strings and fish around with Linley. After all, this kid was so hot right now. And besides, he was always talking out of his ass, trying to stir up the scene with this. However, when he saw Yang Mi's eyes, he immediately stopped his mouth, and his gaze and topic connected to Yang Mi's channel, getting to the point. Oh, a secret weapon? So then Linley's little friend is very good at playing games? He then took a step forward and looked at the 5 members of Yang Mi's team. Let me guess. Yisheng is definitely the support. Dehua is against the road. Tang is the center single unsurprisingly, and Honey should be in the shooter position. In other words, Linley's little friend is playing the field? Yang Mi nodded. Yeah, he's the fielding position on our team. Wow. Upon hearing that Linley was in the fielding position, the audience was in an uproar. The fielding position is crucial, but of course, every position in King's Pride is important. It's just that fielding is a little more prominent. Another point they didn't think of. Thought Linley was just on stage to mix and make up the numbers, but didn't think it was actually the most important fielding position in the lineup. Li Jiao turned to Yang Mi and asked, "Fielding position? So what kind of fielding does he know?" The whole time, he only communicated with Yang Mi, and did not throw words to Linley. Linley, who was standing by Yang Mi, was upset in his mind? About my question. You don't ask me, ask Yang Mi? I'm not human? Am I human or not? So, he lifted the microphone intending to insert himself into the conversation and answer the question asked of him himself. But, Yang Mi was aware of Linley's nature, and she grabbed the answer at the first opportunity before Linley could speak. He can play a lot of field, and all in all I'm sure it won't disappoint. I'm looking forward to it when Sister Honey says so. Li Jiao immediately picked up. What level is little friend Linley at King? The segment isn't that high. It's only the top 10 in the peak race. These were Linley's own words, and after being robbed of his words by Yang Mi, he was always ready to snatch them back. If it weren't for the lack of time, it would have peaked at number 1 already. As soon as the words left his mouth, the scene was filled with laughter. The people who came to the site to watch are basically people who play King's Honor, and they are bound to know about the Summit Tournament. Not to mention peak number 1. The gold content of the peak top 10 was something they all knew extremely well. Can you just whenever you want? Everyone invariably thought that Linley was bragging. Are all kids so braggadocious nowadays? Zhang Rui in the audience laughed out loud. Do you know what top 10 at the peak means? Lin Hall is a bit of a loser. It's true that he's still a child at heart. Li Qiuling sneered slightly. Lu Dehua and Yixiang on the stage looked at the audience who were roaring with laughter at the moment, and sighed in their hearts. Guess you won't be laughing later. Guess why we both didn't laugh. Peak top 10? Li Jiu is obviously also as a child blowing air to each other. No kidding? This is the least worthwhile thing for me to take out and say. Top 10 at the peak. There are hands not on the line? Linley was very upset about the laughter on the scene. Laughing? What's so funny? Never seen a hanging dog? You know the top 10 at the peak can be experts who can be called by their IDs. So what's your ID name? Rin Sham Si Ri. Chapter 116. Are you looking down for a crack in the ground? Linley spat out 4 words with slight impatience. The game hasn't started yet? Do young people nowadays like to waste their time so much, and like to mobilize emotions? Cut. Linley's heart is extremely disdainful. If according to the host and Yang Mi nonsense, it is estimated that this level can still be sold for 10 minutes. At this moment, the facial expressions of the audience gradually began to change. From the initial open laughter, the slow solidification of the smile, in becoming filled with uncertainty, followed by a change to skepticism, and finally consternation. Linley's voice wasn't loud, but through the microphone, it was clearly transmitted into everyone's ears. Rinsha Mimitachi? Sound familiar? Seems like I've heard it somewhere before. Wait, did he just say he's top 10 at the summit? Lin Shenmian Li? I'll be damned. Isn't that the Li Baihan Xin who rose to prominence a few days ago? It's him? Fake it. Stun shifted again, becoming dumbfounded, followed by a loud clamor. The same is true for the live streaming room. Third row of the audience. Ginger Rue's delicate face changed expressions more than the audience. It should be noted that the 3 roommates in her connecting seat had much more on their faces than the rest of the audience. Li Qiuling froze and nudged Zhang Rue's waist. Rue, did I hear wrong? She couldn't believe it, looking at the small child on the stage, always suspecting she was hearing things wrong. After Tong Renan's eyes had been opened to the maximum of his power, his pupils took over and continued to dilate. Like I heard right. He just said those 4 words. Chen Yuqian was the first to react, looking at the noisy audience around her, all discussing and whispering. Explained that each one hears 1 word. Zhang Rue's mouth was half open, wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. Her head was blank. Wild King? Rue's Wild King is a little kid? I'll go. Tong Rennan couldn't care less about the ladies' reserve, and the tiny nationalist spat out of her mouth. What dead geeks? What money-grubbing masters? What beggars who live on games? Uniformly not. At first they had guessed at the many possibilities and thought about the identities of the countless people across the screen, but the only thing that didn't occur to me was that it was a small child across the street. No, little kids they thought about, but I didn't realize it would be this small. Ginger Rue's brain began to function, a voice that had been whiny in the beginning filling her mind. It feels like it's going to be a social death. To actually flirt with an 8-year-old? All of Zhang Rue's expressions finally changed into a crying face. Lingling, Nan, Qian, where is a crack in the ground? I want to drill in. Chen Yuqian simply ignored this sentence of hers at this time and began to analyze it after the battle. No wonder Rue is all Thai like that, and the opposite side is unresponsive. No wonder he's not at all curious about the 4 of us being excited about our avatars. No wonder it never opens its voice. Not only does it not take the initiative to talk to us, but it's also so cold and businesslike. No wonder you're not online during the daytime hours. Only at night. Dare I say you have classes during the day. We're actually making a strategy plan against a little kid. Holy crap. Ginger Rue listened to a sentence of conclusion and analysis, already wanting to actively dig a hole herself. It's so humiliating. Stop it. Ginger Rue begged. Even the most elaborate makeup today could no longer hide the look of embarrassment on her face. Tong Rennan said to Li Qiuling at this moment, "You're still a love master. How do you work as a military advisor? A little kid can't even analyze it. It's all in vain. In your place, you analyzed it?" Li Qiuling revealed her displeasure after she froze. Chen Yuqian said, "It is not to blame Ling, can only say, too unexpected. Change the average man has long attacked. He is 8 years old. Love sinuses are not open." Several of them then turned their gazes to Zhang Rue in unison, only to see that her best friend, her roommate, had by now put her head infinitely closer to Her Majesty. Rue, are you looking for a stitch? Stage. Edward Louis and Yixing were pleased with the expressions on the faces of the audience. Look at this scene. What a spectacle. Laughing? Why aren't you guys laughing? Is it because you're not a smiler by nature? Yixing whispered to Edward Liu at the side. Edward, we should have been a little more calm than them just now. It has to be. Edward Louis nodded affirmatively. They moo. Zhang Daxian, and the others on the other side of the host had looked sideways at Linley. Their expressions mirrored those of the audience. Hu Xia was the first to react, and quickly whispered, "I've seen his video. Li Bai Han Xin is super powerful. Should we target and ban him later?" Their center single said, "Ban it. If it is their 5 professional players, they are not afraid in the slightest. Originally 2 heroes in addition to the early stage. The late stage is either scraping or stealing towers. The role is not big, but they have 2 other shortcomings here. Zhang Daxian is not in as good a shape as he used to be, and Hu Xia is on the upper end of the level, not up to the top. It's easy to be used as an ATM by Lin Li. Don't worry, it's just one Lin Shenmian Li. They have Da Hua and Mr. Shen too. It's still a no-win situation," Bei Mu said. The professional top laner said, "It just doesn't lose that fast. A Lin Shenmai can't flip the situation." They hadn't underestimated Lin Li. Having seen Lin Li's videos and knowing that the other parties playing style and operational awareness didn't belong to their respective teams playing field in their eyes. But there are 2 more in their lineup. No, 3 regular players. That's the biggest bust. Harass him up front when the time comes. This side had already begun discussing strategies to counter it in whispers, and the host in the center let out a deep breath to digest all the shock. I was never expecting that the famous Lin Shenmian Li of the other day was actually Lin Hall. Lin Shamsi Li, Lin Li, ouch. Why didn't I think of that at the time? He let out a jokey self-deprecating laugh, then faced the audience. I'm sure I'm not the only one who was surprised by my friends on the scene. Were you surprised too? Yes. The crowd was very cooperative with the yelling. Who would have thought it? Not to mention Lin Shen seeing Li. As long as Lin Li himself hadn't opened his mouth and wasn't standing on this stage, no one would think on him, even if the word, Fakami, was removed. Lin Li, alone, still wouldn't think of it in terms of Lin Hall, and would only think it was the same name. It's still mostly outrageous. To be honest, I'm starting to look forward to it now. Li Jiu revealed a look of excitement. I'm looking forward to Lin Hall's live performance, and I know everyone is already starting to look forward to it as well. Lin Li is slightly impatient. It is not just a Lin Shensi Li. It's been a long time since I've been shocked. He lifted the microphone and said, "We'd better get started. Finish the fight early and I'll go to learn the spirit of Dang's 18th Congress early." Chapter 117, Crows and Airplanes. Hemisphere Pass Formation. The scene is nothing but Lin Li. Everyone, even the organizers backstage, as well as the major anchors and netizens in the live broadcast room were all of a sudden dryly silenced by Lin Li's words. Spirit of the 18th Congress. Aha! Listen often. However, for the first time, the word appeared in this kind of occasion. The esports arena. And from an 8-year-old. They say that Lin Hall has a high level of ideological awareness. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm starting to believe it. Compared to him, my ideology is horribly low. Telling the host to hurry up and start the game because you're going to study political education after the fight? But I wouldn't be so surprised if he said he was rushing back to do his homework. The audience had a twisted look on their faces, not knowing whether to laugh or what. By all rights, just now Lin Li's words should be laughed at. The little kid actually pulling something about the spirit of the 18th National Congress. But it's a word they can't laugh at. So the expression was extremely strange. Li Jiu tried to regulate his emotions as much as possible. He knew that at the moment, as the host, he was even more unable to laugh out loud. Not only can't you laugh, you have to praise. Nowadays, kids are so conscious. Ha ha. With that he immediately changed the subject to the formal part. Then I'll cut the crap and let's get right to it. Will both players please take their seats? Yang Mi and Hu Xia each led their teams to their tables and chairs. After taking their seats and putting on their headphones, Yang Mi asked, "How to fight? What's the strategy?" "Shento, I'd rather Angela take the middle. As long as it's not banning." Lu Dehua was more low-key and silent at this time, not opening his mouth to command blindly, but looking towards Yi Sheng and Lin Li. Yi Sheng, on the other hand, followed Lin Li and analyzed. The opposite side should ban Yuhan Xin. Li Bai is not necessarily. If Li Bai is constantly harassed in the early stage, the development is not good. It is not good to get up. Lin Li nodded. It's fine. Whatever they ban, I'll be more than fine. After that he looked at Yang Mi and said, directly targeting Hu Xia, "What hero will he be?" "He Mark. Missy is pretty good at shooters and such." Young Nini replied. "First ban Mark, second ban Missy." Bei Mu, Zhang Dexian, these don't need to be cared about. Lin Li thought seriously at this time. Opposite 2 anchors, 2 professions, are hero pool deep people, can say that every hero will play, are good at, simply ban not finished. They have a Shento in their lineup, which outright nixes many of the setups. Set combination, naturally, is the cooperation between heroes and heroes, complement each other. Shintang's hero pool is shallow. Expect him to cooperate with them, or pray to send a few less heads to the actual point. Uncle Shun, you can choose whatever you want, just go in and clear the line in the tower. and you don't need to go to support. Just go home and replenish your status below half-blood and you'll be okay. Okay, I understand. I'm the best at clearing lines in the tower, Shintang laughingly said. Linley was analyzing and laying out strategies one by one. Isho adds a couple of lines now and then, while his mind marvels, is this really the 1st of September when you start playing? At this point on the big screen, go to the Pick Heroes Ban Heroes screen. Yang Mi, Shen Tang, and Hu Xia used the accounts specially prepared by the officials, while other pros, anchors used their own main accounts. As for Linley, it was still the same account that had been registered for less than 10 days. So, the ID of Lin Shensealy is on display. The audience looked at the ID, and some of those who were still skeptical were completely convinced. The true 8-year-old Wild King, the first ban hero for Yang Mi Fong, Marco Polo. At a glance at this ban, the people on the scene and Hu Xia's pair instantly became clear about their opponent's current strategy. Against me, Hu Xia laughed, but if you only think I know so many heroes, you're underestimating me, and I've been practicing hard for a while. It doesn't bother me, you can win with a halibut. The professional top laner laughed. Don't be gullible, Zhang Daxian reminded. Ban Han Xin. Aha! Hu Xia team, 1 ban Han Xin, 2 ban Shield Mountain. Team Yangmi, 1 ban Mark, 2 ban Missy. Enter the Pick a Hero segment. The Youngmis are the first to lock down the Ancora. Without any surprise, there was no suspense at all with the first hero choice. Seeing Angela appear, the entire audience and the live streamers laughed out loud. Li Jiao, as the host and also the commentator, smiled and said, well, we can see from the current bans that the Honey Sisters team is targeting Mr. Hu Xia, while Mr. Hu Xia's team is somewhat targeting Lin Li's little friend as soon as they ban Han Xin. Yes, to be honest, it's been a while since I've seen Han Xin in the ban position, and it seems like Lin Li's little friend's Han Xin is putting quite a bit of pressure on them. The female commentator on the sidelines chimed in. Team Husha picks the heroes. First choice, Di Renjie. Second choice, Nejia. Team Yangmi, second choice Lubu. Okay, pulling out your native hero in the first game? The female commentator feigns surprise. This is because he's afraid of being banned in his native life. Ha ha, Dehua's Lubu was once in the canyon but he had a certain reputation. Li Jiudo said. Team Young Honey, what's the third pick? Aid or shooter first? Yang Mi asked. Auxiliary out first. On Doria. Linley instantly spat out the hero. Understood. Yisho nodded. Doria matched Lubu's double big yes? This trope is often seen in normal games, and the double large Lubu is truly a demonic god. However, Lubu must have some economy in the early stages. What's banned down there? The Eastern Emperor. And Zhang Liang. Linley said. Ludwig gave a slight lurch. You're going to play Luna, aren't you? That's right. I'll show you what it means to have an infinite company under the moon. With the heroes banning and picking, soon enough, both lineups were set. Team Yangmi, Angela, Lu Bu, Doria, Yu Ji, Luna. Team Huxia, Di Renjie, Nejia, Lu Bang, Mirror, Nuwa. The heroes of both sides have been confirmed. And as expected, Honey's team Lubu plus Doria's double big combo. Mr. Huxia's team, Neza, Lu Bang Crows and an airplane combo plus Nuwa, Hemisphere Pass. Targeting the meaning is obvious. Li Jiao shouted with excitement. Linley's little friend is actually playing Luna. This is the first time I've seen him play Luna. I'm looking forward to Lin Li's little friend's Luna. Whether or not he's going to perform an infinite streak under the moon on the canyon. The female solution said, feel Huxia teacher team a little gullible Lin Li children in the band Dong Huang and Zhang Liang, should be able to think of the other side maybe out of Luna this kind of ceiling very high hero. The last choice did not directly target restraint Yes, come on let's see Lin Li's little friend's Luna. I think the main view can be directly on him. The game has officially begun. Lin Li directly maneuvered the purple haze fairy skin Luna to the blue zone. There are V10 bosses on the team after all, and the skins are at your disposal. Otherwise, with his new numbers kryptonite, well, none of the companion skins. Yi Sheng, on the other hand, was maneuvering Doria to occupy the river line of sight, ready to support or back up the middle of the road. Chapter 118 Luck or Strength. First Blood of Prejudice. They're not invading. After 30 seconds, red and blue were refreshed, and Yisheng saw that the river grass and other places did not see the opposing heroes, and said directly, go see what open. Lin Li's spirit was highly concentrated at this time. Understood. Yisho responded. The audience was God's view at the moment and were all whispering. Luna Red is gone. Beimu and the others are invading the red zone directly, pressing into the blue zone. Invasion is normal Originally the middle road in addition to clearing the line also bring to see the wild area. But now the middle road is Shintang. The honey team is obviously vulnerable. The early stage to be caught in the explosion. A cash machine. A play is not necessarily stable. Showmanship? To Xian they've already let go of the water. Or else Dong Huang Zhongliang will definitely choose the hero that checks Luna once he's banned. After Bei Mu and the others successfully got the red, they directly grabbed it without any hurry to go back and brush their own wild area. Our red is gone. Be careful on the lower road. In the end, Yishang was a professional player, and after simply observing for a moment, he immediately guessed the intentions of the opponent's thought process. Good. Yang Ni didn't even care about the troop line and went straight back to the tower. In the end, it's still an average player. There's no such thing as a great artist, and it's all about stability. Lin Li didn't speak or command at the moment, completely following his own thoughts. After the blue brush go straight to the opposite red zone. After safely brushing the opposite side's red buff, he felt that there might be danger, and with his experience bar still a little short of reaching level 4, he headed straight to the top lane. I'm coming. Watch the point go. Edward Louis responded. Maneuvering, Lu Bu killed straight out and pressed on with a big swing. Lin Li was flat at brushing his passive in the bushes, and would have inevitably called for the middle to come along according to this situation. The success rate of catching people for kills will be much greater in Can. Lin Li saw his side's troop line approaching the range of the opponent's defense tower under LV Dehua's lead. The opponent's top laner, Neza, had obviously guessed that there was someone nearby. In front of LV Dehua playing goatishly, suddenly so arrogant to press the tower, is a person can see. So hide directly inside the tower and alert your teammates. Luna is on the top lane. Not for support. I have no problem catching the center or staying down. Understood. Team Young Honey. After Lin Li saw Neza get the troop line stuck outside of the defense tower, revealing his vision, he didn't wait and directly showed his head. Crossing the tower to force a kill is difficult. There is nothing wrong with eating a wave of troop lines and consuming a little bit of the opponent's blood along the way. Out of the blue. First blood. Voiceover. First blood is born. Lin Li froze and looked at the broadcasted kills. Angela kills Nuwa. Not to say that Lin Li was stupid. It was estimated that everyone was in a state. A blood is actually born. Or is it Tang's? Let's watch the replay. Li Jiao froze and then immediately hosted the narration. Just now, their viewpoints were on Lin Li, and they were all thinking about what the effect of his first wave of infinite connections after level 4 would be. Is it to cross the tower to show Neza a wave? Or to scare Neza? The view replayed and the audience watched. And the ass-kissing had begun in the Young Mi ranks. Brother Tang is awesome. A single kill career. Edward Louis was the first to compliment. This can blow for a long time. Ha ha, Yang Ni said in a happy mood. Luck. I didn't expect that he would actually go towards my second skill road. It's really a coincidence. Shintang pretended to be modest. His face couldn't hide the smile. Mr. Shintu is awesome. Actually predicted his alignment. 666. Yixing assisted Shintu in the middle of the road to take the head. Most knowledgeable about what just happened. It was expected that Shintang's second skill would be released, but as it turned out, Nuwa just went in that direction. It really surprised him. Luck or strength? At this moment, Hu Xia's Nuwa's face was a bit ugly. He was never expecting that he had actually been killed by Angela, and it was still the frontal Angela that Shintang had manipulated. What's going on? Baimu wondered. He predicted my prediction. Nuwa lowered her eyelids in disbelief. Zhang Daxian froze. What is it? I thought he would put his skills to the right, so I went left, and as a result, misjudged. The replay of the match ended, and the audience exclaimed that Shintang's operation was a great prediction. A couple of the commentators in the commentary booth were even more boastful. Mr. Shintang did not think about KPL matches in private. This wave of early prediction is by far the biggest highlight of today. Li Jiudo. That's right, it's at the level of the National Service Angela. The female commentator bragged. After watching the replay, the netizens and anchors of the major live broadcast rooms had a hard time believing that this was the operation that Shintang had played. Everyone was impressed with Shintang. Only Shinto himself knows. He actually pressed in the wrong direction. But it doesn't matter. As long as you don't tell them yourself, no one will ever know. The game continues. After the heroes are all level 4, skirmish leaders are breaking out everywhere. Team Wuxia, their lineup was extremely offensive. As long as Neza had a big, they immediately locked on to the opposing heroes, coming in with 3 at a time. The early pace was quickly dominated by them. The game goes to Tyrant Juggernaut refresh. The score came to Youngmi 1-4 Hoosiers. 4 heads. Yang Ni contributes 2, Shentang contributes 1, and Yisheng contributes 1. Robbing the dragon? At this moment, the situation belonged to the state of gradual collapse for Yang Mi. I can't fight at all. The opposite side is too well coordinated. You guys go and grab it. Just harass and consume it. It doesn't matter if you grab it or not. The main thing is not to die. Lin Li's mental state is extremely taut. Do not dare to relax half a point. His economy is currently the second in the field. The first is the mirror of the North Mu. After all, there are two heads ahead. Hearing this, Yang Mi and the others cleared out a few soldiers and started to rush towards Lunking. Linley, on the other hand, maneuvered Luna to reveal her vision in the middle of the road, helping Shintang to ease the pressure of clearing the troop line, and then disappeared by stealthing into the bushes. Beimu looked at the mini-map, saw Luna disappeared, guessed in his heart that he should go to the upper road, or his own red zone, and directly said, "It's open. Luna is on it. You go drive. I'll occupy the side eyes." Zhang Dexian maneuvered Lu Bang to the grass behind the dragon pit. Yisheng was hovering nearby, broadcasting at all times. "The mirror is opening the dragon. Lu Bang is also nearby. Almost there." Lu Dehua heard, without saying a word, directly jumped directly into the dragon pit. The main hit a deterrent, and went back to no return. "Shintang, Neza Flumi, the battle of the dragon pit reunion is imminent. Hit you with a refresh. Deva." Yisho shouted. "Understood. Eat my halberd." A wave of group battle finally came. Dehua took the lead to open the big one. "I don't know who this dragon will finally go to." Li Jiu mobilized the atmosphere of the scene and narrated with passion. The female solver said, "We can look at the mini-map, and little friend Lindley doesn't seem to have any intention of joining the group at all. It's a bit far away now." "Nope." The guide view came to Luna as she narrated this one sentence, only to see that Neza opened up a big lock on Shintang directly from the two pigs in the wild area above their middle road. However, a moonlight flash in the middle grass marked the two pigs on and Neza. A classic bridge scene of Luna chasing Neza was played out at this moment. Chapter 119, the same consciousness as a hanged man. Can't be caught at all. If you lose to me, you're my man. Same as my donkey, to be stamped. At this moment, the entire audience stood up. Live audience pop-ups disappear. Every single person was shocked at the moment as they watched the scene on the screen. The two boars and Neza were marked with seals. Luna opened her big entrance and slid over to the big boar, and at the same time Neja leapt up in the air and flew into Uncle Shin's arms. Lindley maneuvered Luna to once again use the small boar as a springboard to follow behind Neza, and by this time the first minion of the center line was already in the middle of the tower. Luna flattens at light speed, tags the minions, and continues to follow Neza while using the minions as a springboard. And on Neza's flight to Shinton, Nuwa spaced out on the road again. Successive springboards. Neza crashed pawns before Neza reached Shinting halfway up the board before it could impact him. Neza was not effective and sent a Luna who should not have been able to reach the dragon pit, and a full state Luna at that. Nima, Luna chased Neza? And chased her to death? Holy, that's classic. Day, I can't believe I saw that at the game. It's silky smooth as hell. Is this Lin Hall's Luna? It's an explosion. Luna chasing Neza. The audience, the netizens are not unseen. The King's Glory many Luna masters have had relevant operation material, but it was the first time they had seen this type of situation in an official game. Li Jiu exclaimed, "What's going on here? Luna chased Neza under the moon in an infinite chain and even chased him to death. Is this the Luna of Rinzumi Rikyu?" The regiment opens, and the other side is one man short first, and has sent people who shouldn't have arrived on the battlefield. My god, the female commentator similarly exclaimed. Linley's little friend's operation is calculated. Every part of the operation is just right. Protecting Tang, killing another person, and reaching the dragon pit with a tailwind. Could this be the legendary three birds with one stone? The scene was abuzz because of Linley's maneuvers, and the passionate words of the commentator. Zhang Rui and the others in the audience had already turned from being embarrassed at the beginning to being dumbfounded. This scummy wild king is so good that they have experienced. But, that's also in a normal matchup, against a normal gamer. What is it now? Match. It's an entertainment match, but the Neza he's chasing on the field is a pro. While everyone was exclaiming in shock, the situation in the canyon was already in a white-hot state. Linley enters with full status and a couple silky smooth infinite combos, taking away the mirror that just collected the dragon. After Lubu opens up mirror image at the same time and is consumed by a small wave of Lubu. Flying Thunder God unfolds, and Mirror's skill state isn't good after Linley Luna's entrance. Facing a full state Luna, before Lu Bang could fully teleport, he directly turned into a corpse. With two people falling one after another, their situation was instantly defeated. Sister Honey, trick his second skill to uncontrol and go. Linley said. The final wave of the Dragon Pit battle ended with Linley taking 3 kills. Nuwa ran away and Lu Bang was deeply surrounded and taken away by Yuji. 4 heads for a dragon. Seems like a bit of a loss. Sister Honey, you go to the lower road and break the lower tower. Auxiliary and Angela push the center. Lubu goes home to replenish his status. Linley commanded once again. Luna who can play. As long as you don't encounter a particularly targeted hero, you can basically show off to fly. Moreover, This Luna controller is a hung dog with every GameStat talent point. It doesn't break big at all except by necessity. Donkey NNs, really powerful Lone Shadow Luna are not as powerful as you Lu Dehua said excitedly. Linley frowned, and swearing? You're really trying to bring me down. Beware of my swinging. Ha, wrong. Get used to it, ha ha. Lu Dehua immediately corrected his attitude. Yisho said, pace yourself back a bit. I guess the back is going to target you. Don't panic, just take care of Donkey Edward and Uncle Tang. The high end of the game doesn't let one lost group battle cause the whole scale to tip completely. Even with all three routes to the high ground broken, they can turn the tide against the wind. And that's the spirit of the game's unity. Linley was well aware that the game had only just begun. Turning the game time to 10 minutes, the big dragon refreshed. The score came to 12-16 Hoosiers for Youngmi. Although they won the small Dragon Wave group battle in a big way, the Wuxia team's lineup was too targeted and flew from one to the other. Headcount is still behind. However, the good news was that Linley was just $1,500 short of the economy for a 6-god suit, leading the second highest economy in the game by 1,000, the lowest economy in the room. Shintang's Angela is currently just 5,000 economy. The other side flew me again. Am I that easy to bully? Shintang's eyes were full of helpless and bitter smiles. The Mudman has 3 points of fire. From the opening game was flown to now. He began to get angry. It's fine. You're already almost worthless. Yang Ni half joked. No wait, you'll put out a meat suit. And I don't expect you to play output anymore. Makes sense. I actually should have put out a meat suit a long time ago. Seeker, Linley does magic damage too. Linley said, it doesn't matter what comes out. Revive and go with them to the opposite red zone. Main open D. He did not say Shintang to send what and other nonsense. Just such a dominant career composed of hemispheric pass lineup. Catch whoever died No super ghosts yet. Which is good enough. Okay. Shang said. They're coming to our red zone. Do you have Luna's side eyes? Nuwa saw Doria's figure and hastened to report the point. D, be careful. They invade our wild area. You guys directly open UG to counterattack. Beimu said. I'll go watch if the support can collect. You guys fly UG to derail them. Yes. They are under quite a bit of pressure right now. They didn't take Linley lightly from the hero selection session, but it does water it down slightly. Being gullible and letting go are two different things. In their eyes, Linley and Yisheng are certainly powerful, but there is a soft underbelly of Shintang. At most, the fight will last a little longer, and the win is certain. So there was no intention of playing a hero that restrained Luna, and Bald Schwanzon didn't go to the cell, but he didn't pick one either. However, up to this point in the fight, they realized that the situation was currently a 50-50 situation. Once they realized this, they quickly shifted their thoughts intending to target Luna. However, this Luna is like having perspective. Popping her head up and disappearing, you can never find out where it is. Go crouch him on the line. Man on the other line. Go look for him in the field. People aren't even in the field. If I didn't know that this is now a competition, point a report when the highs and lows are over. Consciousness is really as good as open. It seemed that he could guess all the intentions of himself and the others. This is outrageous. The game is on and the regiment is open again. Doria invaded the red zone with Lubu and jumped straight up without saying a word when she saw D. And Doria immediately gave her recovery skills. D immediately flashed to the upper tower as Lubu jumped big. But, Lubu has 2 big ones. Chapter 120, taking the first game. Direct targeting to death. It's mid-game now, and the hero's gear is basically semi-formed. With higher attributes, you dare to cross the tower. Even if D has the second skill to uncontrol, it's still hard to escape death. And after UG ventured out, the hemisphere pass was turned on again, cutting straight through the back row of UG. In an instant the battlefield was split. Lubu and Duo Lia were more forward, near the enemy's second tower on the upper road, and UG was still near the boar in the red zone. Both sides targeted the opposing shooter's offense. Although UG has an Angela on her side, it doesn't seem to do much. A real buy one get one free. Derangier was killed by Lubu at the second tower, but Lubu carried the tower hard twice and his form was failing. Without any surprise, UG and Angela returned to the spring to take a dip. Big deal. Withdraw. Edward Louis shouted. A bit of a loss. Yisheng said. The pack is coming over. It can't run away. At this moment in the canyon, only to see, Beimu and the other 4 people surrounded the LV de Hua and Yisheng who were wildly bouncing home on the upper road in an encircling situation. No loss. Just the mirror is still big. Nothing else is big. I'm coming. Linley had been dragging a small screen to watch both sides of the battlefield, knowing that this was the moment for him to reap the rewards. On the river, use the Juggernaut as a springboard to slide right into the opponent's red zone and tag the opponent's end NWA at light speed. Luna's here. Nuwa shouted. I'm dead. It's fine. I've been waiting, Beimu said. His big move hadn't been used, waiting for Luna. After Nuwa died, Mirror and Luna clashed heads, and immediately the two sides went to war. Blade of the Broken Mirror vs. Infinite Connections Under the Moon. 7 seconds passed. Luna double kill Mirror. Beimu put down his cell phone, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. His Luna is really dope. All kinds of maneuvers can be played. Consciousness to no bounds. Once again, the entire audience rose to its feet. They were again shocked by the scene they had just witnessed. Luna actually chased after the flying thunder god Mirror to fight. All sorts of prejudgment, all sorts of divine operations simply gave them a visual feast. Perverted. So perverted. In the front, Luna chased Neza. And in the back, Luna chased the flying thunder god. 2 famous scenes in one game. Is this the speed of a kid brother's hand? You have to realize what level of Neza and mirrors these are. The audience netizens all gasped. Shocked frontal scalp. Lee Jio shouted excitedly, this is Lin Lee's Luna. Is there really no limit to his skill? He's facing the peak no. One wild king. Beimu. Let's watch the replay again. The detailed maneuvering completely anticipates all of the opponent's preemptions. He's the new spokesperson for Luna. And once again, Lin Lee's little friend illustrates with his strength what a T0 version of the goddess of the moon is. Everyone on the floor and even in the broadcast room was abuzz. Even Jiang Rui and the other 4 girls, who had completely regained their senses from their awkward state of mind, and even Li Qiuling, who was completely uninterested in the match, were shocked by this scene. The Wild King is awesome. Little brother is awesome. Inside the canyon, with the fall of Mirror, the other 2 evil Lu Bang and Nija were just lambs to the slaughter without their big moves. Quadra kill. 4 kills. Luna's path to supremacy is unstoppable. One wave. Lin Lee did not get excited by the 4 kills. He manipulated only, and quickly commanded, don't go home. 1 wave. Running away, Lupo and Doria immediately ran back. A wave of regimentation plus a troop line nearing the second tower pushed it straight to the high ground. Even after Dee's resurrection, what ability is there to stop Luna in her 6 godly outfits? The first sentence of the match was successfully taken. Yang Mi put down her phone before the crystal could fully explode, took off her headphones, and got up to come behind Lin Lee, rubbing his head uncontrollably. Awesome, kid. The atmosphere in the room was high, and the mood was infinitely infected by Li Jio's passionate commentary. People like Shintang, who cared nothing about winning or losing, were also unusually exuberant at this moment. This eye candy, a game can still be played like this? He grinned. I didn't think it could be won at all. Yishang, Lin Hall 666 donkey. Lu Dehua just wanted to soar his trademark profanity, but thinking that it would bring down the little kids, he stopped it in a hurry. Awesome, really awesome. When it's over I'll have to go and taunt Beimu properly. Ha ha, cool. Lin Lee's expression was bashful. Base, do not 6. Hurry up and prepare for the next hand. After the first inning of play, Li Jiu interviewed the 2 captains, Yang Mi and Hu Xia, respectively, and then started the second set. With the excitement of the first set, the atmosphere of the audience is high at the moment, and the Hoosiers are already starting their tactical analysis. Ban all the hitters that can show off and have a high ceiling, Zhang Daxian said. We can't let it go. If we let it go again, we'll really lose. Yeah, the 4 ban positions only target Lin Lee's little friend. The professional mid laner said, don't target anything else in the opening round, just screw him, pick Tiger, don't let him develop so smoothly. Well, but he has a dangling sense, so I guess it's not easy to catch him. Beimu thought back to the last game. It wasn't like he didn't invade the opponent's field to harass, but he couldn't find anyone at all. The last game was too main to catch the opposite side of the weak withdrawals. Now that I think about it, those a few up will not do much good. Or main to target Lin Lee. Yang Mi plastic surgery. In addition to Lin Lee, a hitter can lead the rhythm. There is also a professional auxiliary. Auxiliary can be out of tempo though, but the advance is whether his teammates can have the same awareness to keep up. Apparently the rest of their team didn't have that sense. The second inning of the exhibition game begins. It is worth noting that this is not a regular tournament. There aren't the various regulations required on the KPL. Heroes that have been banned can still continue to be on the ban, and heroes that have been picked can still continue to be picked. Gotta take care of certain celebrity guests, after all. Otherwise, once in accordance with the KPL regulations, Shintang really become a setup to play soy sauce. Yang Mi's team ban Dong Wang, ban Zhang Liang, pick Tai Yizhen, pick Sun Shangxiang. Hu Xia team 1 ban Luna, 2 ban Li Bai, 1 pick Su Lai, 2 pick Marco Polo. Immediately after that, Yang Mi's team banned Shishir and Lu Zhen. From the ban position, Team Hu Xia immediately realized that the opposite side was again planning to come to the kind of hitter that had no control and all kinds of show, so they just banned Mirror and Lon. they ended up with a lineup of Su Lai, Marco Polo, Fire Dance, Sun Tzu, Payout Tiger, against the plus harassment lineup. Except for the payoff Tiger and Marco, the other three all come with control skills and more than one control, and the young Mize, Tai Yijin, Sun Shangxiang, Bai Qi, Angela, Han Xin. Han Xin's appearance was both surprising and unsurprising to the audience. What are the representative heroes of Linli? Han Xin, Li Bai, and one more Luna. Unexpected because their team banned so many targeting control heroes and ended up picking a late-game powerless Han Xin. Chapter 121, Defeat is assured? What does it mean to have a unrivaled nationalist? Is Han Xin good? The Han Xin who can play can just as well show off the sky. Moreover, it's still a top-tier talented fielding kid brother of Han Xin. However, the more Han Xin reaches the late stage, the more powerless he becomes. And it's clear that Hu Xia's lineup is now the one that invades the field in the early stages. Su Lai with his own resurrection armor, Fire Dance with his harassment and high burst, Sun Tzu with his support at all times, and a rhythm master, Payout Tiger. Li Jiao said, "Good guy, I thought Lin Li's kid wouldn't pick Han Xin. I'm now looking forward to what kind of highlight scene Lin Li's kid's Han Xin can give us in this game." Now we start the game. Beimu and their goal is clear. Directly invade Han Xin's field area. Canyon. Lin Li said to Lu Dehua and the others, "Don't worry about the wilderness area in this game. You guys will directly charge Marco as soon as you have the chance. And Bai Qi will directly travel down the middle after leveling up. Don't need support for you to field as well?" Yisho wondered. The wild area definitely can't be defended. They have a center field and auxiliary linkage and a Sun Tzu. The wild area will fight as soon as they meet, so it's better to just give up. Lin Li explained. This one he knew was coming straight at him from the moment the heroes were picked. Originally, he hadn't planned to pick Han Xin at all, but thought it would be better to have a more flexible hero with a lot of displacement, so he could run away. Moreover, he didn't even think about fighting in a group. He didn't even need to think about it. He definitely couldn't beat it in a group. Heroic restraints aside, how can a bunch of shrimp soldiers up a regular army on the opposite side of the field? Just in terms of players. So, he just gave up on any group battles and had a Han Xin with a line to steal the tower. Roger that. At the moment, the main viewpoint on the big screen was facing Lin Li, because everyone wanted to see how Lin Li operated this hand, such as Shin Tang, Edward Louis and their step-by-step obscene line clearing. And again, the pros are mid-range KPL sets. Li Jiao said. Did Lin Li's little friend give up the field directly in the opening game and attack the opponent's blue zone directly? It's about to swap buffs. The female commentator laughed. Hoosiers. Fire Dance go check out our own wild area, and Yalan go along. Beimu saw that Han Xin wasn't in this wild area and immediately thought that the other side had invaded their own wild area. As for the red zone, it's too late to rush over there now, and if it's in its own wild area, there's no guarantee that it can siege a wave. Aha. In fact, without Beimu saying anything, AAL was already heading for the field. In our field, harassment pull a little and get over here now. Enemy blue zone. Lin Li saw Yalan come over and let him rub himself as he played with his own blue. As Fire Dance rushes in, it directly collects the blue buff with punishment. However, it was difficult for him to leave at this point. The tiger had already arrived. Do you need help? Ludwig asked in a hurry when he saw the small map. No, just mind your own business. Lin Li said calmly, knowing that at this moment they came to no avail. So directly maneuvered Han Xin to avoid the Fire Dance fan, as well as cancelling the Asian Union hate, directly sent the tower at, turning the clock to late 10 minutes. Yang Ni plastic surgery in the case of the opponent's firepower. The middle of the road to play through. The development of the road to play through, against the road left 2 towers. The head-to-head ratio is an exaggerated 4-16. Their team, with the exception of Lin Li Hansen, has an average economy of just over 5,000. This hand was really pressed. It looks like the Hoosiers are going to win this game. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were clear that the Yangmi team lost this game. The economy was so different that it was in the opposite tempo the whole time. The commentators were equally unimpressed with the young Mice's ability to bounce back. Even at this moment, Han Xin's economy is still number 1, and the 5 godly costumes have appeared. Actually, Lin Li's little friend has played very well this game, and it's not easy to stay at the top of the economy despite being targeted. The female solver said. He dabbled with 3 lines of soldiers and just stacked his wild swords, all relying on the line of soldiers to maintain this economy. The headcount economy didn't take up much at all. Li Jiao laughed. Now they're double opening Dragon King and launching a general attack after the fight. The Hoosiers can be congratulated in advance for taking the inning. As the commentator said, at this moment, Team Huxia finished the Tyrant and immediately supported the Juggernaut Pit, wanting to quickly take the big dragon and launch a general attack afterwards. Yang Mi looked at the mini-map, only to see Linley flash directly into the grass behind Juggernaut with a shadowless step. You want to steal the dragon? Should we come over? Linley said, leave one to clear the line. The other two go against the road. Take the line and push directly. Tai come to the dragon pit and revive me. He was confident that he would be able to grab the Juggernaut and still be able to limit the 1-for-2 wave. At this moment in time, all the hearts in the room were lifted, and on the small screen, they were all realizing that Linley had already arrived at the dragon pit grass, clear of his intentions. This wave is, without a doubt, the key single. Failed to grab the dragon. The game is completely over. If it succeeds, it can still survive for a while. It feels a bit risky. A certain anchor who was watching the live broadcast frowned and analyzed. Facing a bunch of experts, Han Xin is weak. Go in and vaporize directly. He should have gone to break the troop line at this point and changed his strategy to steal the tower. The netizens were sending out pop-ups, none of them favoring Linley. The battle in the dragon pit began, and Su Lai was vigilant as he went to the dragon pit bushes to scout his vision and observe if Han Xin was here. If others can think of it, they can naturally think of it as an anchor profession. However, once in the bushes, did not see Han Xin figure, simply because, in the view of the audience, Han Xin used his displacement skill to jump away and hide in the grass by the red buff. There's no one. Hurry up and fight. It's too late. Zhang Daxian said. Aha. Team Young Honey. Comrades watch. What is called the unrivaled nationalist? Linley shouted, calculating the time in his mind and seizing the opportunity. It's now. Tai flash into fry. Yi Sheng heard, ears, brain, fingers, the same time to make a judgment. From their own side of the blue zone flash into the field, pulling and pulling in. Linley's Han Xin similarly shifted into the dragon pit at this moment to pick off the tiger, opening wide to continue tuning, and a quick press of discipline. Han Xin kills the big dragon, and the moment he got the dragon soldier, Linley again immediately released it and put it directly onto the frontal confrontation path that was leading the troop line. When it was too late, after grabbing the dragon, Linley was also set to be killed, but Tai's big move got him back on his feet in an instant. Meanwhile, while waiting for the resurrection phase, Linley sold his Zongshire with extremely fast hands and purchased resurrection armor. Although the damage has dropped, it can still do some damage to the brittle skin. Besides, at this moment, the compensating tiger is only losing blood. Linley had no intention of running, and with this resurrection armor, he could really do a life for a life. During the resurrection of the resurrection armor, he again sold his resurrection armor and shoes at lightspeed and bought the famous sword. After triggering the famous knife, leave safely. Economy is not enough. Sell the original equipment to make up for it, and enjoy dressing up in advance. After all, living is the most important thing. Chapter 122, Deep Implementation and Revitalization of China. A turnaround against the wind is just around the corner. A flurry of maneuvers dazzled the audience. Some people didn't even see what was going on. I only saw Han Xin enter, grab the dragon, and then leave with blood on his hands. In their perspective, it's just so simple and dry. In this way, 4 of the Young Honey team are still alive to this day, having died honorably in the Tai Dragon Pit. The Hoosiers are missing 2 CS, plus the confrontation road leads straight to the high ground. The scales of victory are beginning to tip, with the last few waves of Linley Han Xion's extreme bandwagon breakers cutting C around the back. Yang Mi and the others watched the opposite side of the crystal explosion so far had not reacted. Win. Her expression froze. It seems like, Shintu replied with a bit of uncertainty. It seemed like that wasn't how the plot was going to go. According to his idea, it should have been his own crystal exploding. What? How did you win? Winning. Yisho chanted at the first opportunity. Winning. Edward Louis bellowed. And Ishin gave each other a hug. A situation where the army is losing, and it's actually turning around against the wind? Being on the field for the game they were just reacting, let alone anyone else. The scene was silent for a few moments before immediately erupting into amazing applause. Snap. Bull. This ing can even go against the wind. Han Xin still needs to be cut. Lin Hall is really good that wave of Dragon Pit absolute material On the field, Linley was surrounded by a few people from Yangmi, constantly bragging about him. Why are you so excited? Isn't it just a routine operation? Linley's expression was bland and self-conscious, showing no expression of triumphant joy at all. It's quite usual. Will you stop acting like that and win? Looking at his expression, Yangmi really wanted to pinch his face and pull a smile out of him. It's too pretentious. What's there to be happy about when it's supposed to be a sure win? Linley said indifferently, there are no surprises with me. Although on the surface he looked like this, only he himself knew how thrilling it had just been. But if you miss even a little bit, this one is cold. And once this one is cool, the next one the other side does as they do. And it's a certainty that they'll end up losing. Li Jiao got down from the commentary seat and went to the center of the stage while saying in a loud voice, "It's true that opening champagne at halftime is a big no-no. Teacher Hu Xia's team, I milked them to lose. Ha ha. Let's congratulate Mez Young Mi's team for winning this showcase. Congratulations. I think today's exhibition game was not just an ordinary game, but it allowed us to witness the birth of a legendary hitter." At this time, both players once again came to the main stage and stood on the left and right side of Li Jiao. "Does Mr. Hu Xia have anything to say?" The usual practice of interviewing the losing side first. "It's true that we let go in the first hand, but there's no excuse for our loss in the second hand." Hu Xia sighed and shook his head, spitting out 4 words after a pause. "Convinced. It's just kind of sad that elementary school kids are so good at playing games nowadays." "Ha," said a mount. He looked sideways at Linley, who was standing straight. "I don't dare to imagine what the future King's Honor gaming scene will be like when he grows up." Hu Xia was horrified in shock. "It's so good now at this age. Won't it be even better in a few years?" The best age for an esports pro was 16 to 23, and he couldn't imagine what Linley would be like behind him. Linley raised his hand and gently nudged Yang Mi, signaling for her to give him the microphone. At this moment, Yang Mi did not do much thinking. In the past, naturally would not easily give the microphone. It was clear that Director Lin was in a state of mind with a microphone in his hand. But at the moment, having won the game, he was in a good mood, so he gave it to him straight away. Linley took the microphone, looked at the audience on stage, and opened his mouth to speak very old-fashioned, very official words. "Mr. Hu Xia, thank you for looking forward to my future, but I'm sorry to say that I won't be engaging in the gaming industry in the future." Li Jiao and Hu Xia, they did not feel anything. After all, people look like they are headed for the entertainment industry. Look at the effect of the program New Star Teen Class. The game is no better played than being a star and making money. And some of the viewers were slightly saddened. If you're that good at the game, you're going to go pro. No more than being a game master. Li Jiao pretended to be regretful. If a talent like yours enters the professional circle in the future, no matter what game it is, you might be able to lead the Chinese esports into the world championships and win glory for your country. No one felt flattered by that statement. With the talent he's shown so far, there's a bright future ahead of him. At only 8 years old, there's no doubt about the game's talent when you can play at this level. There has to be some opportunity for the young. I'm still going to do greater things, Linley said in an old-fashioned manner. The previous sentence directly gave Li Jiao and Hu Xia, Yang Mi and the others a dry mute. Nice line about giving young people a chance. That's quite selfless and caring. But, want to see how old you are? As if you weren't a young man. Wait, he doesn't seem to be currently associated with young people, and is still an 8-year-old kid. So it sounds as if he's not wrong. It always sounds weird though. The audience didn't think that much about it, and were all amused by the line. Zhang Daxian, on the contrary, was suddenly interested in the great things he said and asked curiously, "Then what do you plan to do when you grow up? What do you think?" Linley looked at him sideways. "Naturally, it's to profoundly implement the spirit of Grandpa Leader and revitalize China." A sentence that directly made Li Jiao and the others give up on continuing the interview to ask Linley. A stage for laughter. A variety show. He opens his mouth to either the spirit of the 18th National Congress or the revitalization of China. How to keep talking to him. It's not that you can't talk about this on a live variety show. Rather, they don't know how to pick it up. After all, they haven't learned deeply in the field. If you say the wrong thing, your career is over. Even Shin Tang, who often picks up on the storyline and likes to joke around to amuse the audience, was silent with his mouth closed at this time. Couldn't pick it up. Didn't dare to pick it up at all. Good. Very great dream. Li Jiao applauded solemnly, driving the slightly awkward stage atmosphere in the process. Zhang Daxian pondered for a moment, controlling his emotions. Cheer up. The latter did not have Linley's business anymore. The interview questioning completely avoided Linley, just afraid that he suddenly came to a political thought. After a friendly handshake on both sides, it was time for everyone but the star to go to the audience and backstage. Of course, the one who went backstage was Linley alone, while the other pro anchors went to the audience. After all, there were other programs behind them. Linley returned backstage and was led by the staff to Yang Mi's lounge. Chapter 123, Does Dad Hate the Class President? Little friend Linley, take a rest over here. Don't run around the staff member said to Linley, his tone still treating ordinary children the same. Tell the people outside what you want to eat when you get there. I'll be back when Honey and the girls are done with their activities. Linley nodded. Okay, thank you Auntie. A young girl who had just graduated from college suddenly seemed to have a broken heart. You called me Auntie. I'm that old. Yang Mi still seems to be older than me. You call someone sister. Call me Auntie. The staff left gently with tears in their eyes. Linley sat down on the couch and casually picked up a bag of chips on the coffee table and dazzled it. Edge opens his cell phone to check. When he was on stage just now, he saw someone in the audience who looked familiar and didn't think of him for a moment. When he opens WeChat and looks at the avatar with the note Milk Fierce on it, that's when he remembered. So this gold master stole the avatar of the girl on stage. Let's just say it's a net map. He didn't even think in terms of the two being one. Look at how pretty that girl is off stage. How come there's a shortage of lickspittles to score for him? As for hiring a substitute? Besides, when he had just looked over there himself, there was such a moment when he was locking eyes with the girl for a few seconds. He had excellent eyes and didn't see an enthusiastic response at all, but rather a bit of cold strangeness, so it's even less likely to be one. How flirty is it in the game and how cold is it in reality? Obviously not recognizing his own. Ding dong. Wow. Class president. You're Lin Shenmian Li. It's so bomb. Class president, you're so good at playing king. You're so strong, class president. Wow. I saw it all. Awesome. Within the junior class students, a group of people have been at Linli. There are even private chats, such as Wang Tianyu and Shi Lin. Wang Tianyu message. When is the class president free? Take me to score. I'm getting scared of being pitched by college students. Stone Forest information, class president. Later 5 rows ah. I shouted 666. Thief 6. Xiaxi, class president. You're in Magic City, so will you still come tomorrow? Linli's other people's messages were simply glanced at and turned off, replying to Xiaxi's message alone. I'll be here tomorrow, but your dad doesn't seem to like me very much and I'm a little scared. Ding dong. Xiaxi was obviously holding her cell phone at all times, and it wasn't long after the message was sent that she messaged back. No, it won't. My dad kinda likes you now. He said he's going to treat you tomorrow. If these were the original words and a child didn't understand the meaning, could Linli still not understand? The so-called good hospitality is severe torture, right? Okay, you send me your home address and I'll be there in time for dinner tomorrow. Xiaxi, oh, my mom said you shouldn't go dyeing your yellow hair tomorrow. Black hair is fine. Linli simply sent a yellow hair? Just kidding, he wouldn't really dye it. Not in his life. But Ghostfire. I can't say I'll ever really get a chance in this life to write it. In the meantime, the home of Xiaxi in Yongcheng. Tell that to your squad leader. Xiaxi's mother, Xin Yutong, wearing a purple halter nightgown, elegantly sat on the edge of Xiaxi's pink-colored bed and laughed. Aha, the class president said he would come over tomorrow day. Xiaxi's eyebrows curved into a crescent shape, pleasure overflowing on her face, not to mention how happy she was. If we had known that he was in Magic City, we would have gone to Magic City as well. Xiaxi shouldn't have seen your Auntie Hotba for a long time. Xin Yutong laughed. Creek kinda misses Auntie Hotba too. When your Auntie Hotba comes back from the theater, we'll go to the Magic City to see her. Good Xiaxi clapped her hands excitedly and turned to say, Mom, how is Dad going to entertain the class president tomorrow? Every time I mention the class president to Dad, he looks a bit unhappy. Does he hate the class president? How can it be annoying? Xin Yutong smiled, while in her heart, she secretly said, can it not be annoying? The little cotton jacket is leaking. But if your class president hadn't said dyeing yellow hair and just said being good friends with you, your father wouldn't have been so nasty. As long as you don't hate it, Daddy will love the class president. Xiaxi said with great certainty. In her eyes, the class president is a millionaire. At a young age, the mind of Hikaru already appears in the eyes of the lover. Will definitely like it. Shen Yutong dotingly touched Xiaxi's head. Alright, it's almost time to go to bed. Tomorrow morning your father will still take you to practice the piano. Once she heard this, Xiaxi's little face became unhappy and said with a slight grudge, Humph, Daddy says every day that he will teach me to practice the piano in the morning, but every day he can't get up. A trace of embarrassment flashed under Shin Yutong's eyes. Can you get it up? She's had all the energy in the world all night. Don't worry, I'll be up tomorrow. After coming out of Xiaxi's bedroom, Shin Yutong returned to her room. Looking at her husband who was looking at the score, she said in shame, tonight you'll go sleep in the second bedroom. And tomorrow you'll get up early in the morning and teach Creek to practice the piano. We're not even old enough to sleep in separate rooms so soon? Xiao Lisheng was puzzled as to why he was asked to go to the second bedroom for a good reason. If outsiders see this, they can't help but gossip about it. Every day you say you're going to teach Xiaoxi to practice the piano, and every morning you stand her up. Our girl has a grievance. Shin Yutong said helplessly. Do you still want to lose your image as a great father? I'll definitely get up early tomorrow, so splitting the room won't be a problem. Xiao Lisheng hurriedly said, that's something you say every day, and you don't see it getting up in the morning. Shin Yutong disdainfully skimmed her mouth. If you continue to stand her up like this, your father-daughter relationship will only grow further and further apart. And now there's still a little yellow-haired tiger watching over you. As soon as he said little yellow hair, Xiao Lisheng immediately slapped on his face. I know, I'll definitely get up early tomorrow. he lightly scolded. Little brats don't learn at a young age. Students with yellow hair and ghostly fire. I get angry when I hear it. Shin Yutong, you know it's good. And you don't make it especially difficult for Linley tomorrow. People are still a little kid. I can't say that the words are just too many internet segments to read, and they're just off the cuff. Xiao Lishang nodded slightly. Don't worry, I have my measure. The most I can do is to test this child. Didn't he promise to write a song for Creek? Let's use that topic tomorrow. Forget it. Shin Yutong shook her head. People can't say they're joking. As a man, you can't just joke around, and you have to promise what you've said. Xiao Lishang boarded up his face and said, "Oof." Shin Yutong rolled her eyes at him. Her husband was so double standard, breaking faith with her own daughter this time and demanding so much from others. Honey, it's late at night. Don't sleep with the veggies today. Chapter 124, Are you preparing the bride price? Early the next morning, Linley woke up from his sleep in the big bed in the guest bedroom of Yang Mi's house and sat up, stretching. Then he put on his slippers and went to the washroom to wash up. The sink, full of children's items, brand new. These are the ones Yang Mi asked her assistant to buy over yesterday. If nothing else, this one bedroom, with its normal decorating style, will be turned into a children's room in a little while. After Linley washed up, he put on the same set of clothes from yesterday and walked out into the living room. Yo, the little hall director is up. Assistant Xiao Ting came early. As an assistant, delivering breakfast to take care of the normal living and eating of artists is a routine work. Good morning, sister. I brought you buns and milk and sandwiches on the table. Xiao Ting laughed. Aha. Linley walked over to the dining table and looked at the full breakfast. Rich people are so comfortable. Breakfast can become like a buffet. Just choose for yourself. He picked up the meat bun and feasted on it. Tiny walked over to the table and sat down at that point as well, grabbing a random sandwich and eating it. Hasn't Sister Honey gotten up yet? Linley asked. No, work usually leads to more sleep. Linley nodded and didn't bother with Yang Mi, looking at his cell phone as he ate. Yesterday's Honor of Kings All-Star game was an instant hit in the gaming community. His various highlight reel maneuvers have been edited and played by countless gaming bloggers on their accounts. Throughout the night until now, the entire King's Glory circle had been discussing and chatting about Linley. It gave him a clicking up of emotional value. Linley didn't care much about this, and didn't even bother to read the comments of the netizens underneath those bloggers. After breakfast, Yang Mi was still awake. Xiao Ting started to clean up, and Linley sat down on the sofa and opened Jian to follow some music bloggers. He never forgot that he was going to write a song for Xiaxi, and it was about time for Courageous Outburst to come out. Going to Summerbrook's house tonight, High and Low will have to teach the old board a lesson. He is now a genius persona and is perfectly capable of composing his own music without having to ask anyone for help. But in order to make a lot of things explainable, it's special to learn from bloggers who teach music on short videos. Watch, how talented am I? Listen to them and I will. Although Duncan had explained it in music class, she had taught the most basic of the basics at the time. Like some stuff and things that are perfectly fine to dump on your own grandfather. But music, piano and such, his family circumstances would not allow him to. Near 10 o'clock, Yang Mi yawned in her nightgown as she emerged from inside the bedroom. As soon as she arrived in the living room she saw a frozen and surprised Xiao Ting and Linley, who was bent over the desktop writing. What about homework? Genome asked suspiciously. Shoo, Sister Honey, don't make a sound. Xiao Ting heard a loud noise and hurriedly made a silencing gesture at Yang Mi. What? I didn't send him homework either. What for? Xiao Ting left Linley's side and walked over to Yang Mi, whispering, Little Cadre is writing a song. What? For a moment, surprise washed right out of the wake-up call. Writing songs? He's writing songs? Xiao Ting kept nodding her head. Yang Mi lifted her steps up to Linley's side and looked down. Good guy. It's really writing a song. She had the same expression that Tiny had just had, her head buzzing. Linley ignored her and continued to bury his head in writing, scribbling and writing and listening. In order to make everything reasonably compliant, Tiny Ting followed up and continued in a whisper. He's been watching music bloggers teach all morning, and then can write. Yang Mi couldn't say anything for a moment. It was too anticlimactic. At this time, Linley frowned with slight dissatisfaction and muttered, Is this tune that difficult to compose? No, it's not good to learn just by watching the live broadcast. I have to give him S. Deng Ziki a call. With that he picked up the phone and dialed. He has now scored the easy version of the scale, which is simply, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, si. Of course, there are many flaws, many mistakes, which are intentional. Striving for authenticity, he thought it would be better to communicate and learn from Deng Ziki, who was actually studying music. So, he simply ignored Yang Mi on the side and dialed Deng Ziki. Hey, MS, Ziki, I just wrote a song. Help me look at it. I'll send it to you later. Help me refine it a bit. And you open the recording now. I'll hum it once for you to listen. Dang Ziki, who was far away in the hotel in Yongchang and slept until she woke up naturally just like Yangmi, who hadn't been up for a long time, was in a daze. What's that? Wasn't he playing games yesterday and writing a song today? Afternoon. With the help of Duncan Ziggy, the complete courageous outburst came out. Linley looked at the sheet music in his hand and was satisfied. It's not worth wasting so much time acting this scene. Honey, are you going back to Yongchang at night? Go back. I have to be on the show tomorrow. What's the point of not going back? And I still have to go to Yongchang for your guardianship formalities. Yang Mi brought the sheet music from his hands and said as she read it. Oh, then let's set off back now. I'm going to be a guest at Xiaoxi's house in the evening. If I don't leave now, I'll be late for the evening. Linley said. We'll leave later. Don't be in a hurry. Yang Mi wasn't surprised. Visiting a classmate's house was a common occurrence for elementary school students. After reading the sheet music, she narrowed her eyes with a sly mind and said, this song is for Xiaoxi. Right. Although her masterpiece so far is just one song, Love Offering, it doesn't stop her from seeing that it's a good song for a little girl to sing. Right. Linley nodded. I've told Xiaoxi before that I'll write her a song if she's good. Besides, when you go to someone's house as a guest, you can't go empty-handed. Yang Mi said. The reasoning is this, but you a small child, go to be a guest. Empty-handed people will not say anything. If you bring gifts over, that's what they will say. Being empty-handed doesn't make me look like I don't take it seriously. After all, I'm meeting my father-in-law and mother-in-law at the door. What? Yang Mi didn't respond for a moment. He just said DD and DH, right? You didn't hear me. I'm talking about going to see my father-in-law and mother-in-law. And in the future, you and Xiaoxi's mom and dad will barely be considered in-laws. Linley repeated. Yang Mi's eyelids twitched up slightly. I treat you like a child husband, and you're out thinking about child brides? Don't talk nonsense. You want to find a wife at a young age. Man-child. Linley said seriously. You don't understand. Only by solving personal problems first can you then go on to solve the problems of the people. As a leader, you must be free of all the worries of family so that you can devote yourself to taking care of the people. As soon as she heard that he was going to start pulling again, Yang Mi hurriedly interrupted. Okay, you're right about everything, but you're only 8 years old now. Anyway, I'll tell you, when you get to Xiaoxi's house tonight, you can't say that to her parents, okay? Chapter 125, Who are you? Are you Xiaoxi's sister? I know, don't you just dislike people who don't deserve to be in-laws with you? Linley said playfully. Yang Mi frowned. I mean it? Then he huffed. Don't be ridiculous. Do you know who his father is? If he's worthy, it's me who's unworthy. It's just a piano player. What play the piano? His father is not simply play the piano, is an artist, no? And his dad is the chief pianist of the National Symphony Orchestra, and has a certain reputation in the foreign classical world. Yang Mi briefly explained Xiaoxi's father's origins to Linley. Originally, she didn't know, but that day during the canvassing session, she learned that her artist, Dilly Hotspur, was Xiaoxi's aunt. In the back, when Board talked to Dilly Hotspur, she talked about it. Summerbrook is not related to Dilly Reba. Dilly Reba's father used to be in music as well, and Xiaoxi's dad used to be a student of his, and that's it. And with Xiaoxi's father's status in the art world, Yang Mi thought she was unworthy. Although the show business, entertainment stars are also considered a kind of art. Art to present art to the audience? But there are levels between the two. In any country, the classical music scene is not as big as the entertainment scene, but it is beyond the entertainment scene in terms of status. Xiaoxi's dad is again one of the most powerful few in the classical scene. The status is at least 3 or 4 floors above showbiz stars. Linley nodded. Oh, so it's a regular establishment. Got it. Yang Mi was slightly helpless when she saw that his mouth said he understood, but his expression seemed to have no understanding at all. Covering his forehead, he felt that he was also stupid. What was the point of telling a small child in such detail? Perhaps in his conscious perception, there was no such concept as an artist yet. Too much to say you don't understand. In short, don't be full of when you go to his house today. Take it seriously. Yang Mi added. And I heard Xiao Di say that Xiaoxi's father dotes on Xiaoxi, so if you dare to mention marrying her as your wife today, I can't guarantee that I'll have to go to the door to pick you up tomorrow. Don't have to come pick me up. I don't think he'll keep me overnight. It wouldn't be good for Xiaoxi's reputation if it got out, Linley said with fervent seriousness. Yang Mi twisted her head away, not wanting to face him anymore. What brain circuits? Is that what you mean? I'm keeping you overnight because I like you. If it weren't for a lack of profanity, high and low would be whole at this point. Sighing slightly in her mind, she didn't bother to talk or care. Let it be. Anyway, one is only a guardian. We'll be back later, so get ready. She left that behind and went back to her room to change and put on her makeup. Late afternoon. Linley got out of Yang Mi's nanny van. I'm not going to walk you up. Just press the elevator yourself. The driver will be waiting for you downstairs after he drops me off. Just come down and take the car home. Janom barked from the car. Okay, sister honey. I'll send you a message if I stay over for the night. And you can tell master driver to go back earlier. Linley waved his hand and walked into the elevator, leaving behind a sentence. Yang Mi in the car was speechless. Still thinking about spending the night? She shook her head helplessly, then turned to the driver. Take me back first, and then I'll trouble you to come back and wait for him a bit later. Okay boss. At this time Linley took the elevator to the 10th floor. Xiaxi's home is in the Yongcheng rich people gathered in the district, although not as upscale as Wang Tianyu's home, but in the Yongcheng upscale district is also considered the forefront. Linley left the elevator and came to the door and rang the doorbell. Clanking sound. There you are, squad leader. Not long after the door had just opened, Xiaxi's pleasant voice like a silver bell came out. Xiaxi was wearing a white fairy dress. Her hair wasn't tied up, it was softly scattered, and she was looking at Linley with eyes full of smiles. Creek, you look so pretty today. Linley smiled. Really? I think I'm so pretty too. Xiaxi smiled even more once she heard his compliment. What could be happier than a compliment from your future husband? Even parents can't compare. Of course it's true. Linley nodded affirmatively. This Xiaxi is really getting more and more watery the more you look at it. It's really cheap for your future self, especially after seeing her father and mother's face and body. If the gene does not mutate, Xiaxi's future is at least 170 or more, and her face value is even more guaranteed. As Xiaxi invited him in to change his slippers, Linley has been thinking in his mind that girls develop earlier. About 15, 6, 7 years old development is almost the same. When the time comes, let's see how tall Xiaxi grows. If he really exceeds 170, he feels that the 180 he added in the system in advance is a bit insufficient, and he has to make another 2 centimeters. At that moment, the hostess, Xiaxi's mom, Xin Yutong, came over with her apron tied and said enthusiastically, Xiao Li is here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Linley raised his head and looked at Xin Yutong, and instantly, his eyes brightened. Ha, are you Xiaxi's sister? Wow, you're beautiful. Sis. At first, Xin Yutong was slightly stunned when she heard, who are you? Hadn't we just met on the first day of school? Forgotten so soon? It made her slightly angry in her mind. Is your beauty that hard to remember? However, Linley followed up with the next 2 sentences. Angry? What's so great about gas? The displeasure that had just risen was washed away at once by joy. The smile on his face smiled even more happily than Xiaxi. Liz, am I really that young? Linley nodded his head with certainty. Well, sister, you're really young and beautiful. He then played dumb. Say, you're Creek's sister, aren't you? As soon as he finished saying this, Linley suddenly felt the air around him condense, as if he had been imprisoned by something. It was also accompanied by a gust of killing intent. It's killing again. He glanced out of the corner of his eye into the living room of the house, only to see that Olden was looking at him with an almost murderous gaze. That look was like an invisible sharp blade, causing the hairs that grew all over Linley's body to stand up. If eyes could kill, Linley felt that he would be dead by now. It's a real shame that Olden doesn't become a sniper with those eyes. He sighed slightly in his heart. Sister, who is that uncle? He looks so fierce. Linley said, putting on a weak and scared look and shrinking a tiny bit. Xin Yutong was immersed in the compliments of a small child, and was about to answer Linley's last question when she suddenly heard these words, and she raised her willow eyebrows to look at Xiao Lisheng, gave him a light glare with his eyes, as if to say, forget what you said last night? Don't make things difficult for the little ones. You use that face as soon as you walk in the door. Who are you trying to scare? That's sister's husband and Creek's father. Xiao Lisheng's brain was a bit cluttered as he listened to this reply there. You can't even understand your seniority after a few compliments? What's sister's husband? Creek's father. Or see what you're talking about? This asshole kid, in 3 words, took 2 women from his own family. Chapter 126. Don't take the public examination. Go into a pyramid scheme. He's too good at drawing cakes. Oh, this is Xiaoxi's father. Linley had a look of realization, but then his brows furrowed. Sister, you're lying. You're so young. How could you be married? LOL. Xin Yutong laughed pleasantly. This child was just too good at talking. Alright, I won't tease you. I'm actually Xiaoxi's mom. Xiao Lisheng couldn't stop frowning in the living room. His wife was really brainless. Being complimented twice confuses who's teasing who. Can't you see he's teasing you on purpose? More than 10 days on the program. Haven't you seen this kid's temperament yet? This kid is so full of it at such a young age. It's just annoying. We even met on September 1st when school started. You forgot. Xin Yutong slightly bent down and raised her hand to gently tap Linley's brain, laughing. This kid is just so articulate and simply delightful. Oh, no wonder it feels familiar. Linley nodded as if he remembered something. After not seeing you for 14 days, sister is really getting prettier and prettier to come. Relationships are like that. It's okay if your old man hates you, then please your mother-in-law. Generally, husbands are afraid of their wives. As long as you make your mother-in-law happy, you have no fear at all that your father-in-law will trip you up. Mother-in-law will definitely help. As the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law, the better she looks. Alright, don't be poor. Come in and sit down. Treat it like your own home. Don't be polite. Shin Yutong greeted with a smile. Aha! Linley walked into the living room and came to Xiaolisheng. Hello uncle, my name is Linley. I'm Xiaoxi's good friend. What he said was commonplace, but in Xiaolisheng's ears, every word was a provocation against him. However, as the head of the family, he naturally wouldn't lose his poise. And although he had a million dislikes in his heart for Linley, his surface work was still in full force. Hello, Roku, may I call you that? He smiled extremely gentlemanly. Of course you can. You're Creek's father, my elder. Of course you can be called that. Lee, sit down. Sit down. Dinner will be ready soon. Sit down for a while. Okay. Linley answered and sat down next to Summerbrook. Shin Yutong went to the kitchen to cook. Xiaolisheng accompanied and sat on one side. The atmosphere in the living room was a bit subtle. Xiaoxi's big eyes are full of Linley. The class president who doesn't wear a school uniform is a bit good-looking, eh? Before Linley came here today, he was specially dragged by Yang Mi to have his hair done and his head properly organized. It's more meticulously organized than it was yesterday when I was on the show. In Yang Mi's words, since you go to someone's home, you naturally have to be courteous and not unkempt. It's respect. Xiaoxi suddenly remembered that she hadn't poured tea for her dear class president, and hurriedly got up, saying crisply, Class president, do you drink Coke? Or milk? I'm alright, I'll drink whatever Creek gives me. Oh, drink milk then. It's nutritious. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly and ran to the kitchen refrigerator in a flash. Xiaolisheng glanced at Linley out of the corner of his eye. This little kid's mouth was really capable of talking. Look what his daughter has become. Since he came here, he does not even look at his old father. Hey! Taking advantage of the gap when Xiaoxi went to get a drink, he opened his mouth and said, Shaoli, when Xiaoxi was at school, thank you for taking care of her. I didn't take care of her. Creek is so good and her classmates love her. Linley similarly spoke normal words, and then said, Uncle, I heard Xiaoxi say that you're an artist, so is Xiaoxi going to develop in the art world in the future as well? Yes, my Creek will be an artist in the future. Oh, then you must train Creek well. Uncle, Xiaolisheng's heart did not think secretly sighed. This still needs you to say ah. On the other hand, his face was showing a lame smile. Of course, Xiaoxi will definitely become an excellent piano artist in the future. Aha, then I'll thank Uncle over here. Linley said. When Xiaolisheng heard this, why did he feel that something was wrong? Why are you thanking me? Isn't that what I'm supposed to do? Nope, that always felt like words. You mean you'll pick it when I've cultivated it, don't you? Not subtle at all, is it? Sharpening the knife straight to your heart is right. If Yang Mi was there at this moment, she would not be able to stop patting herself on the head. I've been telling him all day not to talk about it, and he hasn't listened to a word of it. I only heard Linley continue. Before Xiaoxi turns 18, you'll take care of her. After she turns 18 I'll take care of her. And after she turns 60 our Xiaoxi's children will take care of her, guaranteeing that Xiaoxi won't suffer a bit in this life. Xiaolisheng's eyes narrowed. Good guy. If that just now could still be related to subtlety a little bit. This sentence was directly stating the obvious. You're planning pretty far ahead. I'm thinking of my grandchildren. Granddaughter. One sentence wraps up Creek's whole life, seemingly for Creek's sake, letting her live her life in peace. But now you've offended me. Xiaoxi knows that you so arranged his life? Xiaolisheng brow cloudy. Frank and lame color dissipated without a trace. Linley nodded. Little Creek knows. And uncle, I think Little Creek should have told you that too. I think a man should be spontaneous, should be held accountable for what they said in the first place. He looked at Xiaolisheng's gloomy face, completely unconcerned, and continued, Xiaoxi's future dream is to become a big star, and my dream is to enter the central propaganda in the future. With my help, Xiaoxi's future artistic path will be straight and clear. Xiaolisheng's eyes froze. Yang Xian, you're quite ambitious. Although they artists, entertainment stars are not directly under the jurisdiction of the central propaganda leadership, but they have absolute power over the life and death of their artists. It sounds very good. If he can really enter the central propaganda, my daughter's future career will be bright. Why don't you see how old you are now? Are you painting me a picture? Xiaolisheng said. Listening to you. You are going to take the public examination in the future. Yes, uncle. My teachers know that I will take the public examination first. then enter the radio and television, and step by step ascend to the central propaganda. Linley's face was full of solemnity. At that time, if Uncle is still in the art circle and has not retired, at that time, I'll just as well help Uncle, so that you can take your art career to the next level. Charleston was silent. It wasn't silence from being thought of by Linley still thinking of himself. Rather, it's because the pie is painted all over itself. At the moment he was extremely speechless. The boy, he felt, should not have gone for the public examination, should be in a pyramid scheme. It's almost like the holy child that the pyramid scheme is looking for so hard. For a moment just now, he was a little heartbroken. If this child can really enter the central propaganda in the future, his position in the art circle will be unshakable. But, Chapter 127, The Little Cotton Patch. Can't stay. Waiting for him to look at the child in front of him who was only 8 years old. Thinking about it again. The incredibly difficult road of central declaration. He shook his head. If he were to take the public examination, with the cleverness he has shown so far, he would be able to get in with hard work in the future, into the radio and television, with his head as well as this mouth. Step by step is also able to go up, hold some power. But, central declaration. Can you get in just because you want to? You have pretty great ambitions. Xiao Lisheng was silent for a long time before exhaling a breath. So don't worry, Uncle. I'll take good care of Xiaoxi when she turns 18, Linley assured in a fervent manner. Wait until you pass the exam first. Upon hearing this, Linley's brows were pleased. Uncle, you're agreeing to this, aren't you? It won't disappoint you. Charleston froze. When did he agree? Can't you hear that you're stalling for a refusal? Xiaoxi went to the kitchen fridge to get a drink and was supposed to come back after that, but she was pulled back by Xin Yutong. Xiaoxi, look, how happy your father is talking to Xiaoli. How is it as nasty as you said at that time? Xiaoxi peeked at the two people talking happily in the living room and spread her face and smiled. I knew that the class president is loved by everyone, and Dad must love the class president as well. Well, let's go. Take the drinks over and give them the message that dinner will be ready in 5 more minutes. Xin Yutong laughed. Aha. Natsuki trotted merrily from the kitchen to the living room couch with the milk in hand. Squad leader, here you go. It's a little icy. Thanks, Creek. Linley smiled and took the milk from her. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly and asked Xiao Lisheng, Dad, what are you guys talking about? Why are you talking so happily? Can you tell Xiaoxi? Sweat slightly seeped out from within the shirt behind Xiao Lisheng's back. He was surprised. From which could his daughter tell that she was having a good chat with Linley? Your squad leader was just painting me a picture. Brainwashing me. Happy? It really doesn't matter a bit. Looking at his own daughter's pleasant expression, he naturally wouldn't say anything bad about Linley. Your class president is smart. Right. I told you the class president was smart. Dad, you finally felt it. Xiaoxi giggled softly. Linley took a light sip of milk, then put it on the coffee table and raised his eyes to Xiaoxi. Just now, Uncle and I were talking about you, and Uncle said that you'll definitely become an artist when you grow up. Charleston, you took the words right out of my mouth. Right. He nodded and smiled. Then his words changed. Xiaoli used to compose a song and thought it was very good. That said, Xiaoli, aren't you going to write a song for Xiaoxi? Here we go. Linley said in his heart. Lao dang. Do you know that I have predicted your premeditation in advance? Of course, as I just said, a man must keep his word. I've already written Xiaoxi's song, and I've also asked Mr. Deng Ziki to assist me and compose the tune as well. Saying that, Linley took out the folded sheet music from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoxi. Creek, check it out and see if you like it. I think it's super for you. With this song, I guarantee you'll be a hit on the internet. This statement Linley was by no means blowing smoke and blowing awesome. The proliferation of this song was something he had learned firsthand in his last life. But these words were undoubtedly another pie in the sky bragging in the eyes of Xiao Lisheng. Xiaoxi took it and opened it lovingly, looking at the note lyrics on it. A seed is planted in the heart day. It grants little wishes with magic. She half read it, half sang it. Artist family, and his dad was heavily nurtured. Notes, melodies and all. She started learning them when she was 3 years old. She had been swimming in the sea of music since she was a child. And for this score, she understood it at a glance. At first Charleston was unimpressed, but as he listened to Xiaoxi's chanting, his heart was slightly surprised. In his eyes, this song is still a bit different from the masterpiece, but the lyrics, the melody, plus his daughter's tender and pleasant voice, how does it sound a bit good? Dad, take a look. It's very nice, eh? Xiaoxi's joyful expression overflowed on her face, before she turned to Linley and said, Did the class president really write this for me? I like it so much. Of course it was written for you. I customized it for you. Linley nodded and smiled. Lao dang. How about it? Are you going to return the bride price? Xiao Lisheng actually didn't need to look at the notes on the sheet music. Just now Xiaoxi hummed and sang softly once, and this section of notes had already formed in his mind. Still, he took it from Xiaoxi and looked at it for a few moments, courage to explode. Then he was looking at Linli again, secretly sighing, good boy. This song is too suitable for his daughter to sing at her age. Whether the song was hot or not he couldn't guarantee, but the fit was a real fit. At this time, Xin Yutong came out of the kitchen with her apron untied. It's time to eat. Xiaoxi twisted her head to look at Xin Yutong. Mom, the class president wrote me a song, eh? It's so good. Come and see. It's natural to share what's happy. Really? Xin Yutong was slightly stunned. She really wrote a song? She walked over to Charleston and leaned over slightly to look over her head. Not bad. Riku is very talented. After reading it, she praised it heartily. It's over. The more I look at this kid, the better he looks. Talented, smart, and mostly complimentary. Say write a song. Really write a song for your own daughter. It's also a good man who was a man of his word. As you can see from this. Sister, it's good that you guys like it. Linli revealed a coy and modest expression. Xiaoxi is going to be a big star in the future. As long as you guys like it, I'll cover all her future songs. He then looked at Xiao Lisheng with a slightly smug look. Is Lao Dang still satisfied? Xiao Lisheng didn't notice his eyes and only focused on his daughter's expression. From the time Linli had come in until now, it had been clear to him that his little cottontail belonged to him until he was 18. After 18, can't stay. Linli, this little kid, a mouth can talk. The key is also quite talented. With a musical talent that surprised him, the future also intends to take the public broadcasting. His own daughter must have taken the path of an art student. How can you get away from the future bending between the two? Even if one were to block it anymore, the trajectories of the two of their lives would, sooner or later, intersect one day. He slightly put away his hostile feelings towards Linli, his heart despondent and helpless as he sighed in his forehead. Very good indeed. I'll have to find a chance to nag after the kid alone later. Let's eat. Xiao Lia, let's eat first. Xiao Lisheng once again put up a warm and genial smile and greeted. Seeing this, Xin Yutong secretly nodded. It seemed that her husband was beginning to accept Linli. The one who knew Xiao Lisheng the best was naturally her as the person on the pillow. The same expression, the slightly slower tone, she could tell at a glance. Let's eat, she greeted with the same smile. In her eyes, her daughter will be married sooner or later, and their biggest wish as parents is that her daughter will be well off and not be bullied. Chapter 128, A Family of Four? A real little yellow hair? Help your daughter to keep an eye on her, and help her to keep a check and a pick on the criteria for choosing a spouse. So far, it seems that Linli, the child's mouth 1 2 3 4 5, 789 no 6 outside. Other performance is not bad. It's hard to say about the future. After all, people change. But so far, it seems to be considered a good kid with straight politics and a heart for the red table. The four of them, Xiao Lisheng, were eating in harmony as if they were a family of four. There was no alcohol on the table. Charleston didn't drink. Alcohol could make a pianist's fingers become inflexible, affecting the precision and technique of the performance, so he didn't drink a drop of alcohol. The two children were still underage, much less able to drink. As for Xin Yutong, she would take a sip or two, but at the moment clearly had no intention of drinking. So, there are only drinks on the table. Linli ate the food. The words were few. Basically Xin Yutong. Xiao Lisheng asked a question. He answered. Very disciplined. The manners piece is impeccable. A meal is very harmonious. Xiao Lisheng did not nitpick to make things difficult. The family is happy. After the meal, Xin Yutong cleaned up the dishes, and Xiaoxi had long been eager to run to the piano to play the piece under Xiao Lisheng's guidance. Under Xiao Lisheng's guidance, Xiaoxi quickly became skillful after playing it twice. Xiaoxi, you're great, Xiao Lisheng praised, dotingly touching her head. You keep playing. I'll find Xiaoli to chat for a while. Aha, okay daddy. Xiaoxi nodded sweetly, slightly raising her little eyebrows and reminding. Daddy, you can't bully the class president. Oh, don't worry, how could I bully him? Xiao Lishan laughed. Okay, Xiaoxi responded, then turned to Linli and said, Class president, if my father bullies you, you remember to call me. We'll ignore him together. The corner of Xiao Lisheng's eye twitched. His arm has already turned outward, right? Is it that fast? 7 years of parenting is nothing compared to a little yellow hair you've known for 10 days or so? Okay, little creek. Your father is so kind. How could he bully me? Linli smiled. Xiao Lisheng led evil Linli to the inside of the study. As soon as Linli entered, he saw that several windows in the study were filled with a variety of forehead trophies. He doesn't think it should be called a window display case. It should be called a wall of honor. It had Xiao Lisheng's, Xin Yutong's, and Xiaoxi's on it. Of course Summerbrook's is dominated by awards. and there are lots of pictures of winning awards. On the occasion of the meal, Linley was also aware that Shin Yutong also took the artistic route. Learning more, Western music, traditional music are involved, but also because of learning a lot and not learning one of them well, the achievement is mediocre. Sit down. Xiaolisheng was slightly offended that Linley didn't show any shocked and surprised expressions when he saw those trophies and whatnot. Do children understand the honorary nature of trophies? That bemused expression, as if what he had pursued all his life and spent his time and energy fighting for was for show. Linley sat down across the desk and suddenly noticed it counts as a family photo. Why it counts? Because there's an extra little yellow hair on it. Blonde little brat. Standing in the middle of Xiaolisheng and Shin Yutong, while Xiaoxi was held high by Xiaolisheng, the four of them took photos in a quirky manner. As you can see from the photos, he should have been in a good mood at the time. Linley frowned slightly in the face of the many trophies without even frowning. Looking at this happy and harmonious family photo, Linley couldn't help but think, is this little yellow hair a half-brother, or half-brother, to Xiaoxi? The genes of foreigners are very strong. Not a single Chinese trait. Usually on the desk, or on the bedside table, put photos of the most important people in your life. The same is true for the whole family. Why would you put this picture on your desk if it wasn't the closest person to you? Don't they have any pictures of the family? This is Xiaoxi's brother? Linley couldn't stop his curiosity and asked in a small voice. Xiaolisheng smiled and nodded. Yes, he's Xiaoxi's older brother, named Vincent. Oh, Linley nodded his head if he had a deeper meaning, and asked cautiously, why isn't he here? Seeing this Linley's cautiousness, Xiaolisheng always felt that he hadn't misunderstood the brainstorming. He's the son of a close friend of mine. He's abroad. What are you thinking? Charleston asked suspiciously. Hearing this, Linley immediately shook off those thoughts in his own mind, sighing in his heart that his brain circuits were a bit of a novelty. I can't believe I'm associating so much. Rather a bit rude. It's fine. Just curious. I see you guys are so close to this little yellow. I can see you guys are so close to this little yellow kid. I think he should be a very good friend's son. Linley changed from the careful state he had just been in and resumed his normal color and said, you were just about to say little yellow hair. Xiaolisheng glared at him without a good look. As a professional piano virtuoso, one is extraordinarily sensitive to sound, because a complete piece of music has to be listened to for all kinds of dissonances and flaws in it. Don't look at Linley's quick change of words, but he still heard him. Yes, Linley didn't try to be sophomoric, having heard it all. What was the point of being sophomoric? Oh, you're just a little yellow hair in my heart, and you call people yellow hairs. TSK. There was no one else in the study either, so Xiaolisheng simply stopped pretending. Since he can say the paragraph about dyeing yellow hair and writing a ghost fire, I think he understands the meaning of yellow hair. Furthermore, in his eyes, Linley, the little brat, was precocious again. Solely open up the sky as well. Uncle, that's where you're wrong. I'm not yet, if and when I dye my hair yellow, but this man was born yellow. Linley began to playfully smile when he saw that Xiaolisheng had said so. In my heart you are. Xiaolisheng's eyebrows rose slightly as he sighed slightly. This child of yours is honestly the most special of all the children I've ever seen. Uncle, are you praising me? It's a bit flattering to me. Linley continued to laugh playfully. Sort of. Xiaolisheng did not deny it. You are too smart and have too many tricks. Adults love smart kids, and they don't find that kid cute once that kid is too smart to even play with adults. It can even be resistant. All of Linley's performances in the junior class, his heart and means, all of them made Xiaolisheng feel cold behind his back. If you're so young and you play your tricks like this, how can you grow up? Who can play him? Linley laughed at this. I don't have anyone else at home anymore, and when I go out, I can only rely on me. If I don't get smart and show a little tact, I'll be bullied to death. It's going to be miserable. Chapter 129. The fish seller's uncle told me not to be afraid of the wind and waves. Xiaolisheng nodded slightly as she felt his serious demeanor. There was nothing wrong with that. A child like Linley who had no one to depend on was looked at with discrimination wherever he was. The rich bully the poor and the poor bully the honest. Poor and honest. An underling, a human being who can be bullied. In the old days, honest people were praised, but with the public opinion of the times, honest people have somehow become a derogatory term. Xiaolisheng sighed darkly, and when he said that, he could understand his display of intelligence, just to show people that he's not a bully. I hope this cleverness of yours stays with you and is used in the right way. He wouldn't say much more on the subject. He could only pray that the boy didn't go astray. A smart kid like him could really easily go astray if he didn't have a parent, someone with a positive outlook on the three things, to guide him correctly. Family of origin reasons can make many small children extremely mentally unstable. The political path? Linley said. Of course, I'll definitely use it for my political career. My dream since I was a child was to be a good cadre for the people, for the benefit of the people, he said as he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket, opened the lock screen interface, and aimed it at Xia Lisheng. Uncle, look, I'm receiving political energy every day and would never go any other way. Xia Lisheng always felt that what he said about the right way and what he said about the right way meant different things, but seeing the full red icon on his cell phone, he knew that it was really different. Positive, became, political. Good boy. Who put these on him? So ideological? More app software than you have in your own phone. Just by looking at the icon, he could already feel the overflowing red thought energy. You're very nice. Xia Lisheng stuttered. A national chief pianist, an internationally renowned artist surprised into stuttering, is also rare. Uncle C, so you can rest assured that what I told you earlier wasn't a pie in the sky. It's true. Linley said fervently, I'm definitely going to take a political path in the future. Xia Lisheng raised his hand and rubbed his temples. This child is really too amazing. The heart said, no matter whether it is to take the political path or not, or any other way, as long as it is positive, it will be fine. It seems to be ironclad that he wants to go into politics in the future. He lamented, yes, it has to be. How can we protect the people if we don't take the political road? Uncle I, as an adult, it is necessary to remind you a word. The political road is not good. Inside the wind and waves are very big. If you take the road of art, Uncle cannot help you a little. Xia Lisheng's animosity towards Linley had been unloaded back when he gave Xiaxi the song. It was a good reminder at the moment. The road of the career, seemingly beautiful, which is full of thorns. The slightest misstep may be all but irreversible. If Linley took the path of art, he thought that with Linley's current display of musical talent, with a little cultivation, his future in the art circle would definitely be more stable than his career path. Linley was unimpressed by his reminder. Uncle, I'm not afraid of the wind and waves. When I used to go to the vegetable market with my grandfather to pick up leaves, and Uncle selling fish used to say, the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. Xia Lisheng was stunned to hear this. A good phrase, the bigger the wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. It's amazing how a fish seller can say something so meaningful. It's really true that the master is in the people. I can't imagine that such a character exists in a small marketplace. Good. You have this determination. Uncle, I won't say anything more. I wish you a bright future. Xia Lisheng didn't say much more. From all of Linley's performances and words, it was already very intuitively telling him the path he was going to take in the future. But let me remind you, you and Creek are not allowed to fall in love until you're 18, and you're not allowed to interfere with her studies. Do you understand? He felt that Linley, being so precocious, should be able to understand the meaning of falling in love. Otherwise, if it had been any other child, he would never have mentioned those 3 words. Kids don't even have that concept. No problem, even if you don't say it, I won't. Linley solemnly responded. Charleston nodded in satisfaction and changed the subject. Do you have dependents now? No, but there's a guardian. Ho, awkward? No, MS. Young me. It's her. Xia Lisheng murmured. It's also good. Yang Mi is not bad. A bit of family background can provide you with a quality educational environment. In the future in school, help me take care of Xiao Shi more. Don't let her be bullied. Linley heard the meaning of these words, meaning that in the future, no matter which school he went to, Xia Shi would transfer with him. Gotta. The childhood friend cultivation begins. No problem. Uncle, don't worry. Besides me, no one will bully her. And when I become the chief captain of the junior team, I'll promote Xiaoxi to be the literary committee member of the junior team. Linley really wanted to smack himself for this mouth. Usually fast talking is not enough, but in the face of this melody can hear the flaws of the piano master fast talking. This is not looking for uncomfortable. Xia Lisheng obviously heard it again, laughed coldly 2 times, but did not say anything. And you're the head captain of the junior varsity. Studying hard is the top priority. Studying to promote me both. After Linley and Xia Lisheng came out of the study, they only saw that in the living room. Xiaxi had already left the piano and was sitting on the sofa with Shin Yuton on the television. Boiling goat, can you eat in a more civilized manner? I'm sorry, I won't do that next time. Wesley, can you be a bit more civilized when you eat? It's okay, that's what boys call bravado. Just 2 steps out. Linley heard the double standard green tea quotes from the American Sheep. Class president, you're out with dad. What were you guys talking about in there for so long? When Xiaxi saw the 2 of them come out, she immediately got up, leaving behind Shin Yuton on the side, and happily trotted over. Class president, did my dad bully you? Xia Lisheng's doting gaze was filled with helplessness. Why would you think I would bully your class president? Because you used to say that whoever marries me will beat him to death. Xiaxi said in a soft and sticky voice. I was joking. Xia Lisheng smiled awkwardly and changed his words. You're so worried about you and I bullying your class president. What if your class president bullies me? How could the class president bully you? The class president is so nice. Linley was satisfied to hear how kind and magnificent his image was in Xiaxi's mind, comparable to his father. I mean, what if? Charleston said. Then it must have been something you did wrong, Dad, that the class president bullied you. No one knew how many pieces Xia Lisheng's heart was broken into at this moment. He looked up expressionlessly and said to Shin Yutong, don't show Xiaoxi this cartoon in the future. Chapter 130, Linley, I'm actually quite regretful today. It was already 20:30 in the evening when I left Xiaoxi's house. Linley left resolutely amidst Xiaoxi's reluctant gaze, and Xia Lisheng's hateful gaze. Today's copy of the old DD is very restful and smooth. Linley gleefully rode the elevator downstairs, counting the time Yang Mi's driver should be waiting for him downstairs at an early hour. After arriving at the negative floor, he looked around for a while and quickly locked onto Yang Mi's one nanny car. Dang, the driver master had obviously noticed Linley as well, and immediately started the car. After Linley sat in the car, he said to the driver in the driver's seat, Master has worked hard for you, waiting for me so late. No hard work, this I work. The driver's mind lamented the small child's understanding. No one said the word hard work to him in his normal work duties. Linley leaned back in his chair and changed to a comfortable sitting position, then said with a smile, I'll ask Sister Honey to give you a raise some other day, ha. Ha ha, yeah, I'll wait for you to mention it. Ha, the driver's master smiled. This kid is kind of cute. The slightly irritated impatience of waiting so long was swept away by Linley in 3 words. On the way back to the residence. Inside the car, the driver's master was in a good mood because of that line of caring greeting, and fell to chatting casually with Linley. Driving itself is a very lonely thing, as the driver usually carries Yang Mi these bosses when the natural closed mouth, conscientious driving, but now Linley wasn't considered the boss, and besides, the kid was quite pleasant. The two were also chatting quite a bit. Nothing went wrong going to your classmate's house, did it? The driver asked with a smile as he looked at the road ahead. Linley sighed slightly. Master, we come from a poor background. How can we climb up to this kind of artist family? The driver frowned slightly, listening to the tone and accent. It seemed that the children were not doing very well at their classmate's house. That's not true. It was quite fun to go downstairs at the time. He quickly relieved. You're still young. What's a high climber or not? You're so outstanding. You'll surely make a big difference in the future. Thank you, Master Driver. Linley leaned his head against the car window. Actually, today went quite well. Smooth, why aren't you happy? It didn't go the way I expected. Linley's eyes were filled with regret. The driver's master got a little curious. What did you expect? Linley said, I was expecting his father to give me a check for $5 million to keep me away from his daughter. But alas, the shortcut didn't work out. The driver's master was silent. He raised his eyes to look at Linley in the rearview mirror. What was that little head thinking? Lean, and a $5 million check? How old are you guys? That's a TV show bridge. The driver master was extremely speechless. But dramas come from life. Linley gave a stubborn retort. Now that I think about it, the reason it went so well is probably because his family couldn't get 500W. The master driver shut up completely. It felt like my head was going to turn off if I kept talking. After safely delivering Linley to his home, the driver watched through the glass as Linley entered the house before taking out his phone to report to Yang Mi. Hello, boss, it's delivered to the house. Okay, please, is that little brat still going well? Yang Mi's pleasant voice rang out from the phone. It looked like it went pretty well, but he seemed a little upset. The driver said truthfully, not daring to hide anything from the boss who paid his salary. What? The kid got in the car and said it was kind of sad that his classmate's dad didn't give him a $500W check to get him out of there. What is it? Yang Mi's voice was full of doubt and surprise, not understanding the general meaning at the moment. The phone was then silent for 25 seconds after the master driver gave her a detailed account of what Linley had said. A few moments later, Yang Mi said, his brain is different from normal people, and $500W check? What kind of dramas are they watching? She then continued, okay, just get it home safely, hang up, okay, boss. At this time, Yang Mi inside the hotel, her brain was still immersed in the words, 5 million checks, leave her. This little kid's brain is always so refreshingly different. Never know what he's thinking or where he's headed. Women aren't even as hard to guess as he is. The following day, Monday, September 15, was cloudy to overcast. Rising Stars Jr. celebrates its 3rd week on the air. Linley routinely arrived at the school in an Audi, a symbol of noble power. Wang Tianyu followed behind like a secretary beside a leader. Class president, take me to the score tonight after school. Along the way, Wang Tianyu had brought up the topic of king scoring in Linley's ears countless times. Tianyu, the game is just entertainment. Don't look at it so seriously. The top score is with fate. Don't pursue it deliberately. Linley spoke at length without turning his head. I know it's entertainment, but I still want to score points. Wang Tianyu muttered. I'll take you guys some other time when I'm free. Linley shook his head slightly. How could such a rich young master be addicted to online games? No future. Alright, class president, it's a deal. I'll send you a full set of skins. Wang Tianyu was instantly excited. No need. Ordinary fun between friends. Saying gift would be tasteless. Linley still had a rigid look on his face. Oh, I understand, squad leader. Then I'll transfer money to you for every star you take me on. That way it's earned labor and not a bribe. Wang Dashou had been following Linley for a while, and with his parents' teaching, he had still grown. One way, another way, he's reasonable. Linley nodded, slightly paused in his steps, turned back, and gave him a deep look. Young man is good. Great progress. When you say that, I'm interested in putting the king back down. After the match last Saturday, Linley deleted King's Honor without hesitation. Games that would only stop him from moving forward and distract him, so he deleted it decisively. The King's Honor itself was a tool for him to make money, but it's no longer needed. Although Liu Tianwang's $500,000 has not yet arrived, it is already ironclad. The police department rewarded $2,000 for the human trafficking case. King's Glory All-Star Tournament, I don't know whether it's the official notice fee or Yang Mi's private giving, but it's also 8W. Although this money is not in his hands at the moment, but Yang Mi said he would give it to him. There's also the bottom 10W for the junior class enrollment jingle. A lot of it hasn't arrived, but it will sooner or later. So, he's not exactly short of money right now. Straight away, I uninstalled the game, but now that Wang Dashou said that, well, with Mr. Wang's wealth, a star must start at 3 or 4 digits? There's money to be made. Chapter 131. What could be a bigger headache for a child than him? Leading Wang Tianyu into the class. In an instant, the students who had arrived early gathered around. Class president, you're so six. I didn't realize you were my idol. Squad leader takes me to score. I'm aided by a thief. Squad leader, it's normal for elementary school students to play a couple of games in their spare time, and nowadays it's the time when mobile games are all the rage. There is no shortage of students in the junior class who have addictive games. Linley didn't outright refuse at this point. After all, Wang Dashou had made an appointment. And wasn't there still 3 empty seats here? The ass-kissers and the upper pit seats. Okay, I'll take you guys sometime. How can you be a good class president and turn down your own classmates? This is not conducive to unity. Wang Tianyu's little head was full of questions when he heard Linley agree so dryly. You weren't like this to me just now. Linley continued to his classmates. On the way here just now, Vice Wang said that he wanted me to bring the group together to score points. So if you guys want to be thankful, go thank Vice Wang. Wang Tianyu raised his eyebrows and the question mark swung away. The class president is so nice to me, giving no image and prestige yet. Vice squad, you're so nice. The vice squad leader is awesome. The students immediately aimed their words of thanks at Wang Tianyu and complimented and praised him. Wang Tianyu's small heart, vanity suddenly overflowed. His face put on a smile. All our classmates. There are good things to naturally bring everyone together, so that we will be more united. Linley nodded his head gently. The youngster reacted quite quickly. And then he didn't care about this side and walked straight to his desk. Natsuki had arrived at school long ago. She was usually one of the first few people in her class to arrive. Squad leader, she called out sweetly. Good morning, Creek. Linley hung his book bag on a hook on the side of his desk and greeted him with a smile. Good morning. Xia, she was lively and cheerful. When will the class president take me to the amusement park? It's on her mind all the time. I'll take you there someday when the wind is fair, haha. Don't be in a hurry. I never lie to children. Linley said. Good. Shashi clapped her little hands happily. In the meantime, inside the program's studio conference room, the regular weekly meeting of the organization's officers is underway. The backbone of the show's departments and the 5 stars fell into their seats one after the other, quietly listening to the old mastermind's account of the week's developments, the show's reported word of mouth, and the upcoming related events organized by the school. This Friday is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. The junior classes program has not been rehearsed yet. Ziki, you seized the opportunity to organize and rehearse a chorus out. Lao Mozi looked at Deng Ziki and said, okay, I'll start music class. The songs are already picked out. Tong Ziki answered. Who do you think is going to be in it if each one is on stage? You'll have to hurry up, as other classes in the school are currently signing up to run for the opportunity to perform on stage. There's already a candidate. Xia, she will definitely be able to run successfully. And for the rest, if Linley has the ability to sing and perform, he'll be able to take a spot on the stage if he goes to the school to run. Yesterday, on Sunday, Linley had contacted Deng Ziki and knew that he was writing a song for Xiaxi. Once she heard that song, Deng Ziki felt that Xiaoxi couldn't help but be on fire, and it just happened to be stuck before the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, which wasn't just for Xiaoxi to prepare for at the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala. Xiaoxi is fine. As for Lin Li, Lao Mozi paused, and after a moment of contemplation, he spat out a sentence. I hope that when he goes on stage he's really singing. Ha ha. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room burst out laughing. Should be singing normally, Duncan said uncertainly. Well, I'll leave it to you to organize the Mid-Autumn party, and we'll carry out the next topic. The old mogul doesn't say anything more on the subject. In terms of performing talent, he was completely at ease with Deng Ziki leading the way as the gatekeeper. As for Lin Li, it was useless for them to discuss it too much. Lin Li would never move forward according to the plans that he and the others had made, unless one goes to talk to him alone. So, what's the use of their talking now? Lao Mozi said. The last week of the end of the month the school will organize a sports meeting. Ciao. In this regard, you will be there to pick some students with good motor nerves to participate in a little. He then handed a piece of paper to Deng Chao. The first grade events are simple. 50-meter dash, standing long jump, rope skipping. There's a tug of war for the team events, and a relay run. There's not much in the way of high-intensity events in first-grade sports. Small children are not physically able to do so either. And the main one is heavy on participation. Yes, no problem. Deng Chao took the A4 paper and looked at it twice and nodded. He had doubts about the tug of war. Though, class-to-class tug of war. There are only 28 of us in the junior class now. How can we compete? Don't worry. The other 8 students will join in before the games. And the school administration has said that when the time comes, to be fair, there will only be 36 people from each first-year class. Since that day, teenage stage. Come if you dare. The effect has been unusually obvious, said Lao Mozi. The phone calls from parents wanting to attend the junior classes are flooding the program's phones. Of course, even without that statement, the calls would still be plentiful. Only most of them are ordinary house calls. And with that said, after the collective provocation of the junior class, some high-minded and talented kids but want to take a trip into the muddy waters of the junior class. Then I have no problem. Tang Chao nodded his head upon hearing this. The old schemer revealed a hint of a smile and said, tell you about the students who have enrolled in this enrollment. TSK, 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 TSK. I have to say that Lin Li's little brat is going to make things happen. What? He awkwardly asked curiously. Those who want to participate in our junior class are not only some domestic kids, but also some foreign kids. Our program is so hot, it's all caught fire abroad? Deng Ziki was shocked. No. Technically it's foreigners living in our China, Lao Mozi explained. Then said, of course, there are also parents born and raised abroad who have signed up, but given the language barrier, I basically turned it down. Deng Chao hears this and breathes a sigh of relief. Almost got laid off. Yang Mi noticed Deng Chao and teased. Ha ha, Chao, you escaped. Make it look like you're not the same. We have everyone here except Fifi. Everyone else is Xian. Tung Chao skimmed his lips and said sarcastically. Mister, he can do it too. You should be the only one who doesn't speak good English. Louis Fei opened her mouth and scoffed along with Yang Mi. Go. Old Mozi laughed. Well, no kidding. I'll send someone to arrange for the selected students to enroll in school as soon as possible. There are a few of them that are not to be missed, so we may have to work hard for you guys at that time. He awkwardly wondered. Why? Is there any child that gives us more headaches than Lin Li? In his eyes, Lin Li was the leader of the demons and monsters, and there was no child more capable of making trouble than he was. You'll know when the time comes. In short, the program effects definitely won't be the only thing Lin Li messes up. Chapter 132, Lin Hall's proper view of learning. No choice. He awkwardly frowned up. Why did that sound so oozy? One Lin Li was enough of a headache, and from what he was saying it seemed like a couple of tough guys had come. Deng Chao also understood the meaning, and hurriedly said, Director Zhang, you can't recruit some problematic students specially for the effect of the program. My body and bones can't withstand the torture. Don't worry, it's within control. My program isn't a metamorphosis. How could I find those problematic students? Lao Mozi laughed. At that point, the staff member in the conference room who had been assigned to watch the junior class situation alone looked up. Director Zhang, Lin Li has started his speech address again. The program staff is basically in a meeting. It is natural to arrange for someone to individually check the movements of the junior class at all times, so that they can be informed of anything that occurs at the first opportunity. A bunch of kids still doesn't quite put them at ease. Lao Mozi, Yang Mi and the others focused their attention on him. It was early in the morning, and I thought the kids should have just gotten to school, so I guess they weren't all there yet. Lin Li, this little kid is up to something again? It really doesn't save them any heart at all. Look, aha, The staff nodded and hurriedly dropped the live video link onto the projector's curtain. At the moment in the junior class, Linley stood on the podium. With a grave face and a tone of hate, he said, "All you know is games all day long. Can you read more books and study more to learn the spirit of higher leadership? Our junior class is a place of learning. In the morning you have nothing but games. How are we going to be an example to the nation's children this way?" Under the podium, Wang Tianyu's few people lowered their heads in shame. The cause of the incident. Linley was chatting with Xiaoxi when the group of people who wanted Linley to bring points with him finished thanking Wang Tianyu and pulling their punches, and then they gathered around Linley's desk, either brag or ask for advice. At first it was fine. Linley would still pull a few words and chat with them, but they fell into conversation. People should focus on their studies. Games are just entertainment to pass the time. Linley blushed in displeasure and said, "I play games just to kill time with boredom and spice things up when my studies are dull." Backstage, Old Schemer and the others listened to Linley's words, a pleased smile on their faces. This kid, at least his 3 views are still positive. He awkwardly nodded. Yes, isn't that the original meaning of our program? Although usually mischief is a bit unreliable, at least the thought is not a problem. None of the others agreed with this point. Linley's ideological awareness, as well as his 3 views, were still positive at the moment, and this was what satisfied them the most. Also at this time, the netizens who watched the live stream early on, some were washing up, some were squatting, some were eating breakfast, all with one hand free to send complimentary pop-ups. Junior class podium. I know, your family is very privileged. Even if you don't study hard, you can go home and inherit the family business when you grow up. Linley snapped. I, on the other hand, grew up with 2 dead parents and a small family, with no choice but to succeed, so I won't have much time to take you guys to games because I have to study. Linley slowed down his tone slightly and spoke to Wang Tianyu and the others. Junior class. You remember, games can be played, snacks can be eaten, trick-or-treating can be done, and if you need any help, I'll help. But whoever doesn't love to study, doesn't work hard, doesn't think about getting into the ministry, I'm sorry we can't be good friends. After saying this, he walked off the podium and patted Su Gaojie on the shoulder as he passed by him. In a serious tone, he sighed. I advise you rattletail juices not to play around with your families having assets. Yes, Lin Hall is so awakened. Holy, this is what junior class is all about. Why am I the only one who feels like laughing at the idea of a regular guy teaching a bunch of rich kids how to work hard? I'm not afraid of rich kids playing with things, but I'm afraid of rich kids being complacent. Get it? This group of kids under Lin Hall's leadership. Later on. Ahem. Ha. As soon as I entered the live broadcast, I saw Lin Hall expressing a correct view of thought and learning. Well, another day of heightened awareness. My favorite thing to watch is Lin Hall educating the rich kids. It's great to watch. The audience in the live broadcast room watched as one rich second generation bowed their heads in shame, which really made them happy. This kind of scene is kind of rare. A small child of the lowest family, educating this group of children born in Rome to nothing. And at this moment in the live broadcast, one by one, the students of the junior class ran to Linley to apologize plus reassure him. Song Ishue, the teacher isn't here, so take them and start reading aloud. Linley said with a stern face, all go back to your seats. Okay, class president. Song Ishue, as the study committee member, immediately rose to the podium holding her books. Not long after, the junior class opened up without an early morning study session. Linley followed along and read aloud, doing a good job of modeling what it means to be an example, all the while reading aloud and watching the others to see who wasn't paying attention. Once the so-called morning study session was over and there was a short break, the first class began. The language teacher, he awkward, walked into the classroom and first complimented what had just happened, and briefly whined a few sentences about the correct view of learning, before proceeding with the lecture. Before you know it, a class is over. During break time, Linley and Xiaoxi and Kai Chenfan were called to the office by He Awkward. Inside the teacher's office, Deng Ziki sat in front of them and briefly told the 3 of them about the Mid-Autumn Gala. The 3 of them were told that they could go and campaign for the Mid-Autumn Gala stage. I'll definitely go. Xiaoxi immediately showed her determination. The class president wrote me a song. I'll go too. I've just learned a lot of dancing and rap recently. Kai Chenfan said. He doesn't belong to the Linley party. He's a neutral party. But he was close to Li Qinyan and the others in the early days. But then he changed to neutral for some unknown reason later on. That's why he's not on the list of exiles to Lingnan. What about you, squad leader? Duncan inquired with a smile. Linley looked at her and asked, Ms. Ziki, do you have to perform a talent on stage? Can I give a speech? No. Duncan didn't do any thinking and just vetoed it. Now when they heard Linley say the word, speech, everyone in the office panicked. It's already giving them the whole shade. The boys' speeches were more appalling than ever. Oh, okay, It's okay if I can't give a speech. I'll simply sing a song. Deng Ziki's eyes twitched. That sounds like you're in a difficult position. Did you get a kick out of singing? Okay. I'll talk to the school director later. You guys get ready and go to the candidacy show in the afternoon. Chapter 133, Growing Up to be an ACE Man. Okay, MS. Ziki. Xiaxi and Kai Chenfan nodded in response. Linli didn't respond the first time, only nodding his head thoughtfully. What are you thinking? Deng Ziki's heart tightened when she saw Linli's appearance. With her understanding of Linli over the past 10 days or so, once he gets that look, he's definitely holding something bad in his head. It's nothing, MS. Ziki. Linli shook his head. You'd better not think about anything. Remember, perform well and try to get a chance to go on stage at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Deng Ziki gave a slight encouraging cry despite her misgivings. I will, MS. Ziki. Just don't worry. You guys go back. I'll take you there this afternoon. Bye, teacher. After the three left the office, Deng Ziki turned to look at Yang and the others, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of her mouth. I suspect he's up to something this time. I panicked at his hesitant expression just now, Deng Chao said. I saw it too. Just get used to it. If Linli doesn't make a whole thing out of it, then he's not Linli anymore. Aha. Lui Fei and Yang Mi nodded with extreme approval. He awkwardly said at this time, normal stage performance is okay. The worst result is to go on stage and not go out of the ordinary. Not sing, pretend to be a leader to say a few words. I'm most worried about my show right now. Hearing him say this, Deng Chao and a few others will realize that in itself, life toward is already in a semi-cool state. If Linli had participated, perhaps the show would have officially said goodbye to the entire network. After all, Linli's nature will never follow the program's script, and there's no guarantee that his mouth will go head-to-head with Huang Lei. Lin Hall can't tolerate a grain of sand in its eyes. Lui Fei said, how's the preparation for Xiang Xiang going? Have you communicated with Mr. Huang? It's already been in preparation for a long time, he awkwardly said, and after hearing about this, the program's director Wang went on a fast track to prepare a planning plan that day. The address has even been picked out as well. Past recordings of the Mushroom House are either deserted or have become Netflix hitspots, and the basic building is still there, so it's not necessary to build the idea from scratch. Spoke to Mr. Huang as well, as to whether or not I went to learn cooking properly or something like that. That's unknown. He awkwardly gave Huang Lei a special call to instruct him in the beginning, informing him that Linli of the junior class was not an oil lamp, so that he should pay attention to it when the time came. What did Huang Lei say? He said, what else can I do with a little kid? He awkwardly helpless. It's not that I'm afraid you'll be bothered with a child. It's whether or not the child will be bothered with you. Just say it. We've got reminders in place. Deng Chao also has some understanding of Huang Lei's character, and when he heard he awkward say this, he roughly understood his state of mind at that time. Has the time been set yet? Yang Mi asked. Director Wang said that this week. It just so happens that Friday is the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, followed by the Mid-Autumn Festival holiday. So he decided to come up with a special Mid-Autumn Festival edition. He awkwardly replied. Yang Mi sniffed and sighed slightly. Then there aren't many days left. Don't expect Mr. Huang's cooking skills to be better in a few days. It's better to let Director Wang prepare the chef. Lui Fei laughed softly when she saw he awkward who couldn't stop tightening his frown. If teacher he is afraid that Linli is messing around on the show, why don't you have Mimi or Chao pull Linli away alone to go to another show and branch out? And wouldn't that be the perfect solution? He awkwardly laughed dryly. Forget it. Director Wang specifically named Linli must participate. He still expects Linli to give his program in a fire. Yang Mi, Lui Fei and the others' eyes immediately flashed with playful smiles. Come on. Director Wang can't think for himself either. And naming names. If you don't want to be good yourself, then no one else can save you. Was hoping for another fire. Maybe it's a throwback to the wayward side that burned off the last of its heat. The time turned to afternoon. Deng Ziki took Xiaxi, Kai Chenfan, and Linli to the school's ladder classroom. At the moment, a group of performing students from various classes in that classroom are lined up waiting to perform on stage for preliminary elimination. We'll line up outside and go in when your names are called. You won't be nervous, Xiaxi. Deng Ziki squatted down to affectionately touch Xiaxi's small head and warmly said, it won't. I've participated in other competitions before. Xiaxi said sheepishly and sweetly showing her little tiger teeth. Kai Chenfan asked suspiciously, teacher, why don't you ask if I'll be nervous? Then will you be nervous? Deng Ziki laughed lightly. Is this little kid jealous? Of course I won't. In the future, I'll be a gifted ACE with top stream talent, Kai Chenfan said confidently and proudly. Deng Ziki said, so yeah, I didn't ask you, knowing you wouldn't be nervous. In his heart, he thought to himself, this child knows ACE at a young age. His mother should not have given him a lot of thoughts about being an idle love bean. I can't say that his mom is still a groupie, and it's a fan who specializes in chasing boyband love. That's for sure. Mr. Zeke, just watch. When a few more years go by, I'll go to the talent show. I'll definitely make my debut. When Kaichin Fan finished speaking, his face was filled with a smile of confidence and longing, as if he had already seen the moment when he stood on the stage shining brightly. At that time, when I ascend to the bird's nest to open a concert, I'll invite Ms. Zeke to be my resident singer. Okay. Hearing his words, Tung Zeke laughed. Alright, I'll wait for your invitation that day. I'll definitely come. Lindley stood on the side and listened to him blowing his power. Che, at a young age, he was giving a pie in the face. The bird's nest. Can you just go up there? Perhaps. Unusual circumstances. Maybe you can actually get on. But, excuse me, in the future you'll have to go through me for approval and a nod of the head. Although applying for a concert at the bird's nest didn't require approval from the broadcaster, Lindley could have blocked him before he applied. At this time, Xiaoxi asked Deng Zeke softly, Ms. Zeke, why don't you ask the class president if he'll be nervous? Deng Zeke raised an eyebrow at his words and glanced sideways at Lindley slightly. It's the teacher of the judges who should be nervous. Lindley only heard the first two words, and then combined with Deng Zeke's expression. It was all telling him that in fact, she had just paused for a moment, and had wanted to say, thick-skinned, only as a teacher. It was a bit inappropriate to talk about an elementary school student like that, so he immediately changed his tone. Lindley didn't care and looked at Deng Zeke. Ms. Zeke, have you found a good song for the chorus of our junior class? Find it, and I'll announce it later in music class when you three are done. Xiaoxi asked curiously. What song is it? You guys can sing Hear Me Say Thank You. Duncan laughed. Chapter 134, Plagiarism? No, it's borrowing. It's an excerpt. Yeah, I can sing. I learned this song a long time ago. Xiaoxi nodded pleasantly. Lindley was disappointed that there was no heart at all. The usual children's chorus song. Teacher, leave the chorus to me. I'll surprise you. Surprise? Duncan froze. Hearing about surprises would be something she would look forward to and be curious about. However, these two words came out of Lindley's mouth. Instead, she was a little flustered. The memory of the day of the Teacher's Day gift is vivid. The so-called surprise is only a surprise, not a joy. Forget it, you haven't organized a chorus. It's better for the teacher to do it. Trust him, he will make this performance successful for you. She refused in a hurry. Really letting Lindley come, she might mess up. Teacher, trust me. This chorus, led by me, will resound throughout the network. Lindley has so many songs, and while I can't say that every song is better than this one, there are a lot of songs that definitely fit the core values of today's youth. Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, global live broadcast, such a large exposure. Shall not sing a couple of lines, the youth has its own youthful madness? Hear Me Say Thank You is more appropriate for Thanksgiving. But now, it is natural to make yourself a continuous output of positive energy songs to gradually pave the way for your future career. And he was pretty sure that the song would sell for a good singing rights price. Oh, what one thing have you done that didn't resound through the internet? Deng Zeke gave a dry rip, but this time he didn't outright refuse either. Did you write another song? Or do you have a better song? A few days ago when I was writing a song for Xiaoxi, I was inspired to write a few lines, and my thoughts were like a flood of thoughts. Lindley said, you sing me a couple lines first, I'll listen to them, and if they fit I'll choose your song. Deng Zeke smiled, extremely certain of Lindley's musical talent and brilliance. Ahem. Lindley cleared his voice and didn't hum, but read it aloud. The youth is free, the youth is wild, the body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. I dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I am the only young man in the world today. After one sentence, Deng Zeke's expression froze. Did you write the words? She asked. Frowning, Lindley first nodded, then shook his head. Yes and no. It's sort of something I came up with on my own, but it's just borrowing some words from old Mr. Liang Qichao's Young Chinese Sayings. Upon hearing this, Deng Zeke quickly took out his cell phone and searched the internet for Liang Qichao's Young Chinese Sayings. Read it word for word. Xiaoxi, on the other hand, was filled with little stars as she raised her little hand and shook Lindley's arm. You're so good, class president. Wow. She didn't know too much about the meaning of the words yet, but she just thought Lindley was super awesome. Kaichin Fan was just as unintelligent, only using narrowed eyes to be secretly vigilant. The class president may be the toughest opponent on his own future draft path. Definitely stagger the draft with him in the future. Lindley smiled bashfully at Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, this is just the tip of the iceberg for class president me. Well, you can be good. I'll write you many songs in the future. Xiaoxi was tigerish. I'm super well behaved. At this time, Deng Zeke had already read the entire chapter and looked up at Lindley, revealing doubts. You know so many words? There are a lot of out-of-the-way words and a lot of complicated fonts in just this article's poetry. On a funny note, there were a few words that she still read while searching. It's thanks to the fact that I had a good language teacher. After Linley finished this sentence, he felt that Deng Ziki would misunderstand it, and hurriedly added, "Of course it's not Mr. He's only been teaching for a few days. I used to learn from an old grandpa playing chess in the park." Old Mr. Liang Qichao, who also told me about this article, often emphasized to me that young people are the hope and strength of the country's future, and inspired me to be active, take responsibility, and contribute to the realization of the country's prosperity and strength. He said it with a straight face, making it impossible to tell that he was making up a lie. Deng Ziki immediately stood in awe of what she heard, not for Linley, but for that one old chess grandfather. In this way, Linley has such a high level of awareness, in addition to his grandfather's red thought irrigation, likewise cannot be separated from other people's enlightenment nudging. How many lines have you written now? She felt that if this song came out as a finished product, it would definitely resonate all over the internet. As he had just said, there's no telling, it'll be nationally recognized. She had this premonition. The premise is that every sentence that follows is as stunningly talented as this one. One sentence. Linley hemmed and hawed. How much? One sentence. Just one sentence? More or less? Deng Ziki was speechless. He was going to perform on stage on Friday, and he was only saying a line now. Besides, there were rehearsals and stuff going on during the period. How is that enough time? If it's a professional choir, an artiste, it's a little bit more than a day's worth of overtime. But, they're just kids. She, who had originally set off in her mind to determine this song as a performance song, was now starting to get unsure again. Ms. Ziki, don't worry, I'll write it tomorrow. Linley teased her. You just tried to call me thick-skinned. Had tangled up in you. Deng Ziki had no trust in that statement. Write it out tomorrow? What good words can you write in such a hurry? She was beginning to grow less hopeful. Or hear me say thank you. You write this song well. Don't write it badly just to rush it. What a great mood and moral song. Don't spoil it. Linley was unimpressed. Teacher Ziki, don't worry. I'll definitely write it out for you tomorrow. It's not too late. And it's definitely not perfunctory. Big deal. I'll copy it. Nope. It's pick and use. It's borrowing. Deng Ziki really wanted to knock him on the head. The first time he had seen someone say plagiarism so directly. Bullying old Mr. Liang Qichao can't sue you, right? You write the song well. Come to me anytime you need my help with anything. And don't abuse it in a crude way. She didn't directly promise Linley that she would use the song for the Mid-Autumn Gala, but she didn't completely reject it either. The heart still hoped that Linley would be able to write it in the next few days. Okay, said Linley, giving an okay sign. One student contestant was called in to perform and came out with a smile on his face and a crying face. Finally, junior class Linley. The judge's teacher went out and called out Linley's name. Linley said to Xiaxi and Deng Ziki, Teacher, Xiaxi, I'll go in first. Go squad leader. Xiaxi danced and pumped her small fists. Sing well, Duncan instructed. Linley nodded and waved his hand, signaling for them to rest assured as he walked into the stepped classroom. Walking straight to the stage, the three judges and teachers immediately smiled and greeted Linley when they saw him. Chapter 135 Singing the Red Song. In principle, cannot be interrupted. Little friend Linley is here. Hello, little friend Linley. One of the three teachers is also Chelsea. The first day of school was teased by Linley, followed by the teacher who took the freshman into the junior varsity team. When Linley saw that she was also at the judges' table, he immediately knew that she taught music. Hello, three judges. I'm Linley from the junior class. Linley stood on the stage and bowed slightly. Joshi's trio nodded slightly, but they did not exchange too many pleasantries and flirtations. Time is limited and there are many students waiting outside. Straight to the point, Josie said. What's the song you're going to perform? Teacher, I'm going to sing the song you all know. Linley said aloud. Oh, which one? Chelsea smiled. Sing for the Motherland. As soon as the three judges and teachers heard it, they immediately began to reproduce the lyrics of the song in question in their minds. Please start your performance. The teacher on Joshi's left-hand side laughed. Red songs, super positive red songs. It's not guaranteed that everyone in the country can sing it, but when the melody comes on, or one of the lyrics comes out, everyone can hum it. Linley steadied his mind. He did not choose to create his own song and did not redeem it from the system, simply because there are no live cameras in the stairwell at the moment. Perform as well as you can, or sing a self-bend song, and that emotional value is provided by just those three. You can't just pull the wool over these three teachers over and over again as if they were sheep. The five-star red flag flutters in the wind. How loud is the victory song? His voice was slightly tender, but it was full of vigor, and Linley even specially pressed his voice to make it sound more stable. It has the characteristic innocence of a child, but also a wonderful blend of old artist-like depth and flavor. The three Joshi couldn't stop nodding, looking at each other. It had to be said that Linley's voice was in pretty good condition. They are not professional level singers. They are not professional level judges, but they can still tell the good from the bad. With the other students in front of him as a comparison, it was clear that Linley had a powerful talent for tonal singing. Which side to bass and drag? He was precise in his control. Sing of our beloved country, from now on to prosperity and strength. As in the previous lyrics, how loud and clear the song is. Linley's voice also gradually became loud and clear in the middle. She looked at Linley, who was singing a song on the stage, and in her heart, she had already determined that Linley was of a strength level that was capable of going on stage and singing alone. She wasn't the least bit worried about Linley getting stage fright or anything like that when he got on stage. The kid, there can be no such behavior. In the eyes of all the teachers, as well as all the netizens, their biggest impression of Linley was that this kid, he's got a thick skin. The nation's only unified assessment of Linley's opinion. Stage fright, shyness, fear, nervousness? What a joke. How could Lin Hall have stage fright? The three of them, She, looked at each other twice and nodded to each other, intending to grant Linley the opportunity to pass and perform at the Mid-Autumn Gala. But, they did not interrupt Linley from singing. The other students sing half of the song, and once a decision has been made they interrupt at any time to give a reply. But at the moment, what is Linley singing? Red song. It's like singing the national anthem. They don't dare interrupt. Had to wait for him to finish the whole song. This is just like the time when a drunken man sang a red song naked on the street at night, and the police could only stand aside and wait for him to finish singing before making an arrest. Unable to check. After the song was finished, Linley seemed to feel the blood in his body redden even more. Teacher, I'm done singing. I'll see you at the Mid-Autumn Gala, Linley said after smoothing his mind and bowing slightly, then walked off the stage and headed outside. Joshi's few people looked at his actions and were slightly confused. What's the situation? We don't seem to have announced the answer yet. As Linley passed by them, he smiled faintly and said, Teacher, I can already tell from your eyes that you're very satisfied with my performance. We're satisfied, but don't rush off just yet. Joshi laughed helplessly. The boy, always so smart, could read people's minds at a young age. Is that the song you sang at your mid-autumn party? The teacher on the left-hand side said. No. Linley shook his head. So you are going to sing? I'll tell you all about it on Thursday. I'm not sure about it yet. Linley sold out. Joshi and the others frowned. They were just as worried about Linley as he awkward and the others. It was Linley's unorthodox move. He awkwardly they are worried that Linley does not whole live, but also afraid that Linley whole too big, after all, but also rely on Linley to raise ratings. But they didn't have that much doubt as teachers. They were afraid that Linley would just come right out and say it then. When autumn comes on September 8th, 100 flowers will be killed after my flower blooms. That's when this mid-autumn party changed. After all, Linley was someone with a previous record. I think you'd better make sure. She said. Yes, once the song is finalized, we will also give you the order of appearance according to the process as well as the moral of the song and so on. The teacher on the right-hand side said. Linley saw through what they were worried about at a glance and smiled. Teachers, don't worry. I'm not going to do anything weird or give a speech this time. I'm just going to sing in a serious manner. But I promised Ms. Tang Ziki. After all, I'm a good boy. And being obedient is a good quality of a good boy. The corners of Joshi's mouth tugged slightly. You'll listen to me? Good. Those 3 words would never be refuted by them if they were any other children. But what are you like Linley yourself? You seem to know as little about yourself as you do. Which word goes with it? The only thing you can be sure of is the last 4 words, excellent quality. Linley continued. The main reason is that I haven't written it yet. And as you all know, I'm a songwriting genius singer, a future Chinese language leader, definitely singing songs I've written, and this time, if it hadn't come so suddenly, I would have written them already. You write your own songs? Chao-Si froze. They are aware that Linley has creative talent. Wasn't he the one who wrote The Wahini Man? But it's just a few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival party? You write songs on the fly. How good can that be? Yeah, I write my own songs. Maybe you guys don't know. I'm very talented. My deskmate you know, Xia-Shi. I wrote a song for her this time. Later she'll probably come in and sing, so you guys can hear it. Seeing Linley say this, Joshi didn't ask any more questions. Okay, the teacher trusts you for now, but when you write it, you have to give us the first time to come and review it. Understood. You'll definitely be given approval. Linley nodded. They are not just afraid that they will fool them blindly. After all, this time there is a program broadcast to the whole network audience to see. There is no room for sloppiness. Chapter 136, with me, no accidents, Dala de Dara. After Linley's repeated assurances, Joshi and the girls let Linley go, only that they were still a little apprehensive in their hearts. I think we still need to talk to the principal about this, the right-hand teacher said with misgivings. Well, it's better to say so when it's over. Chelsea agrees. They were 10,000 times more relieved by what Linley had done. There are always all sorts of original ideas and approaches. It always keeps all their adults on their toes. Linley walked outside the stepped classroom, and when Deng Ziki saw him, she was the first to go up and ask, "Well, did it pass?" "With me, no accidents," Linley said with extreme pride. Seeing his extremely dejected appearance, Deng Ziki gently blanked him and was relieved. The kid is pretty solid despite his mouth. Alright, then wait for a while and go back together after Xiaoxi and Kai Chenfan finish their performance. Okay, Ms. Ziki. Linley nodded. At that moment, the judge teacher came out and called out Xiaoxi's name. Class president. I'm going. Wait for my good news. Xiaoxi smiled cheekily, not seeing any nervousness on her face at all. At least a minor artist. Under Charleston's training, he has participated in many competitions that are much larger than this one. Nervous? Non-existent. Mental fitness is something you develop from a young age. Well, go ahead and sing well. Linley laughed. Aha, Ms. Ziki, I'm going in. Go on. Xiaoxi nodded sweetly. Walk into the step classroom. Come to the stage. Behave yourself and bow politely to the 3 judges and teachers. Hello teachers, I'm Xiaoxi from the junior class. Hello, little friend Xiaoxi. Joshi's trio's expressions towards Xiaoxi could be even more enthusiastic than they were towards Linley. Who doesn't love a cute, well-behaved little girl? Why do couples like to have little girls? Little girl warming up. No surprises there. In another decade or so, when Summerbrook's batch grows up, or the batch before their age stage, there will be a huge skew in the male-to-female ratio in WA. What song do you want to sing, Xiaoxi child? The teacher on the left-hand side asked in a doting manner. The Courage Busters. Although Joshi's trio were music teachers, they had not heard as many songs as Deng Ziki's type of singers. If Linley hadn't said earlier that he had written a song for Xiaoxi, he would have thought it was a song that had already been released on the internet. Did Linley write this for you? Ta-da! Xiaoxi answered with a brilliantly sweet voice. Please start your performance. Joshi's heart melted as she looked at Xiaoxi's sweet little face. Why are their little girls so cute? I must have been like her when I was a kid. Xiaoxi nodded, her mind recalling the great method of breathing to adjust her emotions that her own father had taught her. After calming your mind, she sang with a bright, quiet smile, plant a seed in your heart. Dala de Dara. Natsuki sang and gestured a little dance. Her mother had had her dance choreographed for her, thinking that such a nice, fun song would be the icing on the cake if it was accompanied by a little dance. Last night, as soon as Linley left, Xiaoxi didn't even go straight to bed for an early night, excitedly pulling Xiaolishing again to teach her to play and sing properly. Seeing this, and seeing that her daughter was so happy, Xin Yutong also weighed in and asked a dance artist she knew to help Xiaoxi quickly choreograph a small dance. How much their family favors their daughter is evident from this. Last night, Xiaxia had a rare late night. Xiaolishang and Xin Yutong were also harmonious and didn't fight. The 3 Joshi teachers listened to the songs and showed their ant-like smiles. The more you look at it, the cuter it gets. At the same time, the 3 of them seemed to have turned into an atmosphere group. Their hands unconsciously followed Xiaoxi's little dance by gesticulating in an unconscious manner. In the front, Linley's song performance, with its principle, is not good to interrupt the performance. At the moment, Xiaoxi's song was so lovely to their hearts that they couldn't interrupt it. Mom and Dad say every dream is great. Brothers and sisters charge together. Deng Ziki, who was outside, was slightly puzzled when she saw Xiaoxi's delay in coming out. Why isn't it out yet? Looking at other students, they go in and come out in about 3 to 5 minutes or so. Except for Linley, who was 6 to 7 minutes out. She was clear that Linley, with his quirky personality, could understand being out for such a long time. I guess it's in there pulling the wool over the eyes of the 3 teachers. What's taking Xiaoxi so long too? Don't worry, Ms. Ziki, don't worry. Xiaoxi will definitely pass. Linley was as confident in Xiaoxi performing as he was in himself. What if Summerhill doesn't get through with courageous outburst? Then he high and low had to give Hu a go at doing the ideological work. Did he invite a music teacher without a teaching license over? So unprofessional. I'm not worried about Summerhill not passing. It's just a little surprising that it's taking so long. Deng Ziki was briefly aware of Xiaoxi's situation. Having heard Xiaoxi's performance of the song, Rekindling has a high opinion in his mind. If she does go the singer route in the future, even if it's the girl group route, she will definitely be a C-lister. I guess Teacher Joe and the girls were shocked by the vigor and vitality of the creek. Linley said fervently, I suppose so. If he said that, Deng Ziki would understand. After about less than 2 minutes, Xiaoxi joyfully trotted out from the staircase classroom. the high ponytail at the back of her head fluttering, truly full of vigor and vitality. "Teacher, I passed." Xiaoxi cheerfully reported the happy news. "Congratulations." Duncan congratulated. "I knew you'd be absolutely fine. The class president wrote me a song, and the judge's teacher loved it." Xiaoxi's big eyes were pleasured into a crescent shape, which was very sweet and lovely. "They don't like my songs, they like you." Linli nodded. In terms of Xiaoxi's delicate and well-behaved little face, as well as her adorable innocent and clear character, adults of both genders are unable to resist. "No duh, they really like the song you wrote, class president," Tang Ziki said. "Alright, you two don't brag about each other." She turned to Kai Chen-fan and said, "Your turn, go in and perform well. I hope all three of you can make it to the Mid-Autumn Gala." Not long after Xiaoxi came out, the judge teacher called on Kai Chen-fan. "Aha, don't worry, I'll pass just the same. I'm prepared for a rap," Kai Chen-fan said proudly. "Get in there, Ms. Ziki, I'm going in. Wait for my good news." "Aha, go for it." Kai Chen-fan bowed to Joeshi's trio just as he did when he entered the stepped classroom. After a brief questioning to understand, "Please start your show," Kai Chen-fan cleared his voice, then held up a very rapt gesture. "Never dared to believe. A big bowl can make you happy." Chapter 137, My Little House Will Give Me Red Inspiration. Outside the staircase classroom, Dang Ziki, Linli, and Xiaoxi, who were waiting, had thought that Kai Chen-fan going in would take about the same amount of time as them, but I didn't think about it. Not for 4 minutes or so. Kai Chen-fan walked out in tears. One look at his expression and Linli knew. Joeshi's 3 juried music teachers are certified to teach, and did a fair job of making the move choice. I don't know what song Kai Chen-fan sang or exactly how he performed, though, but going by past performance of Kai Chen-fan, well, Linli felt that the 3 teachers did not intentionally let his campaign succeed because he was in the junior class and had a solid family background. In my heart, I silently honor the 3 teachers for their fairness and impartiality, and for their spirit of not bowing down to the dark forces. Kudos. Dang Ziki, as a teacher, rushed forward and comforted. "It's okay, don't cry, even though you've been eliminated this time. You'll have another chance in the future." Ms. Ziki, I think I sang well, but why was I eliminated? Kai Chen-fan was a bit reluctant. Confident people always think that what they show is the best. When once others veto him, he doesn't look to himself for reasons. It will always feel that it is the other person who is incapable of appreciating themselves. That's the mindset he's in right now. Obviously performed well. No wrong lyrics sung, various endings with an extremely rap, yo. But, it's still out. "What did you sing?" Duncan asked. "Broadside." Broadside? Duncan's brain did a quick search for songs with broadsides in the name. Quickly, she figured out which song it was. "Will you sing a couple lines for me? Look at this big, round bowl. We must raise our cups when we meet. Look at this long and wide noodle. Yoo-hoo." Kai Chen-fan immediately sang a few lines and wiped his tears, then looked at Dang Ziki with anticipation, desperate to get approval from her. Linli was on the side and had already heard why he was eliminated. The song isn't one of the gems, and it's not particularly good on its own. It's hard to sing out of his mouth +1. It has the speed and bite of rap, but not the flavor of rap. Dang Ziki obviously also heard the problem in it, and organized the language in her mind, using suitable and appropriate words to point out the problem without hurting Kai Chen-fan. Just as she was organizing her words, Linli pulled Xiaoxi and said, "Let's go back to the classroom." He no longer paid attention to Dang Ziki and Kai Chen-fan. The youngsters still needed to practice more. Slightly away from them at some distance, Xiaoxi whispered, "Class president, he sings so hard. Why didn't you say anything just now?" Linli laughed. "Because I don't want to hurt him anymore when I see him crying, and my mom says you can't throw cold water on someone when they're sad." Natsuki said knowingly. "What a kind-hearted little girl." Linli nodded. "It's still our Xiaoxi who sings beautifully. Perform well at the Mid-Autumn Gala. Hey, it's the squad leader who sings. Let's go." By the time they got back to the classroom, it was just after the first class of the afternoon. The moment she was about to walk into the classroom, Dang Ziki called out to Linli, "Squad leader, you're coming down to the office with me." "Okay, Ms. Ziki." Linli smiled and said to Xiaoxi at the side, "You go in first." Aha. Kai Chen-fan was still full of frustration and lost his mind as he walked into the classroom alone. "Xiaoxi, have you passed?" Sonya Shui asked cheerfully when she saw Xiaoxi return. "Passed." "Wang Tianyu, where's the squad leader?" "Passed it too. I'm sure the class president will pass. He's so good." Xiaoxi said with a look of more trust than belief in herself bubbling in her big eyes. Guan Qian listened to their conversation from the sidelines, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "I knew the class president would be able to pass. The squad leader says he's going to write us a song." Xiaoxi is still a child at heart, and can't hide good news at all. The same goes for sharing it with your best friends to listen to it together. After spending a short period of time together, Song Yishui and Shang Yushui were already her good friends and girlfriends. Ha? Really? Shang Yushui hurriedly went forward to make sure with excitement upon hearing this. Really? Aren't we going to sing in the chorus at the Mid-Autumn Festival party? But the class president is going to write a separate song for us to use in the chorus. Yay, Song Yishui and Shang Yushui. A few little girls jumped up and down in excitement. Inside the office at this time, Linley was not standing like when he came to the office in the morning. Now that's sitting in a seat. You write that song well. Why don't you come and stay at my place in the meantime? The purpose of Deng Ziki calling him over was for the junior Huaxia speaks. She felt that this song could definitely be a big hit and mean a lot. Linley couldn't be allowed to be in a hurry and still casually perfunctory. After all, this song, according to Linley, is based on the old Mr. Liang Qichao's Junior Huaxia Speaks adapted fusion. If the words are poor and just take up the gimmick, someone is bound to bring up the tempo or something or other, saying something about tarnishing the masterpiece of old Mr. Liang Qichao for the sake of a heat gimmick or something. If there's anything you need help with, I'll be the first to help you too. Yang Mi and He Awkward had also already learned from Deng Ziki that Linley was going to compose a song. They are also naturally aware of the risks involved as artists. It's the same thing Duncan thought. It would be fine if the song Linley created was truly original and didn't fit in with the rest of the work. If you can't write it well, you can't write it well, and the internet won't say anything. But now we are borrowing from the Junior Wahini sayings, which has a certain status on the literary circle. Don't. You'll affect me. Linley narrowed his eyes. What am I affecting you? I need a quiet environment to focus on creating. Duncan wondered if his own place couldn't provide a quiet environment. And Yang Mi looked at him with a strange expression. Your place isn't quiet either. It must be known that she has been to Linley's house. I vaguely remember that the little shabby house built on a few pieces of awning was all kinds of shaky and creaky with the slightest wind. Quiet? It doesn't seem to fit in at all, does it? You don't understand. Linley babbled. Even though my house is broken, it's overflowing with red political energy from the inside out. And any sound is my grandfather's inspired revelation to me. Yang Mi, shut up. Why did that sound so creepy? Your grandfather's inspirational revelation to you? Linley continued. So don't you worry, I'll be able to create it tomorrow. The day after tomorrow at the latest. With that he turned to He Awkward again. Mr. He, can I borrow your Xinhua dictionary for a while? I think there are so many words that I need to learn. Chapter 138, Director Lin really knows how to gather people's hearts. Linley was changing the subject. It clicks and writes all at once when you're in your own home, and ends with a chat with Duncan and a pretense. But once you go to her house, you can only use your acting skills. You can't write that smoothly, and you have to deliberately encounter difficulties or something or other. It's too painful. The dictionary is fine, but can you read the dictionary alone? He awkwardly questioned. I can call you if I can't read it. Video chat. Communication is so convenient now. Alright, get a grip. This kid thinks like an adult and recognizes things they won't accept no matter what they say. Rather than more words to advise, just said, you pay attention to yourself, do not abuse the vocabulary, do not understand the words, do not understand the sentence, remember to look for me in the first time. No problem. Linley nodded. Seeing this, Deng Ziki didn't say anything. If there's something you want to find me, if you don't know anything about melodic scores, the same first time you look for me. Aha, I'm definitely looking for you. You're the only one around me who knows how to play music. MS. Ziki. Everyone else. Linley raised his eyes and swept them one by one from the faces of Yang Mi, Lu Yifei, and Deng Chao. What do you mean by this look? Tong Chao felt a mocking look and was immediately dissatisfied. I mean, it's true that one of you, an English teacher, a math teacher, and a gym teacher, can't teach me music. Linley said. That's true, but I think you mean something else. Don't think too much. MS. Ziki is a professional singer. Linley didn't want to continue this topic, as he could already see Deng Chao's hand slowly rising. Hurriedly said, Mr. Deng Chao, when are you going to bring me to Running Man? You said that you, obviously, were the first one to promise me to bring me to a variety show. Now what? MS. Yang Mi has already taken me in, and MS. He will take me in soon. What about you? He said and shook his head slightly, full of disappointment, then raised his eyes and laughed fiercely. Mr. Tang Chao, you don't want Wait and Little Flower to know that you cheated on a small child either. In case they find out, your prestige as a father might be lowered in their minds. Deng Chao froze. What's this little suddenly got into me? And start threatening yourself again? However, he didn't fight Linley hard this time. After all, it was a bit of a pinch to the aorta. His own children were his weakness, and he didn't want his image as a glorious and magnificent father in their minds to crumble. I'm still not ready. You know what type of variety show our Running Man is. What can you do if you go up there with your little arms and legs? Well, never mind. It's impossible to count on you. Linley sighed softly. Still, mister, he is good. In order to bring me to a variety show, he specially restrutted the off-air yearning. His sincerity is full. Deng Chao froze. That's a good way for a kid to step on one and hold it up. However, if you knew that it was not your Mr. Ho's idea to participate in the yearning, I wonder what kind of emotion you would feel. He awkwardly laughed dryly upon hearing this. He saw that Deng Chao was slightly embarrassed and opened his mouth to round off the conversation and divert the attention. The program has been scheduled in Mid-Autumn Festival to attend. Where? Far away? Tonglu County, the location of our second season taping. Oh, I see. Linley nodded. Mister, he is really reliable. While saying the last sentence, eyes glanced at Deng Chao. Then he said, then teachers, I won't bother you. I'll go back and share the good news with my students. He nodded slightly at he awkward and immediately left the office. It was gone in a puff of smoke. Tong Chao helplessly covered his face with both hands and sighed. This kid is getting harder and harder for me to deal with. Is there a human nemesis to take a crack at him? With a grumble, he looked to Yang Mi for help. That last look from Linley was so hurtful. His little heart was cracking under the gaze of his eyes. Mimi, you're his guardian. Can't you educate him properly? Yang Mi said. Don't joke. Education? Who educates who? Lu Yifei said at this time. He ran so fast because he's afraid that you, Mister, he, will tell the class in advance and poke holes in his last borrowed flower. Yes, right. He awkwardly shrugged. Forget it, let him round it off this time. In the future, for collective activities, it's still as we said last time. Announce it directly inside the class. Aha. Yang Mi held her forehead inside. This kid, he's playing us up. Linley flew towards the classroom, and when he was still about 5 meters away from the classroom, he immediately stopped his footsteps and resumed his airy and relaxed appearance. You're back, squad leader. Xiaoxi and the others had been chatting cheerfully in a small circle about the mid-autumn party. This is the topic, but the topic is always about Linley. At this moment, when they saw Linley return, they immediately took on a spreading form, surrounding Linley in their hearts. Why are you all so happy? Xiaoxi all told us that you're too talented, class president, and you even wrote us a song, Chan Yoshua said. Linley smiled and nodded, secretly blaming Xiaoxi a bit for the little girl being so unable to hide her secrets. Rob me of an opportunity to gather people and grow in prestige. Since everyone is so happy, let me give you another piece of good news. What the hell? Song Yishue asked curiously. The other students also looked expectant. For the Mid-Autumn Festival, the teachers will take us on a trip to Tonglu County. Ah. As soon as they heard that it was the last time Linley had brought it up, the students immediately cheered. Squad leader, you're too good to be true. Did you implement it so quickly? Zhang Yida said excitedly. What child, I ask, would refuse to go outside and play? Mid-Autumn Festival. That's soon. Ah. It's going this week. Fantastic. Chun Yoshue excitedly clapped her little hands. Seeing how excited the students were, Linley smiled and continued. But then, since it's after the Mid-Autumn Festival party, as you know, we're going to be performing the chorus on stage as a class at the Mid-Autumn Festival party. Aha. Xiaoxi and the girls nodded their heads obediently. So, we must perform well. And if anyone doesn't practice their performance and screws up, Mister, he and the others can't say they won't take us with them. After all, you all know that Mister, he was planning to take me alone in the first place. And when I proposed to take everyone with me, do you know how much pressure I was under? In the office, as soon as Linley had left, not long afterward, he awkward and the others opened the live broadcast, wanting to see how Linley had informed them of this news. In what way? With what words? But when the familiar scene resurfaces, he awkwardly and unceremoniously directly turned off the live broadcast. Unable see. Director Lam does know how to gather people. What a way to give back with gratitude, sacrifice and dedication, and responsibility. Chapter 139, wherever there is a script in your heart, there is a lectern. In the junior class, this wave of morale boost from Director Lin lifted the spirits of all the kids. There were assurances that they would be on their best behavior in the coming days. It's almost time for the Mid-Autumn Festival party, so I hope you won't make any mistakes. Linley said solemnly. I don't want any of the Mid-Autumn reunion to be absent. So go for it, teenagers. Class president, I will definitely rivet my spirit and perform seriously. Xiaoxi's small expression was unusually serious. Don't worry, class president. Behind us, we will definitely deeply implement and carry out your spirit, resolutely support your rules and regulations, and definitely won't drag our feet for the junior class. Wang Tianyu, as the vice class president, immediately swore on behalf of all his colleagues in the junior class. That's right, squad leader. We'll do whatever you say to screw up, and we won't let you down. Stone Forest embraced them one by one. At this moment, the entire junior class is high, morale is high, and the hearts of all the students have been united. Linley looked at them with satisfaction and continued, "This is the second group activity of our junior class, and this activity is going to let the audience, the moms and dads, see the cohesive group spirit of our junior class. We're going to sing our teenage class off the charts. This time, our junior class represents not only ourselves, but all the children, and shows everyone what it means to be the flower of the motherland in the new era." Wang Tianyu and the others' emotions were suddenly stirred up by Linley. On behalf of all the children, these words can mean a lot. It instantly stirred their fighting spirit and sense of honor. "Right, we're going to show everyone what the junior class is all about." Chang Junyu's eyes shone with determination, as if he had already seen the moment when they would shine on stage. "That's right, we're going to prove to everyone what a new age teenager is." Su Gaojie let out a loud shout. The entire classroom of children was, once again, filled with Linley's chicken blood. One little face was red and extremely exuberant. In the live broadcast room, Xiao Shang, who was idly watching the program at home, saw this scene, sighing breathlessly. "And this kid says he's not the holy son of a pyramid scheme?" The kids were stirred up in 3 words. "I don't blame my own daughter for leaking. Look at the other kids. Heads are washing over him. These kids are rich, have seen the world, and have families." Hardly being fooled by this little brat Linley. At this point in the junior class, Linley hasn't stopped and still continues to inspire. And the more the atmosphere rose, the more intense and resounding his words became. "Tonight, I'll be working overtime to get our junior class the song that represents all teenagers, written." Linley shouted, his right hand gesturing into pistol form out of habit. "It's been a while, and we're going to put in the work." Surrounded by Wang Tianyu and other students, he began another passionate speech. "I know that the process will be hard. It might take up a lot of everyone's time. But," Linley's voice froze, and he raised his right hand high in excitement, "we will surely be rewarded for all that we have given. The applause will be ours in the end." His expression was grave, and his eyes were like burning flames, fiery and provocative, as if they could penetrate the heart of every student. "Let's chant together." Linley left hand clenched fist in his chest, right hand like a pistol as passionate as a slight tremor. "Applause will eventually belong to us." When the last 4 words fell, instantly, applause and hoots rang out within the junior class. Wang Tianyu applauded wildly while roaring and shouting, "The applause will be ours in the end. The applause will be ours in the end. The applause will be ours in the end." The entire junior class, all the students, even Kai-chan Fan, who was eliminated in a dejected mood, was driven by Linley at the moment, standing up and chanting, "Yes, it was just eliminated today, but one's future is still long. One will not be eliminated forever. Your future self will surely stand on the brightest stage, singing his most loved rap and dancing his best dances." He presented to the audience. He held his hands high and let out a cry. "The applause will be ours in the end." A burst of passionate voices came out of the junior class. For those who don't know, it's the Pledge of Allegiance for the junior class. Listening to this cry, it doesn't sound like it came from 28 people. Obviously hundreds of people. Each was yelling at the top of their lungs. The viewers in the live broadcast room were all surprised as they watched this scene. Suddenly caught off guard, the mind was again inexplicably floating back to the moment when Linley was on the podium. Good lord, is this a pep rally? Lin Hall really deserves to be born with leadership style. This chicken blood hits one tube after another. I'm getting excited just listening to it. Lin Hall tells us that anywhere is a lectern as long as there is a script in your heart. He's so damn good at driving emotions. If it weren't for the red glow emanating from Lin Hall at all times, I'd almost think he came from a marketing family. Daring, actually dare to think so. Lin Hall. No Lin Hall politics of hair evil. I hope Lin Hall will never fail the public examination in the future. At this time outside the junior classroom, Duncan stayed outside with his music book in his arms, after he awkwardly closed off the live cell phone booth. She was also preparing her textbooks to come to the teen class for music lessons. As he gradually approached the junior class, the voices inside became clearer and clearer to his own ears. Exhale. She was a little relieved and a little helpless. Happily, with Linley spearheading the declaration. Rehearsals behind it may have gone exceptionally well. The helpless thing was that now, no matter what song they prepared, the other students would not recognize it and would only expect a song created by Linley. Shaking his head, he shook off all the thoughts in his head, and now he himself could only expect Linley to create the song. Steadying himself, he walked into the middle of the classroom. A crowd of chanting students who were so high-spirited that they even ignored the class bell. Seeing Deng Ziki come at this moment, the coaxing immediately quieted down. Linley saw this. "Class, go back to your seats. We're going to class. Listen well, okay, class president." Hearing this, Wang Tianyu immediately organized the students to return to their respective seats. Linley sat back in his seat, crossed his arms and laid them flat on his desk, and began to soul search. A music class. Organized. Perhaps it was because of the atmosphere driven by Linley in front of him, which made many students who were not interested in learning music listen extremely attentively. From time to time, Duncan would ask Duncan how to sing this note, how to press that note. The students' faces were filled with a desire to learn about music. Chapter 140, Dreaming of Linley. A nightmare of sorts. Going to class and studying will always be a staple for students. Another day of classes slipped by. After school, Linley returned home in his S6, and after getting out of the car, he was about to go back inside the small raggedy house to start copying the junior Huaxia sayings when Wang Tianyu rolled down the window and said to Linley, "Squad leader, why don't you stop living over here? My father bought me a house in the neighborhood in front of me. Let's live together." At the moment, he had turned into Linley's loyal little fan. Following the class president, he had always been able to enjoy the glory, and without the class president, he couldn't hear the other students affectionately calling him Vice Wang. It was all given to him by the squad leader. Every time he sends the squad leader back, he is a bit saddened to see him living in such a simple environment. Therefore, has been urging their parents to quickly buy a house near the class president's home, wanting to give their dear class president to improve their lives. When Linley heard this, he cursed in his heart, the evil capitalist. On the other hand, there was a relieved and grateful smile on his face. No need. I'm used to living here. Oh, Wang Tianyu's face showed disappointment when he heard the refusal. Squad leader, then why don't I ask someone to come and decorate it for you? Thanks. No need. Linley declined again. Say hi to your mom and dad for me. With that said, he stopped paying attention and waved his hand slightly, walking straight towards the house. Wang Tianyu in the Audi saw the figure that disappeared outside the house and asked the driver, Uncle Zhang, with slight regret and disappointment, why doesn't the class president accept my kindness? The consecutive rejections filled Wang Tianyu's heart with confusion and disbelief. He scratched his head and frowned. Look at that place he lives in. It's run down and old. I just can't look at it anymore. But why does he just refuse to accept my help? The driver, Uncle Zhang, heard this and looked at his young master through the rearview mirror. The little kid didn't understand, but as an adult he was still slightly clear about what Linley had in mind. Being a parasite always leaves a multitude of mouths to feed. The boy has high aspirations and even less awareness. Ask yourself, if you were at his age, and there was such a rich second generation invited to move in and enjoy the fine clothes and food, he would have absolutely no reason to refuse. Lin Xiao is not wanting to trouble you. How is this considered trouble? Wang Tianyu was puzzled. This is a piece of my heart for the class president. Young master, everyone has everyone's thoughts. Perhaps in Lin Xiao's thinking, this is troubling you. Your kindness is definitely appreciated by Lin Xiao. Uncle Zhang smiled. Perhaps Lin Xiao has a different emotion for this house. The only thought his grandfather left behind. Listening to Uncle Zhang's words, Wang Tianyu seemed to begin to understand something. Considering how often the squad leader mentions his grandfather, he must not be able to forget his elders. For the squad leader, this dilapidated hut is not just a place to live, but also an emotional bond between him and his grandfather, a support for his soul. At the thought, he came to his realization. Hurriedly, he picked up his cell phone and called his dad, who was busy with his businesses in the Magic City. Hey, Dad, son, what's up? School's over? Aha, Dad, I have something I want to tell you. Wang Tianyu directly entered the topic. What? I want you to buy the lot where the class president lives. Wang Mingchen, who was far away in Mordor, froze. At 2:30 in the morning, Linley, who had barely woken up from a nap, looked at the time and, well, almost there. After getting up and opening the door to go outside and pay the water bill, he went back inside, picked up the phone, and started dialing Deng Ziki's number. Working through the night is materialized in this moment. Hey, Ms. Ziki. Linley's movie star possessed a tone that was 3 parts exhaustion, 3 parts exuberance, 3 parts confusion, and 1 part excitement. Hey Linley The caller, Duncan, on the other hand, was very sleepy. I've written it. I've made it. Linley's voice gradually rose, 3 points of exuberance immediately turning into 5. After my tireless efforts, constant research, and burning up an unknown number of brain cells, I finally wrote it. Oh, Deng Ziki's voice was heavily nasal. Now all that's left is the tune, and I'm still a little lost on many of the note scales and desperately need your help. Deng Ziki couldn't feel any joy at all, couldn't empathize with Linley's exuberance. Now she just wanted to sleep. Linley, could you find me again tomorrow? I'm really too sleepy, my mind is spinning. Deng Ziki's voice was full of sleepiness. Each word seemed to be pulled back from the edge of a dream with a heavy sense of sleepiness and powerlessness. I'm sorry, Ms. Ziki, it's really because I'm too excited. I couldn't help but tell you this happy news. I'm bothering you. It's okay. Congratulations first. I'll show you the tune tomorrow? Alright, Mr. Zeke, you continue to sleep. It's the student who took the liberty. It's okay. It's okay. After hanging up, Linley skimmed his cell phone to the side. Work report completed. Sleep in peace. In everything you do, you must be seen and heard. Never sneak around behind your back to let everyone know what they've done. Although it's rude and immoral to disturb someone in the middle of the night. But he was fighting hard to stay up late for the group. I'm sure the teachers will understand. Early morning moments. Deng Zeke was sleepily awakened by her alarm clock. Since being on this program, there has never been a day Monday through Friday that I woke up naturally. Rubbing his eyes, he yawned and got up to put on his slippers and head for the sink. After turning on the faucet and listening to the sound of clattering water, her frontal brain gradually began to wake up. Last night she had a dream. I dreamed that Linley called to tell me that he had created it. An involuntary self-deprecating laugh escaped the corner of his mouth. It's really daydreaming and night dreaming. It's even if I'm tormented by this little brat during the day, but I have to mess around a little bit when I'm dreaming at night. At the moment she was relegating last night to a dream. After washing up and putting on light makeup, I changed into my clothes and headed out the door to school. The actresses, such as Yang Mi and Louis Fei, have been wearing light makeup on that show, and heavy makeup is clearly inappropriate. Arrive at the office. Zeke, why do I get the feeling that you didn't sleep well last night? So depressed in spirit? Tang Chao asked with a smile when he saw Tang Zeke walk in poor spirits. Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night. I had a nightmare. Deng Zeke put her bag on her desk and picked up her cup to make coffee at the coffee maker. Nightmare? What nightmare? Hey, I dreamed about Linley last night. Deng Zeke sighed and pressed the start switch on the machine. That was a nightmare. Chapter 141, Finish It Alone? Not a dream. Deng Zeke finished pouring the coffee and sat down. Taking a few light sips, I dreamed that Linley called me in the middle of the night, going crazy and saying something about it being done. It's done. What came true? He awkwardly asked, raising his head as he ate his breakfast. Said something about the song being written. Duncan frowned at the memory. Yang Mi let out a teasing laugh. You're really daydreaming. What you said in the daytime, you're dreaming about it at night. Looks like you care about the songs that the little kid created. No, it's natural to be concerned. Deng Zeke nodded her head. I'm thinking that if the song of his is created well, it will definitely be able to bring a certain shock to the current music scene. The songs are so meaningful and positive and uplifting. I could care less. Yesterday, after Linley had finished speaking, Deng Zeke and he awkward were exceptionally on top of their game. As I said yesterday, the songs mean a lot. After all, the meaning of the song involves not a small love. A little flawed or poorly worded, poorly created, will always let some of the netizens with the rhythm. Don't underestimate the ability of today's netizens to nitpick. Lu Yifei laughed softly. What else did you dream about? Did you sing the whole song to you? I can't remember. Deng Zeke shook her head. If the whole song was sung to me, would it be considered my creation or his? Ha ha. You must have created it. Deng Chao laughed when he heard it. There's no guarantee that anyone can say they remember all of the stuff in their dreams. Maybe a little bit when they first wake up. But, brush your teeth, wash your face, divert your attention slightly to the next one, and immediately you can only remember about it. But honestly, that dream yesterday was quite real. Tang Zeke shrugged. Real? Let's just say that the little kid still casts a pretty big shadow over you. Listening to Tang Chao's words, Tang Zeke felt that it might be such a thing, but there was a slight doubt in his mind. It was reasonable to say that he was the one who had been screwed over the least by Linley. How is dreaming the first thing to do? At this point they were eating breakfast and drinking coffee while watching the classroom live feed. As each student arrived, Linley's figure appeared in the live camera. Deng Zeke and a few others looked over, only to see him following his classmates in high spirits and greeting them. Good morning, students. Linley smiled at Guan Qian and the others. Good morning, squad leader. Guan Qian answered loudly and replied enthusiastically. Good morning, squad leader. The crowd of students greeted Linley, none of them reflecting Linley's empire in the class. Other students come in to greet each other, and just familiar students greet each other. However, as soon as Linley arrived and opened his mouth, even a few people from the neutral faction, Kai Chen-fan, greeted him politely. The junior class has no more opposition to him under his leadership. Seeing that all the students in his class had arrived, Linley placed his book bag on his desk and then came to the podium. This podium, apart from a couple of teachers at the moment, is where Linley has stood up to speak the most. Class, be quiet while I say a few brief words. When Wang Tianyu and the others heard this, they all raised their heads to look at that magnificent figure. Last night, after I stayed up all night, I was finally able to compose the song for the chorus of our Mid-Autumn Gala. Wen Xiaxi, Chang Yu Shui, And Song Yishui heard this. Their big eyes immediately flashed with adoration. Class president is so fast. And of course, the sheet music I've finished, so I can say that after my tireless efforts, a complete song has been officially created. Linley said, turning his eyes to reveal a hint of fatigue. Originally, I wanted to ask Ms. Ziki for help last night, but, hey, I don't dare to disturb Ms. Ziki, so I'm working overtime by myself to consult the information and learn the sound law on the Jitterbug music blogger. Deng Ziki in the teacher's office's hand holding up her cup stiffened, hanging over her mouth, her eyes glaring. The gazes of the few people in the awkward had shifted from the live broadcast and projected onto her face, and their expressions had gotten weird. This dream of yours is precognitive, isn't it? After a long time, Tong Chao said with a smirk. No, dreaming about Linley telling her that he created it. Now, Linley said in front of the students that it had been created. What is it if not foreknowledge? Ziki, someday you dream about me. Let's see when I can head to Hollywood again and burst into flames? Louis Fei gently hitched her shoulder teasingly. Tang Ziki ignored their laughter, and after a brief moment of dismay, hurriedly put down her cup and picked up the cell phone on her desk. After Linley said that dream of hers was becoming clearer and clearer. Argusth. It's not a dream. She opened her cell phone and checked the caller ID. Seeing the top of the hack shows an entry. Squad leader Linley, 2:33 p.m. Caller. And the display is on. It's not a dream? Good guy. Just also sought to think. He also do not think Linley to cause much shadow to himself. Should not dream of him. It seems to be true now. He really did call for himself last night. What precognitive function? Yesterday really wasn't a dream. He really called me. Tang Ziki laughed bitterly and shook her cell phone screen as she aimed it at them. Yang Mi was also silent for a moment when she saw the caller information on it. She wasn't silent because it wasn't a dream. She was silent because Linley actually finished the song alone. Keep in mind that the last song, Courageous Outburst, was done with the help of Duncan. Now this one, he did it all on his own, without any help from anyone. I don't know what the quality of the song is at the moment, but the fact that he can do it alone shows that his talent for learning is truly unbelievable. In the classroom at the moment, Linley said to the cameraman, Uncle, can you turn off the live stream for a moment? The photographer froze. I'm going to show this song to my classmates now, and keep it off the internet for a while, trying to surprise them. Listening to Linley, the photographer could understand. But, understanding, one is at the mercy of the show's crew. For a moment he was in trouble. Go outside and take a shot at the other classes and see. Just as he was in a quandary, in his headset, the voice of old Mauser came. Good. The photographer responded briefly, then turned to Linley. I'm going to take a picture of the campus scenery. Thank you, Uncle. This move instantly caused the live broadcast audience to become disgruntled. Is there anything I can't see? Asterisk. I'm VIP. Do you know how many levels of VIP I am? Lin Hall struck me as strange all of a sudden. He's starting to guard against us. We treat you like a good cadre and this is how you treat us. What song is so mysterious? What's so great about the campus scenery? It's not like we haven't seen it before. Program team, you guys are sick. Chapter 142. Another shocking morning. Against all odds. But no matter what the netizens of the live broadcast said and what the rhythm brought, the program group did not listen in the slightest. Linley is a representative of the ratings. The same way the old Mauser is afraid of Linley after all this time. There was no guarantee that the little brat would do anything in case his demands were not met. Want to rely on him to fix big jobs and boost ratings, but don't dare let him fix too big. It's a very tangled kind of ground. Anyway, the aorta is sort of pinched by him. The cameraman receives the order to shift the camera and go outside the classroom. The pop-ups have cleared out the nationalist. If you don't want to watch it, then don't watch it. Che, you're the only variety show? Work with peace of mind and finally save on traffic. In the end, Lin Hall still treats us as outsiders. But the more the program and Linley did this, the more curious they became, saying so with their mouths, but not actually leaving the live room. Although some of them left for the time being, they would return as soon as the camera panned back to Linley. Appetite was sort of whetted by Linley. Whenever Linley said surprise, it was bound to be a real surprise. Photographers in the classroom ago. Linley immediately took out the sheet music that took a few minutes to write last night. Class, I'm going to read it to you, and you're going to experience the spiritual meaning of it. About 10 minutes later, Linley finished reading the lyrics aloud in the class and went inside the teacher's office under the expectant and excited gazes of Wang Tianyu and the others. Ms. Ziki, please make copies for me. 28. No, 29. And keep one for yourself. Linley smiled and handed the sheet music to Deng Ziki. As soon as the cameraman left, he awkward and the others were not able to watch it, so they didn't know anything about the content of the song. At this moment, After Deng Ziki received the sheet music, Chi came over and poked his head out to look at it. When the young are wise, the country is wise. When the young are rich, the country is rich. When the young are strong, the country is strong. When the young are free, the country is free. The first paragraph of the opening. He awkwardly stunned. This child is directly the original paragraph. Plagiarism is not it. Read on immediately. Good lord. At least half of the entire piece is lifted from the original sentence. But when you see, dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge of the thorns and thorns who can block. The world laughed at me. I'm self-improvement. Not to live up to the young. He immediately slapped Deng Chao's thigh. Good. This is well written. Hiss. Deng Chao ate the pain. Raised his eyes to look at he awkward. His eyes were not happy. Just be nice. What are you doing patting me? But the mind was equally awed by the sentences. This is something a child could write? Awesome. Did you write all of this yourself? He couldn't help but ask Linley, filled with doubt. Though there was already an answer in his mind that this should have been written by Linley himself. But still, I wanted to hear him admit it himself. Of course, I looked up so many dictionaries and searched so much on the internet last night that my cell phone traffic went over. Linley said without blushing. He awkward also looked up at this moment, his eyes glowing with a stunning color. Up and down, he scrutinized Linley in front of him. He asked himself that he had never looked at Linley in a small way since he had known him, but the boy had been able to bring a different kind of shock to him every time. Let's put the melody aside for this one and just talk about the lyrics. Slant Street is flawless, smooth and fluent, echoing back and forth. If not for the fact that he had read Mr. Liang Qichao's Junior Chinese sayings in its entirety, he would have thought that all the words and phrases in it were used in the original text. Great talent. This kid's ability to learn with enlightenment is unbelievable. Yesterday, I was worried that Linley would create it on his own and mess it up. However, he gave himself a shock. It's not screwed up. It's too good. Without straying from the theme, the moral is obvious, and just reading it you can feel the essence of the teenage boy. A few of the Yangmi people felt the same way. Dazzling colors flashed frequently in her beautiful eyes. The kid, him, it's so shocking. Compared to him, it seemed that when he was 8 years old, he didn't even recognize a few words. Deng Chao got up and came to Linley, raised his hand and touched Linley's head. Let me dip my hands in talent. Wait, if I'm like you, my ancestors' grave will really be smoking. Teachers, calm down. This is just the most insignificant bit of my ability. Linley was satisfied with their looks, his face still showing modesty. It's a good boy when he's not arrogant. I think we can just rehearse in music class this afternoon. The students are very excited right now and will definitely cooperate with Ms. Ziggy's rehearsal. Linley said, when I wrote it yesterday, I fantasized in my head about how the song was going to be rehearsed. Deng Chao felt that this song would definitely shock the whole internet if it was sung at the party. It was really well written. So, he inquired, is there any arrangement of my words in the bandmaster's song? Ahem. Chorus? Our teacher is involved in it, right? The chorus itself consisted only of all the students in the junior class, and no so-called teachers were scheduled to join in. But Deng Chao wants to be on it. He wants to sing the song. That's why there is such a thing. Linley raised an eyebrow at hearing this and looked at Deng Chao with a slightly disgusted expression. Teacher Deng Chao, you don't belong to the teenagers anymore. Deng Chao's hand, which was compensating for a smile and stroking Linley's head, suddenly froze. What words? Look at that. What a thing to say. I think you owe it to yourself to knock. He frowned, feigning exasperation. Haven't you ever heard the saying? A man is a teenager until he dies. Linley glanced away, not bothering with this big kid anymore. Why do you always like to take advantage of elementary school kids at your age? Ms. Ziki, please familiarize yourself with the melody score. You're going to have to teach it by hand this afternoon. And, with the accompaniment production and so on, I'm sure you can arrange that too. In Deng Ziki's ears, there was always a feeling of a leader explaining to his subordinates. After all, Linley's persona as a director had been set up from the very beginning of the program. Had to give her that thought. I know, don't worry about it. I'll contact someone good for the accompaniment. It was a feeling that irritated her. But, it was within her duty, and besides, she really liked the song. I can't wait to take time off work to go to the studio and personally oversee the production of the song's accompaniment. Linley said, aha, then teachers please, I'll leave first. If you think there's any disharmony up there, help me change it. You still don't trust me? I'm a professional. Deng Ziki was feeling more and more like a subordinate. And look at that tone. It's almost exactly like the leader. When Linley left, he awkwardly looked at each other. This kid is a genius. Yes, I think it's a waste if he doesn't take the art path. Deng Chao nodded. Yesterday they really thought Linley was joking. And from start to finish they never thought he would finish it in one night. Even when it's done, it's curved and shoddy. But I didn't expect to give them a shock in the morning. I'll have to give Director Zhang a heads up. This tune is perfectly suited to be the theme song for our program. Lamb, in the new year, I wish all comrades success in their endeavors, happiness in their families, good health, all the best, and most importantly, prosperity. Chapter 143. The class president complimented me on my beauty. So happy. The song was handed over to Deng Ziki in the morning, and she immediately took time off work to contact the studio to record the backing tracks, with the program paying the bill. The accompaniment was produced in the most perfect way during the noon time period, with the ability of the banknotes and Duncan's expert compositions. In the afternoon, Deng Ziki rushed to be back again, switching Yang Mi's ideology and morality class with her music class the following week for a brief rehearsal. Under her leadership teaching, and Linley's deployment supervision, the students in the junior class are well organized, and in music class, the scene that made the audience break their defenses again came up. The crew didn't switch the camera and the images remained on the students. But, muffled, the netizens could only see the images, but could not hear any sound. It's like peeping through binoculars from a hidden high wall into some building with youngsters kissing passionately inside the windows. The heart is tickled. Thursday, September 18th. Within the last few days, in addition to regular classes, it was just practicing the songs in muffled voices, inside the afternoon music classroom. Guan Qian, Su Gaojie, you guys go stand in the back row and just lip sync when the time comes. Linley was now acting as the chief instructor arranging the team positions on the stage. Remember, always open your mouth. And if you can't remember the words, shout 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Just repeat it. For these few, Linley and Deng Ziki as well as he awkward. They were genuinely helpless. They had no musical cells in them, and a few of them together couldn't put together all 5 notes. Squad leader IC. Su Gaojie's few people were frustrated. They've been working hard and studying hard these past few days, but their mom and dad only smell of money. They can't sing. They don't have the art gene. Of course, the last 2 days after coming home from school, in order to be able to sing well, not to drag the whole junior class behind, not to disappoint the class president's hard work, especially had his parents hired private music teacher training, and yet, money, it's gone down the drain, progress has not been made at all, and the music teacher's reputation has dropped a notch. Tianyu, Yida, when you read aloud at the beginning, put your feelings into it for me, got it? Linley was serious, meticulously commanding. Understood. Squad leader, Wang Tianyu and the others raised their chests and responded loudly. Xia Shi, Chang Yu Xue, you guys as the chorus leader, make sure you don't forget the words. Got it. Squad leader. Deng Ziki watched as Linley methodically commanded and arranged the arrangements. The kid has a real knack for organization, and while he usually runs his mouth, he's reliable when it counts. If she had been allowed to organize her own rehearsals, it might not have gone so well. Students, tomorrow night is our time to deliver to the entire audience, and to our own families, and to our teachers. I want everyone to give it their all and put on the best show they can. Linley said solemnly. Alright, take a few minutes break and continue later. When he finished speaking, he stepped aside, picked up the mineral water and tilted his head back to take a sip. Other students sat down on small benches and took a nap. Deng Ziki came to Linley's side and squatted down to ask softly, are you ready for the song you're going to sing on stage yourself? Which one? MS. Joshi and the girls have been asking me for a long time. Since Monday's campaign, the attention of everyone in the junior class has been on Junior Wahini Speaks. Even Deng Ziki was the same, but in the last 2 days, Joshi had come over to inquire about the song that Linley was going to be in, and so far it hadn't been reported. The closer the Mid-Autumn Gala got, the more flustered Joshi's few people became. Panic about what? It's just that I'm afraid that Linley will purposely stall for time and then come on stage and say that our schools shouldn't be like this. Although at that time Linley repeatedly assured that he would not give a speech on stage or anything like that, and honestly sang. But, how many days have passed? Where's the song? Oh, I've already written this song. It's my original again. Linley had forgotten that he was going to perform on stage as well when she reminded him of this. Where are the lyrics? Let's see, Duncan asked. It's inside my book bag. I'll give it to you later. You child. You're about to perform on stage tomorrow and you're only thinking about it now. Is it true that you'll only get back to me tomorrow if I don't ask you? Deng Ziki lightly reprimanded. Which I can't. I'm giving it to you later if you don't say so. The accompaniment isn't done yet. Linley scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. Indeed, he had forgotten. The songs were finished with Teenage Wahini sayings when I got home on Monday. I just didn't get them out in time. It was forgotten. You. Deng Ziki blankly glanced at him without any good reason, seeing at a glance that he hadn't taken his song to heart at all. Hurry up and give it to me later. I'll get someone to do your accompaniment. Okay. Linley nodded in assurance. Friday, September 19th, the eve of the Mid-Autumn Gala. For many students at the school, there is no longer a mind to listen carefully. They were only looking forward to tonight's Mid-Autumn Festival party in their hearts. Not everyone was on stage, although, most of them were just spectators on stage. However, they are well aware that after today, it is the Mid-Autumn Festival for a 3-day vacation. Who isn't happy to be on vacation? And at the moment the students of the junior class, under the communication between the program team and the school authority, all afternoon classes were cancelled to be used for rehearsal as well as makeup and clothing change. Except for Xiaxi, all the other female students had changed into new blue simple and generous civilized dresses that were fresh and clean, and underneath was a long black skirt with a pair of black round-toe small leather shoes. One had 2 twisted braids that hung down over her chest. The male students, on the other hand, wore small white shirts with the hem tucked into Chinese pants. They were dressed in the exact student attire of the Republican era. Ideas were provided by Lost Ho and clothes were provided by the show's sponsors. Makeup was applied by the professional makeup team at Young Honey, ostensibly all in one line. All top marks. Class President, am I handsome? Wang Tianyu came to Linli in a stinky manner, seeking to gain the appreciation of his dear class president. Linli raised his eyes and inquired, so do you think I'm handsome or you are? Squad leader handsome. Wang Tianyu immediately answered out without thinking. Right on the money. Song Yishue, Chang Yushue, and the other little girls likewise came to Linli and took a small turn. Playfully, he asked, Class President, am I pretty? Before Linli could speak, Wang Tianyu immediately answered for him. Beautiful, beautiful, you're all beautiful. Vice Class President, we want the Class President to praise us. You don't count when you do. One of the little girls pouted her little mouth in dissatisfaction. Right. Vice Class President, you don't steal the conversation. Chang Yushue furrowed her small eyebrows and gently glared at Wang Tianyu. After you're done complimenting, what is the class president complimenting? Wang Tianyu froze, his head a little puzzled. What difference does it make? Linli said, beautiful. You guys are the prettiest today. Upon hearing this, a few of the little girls' faces were flushed with excitement. He, the class president complimented me. Chapter 144 Warm coat can't bring any more warmth. After a brief bit of banter, Deng Ziki asked the students to rehearse a bit longer for final confirmation. Time passes by. The moment came to the evening hour. The school students went to the cafeteria for dinner in advance under the arrangement of the teacher school authorities. Afterwards, they went to their own classrooms and took their benches to the playground, led by their teachers. At this point, the playground, an elaborately decorated stage, was illuminated by the lights. The background of the stage is a huge painted curtain with traditional mid-autumn elements such as China running to the moon and the jade rabbit pounding medicine. Surrounded by colorful lanterns, they gently swayed in the wind, emitting a warm and soft light, adding a bit of festive joy and warmth to the stage. This school's Mid-Autumn Festival party is considered the most expensive and grandest in the school's history. Also the host of the evening, the school, after consultation with the program, so that its 2-star teachers as the host, La Mozi asked for the consent of He Awkward and Louis Fei and immediately agreed. Deng Ziki, Deng Chao, and Yang Mi, on the other hand, also had solo stage performances at the party. For these stars, a small stage is a breeze. It doesn't take time to rehearse or anything at all, and you can perform well when you get on stage and improvise. At 1800 hours, the sky gradually transitioned from the afterglow of sunset to the brightness of moonrise, and a bright moon quietly rose. As the sun recedes and the bright moon rises, the mid-autumn sky reveals a stunning display of sunset and moonlit night. Damn, if I have to muffle the sound again today, I'm really going to stop watching the show. It's enough for the show to hide a song for so long. After my spoken word practice over the past few days, and watching Lin Hall and the others lip sync, I'm pretty sure that it's a good song. Brothers in the front, you have nothing to say, right? What nonsense. The program flow performance schedule is out. It's on the official website. The junior class performed a song called Junior Huaxia Speaks. Lin Hall sang a separate song called I Love You Huaxia, and Xiaxi performed the song Courageous Outburst. Good Guy 3 have never heard of. I checked. In addition to Junior Huaxia Said can be searched. The other 2 new songs no, Junior Huaxia Said is also a new song, and the one searched online is by Liang Qichao. Once the performance track was posted on the official website, it was instantly retweeted by netizens. The first song of the Mid-Autumn Gala was the opening song organized by the school, and Summer Creek's Courageous Outburst is on the second track. Linli's penultimate song, the junior class chorus, on the other hand, made its grand finale appearance at the end of the evening. In the school, once all the students had moved their benches and situated themselves in an orderly fashion in front of the stage, the speakers on either side of the stage began to play the opening solid music. In the background, Xiaxi, you're the second to perform. Don't be nervous, Deng Ziki said as she squatted in front of Xiaxi, who was dressed extremely cute and wearing a beige dress. Just play normally and perform as you usually practice. Aha, Ms. Ziki. I won't be nervous. Xiaoxi smiled sweetly. It's about to start. The students and teachers of the first performance are ready to go on stage. She called out to the group of students who were all dressed up carefully. Xiaoxi, you get ready as well. After they come down, you'll go up. Shi at the moment acted as a stage supervisor, scheduling the order, timing and rhythm of the program in line with the overall arrangement. Okay, Mr. Zhou. Xiaoxi nodded. Deng Ziki was very fond of the little girl Xiaoxi, much more so than she was fond of Linli. Technically speaking, it was all the female students in the junior class who held a higher place in her heart than Linli. If you perform well, I'll take you up to the teacher's concert in the future. Oh, okay, Deng Ziki encouraged. Hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately said happily, yes, I will definitely perform well. Good boy. Deng Ziki raised her hand to dotingly and gently touched Xiaoxi's head. Teacher will give you a guarantee. Linli interjected from the side. Xiaoxi, Ms. Ziki's words were heard and forgotten. She promised me to take me to the concert at the beginning of the school year, and so far it hasn't materialized. Deng Ziki immediately glared at Linli. When did one definitely promise to take you to a concert? You obviously brought it up yourself the other day, but I haven't agreed to it yet. What do you mean you're tearing it down now? Ah, class president, you're going too. Then I'm going to have to cheer better and better. He, so I can go to Ms. Ziki's concert with class president. Xiaoxi's eyes instantly curved into 2 rounds of bright crescent moon, flashing with incomparable excitement. The corners of her mouth rose to reveal her small tiger teeth pleasantly laughing. Deng Ziki saw this expression on Xiaoxi's face, giving her a feeling. It seemed that performing on stage with Linli was more enjoyable than inviting her to the concert alone. Ms. Ziki, you can't lie to me. Oh, when the time comes, bring me on stage with the class president for miles. It won't be a bad date. Seeing that Xiaoxi had said so, Deng Ziki knew that she had sort of completely promised Linli to take him to the concert. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala officially began, and the hosts, He Lian and Louis Fei, ascended to the stage in their evening gowns. It opens with a Mid-Autumn Festival greeting to all teachers, students, and live streamers. He then began to briefly tell the children the story of the Mid-Autumn Festival to introduce the atmosphere. About 3 minutes later, the first performance show was conducted under their auspices. A host of talented teachers from the school joined the top performers on stage to sing songs. When they finished, Louis Fei came on stage and hosted. On this Mid-Autumn Festival night when the moon is shining brightly and the warmth is overflowing, every child's heart beats with the love and yearning for life. Next, let's give a round of applause and anticipation to the children of the junior class. Xiaoxi. At this time, Xiaolixing and Xin Yutong were sitting snugly on the sofa at home watching the live broadcast. Xiaoxi is going to be on stage. Xin Yutong's delicate face was filled with relief and pride. Well, that little brat is not a good person, but his musical talent is really good, Xiaolixing said indifferently. He has long been surprised to see his precious daughter on stage. His own daughter? Having inherited his excellent musical genes, it would only surprise him if he didn't perform on stage. Still talking about others, Xiaoli. Why is your heart so small at this age? Always getting on the bad side of 8-year-olds. Xin Yutong pouted and blanked Xiaolixing. Xiaolixing didn't answer, her mind just floating back to the scene where Linli had divided her daughter's future at that time. Since that day, at home, Xiaoxi mentioned the word, class president, more than calling him dad. It's all about the squad leader and what's going on. 9 out of 10 sentences are about Linli. The little cotton jacket that was carried out for knitting now has more holes than a fishing net and does not experience any hint of warmth at all. Nothing but bone-chilling cold. Chapter 145, Who can resist a cute little girl as an adult? On the stage, Xiaoxi, dressed in a beige dress and white knee-high socks, sweetly bent and bowed to the students and teachers on the scene. There was not the slightest hint of timidity or nervousness on his face. Falling back and smiling. Go Xiaoxi, go Creek. The students of the junior class on stage chanted and cheered for Xiaoxi. At this time, Linli had also returned from backstage to the junior class lineup. It's still early for a show. Sit back and enjoy the stage first. A rare moment of leisure and relaxation. This week has been exhausting for him in order to organize and lead the junior class to perform well. It's been a busy week, can't you just enjoy it? Ding 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 thump. Over the speakers, an upbeat and relaxing melody gradually spread throughout the campus. When the students heard the melody, some of them waved their hands unconsciously with joyful smiles on their faces. When the prelude was over, Xiaoxi's bright big eyes on the stage blinked twice soulfully, then raised the microphone and placed it lightly on her lips, her left hand swinging gently on the side of her waist. Plant a seed in your heart and fight La Diablo. It grants little wishes and has magic. At this point in the song, the swaying left hand lifts up from the heart and immediately strokes into a 1 gesture, and then passes forward slightly. She sang and danced with swinging gestures and footwork, and was very lively and cute. I hear every kid wants it. Ready. The right left hand quickly rose up to her lips in a half-trumpet gesture. Oh yo, explore together. The teachers on the scene, the many adults in the live broadcast room, looked at Xiaoxi who sang and danced on the stage, and each of them unconsciously showed an ant's smile on their faces. Hiss. This little girl is so cute. I want to have a daughter. Is this little girl on top or is the song on top? My heart is melting. Family, my husband doesn't even look at me with such a doting smile. Damn it, I can't believe I lost to a little girl. Lovely little girl. Healing song, washes away my day's fatigue. Why do I feel a sense of heavenly music? The little girl is simply adorable. With just the first few lines of the song, Xiaoxi instantly captured a large group of fans. Faced with an innocent little girl, a multi-talented and cute little girl, let's ask, what adult can carry it off? Xiaoxi is extremely confident on stage. Having been nurtured by her parents since she was a child, her breath was stable, and singing and dancing at the same time didn't affect her in the slightest. This seed is about to germinate in my heart. Every day I try harder for it. Mom and dad say every dream is great. Brothers and sisters charge together. Singing this line, Xiaoxi's little fist waved and gave a little bounce, gesturing a cheering onslaught. Xiaoxi is awesome. Wow. Creek is great dash. The junior class clapped their hands and shouted. In their excitement, some of them all rose from their seats, clapping and shouting loudly. Yang Mi and Deng Chao stood at the side of the stage looking at Xiaoxi who was performing on the stage. Deng Chao smiled. Worthy of an artist's background, the stage is very stable. It's a good seed for being an artist. People grow up to be artists. Entertainers, well, maybe just incidental. Yang Mi dotingly looked at the stage. The corner of her mouth slightly raised corrected. You're not going to sign it? Super potential. Deng Chao said as he returned his gaze from Xiaoxi back to Yang Mi's face. It is intended to be, and it will be up to D to be the lobbyist when the time comes. Yang Mi opened an entertainment company and naturally held out for signing potential child stars to be nurtured. Linley was her top priority signing, except the kid was so brainy he just wanted to get on the train and not buy a ticket. But luckily, after all this time of softening up and becoming his guardian, it's a much more intimate relationship than boss-subordinate. But now after seeing Xiaoxi's performance, she realized that she still preferred the Xiaoxi category. From the current performance, in terms of superstar potential, it could be bigger than Linley. The most important thing about becoming a superstar was fan favoritism, and it was clear that sweet little girls like Xiaoxi were much more popular than naughty ones like Linley. It really is a favorite of young and old alike. Besides, Linley's heart was not in the entertainment industry at all, and he might be on fire before he turned 18 over anyone. But after he turned 18, people had to go ashore. Okay, go come on. Okay, go come on. Be firm in our thoughts at this moment. Xiaoxi jumped joyfully on the stage, and the atmosphere of the scene in the live broadcast room was unusually cheerful and active. All of them followed her pleasant song and their moods became free. Okay, go come on. A great burst of courage. The live broadcast pop-ups had gone crazy for Xiaoxi. At first, the network did not show much interest in the other students' performances. They came for Linley's song. But now, Linley? Which one? Who is it? Love it, that, ooh you. Sang right into my heart. Amazing. So amazing. My day's exhaustion is actually gone. Are there any girls out there who also like little girls and want to work together? Really tricked me into having a daughter. Didn't you? Too sweet. I love it. So cute. Other people's kids. Looking at my own 7-year-old. 70-pound fatty. Want to practice trumpet. How many galaxies did Xiaoxi's parents save in their last life? The two of them, Shen Yutong and Xia Lishang, who were watching their own daughter's performances while swiping the pop-up screen in the mansion. Shen Yutong's face was filled with pride, while Xia Lishang's face was filled with gravity, because he saw so many pop-ups of yellow-haired remarks. One of the articles, Old Deng of Xiaoxi. Can you accept a round of yellow hairs in Xiaoxi? It's too much of a bully. Blood pressure's all starting to spike. He coldly grunted. People nowadays, it's not good to learn anything, but to learn what yellow hair and ghost fire. When I hear this, I get angry. Hearing this, Shen Yutong let out a light laugh. You've really been scared out of your wits by Shaoli, and now you're so nervous when you see yellow-haired characters. Didn't a lot of people say that when Creek performed in the past? And I didn't see you being so sensitive. It used to be that no one said it to my face, but now it's someone taking the initiative to come to my door. Xia Lishing's eyes stared like bronze bells, his mind recalling Linley's and political appearance. It's an abomination. Unla, our Creek in our cultivation how can be easily caught by yellow hair. Just put 100 hearts. Shen Yutong smiled and continued. Besides, Xiaoxi still has Vincent to protect her. With such an excellent brother around, can ordinary men get into her eyes? Upon hearing this, Xia Lishang immediately retorted. Why not? Didn't that little brat Linley make Xiaoxi look like a tiger? Didn't I say it's a normal guy? Is Riku a normal guy? Chapter 146, doesn't Ms. Ziki like it when I praise her? Xiao Lisheng sighed darkly as he listened to Shin Yutong's words. Yeah, that little yellow hair doesn't look like an ordinary person either. You, just put 100 hearts. Shin Yutong continued to smile lightly. With Vincent as a role model for his brother, and with Xiaoli guarding him at school, Xiaoxi's future is safe. I guess that little visionary has a higher future than those celebrities. Xiao Lisheng completely stopped talking. In that case, his own daughter was actually no longer his turn to worry. It's that little brat Linley who has to worry. He also stopped thinking about it or paying attention to those yellow hair pop-ups, and focused on enjoying his daughter's performance. This seed is about to germinate in my heart. Every day I try harder for it. The stage of the school's mid-autumn party. After Xiaoxi adorably sang the verse, the chorus was repeated over and over again. A sweet smile that made everyone spoiled on her delicate little face. Xiaoxi is so great. Worthy of being the class president's deskmate. The students of the junior class kept shouting, each with a proud look on their faces. Look, this is our junior class A. The entire playground of the school was ignited by Xiaoxi's courage. In a big way, laughter is woven into the air, creating a warm and vibrantly cheerful atmosphere. Even Lin Li, who usually acted in the image of a veteran cadre, at the moment blended into the environment of all the children, shouting loudly, "It's time to relax and not pretend. Children should have their own nature and should mingle with their classmates." There were no cameras pointed at him at the moment anyway. Stop dragging your feet. The sun is going down. After the last line is sung, snap snap snap, fierce applause resounded throughout the room. On the stage Xiaoxi's smooth white forehead, seeping a little sweat stains, big eyes soulful looking at the audience students. Thank you all. I hope you enjoyed it. Xiaoxi, led by the students of the junior class. All of a sudden, the entire playground chanted Xiaoxi's name. It must be said that this time, the junior class acted as the atmosphere group. The host, he lost, went on stage, smiling as he did so. Do you all like Xiaoxi singing? Like, the students shouted with extreme cooperation. Then let's give an even warmer round of applause to the children of Summerbrook who have brought us so much joy. Shall we? Snap. The applause became more intense. He awkwardly walked to Xiaoxi's side, squatted down and looked at Xiaoxi favorably, his voice softly saying, "Xiaoxi, you behaved really well." Xiaoxi smiled playfully. He. Let's give everyone our mid-autumn wishes, okay? Xiaoxi nodded her head obediently, then faced her new classmates and said crisply, "I wish you all a happy mid-autumn festival. I hope everyone's life is sweet and happy forever." He awkwardly stood up. Thank you, Xiaoxi children, for blessing us and making this pre-mid-autumn gathering so warm and memorable. Summerbrook's singing voice, like the moon tonight, is bright and warm, illuminating our hearts. I am sure that such good memories will be a valuable treasure for us together. Saying that, he awkward once again turned his gaze to Xiaoxi, his eyes full of encouragement and appreciation. Xiaoxi was a bit embarrassed by the look. Her small face slightly reddened, but she quickly adjusted and gave an even brighter smile to Yilian and the students on the stage. As a gold medal host in the entertainment industry, hosting such a school party was easy to come by, and under his auspices, Xiaoxi joyfully stepped down from the stage and then hosted the next program. Xiaoxi returned backstage and quickly went to the changing room with Deng Ziki leading the way. Creek can sing really well, better than me. After changing costumes, Deng Ziki brought Xiaoxi in front of the makeup mirror, allowing the makeup artist to briefly deal with the sweat on Xiaoxi's face and complimented her. He. Really, Ms. Ziki, don't praise me like that, I'll be shy. Xiaoxi's eyes were lowered and she pursed the corners of her lips shyly, revealing an innocent and coyly cute look. How could a teacher lie to you? It's really good. Deng Ziki, according to her little diva's eyes, just Xiaoxi's performance can be much better than many female artists in the entertainment circle. Just now she had the desire to steal her daughter's mind. It's cute and adorable and girly. After Xiaoxi was briefly shy, she smiled brightly and said, I also think I did well today. Xiaoxi saw Deng Ziki's doting eyes and innocently felt that if the teacher complimented herself so much, she should do the same in return. The little brain couldn't help but think about how to praise the teacher properly. Suddenly, I remembered what the squad leader said a while ago. So, it's mostly thanks to the fact that I had a great music teacher. Deng Ziki's smile froze slightly. Why did that sound so familiar? Good lord, isn't that what the kid said in the first place? With Linley's previous experience, she naturally wouldn't think that the music teacher in those words was her. Rather, she thought that the music teacher she was talking about was her mom and dad. Xiaoxi had thought that Deng Ziki would be happy. After all, she was praising her. However, looking at Ms. Ziki's expression, she didn't seem to have much pleasure. The little head was full of question marks. Mr. Ziki doesn't like to hear it, does he? The playground. One by one, the students who performed took to the stage under the loving auspices of MS. He and MS. Lu Yifei. There were performers of small magic tricks, martial arts and street dance. There are also programs that perform comedy. Good Mid-Autumn Festival. Students. After a group of students finished their performance, He Awkward and Lu Yifei did not come on stage, but Deng Chao appeared on stage. Hey class, are you having fun tonight? Deng Chao is known in the hearts of netizens as a variety artist who wants to act and be funny. Stage fright? Completely non-existent. On the Spring Festival Gala so solemn and solemn party, can jump up and down people? In the elementary school party directly completely let fly. Chao. The students shouted loudly and affectionately. Deng Chao listened to the students' cries that the performance was to be held on a stage? No. He jumped right off the stage and interacted with the students before he even started singing. Like to watch The Running Man? I think you guys like me better, right? Does everyone know superhero? Will you sing along if you can sing? One sentence after another. As if he was afraid that the elementary school students would steal his words. How strong is the black coffee taste? I just need the ease of a soda. Daydreaming on a hot day that I turn into a rainbow. If, on the formal stage, Deng Chao was still restrained. On this side, he completely brought his joy to all the students. Inside some luxurious house in China, Deng Chao's wife Sun Li accompanied her son and daughter to watch the program and covered her brain speechlessly. Your abstract old father is going to get high. Chapter 147, I Love You. Hua Xia. Professional hosts, professional variety curators, and professional singers turned this elementary school mid-autumn party into a small-scale TV party. Deng Chao walked through the group of students without any shackles. Luckily he was holding a wireless microphone. If it was a wired microphone, he wouldn't be able to walk around so recklessly. Deng Chao wandered into the group of students, singing and interacting with the children. Chao is kind of liberated. Look how joyful he is playing. That's the way it should be. I hope Chao will be on the Spring Festival Gala this year. The changed atmosphere equally rendered the netizens of the live broadcast. When Deng Chao finished singing, he didn't go straight back to the stage, but sat down on the floor surrounded by groups of students to accompany them. Dance on stage. He Awkward and Lu Yifei on stage. Briefly flirted with Deng Chao a few sentences, then read the Mid-Autumn Festival blessings. Continue to host the latter performance. Several groups of students finished their performances and Duncan took the stage to sing the song. It was followed by Yang Mi. Deng Ziki's singing strength is beyond words. The professional singer's aura is in full swing, singing a song about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Well, relatable, semi-open mic status. The main one is just like Deng Chao, interacting with the students and enlivening the atmosphere. As the Mid-Autumn Gala continued to go on, the time quickly came to the last few performances with great performances from the students. Linley came to the backstage area at this time from the junior class on stage. Clearing his throat slightly, he moistened it with a very stern expression. Teachers, staff members, it's almost time for me to go on stage, so please make sure that I finish the stage well. Don't play around. Lu Yifei glared at him. You'd better worry about yourself. There's no inscription board for you over here. So many words. Have you memorized them all? What a statement. I'm a professional and I wrote it myself. Don't lump me in with those fake singers in your entertainment industry. Linley raised an eyebrow, displeased at her questioning. Get this. One sentence directly disliked all the words Lu Yifei and Hyong wanted to admonish him and remind him. Can't argue with that. Fake singing behavior in the entertainment industry. It's all over the place. When I get on stage, the first fire will have to be this bunch of fake singers. Linley spoke fervently. Ha! He Awkward was helpless. Here we go again. The kid always likes to dislike them with future disembarkation. This aorta is choked to death. Lu Yifei did think it was just a kid's joke. And besides, the future? There was still a long time to go. So she laughed softly and said, Are you the first one who still wants to take your sister Mimi? She's your guardian. It's possible. If she still continues to fake sing and doesn't practice her vocals properly, then don't blame me for targeting her in the future. Linley had a rigid face and a look of righteousness in his eyes. He awkwardly laughed dryly. To put it nicely, it's called keeping the peace. To put it badly, he's not recognizing his relatives. At least people are still your guardians. You can count on her to take care of you as you grow in the future. What? Now you're planning to go ashore with the first sword and cut the guardian first, aren't you? At this time, in the playground, Yang Mi, who was sitting in the same group of students as Deng Chao, suddenly felt a chill on her body. Raising her eyebrows slightly, she looked up at the sky. Cooling down? On stage, after the penultimate performance, He Lost and Lu Yifei came on stage. On this warm and beautiful mid-autumn festival night, when the white moon is in the sky and the silver glory is sprinkled over the earth, our hearts are tightly connected by a bright moon, and we jointly feel the warmth of home and the deep love of our country. He awkwardly warmly raised his voice and spoke. his demeanor conveying warmth and care to the students. The audience. Let us merge this longing for home with our love for our country. For home is the smallest country and the country is a million homes. He continued. Then Lu Yifei interjected. In this atmosphere of reunion and harmony, the junior class's Linley children will sing a special song for the evening, which will inspire the most sincere emotions in our hearts. Now let's give a big round of applause to Linley for giving us the song that sings the motherland. I love you Wasia. Atmosphere Group Junior class was the first to raise their palms and clap vigorously. Squad leader Ollie Gibbs. Stone Forest yelled at the top of his lungs. Squad leader rise. Wang Tianyu was not willing to show weakness. At this moment, whoever shouted loudly showed who was more loyal to Linley. Stage. Linley slowly walked to the central heart. God looked down at the students. He didn't sing first, and went over to the sound guy specifically to inform him that he was given 2.5 minutes as he awkwardly made their way to the stage. Students, national sentiment is the most precious treasure in each of our hearts. It is as bright and warm as the moon tonight, illuminating our path forward. As soon as the teachers on the scene and the live viewers heard Linley open his mouth, they knew that things were starting to get uncomplicated. He really just started speaking and talking whenever there was a stage and a microphone. The slightest opportunity will not be missed. Lo and behold, Director Lin, who is beloved by all, is on the line again. Yang Mi and Deng Chao bowed their heads slightly off stage and raised their hands to pat themselves on the head. It was a good deal at the beginning, wasn't it? Not on stage. You can't trust a child, especially precocious little kids. As the future and hope of the country, we should cultivate national sentiments from childhood, learn to be grateful to the motherland and love our hometown, and contribute to the prosperity and strength of the country with your wisdom and strength in the future. I would like to take this opportunity to sing a song for you on the Mid-Autumn Festival, the night of the reunion of all families. Hu Jiangwo and other school leaders who stood at the end of the students heard it, and secretly celebrated in their hearts. Fortunately, just speak so few sentences. The boy knows his occasions. I'm afraid he'll go on and finish his speech at the end. I hope, students, that through this one song, we can feel the prosperity and strength of our motherland. At the center of the stage, Linley finished his sentence, closed his eyes, and steadied his mind to start brewing emotions. Since showing off that he was a musical genius, he had filled up all the skills in the system regarding music. What with the sounding, what with the empathy and other mood techniques, it all blends together. Although the numerical demand for a full point is high, mood values are the best to obtain. Joy, anger, sadness, all are emotions, and can be harvested repeatedly. Under the spotlight, his figure looked extraordinarily upright and affectionate. As the intro slowly played, he opened his eyes, which grew deep and fiery. It's like an old singing artist. The melody is light and slow, not rousing, and the internet has no trouble hearing it as a lyrical song. The melody progresses slightly a gap when muted. Linley lifted the microphone in his hand and sang with emotion. Whenever I feel pain, I want you to hold me close. Forest Hall, Live and Let Live. Group Singing Version. Chapter 148, Talent Against the Heavens. Bridging All Barriers. Linley's tender voice was slightly deeper and clearer, and it carried throughout the playground. In an instant, Wang Tianyu's voice as they chanted gradually stopped, their eyes revealing their loyalty as they looked at the sun that belonged to their hearts. Touch my soul like you always do. 2 lines of song, straight from the heart. Whenever I'm confused, you give me a warmth. It's like someone's arms, wrapped tightly around my shoulders. The first few sentences, directly let the live broadcast as if the sound ban button was pressed. Pop-ups instantly less than half. Some of the netizens began to close their eyes and listen intently. Some of them are staring blankly at the live feed. It's not that I'm surprised because I've never heard it before, much less because it's hard to listen to, not for lyrical reasons either. Rather, they were surprised by Linley's vocals. The voice is clear and stable, with accurate biting and full of emotion, all of which show singing skills beyond their age. Anyone who listens to the songs regularly can tell if the singing is good or bad. Plus at this moment, with the contrast of the students in front of him, it was no surprise that Linley's opening of his voice was simply a descending blow to the students in front of him. Even Xiaoxi's singing skills were inferior by several notches in front of him at the moment. Sometimes I lose my way, like a stray swallow in the sky, but just the thought of your presence doesn't scare me anymore. Linley took a quick, deep breath during the short gap and sang in a slightly high-pitched voice without haste or panic. I love you Wasia, dear mother. I weep for you and I am proud of you. In an instant, goosebumps rose on all the teachers and netizens. In the preceding lyrics, there is not a single line that sings about the country, but every one of them can realize that a belief is behind them. But when these 2 sentences, about China, mother, in an instant, the front of the padding is logical. The layer of faith with a mist with the clouds and fog. The one who supports them, who believes in them, and who silently guards them behind their backs, is our motherland. the patriotic feelings of countless people spilled out of their hearts, filled their minds and overflowed their eyes. Artists such as He Awkward and Deng Chao, who had often been screwed by Linley, but at this moment, all the slights about him had dissipated. How dare one hold it against a man who can write such songs, a man who can sing of his deep love for his country. Yang Mi and the girls did read the lyrics. A cursory look at the lyrics, and the melody, can only lead to the assumption that it's an ordinary patriotic song. But after Linley sang it like that, it instantly seemed to give the song a soul, making them feel proud of their country's strength. After Linley sang this part, his feet lifted up and he took 2 steps slightly forward, his face overflowing with the innocence of a youthful child. The voice also carries a no longer slightly sunken, youthful vibe. One day this song will grow old, like the branches on an old poplar tree, but I still sing it over and over again. It's like my life. The melody in Linley's voice change and the atmosphere is no longer low and solemn. At this time, his singing voice gives the feeling as if spring flowers are blooming and vibrant. That's a great line. Xia Lesheng, who was watching the live broadcast, slammed his own thigh and praised, "Good boy. This emotional interpretation, simply punctuated. The singing is really good." Shin Yutong's eyes were flooded with love for Linley in addition to pride for his country. Can't hide it at all. She herself was more satisfied with Linley, and because she was studying music and art, now she saw Linley singing and performing so well. More like, this child was born an artist. The song will only sing is not considered a real artist. To be able to interpret. Singing interpretation. Xia Lesheng said excitedly, singing interpretation. The only way to make all the people who listen to the song sound in the right place. He cast aside all his resentful defenses against Linley, and loved talent more than anything else. If he's dedicated to his music career, he'll surely become internationally famous and shine in the future. Shin Yutong hid a smile as she listened to her husband give such a high evaluation. Looks like you've completely accepted Shaoli. Aha! Xia Lesheng nodded his head non-committally. This kid can not only write songs, he can also sing them, and has such a good grasp of the meter. And he's only 8 years old. Creek is still under our careful cultivation to be honored now. But what about him? He once asked his own daughter about it, inquiring how Linley could know music and learn it so well. At the time, Xiaoxi said that it was the class president himself who learned from watching music bloggers on Shakeology. What does that mean? Talent. The musical talent is unbelievable. Just the ones taught on Shakeology? In his opinion, anyone with a little bit of music study could go on to teach. But that's how he managed to learn so well. What is it if not a gift? No. Someday I have to persuade him not to be any cadre to take the public examination. Toward the art career, Xia Lesheng's heart was on fire. He was really sparing his talent. Being a cadre, being an artist, is not to benefit the people. There is no difference. Shin Yutong said, I think you want to take someone as your disciple. Aha. Xia Lesheng was told by his wife what was in his heart, and did not deny it, nodding his head heavily. But, people want to be your son-in-law. Ha ha. That's better. Shin Yutong froze. Good guy. One song moved you to such a state. Aren't you very much against Shaoli? True to the saying, talent trumps all and music bridges all kinds of barriers. The song continues. At this point, Linley's voice gradually began to become deeper, giving the audience a feeling of vicissitude. Some will fade away. Some emotions will gradually break. But you are always in my heart, like the incomparable sun. The feeling was strange. Obviously the voice was so translucent, but they felt it clearly and unmistakably, as if a father was pouring out. But at the moment, no one is thinking about it in detail. No one is trying to overanalyze and interpret it, just reveling in the song, the proud melody. I love you Wasia, dear mother. I weep for you and I am proud of you. The pop-ups began to come alive, and countless netizens were typing these 2 sentences on the public screen. The patriotic feelings within could no longer be suppressed. Damn. I'll change my 720 weighing to a normal one later when I'm touched by the sound of an adulterer's voice. Anytime I hear a patriotic song, I can't stop the tears. My father is in the ICU ward I was accompanying. Brushed to this video crying is sparse. Afraid of affecting my father, I went to the corridor. The doctors and nurses saw me frozen. Immediately ran into the ward. Really listened to cry. If the country needs me, I can always enter the establishment as a good cadre for the welfare of the people. For the country to dedicate their lives. Seal the gods. Lin Hall has sealed the gods with this song. Worthy of being the good class leader of our people. Ideological politics indeed. Chapter 149, Lin Hall, this is my least noteworthy talent. A simple elementary school mid-autumn festival party was instantly sublimated because of this one song by Linley. A strong sense of coziness filled the playground and the broadcast room. No one cares how Linley's vocals are so good. No one cares who wrote the song. All of them, at the moment, are wholeheartedly immersed in the pride of their country and the warmth of the song. I love you Wasia, dear mother. I weep for you and I am proud of you. When Linley once again warmly sang this section, the teachers, school leaders, and program staff on the playground opened their mouths in chorus from the bottom of their hearts. I love you Wasia, dear mother. I weep for you and I am proud of you. The song was gradually contagious, starting with the seniors, and one by one, the younger students chorused in unison, who raised his hand with the intention of wiping the tears of emotion that overflowed from his eyes, when suddenly, the director of instruction handed over a tissue. He took it and nodded slightly, having an eye for it, then gently wiped his eyes. It's so touching. He hadn't seen this atmosphere at school in how many years. It's hard for the school to have such a cozy scene, thanks to his leadership as a principal. Now that he thought about it, when he had made an exception and recruited this child Linley, it was the best choice he had ever made in his life. It's so wise. With this scene at the school today, it is foreseeable that next year's funding from the Board of Education will be much higher. At this time, Linley on the stage had also stopped singing, and instead, like a concert singer, turned the microphone to the audience. I love you Wasia, dear mother. I weep for you and I am proud of you. After several consecutive repetitions, the last note fades away. Many of the students couldn't get enough of it and still sang along. Linley did not open his mouth to interrupt, nor did he say anything politically ideologically correct, nor did he intend to speak anything inflammatory. Now everyone has felt that pride. Everyone has been immersed in the prosperity and greatness of China. He felt that at the moment. If he said anything else, there was a sense of overkill and redundancy. The emotions are in place, so he stood on the stage as calmly as an old artist, quietly feeling the students' heartfelt pride. Such a scene lasted for a full minute. The duo of Hoang and Louis Fei came on stage one after the other. Snap! The applause started before the people even got there. Gee, it's fantastic. Our little friend Linley, with his voice as clear as a spring and as warm as the first sun, has brought us an unexpected auditory feast. He awkwardly and unreservedly praised it profusely. Linley could notice that his eyes were slightly reddened, and he had obviously just been moved to tears on stage as well. I love you Huaxia, a song full of patriotic feelings, with Linley's heartfelt rendition, not only makes us feel a deep love for our motherland, but also lets us see the vigor and unlimited possibilities of the younger generation. Louis Fei smiled gently. Students and teachers, have you been deeply moved by Linley's singing? Theirs. The students snapped out of their immersion as soon as he awkward and the others took the stage. Captain Lin sings beautifully. A student at the bottom of the room eyed his friend and neighbor's classmates with surprise. Feels like it could be on the big stage eh? Much better than Yang Mi and Chao's singing. Some students looked adoringly at Linley on the stage and muttered in whispers. Same elementary school student. How come the difference is so big? Oh, not only is he a good singer, he's also a good gamer. The threshold for picking up rags is so high now. I declare that from now on, Class President Lin is my idol. One by one, the elementary school students sighed softly in admiration. Their big, small eyes filled with admiration for Linley. The teachers were all giving Linley a thumbs up in their hearts. There's really nothing to say about this kid's talent except that he runs his mouth. I think every note is like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating our hearts and making us cherish everything around us and love our great motherland even more on this night of reunion, he awkwardly said on stage, his tone gradually rising. Looking down at Linley with a doting look on his face, he looked at the students afterward and smiled. Perhaps you don't know that this one song was written by Linley's little friend himself. The elementary school kids didn't have many expressions yet when they heard this, but the live broadcast audience was instantly appalled. They knew that the chorus song that the junior class was about to perform on stage was written by Linley, but I didn't think about it, and so did this one. No way. Real doo-doo? Actually, I'm not particularly shocked. If it was any other song, I might have been surprised, but patriotic and politically correct songs that Lin Hall can create feel rightfully so. Great. Look at the songwriting talent of the elementary school students nowadays. Aren't some of the singers who just wail and wail all the time ashamed of themselves? Born to be the leader of the Chinese language, the holy body? I feel like I'm seeing a bright scene in the future of the Chinese language. Lin Hall, tell me, what else is there that you don't know how to do? Lin Hall is about to contract my shock for a year. At first I thought he was just a kid with an official voice and a political temperament. As I learned more, he's a ING genius. People are really getting pissed off compared to people. You know he's been driving since he was 8 years old, and I haven't even passed subject 2 at 28. Warm patriotic feelings were dispersed in an instant by the shock of Ho's announcement. After the announcement of the song, many netizens went to the internet to search for it, but no relevant songs were found. At first it was thought to be a new writing commissioned by the show to give Lin Hall a chance to do well. Now it seemed that they had underestimated Lin Hall's talent. On stage, Linley, still with a bland and self-conscious expression, raised the microphone and said, "Don't be surprised. Songwriting is my least noteworthy talent. We can all write songs like this as long as we have a heart for our country and a heart for our people. The picture took a turn for the worse in the live room that was filled with horror. I know that director Lin is very modest, but you're modest. There's no need to praise us. Why don't you listen to what you're saying? If we could have written this song, would we be playing screws right now? Do you have some misconception about your own talents? Or do you think everyone is like you? As the others lamented Linley Versailles, Deng Ziki on stage began to greet the junior class students as they rose from their seats. Lead them to the side of the stage. Everyone get ready. You'll be on stage soon. Deng Ziki said to the students with a smile. Okay, Ms. Ziki. Song Ishua and the girls responded, while their gazes were constantly fixed on Linley on the stage. The class president is just so awesome. Would love to be at his table. Chapter 150. Since ancient times, heroes have been born out of youths. On stage, he awkwardly had thought that Linley would say a mid-autumn wish or something, but to hear him open his mouth with Versailles and think, it's better to save it, never could guess what sentence would pop out of his mouth that would catch you off guard. Look how awkward the scene is now. Needless to say, the same is true for the live stream. What had been a warm and proud atmosphere just got awkward. Standard atmosphere breaker. It was a scene that had become unusually familiar to be awkward too many times this month. So, he's also very skilled at. Well, let's give a warm round of applause to thank Linley's children for coming to us with the I Love You Huaxia, which is full of proud symbolism. And I hope everyone will love the song and love our great motherland as much as we love ourselves. In the face of embarrassment, as experienced hosts, they are best at diffusing it. Applause can shatter any awkward atmosphere. Snap. He and Louis Fei were the first to applaud. Driven by the two of them, the clueless students, the speechless teachers, raised their hands and applauded. Unconsciously, the Mid-Autumn Festival party has come to an end, and we have spent an unforgettable time together in this warm and wonderful night. After a moment of applause, he awkwardly raised the microphone enthusiastically hosted, on the occasion of this festive season. May the light of the bright moon sprinkle everyone's heart, and bring my deep blessings. May the students' studies rise step by step, and may the teachers and students' friendships last forever. And the friendships are deep, Louis Fei said. At this moment when we are about to bid farewell to tonight's feast, we have a special program that is about to be presented to bring our party to a successful conclusion. Please welcome once again with the warmest applause the chorus Junior Chinese Sayings, presented by the Junior Class Collective. As soon as the words fell, the applause resumed, and at the same time, Deng Ziki led Wang Tianyu and the others onto the stage in turn, and the gala staff moved the step shelf up to the stage quickly. Guan Qian and the others, having rehearsed in the past, skillfully stood up and came to the stations they had memorized. On the platform, leaving Linley behind, there were only 27 people in the junior class. The numbers are so small it doesn't even look like a class. Stand in 3 rows altogether. The first and second rows are little girls. Xiaxi, on the other hand, was in the middle of the second row, before and after, where she could always remind her neighboring students, and likewise acted as their lead singer. The third is Wang Tianyu and the boys, a class of yin and yang. Linley, on the other hand, stood at the very front of them. They say it's a chorus, but there are actually so many solos by Linley himself. The rest of the junior class is a backdrop for Lin Hall. When it was time to share the glory alone, Linley would not share it with others at all. After leading them onto the stage, Deng Ziki immediately went to the edge of the stage directly in front of the stage. Her main purpose was to use hand signals to remind the group of students in the junior class which side to sing and which side to stop. It's been rehearsed many times, and there's Summer Brook leading the way in the middle. Some of the students in the junior class are on stage for the first time, and not every one of them is as experienced as Summer Brook, with an artist father, nor is it like Linley, who is so thick-skinned that he can play freely on any occasion. Nervousness is always there, not to mention children, even some adults suddenly on the big stage. The heart will be slightly scared. When everything is ready, countless pairs of eyes on the playground stared straight at the junior class crowd on the stage. Sure enough, just as Deng Ziki had feared, some of the children already had nervous looks on their faces. She saw that Sheng Junyu, Su Gaojie, and a few little girls' eyes were revealing a shy and flustered look. Deng Ziki waved her small fists and made cheering gestures, silently placating them and cheering them on. And the awkward and Louis Fei also came to Deng Ziki's side, similarly inspiring them with their eyes and gestures. They were all students in their own classes, and even though they were only temporary teachers, for more than 10 days, there was still so much emotion. Go for it. You guys are the best. Take a deep breath. Louis Fei shouted at them in a low voice. Linley let out a deep breath and took a step forward, speaking aloud with a solemn expression. At the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic, there was a thinker, educator, and literary scholar whose name was Liang Qichao. He once wrote an article, The Young Wahini Speaks. As Linley opened his mouth, Sheng Junyu's nervous few instantly seemed to have found their backbone. and the small emotions throbbing in their hearts began to calm down. Their eyes were supposed to be on the audience. But, now, their gazes were all fixed on Linley's back. The squad leader gave them a sense of security, gave them a great man's shoulder to lean on, and made them look suddenly determined. The legendary iconoclastic effect. Old Mr. Liang Qichao proposed. A wise boy makes a wise nation. Linley's childish voice was particularly penetrating. When the youth is rich, the country is rich. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. If the youth is independent, the country is independent. If the youth is free, the nation is free. Progress for the youth, progress for the nation. Hearing these lines, Deng Chao was the first in the group of children and Yang Mi to start clapping. Well, truthfully, Linley's excellence was something they could see in their eyes. As long as he didn't put on an official voice, less condescension, and a mouth full of nonsense, he really was an extremely exceptional child. In their entire lives, they had seen many children and come into contact with many people, and there had never been a child who could match Linley, so good that they couldn't dare to imagine how much he would accomplish in the future. Just now this paragraph, solemn and dignified, threw the ground forcefully, clear and thorough, showing a maturity and stability far beyond the same age. How many 8-year-olds can do that? Not only did they think so in their hearts, but the same group of adults in the live broadcast room were also clapping in front of the screen. Look at him standing there, like a little adult, with that composure and confidence. Simply, the resounding voice of Lin Hall makes me want to go to overtime and roll when I hear it. Lin Hall is mighty. Young China speaks. I've learned from old Mr. Liang Qichao. Is this an adaptation? I said, why does the song title sound so familiar? My memory surfaced when I read this part of Lin Hall. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. Brothers, my blood is boiling again. Again the pattern of the song. Lin Hall, this awareness thought is really no say. His grandfather must not be a simple scavenging old man. I doubt if it was ever a war hero. As soon as they heard the song title with the word Wasia, netizens thought it wasn't simple. Now that he had introduced them, memories flooded into their minds, and some of those who had forgotten quickly went to the web and searched for them. At this moment, Linley continued aloud after a pause. Old Mr. Liang Qichao wants to tell us that we young boys, as the future and hope of our country, should be active and courageous, calling on our young boys to contribute to the prosperity of our country. When he finished that sentence, as if Wang Tianyu and the others had received some kind of instruction, they immediately read aloud in unison. The song officially begins with a reading. Chapter 151. Lin Hall's demonic name materialized. A wise boy makes a wise nation. Crisp, firm voices spilled out of their mouths, sentence by sentence. The voices were loud and clear, and the voices of the 27 members of the junior class gathered into a torrent that shook everyone. As they read aloud, an accompanying drumbeat crept in. Knock, knock. When the youth is rich, the country is rich. When the youth is strong, the country is strong. The melodious orchestral sounds composed melodies that echo in the eardrums of the audience. Su Gaojie and the other group of boys, the nervous apprehension on their faces was gone. At this moment, under the loud reading, a childish face with a serious and solemn expression and firm eyes want to enter the dang. When the reading was finished, Deng Ziki on the stage gestured at Wang Tianyu instantly, signaling that it was his turn to sing. As the vice class president of the junior class, and as Linley's most loyal vice class president at the moment. Similarly, as a good squad leader who is sympathetic to his subordinates, it is natural for him to give them the ultimate preferential treatment and performance opportunities. Look, there it is. The red sun rises and its path is bright. Wang Tianyu sang out with firm eyes. The honorable class president gave him the heavy responsibility of the first line of the opening. Let him lead the song to carry the beam. He will never let the class president down. Wang Dashao's pentatonic voice is still complete, but in order to pick up the slack and live up to the expectations of his class president, therefore, this period of time, he led his president father to spend a lot of money to invite the music teacher to teach, and humbly seek to learn, into the department of the fast. The first sentence was not out of tune. Deng Ziki heard it offstage and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The first line of the song was the most important. Luckily, Wang Tianyu was singing it. Xia Shi in the back, Chang Yu Xue, she was relieved. Summer Creek, the river comes out of the volcano in a cascade. Stone Forest, the submerged dragon's scales and claws fly. Shan Yushue, the beasts of the valley were terrified by the tiger's whistling. The beginning of the methodical singing did not make any mistakes. Let's Yang Mi. Deng Chao. A few people are unable to help but nod their heads in praise. A young man has his own youthful frenzy, and his body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I am the only young man today. Linley's clear voice, like a bell ringing through the hearts of all the audience. Having heard the songs that Linley sang earlier, the audience was not surprised by his singing ability and voice. Surprised by what? Lyrics. Some netizens made a point of listening to Liang Qichao's Young China Speaks as they learned about the song. This sentence, not the original. However, it sounds as if the words and phrases are the same as in the original article. Harmonize so much that you can't tell if you're watching the original. Lin Hall is awesome. Not only does he have artistic talent, his literary talent is superb too. I'm ing numb. At first I thought it was a copy of the original text, but it turned out to be a ing self-pen lyric, and I thought it made sense. Did Lin Dong really write this? Did he recognize all the characters? Why don't I believe it? Bold. Dare to doubt Lin Hall. Drag him down. Don't believe it because we're ordinary people. And how can ordinary people understand the world of genius? Yes, just like we poor people can't understand the world of the rich. On the last track, netizens were shocked at Linley's musical talent. With this one song, they were shocked at Linley's literary talent. When a person shines in one circle, he is a genius. But when he does so in multiple places, then he is a demon. At the moment, Linley was thinking this in their minds. A demon who thinks politically correctly and is so good that one cannot afford to be jealous. Dare to ask heaven and earth to test the edge. Who can stop the thorns and thorns? The world laughs at me. I am self-reliant and not ashamed of my youth. Immediately after Linley finished this part of the song, Deng Ziki waved her hand off stage. At once, under the leadership of Xia Shi and Wang Tianyu, the readings were once again flawlessly articulated. A wise boy makes a wise nation. Maybe the first time it was read aloud, you didn't feel much, but after the later Linley singing part, the layers stacked high. All of a sudden, everyone felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Junior Lang's sharpness, momentum, such as the visualization of the general face through a number of lens screened directly to their hearts. And this sharp reading, even more soaring and imposing than the opening, made the blood of many in the audience surge. So tempted to get a plane ticket and visit the little days. The dry general will have his whetstone made of its own. The sky wears its pale and the earth its yellow. Even though there are thousands of years across the 8 wastelands, the future is like the sea and the days to come are long. When Linley finished singing the verse, in an instant, the students of the junior class were commanded by Teng Ziki's raised hands. All of them raised their heads and let out the truest and loudest voices of their hearts, singing in unison. A young man has his own youthful frenzy, and his body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I am the only young man today. The chorus is coming. Of course, the women's voices were noticeably much brighter than the men's in this chorus. The small number of boys in the junior class is one thing, as well as the Guan Qian and Su Gaojia several boys. Open mouth. Seems to be very hard to sing. In fact, the voice is weak. Mosquito flies. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. The acting may have been barely improved by the influence of Deng Chao and Louis Fei. Families, the scalp is numb. When this chorus came out, my blood boiled up and spilled out my nose. You're on fire, aren't you? Go and have a diarrhea. Nah, the old man is uneducated. A sentence walks the world. Awesome. This song is going to be a hit. Absolutely. Lin Hall is going to dominate the charts again. Lin Hall's path is really wide. This year I'm 30 years old, which is only 22 years older than Lin Hall. When he grows up I take good care of it, should still have a chance. Don't even think about it. You could give birth to Lin Hall at your age. Do you want Lin Hall to give you an old age? The entire broadcast was abuzz with excitement. Because of the lyrics, because of the chorus, because of Linley's talent. At the moment, there is simply no one who can still sit calmly and honestly in front of the screen and watch. The junior class's powerful singing, like a torrent, continues to stir up the youthful vigor that had been doused in their hearts. Who wasn't a teenager once? Who hasn't been young? Though as a teenager, he was struck down for various reasons. But, instead of being completely extinguished, that glimmer of sharpness was hidden. Now, this one song has once again set their sharpness on fire. One is no longer a teenager, but a teenager's ambition can continue. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the middle-aged poor. At your own age, it's the age of hustle. The sky is high and the sea is 10,000 miles long, and the youth of China is full of vigor. To be a pillar of strength and to live up to one's youth. When the last sentence falls, on the stage, all the students of the junior class, with their heads held high and their backs straight, the faces of one showed the satisfaction of not knowing whether it was from being able to sing the song in its entirety or from the applauding applause of the students in the audience for its them. In short, the face was full of pride. On the playground, whether it is students or teachers, there is no need for Ho to go on stage to drive the applause. They have sent the most enthusiastic emotions to the song. Send it to Linley. Send it to the junior class. Chapter 152. A good leader should know how to treat his subordinates. The main thing that makes a song good or bad is the live reaction. When everyone applauds and shouts, that is the most direct evaluation of the performance. And likewise, with the end of the song, the phone of Lao Mozi in the backstage studio, as well as the phones in the hands of the agents of Yang Mi, Deng Chao, He Ong, and Deng Ziki immediately rang non-stop. Someone's sending money to Lin Hall again. On the scene, He Awkward and Louis Fei took the stage. Thank you to our junior class for bringing us this energizing, passionate song, Junior Wa Wa Say, he awkwardly said loudly. This song, let us realize the heart of the young man. As the song sings, the young man has his own young man's madness. Fear not the floating clouds, aspire to 1,000 miles. Louis Fei took over the conversation, her voice clear and firm, complimenting He Awkward's hosting style and adding a bit of warmth and inspiration to the scene. Every teenager is the light of hope for the future of China, and in their songs, there is not only the persistent pursuit of dreams, but also a deep love and pride for the country. The two of them smiled at each other in silent agreement. He awkwardly then raised the microphone and faced the audience. Let's once again give a warm round of applause to thank the students of the junior class for their wonderful performance. Louis Fei, and I wish all the teenagers that they can ride the waves and live up to their name and become the most shining protagonists in their own stories. Snap! Applause sprang up again, accompanied by a gush of chants from the students. Junior class is awesome. Captain Lin. Awesome. Class President Lin. When are you coming to our 5-2 class? Amidst a loud cry, Linley took the junior class and bowed to the students present as well as the audience of the live broadcast, and went off the stage. Linley was too lazy to do the whole job at the moment. He was a bit tired. I've been teaching them for the past few days, taking them to rehearsals, and today I'm on stage as the Atmosphere group and singing on stage. Physically and mentally exhausted. Too lazy to pretend. Emotional value was also harvested quite a bit this night. Come what may. Off stage, squad leader Guan Xi and several people hurriedly surrounded him, their eyes excited and loyal as they looked at him and shouted, "Fellow Z scholars, well done today. I'll take everyone to dinner in a couple days." As a good leader, it is natural to entertain subordinates who struggle and work hard for their jobs. Furthermore, Linley was somewhat wealthy now. Of course, it couldn't be compared to this group of rich second-generation people, but there wasn't any problem with buying a meal. The group of students who had been planning to brag about Linley or ask Linley how he was doing on his own heard this. He asked with gusto, "When's the class president? What's for dinner?" "Thanks squad leader." "When?" "I'm fasting early." "Squad leader, I want fried chicken and coke. I want to eat hot pot." Wang Tianyu knew that his chance to perform had come again. Hastily stepping forward, he said, "Classmates, how can we let the class president treat us? The class president takes us to sing, teaches us, and writes songs for us. How can there be such a thing? This meal, I'll take it." Wang Dishao broadly said, "What do you want to eat? You say, what flies in the sky? What runs on the ground? What swims in the sea? I'll arrange it all for you." Linley raised his eyes and looked at Wang Tianyu, being more knowledgeable than before, but not enough to understand. "Shouldn't you help yourself to the bill ahead of time at dinner? If you say that now, aren't you stealing my thunder? Still need to sharpen up, otherwise it won't go far." But now that he saw that everyone was happy, he didn't order Wang Tianyu, thinking that, if he told his parents about this when he got home, his parents would teach him. "Tianyu, when I say it's on me, it's on me. Treat everyone has been working hard for a while. Class president on me." Wang Tianyu didn't even notice the meaning, thinking that he was richer than the class president. He shouldn't let the class president out. His heart was still out of good intentions, knowing that it wasn't easy for the class president to make money. "What are you guys talking about? Not going back to your seats?" At this time Deng Chao and Yang Mi, who were originally supposed to be in the group of students, walked side by side. "I wanted to go to the junior class area to praise and compliment them, but I didn't want to still be at the edge of the stage." Shan Yushua tilted her head to look at Yang Mi. "Teacher Yang, the class president praised us and said that he would treat us to dinner in a few days." "Oh?" Yang Mi raised her willow eyebrows and looked at Linley, jokingly saying, "Really? Will you bring us or not?" "Sure, bring it, as long as you guys don't mind." Linley skimmed over Wang Tianyu at this point. This child's ideological awareness still needed to be cultivated, and said to Yang Mi, "Teachers all come. I'll round up. Big money ah." Deng Chao let out a teasing laugh as he listened to the grandiose tone. There is still money to buy teachers and classmates dinner. This period of time does not also earn a little. He. Linley laughed. "Good." Yang Mi nodded with a light smile. "Then I thank the class president in advance. It's a blessing to have a mouthful." Then digressing, he said, "You guys go back to your seats. You did a great job today. You totally exceeded our expectations. You were really great." "Yes, teacher is very proud of you guys," Deng Chao said in agreement. He was genuinely happy for the group of kids after the perfect performance he just gave. This performance, in his eyes, could be on any big showbiz party, and was basically of King Bomb caliber. "It's good that the teachers like it." Xia, she smiled sweetly. "At that time I was afraid that I couldn't sing well. Yang Mi raised her hand and stroked her little head. How could you not like it? Led by Deng Chao, the students of the junior class returned to their seats with a smile and a laugh and waited for the party to end. At this moment, Hu Jiangwo and a group of school leaders on the stage wished all students a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. By the time they were finished, the school's Mid-Autumn Festival party had come to a complete end, and the students returned to their own classrooms with stools under the leadership of the teachers of each class. Then one by one, they went to the school gate to go home from school, and the junior class was not the first to head for the school gates. Deng Chao, he awkward several teachers stood by the podium, first praised the performance of the students, and then announced that tomorrow to take the group together to the Yearning Life Fall Tour. Hearing this news, Cheng Yushue and the girls all cheered. But the person all the students thanked was not them, but, thank you squad leader. Squad leader, you're such a good class president. Never lying to us kids. Awesome, let's all go Song Yishue pulled up the hand of her good girlfriend beside her, jumping up and down with joy. Class president, thank you. The squad leader never forgets us when something good happens. That's really our good squad leader. A look of intense admiration showed in Sher Forest's eyes. The same is true of other students, whether they are partisan or neutral in the forest. In the hearts of He Lian and Deng Chao, all of them sighed helplessly. You've all been duped by Linley. We were the ones who offered to take you with us. It has nothing to do with him. Really doesn't have much to do with it. At the same time, due to this scene, he awkward satisfaction with Linley's excellent performance on stage dissipated in an instant. He was starting to get a headache. Tomorrow he would have to watch out for this little brat and take care of Master Huang's emotional feelings. Perhaps, tomorrow, a life to live, is the day that will test him the most in his life. Chapter 153, Hegemony. What do you mean by one's hot search? September 20th morning. On the highway from Yongcheng to Tonglu County, a bus moved forward smoothly. Early in the morning, the program team arranged for a bus contacted in advance to pick up the people at the school. After last night's notification, and the program's contact with the parent group, the kids were back in school by 8 a.m. The school serves as a unified point of convergence and goes up for Aspiring Life in a beautifully named Fall Tour. Academic name, Extracurricular Crop Practice Research. On the bus, Linley sat with Xia Shi, his eyes closed, his head leaning helplessly against the car window. Sleepy, a rare holiday, but also cannot sleep a lazy, cannot wake up naturally. Anyone has complaints. Xia Shi was good and understanding and didn't disturb the dear class president, but poked her little head in and chatted in a whisper with Song Yishue and the girls in the neighboring seat. Today was a joyous and happy day for the rest of the junior class, because they were not going to school. Not to class, but to a pleasure trip. Each one was dressed up and exquisitely handsome. The little girls were each spiffy in their pretty little dresses, some with children's sun hats. Some of the young boys are sunny and handsome in simple t-shirts with jeans, and some, like Linley, are wearing white executive shirts and still black silk chambray pants underneath, dressing up like a little adult. In particular, the hems of their shirts were tucked into the waist of their pants. When he awkwardly and Yang Mi and the girls saw Linley with a group of boy class cadres dressed like this in the morning, they knew that Aspiring Life had already begun to get on the pressure. How to describe their first sight of Linley as well as Wang Tianyu and the others? In short, normal wear for leading fall and summer market studios. What was even more outrageous was that when Linley and Wang Tianyu got out of the Audi this morning, their driver had made a point of handing a briefcase and a thermos cup to Mr. Wang. Other kids are carrying small traveling school bags or pulling children's suitcases. Briefcases? What was first speculated is now looking like the suit is about to be fulfilled. The forestry department traveled to the countryside to inspect the agricultural situation. The thing that made he awkwardly screamed at them the most was that Linley's white shirt still had the Young Pioneers emblem on the left chest. If this is seen from a distance, people who are not clear about it will think it is a Deng emblem. A set of leader's standards filled him right up. At the time of getting on the car, Deng Ziki couldn't hold back her curiosity and specially pulled over Sher Linlin to ask how they could be so neatly dressed. Stone Forest replied then. He said that after school last night, the class president told the vice class president to prepare it, saying that the class cadres should look like class cadres, and that wherever they go, even if it's just for fun, they have to dress decently. Dressing decently for cadres is a way to show professionalism, respect for others and self-expression, reflecting a serious attitude towards work and attention to image. When Deng Ziki heard this, she sighed in her heart. You guys can really pay attention. Do you know how much pressure you are putting on them by attaching such importance to it? At this moment, Deng Ziki looked sideways at the neighboring seat, where he awkward, who was sitting with Deng Chao, was pretending to sleep with his eyes closed. Usually he is so kind and good at regulating the atmosphere. Now what? After a brief greeting in the car, he kept his eyes closed. Presumably his mind was going over and over what might happen next, thinking of countermeasures from which to crack mediation. It was also because of Linley's outfit that made all of them, he awkward, shut up and stay in their seats, and didn't laugh and play with the kids. Everyone was unusually apprehensive. It's worth noting that there is a photographer in the car at the moment, but the live stream is not turned on. Rather, I intend to edit the interesting scenes that happen in the car, and use them as bloopers, footage, etc. when the time comes. However, the photographer's older brother yawned in boredom. Issue Asya, she called out softly, turning her cell phone screen towards her. We're on the hot search Song Ishua smiled sweetly. I saw it yesterday and it's still hanging up today. The heat is very high pinch. So many of them are from the class president. They say that the class president is the descendant of the star of literature. She was exceptionally happy about people praising his good classmate. Much happier than someone complimenting themselves. I saw it too. A few boys in the back intervened in the conversation when they heard the girls talking about their beloved class president. Wang Tianyu said, 8 of the top 1 to 10 are about the class president. There are 23 articles in the first 30 about us and the class president. And the class president blew up. Sure, Forrest was unusually excited. When he got back last night, their performance quickly hit the hot seat and he was watching it over and over again. Take your own mom's account and like every single one. Even more so. I saved clips of them singing in chorus and the bandmaster singing alone and bookmarked them to my phone. NO1, a young man has his own youthful frenzy. NO2, Junior Class Mid-Autumn Festival Gala amazing chorus. NO3, the national spirit of the young man is expressed in a song. NO4, is Lin Hall really the reincarnation of Wen Xing? Courage to explode sweeps through the college community. On the hot search list, 1 to the top 50, more than half of them were all about Lin Li's hot search terms. Lin Li himself was the hottest child star of the month, with an unusually large number of people following him. Ethnic songs, in turn, are the easiest positive energy to promote in the media. The combination of the two is straight up killing madness. Moreover, this occupation of the national spirit, the official will not go at all to limit the flow, and also secretly support anyone who posts anything related to last night's singing by Lin Li, and the junior class will get traffic. This leads to bloggers, media scrambling to get to the story. Clips. What does it mean to be one's hotshot? That's it. How many artists pay for hot searches? How many public figures are racking their brains to catch the public eye? But yesterday, all of them were suppressed by Lin Li alone. The heat had festered through the night and hadn't faded at all. And there was a current hot search related to Lin Li, junior class, that was rapidly rising. Mid-Autumn Special of the Wayward Life. Guest, Junior Class. Wang, the director of the Wayward Life, is also catching on. Catch the wave of traffic at the height of Lin Li in junior class. At the moment the show hasn't started yet, but the black screen live room sort of already has 10W plus people squatting in it. I said a while ago Lin Hall often mentioned that he awkward wanted to take him to play. Dare I say that he was taking Lin Hall to save the cool variety show. Why do you have to say save? Aspirations used to be a big hit, so don't use words if you don't know how to use them. You also all said it was before, and now it's been off the air for a year, so what do you say? First time I've seen 2 shows syndicated. You don't even give the kids a vacation for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and they have to organize work for them? Damn capitalists. Don't be a capitalist. Just a few capitals inside the junior class. People are just there to have fun. I'll watch wherever Lin Hall is anyway. I love this kid so much. Is Xiang trying to borrow a corpse? Asterisk. Bro, don't use, if you can't use words. Chapter 154, Director Lin. You've got a secretary? Aspirations itself is a taped variety show. However, after being ill-criticized by countless netizens, it is also intended that this special edition will be in a live streaming format. With the success of Rising Stars Junior Class, they felt that a live broadcast might be more upfront in telling viewers that their show was not scripted either. Mainly, he awkwardly told them that you let these rich kids go by the script? That's bull. Moreover, there is a small director in there who is full of politics and can't take a grain of sand in his eyes. Believe it or not, if you give the script on the same day, he will dare to expose it to you on the same day and accuse you with the possession of the moral Heavenly Father. So, let it go. Don't get all bent out of shape. Inside the studio of Aspirations, watching the audience coming in droves backstage, the numbers continuing to grow, he felt that their show was living out a second life. Get your act together for the next 2 days. Secure all departments for me, and when the show is over, I'll buy everyone a drink. Director Wang didn't forget to pick up the walkie-talkie to remind him while he was excited and thrilled. Roger that. Understood. Responses have been coming in from various departments. Director Wang nodded slightly, and with a smile on his face, he picked up the cell phone on the side and sent a message over to Elian. Mr. He, where are you? How much longer? On the highway heading to the show's taping at this time. Inside the bus, he awkwardly opened his tightly closed eyes. took out his cell phone and glanced at it, and after simply replying, he was planning to continue resting with his eyes closed and continue deducing what might happen in the program. Suddenly he saw another message from his once good partner. Mr. Ho, have you told the kids today what I told you last night? We only need the singing rights. The final copyright is still on Linley. We can accept any price. Jia really likes it in particular. Please help me talk and fight for it. Hands clasped in gratitude emoji, x3. Once the song was sung last night, their circle of close friends, they were all sniffing for a big hit. The first thing that happened was that each of them approached them, or the program, to get the rights to sing the 2 songs. Technically, it's 3 songs. There was also a song called Courageous Outburst, and since it had never been said from start to finish that it was composed by Linley, many of those who wanted the rights to sing the song had contacted Xiao Lisheng in hopes of obtaining copyright permission from the other side. He awkwardly sighed in his heart. If it was someone else who was looking for him, he couldn't say that he would not be allowed to kick the ball a little, but it was his once good partner. Again, from the words, the attitude of especially wanting the right to sing this song was heard, and this favor was still to be done. So, until we get there now, until we officially start shooting. He rose from his seat and gave the cameraman a wink and a wave, imploring the other man to turn off the camera for now, then went to the back row for Linley. Mr. He, Xiaoxi and Song Yishui chatted cheerfully when they saw him coming and called out crisply. Aha, what are you guys talking about? So happy? He awkwardly smiled gently. We're talking about hot searches. It's all about our hot search terms. Song Yishui responded sweetly. Oh, your performance is worth it. He awkwardly laughed softly, then looked towards Linley who was already looking at him with open eyes and suspicion. Squad leader, there's something I need to discuss with you. Linley thought in his heart, suddenly looking for myself. It can't be for me to change my clothes. He alertly said. Mr. He, you're welcome. If there's anything you want to order directly, it's like this. Do you have any thoughts about selling the copyright of this song? He awkwardly didn't beat around the bush, feeling that there was no need to beat around the bush with Linley. The kid's smart. Once he heard that it was about copyrights, Linley relaxed. Yes, Mr. He, you want to buy it? It's all about teacher-student relationship. I'll give you a one-day audition. Don't skin it. He awkwardly gently glared at him. Seeing that the topic was gradually going off on a tangent, he hurriedly said, it's a friend of mine who wants to buy it. A friend? Ha? Linley raised a small eyebrow. A friend out of nothing? No, real friends. Linley said, since it's not Mr. He himself who wants to buy it, and is only helping a friend to inquire about it. Let's put it this way. As you know, I'm a person who hates to dip my toe in the water and use my connections to gain advantage. His small face was rigid and serious. Business negotiations, please see my secretary. He awkwardly froze. Good guy. The little official voice is pretending again. You've established your position and principles at a young age? Rather a seedling of a clean officer. I hope you can keep it up. He gave a dark compliment in his heart, but on second thought, no. Secretary? Who is it? He awkwardly thought it was a bit funny, really substituting himself into the position of director. The secretary was arranged? He slightly sideways glanced at Wang Tianyu in the back with the corner of his eye. It couldn't be young Master Wang that he was talking about. You're working as a secretary for a young man? Not the vice squad leader. He's too inexperienced to hold the position of secretary yet. Linley noticed his afterglow glancing at Wang Tianyu and shook his head. Hearing this, he awkward wanted to laugh even more. He's not yet experienced in the world? You're not much older than him. At the same time he couldn't help but wonder, what was that so-called secretary? Linley stood up at that moment and shouted at the artists in the front row. Young, Honeybook, teacher, please come over here. With this voice, he awkward's face became expressive. Broken words. Not bad. Dare I say that the so-called secretary is a Honeybook. Good one. Yang Mishu, Yang Mi, who was in the front row, was using her cell phone to deal with the company's business when she suddenly heard Linley seem to be calling out to her. With his but slightly raised, he raised himself up and his head pushed out of the height of the seat to look back. You're calling me? Yeah, but, why do I hear that you don't seem to be shouting at me? Yang Mi's pretty eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. She had just heard the words MS, Yang Mi, but, as if there was one more word in it, it sounded like she was being called. And it didn't sound like, Teacher Yang, is calling you. Linley nodded seriously. It didn't matter if she had just misheard herself, but now she was hearing herself clearly being called. So she got up and walked over to his side. What is it you want to see me about? Someone asked Mr. He to buy the copyright of my song. You help me to negotiate the price. You're familiar with this area. Yang Mi raised her eyes to look at he awkward. Then to Linley. I know. I was going to tell you about this too. Naturally, she had friends who had asked her to buy the rights, but she just wanted to wait until she was free to talk to Linley privately. Come in with your professionalism and keep a tally of who's buying, who's offering how much, and how well the singer is singing. Do the artists have bad practices and so on? Gatekeepers, Lindley said with a flourish. Report it to me after you've tallied it up, and I'll approve it. Report it to me at the end of the mid-autumn holiday. No problem. The more Yang Mi heard, the more she felt that she had just heard correctly. This is the tone of a superior explaining his subordinates. It seems that, at that time, he called Secretary Yang. Chapter 155, remember it's live. Primary and secondary. He couldn't help but laugh softly at the side. Well, what an accent of a leader ordering his secretary to work. Lindley continued. People with bad character should never sing my songs, and the same goes for you guys. You must. Yang Mi didn't bother to continue listening, and even more so, she didn't bother to bull ****** him. This little kid talks a lot, and if you talk to him, he can pull a bunch of thought styles out of him. So, Yang Mi directly interrupted and nodded. Okay, I'll talk about this for you. She agreed very readily, not the least bit angered by Lindley treating her like a secretary. Mainly, knew Lindley too well. She could still tell the difference between being humiliated in private and being humiliated in front of a group of students. It's true that you don't know much about this area, and as a guardian I'll naturally take care of it for you. Yang Mi then added, voicing the word, guardian, heavily. Lindley nodded. Alright, Mr. He, then you'll find Mr. Yang to go and talk to Director Zhang as well, and report any such business negotiations to my guardian first. After saying this, he closed his eyes and pretended to sleep, with the intention of finishing the matter and rushing his guests. The hall is full of gas. Yang Mi and Hyun looked at each other and sighed in their hearts one after another. They had a feeling that Lindley, today, seemed to be more loaded than usual. Is it because of the suit? Breathless, the two greeted the other children and returned to their seats. He awkwardly sidestepped Deng Chao and said to Yang Mi, to be honest, I really wanted to knock him on the head a few times just now. Me too. Yang Mi's eyelids drooped slightly. The brat's tone of voice, the more she thought about it, the more she wanted to smack him. It was so infuriating. But then again, Mr. He, who is it on your side that wants to buy the rights? He awkward to hear the corner of the mouth a pull. You this executive is really take yourself as Lin Director Secretariat? In the small village of Tonglu County, Mushroom House recording site, the other three of the four permanent residents of Aspirations, minus Ho, who is still on his way to bring the junior class over, are all situated in a small courtyard waiting patiently. Under the awning, Huang Lei was lying on a lazy chair, swaying leisurely, fanning herself with a fan in one hand, while picking up her cell phone with the other hand to check the time. She should be there soon. Tonglu County is located in Hangzhou, and although it's September, anyone who has spent time in Hangzhou knows that it's a city without fall or spring. Other areas is gradually cooling, but around Hangzhou are instantly cooling down. Yesterday or short-sleeved, today is the down jacket, so it's still a bit hot for September at the moment. I just asked Mr. Ho again, and I'll be there around 11 o'clock or so. Pong Li sang. Zhang Zifeng raised his eyes to look at Huang Lei, his eyes flashing with a hint of pleasure. The biggest acting moment of being on this show was the eating phase. Otherwise it was pretty fun, but now there's a special arrangement. For dinner, you can really eat your fill. That's soon eh? They've been on fire lately. I especially like that little girl Xiaxi. She's so cute, she said happily. Make sure Xiaxi performs Courageous Outburst live at night. I listened to it all night yesterday. Ha ha, the hot searches are all about them. Very hot indeed. Huang Lei laughed. Well, let's not sit around. I'll go talk to Director Wang. It's almost time to start the show. Remember, this is a live broadcast, not a recording. You can't delete clips, so pay attention, all of you. He warned kindly. Pang Li Sang and Zhang Zifeng nodded their heads at the same time. Their eyes both flashed with a trace of the exact same breathless snort. This, they felt, should have been addressed to himself. Okay, Mr. Wang. The two young men responded. Huang Lei got up from her lounge chair and placed her fan on the chair, then went to the kitchen to tie her apron on, then go to the studio and give a notice. About the time the junior class arrived on the scene with 15 minutes to go, the program's live feed started completely. The image was immediately reflected in the eyes of the netizens who were squatting in the live broadcast in advance. The aerial camera looks down on the panorama, skimming over the surrounding green hills from far and near. Lines and lines of subtitles selling sentiment kept surfacing on the screen. The warmth of a long absence, the joy of reunion, with a few barking dogs and chickens. In a moment the scene switches to inside the mushroom house. First up are some of the older actors, like a couple of dogs, a couple of ducks, a sheep. The dog may still be the same dog, the ducks and sheep. I'm not sure if they're the original helpers. So damn familiar. Isn't this the place from season 2? Colored lights. Long time no see. The the feathers are a little brighter again. Why do you feel a little smaller? Hungry? Any chance it's a stand-in actor? Older actors presumably. Ahem. A few of the resident are here. All here to rub Lin Hall the wrong way? I wonder if it's a play for them to arrange to trade labor for food in Lin Hall. Definitely. Mushroom House rules. If you want to eat, you have to work. During the program, Huan Lei and Pang Li Sang and Zhang Zifeng greeted the audience warmly. After all, it is a live mode. The greeting still needs to be greeted. It does not seem to be friendly. Afterwards, Huan Lei looked at the time. It's almost time. I'll go cook for them first. You two watch at the door. Call me when people come. Okay, Mr. Huan. Pang Li sang and nodded his head, and Zhang Zifeng and Zhang Zifeng went to the doorway to wait up expectantly. Time passes by. As the camera pulls away, a bus traveling stops in front of the road necessary to get to the mushroom house. Mr. Huan, coming. Mr. He and the others have arrived. Pang Li sang is the first of the scouts to yell out. Here we go. Hearing this, Huan Lei's movie star mode turned on and hurriedly came out from within the kitchen. Wiping his wet hands on his apron as he walked, he then untied it and set it aside. Come on, let's go greet our little friend. Aha! Little O, little H, come with us to greet them. Zhang Zifeng did not forget to greet the two dogs. At this time, the live camera also switched to the vicinity of the bus for the second time after the bus pulled up. Plimus Th. Ziga. The bus door opened. Teachers Yang Mi and Dang Zhaodang were the first to come down. Students are here. Oh, take your book bag luggage. Come down in order. Don't leave anything behind. Yang Mi transformed from young teacher to young secretary, and now seems to have changed into young tour guide, with thoughtful reminders. In the car, Kai Chen Fan was sitting at the front, and when he took the small suitcase and intended to go down, Sure Forest pulled him back. Hold your horses and let the squad leader go down first. Kai Chen Fan? Linley nodded slightly at the child who understood the situation, revealing his appreciation, and Sure Linlin also entered the ministry. He walked blithely down the aisle and out of the car. By the time he stepped on the ground, Wang Tianyu came down second, with a clear primary and secondary. It was only after the two of him had gotten off that the rest of the students got off the bus in no particular order. Chapter 156, Let's Go Greet the Folks. As soon as the students got off the bus, Xiaxi and the other little girls immediately exclaimed in excitement and complimented the scenery on this side. Yoju, this side is nice to see. Look over there, there's a cow. The cows are grazing. How come there are no horses? The group of class cadres, on the other hand, were mortared behind Linley, not smiling, as is the form of a group of small cadres accompanying a leader on an inspection tour. It was also after Linley and his party came down to the bus in their standard cadre attire that the audience in the live broadcast room noticed and burst into a fit of laughter. What's going on in the forest hall? New uniforms? What's going on here? Come out to a show and dress in uniform? Is that the chest with the dang emblem? Camera, please zoom in a little closer. As soon as Lin Hall came out, I knew we'd have a good show today. There's definitely no shortage of fun in today's program. Pay attention everyone. Today is the real Lin Hall. I know who the biggest leader in the neighborhood is when he's standing there. Ha ha. Who designed this outfit for him? In the eyes of the netizens, at the moment the junior class is completely divided into two waves of groups. In the first wave, Xia Shi, Chang Yuxue and the others, the tour group wearing their own bleached clothes. The second wave, led by Lin Li, was organized by the higher-ups who went to the countryside to inspect the work. Lin Li, Wang Tianyu and their lines, proper administrative units in the office cadres of the faction. Not bad. Wind and water is a good place. Lin Li marveled with his hands behind his back, raising his head slightly. Come on, let's go greet the folks. Saying that, he ignored the stunned looks of Yang Mi and the others and lifted his steps forward. Wang Tianyu's few people immediately obeyed and followed. Cold sweat was starting to seep out of He Awkward's forehead. No, our teacher seems to be the leader. We haven't said go yet. Look at the tone of your voice. You really think you're going to the countryside to greet the villagers? Wait. Suddenly, a prediction came to He Awkward's mind. The old folks Linley was talking about wouldn't be Huang Lei and the others. Once we meet later, call out to the old folks and ask how the days are going. If the year is good, or something like that. You're going to give us a hard time when we meet? Wait, come along. The rest of the class hasn't gotten their stuff yet. Seeing that Huang Lei and the others were already walking over in the distance, he awkwardly opened his mouth to call out to Linley. Linley paused slightly and turned his head. You don't need to worry about us. Take care of the other students. Yang Mi's brain hurt a little when she saw his departing back. Students, bring all your stuff and we'll go together. It was simply impossible to stop Linley, so she slightly urged the other students to follow her. She then gave a wink to He Awkward. He awkwardly understood the meaning, and immediately walked forward to the front of Linley. The road is a bit potholed, so all be careful, he warned, and afterward whispered to Linley, behave yourself. Teacher I'm very political right now. Linley reprimanded slightly with a stern face. I know what you're going to say. As a representative of the junior class, it's only natural that I wouldn't disgrace the junior class in any other program. He was helpless. Did he mean it? Do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand? He was about to open his mouth and nag Linley with a good explanation so that he would understand what he was trying to say, when he heard Linley whisper, I remember what you told me back then. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for Mr. Huang. He awkwardly wanted to say, you're already embarrassed on it, okay? With that outfit, and the mannerisms, it's hard for me to believe that you remember what I said back then. A slight dark sigh in his heart. Hey, just go with the flow. See what happens when the time comes. He didn't say anything more, except to add to his voice, I hope you do remember. At this time, the big old Huan Lei came up to meet her, and seeing Linley and other parts of the junior class wearing shirts and black suit pants, she gently laughed at Zhang Zifeng and Pang Li singing at her side and said, look, you guys, the costumes are very uniform, very formal. Yeah, it rather looks like we're a bit random. Ha ha, Pang Li sang with a silly laugh, and as they gradually approached, Huang Lei began to slow down her pace, and her eyes gradually became grave, because he saw the team logo on the chest of the lead Linley. If it was just plain clothes with a team logo, he wouldn't think much of it. It would just feel like the kid was proud to be in the little league. This dress, and all the rumors about Linley's style, he knew immediately. Today, we are not facing the Linley children, but Director Lin, but he also just stumbled in his body, not wincing in any way. What's a little kid to be afraid of? Mr. You guys are here? Huang Lei greeted with a smile. Welcome, 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 Mr. Pang Li sang and Zhang Zifeng called out one after another. Long time no see. He awkwardly greeted with a smile, followed by a friendly hug with Huang Lei. Linley couldn't help but feel disdain in his heart when he saw them looking like they'd been together for a long time. Maybe we've just seen them in the last few days. They're all actors. Did you miss us? Yang Mi and Deng Chao are also bringing the other children over at this moment. Mr. Wang. Super. Mr. Huang. It's been a long time. Mimi Pong Pang. For Linley, it was a bull asterisk greeting that he didn't bother to listen to. Behind him, Wang Tianyu slightly moved his head up and said softly behind Linley's head, they're so pretentious. Linley nodded without moving his head. Even a small child could see how awkward they were. The same softly responded, normal human behavior is just a matter of course, and you'll have to do a lot less of it when you're older. Oh, Wang Tianyu answered with a seemingly understandable voice. That's when he awkwardly started to introduce Huang Lei to his classmates. While all three are stars, it's not like every one of them knows them. Class, this is MS. Huang Lei Huang. Xiaxi's few people immediately shouted politely. Hello, Mr. Huang. Good boy. Zhang Zifeng saw that Xiaxi especially liked it. She went up to the front and gently rubbed Xiaxi's little head. I saw your performance yesterday. It was superb. Then thinking that maybe he didn't recognize himself, again out of politeness, he lightly smiled and said, by the way, my name is Zhang Zifeng. Hello, Sister Zifeng. Xiaxi called out sweetly. Hello children, my name is Pang Li singing. Pang Li sang and introduced himself as well. Good day brother Rikako. He awkwardly said. Mr. Huang. I don't think I need to introduce the students in the junior class. They've been so hot lately. I'm sure you all know them. Right. Of course. How could I not recognize it? Huang Lei nodded kindly as his eyes swept from one child's face to another, calling out names as he did so. Xiaxi, Chang Yuxue, Kai Chenfan, Chang Junyu. Huang Lei had done his homework, and this bit of homework wasn't hard for him. Besides, every kid in junior class is pretty unique and easy to keep track of. Every child whose name was called out was immediately beaming, seemingly happy that the big star knew his or her name. Linley. When Linley's name was called, Linley did seem to take what he awkward had once said to heart as if the hall aura flickered. Showing a gracious smile, he stepped forward. Uncle Wang. Chapter 157, Rites of Passage Before Troops? Oh no, he's gone to the kitchen. Uncle Huang, I've heard a lot about you. Linley smiled extremely enthusiastically, just like the little expression he had when he met a big shot. This Uncle Huang really surprised Yang Mi several people. Everyone else is called Mr. Wang. So you're different, right? To say that we did not remind in front of the even so, but clearly remember to say that he is Huang Lei Huang teacher isn't that obvious enough? Linley smiled with a frown. You won't mind if I call you that, Uncle Huang. Huang Lei's smile froze slightly, and the words that he awkward had said to him at that time came to mind. Linley, this child, ghostly, smart and witty, the same set of circumstances is also very much, with this little kid contact, slightly wary of a little. At the time, Huang Lei was dismissive, It was thought to be an exaggeration by he awkward, but now a contact. There's something about this little kid. Look at that. You have to pretend you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. You're about the same age as my daughter. It's not wrong to call you uncle, Huang Lei said smilingly. Well, I knew Mr. Huang was open-minded. Lin Li sent out good guy cards. Mr. He often mentions you to me. He says that Mr. Huang cooks well. His acting is great. And his character is even better. It's simply a model for the entertainment industry. This compliment said, let Huang Lei mood extremely pleasant. Who likes to hear good words? On the side, a faint smile appeared on he awkward's face. So far it seemed, kid head's doing okay. It's not something I've ever said myself, but at least I didn't backstab myself. At first he was strongly opposed to the idea of his children lying, believing it to be a very bad habit that had to be corrected. However, for Lin Li, it's better for the kid to lie than to bull asterisk. He awkwardly smiled. Don't stand around outside. Go in first. The kids haven't had lunch yet. Pumba, Zifeng, you guys help your classmates carry their stuff. Huang Lei nodded her head and greeted the other two people who routinely performed the show's routine of helping the guests with their luggage. With the two of them in front of him, Deng Chao lagged behind them by a length, after his feet slowed down to be flush with Lin Li. Whispered, not a bad performance. Keep it up. I must. My acting has improved under your tutelage. Lin Li responded without moving. He felt that it was not appropriate to go too far in the first meeting, and that it was a step-by-step process, sort of selling face to he awkward. At least make sure the ingredients are free of beans and elbows for the next 2 days after. Keep it up. It's okay to work the whole thing. Don't crash the show. Before Deng Chao and the others arrived, he awkward had also spoken to them privately, reminding Lin Li as much as he could. Don't worry, Chao. I still respect Uncle Huang, Lin Li said as he bit down on the sound of two of the words. Ha! Tang Chao heard it and chortled a few times. You'd better really honor it. The classmates jumped and followed them, looking left and right. For this group of rich second generation living in the big city, everything in the countryside is so new. Wang Tianyu, as the eldest young master, can be said to have never stepped on such a muddy road, walking that is called a careful. Squad leader, we're not going to have to work, are we? Sure. Lin also chimed in. Yes, squad leader. I've seen the program, and it seems like we still have to go down to the ground. What? You guys can't get off the ground? When Lin Li heard this, he immediately frowned. Sounds like a bit of a resistance to working in the field. Ideological awareness needs to be improved. You know, squad leader, I've never been off the land. I can't take a little bit of hardship, Su Gaojie said weakly. Lin Li smiled and didn't say anything more, much less go pua this group of rich kids, walking on his own, while Wang Tianyu saw the class president walking and immediately followed. Squad leader, are we really going to work in the field? You don't? If you say do it, I'll do it. Although Wang Tianyu was still a bit resistant to going down to the ground to do farm work, his recent high rise in consciousness was telling him, listen to your squad leader and follow him, and the road ahead will not be as potholed as the dirt road in front of you. Tianyu, your realization is good. I'm very pleased. The more Lin Li looked at Wang Tianyu, the more favorable he became. His mom and dad really didn't think much of him. A rich family environment does not necessarily produce dude out of a good educational environment and mindset. The saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes is still valid. Wang Tianyu once again heard the approval of his beloved squad leader and firmly said, Squad leader, I will definitely listen to you. Aha! Lin Li nodded slightly and said no more. Followed closely by Huang Lei and Hiong, they head to the mushroom house. Upon arriving in the small courtyard, woof woof, the two dogs barked furiously, and there was no telling what the dogs were barking at. Lin Li didn't understand the dog language, and took it all for granted that the two dogs were nervous because the great leader had come to visit. Pumba, sis, you guys take the little ones to their bedrooms to put their bags away and then bring them down together for dinner. Huang Lei arranges it as the head of the family in the mushroom house. I'm going to go work in the kitchen. They're all yours. Act like older siblings and take care of them. Okay, Mr. Huang, we'll definitely take care of them. Pang Li Sang and Zhang Zifeng responded. Aha. Huang Lei nodded her head in satisfaction, and then went to the kitchen after exchanging a few simple pleasantries with the awkward and Yang Mi. As soon as he had left in front of him, Pang Li sang and faced the students, shouting, Boys come with me ha, girls go with your sister. Xia Shi, Yoshue you girls come with me. Zhang Zifeng shouted the same. In front of adults she was still a bit shy, but facing elementary school students much younger than herself, she had already substituted herself into the role of an older sister. Then he said to Yang Mi's three actresses, Sister Mi, Sister Fei Fei, Sister Ziki, let's go together. Well, the Mushroom House building in Season 2 itself could not have housed so many people. However, For some time now, money has been in place to entertain the junior class and the infrastructure maniacs are on the line. In just a few days, a small two-story building was erected behind the mushroom house. Boys' dormitory on the first floor and girls' dormitory on the second floor. The students each carried their own rows and followed Zhang Zifeng and Pang Lisang to the dormitory building. And Lin Li and Wang Tianyu didn't go, because the duo didn't bring any luggage at all. As against STH, there is briefcase. However, the briefcase had been given to Tuan Qian. The two of them did not go with the large group to the dormitory building, staying put. Seeing that the two of them didn't follow, Deng Chao was puzzled. What are you two doing? We don't have any luggage, so we won't have to go. Lin Li said, let's go along and have a look without luggage. Deng Chao said, Teacher Deng Chao. No, you guys are busy with yourselves. I'll take Vice Wang for a casual look. Lin Li smiled wryly. Tong Chao looked at Lin Li with stored suspicion. Just that expression on his face. It always felt like something was about to happen. Then don't wander off, okay? Don't worry, Mr. Deng. We won't go anywhere. Aha. Deng Chao swept a suspicious look at Lin Li's face in his vigilance, then feigned to head towards the dormitory building. But soon he turned back. Seeing Lin Li and Wang Tianyu, they really wouldn't stay honestly in the living room and lifted their steps to go out the door. And the direction they went, Deng Chao's heart condensed. It's broken. Director Lin has gone to the kitchen. Chapter 158, Learning to be a Chef. It has to be New Oriental. Knew this little kid wouldn't settle down. The series of performances after getting out of the car were nothing more than smoke and mirrors. Lean. Deng Chao cursed in his heart. Hastily leaving his luggage behind, he ran to the side guide, not even having time to explain. Snatching the walkie-talkie out of his hand, he called, Mr. Huang, Mr. Huang, attention, attention, there's danger approaching. Lin Li's gone to the kitchen. Huang Lei's cooking skills. Deng Chao, although in the past did not participate in the yearning life, but also heard about it. Quite a few of his circle of friends have attended and given him feedback. Say, Mr. Huang's cooking is not particularly tasty, nor is it particularly difficult to eat. Let's just say, it doesn't go with delicious. And the crew brought in a special chef to hitch a ride and cook dinner for this episode. Cooking is hard. Adults, they can act as stars, even if it's not good. They don't say anything about it. It's all in the circle. Lo and behold, the main one is a man of the world. But kids can't act. It's hard to eat, they probably don't. Maybe they know better than to say anything bad, but realize that there is a director Lin among them. That little mouth doesn't hold back, and there are things he really says. With their knowledge of Lin Li, they definitely didn't bring any hesitation. Not overnight. So, he awkwardly reacted to this matter with the program at that time, with a preparatory plan. First, supervise Huang Lei to study in New Oriental. Second, hire a New Oriental chef to help. Cooking is not something that can be learned so quickly, although Yellow Leaf has a bit of a base. Just in case, both hands are ready to go together. That is to say, at the moment, the kitchen not only has Huang Lei, but also the chef of the New Oriental. Inside the studio hut by the mushroom house, Director Wang likewise heard Deng Chao's voice on the intercom, hastily ordering, Master Hu, take cover. Roger that. Hearing the echoes, the king's guide breathed a sigh of relief. Resuming the calmness of the general director in command of the whole situation, he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, Chao, I don't feel that we need to be so nervous. And there's no cameraman following over there. Just because there's no cameras doesn't mean he won't slip up and go on about it when there's a camera. And you guys don't know this kid. There's no room in his eyes for a hint of fudging. Deng Chao responded slyly. I just watched him come in. He's quite knowledgeable. Just a little too precocious. Although Wang Guan hadn't met Lin Li face to face, Lin Li's reputation had been rumored in his ears for many days. He thinks, how awkwardly they all exaggerate. In addition to a bit of official tone in the show, like to stir up emotions, other performances are quite understandable, quite likable. It's all superficial. Director Wang, after the program is over, you'll know that what we said at first is still conservative. You see what he's wearing today? What normal kid comes out to play dressed like that? Deng Chao inside the mushroom house returned the walkie-talkie to the guide after saying this, and stopped explaining too much. Take your own time to experience it later. Hopefully, Director Wang will be strong. At this time, inside the kitchen, at the reminder of Deng Chao's red alert, Huang Lei's leisurely posture immediately turned busy, taking over the chef's seat at the first opportunity. The chef who had been helping with the cooking in the kitchen had left through the back door of the kitchen. The kitchen of the mushroom house itself has no back door, only a window, but it is now specially modified to facilitate guerrilla warfare. Uncle Huang, busy? Huang Lei was upside down in front of the stove, methodically stirring with a spatula, when she heard Lin Li's voice at the door and looked over with a warm smile on her face. Yikes, what are you guys doing here? Let's inspect it. Lindley walked into the kitchen with his hands behind his back. His face had lost the warmth he had felt when they first met, and carried a hint of majesty. Huang Lei raised an eyebrow. Why did these words sound and feel so strange to him? Inspection? Is it supervision? You guys aren't going to check out the dorms? Huang Lei changed the subject. He just wanted to get rid of Lindley now. With over 30 people to dish out, he can't keep up with it all by himself. Besides, the ingredients prepared by this chef, he won't do it. Technically, he'll burn it, but it's definitely not good. What's there to see in a dormitory that you can watch at night while you sleep? Lindley laughed, walking over to the stove. Standing on his tiptoes to look at the dishes inside, his nose sniffing, Uncle Huang's cooking skills can be this fragrance, it's appetizing at first glance. Huang Lei bowed her head with a smile, her eyes modest. Oh, the family often cooks. Over time I like to cook. I hope that later you can eat happy. Lindley nodded, and before he could speak, Wang Tianyu behind him swallowed and said, Uncle Huang, will surely be happy to eat the food you made with your own hands. It smells so good. Wang Tianyu called Uncle Huang as he followed Lindley, standing on his tiptoes, his head moving towards the frying pan, sniffing uncontrollably. It really smells so good, just like my chef's. Where did you learn it, Uncle Huang? His words were completely devoid of any insinuating meanings, and he said them with extreme sincerity and asked them with exceptional genuineness. But, what is said is not meant to be said. The heart cries out, have they found something? It shouldn't be. It's packed up fast. There's never a hint of it. Typical mindset of having a ghost in your heart. Lindley said, where else can you learn to be a chef? It must be New Oriental. Huang Lei's heart jumped. Who had leaked the news? How did he even know that the chef was from New Oriental? Oh, Wang Tianyu looked as if he suddenly realized. That chef in my house seems to be the one that New Oriental invited over. I said that the scent is so familiar. It turns out that the same school teaches out. Huang Lei's back lapel was flooded with a trace of cold sweat, but his face was still an amiable elder expression. In the end, it is the showbiz industry peaches and plums all over the world of the acting instructor. This acting skills, Tai ran ah. I've never been to the New Oriental, but I've learned a couple of things from the New Oriental master before. At this moment, Director Wang, as well as a group of staff members backstage, were likewise in a cold sweat. Although there is no photographer, there are cameras installed throughout the mushroom house, except in the restrooms. It was through the kitchen camera that they were watching everything at the moment. Did these two kids find something? The staff whispered. It shouldn't be. The cook left just in time. He shouldn't have been caught. Did Mr. He expose himself? Someone guessed. Immediately, he was rebutted. Impossible. Mr. He's a person who wouldn't do that. Then, could it be that the dishes the chef made today and the dishes made by the chef at Wang Tianyu's house? Bumped dishes leaked? It's possible. Director Wang didn't participate in their discussion, and at this moment he could cut through Huang Lei's current heart. Must have panicked like hell. With his years of experience down the line of contact with Huang Lei's faint-hearted micro-expression, he noticed. These kids are poisonous. Look at how Mr. Huang is scared. Chapter 159. You two are really here to inspect and supervise, aren't you? People who have done something wrong can easily scare themselves with any wind or words with a slight keyword in them. This leads to a constant brainstorming in the mind. At the moment, the program staff and Li Wang are all over the place. They don't want to think in that direction. But, why did Lindley go to the kitchen instead of wandering elsewhere in the first place? Why do you open your mouth and say New Oriental? Those 2 points alone were enough to float their boat. In the kitchen, Wang Tianyu supervised Huang Lei's stir-frying, looking at the dishes that were constantly rolling around in the pot, secretly gulping his saliva as he commanded. Uncle Huang, you need to put less soy sauce. My chef puts less soy sauce. Uncle Huang, put a little less sugar in too. My home chef said that too much sugar will increase the risk of dental caries and obesity, while too much sugar will also lead to blood sugar fluctuations and affect my growth and development. Uncle Huang, it's time to put out the pot. It smells burnt. Huang Lei showed a smile that was not impolite and not embarrassed, but inside she was extremely tormented. You're treating me like your cook. Ho said that there is only one Lindley headache in the junior class a little bit, but so far it seems, where there is a crouching dragon, there will be a phoenix chick. This Wang Tianyu was also quite a headache for him. At this moment, Lindley wandered around the kitchen for a while, looking here and there, looking at the prepared food ingredients. Aha! Okay, no beans and elbows for 2 days. And so, he came to the side of the yellow lei. Uncle Huang, I've looked around and the ingredients are all pretty fresh. Huang Lei glanced strangely and thought, this is not nonsense. The program, again, is entertaining. Throw away their group of rich kids, dare to use not fresh ingredients? Fresh ingredients, of course, and wherever you are, food must be eaten with confidence. Lindley nodded his head and said rigorously, I'm very happy that you guys have such an awareness. Uncle Huang, remember, you must pay attention to hygiene, and you must make sure that the children eat happily and at ease. That's for sure. Huang Lei responded with a smile on her lips, but her heart was constantly flooded with bitterness. Why isn't she leaving yet? He was helpless and unsure of the flavor of the dish and pulled out a plate intending to serve it, because if you fry it any further, the color, the flavor, the only thing left is the aroma. Lindley gradually grew suspicious in his eyes when he saw his slightly stiff and unnatural serving movements, completely lacking in confidence like he usually showed in the program. Plus just look at some cut vegetables on the chopping board. Look at that knife work. Not a professional chef can't cut it at all. At first it was thought that to prevent her from talking nonsense, Huang Lei had gone to learn cooking skills, but look at the subtle moves he's made so far. There are ghosts. He didn't point the first time, but moved over a small bench and, really, personally supervised Huang Lei's cooking. When Wang Tianyu saw this, his heart wondered. The class president didn't seem to be planning to leave, but he didn't open his mouth to ask, and likewise moved over to the bench. Look at the two kids sitting down, with the grand gesture of watching themselves do the dishes in their entirety. The heart screams in agony. What's this for? Backstage, Director Wang and a group of staff members were sweating all of a sudden. They think their setup should be seamless. Don't you hate cooking? Kids don't have acting skills, do they? Then arrange for a chef to cook. Wouldn't that be a perfect solution? And the most important thing about the purpose of them opening a live stream, that is the camera. Obviously, the juniors are the main characters, so the camera will only be on the juniors. As long as the camera stays on the kids, and after having he awkward and the others do some activities to distract all the kitchens, then no one will notice. But now it seems, this little kid hadn't been here for 20 minutes, and it directly derailed all of their plans. Wang Wanback cannot help but cool. According to this trend, wait for the meal will be all leakage. The wayward life is really becoming the birth of an actor. Kids don't have acting skills. Kids can't hide their expressions. Kids don't know anything about the world. If it's not good, they really say it to their face and will never get in the way of the show, get in the way of favors, and act like a celebrity guest. It's over. At this moment, the gold content of He Awkward's reminder to them rose another step. Quick, call Mr. Huang needs support there. Director Wang anxiously shouted to the assistant beside him. The assistant immediately drew his legs and ran out upon hearing this. In the dormitory building, he awkwardly assigned the boys to their respective beds. He knew that Lindley and the others had gone to the kitchen when Deng Chao came over just now, but didn't take it to heart. After all, the program group all arranged, plus Huang Lei's ability to improvise and deal with it properly, to ensure that it will not reveal some clues, so didn't even bother with the kitchen side. Everyone get ready. I'll show you around our mushroom house. He awkwardly clapped his hands in greeting, then walked over to the stairway and tilted his head, calling out, Mimi, are you girls set up yet? All right, we're assembling. Well, a response came from young Mimi upstairs. At this time, the assistant ran in a hurry and found He Awkward and quickly said 2 sentences in his ear. When He Awkward heard this, his eyes were stunned. Chow, you take the kids and I'll go to the kitchen. Lindley made a whole mess? Deng Chao looked at his tense demeanor and gave a puzzled cry. He awkwardly sighed gruffly and helplessly, and without explaining too much, rushed out the door to the kitchen. I think people who know Lindley, or have eaten Lindley sets, should be able to make up their own minds. The path to the kitchen wasn't more than a few steps, and after all, the mushroom house was only so big. But He Awkward didn't go first, but instead carefully questioned Lindley about what he did inside the kitchen. After hearing what was happening in the kitchen, he knew that Lindley must have seen something. He'd learned enough about the kid in a while, a lot of heart, a lot of brains, a lot of setups. Sitting over there now, it's kind of a straight general. Understanding what was going on, his walking pace picked up speed. Inside the kitchen, Lindley sat on a small bench, crossing his legs and leisurely pulling at Wang Tianyu. Vice Wang, you must eat more later. Don't waste it. Uncle Huang is doing it so hard. We can't chill his heart. Aha, class president, I know. Every grain is bitter. Wang Tianyu nodded his head. Not bad. This style of thrift and frugality should be maintained. Lindley smiled appreciatively. As a second-generation rich man who could have this traditional virtue, it was really good. He then continued, do you know who the people who are really wasteful with food are? What? Wang Tianyu floated a puzzled face. Chef. Why? Lindley explained. Think about it. The food that the farmer's uncle worked so hard to grow. Some people make it so hard to eat. That's what would really be a waste. Class president. You seem to have a bit of sense when you say that. Chapter 160, How dare you not take the class as a cadre? Huang Lei's hands shook at the stove, her face feeling hot and flaming. Who are you two insinuating? You're a little young to be a yin yang? Meanwhile at this moment, He Awkward, who had just arrived at the door, also heard these words and raised his hand to scratch his head helplessly. Linley the brat, you're going to be a Enan young man. With even more certainty in his mind, he had already associated everything, all the show's arrangements in the kitchen. Otherwise it would never have said such a thing. You two are just sitting there in the kitchen? Aren't you going to help Mr. Huang? Without further thought, he lifted his steps and walked in, a gentle smile on his face that was oblivious to all that was going on. You're here, Mr. He, are you here to give Uncle Huang a hand? Linley saw he awkward coming and revealed a sly smile, saying in a double entendre. He awkwardly heard, but still, he acted like he didn't understand. Yes, I didn't see that Mr. Huang was too busy to do it alone, so I specially came to lend a hand. As he awkward spoke, he naturally walked towards the stove and began to check out the ingredients and kitchenware on the stove as if he was really just here to help. After all, there are dishes to prepare for over 30 people. He walked over to Huang Lei, only to see Huang Lei gratefully while giving him an uncontrollable wink. The meaning suggests that he should hurry up and detach the two brats. He awkwardly understood and spoke. Class president, the students are all back. Go back and help me manage them, and fulfill your responsibility as class president. Okay, Linley answered with alacrity. It was so refreshing that all of a sudden, he awkward was a bit surprised. Vice Wang, we're leaving, so we won't bother Uncle Huang and Mr. He. Oh, class president. Wang Tianyu followed Linley's lead, never disobedient, and nodded obediently. Linley stood up and walked towards the door. Then Mr. He, Uncle Huang, you guys take your time. If you're too busy, you can call for help. After saying this, he laughed and took Wang Tianyu out of the kitchen with big strides. Did he see it coming? When Linley left, he awkwardly went to the door to see if Linley was really gone, saw his back gradually disappearing, and came back to hear Huang Lei's voice full of astonishment. Be confident, surely you can see it. He awkwardly sighed softly helplessly. Although Huang Lei was puzzled in her mind as to how Linley guessed it, she didn't think deeper, put out the fire on the stovetop, and leaned on the stovetop. This kid is a real ghost, and he's shady at a young age. Now you know what I said then wasn't alarmist. He awkwardly sat down on the bench and shook his head lightly with a bitter smile. To be like this at such a young age, how can he grow up? Huang Lei frowned with emotion. If it wasn't for the fact that he's a child, I would have wanted to discipline him just now. His self-esteem was still a bit high, just now in a scene. If he were a normal artist, he would have disliked it. When has he ever been so yin and yang after becoming famous in the entertainment industry and having the status he has today? Luckily you didn't dislike him. He awkward slightly also understood Huang Lei's character and said in a serious tone, if you had just but disliked him twice, Linley wouldn't have ridden on your neck as a child only. Talking to you. What else is he? You shouldn't have heard much about what the netizens call him. Director Lin will stand on the high ground and have a good natter with you. He awkwardly half-joked. The best thing about this brat is that he invites Dao Tianzuan to possess him. Hearing this, Huang Lei recalls some moments from Nova Teen class. The boy does know how to kidnap. At the thought, he was secretly grateful. Thankfully, didn't bother with the kid myself. At this time, the chef who was specially invited over returned after receiving instructions from Director Wang. It was slightly curious to watch two big stars who were confident and relaxed on screen look despondent and slightly curious at the moment. Nope, I should say he's kinda weirded out about the whole show. After so many years of being a chef, the first time I cooked was like a gorilla. Is this a variety show? Glossy in front of the camera, but a mess and hypocrisy behind it. Without further thought, he began to do his job, starting a pot of oil. Under the professional chef's production, a dish was soon served from the kitchen to the small courtyard. Dinner is served. He awkwardly walked with a bowl of soup as he shouted to the students playing in the courtyard. It's time to eat, mister. He let me help you serve the food, a knowledgeable student said. No, just go wash your hands and go to your seats, he awkwardly said with a smile. Sister, you take them to wash their little hands. Okay. The reason for the large number of people can only build tables outside. A total of 3. Unified large round table, just like the rural eating mat, close to the ground. Linley and the rest of the class came to the table and looked at the 10 dishes and 1 soup on it. Mr. Huang is so good, looks so appetizing. Kai Chunfan gave a loud compliment. Like it, our Mr. Huang's cooking is a masterpiece. Pang Li sang with a smile. Eat more later. Aha. Kai Chunfan nodded seriously. The students were seated one after the other by their teachers. Each table was accompanied by 3 celebrities. Linley's table was sung by Yang Mi, Zhang Zifeng, and Pam Li. The seating arrangements of the stars are not random, they are intentional. Those who know Linley don't want to sit at a table with him. Hell knows what he'll show at the dinner table. Deng Chao, in particular, didn't want to be at the same table as Linley in a million ways. The scene of the table being taken from the table is still fresh in my mind. There was no shortage of ridicule when I came home on break to see my wife. He didn't want to appear a second time. Arranging for the three of them to sit with Linley was naturally because, as one was Linley's guardian, one had to fulfill one's obligations as a guardian. The other two, younger and with a greater mental capacity than they. The moment. Linley's face was a little offended. Very thick. Wang Tianyu asked in a low voice. Squad leader, the food is not to your liking? Wang Vice someone doesn't treat our class cadres as cadres. Linley's tone was serious, with a heavy dissatisfaction, and his voice was not even lowered. Yang Mi sat in the middle of Xiaxi and Cheng Yushui, and her willow eyebrows trembled when she heard this. What's he up to now? What does that mean? Since when are you not considered a class officer? The students at the same table looked at Linley in confusion. What do you mean? Squad leader? Stone Forest asked. We're at least the leadership of the junior class, and when we come to inspect our work, we're actually not even arranged to be at the main table. Linley said sullenly. As you know, what is the main table? That's the table where the highest status few guests of the banquet will be seated, and at the same time will be accompanied by the main figures of the organizer, representing the highest courtesy and respect. Apparently, in the Mushroom House, Lei Wang and Awkward Ho are the main characters of the show, and when they're at that table is considered the main table. Guan Qian's eyes were stunned. That makes sense. We are slighted, aren't we? Chapter 161 Toast? You still want to fight in a round? Seems to be Wang Tianyu heard, carefully recalled for a moment said, I used to go to dinner to where are the main table. Our other main characters accompany my father's side. The other students at the table thought darkly for a moment. Families are rich and have backgrounds. When their parents take them out to dinner it's at the main table, so a little goes a long way. After all, if their parents don't take them, it means that party is not suitable for small children, such as to flatter people of higher status than their parents. Take them and basically have someone else browbeat them. Deceitful. Sure, Forrest's eyes glared, unusually angry, and he slapped the table. Yeah, we represent the honor and image of the school, the elite representatives of the students. Zhang Yida put down the chopsticks he was about to clip the food with and said angrily, with a hint of resentment and indignation in his tone, but look at where we're sitting now, off in the middle of nowhere, no different from those ordinary guests. It's just a slight and an insult to us, the other few class cadres. Once they were lectured by Zhang Yida in such a manner, anger immediately surfaced on their faces as well. Only Xia Shi, Chen Yoshue, Song Yishue and a few other girls at the same table blinked their big eyes with a look of makabaka, dull and clear. There's also a young Mimi, only with more of a look than the girls. Speechless. What's wrong with you, kid? What's with all the drama over dinner? It seems that no one has messed with him since arriving at the show, I guess. Actively picking fights? Zhang Zifeng and Pang Li Sang, on the other hand, were baffled. How come there's a main table and a second table for a simple meal? Cheng Junyu said, Class President, what do you say? Lift the table or go on hunger strike? Linley glanced at him, unproductive. You've seen too many Hong Kong movies. What's the age of playing kooks and jailbait? Before Linley could deploy his work, Yang Mi spoke. She had to stop Linley in case the little brat did something uncontrollable. You settle down. Just have a normal casual dinner. Where is the primary and secondary distribution? Don't think too much. Yang Mi squinted her eyes and said, there's no intention of belittling you guys. No, Pang Pang and Zifeng aren't at this table. Her words were a reminder to Linley. Hastily raising his drink cup, he stood up and smiled apologetically at Pang Lixing and Zhang Zifeng. Brother Pang, Sister Zhang, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to target the two of you with that remark just now. The sound of Brother Pang and Sister Zhang instantly caused a look of dismay to appear on the faces of the two young actors. Call STH. They sound so awkward. The elders call them Pumba, sister. The younger ones call them brother, sister. But how does that title sound a bit social? It's fine. Don't care about the details. Pang Li sang in a hurry. In lieu of a drink. I apologize for what I just said. Said Linley, tilted his head and gurgled. A mouthful of mon. An extremely old-fashioned shake of the quilt followed to show that he didn't have a fish. Seeing this, Yang Mi slightly relieved a sigh of relief. The little kid still understands, and knows to compensate Zhang Zifeng and Pang Li singing. Just now the words. What priority? This is not obviously belittling the two of them. The two are not the main characters of the Mushroom House, but they are the resident guests and the owners of the place. After Linley poured himself a full drink, he continued. Brother Pang, first time meeting, I have to clink one with you. As the saying goes, when this wine glass rings, there are 10,000 taels of gold. So I wish you more and more fire in the entertainment industry. Pang Li sings first stunned. What? Is this a toast? A kid toasting himself? It always felt weird, but hearing the latter phrase, This was a cup he had to drink. What artist doesn't want to explode in the entertainment industry? So, he stood up, picked up the cup and reached over to clink glasses with Linley, because he saw that Linley's hands were short. The table was big, and it was a little difficult to clink glasses in the center, and he specially bent down to make his arm as long as possible. Yang Mi was speechless to the extreme when she saw Pang Li singing and stupidly bending down to reach out to clink glasses, and after seeing Linley simply reach out and raise his glass, her heart was speechless to the extreme. Pumba is too simple. Linley set you up, can't you see? Look at that. One bent over, one upright. The priorities are reversed. The ages are just a few years apart, the older ones are clear and stupid, the younger ones old and cunning. Ding dong, crisp collision sound sounded. Linley and Pang Li sing each other a mouthful of man after he was again pouring himself toward Zhang Zifeng. Sister Zhang, I won't say anything too polite. I'll toast you too. They say that drinks are happy water. I wish you more and more beautiful. At this moment, the photographer had already shot the atmosphere from the panoramic view, and then a few close-ups of the dishes on the table, one table at a time, over to Linley's table. The audience didn't know what had happened in the front, but now that they were watching Linley toast Zhang Zifeng, they were all wearing a cackling expression. I always thought that Lin Hall would do the whole job on top of the dishes, but I didn't realize it would actually start with a toast. What a huge dissonance. A little kid giving a toast? Lin Hall is the one who will make a toast, a line that the more you drink, the more beautiful you are. And what woman won't drink when she hears it? The other tables are very harmonious eating their food. This table has Lin Hall don't want to eat in peace. Laugh to death. Isn't that so? Is it true that Lin Hall doesn't eat the food and toast first because he can see that the dish is hard to swallow? It seems a bit anticlimactic to toast at a young age. But if the toast is to Linley, the audience felt that this was normal. Somehow. Since when? Anything Linley did, they felt was perfectly normal. If Linley had eaten peacefully over there without saying a word, then they would have felt strange. At the table, Zhang Zifeng raised his drink to clink glasses with Linley just as Pang Li sang. Not to mention basic courtesy, she couldn't say no to that one. The more you drink, the more beautiful you become. Women, face value is number one. Linley turned his gaze to Yang Mi at that moment. Yang Mi noticed a thump in her heart. Mr. Yang, I usually don't give you much trouble in class. I'll keep your teachings in mind and work seriously. I'll do it first. With those words, the wine god possessed as it were, a mouthful of it was given to the mongrels again. Yang Mi nodded. That sounded pretty solid. Not out of the ordinary, but it always seemed a little weird to toast a fart of a kid like him. Well, it's still you, class president, who leads well in the class. In order to appease Linley and stop going to the whole bigger job, she must not say something over the top and still cooperate with him. Picking up his drink, he took a light sip. Eat your food. Yang Mi greeted and asked everyone to move their chopsticks. Linley looked down to Wang Tianyu at the side and said, "There's no rush to eat first. Vice Wang, aren't you going to toast Brother Pang and Sister Zhang, Teacher Yang?" Wang Tianyu immediately stood up when he heard his beloved class president at him. Toast. He had never honored it, but hadn't he ever seen a pig run before? Brother Pang, Sister Zhang. Wang Tianyu addressed him in the same way as Linley, while recalling in his mind how others toasted him when he went to dinner with his parents. Chapter 162, If you don't drink, you're not giving face to my junior class. I'm the vice president of the junior class, and I've often seen you on TV and admire you too very much. Wang Tianyu was also a child who had seen big scenes and quickly picked one from memory. I toast to seeing you today, and please take care of yourselves for the next 2 days. As Linley listened, he secretly nodded his head. Wang Tianyu's words could be considered quite humble and polite. As a young master, he actually told the playwright to take more care of him. Wang Tianyu's identity. Pang Li Sang and Zhang Zifeng had long since obtained it from the program side. They know the basic identities of all the students in the junior class. Even if Director Wang didn't give them the word, they could have known just by looking at the Nova Junior class pop-ups and the posts on the internet about analyzing the junior class. The junior class, with background information pretty much stripped away by the netizens. These days on the internet, netizens can find anything but a date. Wang Tianyu was, without any hesitation, the person with the richest background in the junior class. There was a previous one that could compete with his no family's money, called Wu Chang, only, sent to the frontier. In the eyes of Pang Li Sang and Zhang Zifeng, this was the son of the gold master's father, and might possibly become their future gold master. By having to be cautious, he immediately raised his drink and smiled. Vice squad leader is polite. Zhang Zifeng was more shy and softly said, "Thank you vice class president for liking it." A vice class president, listening to Wang Tianyu was exceptionally pleasant and understanding. And you know how to claim a position. With Linley at Wang Tianyu toasting, the other class cadres who knew just as much got up and didn't need any more Linley at alone at all. Brother Pang, Sister Zhang, I'm the life committee member of the junior class. Guan Qian, brother Peng, sister Zhang. I'm the sports committee member of the junior class. Sure Lin. All of a sudden, their table was so busy. He awkward and Huang Lei at the side table heard the commotion and looked sideways. At the sight of the table's ritual of toasts like a drinking game for grown-ups, they were bewildered, their mouths slightly open, as if all the words were clogged in their throats by the sudden speechlessness of the situation. I can't stop my head from spinning. Is this scene a mistake? Is this still a bunch of kids? That's a bit too humane. At the same time, they were secretly grateful in their hearts that they were lucky that they hadn't been at the same table as Linli when they were seated. Otherwise, they would now be in the same situation as Zhang Zifeng and Pang Lisang, and would be unable to cry out in pain. If you drink this cup, your stomach will rise to death. Besides, it's a drink. Drinks can be more potent than alcohol. It's hard on the kids. Yang Mi, who was at Linli's table, had already propped herself up on the dining table with one hand and covered her eyes. For one thing, there's no eyes, and for another, Zhang Zifeng and Pang Lisang casting looks of help and resignation at her. The plea for help was for young Mimi to help open her mouth and persuade her teenage students. This cup, to eat no food, drink to death. The aggression is, originally Linli and their spearheads were aimed at Mr. Huang and the others. Why are you diverting attention to mention us? We're just kids. In both of their hearts, if not young me mentioned that mouth. As for the whole live hold him to up well. Linli said at this time, don't you guys just honor brother Pang and sister Zhang ah? Look at Mr. Yang left out in the cold. People are our teachers. Yao, teacher Yang, I'll drink to you. Thank you for taking care of me for this period of time. Mr. Young. After this reminder from Linli, the spearhead was turned, and the class cadres toasted Yang Mi. Yang Mi's gaze was grave. She didn't want to be like Pang Lisang and Zhang Zifeng, foolishly drinking one cup after another. All give me peace of mind to eat, a small age which learned fancy. All honest. Make the most of your authority as a teacher. Teacher Yang, the way you say this, we treat you as our most beloved teacher. You don't drink, is it that you have never treated us as your students, and are only willing to be our teacher in order to fulfill the program's mission? Linli commiserated. Yang Mi's brain cracked right open. She looked at Linli in a daze. No, I am not just not letting you go to find Huang Lei and their trouble, but also did not do anything else. As for inviting Taoist Heavenly Father, at the drinking table, the most annoying thing to hear is, if you don't drink, you don't give me face. Although Linli said this in a euphemistic manner, this was what was expressed. Straight to the fireplace to roast. Yang Mi took a deep breath and tried to maintain her elegant demeanor in the eyes of the netizens and students. Class president, I'd like to point out to you that toasting requires a sense of propriety, and you kids shouldn't follow the adults' example, okay? With the majesty of a teacher, she looked around the circle, then without giving Linli any chance to retort backtalk, she continued, I received the thoughts of my students, and I am happy to be your teacher, and I will not teach you just because it is a program schedule, just to get the job done. Let's raise our glasses together for a moment. I'm happy to be your teacher, and I'm proud to have you as my students. After saying that, Yang Mi picked up the teacup on the table and gently raised it, signaling to share a drink with Linli and the other class cadres. This gesture demonstrated her persistence and skillfully diffused the crisis of her classmates' cup-to-cup toasts. 666. Big power emotional intelligence is still high. An old hand at this. I see you haven't encountered this at the drinking table too often. Nonsense. It's not easy to deal with a bunch of school kids. Anyone who drinks can do it. That Lin Hall line. To be honest, I kind of hate it, but I love saying it to others. Arrogant emoji. Just have a normal dinner and the table culture is all screwed up. The staff eating boxed lunch backstage watched the live scene, and in looking at the pop-ups that kept surfacing in the live broadcast, the mood was the opposite of the stars on the scene. From the time the junior class arrived at the taping location and entered the picture, the online presence and viewership of their program grew rapidly. It really makes them feel like eating a Michelin restaurant with the comforting flavor of a boxed lunch. Lin Hall deserves to be called Lin Hall. There's still so much drama just for a meal. Look at the number of people online. Look at the pop-up interactions of the netizens. Simply, this has still only come to the program an hour and a half or not. Do not dare to imagine the back of the broadcast. The number of people online can break through how much. Director Wang took a bite of his boxed lunch, chewing on his mouth and slurring his words. Blah blah blah. This kid is simply a genius at playing variety. At the moment, the program, with Yang Mi's words and techniques, Linli didn't really continue to make things difficult for Yang Mi. He was his own guardian anyways, so he still had to give some face. After raising a toast with a group of classmates, Teacher Yang, this table is done saluting. You guys eat first. I'll take the class officers to play laps. Yang Mi's expression froze. It's not over? And circling? You're treating yourself like a host family. First I said I was belittling you guys. Now you're outright clamoring for attention. Chapter 163, Why are you fighting against me if you haven't offended him? If the meal had just started instead, Yang Mi would have stopped them. But now, after experiencing a forest of drinking culture, well, forget it. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. What's it to me? It's not like it hasn't been blocked. It just didn't work out. Plus, it wasn't like this was his own variety show. He was just a temporary guest. Yang Mi doesn't stand in the way. And Zhang Zifeng and Pang Li singing even less. That previous round, my stomach was still up. It's still xia shi. Song Yishui, you guys who are good. Yang Mi complimented the few little girls on the side. There's no need for comparison at all, from junior class to aspirations. The little girls have always been the most obedient. Zhang Zifeng and Pang Li Sang also nodded their heads in agreement and complimented. There is no doubt that this is something they recognize very well. Sister Zifeng, brother Pang. Xia, she softly shouted, taking up her big clear eyes, blinking and picking up her drink. The squad leader has gone to entertain the other tables. We didn't honor you just now. Aha, yes, the class president is gone. We'll entertain you at this table. Chun Yoshua raised her chubby little face adorably. Cheers. Nini Yang. She wanted to take back what she had just said. The junior class, under Lin Li's leadership, really just follows whatever the wind throws at them. Uncle Huang, the hospitality is not good. Just now Mr. Yang must pull me to drink more, but you guys were left out in the cold. Lin Li came to Huang Lei and he awkward's table and smiled with an old-fashioned smile. I'll drink a glass of my own. This meal at noon, for he awkward Huang Lei. It is like sitting on pins and needles. An ordinary lunch was hardened and turned into a toast at a rural banquet by Lin Li. A deep realization of what it means to be in a wheelchair. One sentence. No drink without a seat. No fish without a feast. And once the fish is on the table, the drink must be drunk. Once this fish head raises its head, good things always come first cup. I wish Uncle Huang good things and good luck always comes with him. When a fish head opens its mouth, good things happen. On top of just one fish, Lin Li made a big deal out of making Huang Lei drink 7 cups. If he didn't drink, Lin Li would invite the Taoist Heavenly Father to come up, and if he didn't drink, he would be looking down on their junior class and so on. In short, lunch, no matter how high emotionally intelligent Huang Lei and He Lian used, they could never resist the morality of the suppression. Lin Li would always make it drink in various ways. A meal that could have been over in an hour was dragged out for 2 hours by the teenage class. After lunch, Huang Lei, Deng Chao, and he awkward hid in the toilet and leaned weakly against the wall after paying the water bill. I don't seem to have offended Lin Li either. Huang Lei hadn't been able to figure out how Lin Li could target him so much. He asked himself if he could shake off some of his old bravado with this morning's performance. Not perfect in every way, but hard to fault. But the moment this Lin Li came, the spearhead was aimed at himself, which was really a bit unbelievable. From what Mimi said, it seems like you didn't arrange for him to be the main table. Deng Chao said, what main table? Second table? He's still so particular about having a casual dinner? Huang Lei was surprised. That's the only reason? He awkwardly said helplessly. It's all excuses. He can always find an excuse if he wants to get some work done. Hearing this, Huang Lei was even more puzzled. Not for this reason. Then why hold on to them? That's a lot of drama for a meal. The food is not bad, but it's cooked by a real chef. I don't know. He's got an idea. Can't guess. There's one out there. He awkwardly didn't bother to think about Lin Li's purpose. Huang Lei sighed, raised her hand on He Awkward's shoulder, and said in a serious tone, I can kind of appreciate what you said back then. He awkwardly laughed bitterly. Afternoon, we still go by the book. I'll take it easy. Later I will also go to the little kid to talk about it. Don't hold too much. He must be spoken to. Deng Chao resumed. In fact, it's entirely about them overthinking themselves. Lin Li is not targeting individually, but all. Just as how Awkward said, what's primary and secondary? But it's all just an excuse. He just wants to harvest mood points whole live. What kind of show effects can you get from a normal meal? If he said that the dish was cooked by Huang Lei and was not delicious, he could still fume a bit. However, he had already surveyed from the kitchen, and the dish was cooked by the chef, not by Huang Lei herself. Well, that means it can't be done on this dish. The only thing that can be done is to inform the audience of the fudging. But, Lin Li still had a sense of proportion. This matter, if he said it out loud, was equivalent to tearing his face off with the program. Despite the ironic persona, this whole thing is too much. Which program would dare to invite him to participate in the future? Therefore, this is something he cannot say. Cannot say in front of the whole network, even if you want to play hard to get, but also privately take the official voice to tell them to rectify. Since you can't take the whole job with the dish, you have to find another way. When He Awkward and the others returned to the courtyard, the first thing he did was call Lin Li over from the group of students. Avoid the photographer and come into the corner. The eyes were serious and heavy with a hint of rebuke. It's a bit much for dinner. Look at how it tossed Mr. Huang and the others. When Linley heard this, he didn't realize his mistake in the slightest, and still boarded the right way. Mr. He, look at what you're saying. It's not too much. It's not too much at all. It's just right. He saw the awkward's face sink a little more and continued. What does the show want? Gimmicks, whole jobs, heat, and I, for one, am the one who can bring the heat. Think about it, if I don't give you guys a whole lot of heat, what's the difference between this show and previous installments? Besides, what did you bring me to this show for? Isn't it just to usher in a second spring for that show? With heat naturally comes talk, and with talk naturally comes viewers. I think the director of the program thinks the same way. He awkwardly listened to his headlong, reasoned speech and glared. What do you mean? I still have to thank you? That's not necessary. It's all a teacher-student relationship. It's just a show of hands. Linley waved his hand and said graciously, don't look at dinner, I've gone a little overboard with the whole thing. Just tell me if it's any good. Is the audience bigger? Are the ratings higher? Once he finished a few consecutive sentences, he awkwardly felt like he couldn't reprimand him anymore. Indeed, he had gotten word from Director Wang that their program was unusually active under Linley's whole living, not to mention the ratings, which completely surpassed previous episodes of the show. Director Wang was even more excited, with a big idea of making Linley even bigger. He awkwardly sighed secretly. In terms of pulling reasoning, this little brat had already reached the level of a master. You need to stop targeting Mr. Huang and the others this afternoon. It's all getting played out. Helplessly, he could only advise Linley to shift down the fire in the afternoon. Chapter 164, Self-Directed? I can't explain it. Huang Lei might be okay. Zhang Zifeng herself was a bit shy, and this being messed with further by Linley. She was probably autistic, and Pang Li sang how cheerful a child. Now it has been a little silent. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Linley didn't say yes or no. I hope you really do have a point. He awkwardly stopped forcing Linley to agree to anything. It didn't work. Know this kid too well. Maybe it'll be a yes now, but maybe it'll be a whole lot bigger later. Don't worry, Mr. He, you still don't trust me? Linley patted his chest. Who am I to say that I'll definitely bring the program the highest ratings when the time comes? Ha, Linley asked at this point. What are you doing this afternoon? Planting vegetables or picking fruit? Playing with mud? He awkwardly spat out 3 words faintly. Go back, he said, taking the lead and lifting his steps toward the group of students. Playing with mud? Linley was slightly stunned. How old are you and you're still playing with mud? Childish. After a period of lunch break at noon, after all, is a small child. The program group or to consider the body of the children's work and rest too. Besides, these children they cannot dare to be harsh. One by one, they changed into colorful rain pants at the arrangement of their respective teachers. Look at the stance. It's meant to go down. Students, everyone has seen yearning, haven't they? Louis Fei shouted as she organized in front of the students. Theirs. Some of the students yelled. Likewise there were some students who were honest enough to shout. No dash. For example, Wang Tianyu. Does Mr. Wang watch variety shows? Rarely watched. How can you have time to watch a variety show when you have such a rich life? However, Louis Fei chose to ignore it and pretend that everyone had seen it. She continued. Then everyone should know the rules of the show that's looking forward. No dash. Xiaxi and the girls responded loudly. I don't know. Wang Tianyu still shook his head with his head out of the corner. At the same time, the moment is no longer a few of them shouting that they don't know. The number of people is much higher. Just because you've seen the show doesn't mean you've seen the entire episode in its entirety. Having a different voice within the crowd, and more than once, can be a real embarrassment and headache for the leader. This was the case with Louis Fei at the moment. I'll give you the rules of the program again. Oh, unable to, there were too many different voices in the crowd. She had to explain and explain. She couldn't just pretend she didn't hear anymore. When she finished her explanation, Guan Qian said in a loud voice, it means that we have to work in the fields, and if we don't work, we don't have dinner. Is that what it means? Louis Fei first nodded and then shook her head. What do you mean? How can I not let you eat? Is it true that we don't have food if we don't work? Guan Qian asked again. Su Gaojie on his side poked Guan Qian's arm with his elbow. There's no way we won't have food. If we don't get fed, the program will be net-bombed. Many of them do not like to work, especially in the fields. After all, the young master is used to being a young master. Never suffered much at home. Oh, Guan Qian seemed to have understood. Then is it that we have food even if we don't work? Then why do we still have to work? As soon as these words came out, Louis Fei and the other stars had cold sweat running down their backs. That's a good one. Who taught you to say that? In an instant, the few of them turned their gazes in unison towards Linley, who was standing at the very front wearing black rain pants. It must be him. No one else but him. There's nothing wrong with what little friend Guanxian said. Ha ha, this is not electable, no not. Do not give them food. We will net explosion. Ha ha, this is not Lin Hall often used means well, like to hostage the righteousness. They can still find logic holes now. If we don't work, we'll really starve. Originally, labor in exchange for food, quite a positive rule. And now once I hear them tell the truth how there is a crooked wind? Two young comrades, their ideological awareness needs to be improved. They just don't want to work. Ha ha, the viewers of the live broadcast were amused by the words of both Guanxian and Su Gaojie, who were calling out their talents. At this moment, Linley felt the gazes of the stars, each filled with resentment, and said in his heart, "It's over. Backstabbing." To be honest, the content of the conversation between Guanxian and Su Gaojie and the two of them really wasn't directed by him. As a highly conscious future cadre, how can one go against the leader and still on the topic of refusing to labor? He knew that an explanation was definitely out of the question, because their own explanations are sophistry in their eyes. "Shut up you two. What do you mean you'll feed us even if we don't work?" Linley opened his mouth to reprimand. The rules of the program are trying to show us that there's no free lunch, and that we can't have the idea of getting something for nothing. The initial purpose is to profoundly reveal the value and dignity of labor and the importance of individual struggle for social progress. He spoke with great positive energy. However, he awkward and Louis Fei they were not relieved at the moment because of the words he said. There was a big look of watching the show. In their eyes, Linley was directing himself. First, the other two students were allowed to sing the opposite, complain, and make a whole topic out of it. Then he reprimands them with highly realized thoughts. It's a double act. You two, from now on, don't say anything that goes against your ideology and morals, or I'll have to demote you. How can you be a class officer with such a mindset? How can you lead the students underneath? Linley's eyes were serious, and he said righteously. Once Guanxian and Su Gaojie heard Linley's reprimand, as well as the word demotion, their little faces slightly reddened from shame, and they lowered their heads, hastily admitting their mistakes. "I'm sorry, squad leader. Squad leader. I was wrong. It was my lack of ideological awareness." They were listening to Linley's words. In their hearts, the squad leader is their son. Seeing this, Linley's tone eased slightly, but still carried a seriousness that could not be ignored. As class cadres, your every word and action represents the image of the class, and even more so, it affects the thoughts and behaviors of the surrounding students. Wait to work. I want to see you guys take the lead. Otherwise, Linley paused and turned to Wang Tianyu. Vice Wang, give the two of them a mark and enter a period of investigation. Okay, class president. Wang Tianyu answered, then looked angrily at the two colleagues who had spent 20 days together and said, "You two pay attention. Your positions are still coveted by many students." Linley nodded in satisfaction, raising his eyes to Louis Fei. "Teacher Lu, go on. I've already taught them a lesson. They won't sing against you later." Ha! Louis Fei wrapped her hands around her chest and let out a cold laugh. If there was a deeper meaning, with a slight sneer. "Finished? Not continuing? Mr. Lu, what are you talking about? I can't understand? I've already helped you unite the class," Linley said, pretending not to understand. "Sure there's nothing more to add?" Lu Yifei continued to stare coldly. Not only her, but he awkward and the others as well. Linley's head was spinning for a moment, and now it was assumed that the entire internet believed that the current incident was self-directed. It makes sense. Chapter 165, Wang Vice's Ecology. Looking at the eyes of the few artists around him, Linley thought about it and let it go. Since that's how it's all perceived, I'll take the blame. Who let themselves be set up so securely in the eyes of the artists? Linley didn't bother to continue explaining and glared fiercely at the two of them. Guanxian and Su Gaojie, unconscientious subordinates, as much as possible to the leadership to find trouble. Little notebook to write it down first. Teacher Lu, I have nothing more to add. You continue. Linley sighed darkly. While he was glaring at Su Gaojie and the others, Louis Fei was similarly glaring at him. Okay, class, come with me. We'll start with a tour of the fields and a basic knowledge of vegetables. He awkwardly beckoned and raised his steps to lead the way ahead. The students followed behind him in full formation, holding hands in the line in the school. A few of the stars were tending to the sidelines, and likewise, a few of the mushroom house guests were out together. In past episodes, working in the field was basically absent for Huang Lei, who spent his afternoons poring over the yard to do the afternoon's dishes. Bringing guests to work is all about what's awkward to lead. But this time, he also took a rare step out of the courtyard and followed the group. He had a million reasons to stay in the yard, but this program was different. The special section, in an attempt to salvage some of the word of mouth, along with one other important factor. Linley, if he doesn't labor along as usual, I don't know if this little kid would be cricketing himself behind his back, though he has a small-minded mindset idea. But, Linley is really dry to do it. Only it won't be crickets behind his back, but open and honest. And it will definitely be accompanied by morality. In the short time he had spent together in the morning, he had already experienced it deeply. The students walked among the fields, led by teacher stars such as Lost Ho. Many of the students were full of novelty about some of the plants and things in the ridge, and whispered to each other, for these rich, wealthy people, the place to go the most is Disney. Between the fields, if it weren't for this program, it's likely that I would have been able to come a handful of times in my life. Creak, look, there's a butterfly over there. Song Yishui laughed and pointed to a butterfly on a small yellow flower playfully. That one is cabbage. Right, Kai Chen-fan asked curiously as he looked at the upright emerald green vegetables. You don't even recognize cabbage. Haven't you ever eaten it? The little girl on his side of the room was surprised with a small taunt. I've only seen it cooked, not raw. Kai Chen-fan straightened up and said, besides, don't all the dishes over here look the same? No common sense. Don't hold hands with no common sense. The little girl shook off Kai Chen-fan's hand in disgust. At this time, he awkwardly led the junior class students to pass by a piece of vegetable field and popularized it to them. Class, that's spinach. The leaves are green and rich in iron. Over there is cabbage. The cascading leaves look like a child's skirt and are highly nutritious. And over there, a radish that has just been planted not long ago. And although we can't see its fruit yet, it won't be long before we'll be able to harvest white, fat radishes. At the same time, Huang Lei is also on the sidelines, constantly explaining how crops grow. Farmers need to do something is what process. When vegetables reach a certain stage of growth, which is close to maturity, there are several things we need to do to help them grow and harvest better. First, it's weeding and loosening the soil. Huang Lei said and demonstrated, using a small shovel to gently shovel away the weeds around the vegetables, and gently turning the soil so that air and water can better penetrate the roots. This prevents weeds from robbing the vegetables of nutrients while keeping the soil loose for the roots to breathe and grow. Next, watering and fertilizing. He points to a bucket and a pile of organic fertilizer not far away. Vegetables need a lot of water and nutrients during growth. However, watering should not be too much, or it will lead to root rot. Fertilizer should also be applied in moderation. Too much or too little will affect the quality and yield of vegetables. The knowledge base of Huang Lei and a few of the awkward people was considered top-notch in the circle. Furthermore, they had studied and learned about it for this program, and they couldn't pick a fault with giving the kids Coppola Road. Linley watched a group of rich daughters in the group with curious, fresh looks, which really made him laugh. Bunch of little kids who haven't seen the world. Look at Huang Lei and the others. The speech is too detailed. This is intended to let them not inherit the family assets. To come out to farm? After Huang Lei and the others finished popularizing the subject, he awkwardly asked Yang Mi and the others to take the children into the vegetable field to pluck vegetables and experience the joy of harvesting for themselves. Students joyfully entered the vegetable patch and picked their targets for picking. It's worth noting that several of these vegetable plots have been contracted by the program. So, there is not the slightest worry about students messing around and destroying the fruits of the farmer's hard work. Linley followed Deng Chao to a leek field. Looking at the green and oily piece of leek, Deng Chao laughed. Do the students know how to cut leeks? Several students shook their heads uncontrollably. Deng Chao said, leeks can't be uprooted like other vegetables. With that he took out a scythe, squatted down to the ground and grabbed a handful of leeks and cut the stems off. After cutting the leeks, he waved them in his hands at the students. Do you know why you can't uproot them? Wang Tianyu raised his hand high and said, Mr. Deng Chao, I know. Looking at Wang Tianyu being the first to raise his hand, Deng Chao and Linley both froze for a moment. Truthfully, Deng Chao just threw the topic to them, not even thinking that anyone would know about it. Linley, on the other hand, was of the opinion that Richie would actually know why cutting leeks couldn't be uprooted. His family raised Wang Tianyu poorly? Wang Tianyu, you say? Tung Chao smiled. Wang Tianyu puffed out his chest and said in a godly and loud voice, because leeks are so resilient. With a little more nutrients they can grow fast again. Deng Chao felt surprised, thinking that Wang Tianyu only knew half of it or would answer wrongly, but he didn't think that the answer was quite correct. It's marvelous. Oh, Wang Tianyu, how did you know? Wang Tianyu's small face showed a heavy pride, and lo and behold, everyone else looked at him with unexpected reverence. I didn't realize I knew more than you guys, because my dad taught me how to cut leeks. He said that leeks must not be uprooted because if they are uprooted, new leeks will have to be regrown, which is a long period of time, not to mention the care and attention. Not only is it inefficient, but it's also easy to lose money. Whereas my dad says to cut leeks you have to leave a root, and with a little sweetening they thrive and can be cut over and over again without interruption. Newly planted leeks still have to wait for him to grow up. A pain in the ass. The more Deng Chao heard, the more wrong he became. You're talking about the same thing as the leek in your hand? Chapter 166, Li Jianran, I'm going to make a clean breast of it. Brothers, The defense is broken. I feel like he's talking about me when he says leak. Wang Tianyu, you better be talking about real leaks. Surely we're not talking about us. We've never tasted sweet. The description is so damn apt. Every sentence is anthropomorphic without mentioning people. See, that's homeschooling. Other families have taught their kids how to cut leeks. I taught my kids to cut leeks a long time ago. Just not. The crowd of netizens in the live broadcast room were made to break their defenses by Wang Tianyu's words. Although Wang Tianyu did not mention anyone who has been harvested by capital, the first thing they associate with themselves. The description couldn't be more apt. Linley on the vegetable floor was momentarily as silent as Deng Chao. The other students only felt impressed by this knowledge base of Vice Class President Wang. Linley, on the other hand, was inwardly calling out good guy. Capitalist families are just different. Education is unique. Mr. Deng Chao. Wang Tianyu smiled with an expression of inviting credit and begging for praise. I was right, wasn't I? Right. Deng Chao wanted to say no, but did say yes, so he was a bit speechless. Vice Class President, you're awesome, eh? You actually know how to cut leeks. A classmate revealed a look of adoration and said to Wang Tianyu, no wonder you're in the subclass and I'm only in the regular class. Wang Tianyu followed Linley's old cadre-like example, one hand behind his back, the other raised and patted the classmate. Learn more from me in the future and you'll improve. Aha, okay, Vice Squad. Afterwards, Wang Tianyu turned to Linley and said, Squad leader, how did I perform? Did I make a lot of progress? Linley nodded. Keep up the good work. Deng Chao glanced at the smug Wang Tianyu in the vegetable field. Kids nowadays. The gap is too big. Class, come on people, let's experience this. He greeted his students and went down to the ground to start cutting leeks. Of course, as the moment involved sharp instruments, they were not given one to each of them, but took turns taking over the scythe experience in his hands, under his supervision. After all the students had finished their science on the vegetable field, he awkward was again leading them to the rice field. The official afternoon subjects began. Fishing in the lower rice paddies. When I say fishing, it's just for the kids to have fun in the afternoon. Participating in Aspire, in addition to the extracurricular hands-on activities, is likewise meant to be a fall excursion with a twist. A one-dimensional sci-fi is also boring for kids and uninteresting for the audience. He awkwardly handed out small fishing nets, or other fishing gadgets, to some of the students. There are very many fish in this rice paddy, and besides fish, there are also lobsters. The program was just released in the last 2 days. The main one is for children to experience the sense of harvest and joy of catching fish. At first, many students were afraid to go into the water. It's not so much the fear of water as it is the fear of getting dirty. After all, it's all silty underwater. Linley started to set an example at this point and was the first to go into the water. With him taking the lead, a group of class officers went down. Once in the water, at first it was formal, but as I don't know who first splashed water on people's faces, all of a sudden, fishing turned into a water fight. Similarly, he awkward and the others went down to the paddy field together in their rain pants. Always do, as the students do, as they do. There is no idle baggage whatsoever. Dirty clothes? It's washable, but being morally accused by Linley, that stain can't be washed away for nearly a year. Their series of practices resulted in Linley not being able to pick out any faults. So, Deputy Wang, there are snails over here. Find a basin and come and fill it. There's a hole over here. It's so black you can stick your hand in it. There must be lobsters in it. Here, Su Gaojie, give me the net. That's not how you catch fish. Everyone was playing with water and mud, and Linley was the only one who was seriously catching fish, lobsters, and snails. Where have the students in the junior class ever played like this since they were born? So they had an exceptional amount of fun. And the little girls' faces turned into big blossom cats one by one. Likewise the female artists. Squad leader, I feel it, it's so big. Zhang Yida listened to Lin Li's words and without any experience directly put his hand in to pick at it to death. Whoa, I'm pinned. It hurts. At this time, Su Gaojie fished up a bunch of snails and put them into the basin brought by Wang Tianyu, and opened his mouth to ask Zhang Yida, I've heard that snails are protected animals. Will we be sentenced if we fish them like this? Ha! Zhang Yida was stunned at hearing this. When was it included? My father didn't tell me about it. Su Gaojie said, I've seen it on Jitterbug, saying that there was an elderly person who fished for some snails and was fined. He looked down at the snails in the basin. Are we getting a death sentence for these? At this point, Jinling, inside an ordinary residence. Jen, did you finish your homework? After we finish writing, we'll go to the Fuzi temple and take a stroll. Haven't you been chanting about it for a long time? Inside the house, it was no other than Li Jianrun and his mom, who had been expelled from the frontier by Linley. After leaving the junior class, Kenny Li's father was the first to place him in a school in Jinling. It didn't take long to get the paperwork done to enter the school. In junior class, Kenny Lee was pretty smart, only to be crushed by Linley, the main character, but went to another school. Within 2 days, he became the squad leader, mixed like a fish out of water. No, it's not. Mom, I'm not doing homework. I'm watching junior class, Kenny Lee responded. You're looking again? Why do you still want to go back? Lee Jianrun's mother was slightly helpless at hearing this. Definitely go back. I'm not convinced. Lee Jianrun's little face was filled with defiant pride. Since leaving the junior class, he has regularly followed the programs and developments of the junior class, watching Linley get better and better. His heart grew more and more hateful. At the same time, he also felt more and more that he hadn't lost unjustly at that time. As the saying goes, the authorities are in the dark, the onlookers are in the dark. When he stood on the sidelines and looked at Linley's performance again, hatred was accompanied by admiration and amazement. At first himself, too young, despite his admiration, he was not convinced. Kenny Lee's mom touched his head and sighed. Your father has said that he won't let you go on any more variety programs in the last few years. Upon hearing this, a hint of despondency flashed through Lee Jianrun's eyes. Li Gang had told him very forcefully that he should study well for a period of time and improve his political and ideological awareness. But I feel like I still want to go back for a clean slate, he whispered. Ren, you can't keep thinking about getting your face back because of a momentary failure, Lee Jianrun's mom said in a serious tone. You have a lot of road ahead of you. Besides, didn't your dad tell you that? Maybe you'll run into each other again in the future. Let's not talk about when you grow up. When you get a little older, your dad will arrange for you to go to the National Youth United Nations Model Conference. Can't tell. You'll run into him there then. Chapter 167 Yawn. Someone's cricketing me behind my back? Can we really run into him at that place? Lee Jianrun blinked his eyelids at the news, a confused and skeptical look on his face. Definitely. With Linley's character, he definitely won't let go of any opportunity to show himself. Jianrun Lee's mom smiled with certainty. In her way of looking at people, Linley was one of those people who had to show themselves off anywhere, wanted to be noticed, and were very fond of showing off their intelligence. Someone like that would definitely go to the National Youth United Nations Model Conference, because in that place is where the best kids in the country come together, either a genius among the commoners, or the best of the rich family's clever talkers. Junior classes are ultimately about having money and a bit of background, and what kind of kids can attend. But there, without a couple of skills, you'd only be embarrassed to go and would only be ashamed of yourself. Fine, I'll wait for him to attend this, and then I'll make sure I have a clean slate. Lee Jianrun wrinkled his brow and swore. In his eyes, Linley was the biggest boss in his life. It's his opponent. It was really because what happened that day was too humiliating for him. You're too obsessed with Linley. Jianrun Lee's mom looked at her child a bit helpless indeed. Has Linley made a demon out of him? She continued to enlighten. Ren, look at it more broadly. Linley is just an insignificant setback in your life. That's the upper limit of his future accomplishments. If you keep seeing him as a target to chase, again your future is not destined to be high. Your father wants you to participate in the National Youth United Nations Mock Conference. The purpose is to let you develop your vision. That place has geniuses from all over the country. Linley can't be said to be more than a supporting role there. You should learn from that group of people and set goals. Lee Jianrun seemed to understand, and as he listened to his mother say that there were geniuses even more powerful than Linley, his heart's competitive spirit was constantly stirred, but he still wanted to get back at Linley. Mom, I know. Kenny Lee's mom can tell by looking at her son's expression that he still hasn't let go of Linley. The heart secretly sighed. His own son would character or understand. It's pro-life after all. She didn't say any more, but just said, so yeah, you should learn something useful and enrich yourself now, instead of focusing on the junior class all the time. When the time comes to make a splash over there and make the junior class bunch envy you, that's the real deal. Lee Jianrun nodded his head with Don't worry mom, I won't let you guys down. At this point in looking toward life, the fishing intermission is in Linley. Finding a random spot and sitting there despite the mess, he suddenly sneezed. Cut. He huffed, feeling odd. Did you fall in the water and catch a cold? It shouldn't. One's body is a hospital leak, but with the system's multifaceted additions, it's impossible to be a hospital leak, not to mention a cold. Even a slightly broken skin wound can heal on its own before the doctor arrives. Class president, you have a cold? Wang Tianyu sat on the side supervising the other students, and when he heard Linley sneeze, he hurriedly asked with concern. No, if you have a cold you must treat it in time. My family has a hospital in Mordor. Linley blankly glanced at him. The previous sentence, he was kinda touched. The fact that his subordinates cared about his physical condition proved that there was him in their hearts. But that last one, how come it's a bit of a show-off? I'm not catching a cold, and without any accidents. I'll never be sick in my life. It's hard to get sick when you're carrying a hangover. Oh, Wang Tianyu didn't know if Linley's words were bravado or what, but in any case, he said with extreme concern, if the squad leader is uncomfortable, tell me directly and I'll hire the best medical team for you. Well, you need to stop talking. Open mouth is money. Young Wang is good at everything, but he's too rich. I'm not catching a cold. I guess someone is cursing me, Linley said. There's still this kind of argument? Wang Tianyu was confused. Folks say that sneezing for no reason signals that someone is thinking about you or cursing you. Linley popularized folk knowledge to Wang Dishao. 1 curse, 2 thoughts, 3 chants of goo. Never heard of it. Wang Tianyu shook his head. 1 sneeze is considered to be someone cursing you. 2 sneezes are considered to be someone thinking about you. And 3 sneezes mean someone is thinking about you. Oh, there's also this saying. Wang Tianyu suddenly realized as soon as he heard it, as if he was opening the door to a new world. That means that someone from the class leader was scolding you just now? Pretty much. Who is it that dares to cricket you behind your back, class president? Wang Tianyu instantly frowned as he raised his eyes to look at the students and artists, narrowing his eyes as he swept past their faces one by one. Linley was his favorite class president and most admired leader. In his eyes, a forest of crickets behind him is cricketing him. Who knows? Linley didn't really care. There were so many people who had been offended that he couldn't guess one by one. Genius is always easy to miss. And jealousy of. Had enough rest? If you've had enough, get back to work. I want to shiver snails tonight. Catch more. Okay, squad leader. I'll get them snappy. The afternoon passed at a leisurely pace with the students' cheerful fishing. For Linley, an afternoon that was boring because there was no nitpicking at all. Obviously, Huang Lei and the others were prepared, whether it was science or a hands-on demonstration. It came across as approachable and knowledgeable. As for Huang Lei and the others, this afternoon, but the fear and trepidation finally came to an end. Seriously, shooting a movie, have never been so serious, really what is called meticulous professionalism. The students returned to the mushroom house under the leadership of Deng Chao and the others, and their respective teachers took them towards the bathroom to wash and change their clothes. Even though they are wearing rain pants, once they play away, many of them can't think of anything else, and all the clothes inside the rain pants are dirty. Outside the showers in the dormitory building, Deng Chao looked at Linley and Wang Tianyu. You two didn't bring any clothes. What should we do? When they came this morning, all the others had brought small suitcases with spare clothes. Only Linley and Wang Tianyu didn't. The two traveled extremely simply. Briefcase? Still don't know what the point of him carrying that briefcase was. Just simply to pretend to be an executive? Teacher Deng Chao, you go wash. Don't worry about us. Linley waved his hand and said, we have clothes. Where are your clothes? Deng Chao was curious. Did someone else bring them to you? No. Linley shook his head and turned to Wang Tianyu. Vice Wang. Shake people. Okay squad leader. Wang Tianyu answered, then took out his cell phone and made a call. Uncle Zhang, send me and the class president's clothes over. When Deng Chao saw it, he inwardly called out 6. A young master is a young master. Going out, the chauffeur follows at all times. Chapter 168. What? Little yellow hair is coming? Around 17 o'clock in the evening, one by one, the students changed into clean clothes and emerged from the dormitory building to play in the small courtyard. Girls teasing dogs, ducks, chickens, whatever. Boys, on the other hand, pass the ball. Bang, bang, bang. A couple of boys had pounded a basketball out of nowhere and were slapping it around in the yard. Kai Chen-fan, can you play basketball? You can even pass it crookedly. Su Gaojie glared at Kai Chen-fan in dissatisfaction. Sorry, it's been a while since I've fought. I'm a bit rusty. Kai Chen-fan hurriedly apologized. Pay attention next time. You brag about your hobby of basketball every day. I don't think you're any good at it. At this time, Linley and Wang Tianyu came out from the dormitory building to wash and clean themselves. Clothes changed to short-sleeve sweatpants. The dress wear at the moment, but it makes them seem like normal children. Inside the kitchen, the faint aroma of rice wafted out, and Linley had no intention of going to the kitchen to supervise Huang Lei. You can't see what you want to see if you go. The show is guarded against him. Now he was rather enjoying this atmosphere in the countryside in the evening. The children play happily before dinner, and the adults are busy preparing dinner, which is a scene of rural childhood in the olden days. Seeing Su Gaojie and the others playing, Wang Tianyu immediately left Linley behind and joined the basketball brigade, following them as they played with each other. Linley, on the other hand, found a place to sit down and watched them comfortably. There were quite a few animals in the yard, much more than in the past. Like chickens, for example. There were no free-range chickens in past episodes. But, this episode, perhaps in an effort to make the program more playful for the kids, includes many of the small animals commonly found in rural, and they are all free-range. not caged. This is the life to aspire to, guys. Serenity and harmony. There is none. I miss the days when I was a kid in the countryside. There wasn't so much pressure to study, and after school it was just fun, playing around and forgetting to come home for dinner, then being chased by the family to catch them back. Ha ha. City kids don't get to experience that, do they? This scene in the yard really made countless viewers watching the live broadcast out of the countryside feel emotional. Children in the countryside, where the main fight is a fight that doesn't hurt, are either catching bugs or frolicking around a muddy pond after school. But with rural transformation, social progress, and heavy schooling, many of the things you used to be able to do as a child gradually disappeared. Program. Xiaxi playfully walked over to Lin Li's side and called out sweetly, "Class president." What? Come along and play. I see you're a bit lonely sitting alone. You guys just play. I'll take a break. Lin Li let out a light laugh. This peaceful and harmonious atmosphere full of children's laughter was something he quite liked. Just sitting there felt extremely soothing and relaxing. Are you tired, class president? Xiaxi's big eyes were filled with concern. Not tired. Then come along and play. You guys just play. I'm, waiting for dinner to start. Oh, Xiaxi softly answered. Seeing how she invited, the class president did not play, and did not force to continue. Just change the topic. Right, class president. My dad said when you have time to go to my house to sit more. Your father invited me? Lin Li was slightly taken aback. Not your mom? Right, it was my dad who invited you. Yesterday when Xiaxi came home, Xiao Lixing praised Xiaxi's performance on stage fiercely. At the same time, because of his love for Lin Li's talent, he hoped that Lin Li would give up politics and join the arts. Wanted to invite Lin Li to come and sit at the house more. Felt the need to do a good job of thinking with this brat. Charleston didn't want this musical talent of Lin Li's to go to waste. And he also informed Xiaxi of the good news that his yellow-haired little brother was coming from abroad to play in Huaxia. Lin Li's heart was on alert. Lao Dang looking for himself? Does that mean it's reversed? He's got $500? Your father asked for me. Do you know what it's about? Xiaxi shook her head. I don't know. I think I want to introduce you to my brother. Your brother? Yeah, my dad said you know. You saw it. Hey. Lin Li's mind recalled that Xiaxi's brother was the little yellow hair on the family portrait in Xiao Lisheng's study. Little yellow hair is coming to China? Vincent? Right. It's brother Vincent. Xiaxi's sweet forehead nodded. Daddy said that brother Vincent would definitely be able to be good friends with the class president. Lin Li raised his small eyebrows. Good old Dang. Who said at the time that he would not stand in the way? But now he is actually asking for foreign aid. Little yellow hair didn't come earlier or later, but he came at this time. Doesn't that mean anything? No problem. I'll be there when I'm free after a while. He agreed with his mouth, while in his heart he cursed his future old husband. Out and out old Dang. Looks like it's time to teach him another lesson. Yes, class president, you must come. When did I ever let you off the hook? Hearing Lin Li's assurance, Xiaxi clapped her little hands together and said cheerfully, brother Vincent is very smart and good looking, and I'm sure you'll like him too, class president. I'm sure I'd like him, responded Hayato if he had any deeper meaning. Dinner is about to be served. He awkward and the others came out of the kitchen with pots of food and put them on the dining table, and greeted the students as they went to wash their hands in preparation for dinner. Seeing that his classmates didn't seem to have had enough fun, and not many of them went to wash their hands at all, Lin Li stepped forward and said, all wash your hands, it's time to eat. Obviously, his words were much more useful than he awkward's and theirs. Wang Tianyu several people immediately flung the basketball aside and went to the faucet to line up to wash their hands. As the pots of food were brought to the table, the students washed their hands one by one and took their seats at the table as they had been seated at noon. Only, at the moment, the teacher at each table had changed. After noon at lunch, Zhang Zifeng and Pang Li Sang were dead set against sitting at a table with Lin Li. The two of them didn't want another wave at night, so before the meal began, pleadingly, he proposed to Huang Lei. Finally, the three stars sitting at Lin Li's table were Huang Lei, he awkward, and Deng Chao. Nothing else. Adults have to take care of children and men have to take care of women. In the end, three grown men resisted all. The three of you eat. Don't be so formal. Just treat it like your own home. Seeing the slightly unnatural, wary looks and sitting postures of the three, Lin Li opened his mouth and laughed. Eat. He awkwardly laughed. Lin Li clipped a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth. Then said, Uncle Huang's cooking is really delicious. What do you think, Vice Wang? Delicious. Uncle Huang, if you don't mix with the entertainment industry in the future, you can come to my house as a cook. Wang Tianyu gives it a very high rating. To be able to go to young Master Wang's house as a cook, an ordinary chef would not be qualified, and it was obvious that he recognized Huang Lei's cooking skills. LAMH, comrades, I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy the past few days and I'm sorry for the delay in updating. I'm so sorry.